He graduated from a prestigious university and single-handedly founded a tech company, securing 5 rounds of funding and taking it public in just 5 years. In his previous life, Li Feng's path was smooth and triumphant. The ultimate catch in countless women's eyes, a rare and enviable diamond bachelor beyond reach. Yet by a twist of fate, her cosmic irony awoke Reborn into the body of a worthless deadbeat in the 1990s. This wretched man had no thing, no talent, no money, no prospects, yet possessed something the formerly Feng could only ever envy from afar: a loving family. Now, thrust back into an era of sweeping change, standing at the epicenter of China's reform and opening up boom, Li Feng is determined to rewrite his destiny and forge a new legend. Chapter 1. Rebirth. A heavy fog filled Li Feng's head, making him dizzy and nauseous. The familiar ache of a brutal hangover clawed at his gut, bitter, sour, utterly wretched. But something felt off. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, and froze. The room around him was completely unfamiliar. It was a cramped space, barely 15 square meters, cluttered and suffocating. A yellowed wooden desk held only basic toiletries. Faded posters from another era clung haphazardly to the bare cement walls. The air hung thick with the damp, musty stench of rotting furniture. Then his eyes landed on the mirror hanging crookedly on the wall. His brain short-circuited. The face staring back wasn't his own. Messy, unkempt hair, stubble shadowing a gaunt jaw, sunken eyes dull with exhaustion. And the clothes, oh God, the clothes screamed 1990s. A moth-eaten camouflage jacket riddled with holes, paired with grimy black work pants. What the hell is going on? Li Feng muttered, brow furrowed in confusion and rising dread. He pinched his cheek hard. The sharp pain confirmed if this was real flesh and bone, not a dream. Suddenly, a flood of foreign memories crashed into his mind like shrapnel. He gasped, clutching his temples as agony ripped through his skull. Minutes passed before the storm subsided. Panting, he slumped against the bed frame, drenched in cold sweat. The truth settled in. He had been reborn. It was 1994, and this body, also named Li Feng, belonged to a worthless drunkard, lazy, violent, addicted to gambling. He had a stunningly beautiful wife and a 4-year-old adopted daughter. But instead of caring for them, the original Li Feng had spent years abusing them, especially when drunk, shouting, hitting, terrorizing the very people who depended on him. Unbelievable, Li Feng clenched his fists, revolted. In his past life, had been far from perfect, but had been excellent. Graduated from a top university at 24. Founded a tech startup. Raised 5 rounds of funding. Took the company public within 5 years. And now, reincarnated into a monster? Just thin creak. The door swung open. A little girl with pigtails burst in. Li Feng looked up. Their eyes met. This was Li Zira, nicknamed Yaya, the adopted daughter. His daughter now, by circumstance if not yet by heart. Instinctively, he offered a small, nervous smile. Had never been good with kids. In his previous life, women had always swarmed around him, but serious relationships? None. And suddenly, he had a wife and child. But Yaya didn't return the smile. Her eyes widened in pure terror. Without a word, she spun around and bolted into the courtyard. Mom, he's awake. Moments later, a woman stepped inside, water dripping from her hands, an apron tied around her waist. She wore no makeup, dressed in simple, worn fabric, but even so, her beauty was breathtaking. An oval face, shoulder-length silky hair, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, and a figure sculpted by grace itself. Xiang Bidin. The name surfaced in his mind like a long-buried memory. You threw up on the sheets again last night, she said flatly, voice devoid of warmth, though her fingers trembled slightly. I'm washing them. They'll make dinner soon. Li Feng nodded gently. Don't worry, I'm not hungry. Xiang Bidin blinked, startled. Normally, this man would already be yelling, demanding food or money. But today, calm, quiet, almost human. Mommy Aya tugged at her mother's pant leg, peering fearfully at Li Feng from behind her. Xiang Bidin stroked her daughter's hair, then reached into a high cabinet and pulled out a pack of Little Master instant noodles, the cheapest brand, and handed it to Yaya. Without another word, she led the girl out. The distance between them was palpable. Li Feng sighed, shaking his head. He glanced around the squalid room, cramped, decaying, hopeless. This ends now, he thought. Everything changes. Stepping outside, he saw they lived in a shantytown twastery tenements packed with factory workers. The alley reeked of sewage and coal smoke. Neighbors shot him icy, disdainful glances. Clearly, Li Feng was universally despised. Near the courtyard well, Xiang Bidin struggled to haul up a bucket of water. Malnourishment had left her frail, almost bird-like. Li Feng hesitated, then strode over. Let me do that. She froze mid-pull, rope still in hand, eyes wide with disbelief. No, it's fine, she protested weakly, but had already taken the bucket. As he walked toward the well, she called after him, voice tight with suspicion. There's no money left. Yaya's been fainting lately. We only have 300 yuan. I'm taking her to the hospital in 2 days. She moved to grab the bucket back, certain now that his sudden kindness was just a ploy to steal their last coins. Li Feng sighed inwardly. Of course she'd think that. Given what the old Li Feng had done, he couldn't blame her. 300 yuan, he paused. In 1994, that was a small fortune for a working-class family. You got it wrong, he said quietly. I just want to help. Ignoring her protest, he dumped the water into the laundry basin and returned to the well for more. Xiang Bidin stood rooted in place, stunned. Has this man changed? Yaya tugged her sleeve. Mommy, why isn't he yelling today? He seems less scary. Xiang Bidin didn't answer. She knelt slowly, mechanically scrubbing clothes, mind racing. She wanted to believe, but fear whispered louder. It's a trick. He wants the money. Neighbors gawked openly. Li Feng helping? Impossible. Then chaos. The gate burst open. A group of swaggering thugs swaggered in, led by a red-haired punk in flared jeans and a garish shirt. Li Feng, get your sorry ass out here. The redhead bellowed. Spotting Xiang Bidin, his eyes lit up with lecherous hunger. Damn, they weren't lying. Your wife is gorgeous. His cronies snickered, eyes roaming shamelessly over her. Xiang Bidin yanked Yaya behind her, face hardening. Who are you? What do you want? Simple. The redhead sneered. Your husband owes us 3,000 yuan in gambling debts. We're here to collect. We don't have it, she snapped, shooting Li Feng a venomous glare. No problem, he grinned, stepping closer. You come work as a hostess in my bar for a month. Debt cleared. His friends laughed crudely. Chapter 2. Yaya's critical condition. Before the thugs could close in, a metal bucket came flying through the air, smashing straight into the redhead's skull. Talk to me, Li Feng said coldly, stepping between them and his family. What the F? The redhead howled, clutching his bleeding head. He whipped out a wrench and swung it at Li Feng's temple with murderous intent. Ah! Xiang Bidin screamed, shielding Yaya's eyes, legs buckling beneath her. Everyone expected blood. The old Li Feng hollowed out, drunk-wooled, crumpled like paper. But the wrench stopped 1 centimeter from impact. Li Feng caught it effortlessly in one hand, expression calm, lips curled in quiet contempt. In a flash, his knee drove upward crack into the redhead's gut. The man folded like a broken puppet, crashing backward with a wail. Wrench now in his grip, Li Feng faced the remaining thugs without flinching. In his past life, had trained in Taekwondo for years, 9th-degree black belt. 3 or 4 elite soldiers wouldn't faze him. These street rats? Barely worth the effort. Within seconds, they were all writhing on the ground, groaning in pain. Come back in 3 days for your money, Li Feng said evenly. But if any of you lay a finger on my wife or daughter before then, it'll make you regret being born. Blood streaming down his face. The redhead recognized this wasn't the same coward he knew. After a tense pause, he nodded grudgingly. Fine. 3 days. If you don't pay, we settle everything. They limped away, humiliated. Li Feng turned to Xiang Bidin, guilt flickering in his eyes. But she was trembling, arms locked protectively around Yaya, refusing to meet his gaze. Imzua. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Selling 1 printer earns you 200 yuan commission. That's insane money. Dream on that job's not for folks like us. But still, if I sold 4 or 5, that's a whole year's wages. A man waved a newspaper, surrounded by eager onlookers. Li Feng glanced over, then froze. Yaya had collapsed in Xiang Bidin's arms, unconscious. Yaya, wake up. Please, baby. Xiang Bidin sobbed, shaking her limp form. No response, Li Feng said sharply. Hospital now. He scooped Yaya into his arms and sprinted to the street, hailing a taxi. Xiang Bidin dashed back inside, tore open a crack in the wall, and retrieved their last 300 yuan before rushing after him. At the hospital, Yaya was rushed into emergency care. The doctor emerged minutes later, face grim. She has congenital heart disease. She's likely fainted multiple times already. She needs surgery immediately. Without it, the next episode could be fatal. How much? Li Feng asked. 20,000 yuan for the first stage. Pay up front. Xiang Bidin's face went pale. Doctor, can we pay 300 now? He'll give you 1,000 every month after plus interest. Please, just operate first. She earned 800 yuan a month. The math was impossible. The doctor's expression hardened. No money? Then take her home. This isn't a charity. Please. She begged, tears streaming, gripping his sleeve. She's just a child. She deserves to live. He'll do anything clean, work nights, just save her. He yanked his arm free. No payment, no surgery, and walked away. Xiang bit in, crumpled to the floor, sobbing into her hands. I'm sorry, Yaya mommy failed you. Li Feng watched, chest tight. He had no bond with them, yet but legally, he was husband and father. And right now, that meant responsibility. He stepped forward. Get up. It'll be okay. Ill. She slapped his hand away, eyes blazing with tears and fury. Li Feng, you bastard. This is all your fault. If Yaya dies because we can't afford treatment, I'm divorcing you. She fled down the hall, weeping. Li Feng didn't chase her. He knew the real enemy. Money. 1994 was a golden age, but raising 20,000 yuan overnight? Nearly impossible. Between the debt and the surgery time was running out. Just then, an old TV mounted in the corridor crackled to life. Typhoon warning. All citizens please prepare for severe weather. Li Feng's eyes narrowed. He remembered now was in Shunchuan, a major coastal trade hub. When typhoons hit, supply chains broke. Prices soared. Opportunity hid in chaos. He strode out of the hospital, bought a newspaper from a kiosk and found it immediately. Sales agents wanted. Sell one printer, 200 yuan commission. A plan ignited in his mind. He boarded a bus, heading for the address listed. 30 minutes later, he arrived at a building labeled Jiaqing Company. But the doors were locked. Outside, a crowd milled anxiously, dozens of hopefuls clutching application forms, faces etched with desperation. Something was wrong. And Li Feng? He smiled faintly. Perfect. Chapter 3. The first pot of gold. Li Feng furrowed his brow, glancing around, and discovering that those nearby were all here to demand debts from Jiaqing Company. No wonder the advertisers offered such generous terms. It seemed the situation for this company was rather bleak. Among the crowd, Li Feng noticed a shadowy figure, wearing a cap that set him apart from the surrounding debt collectors. Intrigued, Li Feng approached slowly and gently tapped the man's shoulder. Startled, the man instinctively attempted to evade, but felt a heavy hand pressing down on his shoulder. Don't move, or I'll tell them you're the head of Jiaqing. Li Feng said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The man fell silent, regarding Li Feng with a mix of complexity and caution, casting wary glances around before asking, Who are you, and what do you want? Li Feng smiled and replied, I am the one who can save you. Let us talk in a different place. With that, he kept a firm grip on the man's shoulder and led him away. The man in the cap dared not resist. Obediently following Li Feng, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant, and after ordering, Li Feng looked at his companion with a grin. So, how did you recognize me? The man, no longer hiding, removed his cap and met Li Feng's gaze directly. Those debt collectors were filled with anger and frustration, while you appeared merely anxious. Moreover, your attire clearly suggested you wished to remain inconspicuous. Li Feng took a sip of water, smiling as he spoke. The man eyed him warily, snorted derisively, and continued. That doesn't matter. No matter which company you represent, I have no money to give you. No, Li Feng replied. I told you, I'm here to save you, not to collect debts. He then produced a newspaper and placed it before the man. A printer, with a commission of 400. I can help you sell it all. Li Feng's tone was calm and confident, unhurried. The man stared at him in disbelief for a few seconds, then scoffed. So, you're here to apply for a sales position? How bold of you. Do you have any choice now? With so many debt collectors around, don't you wish to escape? If I'm not mistaken, your company is on the verge of collapse, facing imminent seizure and bankruptcy, leaving you deeply in debt. The man's gaze fixed on Li Feng, his expression darkening. He realized that though the words flowed easily from the young man's lips, they carried an immense weight of pressure. The commission sounds appealing if you truly have the capability. 400 is not out of the question, the man bit out, as if making a significant decision. Li Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Rest assured, you will be more than willing to pay that commission. With that, he wiped the smile from his face and glanced out the window, saying, You must have heard. A typhoon is approaching. This presents an opportunity for us. Currently, Chuan is in a phase of rapid development, with hundreds of companies being established daily. Printers are essential office supplies. I am aware that the current sales of Jiaqing are not particularly robust. This is largely due to the prevailing perception among the majority that domestically produced printers lack quality, leading them to favor imported products. At this juncture, the individual raised his head, casting a surprised glance at Li Feng, and remarked, Indeed, our Jiaqing printers are of excellent quality. However, despite our best promotional efforts, sales remain stagnant. Sir, do you possess any effective strategies? Quite simply, Li Feng replied, acquire the existing printers on the market and stockpile them. I suspect there aren't many printers circulating at present. With the impending typhoon, maritime trade will be adversely affected for at least half a month, and during this period, you will have the opportunity to revive your fortunes. With a scarcity of available printers and the inability to replenish stock promptly, customers will have no choice but to turn to your products. Thus, the opportunity will present itself. Li Feng smiled, this being his immediate reaction upon learning of the impending storm. Chapter 4. Acquiring printers. In Li Feng's recollection, printers were indeed scarce at that time. In a city like Xinchuan, which was still developing, there might be only 20 decent printers available. During that period, computers had not yet become widespread. Aside from a handful of banks and enterprises, very few private companies utilized printers. However, there was a silver lining. Even those enterprises did not hold the same condescending attitude towards others that would emerge years later. But purchasing printers requires substantial funds. I am uncertain if I have enough. The man before Li Feng expressed his concern. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. To develop domestic printers independently, without significant strength, would make such a venture implausible. Tell me, what is the market price for a foreign printer? Approximately 4,000, I believe. Zhang Bin, the owner of Jiaqing, was indeed that person. He had conducted thorough market research before making his decision, although his ideas were somewhat avant-garde. Although the printer industry would burgeon in the years following the millennium, it was still a bit premature at that time. Many could not endure this transitional phase. It is important to remember that during the 1990s, anyone with a household income of 10,000 could be considered affluent. I estimate there are only about 20 printers in the entire city, necessitating nearly 100,000 in capital. Surely, you can manage that, can't you? Li Feng said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin understood well that if the printers he had accumulated could not be sold, it would spell doom for his company. Pooling resources might be feasible. Here's what we shall do. You have a car, correct? I can drive as well. Bring the cash. And once we arrive at the location, I will enter to make the purchase while you wait in the car. You cannot afford to be seen. If anyone recognizes you, it could be disastrous. Li Feng's primary concern was his daughter's surgery, which would cost a staggering 30,000. Moreover, he could not afford to wait. If the typhoon were to strike for half a month, he would not know how his daughter would fare. He was confident in negotiating a lower price with the printer seller, which would allow him to profit from the difference with Zhang Bin. Brother, what do you think of this plan? Zhang Bin still harbored some apprehension, as his company was on the brink of collapse, and the remaining funds were needed to pay salaries. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. Do you truly think your company can secure a supplier for printers? I am the only one capable of doing so. If not, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Li Feng prepared to exit. Hold on, my friend. Do you genuinely believe that hoarding other printers can salvage our company? At this moment, Zhang Bin felt a sense of desperation akin to grasping at straws. The predicament that Jiaqing found itself in was largely attributable to Zhang Bin's management. In such circumstances, failing to discover a viable solution would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Consider this. If you stockpile printers, where will others procure them? They can always import from abroad, as they have done before. In a few days, international shipments will be halted due to a typhoon. How will they dock? Moreover, you cannot show your face now, and it would be preferable for others in the company to remain unseen. I am an unfamiliar face. They do not recognize me. Li Feng's words bore a certain persuasive weight. Zhang Bin nodded, gritted his teeth, and stated firmly, let us proceed with this plan. Come, return with me to retrieve the funds. The two clandestinely returned to Zhang Bin's residence, collected the money, and set off in a vehicle to acquire the printers. Of course, Zhang Bin had to remain incognito. However, he was well aware of where to find printers. Upon arriving at the base of an office building, Zhang Bin pointed upwards and remarked, do you see that? On the third floor, there is a business that sells printers. Go take a look. In this era, rental costs for storefronts are exorbitant. Thus, most individuals opt for these newly established office buildings, which at least offer some economic viability. All right, I will head up. You find a safe place to wait for me, Li Feng replied, clutching his briefcase filled with a substantial sum of cash. Upon arrival, he feigned the demeanor of a wealthy client and inquired, do you sell printers here? Indeed. Please come in, sir. The receptionist greeted him with a cheerful smile. Li Feng nodded, and the receptionist led him to a table in the lobby before summoning a manager. Generally, companies that sell printers acquire them independently from overseas, lacking professional sales personnel. Good day, sir. What type of printer are you interested in? We only have this model available. The manager, a courteous gentleman, handed Li Feng a brochure. How many of these printers do you have left? Li Feng asked, his gaze fixed on the brochure without lifting his head. The manager, momentarily taken aback, wondered if they had a significant client in their midst. We have only 8 units remaining. I will take them all. What is the price per unit? Li Feng's assertive tone startled both the manager and the receptionist. This would amount to several tens of thousands of yuan. Do not be surprised. I have come from another city as a bank representative, and each of our branches must be equipped with these. Fearing suspicion, Li Feng fabricated a story. Indeed, his ruse was effective. Ah, I see. If you are purchasing all of them, we can offer you a price of 3,700 per unit. How does that sound? The standard price for this model is 3,999, so receiving a discount of 200 is quite favorable. However, Li Feng was far from satisfied. I want the entire 500. I've done my research. Even at that price, you still make a considerable profit. If not, I shall take my leave. Li Feng's bargaining was rather ruthless. Brother, please, 500 is far too low. Inquire around. Where can you find such a price? The person in charge wore a bemused expression. I need 8 units, not just one. The best I can do is add 200. Li Feng continued to negotiate. The representative was certainly unwilling to agree, yet he could not let go of such a significant client. After a back-and-forth exchange, they finally settled on 800. Once the items were loaded onto the truck, Li Feng tossed the money towards the back and smiled at Zhang Bin, stating, I secured them for 500. He pocketed a margin of 700 for each unit. Zhang Bin nodded, clearly pleased with the arrangement. Well done, brother. Let us keep collecting. Within a day, the two had acquired a total of 24 printers. Li Feng's profit from the price difference amounted to over 15,000, varying slightly with each transaction. Today was splendid, tonight. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal, Zhang Bin exclaimed joyfully. Brother, I must return home. My child is unwell. But do not worry. I will share my address with you. I won't evade you. Li Feng had Zhang Bin escort him home. After Zhang Bin departed, Li Feng hurried to the hospital. His daughter lay in the hospital bed, glancing at Bai Ting without acknowledging her. Here is 15,000. Take this for our daughter's surgery. Tell the hospital I will gather the remaining 15,000 within a week. Chapter 5. The wife's distrust. Bai Ting looked at Li Feng with a hint of suspicion. In her memory, he would never treat them, mother and daughter, in such a manner. Moreover, right before her was a sum of 15,000. How had he acquired such a vast amount? This man, who typically squandered his time drinking or gambling, how could he suddenly possess 15,000? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sense of unease washed over her. Could it be that he had resorted to high-interest loans again? Or perhaps engaged in some illicit activity? How else could he procure such money so swiftly? Countless questions flooded her mind. She stood up, secured the money, and pulled Li Feng out of the ward. Once in a quieter location, Bai Ting thrust the money into Li Feng's arms. What exactly have you done to obtain this? I warn you, if you've engaged in any illegal activities, I advise you to confess. The police might show leniency. But do not let it implicate us, your responsibilities as a father. Have you ever fulfilled them? Now, all of a sudden, you present me with this sum? I will not accept tainted money. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Were it not for her gambling husband, her own savings would have sufficed for their daughter's treatment. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she became. No one knew the hardships she had endured over the years. Witnessing her tears, Li Feng felt a tumult of emotions. Bai Ting, I acknowledge my past failures. From now on, I vow to change. This money is from selling printers. I swear I am not deceiving you. Now, the daughter lies on the hospital bed, and we must first perform surgery on her. Even if what you said is true, can I turn myself in later? Li Feng understood well that asking Bai Ting to accept him all at once was somewhat unfair to her. Having traversed through time, the former Li Feng was indeed a scoundrel. Bai Ting gazed earnestly at Li Feng, suddenly sensing that the man before her seemed different from the one she had known. After pondering, she conceded that Li Feng had a point. Even if the source of the money was dubious, prioritizing her daughter's surgery was paramount. If he were to be apprehended later, it would be his just deserts. Fine, if you say so, I will trust you this once. Bai Ting took the money, wiped her tears, and headed toward the payment counter. Li Feng shook his head, realizing that it would take time for Bai Ting to forgive the former version of himself. In this era, hospitals still valued humanity. Although only 15,000 had been paid, the hospital agreed to perform the surgery for Yaya the following day. That evening, Li Feng ventured out to buy some delicious food for Bai Ting and her daughter. This sudden change was difficult for Bai Ting to accept. She worried that Li Feng might have ulterior motives, yet she found herself devoid of funds. The meager earnings she previously made at the factory had been entirely drained by Li Feng. What's wrong? Hurry and eat, Li Feng gently inquired, glancing at Bai Ting. She frowned, certain that Li Feng must have some agenda. Otherwise, he wouldn't be treating her so kindly. Just tell me what you want. Our home is utterly broke now. If you're after my jewelry, let me assure you, it's not happening. Even if you were to kill me, the trinkets my mother left me would never be yours. Bai Ting's mother had passed away early, leaving her some gold and silver ornaments. though not abundant. They were nonetheless of decent value. Why would I covet your jewelry? You're overthinking it. From now on, I will earn money. And you can take care of the household, Li Feng replied, smiling happily as he lifted Yaya into his arms, feeding her. Initially, Yaya instinctively recoiled. She could hardly believe how her father had transformed into such a kind and gentle figure. However, as Li Feng embraced her, she ceased her resistance. At that moment, Yaya stared wide-eyed at her mother. Though only 4 years old, she was acutely aware of the kind of person Li Feng was. Stop hiding the truth from me. What is your true intention? Just tell me, Scumbag demanded, still unable to trust him. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Just observe my actions. Li Feng replied. Tonight, you should go home and sleep. I will stay here with our daughter. He looked at Scumbag helplessly. Realizing that the previous Li Feng had indeed hurt this mother-daughter duo, a thought suddenly flickered in Scumbag's mind. Was he planning to sell their daughter? It was entirely plausible. Li Feng was capable of anything. You go back. I will stay here with our daughter, she retorted, glaring at him. Li Feng shook his head in resignation, recognizing that Scumbag would need time to forgive him. All right, I will take a look when I return, lest a thief has intruded into our home. Li Feng spoke this casually, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Following this, the two fell into a silence. Prior to his traversing into this realm, Li Feng had never experienced romance. Suddenly, he found himself with a wife and child, devoid of any prior experience, and could only navigate this new life gradually. After dinner, Li Feng temporarily returned home. The three of them resided in a modest dwelling, rather simple in nature. He could hardly fathom how 3 individuals managed to share a small bed of mere square meters. It seemed imperative to earn more money and secure a larger abode. Seated upon the bed, Li Feng casually turned on the small television resting on the table. This television, a diminutive 10-inch set, had been purchased during their wedding. On the screen, a television adaptation of Jin Yang's novel, The Fox Volant of Snowy Mountain, was currently airing. Bored, Li Feng reclined against the bed, watching the television, only to be interrupted by a commercial at a crucial moment. In those times, it was commonplace for 2 advertisements to disrupt a single episode, which could be quite irksome. Yet, there was little recourse. People continued watching, as other forms of entertainment were scarce. However, this did spark an idea in Li Feng's mind. He had acquired all the printers from Jiaqing, and with a typhoon approaching, it was essential to inform others that Jiaqing possessed printers. Running from house to house would indeed be laborious. If advertisements could be inserted into the television series, this dilemma would be resolved. With this thought in mind, Li Feng resolved to seek out Zhang Bin the following day. Lacking a mobile phone made it impossible to call, thus he would have to visit in person. In 1999, while some Big Brother mobile phones existed, they were prohibitively expensive for the average person. Most ordinary citizens considered themselves fortunate to have a landline installed. Yet, Li Feng's home lacked even that. Initially, their circumstances had been relatively favorable, but over the past few years, Li Feng had squandered his time on drinking and gambling, resulting in their current plight. No longer wishing to dwell on such matters, he decided to discuss everything in detail with Zhang Bin the next day. With that, Li Feng muttered to himself before retiring to bed. Chapter 6. Successful surgery. The next day, Li Feng rose early. As he stepped into the corridor to freshen up, he was bumped into by someone. In this type of residence, everyone was required to wash up in the courtyard. With a puzzled glance, he discovered it was a stylishly dressed man, seemingly of a similar age to himself. Whereas Bai Ting? The man inquired. Li Feng briefly recalled and recognized him as Chen Pengfei, a childhood friend of Bai Ting. Chen Pengfei had long harbored feelings for Bai Ting. After spending several years abroad, he returned to find Bai Ting married to Li Feng. Nevertheless, Chen Pengfei's affection for Bai Ting persisted, especially after he learned of Li Feng's drinking and gambling habits, prompting him to visit more frequently. Of course, Li Feng was aware of this situation, which was why he often used it as a pretext to confront Bai Ting whenever he drank. All of this was done by the previous Li Feng, and it bears no relation to the current Li Feng. Although Scumbag harbors a sense of aversion towards Li Feng now, she remains a conservative woman. She has not acquiesced to Chen Pengfei's demands, and as for divorce, it has crossed her mind. Even if she were to divorce Li Feng, she would never consider being with Chen Pengfei, as she has never liked him since childhood. Disliking someone is a sentiment that remains constant throughout one's life. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. I have no time to indulge you. Li Feng cast a glance at him, continuing with his grooming. To think he could see Scumbag away, how naive of him. This was Li Feng's thought at that moment. Drunkard, when will you divorce Biting? Do you really think you can provide her with happiness in your current state? Chen Pengfei wore a smug expression. He currently owned a small company in Xinchuan, primarily acting as an agent for various foreign electrical appliances, such as televisions, refrigerators, and fans. In this era, such items were quite scarce, and with some resources abroad, he had made a considerable fortune merely by trading these goods. Why do you have so much to say? I have no time for you. Biting is not here. Noticing Li Feng's unfavorable demeanor, Qin Pengfei felt even more triumphant. Since Biting was absent, he decided to return another day. With a leather bag tucked under his arm, he swaggered out. Outside, he parked his newly acquired Santana, which was considered a high-end vehicle at the time. After completing his grooming, Li Feng headed back to the hospital. He was informed the previous day that Yaya's surgery would take place today, and as a parent, his presence was warranted. Upon arrival, it was still relatively early. He brought some breakfast for Xiang Biting and her daughter. Xiang Biting was taken aback by Li Feng's early appearance. In the past, he would never rise before the sun had fully ascended. What time is Yaya's surgery scheduled? Li Feng inquired, genuinely concerned about Yaya's condition. Around 10 o'clock. I suppose they will be here soon, Xiang Biting replied tersely, unwilling to engage in more conversation with the man before her. Qin Pengfei came to see you this morning, Li Feng said, prompting Xiang Biting to pause momentarily. I have nothing to do with him, she replied succinctly. I know, he is just relying on his wealth. Isn't. Rest assured, once I have some money in hand, we can move to a different place. This one is too chaotic, Li Feng asserted, expressing his determination. Xiang Biting frowned once more. When did Li Feng begin to boast? In the past, he merely drank and gambled, without the habit of boasting. Why was he now speaking so grandly? Li Feng discerned the skepticism in Xiang Biting's expression. He shrugged his shoulders and helplessly stated, just pretend I didn't say anything. Even if he were to explain now, she likely wouldn't be receptive. Therefore, Li Feng resolved that once he earned money, there would be no need for words. Xiang Biting would believe him. At 10 o'clock, several doctors entered to examine Yaya's condition. You are still short of 15,000 for the surgical fees. However, we shall proceed with the operation for now. Please remember to settle the amount within a week. The attending physician was quite earnest, for this is the hospital's protocol. And even if he wished to assist, he had no authority to do so. Doctor, rest assured, we will certainly provide the full payment within a week. Li Feng replied confidently. Tonight, a typhoon is destined to arrive, making the next couple of days the prime opportunity for them to market printers. Although some companies, including larger enterprises, had already placed orders with other firms, the impending storm would undoubtedly hinder their timely arrival. Seizing this chance, Li Feng planned to make a substantial profit. Once he secured the necessary funds, he could embark on other ventures. In this era, earning money is comparatively easier. It merely depends on one's willingness to act. The doctor nodded, while the nurse wheeled Yaya towards the operating room. Xiang Biting felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, as a woman, her capacity to endure stress was naturally less than that of a man. Li Feng sat beside her, draping his arm over her shoulder. Instinctively, Xiang Biting shifted away, casting a puzzled glance at him. What's wrong? I merely wish to assure you that the surgery will go smoothly, he sighed, feeling somewhat helpless in this situation. Had it not been for you, how could our daughter have been delayed until now? Xiang Biting's use of our indicated that she still regarded Li Feng as family. It's all my fault. Once we return home, you may decide how to penalize me, but for now, we must show our daughter that we are united. She is 4 years old and already understands, Li Feng added, smiling gently at Xiang Biting. Xiang Biting stood up, saying, I'll step outside for a moment. You stay here. Her emotions were quite complex. Should she allow herself to accept Li Feng again? She had long considered divorce. Yet Li Feng's sudden change in demeanor left her bewildered, as if he were an entirely different man, a stark contrast to the one she had known. After spending some time in the hospital garden, Xiang Biting felt her emotions settle. She resolved to observe Li Feng's behavior in the days to come. If he genuinely changed, continuing their life together would pose no issue. However, should he revert to his previous mistakes, she was prepared to pursue divorce. Finally, after waiting for over an hour, the doctors emerged. How did it go, doctor? Xiang Biting inquired, her anxiety palpable. Rest assured, the surgery was exceedingly successful. After a brief stay in the hospital, you may return home, the doctor replied, a faint smile gracing his face. Xiang Biting, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively grasped Li Feng's hand. Yaya is finally safe. Seeing her joy, Li Feng felt equally elated. Upon realizing she was holding his hand, Xiang Biting quickly released it. Chapter 7. Embedded advertisement. After wheeling Yaya back to the ward, Li Feng placed 300 yuan before Xiang Biting. My dear, I shall step out for a moment. Please use this money to purchase some nutritional supplements for Yaya. I will return this evening, so kindly look after her in my absence. Li Feng had several hundred yuan on him, as he was concerned about potential urgent needs. Do go, but refrain from drinking. Yaya has just undergone surgery, he advised. speaking to Xiang biting without a backward glance. As long as Li Feng abstained from alcohol and gambling, she would be deeply grateful. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Feng headed straight for Jiaqing. Meanwhile, in the office of Jiaqing, Zhang Bin paced restlessly. Mr. Zhang, how could you place your trust in a stranger? Now look at the situation. We can't even locate him, and you lack any means of contact. We went to his home, but he was not there, lamented Duan Kong, the vice president of Jiaqing. Earlier that morning, Zhang Bin had awaited Li Feng at the company, but he had not arrived. Growing anxious, he drove to Li Feng's residence, only to find it deserted. Panic set in. Perhaps he had been deceived by Li Feng. I took his words to heart, given our current predicament. Maybe he truly holds the key to our salvation. But where is he now? He has vanished, and how can we hope for salvation? We are left with an abundance of printers. Who will purchase them? Just as the two men were engrossed in their conversation, Li Feng entered. Zhang Bin exchanged a glance with Duan Kong before hastening over. Brother, why have you arrived at such a late hour? You nearly frightened me to death. Observing Zhang Bin's expression, Li Feng surmised the situation. Do you think I have deceived you? I assure you, I would never mislead you. The typhoon is indeed set to arrive this evening. The weather forecast has confirmed it. Mr. Zhang, may I have a word with you privately? I have a matter of considerable importance to discuss that pertains to our ability to sell the printers. Li Feng felt an immediate aversion towards Duan Kong upon their first encounter. Moreover, advertising incurs significant costs should Duan Kong become aware of this. He would undoubtedly attempt to dissuade Zhang Bin. After all, their long acquaintance meant that if Zhang Bin heeded his counsel, the chances of securing an advertisement slot during a television drama would diminish significantly. Zhang Bin glanced between Duan Kong and Li Feng before ushering Li Feng into a separate room. What is this all about? That was our vice president. It is of no consequence if he knows. Once seated, Zhang Bin regarded Li Feng intently. This matter must remain between us. If others discover it, it would not bode well for us. Currently, we have acquired all the printers, and you still have over 100 units in your warehouse. If we hope to sell them all before the typhoon hits, we must resort to advertising on television, specifically during drama intermissions. We only need 2 slots. Trust me. Li Feng spoke earnestly, for mere salesmanship might not suffice. Without knowledge of which businesses might require printers at this juncture, advertising became paramount. Advertising? But how much will that cost? I previously inquired, and even a mere 10 seconds costs over 1,000. Running ads for 2 days would likely set us back several tens of thousands. Zhang Bin had indeed considered the matter previously, but found it too expensive and thus did not pursue it. With the stakes now reaching 20,000, there is no turning back, especially with the typhoon approaching. Seizing this opportunity means clearing out all the goods in your warehouse. If we do not act decisively, you are aware of the consequences. Li Feng began his persuasive discourse once more, showcasing his remarkable ability to convince. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bin reasoned that having come so far, having traversed 99 steps, what was one more? Very well, accompany me to the television station. Zhang Bin, sometimes prone to impulsiveness, viewed this trait as both a blessing and a curse. Let us go, but keep this between us. The two departed the office and drove towards the television station. Duan Kong gazed curiously at their retreating figures, perplexed by how Li Feng had managed to earn Zhang Bin's compliance so swiftly. Upon arriving at the television station, they were greeted with enthusiasm, having come to negotiate for an advertisement placement. In those days, there were few businesses willing to engage in product placement, and even fewer that would reach out proactively. Initially, they had planned to spend 20,000, but through Li Feng's deft bargaining, they secured the deal for merely 10,000. This time, Li Feng refrained from taking a cut for himself. After all, he was on the verge of making a substantial profit. What did a small amount matter? A printer, for instance, would surely yield him a commission of 500, totaling 5,000 for 100 units. Once outside the television station, Li Feng conversed with Zhang Bin for a while longer. I feel uneasy without a way to reach you. Here, take this pager. Remember, when you see my call, respond promptly. This is my mobile number. As a businessman, Zhang Bin certainly owned a mobile phone. Upon inspecting the pager, Li Feng noted its impressive feature of displaying Chinese characters. Very well, simply call me whenever you need to. With a nostalgic glance at the antiquated device, Li Feng reminisced about his father in his youth, who had once proudly purchased a Motorola pager that had garnered much attention for quite some time. Back then, Li Feng was still quite young. You can keep this pager for future use, Zhang Bin generously offered. If memory served, the advent of mobile phones occurred around 1993 or 1994. Li Feng contemplated that once the printer matter was settled, he would embark on acquiring a batch of mobile phones. Thank you, President Zhang. Li Feng waved the pager as he exited Jiaqing. Upon arriving at the hospital, the sky had darkened considerably, an omen of the impending typhoon. The typhoon is approaching. I must hurry to buy us some food, Li Feng remarked to Xiang Biding before dashing outside. Is there really a typhoon? Xiang Biding murmured to herself as she watched Li Feng's departing silhouette. She had been too preoccupied in recent days to check the weather forecast. Furthermore, there was no television in the hospital. After returning with an armful of supplies, it began to rain. How long will the typhoon last? Xiang Biding inquired of Li Feng. It seems it will persist for 7 days, but here it should only affect us tonight, Li Feng explained, noting that this particular typhoon would have some impact on Xinchuan, albeit not significantly. The primary concern was that certain goods arriving from the sea could not reach their destination promptly, often facing delays of 10 days or even longer. With a nod towards Baiting, he refrained from further comment. That night, Li Feng found himself slumbering on a bench in the corridor, devoid of a television, unaware if advertisements were being aired. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin sat comfortably on his sofa, engrossed in the television. During a commercial break, it was indeed an advertisement from Jiaqing, and the duration had already extended to around 20 seconds. Chapter 8. The arrival of the typhoon. Uncertain of Li Feng's plans, Zhang Bin leaned back on the sofa, his mind tinged with worry. Nevertheless, he felt they had done all they could for now, and the next couple of days would reveal the outcome. That evening, the typhoon swiftly approached Xinchuan, uprooting small trees along the roads. The sheer magnitude of this typhoon was evident. Fortunately, by the following morning, after a night of relentless winds, the storm gradually abated. As Li Feng prepared to venture out to procure meals for Xiang Baiting and her mother, he overheard a conversation between 2 hospital staff members in the corridor. This could be troublesome. The printer we ordered is likely stuck on the road, one of them, appearing to be a superior, lamented. Director Zhang, if problems arise, we'll be held accountable. We were supposed to install the printer the day after tomorrow, and now we can't. Which will surely be perceived as our fault, a younger colleague expressed anxiously. What can we do? The typhoon has arrived. Who can control that? If the higher-ups ask why we didn't handle this sooner, we will have no excuse. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Feng approached them. Hello, sir. I am the sales manager from Jiaqing. We have printers available, and they are even 500 cheaper than those from abroad. Would you like to accompany me to take a look? After Li Feng's proposition, the two exchanged glances, relief washing over them. If the printers were not available the day after tomorrow, they would surely face reprimands from their superior. Are you serious? I've heard there are no printers available in all of Xinchuan, Director Zhang responded, his expression one of skepticism. We've sent people to inquire, and they all said the same. You must have missed the news. Our company aired an advertisement during Snow Mountain Flying Fox, which was ours, Li Feng explained with a cheerful smile. Actually, I didn't catch it. I was too busy last night and went straight to bed. Young man, we need at least 6 units. Do you have them? Absolutely. Not just 6, but we have 60 available. Would you like me to bring them over for you to inspect, or should I have them delivered? Seizing such an advantageous opportunity, Li Feng was determined not to let it slip away. Please have them brought over for us to examine. I'll be in that office. I'm here visiting my daughter, who just underwent surgery in this ward. Very well, I shall head to the company now and bring them to you for evaluation. Great. I'll be waiting. Inside the hospital room, Xiang Baiting overheard the exchange between Li Feng and Director Zhang. Could it be that this fellow truly profits from selling printers? How much could 1 unit yield? Suddenly, her annoyance towards Li Feng diminished significantly. Li Feng hurriedly stepped outside and promptly called Zhang Bin, requesting him to drive over with 6 printers. Upon hearing the number, Zhang Bin's eyes lit up. Selling 6 units at once was remarkable. Considering they had over 100 printers in stock, it was evident they would soon be sold out. He quickly arranged for 6 printers to be loaded into his vehicle and drove to the hospital. Without delay, Li Feng escorted him to Director Zhang's office. After a brief test, the printers proved to be exceptional. Furthermore, they were 500 cheaper than those available externally, prompting Director Zhang to purchase all 6 on the spot. Once the transaction was complete, Zhang Bin remarked with a grin, "You've done well, my friend, securing 6 units at once. I advise you to patiently await calls at the office. I estimate that within 3 days, our entire stock will be sold out. However, let us agree that I'll receive a commission of 500 for each unit sold." Li Feng reminded Zhang Bin, "Brother, do you think I would neglect you? Come on, let us head back to the company." Zhang Bin pulled Li Feng towards the exit. "Zhang, my wife and child are in the hospital. My daughter just underwent surgery. You should return home first, and I'll join you once I'm done here." Li Feng had not previously informed Zhang Bin of this situation due to their initial unfamiliarity, but after a couple of days of interaction, he felt it was no longer a concern. "Your child had surgery? Why didn't you mention it? I'll go visit her." Zhang Bin insisted on checking on Yaya, and Li Feng had no choice but to take him to the ward. He briefly introduced Zhang Bin to Xiang Biding, aiming to dispel any suspicions she might harbor. Look, I'm not here to buy anything. Here's 300 for the child. Buy her something nice to eat. Zhang Bin generously placed the money beside Yaya's pillow. Zhang, you are too kind. If it weren't for you, would the printers have sold? Sister-in-law, you've truly found a good husband. He is sharp indeed. Well, I must take my leave and await you at the company. With that, Zhang Bin exited the ward. Once Zhang Bin departed, Xiang Biding scrutinized Li Feng, causing him to feel quite anxious. Are you genuinely selling printers, or have you enlisted a friend to deceive me? She questioned, doubting that Zhang Bin was not merely a friend of Li Feng's. I have no reason to deceive you. You can ask Director Zhang. The printers have been delivered. If I were attempting to fool you, would I load several printers? Li Feng argued, and indeed, a single printer costs several thousand. Dear, I'm heading out to buy you both some food. He swiftly exited. By the afternoon, the landline at Jiaqing was inundated with calls, confirming that the strategy was effective. Many, like the hospital, were unable to receive their previously ordered supplies due to the typhoon, leaving them no choice but to purchase immediately. Zhang Bin was elated, and he proudly declared that he would not be providing delivery. Those who wished to buy would have to come and collect them themselves, warning that latecomers would miss out. When Li Feng arrived at the office, over 30 printers had already been sold. Li Feng, I must commend you. I suspect that within these next few days, we shall sell out entirely. Zhang Bin praised him. Mr. Zhang, please settle the commission for the 30 printers, totaling 15,000. Li Feng approached solely for monetary matters. Am I to suffer a loss? Why the urgency? To be candid, I still owe 15,000 for my child's surgical expenses. Li Feng spoke the truth. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Very well, I shall arrange the settlement for you now. Immediately, Zhang Bin instructed the finance department to disburse 15,000 to Li Feng. That evening, upon returning to the hospital, Li Feng handed the money to Xiang Biding. This is the outstanding amount owed to the hospital. Once we sell all the printers, the remainder will be for our household expenses. Li Feng gazed at Xiang Biding, his smile radiating joy. How much can one printer yield? Xiang Biding looked at him in confusion. 500 each. Today we sold over 30. I had Mr. Zhang settle the 30. We need to promptly pay the hospital, and we can request the remaining funds once everything is sold. Chapter 9. The new company's business. Li Feng gazed sincerely at his beloved Xiang Biding. She now harbored a flicker of doubt. How could a person change so suddenly? She said nothing, taking the money to pay the fees, for they were in desperate need of funds. Fortunately, Yaya's surgery was quite successful. Yaya, what would you like to eat? Daddy will buy it for you shortly. Li Feng looked at his daughter in her hospital bed, his voice exceedingly tender. Daddy, I don't want anything. Please don't fight with Mommy and Yaya anymore. Though only 4 years old, Yaya was remarkably perceptive. Each time she witnessed Li Feng's aggression towards her mother, the shadows of fear etched deeply in her heart. A harmonious family environment is crucial for a child's development, and Li Feng certainly did not wish for Yaya to live in such terror. As he looked at her, a glimmer of tears shimmered in his eyes. My precious Yaya, I shall never do that again. Whatever you wish to eat or play with, just tell Daddy. Li Feng had silently vowed to bring happiness to the two of them. Before long, Xiang Biding returned after settling the fees and found Li Feng and Yaya engaged in cheerful conversation. She was uncertain whether to feel sorrowful or joyful. Her primary concern was whether Li Feng would drink, fearing a return to his previous troubles. Yaya, you must be quiet. The doctor said you shouldn't have strong emotional fluctuations. These words were clearly directed at Li Feng. Yaya did not comprehend what emotions were, and Li Feng, not foolish, awkwardly glanced at Xiang Biding, scratching his head. Because Li Feng had resolved the printer issue for Director Zhang, the latter was also quite attentive to Yaya's condition. Although he was not initially responsible for her, the surgeon was one of his subordinates, and a brief briefing ensured that the attending physicians were diligent. In the office of the general manager of Jiaqing, Zhang Bin lounged comfortably, feeling quite pleased. Calls for printer purchases flooded in incessantly. How could he not be delighted? After leaving the hospital, Li Feng arrived at Jiaqing, reassured that Xiang Biding was caring for Yaya. However, he was puzzled as to why no one from Xiang Biding's family had come. Logically speaking, at the very least, one would expect the mother-in-law to make an appearance, especially considering her granddaughter is gravely ill. Why is there no one here? He immediately recalled the past of Li Feng and soon understood. Initially, when Xiang Biding was courting Li Feng, her family disapproved. At that time, Li Feng was quite ambitious and had a commendable appearance. Consequently, Xiang Biding covertly took the household registration book and registered their marriage with Li Feng. They did not even hold a wedding ceremony, and her father's family no longer acknowledged her as their daughter. Thus, the couple began their life together. Who could have predicted that within 2 years, Li Feng would transform into a different person? The primary reason might be that he had been deceived, leading him down a path of decline. It seems things were better before. With that thought, Li Feng entered Jiaqing. The receptionist, upon seeing Li Feng, hurriedly nodded and greeted him with a smile. Li Gu, you've arrived. In the entire Jiaqing, who does not recognize Li Feng? Without him, their salaries would be at risk, and everyone was busily engaged in work. Some were answering phone calls, while others were registering or distributing goods. Shaoli, come in quickly, Zhang Bin urged, pulling Li Feng into the office. The change in address reflected their closer relationship. Zhang, at this rate, our stock will run out in 3 days, Li Feng remarked as he comfortably settled onto the sofa. Brother, are you out of your mind? After this is over, why not join my company as vice president? Zhang Bin had long contemplated this. Once the printers were sold out, he would invite Li Feng to work with him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feng was not keen on remaining in the printer business. In this era, any electronic product could yield profit, especially mobile phones, which were on the brink of a meteoric rise. Why would he confine himself to printers? I appreciate your kind offer, Zhang, but I intend to pursue other ventures, Li Feng teased. Zhang Bin paused for a moment, then grinned at Li Feng. Let us do it together then. At worst, we can start a new company. Zhang Bin's eyes reflected admiration for Li Feng. Li Feng indeed sought a partner. The costs of entering the mobile phone market were substantial. Just securing a distribution agreement would require significant investment, especially with brands like Nokia and Motorola, which were once immensely popular. Furthermore, the domestic brand Chuandao was the leading brand at the time. If Li Feng recalled correctly, Chuandao was established in 1992. Before his journey through time, he had been a renowned entrepreneur, well acquainted with the histories of various companies. Initially, Chuandao produced beepers and even established several paging stations. It wasn't until 1999 that they ventured into mobile phones. Therefore, had Li Feng chosen to pursue the pager business during those years, he could have also profited. However, he intended to enter the mobile phone market even earlier, given its vast potential. That could work, but I would need to hold 60% of the shares, he stated. Li Feng harbored no secrets and openly expressed his thoughts. The shares posed no issue. However, what exactly were you planning for the new company? Paging devices, initially. We should act as agents for the conductive machines. Their current quality has encountered problems, yet they are poised to secure a financing deal in Hong Kong shortly, which will significantly enhance their quality. Li Feng elaborated in great detail. Indeed, the paging machines from Conductive have been entirely stockpiled in warehouses due to quality issues. How can you be certain they will receive funding, especially from Hong Kong? Zhang Bin inquired, puzzled. How could Li Feng predict an event that had yet to transpire? Did he possess foresight? Do not concern yourself with how I know. This is the optimal moment to become an agent for Conductive. They would surely not believe that anyone would still be willing to represent them. We merely need to secure the general agency for Xinchuan. But we should refrain from taking stock until their next batch is released. Li Feng spoke with unwavering confidence, despite knowing that shortly after Conductive received Hong Kong investment, the relationship soured. Without this interim, Conductive would not have weathered this storm. Previously, the general agent for Conductive had to procure a substantial quantity. Each machine cost around 1,000 yuan, requiring hundreds to be ordered, amounting to hundreds of thousands. At that time, the prices of pagers ranged from 300 to 5,000, with some even exceeding 10,000. Li Feng recalled that his father had purchased a Motorola device for approximately 700 yuan. In 1994, that was no trivial sum. Zhang, several hundred thousand is not a significant matter for you. Although printers will be impressive in the coming years, their current capabilities remain quite limited. It may be when computers become ubiquitous that printers will truly flourish. Li Feng articulated his points rationally, yet Zhang Bin remained uncertain whether to believe him. As a businessman, he naturally gravitated towards lucrative ventures. Now, with everyone aware of the quality issues plaguing Conductive S machines, securing the general agency for Xinchuan required careful deliberation. Zhang Bin hesitated. He had a fondness for Li Feng. However, could Conductive genuinely secure the next round of investment? It was uncertain. Noticing Zhang Bin's silence, Li Feng chuckled. It's all right. If you perceive it as a risk, I shall seek out others. He deliberately stated this, for since Li Feng's fall from grace, he had few friends remaining. Those who encountered him often sought to distance themselves, if not for the sake of camaraderie, then for less honorable associations. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Zhang Bin grew anxious. Unquestionably, Li Feng was quite astute in his own right. Brother, don't rush. I must consider this. Let us wait until we have sold these printers and then discuss it, shall we? Zhang Bin feared missing this opportunity. Yet he needed to contemplate the prospect of becoming the general agent for Conductive. Very well, take your time. After a brief stay with Zhang Bin, Li Feng returned to the hospital. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed that Hong Mao had brought more individuals to seek him out. Without needing to ask, it was evident whom they had come to find. Moreover, ever since Hong Mao laid eyes on Scumbag, he has been coveting her beauty. He believed that Li Feng would not amass wealth so swiftly. Thus, persuading his wife to work as a karaoke companion could earn some money to repay Li Feng's debts. Furthermore, he could seize the opportunity to approach Scumbag. What a splendid arrangement. Indeed, Hong Mao found his way directly to Yaya's hospital room, and upon pushing the door open, he was met with a worried expression from Scumbag. "Where's Li Feng?" Hong Mao inquired loudly. "He went out. What are you doing here?" Scumbag stood protectively in front of the hospital bed, viewing Hong Mao and his associates with trepidation. It was evident that they were ruffians, and any confrontation could lead to disastrous consequences. "Of course, we are here to collect a debt. Last time, he injured several of my brothers. Isn't it time for medical expenses?" Hong Mao sneered, his face marred with bruises from his previous encounter with Li Feng. "You seem to have a poor memory, Hong Mao. Haven't you had enough of a beating last time?" Li Feng's voice resonated as he entered the room. Upon seeing Li Feng, Hong Mao instinctively recoiled, unsure of the reason behind his reaction. "You told us to collect the money in 3 days. Where is it?" Hong Mao feigned bravado. "Today marks the 3rd day. But upon reflection, I realized that after drinking, I was deceived by you all. The debt isn't 3,000. It's likely only a few hundred," Li Feng articulated. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Hong Mao hesitated momentarily. The truth was indeed as Li Feng stated. They had forced him to sign a promissory note for 3,000 while he was inebriated, when in reality, he owed only 500 or 600. "You signed the note yourself. Do you intend to renege?" "Let me inform you that I brought many brothers today, all waiting outside. If you think you can escape, it won't be that simple," Hong Mao threatened, having brought over 20 men with him, albeit cautious not to act too brazenly within the hospital. If the hospital called the police, the repercussions could be severe. "Where is it?" "Let me see," Li Feng remarked, knowing that the promissory note was likely in the possession of Hong Mao's boss, Haizi, the owner of the karaoke establishment and a minor figure in their neighborhood's underworld. However, compared to some major players in Xinchuan, he was far from formidable. "If you wish to see it, you must accompany us back," Hong Mao gestured, convinced that once Li Feng arrived at their karaoke venue, he would cease his bravado, as it was Haizi's territory after all. "Very well. I shall see how the note is structured. Let us depart now," Li Feng declared, turning to exit. At that moment, Scumbag called out to him. "Do not worry. They cannot harm me. I will return later with food for you." Li Feng smiled gently at Scumbag before following Hong Mao and his group. Although Scumbag was quite upset with Li Feng's previous actions, he was still her husband, and the thought of any harm befalling him troubled her greatly. Moreover, Li Feng had been exhibiting better behavior lately, which only added to her concern. Upon witnessing Li Feng departing the hospital in the company of Hong Mao, he let out a sigh towards Baiting. The passionate karaoke establishment had recently gained considerable popularity. During that era, naming conventions were rather simplistic. Upon arrival, Hong Mao escorted Li Feng into a private room. At that moment, Haizi was enjoying drinks with several companions, and upon seeing Li Feng, he extended his hand. The singers ceased their performances, and the accompanying girls exited the room. "Hey Gu, Li Feng wishes to see the IOU. I reckon he has no intention of repaying. A good beating should put him in his place," Hong Mao proclaimed loudly, still nursing the memory of his previous altercation with Li Feng. Lacking the courage to confront Li Feng directly, he sought Haizi's assistance, hoping that a good thrashing would provide him the satisfaction he craved. "Li Feng, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? You still wish to see the IOU? Very well, allow me to clarify things for you." Haizi sneered as he retrieved the IOU Li Feng had previously signed, tossing it at his feet. Li Feng chuckled, bending down to pick it up. Indeed, it bore his signature. After reviewing it, he tore the IOU in half. "Is it merely 3,000 yuan? I shall give it to you now. However, I must caution you. Within a month, your karaoke establishment shall be out of business, and do not come begging to me then." Li Feng was already well aware of the situation. Establishments such as this were fleetingly popular. He intended to establish his own and subsequently overshadow Haizi's business. "Oh, you speak with great bravado. I am eager to see how you intend to bring about our downfall," Haizi remarked, puffing on a thick cigar. A smug expression plastered across his face. "You shall soon find out," Li Feng replied, tossing 3,000 yuan onto Hong Mao's face. Instantly, Hong Mao was enraged. How dare Li Feng display such audacity in his presence? "Li Feng, it seems you are impatient to meet your demise," Hong Mao exclaimed as he seized an empty bottle from the table and hurled it at Li Feng's head. With a swift sidestep, Li Feng effortlessly evaded the attack. Casting a glance at Hong Mao, He delivered a swift kick, striking him squarely on the head. Chapter 11. Holding 60 shares with a thud. Hong Mao collapsed onto the floor. The surrounding individuals rushed in, but they were no match for Li Feng. Within moments, he dispatched all of Hong Mao's lackeys. Hazy stood in stunned silence, realizing the true reason behind Li Feng's arrogance. He was a skilled fighter, a fact he had previously overlooked. Hazy, let the medical expenses for these individuals be deducted from my 3,000 yuan, considering I owe you merely a few hundred. Did you think I was unaware of your ploy to have me sign the IOU while intoxicated? Li Feng remarked, brushing off his clothes with an air of nonchalance. You've got some impressive skills, kid. Why not join me and become my bodyguard? I'll pay you 5,000 a month. At that time, 5,000 was a handsome salary. Me, your bodyguard? What are you thinking? Li Feng chuckled, turning to leave with a carefree demeanor. Blood trickled from Hong Mao's mouth as he rose, looking at He Zi with a pitiful expression. Hey Gu, are you truly letting him go? What can I do? Can you take him on? Take your time, we'll figure it out. He Zi ignited a cigar and took a deep drag. Li Feng's ability to procure 3,000 yuan so swiftly, coupled with his audacious demeanor, certainly suggested he had allied with someone influential. At least, that was He Zi's assumption. Li Feng returned to the hospital after purchasing dinner. Upon seeing him unscathed, Xiang Biting's anxious heart finally found respite. Hurry and eat, I brought plenty. The doctor said we need to ensure Yaya receives ample nourishment, so I even bought some milk powder, Li Feng announced as he began to rummage through his belongings. Xiang Biting nodded and casually inquired, has the matter been resolved? Li Feng, perceptive by nature, understood the implication in her question. It's settled. They won't trouble us again. By the way, I plan to find us a new place. This one is too cramped and lacks safety. Li Feng had been contemplating this for some time, believing at the very least they should rent a 2-bedroom apartment. The current location is close to our factory. Perhaps we should not relocate, Xiang Biting replied. Her reasoning valid as proximity had been a key factor in their initial decision. No worries. I can find a larger place nearby, which would resolve the issue, Li Feng responded nonchalantly, confident that once he received his commission, the finances would not pose a problem. Xiang Biting held her tongue, tacitly agreeing with him. That evening, she still did not permit him to stay at the hospital. Upon returning home, Li Feng began to ponder. In an era where the internet was not yet prevalent and computers were not widely adopted, how could he expedite the emergence of the internet? First, communication had to be established. Without a network, there could be no internet. The pager would merely yield a modest profit, which he intended to use as his startup capital. Subsequently, he needed to develop mobile phones while ensuring the computer business continued uninterrupted. In the nascent stages of the internet, people frequented internet cafes. In 1994, such establishments were virtually non-existent, and there were no games. The only entertainment was rudimentary ones like Contra. Realizing this, he resolved to find a way to introduce the internet earlier, using his initial earnings to open an internet cafe to stimulate public interest. With this thought, he meticulously noted his ideas on paper. Having traversed back to this era, he recognized the abundance of lucrative ventures available, not expecting the internet to yield immediate profits. A significant surge in the internet sector would not materialize for another 5 to 10 years. After a night of reflection, Li Feng's notebook was filled with dense scribbles. The next day, as he arrived at the hospital, his pager beeped, signaling a message from Zhang Bin. Li Feng located a public phone and dialed Zhang Bin. Shaoli, come to the company at once. Our goods have all been sold out. I didn't expect them to sell out in just 2 days, ahead of our projections. Zhang Bin conveyed. Li Feng was equally surprised by the overwhelming response. Evidently, the advertising impact in this era was formidable. I'll head back shortly, he replied before returning to the hospital to inform Xiang Biting, then proceeded to Jiaqing. Upon entering Jiaqing's lobby, he found it bustling with people. As soon as they spotted Li Feng, they erupted into applause, with Zhang Bin presenting him with a large red flower. The hero has arrived. Please, come in. Duan Kong, now no longer skeptical of Li Feng, took his arm and ushered him inside. The vibrant red flower is yours. And now you are undoubtedly the most formidable figure in Jia City. Zhang Bin, with a cheerful smile, draped the flower around Li Feng's neck. Li Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It truly was like that in the past, but now it seemed somewhat amusing. Everyone was singing his praises, and he was merely going along with it. After all, he had no intention of staying in Jia City for long. He was merely here to earn a bit of money. Once everyone had dispersed, Li Feng returned to his office with Zhang Bin. Mr. Zhang, how have you considered the matter I mentioned? Li Feng asked, sitting down and regarding Zhang Bin with utmost seriousness, appearing far from jesting. I pondered it all night yesterday. And since you feel so strongly, I shall take a gamble with you, Zhang Bin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. All right, Since we are to collaborate, we must first establish a company. Tomorrow, you shall register a company named Tingyou Technology. Li Feng had already thought of the name. Tingyou? Why such a name? Zhang Bin inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Because we plan to develop computer games later on, which will undoubtedly be profitable, Li Feng explained. Zhang Bin found this notion hard to believe. He had never heard of anyone making money from playing games, and he questioned whether creating a game was as straightforward as it sounded. Aren't you supposed to be selling beepers? How can you venture into gaming? I said we might do it in the future. It's not set in stone, you know? Li Feng was reluctant to delve into explanations, finding it somewhat taxing. Very well, I'll register the company tomorrow. I agree to your 60 stake, but we shall split the profits equally, Zhang Bin declared. As a seasoned businessman with years of experience, he had certainly considered this aspect. That is fine. Li Feng regarded it as a trivial matter, as Zhang Bin, at that moment, had yet to grasp the significance of equity. Moreover, people of that era viewed this as mere empty hype with no real substance. Subsequently, Zhang Bin settled all commissions owed to Li Feng. Instantly, Li Feng became wealthy. Upon returning to the hospital, he placed all the money before Xiang Biting. Wife, this is for you. It's the commission from selling printers. Treat yourself to some cosmetics, he said with a cheerful demeanor, which made Xiang Biting suspect he harbored ulterior motives. With this money, I can't help but feel uneasy. Tell me honestly, did you truly earn it from selling printers? Despite everything, Xiang Biting still doubted him. How can I assure you? Li Feng inquired. I simply hope you refrain from drinking and gambling and find a stable job in the factory, she replied. Back then, many opted for stable careers in factories, even if the wages were meager. Wife, I know it's hard for you to trust me right now, but rest assured. I will make a fortune, Li Feng assured, thumping his chest. Xiang Biting gazed at her husband, feeling quite helpless. She dared not speak too harshly. What if Li Feng reverted to his former self? After all, it had taken considerable effort for him to improve, so it was best to proceed cautiously. Once Li Feng exited the hospital, he set out in search of a residence, first purchasing a bicycle. A few hundred yuan was a trivial expense for him. As long as he had money, finding a place would be a swift endeavor. He chose a decent 2-bedroom apartment and moved all their belongings there. He had discarded his old clothes, including those of his daughter and Xiang Biting, believing that now, with newfound wealth, it was only fitting to invest in better attire. The landlord, somewhat puzzled by Li Feng's relocation, had initially held him in low regard. If not for Xiang Biting's earnest pleas, they would not have rented the property to him. Xiaoli, what is going on? Why the sudden move? Inquired the landlord, old Wang. With a smirk that belied his true nature, having previously made things difficult for Xiang Biting. Li Feng glanced at him and replied with a smile, no choice. I've earned some money, so of course, I won't be staying here anymore. But it's still nearby, just a 2-bedroom place. Old Wang furrowed his brow, skeptical of how much money this slacker could possibly make. After all, he was accustomed to idling about, returning home after drinking only to beat his wife. You might as well admit it. Is your wife dancing at karaoke for money? Which establishment? I'll drop by and support her business, he leered. Li Feng's temper flared at this insinuation. Get lost, you filthy scoundrel. Your wife is the one dancing, he shouted. Old Wang's anger surged, and he retorted. Am I not giving you face? You're as poor as a church mouse. If it weren't for your wife, how would you have earned any money? You're nothing but a man living off a woman's earnings. With that, Li Feng slapped Old Wang twice across the face, momentarily stunning him. Then, as if awakening from a daze, Old Wang began to wail like a petulant child, resorting to theatrics akin to a womaness. Li Feng frowned, suspecting that Old Wang was attempting to extort him. At that moment, Old Wang's wife emerged, witnessing her husband being struck, and joined in the commotion. It was unclear who had called the police, but soon both Li Feng and Old Wang found themselves at the station. The officer on duty inquired about the incident, stating, Young man, physical violence is certainly unacceptable. What would you like to do now? Settle this privately, or shall we proceed through the proper channels? Li Feng recognized Old Wang's greedy nature. Any private settlement would likely involve exorbitant demands, and he was determined to see how far Old Wang would go. Just then, Xiang Biting hurriedly arrived, having been at the hospital caring for Yaya when she received the call from the police. Reluctantly, she came, knowing all too well that Li Feng had stirred up trouble again. Upon seeing him, she shot him an exasperated glance. We reached an agreement, landlord. What amount would suffice to settle this? Xiang Biting cast a glance at Old Wang. 1,000, Old Wang replied without hesitation. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you go and rob someone? Li Feng retorted indignantly. Li Feng, be quiet. Xiang Biting admonished him sharply, and he fell silent. The landlord doesn't have that much money. Here's the deal. I have 500 on me right now. If that works for you, we'll settle. If not, let him go in. You know his character. If I divorce him, I can't manage him anymore. Xiang Bidding regarded old Wang, well aware of his unscrupulous nature. Among all the tenants, who didn't he know that old Wang would do anything for money? All right, considering you've lived with us for several years, 500 it is. Old Wang's wife waved her hand dismissively. Xiang Bidding nodded and handed the couple 500 yuan, leading Li Feng outside. She walked ahead while he followed closely, too intimidated to speak. Just when they had begun to mend their relationship, this incident had thrown them back to square one. Suddenly, Xiang Bidding halted, startling Li Feng. I had thought you had changed, but it seems you were still the same. She turned and shot a cold glance at him. Dear, you have no idea how old Wang insulted me. It was particularly vile. I had no choice but to resort to violence, Li Feng replied helplessly. You needn't say more. If this happens again, divorce is inevitable, Xiang Bidding declared, offering him a chance nonetheless. Li Feng, with a sheepish grin, sidled up to her and said, I found us a rental. Let me take you to see it. Without waiting for her approval, he grasped her hand and hurried towards the rented house. Not far from the factory, it was situated on the second floor. Upon entering, Xiang Bidding noticed the house was quite clean, approximately 70 square meters in size. In this day and age, such spaciousness was remarkable. How much is the monthly rent? It must be expensive, she finally smiled, despite the anger she felt earlier. However, such a pleasant environment would greatly benefit Yaya's upbringing. Moreover, given her daughter's frail health, the previous noisy location had been unsuitable. This neighborhood was relatively quiet. Don't worry about that. This will be our home. We'll live in this room, and Yaya can have that one. Li Feng gestured animatedly. Who said I would share a room with you? I'll stay with Yaya. You can have your own space. She shot him an exasperated glance. Li Feng stuck out his tongue, thinking their relationship could gradually improve. All right, from now on. You call the shots at home. By the way, what about my things? Where are our clothes? Xiang Bidding noticed many items had been moved, but there seemed to be a shortage of her and Yaya's garments. I got rid of them. They were old. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the clothing market to buy new ones. Upon hearing this, Xiang Bidding's displeasure grew. Are you feeling a bit too flush now that you've just earned some money? The clothes were perfectly fine. Why throw them away? Chapter 13. Mischief. Fortunately, Li Feng was quick-witted and promptly devised a plausible justification. Haven't you heard? Moving necessitates new belongings. It's highly beneficial for Yaya's recovery. The previous misfortunes will be left behind, as the elders say, and thus I discarded them. Once Yaya is discharged, our family will don fresh attire, heralding the arrival of new beginnings, which will be advantageous for our household as well. Xiang Bidding frowned slightly, recalling that she had also heard something similar before. With this thought, her spirits lifted a bit. Well, it is what it is. They've been thrown away, but I shall not provide you with funds for new clothes. Xiang Bidding said this deliberately, concerned that Li Feng might squander their limited savings. They had finally managed to save some money, which would be needed for Yaya's schooling in the future. You needn't worry about me. I still have some funds. The pair returned from their rented apartment to the hospital, where Yaya's condition had significantly improved. However, Li Feng harbored an unsettling matter in his mind. It was the fact that old Wang had extorted 500 yuan from them, and Li Feng felt compelled to devise a way to deal with old Wang. Sitting in the hospital corridor, he pondered the situation. The houses in old Wang's vicinity were rather dilapidated, typically rented by individuals of modest means. How could he make it so that no one would want to rent there anymore? To be honest, this was a somewhat difficult problem. Nevertheless, Li Feng quickly recalled that there had been rumors about deaths occurring in that area. During that time, the gossip had spread like wildfire. A smirk crept across Li Feng's face at the thought. Since you took 500 yuan from me, old Wang, I shall ensure you do not have it easy either. He did not intend to scare old Wang by playing ghost. Rather, he aimed to inform potential tenants that residing there was no longer an option. That evening, Li Feng procured an unused white bedsheet from the hospital. He ventured out, as many night shift workers were about. Factories typically operated with alternating morning and night shifts, with the latter finishing around 2 or 3 in the morning, an ideal time for his scheme. Draped in the white sheet, Li Feng made his way to the area where old Wang rented out properties. There was a narrow alley that everyone must pass through. He positioned himself at the end of the alley, clad in the white sheet, having even fashioned a wig. In the dim light of night, he certainly appeared somewhat eerie. Many returning home caught sight of him, yet their fear was somewhat diminished due to the distance. Li Feng was keenly aware that he must not frighten anyone too severely. If he scared someone out of their wits, it would only create trouble for himself. Once this group of people had passed, Li Feng concluded his endeavor. Naturally, the tale of the white figure spread rapidly. Early the next morning, Li Feng went to a nearby breakfast shop. Coincidentally, some of his former neighbors were also there dining. Have you heard? Last night at the end of the alley, There was a person in white clothing. Do you know why I moved? People have died here before. I heard that the figure in white came to collect souls. Upon the utterance of Li Feng, a chill crept over the others present. It was rumored that those who had returned from the night shift the previous evening had witnessed something unsettling. Indeed, the events were real. I had heard as much, and fortuitously returned early. Otherwise, I might have encountered it myself. What are we to do? Perhaps we should consider relocating? A few patrons at the breakfast table began to murmur among themselves. Back in the 90s, superstition still held sway over many minds. Do you truly believe I wish to move? This place is conveniently close to my wife's workplace, yet I find myself with no choice. My life is paramount, after all. Who knows when tragedy might strike? Li Feng continued to incite concern. Upon hearing this, the others concurred. Distance seemed irrelevant when weighed against the preservation of their lives. If that is the case, I too must seek a new residence. Fortunately, there is a rental nearby. I shall go and investigate while you all finish your meal, one neighbor declared, rising to leave. I shall accompany you, another chimed in. In no time, numerous individuals contemplated relocating. Naturally, Old Wang was also informed of this news, yet he persisted in his denial, claiming that the so-called apparition of the woman in white was mere fabrication. However, those who had witnessed the event in his vicinity rendered his explanations futile. That very day, a multitude of people vacated their former abodes. Li Feng, upon learning of this, felt a surge of satisfaction. Did you not attempt to extort 500 from me? I shall ensure you earn not a single cent henceforth, he mused to himself. Old Wang, being a secondary landlord, risked expulsion at the hands of the primary landlord if the truth were to come to light. Dad, what are you saying? Yi asked from her bed, gazing at the beaming Li Feng. I spoke nothing of consequence. I merely wish to tell you that once you are discharged, I shall take you to purchase a beautiful little dress, all right? Li Feng gently pinched Yi's cheek. All right, you are the best, Dad. Children are notoriously forgetful. Yi had long since cast aside memories of Li Feng's prior unkindness. As the father and daughter engaged in their joyful banter, Scumbag returned. She had ventured back to their previous residence, claiming there was an item Li Feng had not retrieved. Thus, she had risen early to return. Upon entering the hospital room, she carried a bag in her hand. After I returned, I heard that there was a disturbance last night. Many claimed to have seen it. Indeed, Scumbag had heard the rumors. Many from her workplace resided in that area. Is that so? Did it not happen once before? Perhaps there is truth to it. Li Feng could not afford to divulge the truth to Scumbag, lest he face another reprimand. It was fortunate they had found a new place. Returning could hinder Yi's recovery. Children must not encounter such malevolent entities, and I cannot help but wonder if Yi's recent ailment is somehow connected. Scumbag sat at Yi's bedside, her expression grave. Li Feng stifled a chuckle. By his calculations, Scumbag was 27 this year, born in 1967. Those from the 60s remain particularly sensitive to such notions. It is entirely plausible. If Yi is well, how could she have suddenly fallen ill? Li Feng agreed wholeheartedly. Scumbag glanced at Li Feng and softly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your help this time. Without you, we would have had to return home." Li Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Such expressions of thanks implied a certain distance in their relationship. Why are you thanking me? As if Yi isn't my daughter. She is my flesh and blood, he thought, feeling somewhat displeased. Scumbag sighed in resignation, reflecting on how he had previously denied parentage after a night of heavy drinking, which had infuriated her. The man before her was an enigma, leaving her uncertain as a wife about their connection. Chapter 14. A chance encounter with my sister-in-law. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Yi to be discharged from the hospital. The family of 3 returned to their newly rented abode, and upon seeing the spacious room, Yi beamed with joy. Mom and Dad, this house is so big. I can play here from now on, she exclaimed, running back and forth in the living room. Previously, in their cramped 10-square-meter space, even sitting down to eat had been quite a challenge. From now on, when I prepare delicious meals for you, you must behave. Scumbag lovingly ruffled Yi's hair. Thank you, Mommy. Daddy, you won't drink anymore, right? Yi asked, the shadow of past events looming in her mind. I promise, I will never drink again. Li Feng vowed, lifting Yi into his arms. Discharge from the hospital was indeed a joyous occasion, and Li Feng intended to treat the mother and daughter to a grand feast. In this era, money was a relatively uncomplicated matter for him. Let us not cook tonight. I'll take you both out to eat, Li Feng proposed, looking at Scumbag. Where shall we go? She inquired. How about the Xinchuan Grand Hotel? It may be a bit pricey, but we should celebrate Yi's successful surgery, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Scumbag frowned slightly. She retrieved a few thousand yuan from her bag that Li Feng had previously given her. Will 1,000 be enough? she asked, handing him the cash. Though Xiang Biding was accustomed to frugality, she recognized the importance of celebrating their daughter's first day out of the hospital. I still have some money, but let us take it just in case, Li Feng replied, as he had only a few thousand left after giving most of it to Xiang Biding. Upon hearing they were going to the Shinchuan Grand Hotel, Yi clapped her hands in excitement. As Li Feng pedaled his bicycle, carrying both Yi and Xiang Biding, he asked, when daddy earns more money, shall we buy a big car? But a big car costs a lot of money, Yi pouted. Don't make promises you can't keep. She might take you seriously. And then what if you can't buy it? Xiang Biding playfully scolded Li Feng, a gesture that signified their relationship had grown closer. I would never deceive Yi, my dear wife. Rest assured, I will certainly buy a big car, Li Feng declared, his voice growing louder with enthusiasm. He pedaled faster, the bicycle whizzing along. Upon arriving at the Shinchuan Grand Hotel, they noticed a line of cars parked outside. While they had arrived on a bicycle, the family of three entered together, and Li Feng ordered a lavish array of dishes. Yi was enjoying her meal heartily, while Li Feng was serving dishes to Xiang Biding. At that moment, it felt like a family gathering. Xiaoting, what brings you here? Suddenly, a woman exclaimed. Li Feng and his wife turned around to discover it was Xiang Biding's sister, Xiang Bifeng. Elder sister, you are here for dinner too? Xiang Biding hastily rose, and Li Feng, being the epitome of politeness, followed suit. However, he noticed that Xiang Bifeng's husband, Qi Cheng, was casting him a rather disdainful glance. Since giving birth, Xiang Biding had not been in touch with her family for quite some time. Even when she tried to reach out, her parents would not acknowledge her. It was all because of Li Feng. Otherwise, there would not have been such a rift between Xiang Biding and her family. Have you made some money in business? Is that why you're here for a meal? Qi Cheng suddenly interjected. Although the current Li Feng was not fond of the old version of himself, there was one trait they shared, a mutual disdain for Qi Cheng. Does one have to be wealthy to dine here? If it weren't for Qi Cheng, Li Feng's demeanor towards Xiang Bifeng would have been entirely different. The moment Qi Cheng spoke, Li Feng felt an instinctive aversion. With that money, wouldn't it be better to take it home and show filial piety to your parents rather than squander it here? Qi Cheng's intention was to mock Li Feng. As Xiang Biding's family had never been fond of him, Li Feng was determined to earn their respect. Why don't you show filial piety? How much have you contributed? When Dad was ill, although Biding didn't return home, you all certainly wouldn't let us go back, yet she still managed to pay several thousand to the hospital. I want to ask you, how much did you contribute when Dad was sick? If I'm in a good mood, I might call you brother-in-law. If not, who do you think you are? Li Feng had not forgotten about this incident. At that time, despite his own family's financial struggles, Xiang Biding had secretly given money for her father's treatment. Though they had quarreled afterwards, at least she had contributed. Qi Cheng was astonished by Li Feng's newfound boldness after a period of absence. Li Feng, it's not your place to speak here. Whenever there's an issue with our parents, isn't it I who takes care of it. How dare you say that? Qi Cheng's voice rose. I wish I could care for them too, but alas, they favor you as a son-in-law and not me. Now, please leave us to enjoy our meal. Li Feng, unfazed, pulled Xiang Biding back into her seat. Xiang Bifeng, with a stern tone, remarked, Xiaoting, Dad said that you can return only when you divorce him. You know, Dad knows many doctors, and your child's illness can be treated. You should think carefully. There's no need for that. Our child's surgery was a success, and we are here to celebrate. We will not be getting divorced, so good luck waiting for that. Li Feng retorted without reservation, unimpressed by his sister-in-law's threats. It's just an elder sister, what's the big deal? If necessary, we simply want to associate with each other again, as we haven't in the past. Elder sister, please inform our parents that Yi's surgery went well, and she is recovering splendidly. They need not worry. Xiang Biding echoed his sentiments. The couple, Xiang Bifeng and Qi Cheng, were momentarily taken aback. This pair had previously been unable to produce even 100 yuan. So when had they become affluent enough to afford a surgical fee of several tens of thousands? As they pondered this, Zhang Bin unexpectedly approached them. He had also come to dine, and upon entering, he spotted Li Feng seated nearby. Xiaoli, you're here for a meal too? Zhang Bin's demeanor towards Li Feng was now one of utmost respect. Qi Cheng turned around to discover it was Zhang Bin, someone he had encountered once or twice before. Zhang Bin was somewhat well known in the business community. Qi Cheng had previously sought to discuss a collaboration, but it had not materialized. President Zhang, you're dining here as well? It's been a while since we last met. Qi Cheng hastily offered him a cigarette. However, Zhang Bin had overheard Qi Cheng's earlier remarks and was uncertain of the relationship between him and Li Feng, speculating that there might be some discord. I don't smoke. Xiaoli, let me treat you and your family to this meal. I'll settle the bill shortly. By the way, our company has successfully registered. Let us discuss how to proceed tomorrow. Zhang Bin glanced at Qi Cheng before turning back to Li Feng. President Zhang, no need to be so polite. Sure. I'll come by tomorrow, rest assured. Li Feng stood and patted Zhang Bin on the shoulder. Their camaraderie was evident, which puzzled Qi Cheng. Chapter 15. The upgraded karaoke. Let us agree on this. Don't settle the bill just yet. I have some matters to discuss with others. So I'll head upstairs first. With that, Zhang Bin departed. Xiang Bifeng found it rather dull to stay with Qi Cheng and decided to leave the hotel. Once outside and in the car, Qi Cheng inquired, how did Li Feng become acquainted with Zhang Bin? If you ask me, who should I ask? We need to inform Mom and Dad. The surgery costs several tens of thousands. I worry Li Feng's money might be of dubious origin, which could bring trouble to our family later. Xiang Bifeng fretted, recalling past occurrences where debt collectors, unable to locate Li Feng, had resorted to seeking out Xiang Biding's parents. Although it had only happened once or twice, it had left an impression. This interlude did not affect Li Feng. He continued as usual, happily serving dishes to Yaya. In contrast, Xiang Biding seemed weighed down by her thoughts. Li Feng understood that it was undoubtedly due to her parents' situation. Dear, don't take it to heart. I will certainly prove to our parents that all is well. You can rest easy. Li Feng placed a shrimp in Xiang Biding's bowl, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, President Zhang mentioned your company registration earlier. What is it about? Xiang Biding asked, puzzled. If they could collaborate with a big boss like Zhang Bin, perhaps they could indeed make some money. We VE partnered to start a company. He invests, I manage, and will split the profits. Li Feng felt it unnecessary to keep this from Xiang Biding. What are you planning to do? Is it related to printers? No. Printers only last a few years. That won't work. We are preparing to become agents for the conduction BP machines. Xiang Biding frowned. I've heard there are quality issues with the conduction BP machines. Aren't you risking losses by becoming their agents now? Even Xiang Biding was aware of this news, which clearly indicates that there were indeed issues with the first batch of goods being delivered. However, Li Feng refrained from elaborating further. Women possess an insatiable curiosity, often probing until every detail is uncovered. Rest assured, if this project proves unviable, we shall simply transition to the next one. With that, Li Feng chose to discontinue the discussion. The trio dined in relative comfort, and when it came time to settle the bill, the front desk informed them that Zhang Bin had already taken care of it. He had settled the payment while passing by on his way to the restroom. The amount, merely 400 or 500 yuan, was insignificant for Zhang Bin, who was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to earn substantial profits with Li Feng. Zhang Bin truly covered our expenses? Xiang Biding initially thought he was merely being polite. Let him pay this time. I'll invite him next time. Upon returning home, Xiang Biding naturally shared a room with Yaya, while Li Feng retreated to another. As he lay in bed, he contemplated his plans. Although he was confident about securing the general agency for the goods, profitability would only become feasible in the second half of the year when the next batch was released. In the meantime, he intended to establish a KTV, harkening back to the era of karaoke. However, starting a KTV would require significant capital. From where would it come? At present, Li Feng was only acquainted with Zhang Bin, and he intended to seize this opportunity. At Xiang Biding's parents' home, after hearing Xiang Bifeng's account, both parents wore expressions of concern. The surgery for Yaya's illness indeed demanded tens of thousands of yuan, and they questioned how Li Feng, who seemed lazy, could possibly procure such funds. Xiang Biding's father harbored worries about whether Li Feng had engaged in any illegal activities. Honestly, fretting won't solve anything. Just call the factory tomorrow and ask for Shouting to come back. That will clarify everything, suggested the mother, who had missed her daughter after so many years. Their actions were primarily aimed at pressuring Xiang Biding to divorce. Yet, despite the years passing, Xiang Biding had not resolved to part ways with Li Feng. Mother, he must be up to no good. Don't you remember the debt collectors who came here before? Qi Cheng stoked the flames of discontent, pondering how he could maintain his standing before his parents if Li Feng's business thrived. Let us wait until tomorrow to make the call. Xiang Biding was the youngest of 4 siblings, having 2 brothers and 1 sister. Over the years, they had lost touch with one another. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiang Biding addressed Li Feng. Today, please keep an eye on Yaya. I need to visit the factory. I've taken an extended leave, and I want to see when I can resume work. Sure, you go ahead. I'll take Yaya out for a bit, Li Feng replied. After all, he needed to visit Zhang Bin as well, and taking Yaya along would not be an inconvenience. With Xiang Biding departing first, Li Feng tidied up Yaya briefly before cycling to Jiaqing. Although they had registered a company, they lacked a definite office location and could only operate from Jiaqing for the time being. The receptionist, upon seeing Yaya, took a liking to her. So Li Feng requested her assistance in watching over the child. Once in the office, he and Zhang Bin began deliberating on when to approach the distributor regarding the general agency agreement. When shall we initiate discussions with the distributor? Zhang Bin inquired anxiously. In recent days, the headquarters of the transmission company has been located in Hangzhou, necessitating a drive that consumes a considerable amount of time. However, I opine that even if we secure the agency, it will be at least by the end of the year before we reap any profits. Li Feng guided Zhang Bin, expressing his aspirations of venturing into the KTV business, which he felt compelled to mention. Is it really that slow? Surely, we can't remain idle for half a year. Zhang Bin immediately queried. There is another project we can undertake, requiring an investment of several tens of thousands. Do you know what follows karaoke? Li Feng posed this question, fully aware that Zhang Bin was unfamiliar with the concept. I have not encountered it before. I do not understand. Zhang Bin shook his head. In the future, it will be called KTV. Currently, Ezhou already has it, and we aim to establish the first KTV in Sichuan. Once operational, it will undoubtedly yield profits. Li Feng declared with confidence. KTV? I have not heard of it. How can you be certain it will be profitable? Zhang Bin inquired. The quality of KTV is significantly higher than that of traditional karaoke, featuring numerous private rooms where patrons can sing simultaneously, billed by the hour. A truly profitable venture, far surpassing our earnings from selling printers. Upon hearing of the potential for profit, Zhang Bin's eyes sparkled with interest. Is it really that lucrative? Absolutely, karaoke is profitable, and KTV will be even more so. Zhang Bin contemplated for a moment, recognizing that he was aware of several successful karaoke owners, which lent credence to Li Feng's assertion that KTV is an upgraded version of karaoke and thus likely to be profitable. Very well, what is the investment amount? He inquired. It should be around 100,000. By the time we procure goods from the transmission company in the latter half of the year, we will certainly recover our investment. As we are securing the agency and the second batch of goods has yet to be released, we will only need to pay a deposit at most. Li Feng had already devised a plan, moving with purpose rather than aimlessly. 100,000 is not excessive. I am willing to give it a try. Chapter 16. Xiang Biding's false accusation. Seeing Zhang Bin agree with such alacrity made Li Feng slightly anxious. However, one thing Li Feng was acutely aware of was that Zhang Bin was not lacking in funds. The sale of over 100 printers had significantly replenished his capital. As the two deliberated over potential locations, Li Feng received a page from Xiang Biding. May I borrow your mobile phone? I need to call my wife. Li Feng said hastily. Zhang Bin, not one to be stingy, readily handed it over. After dialing, Li Feng could hear the urgency in Xiang Biding's voice. Where are you? Can you come over? Something has happened here. Is it at your factory? Yes, please hurry. I am waiting for you here. With that, Xiang Biding hung up. Quickly, take me to my wife's factory. It seems there is an issue that requires my immediate attention, Li Feng urged as he exited Zhang Bin's office. Yaya was outside, playfully engaging with the receptionist. When Li Feng scooped her up, Zhang Bin followed closely behind, and the two hastily made their way to the factory. The location where Xiang Biding was situated was a garment processing factory, typically staffed predominantly by female workers. Upon arrival, they spotted Xiang Biding conversing with several individuals, seemingly embroiled in some discussion. Li Feng and Zhang Bin approached. Director, how could it possibly be my fault that the machine malfunctioned? Xiang Biding was quite exasperated. Early that morning, upon arriving at the factory, she had been summoned by her workshop director, who insisted that since her leave of absence, the very machine she operated had encountered issues. Furthermore, he firmly asserted that it was undoubtedly Xiang Biding who had caused the damage. In this era, with no surveillance cameras, Xiang Biding felt utterly helpless. It broke down just after I left. Who else could it be? Besides, you worked for 8 hours that day. How can you prove it wasn't you? The director's voice boomed, as if volume alone could lend credibility to his claims. How would I know if, after my departure, someone else might have tampered with it? On what grounds do you accuse me of the damage? Xiang Biding was undeniably indignant. At that moment, Li Feng stepped forward, unable to tolerate the unfair treatment of his wife. Being a woman, Xiang Biding naturally sought her husband's assistance in this predicament. She recounted the events to Li Feng, then looked at him with a mixture of frustration and despair. I'm telling you, they demand a compensation of 100,000 yuan. You should know how much a machine costs. The director persisted relentlessly. Without any evidence proving that my wife caused the damage, there is no way we will pay you. Why would you place such a significant issue on her shoulders? I can't help but feel you are attempting to frame her, Li Feng retorted. Moreover, in such a large garment factory, surely the repairman conducts regular inspections. I wish to know if it was your determination that my wife was at fault, or was it the repairman's assessment? His barrage of questions left the director speechless. In truth, it was the repairman who had noticed something amiss and reported it to the director, who then shifted the blame onto Scumbag. This is a matter concerning our factory. What business is it of yours? I will assign blame as I see fit, the director arrogantly declared, looking down on Li Feng. Initially, Li Feng had intended to negotiate amicably, but he was now thoroughly enraged. Wait a moment, summon your boss, he demanded. At that juncture, Zhang Bin stepped forward. He was acquainted with the owner of the garment factory. Who do you think you are, demanding our boss come out? The director sneered. Let me tell you. If you do not compensate, do not blame me for being impolite. I will take legal action. He pointed menacingly at Scumbag and her companions. Zhang Bin shook his head and retrieved his mobile phone, calling the factory owner. Shortly thereafter, the owner rushed out of the factory. Upon seeing the owner, the director immediately lodged his complaint. Boss, this female employee has damaged our machine, and when I asked her to compensate, she brought her husband to create a scene. The owner glanced at the director and then warmly shook hands with Zhang Bin. After understanding the situation, he fixed a serious gaze on the director. You should conduct an investigation first. If it truly was her fault, she will certainly compensate. The owner made this statement, knowing that a machine was exceedingly valuable. I believe it is unnecessary. Let us involve the police to resolve this matter. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the director's expression immediately soured. Very well. Let's alert the authorities and have them investigate. The boss concurred with Li Feng's suggestion, as there was one party claiming there was an issue and another asserting there was none. However, the director appeared visibly unsettled. He waved his hand and smiled. Let's hold off on calling the police for now. I will conduct an inquiry myself. With that, the director swiftly departed. Li Feng left with Scumbag, while Zhang Bin exchanged pleasantries with the boss before driving back to Jiaqing. Meanwhile, in the office of the workshop director, a young man was seated. Uncle, what is the situation? He was Lu director's nephew, Li Xiaowang, who was actually responsible for the equipment damage. At the time, seeing that no one was aware, he had cunningly plotted to implicate Scumbag. Li Xiaowang had long been infatuated with Scumbag's beauty, yet he had faced her scorn on numerous occasions. The most humiliating incident occurred when he had invited her to dinner after work, despite her already foul mood, leading to a public reprimand in the workshop that left him utterly embarrassed. From that moment on, he harbored a grudge against her. Finally, he saw an opportunity to enlist his uncle's help in framing Scumbag. What do you mean? They're threatening to call the police. If the authorities arrive and trace it back to you, you're finished. It would be better to claim that the machinery was simply aging. That way you won't have to pay any compensation, and Scumbag won't reported either. In that era, people were quite fearful of incarceration. I didn't anticipate she would report it. Uncle, you must not allow her to call the police, or I'm doomed. Li Xiaowang's demeanor shifted to one of desperation. Understood, I will cover for you. Just refrain from such antics in the future, Lu director stated before heading back into the workshop. Soon thereafter, an announcement was made at the factory, with Lu director publicly admitting his oversight, attributing the issue to the aging machinery, and assuring that a repairman could resolve it with minimal expense. Furthermore, he read an apology letter during a public meeting at the factory. Scumbag, not one to hold a grudge, chose not to pursue the matter further, though she was acutely aware of Li Xiaowang's involvement, despite lacking concrete evidence. How did it go today? Did the factory resolve the issue? Li Feng inquired with concern during dinner. They claimed it was due to aging machinery and even issued a public apology. Since they've taken responsibility, I suppose I'll let it slide. I am aware that it was Li Xiaowang's doing, given that Lu director is his uncle, Scumbag replied with a tone of resignation. She still needed to work at the factory and wished to avoid animosity with others. Li Feng nodded, satisfied as long as the matter was clarified. Had he known about Li Xiaowang's prior harassment of Scumbag, he certainly would not have let him off the hook. By the way, we should enroll Yaya in kindergarten. I need to travel to Hangzhou for a few days and cannot leave her without care, he remarked. In truth, Li Feng had previously suggested to Scumbag that she cease working, but she was resolute in her desire to earn her own income. She is currently uncertain how long Li Feng can maintain his current state. What will she do if those previous incidents were to occur again? She must find a way to financially support the family. Yaya, you need not worry. I have a plan. At present, Scumbag does not prevent Li Feng from engaging in certain activities, as it is far better than remaining at home, drinking and smoking. He has noticed that since Yaya underwent surgery, Li Feng has significantly reduced his smoking and, in fact, has not touched alcohol at all. Good. That brings me some relief. The following morning, Li Feng set off towards Hangzhou, accompanied by Zhang Bin. The drive from Shunchuan to Hangzhou takes approximately 5 to 6 hours, but fortunately, both possess driving licenses, allowing them to alternate behind the wheel, which mitigates fatigue. During working hours, Scumbag took Yaya to her parents' home. Many individuals would bring their children to work, as there were very few kindergartens at that time. with no one available to care for the children. They had no choice but to bring them along. Coincidentally, Scumbag had no shifts that afternoon, so she took Yaya to visit her parents. In fact, her parents had called her factory the day prior, requesting her to return home. However, due to some machinery issues that day, Scumbag was delayed. Not wanting Feng to find out, she opted to return to her parents today. It had been several years since she last saw them, and she was uncertain why they wanted her to come back. She purchased some decent gifts for her parents from the store and, carrying Yaya, knocked on the door. Her mother opened the door, and upon seeing Scumbag, she felt a surge of emotion, though she did not express it outwardly. Look who decided to return. We've been calling for days. Come in. Her mother's cold words immediately chilled Scumbag's heart. Yaya, greet your grandmother. Scumbag urged, but Yaya, unfamiliar with her grandmother, lowered her head in silence. With a sigh, Scumbag accepted the situation. There was little she could do if her child did not respond. Her father wore a stern expression, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. I heard you had surgery for Yaya, is that correct? After Scumbag sat down, her mother regarded her seriously. Yes, it was completed a few days ago, and she just got discharged, Scumbag replied honestly. I want to ask you a question. Where did your money come from? It wouldn't be that Feng is involved in any illegal activities, would it? If that is the case, I advise you to divorce him as soon as possible. I have warned you about this numerous times, yet you refuse to listen. It was not surprising for her mother to doubt Feng. After all, even Scumbag herself found it hard to believe in Feng's transformation. This money comes from him selling printers. I assure you he isn't engaged in any illegal activities, and he has truly changed for the better. Scumbag explained to Feng, even though she harbored some concerns about his potential regression. However, at this moment, Scumbag knew she could not allow her parents to disapprove of Feng any longer. Can selling printers really yield such substantial profits? Her usually taciturn father finally spoke up. It is indeed true. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. He has gone on a business trip to Hangzhou, accompanying a prominent boss, assisting at their company. Mother and father, have you perhaps heard something from my elder sister? Scumbag is exceptionally intelligent. Why have you suddenly inquired in such a manner? It must be that she encountered our elder sister at the Shunchuan Hotel and returned to inform you. Do not blame your sister. She is merely concerned for you, as mother can only say. Scumbag let out a helpless sigh, knowing full well that her return would not herald good news. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. I have work tomorrow. With that, Scumbag prepared to depart. Wait a moment. What about the child while you are at work? Mother's sudden question startled her. I will take her with me. What else can I do? Or perhaps you would prefer to keep her here for a few days. The older generation often has a special fondness for their grandchildren, especially since Yaya is quite adorable. Despite her dissatisfaction with Feng, upon seeing Yaya, Mother Xiang could not help but feel affection. Scumbag was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated such a suggestion from her mother. Do not think too much of it. As long as Feng behaves and earns a living, we shall not object. But we are merely concerned he might engage in unlawful activities, Mother further clarified. That will not happen. He has truly turned over a new leaf. Father has assured me he will no longer drink, and indeed, he has not touched alcohol lately. Yaya has been getting along well with Feng and can comprehend their conversations. This little girl, how do you know everything? Mother Xiang approached Yaya, pinching her small face. Had Feng amended his ways sooner, we would not be in this situation. It seems that the parents have somewhat forgiven Scumbag. That day, she returned home alone. It was indeed inconvenient to bring Yaya to work, so she would wait for Feng to return before bringing her back. Since her mother had offered to look after Yaya, she felt reassured. After several hours of arduous travel, Feng and his companion finally arrived in Hangzhou. The sky had darkened, and they casually found a hotel to stay in. Naturally, they indulged in the local cuisine that evening. As they prepared for bed, Feng remarked to Zhang Bin, such hotels will soon become obsolete, replaced by high-end budget hotels. Why do I feel as though you possess an omniscient insight? If what you say is true, wouldn't running a hotel yield greater profits for us? Zhang Bin asked with a chuckle, reclining on the bed. While it may be profitable, I do not intend to pursue it. The hotel business is too intricate. I prefer to venture into lighter asset enterprises. Feng stated with clarity regarding his ambitions. The hotel industry entails renting spaces and renovations, which is quite troublesome. It is far more appealing to consider other ventures that are immediate, such as electronic goods, which are exceedingly lucrative, especially in the forthcoming realm of the internet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin became intrigued. Pray tell, what do you believe will be the most profitable in the future? He sat up, gazing at Feng. Real estate, internet commerce, and mobile phones are all lucrative ventures. What exactly is internet commerce? Zhang Bin, confused, felt it surpassed his understanding. Allow me to elucidate. 20 years from now, everyone will be purchasing goods online. You are familiar with the internet, are you not? Once you find an item you desire, you can simply make a payment, and it will be delivered to your home. Li Feng's explanation was quite thorough. Impossible. I ask you, how does one pay? Online, of course. Do not say 20 years. Even 10 years from now, online payments will be commonplace. For instance, if you possess a bank card linked to the internet, you can transfer your funds to others. Upon hearing this, Zhangbin burst into laughter. Brother, do not indulge in fantasies. What if you pay first, and he does not deliver the goods? I would never entrust my bank card information to some website. What if someone steals it? Zhangbin's reaction was typical for 1994, as many shared his sentiments. Forget it. I shall not discuss this further. It would be like playing a lute to a cow. Li Feng waved his hand and turned in for the night. Brother, I have traversed many more winding paths than you. Heed my advice and remain grounded. Zhangbin remarked before also retiring for the night. The weather in Hangzhou was perpetually dreary. As Li Feng and his companion exited the hotel, a light drizzle persisted. They soon located the headquarters of Chuandao. At that time, Chuandao had already established a significant presence. The receptionist greeted them warmly upon hearing that they wished to become the exclusive distributor for Xinchuan. The girl appeared slightly bewildered, as many had recently come seeking to relinquish their distributorship. Why were these two individuals personally visiting to seek a distributorship? Gentlemen, did you just say? Indeed. We wish to become the exclusive distributors for Xinchuan. Having traveled all the way from Xinchuan for this purpose, Li Feng replied with a beaming smile. Please hold on. I will fetch our sales director to speak with you, the receptionist said before dashing off. Before long, a man in his 40s emerged from within. Good day, I am Feng Tianhao, the sales director of Chuandao. Please, come in. Feng Tianhao was taken aback that anyone would seek a distributorship at this time. Once in the office, Feng Tianhao poured tea for the two men. Are you certain you wish to become the exclusive distributors for Xinchuan? He inquired once more. Absolutely. Li Feng asserted with firm resolve. I simply cannot comprehend why you have chosen to pursue a distributorship at this juncture. Surely, you are aware that our pager quality has encountered significant issues, Feng Tianhao queried, puzzled. Anyone would struggle to grasp this rationale. Because I am aware of Chuandao's capabilities, and you will soon secure new financing. The quality of the second batch of pagers will undoubtedly surpass that of the first, Li Feng explained. Feng Tianhao smiled at this assertion, as he himself was uncertain whether Chuandao would indeed secure new investment. Thank you for your support. With your kind words, I hope our company will secure new investments. Previously, as the general distributor, it was necessary to purchase a certain quantity of goods. However, we have not yet released our second batch, which may impede our ability to procure stock. Of course, considering your optimistic view of our company, you would only need to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan to become the general distributor for Xinchuan, provided we sign a formal contract. Before arriving, the two of you were contemplating a deposit of 30 to 50,000. Upon hearing that only 10,000 was required, Zhangbin promptly retrieved the sum from his bag and placed it on the table. We were all prepared and merely waiting to sign the contract. Seeing the other party's promptness, Feng Tianhao felt compelled not to delay and immediately instructed someone to print the contract. The signing process was remarkably swift, and once completed, Li Feng and his companion exited the headquarters. As you can see, we signed for 5 years, meaning that for the next 5 years, any machines that Xinchuan wishes to distribute must be sourced from us. Once back in the car, Li Feng examined the contract, feeling quite elated. This single contract would yield considerable profit. So, shall I follow your lead to profit? Where are we headed now? Should we return to Xinchuan directly? Not at all. Hangzhou is a hub for small commodities. Let's explore the wholesale market to see if we can procure some items to bring back, allowing us to earn even more. Li Feng would not let any opportunity for profit slip by. The two soon arrived at the small commodity wholesale market in Hangzhou, where products were abundant and varied. Li Feng approached a shop selling small tape recorders, scrutinizing them closely. These tape recorders had just hit the market and were scarce elsewhere. If his memory served him correctly, in a few years, the Bubu Gao learning machine would be released. How much for each recorder? Li Feng inquired of the shopkeeper. How many are you considering? Just tell me the wholesale price. Knowing that this was a wholesale market, individual sales were unlikely. 50 units. Li Feng was indeed a significant customer. That's quite a hefty order, brother. For 50 units, I can offer you 310 each. The shopkeeper had never encountered someone willing to purchase 50 units at once. He promptly stood up and offered Li Feng a cigarette. Li Feng graciously accepted it and replied with a smile, 300 is too steep. How about 250 each? I anticipate needing at least 100 more in the future. Seeing Li Feng's confident demeanor, coupled with Zhang Bin immediately pulling out a substantial amount of cash. The shopkeeper conceded, "Since you're so decisive, 250 it is." The transaction was swiftly completed, and Li Feng was aware that he could resell them for a 50% profit. Li Feng visited a few more shops, acquiring some electronic watches at 5 yuan each. He recalled his father telling him that purchasing at 5 yuan and selling at 25 constituted a lucrative margin. On their way back, Zhang Bin curiously asked, "How do you plan to sell these items?" "At a street stall, of course. How else?" Li Feng casually responded. "Really? Two bosses from such a large company selling at street stalls?" Zhang Bin expressed a hint of discontent. "If you won't, I will. Even Jack Ma once sold at street stalls. There's no shame in it." "Who is Jack Ma?" Li Feng realized he had spoken without thinking. After all, Ma Yin was still teaching. "You may not recognize it, but let me explain. First, we should assess the outcome. If sales are promising, we can later find a processing factory to produce these items ourselves and distribute them." Li Feng's idea was indeed quite sound. Small electronic products are relatively easy to source from manufacturing facilities. Chapter 19, The Prodigal Returns. Zhang Bin understood this concept. It was akin to establishing one's own brand, similar to Chuan Dao. "Are you suggesting that we might become like Chuan Dao in the future?" he inquired. "What do you mean by like?" "Our future company will far surpass theirs. Let's return. You can scout locations for a KTV while I focus on selling tape recorders and watches. We'll act separately." Li Feng was aware that Zhang Bin could not endure the hardships of street vending, so it was best not to involve him in that. "All right, let us get the KTV up and running. By the way, it would be wise to open it near Passion Karaoke, ensuring they lose business and see how arrogant they remain thereafter." Li Feng's motivation for establishing the KTV stemmed from his desire to rival Heise. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. "Regardless of what you pursue, I will follow you. Let us set up nearby and infuriate them." Naturally, Zhang Bin aligned himself with Li Feng. Upon returning to Xinchuan that day, it was just past 6 in the evening. Li Feng first dropped off his goods at home before heading to the clothing factory to pick up Xiang Biding. Shortly after his arrival, Xiang Biding emerged from within. "You're back. When did you return?" she exclaimed, jogging towards him. "I just got back. Everything is taken care of. Where's Yaya?" Li Feng was anxious about his daughter's whereabouts. "She's at my mother's." Upon uttering this, Xiang Biding felt she perhaps should not have disclosed this to Li Feng, as her parents were adamantly opposed to their marriage. Consequently, Li Feng had always harbored negative feelings towards Xiang Biding's family. "At your parents' place?" "Well, I just brought some new items back from Hangzhou. Let me take a few over to them. We can go pick up Yaya together afterward." Li Feng displayed none of his previous demeanor. Instead, he appeared quite cheerful. This surprised Xiang Biding, who tentatively asked, "You're not upset with my parents anymore?" "What is the big deal? Am I such a petty person?" "Let us head home to grab the items," he replied, pulling Xiang Biding along towards his house. In this era, Xinchuan was still developing, with many products primarily emerging from Hangzhou, especially electronic goods. In 10 to 20 years, Xinchuan would undergo significant growth, eventually becoming a first-tier city. Moreover, many digital products, including a host of large enterprises in the internet and mobile sectors, would establish their bases in Xinchuan. Upon arriving home and seeing the array of small tape recorders and electronic watches, Xiang Biding felt somewhat bewildered. "You brought all these back from Hangzhou. Are they sellable?" "With so much inventory, who could possibly use it all?" "Of course they are. There aren't many of these new products in Xinchuan right now. Look at this watch. It's splendid. Here, try wearing one," Li Feng said, as he placed a watch on Xiang Biding's wrist. "I must say, it looks rather appealing. Rest assured, I shall set up a stall at the night market this evening. Surely, there will be customers." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Witnessing Li Feng's ambition, Xiang Biding felt a surge of support for him. Setting up a stall at least guarantees some income, unlike before when Li Feng would indulge in drinking every night. Now, the thought of selling goods at night is indeed a rare shift. "Let us bring a few portable recorders and some watches for my parents. We must go pick up Yaya now." Li Feng retrieved a cardboard box, placed several items inside, and set off. Upon arriving at his father-in-law's home, although Xiang Biding's parents harbored no fondness for Li Feng, they could not dismiss him outright with their daughter present. Li Feng greeted them politely. When Yaya saw Li Feng, she joyfully rushed towards him. "Daddy, did you bring me something delicious?" How could he possibly neglect to bring treats for Yaya? They are waiting for her at home to enjoy later. Having finally become a father, Li Feng had procured a plethora of delectable treats in Hangzhou, along with a few small toys. "Daddy is so nice," Yaya exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. Observing the affectionate exchange, Xiang Biding's parents were momentarily taken aback. How had Li Feng transformed so dramatically from the man they once knew? Was it truly a change for the better? "Mom and Dad,"
Here is a portable recorder for each of you. This device is incredibly convenient for carrying around. You can simply place it by your bedside when you wish to listen to opera. Feng presented the compact recorder to his father-in-law. The elder man examined it curiously, having never seen such a device before. They owned a large stereo at home, but it was not portable. Mom and Dad. Feng has gathered a variety of goods in Hangzhou and plans to sell them at the night market soon. Upon hearing their daughter's words, the elderly couple regarded Feng with skepticism. To alter their perception entirely, Feng intended to treat them to a sumptuous meal. Mom and Dad, please don't cook tonight. I invite you to dine at the Sichuan Grand Hotel. Feng lifted Yaya, casting a glance at the elderly couple. Truth be told, they were taken aback, uncertain of his sudden generosity and whether it harbored ulterior motives. Mom and Dad, I assure you, Feng has changed. He will no longer be the same as before. Come, let us go eat and not linger at home, Xiang Biding urged her parents. After exiting, Feng hailed a taxi. At that time, cabs were scarce, and those who could afford a ride were typically well off. Upon reaching the Sichuan Grand Hotel, as Feng headed to the restroom, Xiang Biding's mother inquired, shouting, why does Feng seem so utterly transformed from before? He appears to be an entirely different person. Mom, to speak frankly, it was an accident. He hit his head against a wall, and since then, he has changed. But this change is for the better. He is quite ambitious now. Xiang Biding concocted a rather flimsy explanation. Really? Is it possible to improve one's mind from a head injury? We only hear of people being damaged. He, on the other hand, has transformed into someone we hardly recognize. Her mother chuckled wryly, shrugging her shoulders. Let us observe for now. A reformed rogue is worth more than gold. If he has truly changed, then this marriage should remain intact. The elder gentleman finally spoke up. The three individuals nodded in agreement. And Xiang Biding felt that Feng truly possessed the determination to reform. Otherwise, it would be rather improbable for him to take his parents out for a meal. After dining, Feng hailed a taxi to return the elderly couple home, and subsequently, he carried Yaya in his arms as the family of three headed back in the direction of their residence. Given the warm weather, a leisurely stroll was rather pleasant. How much profit do you anticipate from the goods you brought back? Xiang Biding inquired with a hint of curiosity. The watches were procured at 5 yuan each. Selling them for 20 or 25 is certainly feasible. The tape recorders were obtained at 25 yuan, and they should fetch at least 50, Feng replied, raising an eyebrow in pride. Just think about the considerable profit margin. By your calculations, if a watch sells for 20, that yields a profit of 15. 10 watches would amount to 150, and 100 would total 1,500. I believe you brought back several hundred, Xiang Biding exclaimed. Her mouth agape. If that's the case, wouldn't that result in earnings exceeding 10,000 yuan? Chapter 20. An encounter with a deceiver. Upon reflecting on this, Xiang Biding perceived that, compared to her current job, operating a stall seemed far more lucrative. This will be an experiment. If all goes well, I intend to have the factory produce a batch of my own merchandise. Feng felt a surge of joy at the sight of a smile gracing Xiang Biding's face. Although he understood that her feelings towards him were still quite ambiguous, it was evident that their relationship was gradually evolving. Subcontracting? Doesn't that require a significant investment? Perhaps. But with President Zhang on board, he will cover the costs while I provide the ideas. Any profits will be split evenly, Feng remarked, effectively playing the role of a clever opportunist. In the 1990s, countless money-making ventures abounded, and given that he had traversed from the future, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip by? As the two conversed, they arrived home. The following day, Feng promptly sought out Zhang Bin. How is it? President Zhang? Have you selected a location? Feng inquired regarding the KTV address. I was just about to contact you. A friend mentioned a rather promising spot. Let us go take a look, Zhang Bin exclaimed as he ushered Feng toward his vehicle. Feng readily accepted, and soon they arrived near a lively karaoke venue. Indeed, there was a commendable site, encompassing roughly 500 to 600 square meters, an ideal location for a KTV establishment. Brother, what do you think of this place? We will need to renovate it, Zhang Bin inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Feng glanced around. Although he felt it was slightly small, it was still quite satisfactory for that era. Is the price confirmed? You need not worry about that. It will be a maximum of several tens of thousands of yuan, Zhang Bin assured him, noting that rental costs were still quite affordable at that time. Before long, the landlord arrived, and the two men efficiently signed the contract. I'll return home tonight to draft a simple blueprint for the renovations, instructing the workers accordingly. As for the necessary equipment, I will find a way to procure it. For a KTV, we will need large screens and karaoke machines, Feng stated confidently. All right, I'll entrust these tasks to you, while I handle the renovations. By the way, when do you plan to sell the goods you've acquired? Zhang Bin suddenly recalled that in Hangzhou, Li Feng had acquired numerous electronic phones and tape recorders. I will sell them at the night market tonight. You need not worry about it. For Li Feng, managing such a small endeavor is quite effortless, especially near the university entrance where they sell like hotcakes. By the way, if you have any matters to discuss, give me a call. You should consider getting a mobile phone. It would make our communication much more convenient, Zhang Bin suggested. However, the cost of a mobile phone was quite steep back then, ranging from 20 to 30,000 yuan, which Li Feng could not afford at the moment. He had already invested all his earnings into supporting Scumbag. Nevertheless, he was contemplating installing a landline at home to facilitate communication. I am not as affluent as you. Once we start earning, I will certainly get one, Li Feng replied, patting Zhang Bin's shoulder. The two friends chatted and laughed as they returned to the Jiaqing company. Although Jiaqing had experienced a revival, its business progress remained modest. Printers are not typical consumables, and purchasing one could last several years. The company had a limited workforce, and to reduce costs, Zhang Bin had let a few employees go. Taking Li Feng's advice into account, they established a new company, shifting their focus away from solely printers. There were two primary issues: slow shipments from the manufacturers and a narrow market for sales. Brother, do you think there is anything else we can pursue? Something that can generate quick profits? Zhang Bin inquired. His character was quite evident. He only engaged in ventures that promised substantial returns, dismissing small profits like street vending. Ironically, it is often those overlooked opportunities that yield the greatest profits. Setting up a KTV could be lucrative. Since you disregard small earnings, let me assess the market. If feasible, we can find a factory in Hangzhou to produce a batch of goods, and then we will be in for a significant profit, Li Feng expressed, revealing his ambitious nature. Having traveled back in time, he felt compelled to make the most of his situation, particularly in the realm of the internet, which he had begun to contemplate. However, computers were not yet widespread, and public acceptance was still limited. Shaoli, which university did you graduate from? Your intellect is remarkable. Zhang Bin chuckled, genuinely impressed by Li Feng's sharp mind. What university? I only graduated from high school before entering the workforce, Li Feng replied, his thoughts drifting to his parents. Originally from a rural area, he had journeyed far to Sichuan, aspiring to achieve success and support his family. Unfortunately, after a business venture failed, specifically being deceived, his character shifted, and he felt too ashamed to face his family. Communication was quite challenging at that time. After several years away, his family struggled to reach him. Initially, they exchanged letters, but eventually, after his family moved due to financial difficulties, he ceased to receive any correspondence. It's truly impressive for someone with just a high school education to possess such intellect. Zhang Bin praised. Li Feng humbly waved his hand, knowing that his future endeavors would astonish Zhang Bin even more. After parting ways with Zhang Bin, Li Feng rode his bicycle homeward. He needed to organize his goods, as he was set to set up a stall at the night market that evening, necessitating prior preparation. After traveling a short distance, he spotted a familiar figure and instinctively followed. In that fleeting moment, Li Feng recognized Ren Liang, the very individual who had once called him brother and had deceitfully absconded with the 30,000 yuan Li Feng had painstakingly saved. To avoid embarrassment, Li Feng had claimed to his acquaintance, Scumbag, that he suffered losses in business. In truth, there was no business endeavor. Ren Liang had proposed they pool their funds to acquire large dates from the north for sale. Li Feng deemed it a viable venture, given the underdeveloped transportation industry of the time, which rendered southern dates inferior in size to those from the north. They had also contemplated trading bananas and oranges from the south for profit. However, once Li Feng handed over the money to Ren Liang, the latter vanished without a trace. Ren Liang entered a nearby office building, and Li Feng refrained from following him inside, uncertain of his intentions. Naturally, having encountered Ren Liang, he could not allow him to slip away. Thus, Li Feng concealed himself in a corner of the office building, biding his time. After a lengthy wait of 2 hours, Ren Liang finally emerged. Without hesitation, Li Feng approached him. Ren Liang, it's been a long time, Li Feng said coldly. Upon recognizing Li Feng, Ren Liang's heart sank. Oh, isn't this Li Feng? What are you up to these days? Chapter 21. The results are remarkably good. Ren Liang feigned innocence, maintaining an air of joviality. Thanks to you, I've done nothing. Shouldn't we settle our accounts? Let's talk about the 30,000 yuan you lost to me. How do you intend to resolve this? Will you repay me? Or what? Li Feng, unyielding towards such a scoundrel, replied. Ren Liang, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever give you 30,000 yuan? Do you have a promissory note? I certainly don't recall lending you that sum. Ren Liang acted as if he were above reproach, dismissing their previous agreement to write a note for their partnership. Ren Liang, do you really believe this will leave me powerless against you? Li Feng seethed with anger, wishing he could thrash Ren Liang on the spot. However, he knew that such an act would likely result in police involvement, jeopardizing his budding relationship with Scumbag. If things reverted to how they once were, their chances at romance would be dashed. I just want to see what you plan to do. Do you dare to accuse me of slander? You think you can challenge me? You're far too inexperienced. Ren Liang taunted, turning to walk away. Li Feng pondered, realizing he needed to discern Ren Liang's current activities. Since physical confrontation was off the table, he would seek other means. Believing Li Feng had backed down, Ren Liang remained oblivious to the fact that Li Feng was stealthily trailing him. Presently, Ren Liang's business was akin to Li Feng's, dealing in pagers, albeit as an agent for a different domestic brand. He had just returned from Linjiang City to Sichuan and had recently opened his own shop. Business was quite prosperous. To put it plainly, had it not been for the 30,000 yuan provided by Li Feng back then, how could he have arrived at this point? Ren Liang entered the shop and plopped down onto the sofa. Boss, where have you been? You look rather displeased, inquired a female attendant at the front desk. I encountered a piece of rubbish I knew from before. It nearly drove me mad. How many units did we sell today? Ren Liang exclaimed in frustration. Boss, we sold 3 units. Selling 3 units is commendable. Each unit earns at least 100 or 2. At that time, it was quite lucrative. After discerning the location of Ren Liang's shop, Li Feng smiled and took his leave. Judging by the storefront's decor, it appeared to be a new establishment. Upon returning home, Li Feng busied himself with various tasks. Since Scumbag had the day off, he decided to take Yaya to kindergarten. The fees for kindergartens are relatively steep, particularly in a city like Sichuan. Nevertheless, Scumbag gritted her teeth, as Yaya had no one to care for her. Thus they had no choice but to seek out a kindergarten. Once home, Scumbag also purchased some groceries. Seeing Li Feng organizing items, she asked, What time did you go to buy these? Around 7. The night market opens at this time. Li Feng had already inquired about the timings. I'll go with you. What about Yaya? You should stay home and take care of her. Li Feng was quite fond of his daughter. I'll take her with us. It's too hot to stay home and sleep. Scumbag wanted to see whether the goods sold well. All right, a little stroll won't hurt. Indeed. The weather had been quite sweltering, given it was the height of summer. After dinner, the family of 3 headed to the night market. To their surprise, there were quite a few vendors, predominantly selling food. Li Feng found a spot with considerable foot traffic, unloaded his goods from the bicycle, and arranged them neatly. This night market was in close proximity to a nearby university, where many students frequented in the evenings. As anticipated by Li Feng, a crowd quickly gathered around his stall. The watches, in particular, sold rapidly. However, the demand for the small tape recorders was relatively low. Most purchases were made for children to listen to English. University-level English was not as stringent as in high school, often merely involving listening to songs. Sometimes, a single tape recorder sufficed for an entire dormitory. Seeing Li Feng overwhelmed with customers, Scumbag, cradling Yaya, lent a helping hand. Initially, when there were fewer patrons, she took Yaya around to explore. Li Feng selected only the latest models, which contributed to the swift sale of watches. After about an hour or 2, the watches were sold out. A fair number of tape recorders were sold as well, though not as quickly as the watches. Wife, that should suffice. Buy something delicious for Yaya, and then we can head home, Li Feng said, tidying up the remaining stock. He placed Yaya on the bike seat and began their journey back, having also procured a variety of treats for her at the night market. Once home, Scumbag eagerly began counting the money. Today, I earned around 2,000 to 3,000. Should I resign from my job and join you in setting up a stall? I asked, biting with a smile, as this evening's earnings matched what I had made over several months. Do not rush. Once I expand, I will establish a shop for us, and you shall take on the role of the proprietress. Setting up a stall is not daunting. However, Li Feng felt a slight sense of grievance towards biting. I shall eagerly await that day. By the way, I plan to install a telephone for us tomorrow. It will certainly make things more convenient. How much will it cost? Biting inquired about the money, not out of materialism, but rather because the lack of finances in previous years had instilled a sense of fear in her. You need not concern yourself. I have it all arranged. Once everything was settled, Feng returned indoors and began sketching a design for the KTV. A simple draft would suffice. Despite its simplicity, Li Feng invested considerable time into it, and by the time he went to bed, it was already past 11 o'clock. In this era, nightlife was quite rare. 11 was considered exceedingly late. Upon waking early the next morning, Li Feng took the design draft to Zhangbin. Just have the renovations done this way. My drawing is quite straightforward and should be comprehensible to them. Li Feng handed the design draft to Zhangbin. You can actually draw this? It feels like there's nothing you cannot do. Since meeting Li Feng, Zhangbin had discovered that he seemed adept at everything. Isn't it simple? I'm off to install a telephone at home. By the way, the goods sold well yesterday. I estimate that they will be sold out within a week. After all, Zhang Bin provided the initial capital, so I ought to inform him. The results are that impressive? Very well, you shall decide everything. Zhang Bin now placed immense trust in Li Feng. He had previously lacked a strategist like him. Had Li Feng appeared earlier, he would likely be reaping substantial profits by now. I will head to arrange the phone installation. Li Feng rode his bicycle to handle the telephone procedures. However, it would take 3 days for the installation to be completed at home, which was considered efficient for that time. It was a matter of paying first and installing later. Chapter 22. A new idea. While at the factory, Biding received a call from her mother, shouting, "Do you still have that small tape recorder?" Tong Tong mentioned that many of her classmates are interested, but prices elsewhere are too high. How much are you selling yours for? Tong Tong is the daughter of Biding's elder brother and is currently in her second year of high school. Coincidentally, when Li Feng visited his father-in-law, he had brought back 2 small tape recorders. One was used by the elderly couple. Later, Biding's mother gave the remaining one to Tong Tong. It just so happened that Tong Tong could use it to listen to English, and many of her classmates expressed a desire for one upon seeing it. Although they could purchase one in some places in Xinchuan, prices exceeded 100. I heard Li Feng say it should cost around 50 to 60. Inquire about how much they need, and if necessary, I can bring it over tonight. Biding had not anticipated such an opportunity. All right, please bring it over tonight. There should be quite a few interested classmates. Understood, Mom. I will come by this evening. After work, Li Feng was once again busy organizing things. My mother called me, saying that many of Tong Tong's classmates are interested in small tape recorders and inquired about the price. I mentioned it would be around 50 or 60. Upon hearing this, Xiang Biding's brother smiled. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? If he had gone to the high school entrance earlier, the tape recorders might have already sold out. Well, since my brother has nothing else to do, why not let him earn a bit? We could sell them for 40 and see how much he manages to sell them for. Li Feng was rather generous. Moreover, Xiang Biding's brother is quite honest. Over the years, he and Li Feng have had no conflicts. However, the second brother was different. He has always looked down on Li Feng from the beginning. All right, let us take the goods over first. You should skip your stall tonight. That's fine. These watches will sell in a couple of days anyway. Li Feng packed the tape recorders into a bag and, carrying it, made his way with Xiang Biding and her mother to his mother-in-law's home. Upon arrival, they found both the elder brother and Tong Tong there. Shouting, "You finally come home," the elder brother remarked. "Elder brother, what have you been busy with lately?" Xiang Biding quickly changed the subject. Considering their parents' changed attitude towards them, it was best not to mention past matters. Forget about it. Your elder brother has been laid off. Their factory is struggling, and many people have lost their jobs. In the 90s, many were laid off. Well, if your brother is laid off, he can sell these tape recorders. I'll give you 40 for each, and you can sell them for 60 without any issue. Li Feng expressed his sincerity. This was, in essence, the earliest form of distribution. Dad, we have at least 34 people in our class. If each earns 20, that is several hundred. Tong Tong chimed in. The elder brother, being quite practical, initially intended to refuse, but after hearing Tong Tong, he seemed to reconsider. Li Feng, where did you get these? The quality is assured, right? The elder brother expressed some concern. No worries, just sell them. As for where I got them, that is not for you to ask. Just give me the money once they are sold. Li Feng placed the bag before his brother. The elder brother nodded vigorously, realizing that promotion wasn't even necessary. Tong Tong as classmates would buy plenty. Elder brother, you needn't look for a job anymore. I'll source some items for you to sell at your stall. It's much better than earning a fixed salary. Distributors like this elder brother are invaluable. He is genuinely hardworking and has no ill intentions. Especially in this era. With few city management officials around, honest individuals like him are not perceived as frauds. Thus, selling goods would be relatively swift. Really? What else can we sell in the future? The elder brother suddenly became interested. I don't know. Whatever I bring back, you can sell. Li Feng had indeed found a suitable distributor. Perhaps the elder brother would also introduce many others in the future. All right, whatever you get next, remember to let me know. The elder brother's eyes sparkled with joy. After having dinner at his father-in-law's home and returning, Li Feng lay on his bed and began contemplating again. While electronic watches and small tape recorders could yield some profit, he pondered whether he should focus solely on tape recorders for processing. The electronic watch is compact and quite lightweight, making it convenient to carry. Thus, this issue is not particularly challenging. Li Feng pondered, brushing his fingers across his face. Realizing his beard had grown a bit long, he stood up and walked to the bathroom, preparing to shave. At that time, the razor was of a very rudimentary kind. Upon seeing the razor, another thought struck Li Feng. Wouldn't it be profitable to develop an electric razor, especially since there are very few on the market now? particularly rechargeable ones, though current charging technology is still not quite perfected. Perhaps it would be better to create a battery-operated razor, which should sell like hotcakes. Currently, most razors are manual and lack electric options. With this thought in mind, Li Feng neglected to shave and hurriedly jotted it down in his notebook to avoid forgetting later. The possibilities seemed endless, and a few sheets of paper wouldn't suffice to capture them all. 2 days later, Li Feng's electronic watches were completely sold out. Particularly, the tape recorders sold swiftly to brother Scumbag, and he earned a considerable profit. He personally visited the factory to settle the payment for the goods he had previously acquired from Scumbag. Shouting, "Ask Li Feng when he will sell these items again. I am interested in buying them and would appreciate a profit margin," he instructed. Within just a few days, he had made over 1,000 yuan. It was no wonder he was elated. Brother understood. Anyway, he has been dealing in goods recently. I will speak to him when I return, replied Scumbag, confident that Li Feng would not halt his endeavors. Upon returning home, Li Feng counted the money and laid it all out. The principal belonged to General Zhang, so he had to return it to him. And he would also share half of the profits from the sales, as previously agreed. Li Feng did not wish to take advantage of this minor gain. He needed to rely on Zhang Bin as strength to ascend step by step. Indeed, promises made must be kept, otherwise, we would be lacking in integrity. Scumbag understood this principle well. After setting aside Zhang Bin's share, Li Feng handed the remainder to Scumbag. "Dear, save this for us. I plan to buy a car. Once we have enough, we shall go purchase it," Li Feng said with a smile. "Buying a car? I've heard it costs around 100,000. How long will that take to save?" thought Scumbag, who previously had never dared to contemplate such a matter. Although they had earned a bit of money, they were still far from affording a car. "Soon, you will see how I will help us earn a substantial fortune," Li Feng responded with unwavering confidence. When he met Zhang Bin again 2 days later, after handing over all the money, Li Feng inquired, "How is the renovation progressing?" "Here, take this. I don't want the profits. This is to pave the way for our company, since you are the one selling the goods. How could I accept this money from you?" Zhang Bin replied generously, believing that Li Feng deserved not to be burdened by financial gain from their arrangement. "General Zhang, please. We agreed that you would provide the funds while I would provide the effort. If you refuse, I may reconsider our partnership," Li Feng insisted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin reluctantly put away the profits. "The renovation is going well, but it will take a few more days. By the way, have you arranged for the items needed for the KTV?" Having made the necessary arrangements, the focus for the next couple of days will be on this matter. Once our renovations are complete, we shall proceed to collect the merchandise. Li Feng has traversed the entire city over the past few days and has finally located a relatively upscale karaoke machine. As for the ambience within the private rooms, we can handle the decor ourselves. Is an electronic watch feasible? When shall we visit the OEM factory? Zhang Bin inquired once more. It can be portable, yet we must design a model that is both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Li Feng had already sketched the design, reminiscent of the popular sports watches from years past. Once adorned, it exudes an air of sophistication. Furthermore, it not only tells the time but also features a calendar. Let us tidy up, and we shall set off tomorrow. Have you contemplated the brand name? Li Feng had yet to devise a name. Naming should be straightforward, he mused, recalling prestigious brands like Casio and Longines. In that case, how about Karu? It sounds quite chic. Karu, what do you think? Li Feng blurted out. Karu? It sounds grand indeed. Very well, that shall be it, Zhang Bin exclaimed, clapping his thigh in delight. The name has been established, yet we must also register a trademark. This matter can be postponed until after Karu's merchandise is ready. Just as Li Feng exited the company, he encountered Ren Liang. Upon seeing Li Feng, Ren Liang smugly remarked, "Here to seek employment? I never imagined you'd fall into such depths. Truly pathetic. Had I known you were struggling so, I would have married Bai Ting back then. Such a wonderful woman. Suffering alongside you." Li Feng furrowed his brow. He had once shared a good rapport with Ren Liang. Could it be that this scoundrel harbored feelings for Bai Ting and had thus deceived him out of money? Bai Ting and I have been quite happy. You need not concern yourself with that. I was well aware you fancied Bai Ting, but alas, she does not reciprocate your affections, Li Feng retorted, keen to observe Ren Liang's reaction. Indeed, Ren Liang's expression soured. You swindled me out of 30,000 yuan because of this, didn't you? However, if Bai Ting chooses to endure hardship with me, so be it. A man's charm is independent of wealth. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, watching as Ren Liang's face turned an ashen hue. Just then, Zhang Bin emerged and greeted Ren Liang. "Oh, Ren, you've arrived." Upon hearing Zhang Bin's words, Li Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Since when did Zhang Bin know Ren Liang? "Shao Li, allow me to introduce you. This is General Ren, who also deals in beepers and wishes to collaborate with us." He is here today to discuss potential cooperation. Zhang Bin had forgotten to inform Li Feng of this development. Having recently secured the exclusive agency for the transmission, Ren Liang, realizing it was too late to approach the transmitter, sought to partner with Zhang Bin instead. At this moment, the transmitter had successfully secured 40 million in funding from Hong Kong, though the news had yet to be disclosed. It was unclear how Ren Liang had learned of this. Mr. Zhang, why share so much with a mere employee? Cooperation is a matter for the two of us, Ren Liang said, casting a smug glance at Li Feng. Mr. Zhang, how come I was unaware of the collaboration? Regardless of the partnership, this individual's character is questionable, and I cannot agree to it. Li Feng stated with a grave expression. Zhang Bin, poised to offer an explanation, found himself momentarily taken aback by Li Feng's assertive remark. However, given Li Feng's stance, it was evident that he had sound reasoning. Furthermore, it had been previously agreed that all decision-making authority would rest with Li Feng. Who do you think you are? This is Mr. Zhang's company. Do you genuinely believe it belongs to you? Ren Liang retorted, his tone laced with disdain. I apologize, but in this company, the decision-making power truly lies with Li. We are partners, and he holds 60% of the shares, Zhang Bin interjected, observing Ren Liang's attitude towards Li Feng with growing displeasure. It was clear that anyone who dared to provoke Li Feng would also be challenging Zhang Bin. Ren Liang was left speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Li Feng had become Zhang Bin's partner, having already swindled Li Feng out of 30,000 yuan. He wondered how Li Feng had managed to secure the funds for investment. I understand your curiosity. However, it matters not, for we shall not engage in collaboration with you. Let us merely observe from the sidelines. The money you deceived me out of, I shall demand back with interest, Li Feng declared, his words piercing and leaving Ren Liang utterly defenseless. Zhang Bin, grasping the situation, understood that Ren Liang had likely conned Li Feng out of his money, thus justifying Li Feng's refusal to collaborate. Deception in business is abhorrent, and Zhang Bin harbored a strong disdain for such individuals. You may leave. We will not be partnering with you, Zhang Bin concluded, departing alongside Li Feng. Ren Liang was infuriated but found himself powerless, realizing that he would not obtain the distributorship he sought. After walking a considerable distance, Zhang Bin inquired, has that young man defrauded you in the past? That was several years ago. He swindled me out of 30,000 yuan under the pretense of transporting fruits from the south to the north, and vice versa with jujubes. I handed over the money, only to lose contact with him. Just days ago, when I confronted him, he denied it, claiming I had no evidence of the transaction. Is this not the behavior of a rogue? Why would we consider collaborating with him? Li Feng expressed his frustration, recalling the incident filled him with indignation. Damn it, this is outrageous. Rest assured, I will find a way to help you recover that money, Zhang Bin reassured. No need. I want him to suffer the consequences of his own actions. Such was Li Feng's true sentiment. Upon returning home, Li Feng informed Xiang Biding about his plans to visit Hangqing the following day. Are you going to procure goods again? She inquired. No, this time we are seeking a factory. Our watch sales have been promising, and we intend to establish our own brand. Soon enough, Xinchuan will feature our store. Li Feng replied, his face illuminated with joy, determined to keep his burdensome emotions at bay within the confines of his home. He refrained from disclosing the embarrassment of being deceived for 30,000 yuan to Xiang Biding, as it was far too humiliating. Isn't this investment rather substantial? Xiang Biding expressed her concern regarding the potential risk of the investment being too great, fearing that should the products fail to sell, they would incur losses. Chapter 24. Those who wish to invest, it seems acceptable. The initial batch of goods is bound to have a modest output, merely a few thousand, perhaps just around 20,000. It doesn't constitute a significant investment. Li Feng had previously calculated with Zhang Bin that the maximum investment this time would be 30,000. He nodded at Xiang Biding, refraining from further comment, for such matters were traditionally the domain of men. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. I am with General Manager Zhang, who possesses a mobile phone and can readily return your calls. What issues could there be? By the way, do you recall what my elder brother mentioned? Xiang Biding reminded Li Feng. Once our watches are released, it shouldn't be a problem for your brother to earn several tens of thousands. Li Feng remained exceptionally confident. The watch he intended to develop was entirely unique in the market. He had an inkling that once this watch was launched, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Not to mention tens of thousands. He merely hoped it would yield him some profit. Xiang Biding had begun to perceive that Li Feng had indeed undergone a significant transformation and was gradually attempting to accept him. Not only was life improving, but even her family had begun to support them. As long as Li Feng maintained such ambition, even if the earnings were modest, Xiang Biding would not easily relinquish this relationship. Her sole concern was whether Li Feng would revert to his previous self if business were to falter again, as his drastic personality shift had stemmed from past failures. Thus, she preferred a smaller profit, as long as Li Feng could sustain this newfound stability. Early the following morning, Zhang Bin drove to the entrance of the residential complex where Li Feng resided. The two shared a breakfast by the roadside before embarking towards Hangzhou. Which manufacturer shall we seek? Do you have any information? Zhang Bin inquired during their journey. We'll need to find one on the spot. We have no contact information whatsoever. Isn't it rather troublesome? Li Feng replied. Indeed, quite troublesome. In the days before the internet, aside from the occasional advertisements in newspapers, there were hardly any other channels. Old Zhang, let me ask you, if you could access such information on a computer at any time, would that be convenient? For instance, if we needed to contact a manufacturer, we could simply look it up and give them a call. Li Feng's address for Zhang Bin had shifted from general manager to Old Zhang, indicating a deepening camaraderie between them. The crux of the matter is that we don't have a computer. Even if we did, who would upload the manufacturer's information? Moreover, you would still need to send someone to inquire about their phone numbers. If you could do that, you might as well have gone directly to find them. Zhang Bin's perspective was understandable, and Li Feng recognized this. After all, Zhang Bin was also part of the post-60s generation, now in his early 30s. But what if the businesses posted their contact information online? Li Feng continued to guide the conversation. Which business would be so foolish? Who has the spare time to upload their information? Zhang Bin was utterly skeptical. Li Feng shook his head, recognizing the stubbornness of the older generation. He understood that no amount of explanation would suffice at this point. Once he demonstrated the results of his endeavors, Zhang Bin would grasp the reality. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, the two individuals did not linger excessively and promptly commenced their search for manufacturers. Fortunately, the electronic product enterprises in Hangzhou were clustered together, allowing Li Feng and his companion to inquire one by one whether they could produce the type of watch they envisioned. The initial few firms were unable to accommodate their request, and just as disappointment began to set in, the manager of one company examined the sketches drawn by Li Feng and nodded appreciatively. Gentlemen, please hold on a moment. I shall summon our boss, he said before departing. Approximately 15 minutes later, the manager returned, accompanied by a man who appeared to be nearing 40. This is our boss, Mr. Wu, he introduced. I must admit, I do not fully comprehend what you discussed earlier. It would be best for you to converse with him directly. Li Feng and his companion promptly rose to introduce themselves. The boss, Mr. Wu Qinghua, was exceedingly courteous, and judging by his accent, he seemed to hail from Hong Kong. Upon reviewing Li Feng's drawings, Mr. Wu displayed a hint of surprise. He had never contemplated such a design, focusing instead on enhancing electronic watches. However, the emergence of this concept before him revealed that visionary individuals still existed in society. May I inquire which of you two created these sketches? Mr. Wu smiled at them. I did, Li Feng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was bored at home and sketched it out to see if there was a manufacturer willing to bring it to life. Unfortunately, several prior companies claimed it was unfeasible. Impressive work, young man. What inspired you to design such a watch? Mr. Wu continued. Li Feng found himself at a loss for words, as he was unsure of the answer. He was simply relying on his memory, believing that such a watch was due for creation in this era. Firstly, it is a sports watch. Why do I say this? It sounds appealing. Additionally, it incorporates a calendar feature, which I believe would captivate potential users. After all, it is an electronic product, and adding a calendar seems quite simple. I designed it to be visible at night, ideally emitting a gentle, soft blue light. Li Feng articulated all his thoughts without reservation. Mr. Wu was taken aback by Li Feng's ideas, as they closely aligned with his own simplistic vision. While he had a basic concept in mind, he had yet to fully develop the intricate details that Li Feng had already articulated. He had never anticipated that someone would beat him to the proposal of such a watch. Have you decided on a name for your brand? He inquired. Carolo. Li Feng responded. We have already settled on this name and intend to create a series of products under this brand. Li Feng's ambition extended beyond mere impulse. He envisioned developing this project into a lasting legacy. He aspired for Carolo to be recognized as a premium brand even a decade or two into the future. May I ask how many employees your company currently has? Mr. Wu inquired. This question brought a hint of embarrassment to them, as they had to admit. Just the two of us, interrupted Zhang Bin. Would it be possible for me to invest in your venture? Mr. Wu proposed. After all, the concept is yours. Of course, I could decline your invitation and embark on creating such a product independently, but that would verge on plagiarism. Thus, I genuinely wish to join your endeavor. Wu Qinghua held a great admiration for Li Feng, having heard that they were a mere duo. This instantly piqued his interest. Li Feng and his companion were momentarily bewildered. Was someone actually seeking to invest in them? Although Li Feng had contemplated the inevitability of numerous investors and new shareholders in the future, this development seemed rather abrupt. Chapter 25. A new friend, Mr. Wu. We need to discuss this matter further. Perhaps you could assist us in producing the first batch of goods. We can evaluate the results, and if they are unsatisfactory, your investment would not be worthwhile, Li Feng articulated diplomatically. He did not intend to reject Wu Qinghua, but rather felt it was a tad premature. Should losses occur, it would be unfair to Wu Qinghua. I can see that both of you are commendable individuals. Very well. Let us proceed this way. We shall produce the goods, and if everything goes smoothly, your company must reserve a portion of shares for me. Wu Qinghua possessed remarkable foresight. Fully aware of the significance of equity, investing in a company with substantial potential could yield returns that multiply exponentially in the future. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, if our expectations are met, we will certainly allocate some shares for you, Li Feng assured, thus making a commitment to Wu Qinghua. This would ensure that Wu Qinghua maintained stringent quality control during production, alleviating any concerns regarding product quality. When can we expect the first batch to be ready? Li Feng inquired once more. Approximately 10 days, though you will need to pay a portion of the initial payment up front. I hope you can understand. We have encountered many clients in the past who ordered goods and then backed out, Wu Qinghua reasoned, which was indeed a valid point, as such occurrences were not uncommon. Understood. Let us proceed to finalize the contract, Li Feng responded. Subsequently, they swiftly completed the contract signing. It was clear that returning to Sichuan today was impossible. The two would have to spend the night in Hangzhou. After dining and arriving at the hotel, Zhangbin curiously asked, "Why do you think Mr. Wu wants to invest in us now? He's from Hong Kong and possesses great foresight. I've long told you that our company is bound to become immensely valuable. Just think. Someone is already interested in investing now. What about the future?" Li Feng did not wish to delve too deeply into explanations, knowing Zhangbin might struggle to grasp the complexities. It seems our company is quite remarkable. Once we return, the printer will be discarded, and we will focus solely on this. Do you have any other ideas? Zhangbin, ever the opportunist, was ready to abandon the printer business upon hearing of the investment interest. Of course. What do you use to shave now? Is it a manual razor? What else could it be but a manual one? Indeed, electric shavers were non-existent in those days. What if we were to create an electric version? With 2 batteries. It could shave automatically. Li Feng effortlessly simplified the project, but it was too intricate for Zhangbin to comprehend. An electric shaver? One might not want to risk cutting one's face, he mused, recalling his own frequent mishaps while shaving. Zhangbin's expression was laden with skepticism. Never mind. It seems futile to explain this to you. I shall draft the blueprints upon my return. Li Feng, weary of conversing with Zhangbin, felt the fatigue weighing him down. Fortunately, his background in design from university equipped him to create these schematics. Upon returning to Sichuan, Li Feng found his spirits remarkably lifted. The prospect of Wu Qinghua investing indicated that his ideas were, at the very least, gaining acknowledgement. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial detail. He needed to bring back some goods for Xiang Biding's elder brother. As anticipated, the moment Xiang Biding finished work that evening, her first inquiry was about the merchandise. We are developing our own products, which will take approximately 10 days to process, Li Feng explained. So we must wait. Xiang Biding nodded thoughtfully, though she didn't quite grasp the intricacies involved. If Li Feng says 10 days, then we shall wait. It's not an unreasonable span. That night, as slumber beckoned, Li Feng once again retrieved pen and paper, engrossed in sketching his designs. After lulling Yi to sleep, Xiang Biding noticed the light still flickering in Li Feng's room and ventured inside. "Why are you still awake? What are you up to?" she inquired, leaning closer. "I'm working on some blueprints. What do you think of this?" Li Feng handed his drawings to her. Initially perplexed, Xiang Biding wondered when Li Feng had acquired such skills. After years of marriage, she had been blissfully unaware. "What is this?" "This is an electric shaver," Li Feng explained patiently. "The circular part rests against the face. Once activated, it spins, housing blades within a protective casing, ensuring no harm comes to the skin." As he concluded his explanation, he realized just how closely they were positioned. Startled, Xiang Biding turned her head, acknowledging the proximity. The atmosphere thickened with an unspoken tension. Li Feng could sense her breath, even the rhythm of her heartbeat. Since Li Feng had undergone his transformation, they had not shared a bedroom. The air crackled with an intoxicating blend of ambiguity and unspent energy. Feeling a flush creep up her cheeks, Xiang Biding excused herself. "I ought to check on Yi." She set aside the blueprints, her face tinged with embarrassment as she exited Li Feng's room. Regaining composure, Li Feng murmured to himself, "She is my wife. Why should I feel apprehensive?" Meanwhile, once back in her room, Xiang biting took a moment to steady her racing heart. She pondered why, after so many years of marriage, she suddenly felt such a stirring within her. Was it merely because Li Feng had changed for the better? Wasn't he that what he was supposed to do? With a shake of her head, she lay down, inhaling deeply. The following day, after dropping Yiyo off at kindergarten, Li Feng paid a visit to Zhangbin. The office in Jiaqing was relatively deserted. Zhangbin often lingered there, sipping tea, and when Li Feng had leisure time, he would stop by for a chat. "Brother, come quickly. I have a prominent investor to introduce to you," Zhangbin exclaimed upon spotting Li Feng. Opposite him sat a rotund gentleman adorned with a golden chain. Exuding an air of affluence, Li Feng hastily extended his hand in greeting, and the two engaged in brief introductions. The gentleman was named Lu Jing, a trader in timber. Having observed Zhang Bin's frequent visits to Hangzhou, he sought to inquire about potential business opportunities. He had long heard from Zhang that Li Feng, his younger brother, possessed a keen intellect, so he decided to see for himself. Indeed, from his appearance, this young man could potentially be a significant player. Lu Jing was quite eloquent, dismissing Zhang's exaggerated claims. Li Feng, in turn, displayed humility. "What business ventures have you registered?" Lu Jing inquired directly. "We have secured the exclusive agency for a transmission product, and we anticipate their goods will be available by the second half of the year. Additionally, we have developed an electronic watch, which we will be sourcing in 10 days. Zhang Bin replied candidly. "An electronic watch? Is that truly profitable? Aren't there numerous competitors in Hangzhou? I suspect Xinchuan will soon follow suit," Lu Jing remarked, demonstrating his awareness of the market landscape. Li Feng chuckled, recognizing that Lu Jing's timber business likely afforded him substantial liquidity. "Mr. Lu, we are creating a novel electronic watch. When the product is released, you will understand its potential," he asserted, brimming with confidence. He had meticulously crafted the design over several days, especially in this era ripe with opportunities. Being the first to market would mitigate the impact of any subsequent imitations. "Is that so? I shall be eager to see it. My timber business has been rather challenging of late," Lu Jing admitted, revealing his difficulties. Furthermore, in the coming days, his business would face even greater hardships. The timber trade primarily catered to products like doors and windows, and Li Feng was acutely aware that in a few years, aluminum alloy doors and windows would dominate the market, rendering wooden doors obsolete. "Mr. Lu, I have a rather unrefined suggestion. I recommend you consider venturing into aluminum alloy doors and windows. This might prove more advantageous, as wooden counterparts may soon face obsolescence," Li Feng offered, presenting a sound piece of advice. Lu Jing furrowed his brow, then chuckled. "Impossible. How could wooden doors and windows ever be replaced? Moreover, the cost of aluminum alloy is exorbitant. High production costs lead to elevated retail prices. Who among the common folk can afford that?" Li Feng understood that skepticism was a natural response. At that moment, Zhang Bin's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he jested. "Mr. Lu, if you choose not to pursue it, we certainly will. By all means, pursue it if you wish. I, however, will not delve into aluminum alloy. I have labored in the timber trade for many years and am well versed in its nuances," Lu Jing insisted, remaining steadfast in his views, convinced of his correctness. Of course, Li Feng refrained from pressing the matter further. After all, it was not his enterprise, nor did he intend to venture into that realm. "Very well. Since you are so resolute, we shall not press the issue," Li Feng concluded, choosing to avoid offense. Individuals like Zhang Bin were rare, and the primary concern was that Zhang had tasted success, whereas individuals like Lu Jing struggled to grasp Li Feng's perspective. After Lu Jing departed, Zhang Bin inquired, "Xiao Li, do you genuinely believe that venturing into the aluminum alloy door and window business can be lucrative?" Li Feng chuckled, pondering Zhang Bin's relentless pursuit of profit. "Old Zhang, you needn't overthink it. There is an abundance of money to be made. Can we truly exhaust it all? We should simply focus on excelling at our current endeavors." He understood well the adage that one cannot chew more than they can digest. Furthermore, how could they manage such an enterprise with only the two of them? "I am not suggesting that we undertake it ourselves. Rather, we should enlist someone to do it, and we can invest, sharing the profits later." Zhang Bin's mind was undoubtedly sharp. If it were merely an investment, there would be no issue. However, they needed to find someone with foresight, someone capable of persuading others to engage in the aluminum alloy door and window business. "Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? This individual must be reliable. If they were to deceive us, we would be none the wiser." In the 1990s, the financial system was far from perfect, rendering the specifics of revenue and profit rather opaque. If they were to partner with a shifty character, it was certain they would not disclose the true figures. They could end up losing a substantial amount without ever earning a dime. "I do happen to know such a person, an honest individual who is my childhood friend. albeit with limited funds. He is also in the timber business, but on a much smaller scale than Lu Jing. Shall we visit him and see if we can persuade him? Zhang Bin, serious in his demeanor, asked Li Feng. We need to assess the cost of timber in comparison to aluminum alloy. If they are comparable, then certainly there is profit to be made. Moreover, aluminum alloy doors and windows are exceptionally sturdy and durable. Even if they are slightly more expensive, there will still be buyers. Initially, the market will consist of those establishing factories, and selling to individuals may take a year or two. Once factories procure materials, it will be in bulk. Do you think we could incur losses? After Li Feng's explanation, Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. If that's the case, the profit should indeed be considerable. Let us not dwell on it further. Let us first see if my childhood friend is available. Come, let us visit him now. Zhang Bin, known for his decisive nature, pulled Li Feng along as they headed out. With nothing else pressing, Li Feng found it agreeable to accompany him. They soon arrived at a row of modest houses in the suburbs, where the residents' living conditions were quite ordinary. After navigating several twists and turns, Zhang Bin finally halted before a door. Though it was a single-story dwelling, it boasted a small courtyard filled with an assortment of timber. In the center lay various tools utilized for crafting doors and windows. Zhao Donglai, are you home? Zhang Bin called out loudly from outside. A middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Zhang Bin, emerged from within, his face brightening at the sight of Zhang Bin. Boss Zhang, what brings you here? I heard your printers sold well recently, and you made quite a profit. This man, known as Zhao Donglai, had grown up alongside Zhang Bin. Later, Zhang Bin ventured into business and managed to accumulate a modest sum of money, while Zhao Donglai embarked on a timber trade. However, it could hardly be regarded as a full-fledged business. He merely undertook some private jobs crafting doors and windows for others. In comparison to Lu Jing's scale, it was considerably smaller. I thought of collaborating with you, Zhang Bin remarked. I've heard that your door and window business is doing quite well, so I came to take a look. He patted his old classmate on the shoulder. Zhao Donglai led the two men to the courtyard, set up a table, and began brewing tea. Zhang Bin briefly introduced Li Feng before engaging in some casual conversation. Your door and window business needs an upgrade. I believe switching to aluminum alloy would be beneficial, he suggested after sipping his tea. Aluminum alloy? The cost would be astronomical. Furthermore, I'm just scraping by with this small operation. If I switch to aluminum alloy, I wouldn't have a market, and that would lead to complications, Zhao Donglai replied. Indeed, his thoughts mirrored those of Lu Jing. Brother Zhao, I think you should give it a try. Aluminum alloy doors and windows are sturdier, have a longer lifespan, and offer better safety. If you were to sell them, they should ideally be marketed to manufacturers rather than individuals, Li Feng interjected at that moment. Young man, it's not as simple as you think. The crux of the matter is that I lack the capital. If you could assure me of funding, I might consider it. But without sufficient backing, my words hold no weight, Zhao Donglai argued. He had a valid point. Without money, discussions were futile, and without raw materials, how could anything be produced? I will provide you the funds. We can invest in you. How does an initial investment of 30,000 sound? Chapter 27. The Kindergarten Turmoil. Upon hearing Zhang Bin's immediate offer of 30,000, Zhao Donglai was somewhat incredulous. He chuckled as he poured tea for Li Feng and himself. Is that for real? Aren't you busy with your printer business? What brings you to this? Zhao Donglai questioned, puzzled. Previously, Zhang Bin had looked down upon such small enterprises, viewing them as mere means of survival. Of course, I still have to focus on the printers. What I mean is, we'll provide 30,000 for you to venture into aluminum alloy doors and windows. Once profits arise, we'll share them. In simpler terms, we will supply the funds, and you will invest your efforts, Zhang Bin elucidated further. Zhao Donglai hesitated. He was well aware that continuing his small-scale operations would yield little profit. Let us not discuss profits just yet. I'm a straightforward person. Let us lay it all out. What if we incur losses? In truth, from the moment Li Feng met Zhao Donglai, he sensed there was something commendable about him. At the very least, he appeared to be genuine, which was evident in his eyes, suggesting he wouldn't betray them. Brother Zhao, you can rest assured about this. We can formalize our agreement with a contract. Any losses will be on us, and profits will be shared equally, Li Feng assured. After hearing this, Zhao Donglai found it hard to believe such a fortunate opportunity had come his way. Moreover, Zhao Donglai was quite self-aware. If there were to be an investment, why not seek it for himself? Zhang Bin knew many people, and any one of them would likely be wealthier than Zhao Donglai. Old Zhang, let me ask you a question. Why did you come to me? Surrounded by numerous entrepreneurs, why not collaborate with them? Zhao Donglai and Zhang Bin have shared a decades-long camaraderie, and their conversations have always been direct. Many people do not recognize our endeavors, partly because their craftsmanship does not match yours. As we embark on the production of aluminum alloy doors and windows, ensuring quality from the outset is paramount. I have faith in your skills and character, which is precisely why we sought you out. However, I must candidly state that we shall not be responsible for the manufacturing. We can assist you in finding a market. Upon hearing this, Xiao Donglai grasped the situation. In essence, it meant that Zhang Bin and his associates would not engage in production, leaving everything to Xiao Donglai. This arrangement held its merits, as it minimized potential conflicts. Regarding craftsmanship, Xiao Donglai faced no issues, especially with Zhang Bin's thorough understanding of him. Xiao Donglai nodded, but refrained from immediately agreeing. Let me first investigate the costs associated with aluminum alloy over the next few days. If feasible, I believe we should give it a try. Who knows what the future holds? Xiao Donglai maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that their development trajectory remained uncertain, though Li Feng had clarity on the matter. In a few years, the market would be dominated by aluminum alloy doors and windows, with wooden ones becoming scarce. All right, we await your news. I shall take my leave for now. Concluding their discussion, Zhang Bin felt quite satisfied. The two drove back to the company. Old Zhang, I must pick up my child now. My landline has been set up. I'll give you the number so you can reach me there, Li Feng remarked, taking out a pen and paper to jot down the number for Zhang Bin. He then rode his bicycle to the kindergarten to fetch Yaya. Upon arrival, there were still a few minutes before classes ended. As the bell rang, many parents rushed inside, Li Feng included, knowing the importance of promptly picking up one's child. However, upon seeing Yaya, he noticed she appeared to have been crying. Instantly, he embraced her and inquired, Yaya, what's wrong? Are you upset because I arrived late? The moment Yaya spotted Li Feng, she burst into tears, as if she had endured great distress. Li Feng, perplexed, quickly wiped her tears away. Just as he was about to inquire further about what had transpired, the teacher emerged. You must be Li Zijua's parent, the teacher said with a stern expression. Yes, I am her father. What's the matter? Your child has been involved in a fight with another child, causing injuries to their face. Please come to the office. The other parent is waiting there. You will need to apologize, or this situation could escalate, the teacher instructed. Li Feng nodded and carried Yaya to the office. Inside, he saw a large, displeased man, holding a bag under his arm, glaring at him. Are you the parent of this child? Upon hearing the man's tone and observing the young boy beside him with a scar on his face, Li Feng wondered if Yaya had indeed scratched the child's face. I apologize. That would be me. Look at what your child has done to mine. Indeed. It appears as though Li Feng's suspicions were correct. He was the one who pushed me first, despite my insistence that he refrained from doing so. It was only after he continued to push that I resorted to scratching him. At this moment, Yaya exclaimed loudly. Li Feng now comprehended the situation. It was likely that the little boy had pushed Yaya several times before she could no longer contain her frustration and retaliated. I apologize, but given the circumstances, perhaps both children should offer each other an apology. What do you think? Li Feng suggested as he released Yaya. Children's squabbles are commonplace, and a mutual apology should suffice to resolve the matter. However, the boy's father regarded Li Feng with disdain, scrutinizing him from head to toe and noting that Li Feng's attire was far less impressive than his own. Li Feng could discern that this man possessed some wealth. Why should my son apologize? Your child has marred my son's face. What kind of logic is that? The portly man replied, visibly displeased. Li Feng furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it was actually his son who initiated the conflict by pushing Yaya first. Mr. Son, it is true that Dongdong pushed Yaya first. I believe that if both children offer a mutual apology, we can consider this matter resolved, suggested a young female teacher from the kindergarten who was overseeing Yaya's class. Upon hearing the name Mr. Sun, Li Feng recognized that this individual held some significance. What kind of teacher are you? Are you seeking to lose your job? Do you know what my relationship is with your principal? Should I make a call to him? The overweight man retorted, pulling out his mobile phone. Mr. Sun, she is new here. Yaya's father, please apologize to her quickly, urged the teacher who had previously escorted Li Feng. Li Feng glanced at her, questioning the rationale behind apologizing simply because the fat man was wealthy. What kind of injustice was this? Wait a moment. Why should I apologize? If anything, his family should apologize first. Why should they push my child? Had his child not pushed mine, would his face have been scratched? He insisted that a simple handshake and mutual apologies between the two children should suffice. Chapter 28. Confronting the portly man, Li Feng's temper flared instantly. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. However, he would not tolerate unreasonable behavior. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the portly man stood up abruptly, glaring at him with fury. What? Are you challenging me? If you think an apology is a favor, you are sorely mistaken. I could easily dispose of you in an instant, he threatened, standing directly before Li Feng without a hint of hesitation. He perceived Li Feng as inferior in stature and believed that in a physical altercation, Li Feng would be no match for him. Li Feng chuckled, regarding the portly man. It seemed that today he would have no choice but to act. Just so we are clear, if anyone gets hurt, I will take full responsibility. I hope you won't resort to calling the police afterward, Li Feng cautioned, his greatest fear being the involvement of law enforcement, which could lead to him being incarcerated. The thought of disappointing Bai Ting weighed heavily on him. At this moment, he feared nothing else. All right then, let's settle this on the playground. A stout man, accompanied by his son, made his way to the playground. It was the time when children were being dismissed from school, and many parents had gathered to witness the scene. After all, people are often drawn to excitement. Upon arriving at the playground, the stout man cast aside his clothing and assumed a fighting stance. Father, if you fight, mother will be angry, the sensible Yiya observed, gazing up at Li Feng. Yiya, don't tell mother. I'm just standing up for you. Later, I'll take you to buy a cake, Li Feng whispered into Yiya's ear as he squatted down. Yiya nodded and stepped back. Kid, if you get hurt, I want to take responsibility, the stout man declared, swinging his fists towards Li Feng's head. A fleeting smile crossed Li Feng's lips as he swiftly ducked. In an instant, he retaliated with a powerful punch to the stout man's abdomen. Despite the man's weight, he staggered back 2 steps. Before the stout man could regain his composure, Li Feng executed a swift kick to his chest. In a blur, his other leg struck the man's head. The stout man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and collapsed, unable to rise. Surrounding parents and teachers stood in astonishment, witnessing how the seemingly small Li Feng had effortlessly subdued the stout man. He deserves it, always bullying others. His child has tormented my son before. It was about time someone dealt with him. Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks he is impressive. Let us see how arrogant he remains after this, murmured the onlookers, each sharing their thoughts on the spectacle. The stout man, known as Duan Zhangwo, had made a modest fortune in the motorcycle business and had taken to bullying others. After the altercation, Li Feng paid no heed to Duan Zhangwo and carried Yiyo away from the kindergarten. After all, it was Duan Zhangwo who had instigated the fight, and now he was left dazed. By the time Duan Zhangwo regained his senses, Li Feng had long since vanished. However, the anger simmered within him, and he vowed to seek revenge in the future. Upon returning home, Xiang Biding discovered that neither Li Feng nor Yiya had yet arrived. She proceeded towards the kindergarten and encountered them halfway. Why are you so late? Did you forget? Xiang Biding expressed her displeasure. No. I took Yiya to buy some treats. Right, Yiya? Mommy, Daddy took me to buy a cake. Look. Yiya proudly held up the cake, beaming at Xiang Biding. All you do is spend money. Let us hurry home before it gets dark, Xiang Biding said, casting a disapproving glance at Li Feng. Li Feng, with a wry smile, followed closely behind Xiang Biding as they headed home. Meanwhile, in a lively karaoke establishment, Hei Zi lounged on the sofa. Hey, I found out that a newly renovated place nearby seems to be associated with that Li Feng kid. It's called KTV. Though I'm not quite sure what that entails, Hong Mao reported respectfully to Hei Zi. KTV? What is that? Does it pose a threat to us? Hei Zi queried, equally unfamiliar with the term. Uncertain, yet I feel it matters not whether there is competition. When the time comes for their grand opening, we shall simply disrupt their festivities. That scoundrel inflicted wounds upon me last time, and they have yet to heal. The mere thought of the beating I endured puts me in a foul mood. When are they set to open? I'm not entirely sure, but judging by the renovations, it should be soon. In essence, I glean nothing of significance. Damn it, this fellow possesses quite the talent to partner with wealthy individuals. If that is the case, let us hope they face ruin. Hei Zi, with a thick cigar in hand, bore an imposing demeanor. It was evident to Li Feng that he was the target of Hei Zi's schemes. His intention was to bring down everything Hei Zi had built, ensuring he paid the price for his actions. After all, was he not attempting to extort money from me? Very well, I shall make him suffer the consequences. Li Feng possessed the ability to do just that, and he was aware that on the day of the opening, Hei Zi would undoubtedly send someone to confront him. The renovations progressed swiftly, as did their own preparations. 5 days later, the KTV opened successfully, aptly named Honey. During the midday opening, many of Zhang Bin's friends arrived. That day, profit was not the goal. It was merely a celebration with friends to boost the atmosphere. In the afternoon, Li Feng spotted Hong Mao approaching with a group. Hei Zi, truly a man of bravado but lacking in strategy, sent Hong Mao in a grand display. How could Li Feng possibly welcome them? As they entered the hall, Li Feng immediately laid eyes on them. Hong Mao, what brings you here? Here to sing? Li Feng approached with a smile. Indeed, isn't today your grand opening? I heard drinks are on the house. Hong Mao replied with pride, leading a group of nearly 20. Apologies, but for someone of your ilk, we do not offer service. Perhaps you should return to your own establishment, Li Feng stated bluntly. You can't just decide who is welcomed or not, Hong Mao retorted defiantly. In my own place, I can host whomever I choose. What is it to you? Or has that last beating not left a mark? Li Feng crossed his arms, his eyes radiating a fierce glare. Hong Mao, momentarily intimidated, realized that another confrontation with Li Feng would not be worth the trouble, although they were numerous. Should they resort to violence and damage the establishment, the police would surely intervene, leaving them no escape. Li Feng, just you wait. Hong Mao seethed as he stormed out of Honey KTV with his entourage. Upon returning to his own place, he recounted the events to Heisey. Are you all fools? Tonight, bring a crew and smash their establishment to pieces. Chapter 29. Knowing oneself and one's enemy. Heisey devised a devious plan. In this day and age, there were no surveillance cameras. In the cover of darkness, if they were to vandalize, no one would know who was responsible. Brother Heisey, that's a splendid idea. Tonight, after they close, I shall lead my brothers over there. Finally, we can exact our vengeance, Hong Mao thought, relishing the prospect of avenging himself. Let us descend, brothers, he said, shaking his head at the lack of wit displayed by Hong Mao. Ironically, he seemed oblivious to his own shortcomings. However, he was entirely unaware that Li Feng had anticipated this scenario long ago. Li Feng was well acquainted with Heizie's character. If he didn't come to stir trouble, he would not be the same person. Calling Zhang Bin into a secluded private room, Li Feng whispered, If my instincts serve me right, Heizie will bring a crew to wreak havoc at our KTV tonight. We have a history. What shall we do? We can't just let him destroy everything, Zhang Bin exclaimed, distressed at the thought of their newly opened establishment facing such ruin. I have a plan, Li Feng replied confidently. Fetch me a camera. We can discreetly capture the chaos, and later, we can hold it over Heizie. If he refuses to heed our warnings in the future, we'll turn the photos over to the authorities, and he won't escape unscathed. Li Feng had already devised a strategy, ensuring that Heizie's destruction would be limited, as long as they only vandalized the sign. He would mobilize his team to confront them. That plan seems feasible, but what if they cause irreparable damage? What if they can't afford to compensate us? Zhang Bin voiced his concerns. If they can't afford it, then passion karaoke becomes ours, Li Feng responded without hesitation. Zhang Bin pondered for a moment, accepting the logic. You're right. After all, Heizie already has passion karaoke. Wait here. I'll go get the camera, Zhang Bin said before swiftly departing. Li Feng returned home briefly to inform Xiang Bidong that he would not be home for dinner that evening, as he might be occupied until the early hours with the KTV's opening. Understanding that Li Feng was engaged in business, Xiang Bitong did not object. During this period, Li Feng had demonstrated commendable diligence. At the very least, he had learned the value of earning money, his greatest transformation thus far. Later that night, Hong Mao fixated on Mi Tang, and around 2 or 3 in the morning, she concluded her shift. Li Feng, accompanied by several security personnel, concealed themselves at a short distance. Just 10 minutes after she left, they observed Hong Mao arriving with a throng of followers, wielding clubs, at Mi Tang's entrance. Brothers, smash it hard, Hong Mao commanded, and his subordinates swung their clubs, launching their assault. Li Feng, hidden not far behind, began documenting the scene with his camera. Though the distance was considerable, the illuminated sign of Mi Tang still provided visibility. Once he captured the photographs, Li Feng approached with his security team. What are you doing? He shouted, startling Hong Mao. It's you. I didn't expect you to take advantage of our downtime to vandalize our place. Come, smile for the camera, Li Feng said, snapping several more photos. Hong Mao was taken aback. If they reported this, their troubles would only multiply. Brothers, run, he shouted, and his entourage fled in a panic. Li Feng smirked, content to confront Heizie the following day, before leading his team away. Returning to his own place, Hong Mao gasped as he spoke to Heizie. Brother He, Li Feng has discovered us and even took photographs. What shall we do? What? You useless bunch, what can you possibly accomplish? Heizie retorted angrily, fully aware of the consequences that would follow the revelation of those photographs. Previously, due to his lax management, the police had summoned him several times, even suspecting that a gambling den was operating under his watch, leading to multiple closures. If the police were to be called again because of this incident, it would spell trouble. What now? If that kid reports us, we're done for. Hong Mao fretted, knowing he was the one who had brought the group there. If Heizie denied responsibility for his men, the blame would fall squarely on Hong Mao's shoulders. I'm infuriated by your incompetence. You can't manage anything. Heizie was equally exasperated, uncertain of Li Feng's intentions. Let us wait and see if Li Feng comes to find us tomorrow. If he doesn't, it means he has no intention of pursuing this matter. If he does, we'll handle it then. Heizie could only wait for Li Feng's response. How could Li Feng not seek them out? After sleeping until noon, Li Feng casually enjoyed a bowl of noodles at a nearby restaurant before heading to meet Tang. The entrance had been thoroughly damaged, and Zhang Bin felt a pang of regret. Although the cost of repairing the entrance would ultimately fall on Haizi and his crew, it still displeased him. Old Zhang, let us go find them. I've already sent someone to develop the photographs. If they refuse to relent, we'll present the photos to the police, Li Feng declared, leading Zhang Bin to the passion karaoke. Upon seeing Li Feng enter, Haizi immediately deduced the purpose of his visit. Brother He, there's no need to state why we're here, Li Feng began. What is this about? You need to clarify, Haizi feigned ignorance. Since you're pretending, allow me to enlighten you. Last night, Hong Mao and his crew vandalized the entrance of our KTV. Now, how will you compensate? Or should I take the photographs to the police station? Li Feng sat directly across from Haizi. Haizi, don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to damage my establishment, you ought to consider who Zhang Bin is. Regret may come too late. In truth, Zhang Bin had some reputation after selling printers. He had even been interviewed by a television station. However, Haizi remained oblivious to the fact that Li Feng's partner was Zhang Bin. I didn't send anyone to vandalize your place. What exactly happened? You need to clarify things with me. Haizi prepared to maintain his facade. Fine. I'll clarify for you. Last night, Hong Mao led a group to smash our entrance. You may play ignorant, but Hong Mao is one of yours. So, how do we resolve this? Li Feng was not interested in idle chatter. He just wanted them to fix their entrance first. What? That scoundrel Hong Mao acted without my knowledge? When he arrives, I'll deal with him, Haizi exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, acting his part convincingly. I caution you. If my storefront is not ready by 4 o'clock, and if Hong Mao has not come to apologize, prepare to report to the police station. Chapter 30, Asset Exchange Shares. With these few words, Li Feng departed with Zhang Bin. Just Li Feng alone was enough to unsettle Haizi, and now there was Zhang Bin as well. Haizi wore a troubled expression and promptly called Hong Mao. When Hong Mao arrived, Haizi hurriedly urged him. You must go and fix their storefront immediately. Cost is of no concern, and you need to apologize to Li Feng before 4 o'clock. He just came by and mentioned that if his demands are not met, he would take the evidence to the police station. Upon hearing Haizi's words, Hong Mao was terrified, though he was initially reluctant to apologize. The real issue now was that he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, he would face a summons from the police. With a dejected demeanor, Hong Mao, accompanied by a few of his subordinates from the previous night, made his way to the establishment. Upon arrival, he found Li Feng seated in the lobby. With a forced smile, Hong Mao approached him. Brother Feng, I apologize for my actions last night. It was a moment of impulsiveness. Please forgive me. I assure you it won't happen again, and I will have your storefront fixed immediately. Seeing Hong Mao in this state, Li Feng chuckled softly. However, he had further demands. You must inform Haizi that I expect 3 or 4 of the girls who sing at your venue to be transferred to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A newly opened KTV must have some singing companions. Of course, they are only expected to sing and nothing else. Brother, isn't that a bit difficult? We only have 7 or 8 in total, and you want 3 or 4, which would leave us with barely half, making it impossible for us to operate. Hong Mao appeared quite troubled. I care not for your difficulties. Since you dared to act in such a manner, you must bear the consequences. Li Feng was not one to show leniency. Haizi had previously taken quite a sum from him, and he intended to settle that score. All right, I will return and inform Brother Haizi. With that, Hong Mao hastily returned. The other subordinates began to clean up the damaged storefront. Replacing it would indeed incur significant costs, yet Haizi dared not refuse, as it was his own men who had caused the damage, and Li Feng possessed ample evidence. Brother He, Li Feng has gone too far. He demands that we transfer 3 or 4 of our singing girls to him. How are we to manage that? Upon hearing this, Haizi grew increasingly displeased. The reason they attracted numerous customers was due to the presence of singing companions. If they were to lose them, there were countless karaoke venues available. Why would patrons choose his establishment? This fellow is truly outrageous, but what choice do we have? You brought this upon yourself. Agree to his demands for now, and we shall find an opportunity to deal with him later. Haizi, feeling helpless, reluctantly acquiesced. Red-haired promptly responded to Li Feng, assuring him that there was no longer any need to produce the photographs. The KTV establishment they had launched was rather well furnished and reasonably priced due to its recent opening. Consequently, within a short span, the popularity of Honey soared. Naturally, he and Zhang Bin could not remain at the venue daily, so they decided to hire a commendable general manager, someone with prior experience in the karaoke business and a satisfactory track record. Once matters on their end were settled, the goods from Hangsheng were also nearly ready. Li Feng soon received a call from Wu Qinghua, informing him that the merchandise had been released and urging them to come and collect it. Shall we? Please hurry over. We have other matters to discuss, Wu Qingwa said. And Li Feng was well aware that these other matters pertained to equity investment. Although Li Feng was reluctant to involve too many shareholders, Wu Qingwa was different from the rest. Being entrenched in the watch industry and possessing an operational factory, his involvement could greatly benefit their future production endeavors. Mr. Wu, we will arrive this evening. Please await our arrival at the company, Li Feng stated, preparing to set off immediately. It was merely 10 a.m., and they anticipated reaching their destination by 5 or 6 in the afternoon. All right, I won't schedule anything else and will wait for you, Wu Qingwa replied. Harboring his own intentions, and having inspected the goods upon their release, he was exceedingly satisfied, further solidifying his desire to invest. Li Feng quickly contacted Zhang Bin, requesting him to drive over to collect him, mentioning that the goods from Hangsheng were now available. Zhang Bin, eagerly awaiting this development, promptly drove to pick up Li Feng. Naturally, Li Feng also called Xiang Biding at the factory to apprise her of the situation, and together, they headed towards Hangsheng. What if he wants to invest in us? Zhang Bin inquired during their journey. I believe we could allow him to invest, but only in the watch segment. This would likely necessitate the registration of a new company. Li Feng had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Why register a new company? Don't we already have one? Zhang Bin asked in confusion. Our current company will be engaged in numerous business ventures in the future. If he were to invest in it, he would consequently be entitled to a share of all profits. Thus, we must establish a new company dedicated solely to watches, with just the three of us. Li Feng elucidated, driving without glancing back. Zhang Bin nodded, partially understanding, but ultimately trusting Li Feng's judgment. By around 5 o'clock in the evening, the two arrived at the factory. Wu Qingwa greeted them with palpable joy, shaking their hands enthusiastically. The goods are ready. Come and take a look. He beckoned them into the office. As Li Feng examined the items, he confirmed that the quality was impeccable. Zhang Bin, however, was more astonished. Having never encountered such watches before, this model boasts an abundance of features. I believe this watch will sell like hotcakes once we return, Zhang Bin exclaimed, his face radiant with the prospect of newfound profits. All the goods will be loaded onto the truck shortly. Li Feng chuckled, remarking that even with thousands of watches, Zhang Bin's vehicle could accommodate them. Gentlemen, what is the status of the matter I mentioned last time? Wu Qingwa finally inquired. This issue is indeed feasible. However, we must first register a company. How much are you considering investing, Mr. Wu? Li Feng gazed earnestly at Wu Qingwa. Furthermore, there was no need for him to deceive Wu Qingwa. Anyone capable of establishing a factory must possess a certain degree of competence. If I were to invest in your factory, what proportion of shares would that equate to? It turned out that Wu Qingwa intended to contribute his existing assets to join Li Feng and the others. Although the factory was not particularly large, valued at several $100,000, there was no issue whatsoever. Chapter 31. Agreement reached. Li Feng deemed this arrangement quite advantageous, effectively assigning ownership of the factory to the company. If the factory were to remain separate from the company, it could potentially lead to unnecessary complications in the future. Mr. Wu, are you suggesting that the factory will also belong to the company, and that the three of us will collectively produce watches? You do not need to invest cash at this stage, is that correct? Li Feng sought clarification. Yes, that is precisely the point. Let us speak candidly. How much equity do you believe my factory could represent for you? To put it plainly, many produce watches. But my investment in you stems from my appreciation of your intellect and the potential for future profits. Wu Qingwa's assertion was entirely accurate, and he demonstrated remarkable foresight. He was not fixated on short-term gains, but rather on long-term profitability. Li Feng regarded him as one of the most visionary individuals he had encountered. Given your sincerity, I shall be forthright. We can offer you 30 equity. Of course, in the future, should larger financing be secured, the three of us will have to dilute our shares. The factory indeed warranted a 30 stake. As for the remaining 70, how it would be divided between him and Zhang Bin was their concern. Li Feng had no intention of abandoning Zhang Bin midway. Otherwise, the partnership would never have been established. Li Feng was acutely aware that the greatest market value in the future would not belong to a watch company, but rather to genuine internet or real estate firms. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Qingwa decisively slammed his palm on the table. 30 it is, let us finalize this. You may proceed with registering the company, and I shall provide any necessary assistance. Wu Qingwa was resolute and efficient. Mr. Wu, are you certain you do not wish to review the sales performance? Li Feng added. No need to look. Even if the results are unsatisfactory, I have resolved to embark on this venture with you, as I am confident that we can achieve greater success in the future. With the negotiations concluded, Li Feng proposed taking them to Hangzhou to sample some local delicacies. The matter of investment had been settled with remarkable clarity. The individuals of that era were refreshingly straightforward, unlike the subsequent decades fraught with shareholder suspicion and calculations. Wu Qingguo was an exceptionally astute individual, truly captivated by Li Feng's vision and creativity. Though he had contemplated upgrading his watch production over the years, he had yet to actualize those thoughts. Only Li Feng managed to achieve this, and partnering with such an individual is indeed a stroke of fortune. Li Feng and his companions returned the following day, and upon arriving at the company, they were confronted with the next dilemma. Where would these watches be sold? Would they resort to the same method as before, setting up stalls? Wouldn't that diminish the prestige of this watch? This was a matter of consideration for Li Feng and his partner. I believe we should secure a storefront and simultaneously find a stall to see which method yields better results. Perhaps a combination of both would prove more successful, Li Feng proposed as his initial solution. Are you suggesting that you will continue to set up stalls? Haven't you already done that last time? Or do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Zhang Bin queried with 3 consecutive questions. Calculating the cost of our watch, it amounts to approximately 8 yuan. If we sell it to the stall vendor for 30, we would net a profit of 20. After deducting other expenses, we could reasonably price this fine watch at 35 or 40, right? Li Feng calculated the profits for Zhang Bin. This indicated that if Li Feng's plan were executed, after selling the 5,000 watches, they could potentially reap a profit of 100,000, which, in those days, would indeed be exorbitant. I think it's feasible. I can arrange for a storefront. I have a friend in the clothing business with a spacious shop. We could utilize a small section of his space since our watches don't require much room. However, I haven't identified a suitable person to sell the merchandise. Zhang Bin expressed his concerns. Li Feng was unconcerned about Zhang Bin's connections, but found his lack of creativity troubling. If you sell at wholesale prices to your friend, he can sell both clothing and watches, thereby earning from both avenues. Why do we need to send someone over? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin suddenly realized the clarity of the situation. Exactly. As manufacturers, why should we engage in retail? If that's the case, we can easily find numerous partners. There are plenty of sellers of electronic goods we can approach. Xiaoli, your mind is truly sharp. Let us proceed with this plan. We will each take on our tasks. I will seek out a storefront, and you will find a vendor for the stalls to assess which yields better sales. Zhang Bin was instantly invigorated. Absolutely, it's settled. Upon returning home, Yiya rushed over with a smile. Daddy, did you bring me something delicious? Of course. How could Daddy forget about you, Yiya? Li Feng replied, retrieving some snacks from his backpack. Yiya was delighted and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before happily indulging in her treats. What do your goods look like? Let me see. Xiang Biding called out from the kitchen, wiping her hands before stepping out. How about this watch? Li Feng presented the items he had brought home to Xiang Biding. This one even has a calendar, but it feels a bit large on the wrist, doesn't it? Xiang Biding remarked, trying it on her wrist. Indeed, for a girl. It might seem somewhat oversized, yet for a boy, it appeared rather stylish. This batch of goods is primarily intended for men, particularly those in their 20s. As for the watches designed for women, we shall gradually embark on their development. By the way, these items should be handed over to my elder brother for sale. Priced at 30 yuan each. He should be able to sell them for 40 or even 45. Of course, selling them for 50 is also an option. In any case, Li Feng is currently testing the waters, trying to discern the price range that young people find acceptable. I suggest we set the price at 50, allowing us to offer a discount of 5 yuan during negotiations. Xiang Biding, being a woman, possesses a keen understanding of the art of bargaining. My wife is indeed astute. Li Feng, unusually, complimented Xiang Biding, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. After dinner, the couple took the goods and little Yaya to visit her father-in-law. Naturally, they also summoned the elder brother, primarily to deliver the goods. Upon seeing the watches, the elder brother was overjoyed, unable to conceal his delight. After all, he is a man himself, and he would certainly consider purchasing such a timepiece if he encountered it. However, financial capability is a factor to consider. Li Feng and his brother sat in the living room conversing while the matriarch pulled Xiang Biding into another room. Dear, I must ask you something. Why does Yiya not resemble either you or Li Feng? The matriarch had harbored this question for quite some time. Upon first seeing Yiya, she had noted the lack of resemblance to either parent. Chapter 32. The Blow Mom. Yiya is adopted. She is not our biological child. At the time, I thought that if I adopted a child, perhaps Li Feng's drinking habits would change. Who would have thought it proved futile? Xiang Biding had indeed harbored such thoughts. And not only did it not help, it appeared to exacerbate Li Feng's behavior. Oh, then why didn't you have one of your own? The matriarch inquired, somewhat puzzled. With his temperament back then, would I dare to give birth? Now that he has improved, it would be feasible. Hearing her mother say this, Xiang Biding felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Although she and Li Feng were legally recognized as husband and wife, their intimate moments were limited. Moreover, with the stringent family planning policies in place, Scumbag had not contemplated the matter further. With the current family planning regulations, having a second child isn't as simple as it seems, Mom. You needn't worry about our affairs. Scumbag embraced her mother tenderly. The matriarch sighed, choosing not to pursue the subject further. Scumbag was primarily curious to see how long Li Feng's newfound ambition would last. If he could maintain this momentum, having another child might not be out of the question. In truth, while their relationship had softened, it had yet to reach the intimacy typical of a genuine marriage. On their way back, Li Feng asked, "What did Mom want to speak to you about? Why did she call you into the room? Was she concerned that I might overhear something? She was worried you might revert to your old ways of drinking and violence, hence advising me to avoid provoking you." Scumbag replied casually, "I will no longer resort to violence. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Just observe my behavior," Li Feng said with a hint of pride, raising an eyebrow. Their relationship was indeed gradually mending, giving Li Feng a sense of romantic exhilaration. He had not felt this exhilarating sensation for a long time. Within the bustling Changlong business city, Zhang Bin sought out his friend who sold clothing and retrieved a watch from his bag. "Lu Liang, what do you think of this watch?" Zhang Bin asked, handing it to Lu Liang. A few years younger than him, Lu Liang had known Zhang Bin since his early days in the clothing business. "Brother, this watch is quite nice. How much did you pay for it? Could you get me one too? And where did you get the calendar feature?" Lu Liang examined the watch meticulously. "I produced it myself," Zhang Bin replied. "I have this idea, considering the space you have here. You could set up a display and sell these watches in your shop. I'm sure they would sell well. What are you planning to charge me? How much will you sell them for?" Lu Liang inquired. "I can offer it to you for 30. It should easily sell for around 50, Zhang Bin suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Liang shook his head. "While it is indeed attractive, it's a bit pricey. I'm afraid I can't sell it for you. If you're looking for support and just want to sell me one, I could manage that. Honestly, brother, this item may struggle to find buyers." Lu Liang's candid rejection struck a blow to Zhang Bin's confidence, which had been rather buoyant prior to this encounter. "Why do you think it won't sell?" Zhang Bin pressed. "Firstly, it's expensive. Similar electronic watches on the market are only about 25. Yours is priced significantly higher. Additionally, the watch is quite large. It doesn't appear particularly elegant to wear." Lu Liang expressed his honest opinions. "Is there something wrong with this watch? If it truly doesn't sell, wouldn't that be a loss?" Zhang Bin pondered, yet he resolved to try again. If Lu Liang's shop was not the right venue, perhaps the electronics stores upstairs might yield better results. After inquiring at several shops without success, finally, a young man agreed to take 10 watches on a trial basis. This was a promising start, and Zhang Bin felt his spirits lift. Upon returning to the company, he called for Li Feng to come in promptly. Upon arrival, Li Feng encountered Zhang Bin's furrowed brow. "What's the matter? Hitting a wall?" he guessed instinctively. "Indeed, everyone says the watch is hard to sell. They mention that similar electronic watches are only 25. Ours is priced at a substantial premium. Moreover, they commented on its size, claiming it's not aesthetically pleasing." Zhang Bin recounted the situation honestly. Li Feng chuckled, well aware that such circumstances were unavoidable. "Everything has its audience. Do you remember when we advertised our printers at the television station? We should do it again, but this time, we need a skilled videographer to create a showcase. We can find a couple of young men to wear the watches, and once the advertisement airs, everyone will know about them." Li Feng had already contemplated strategies for poor sales. He understood that in this era, new products required a transitional period for acceptance. The key was to minimize that transition time. "You're right. Advertising is indeed a viable solution. I'm no longer expecting to profit from this batch of watches. Breaking even would be a success," Zhang Bin acknowledged. "Zhang Bin's resilience seems rather feeble, does it not? Allow me to enlighten you. When demand inevitably surpasses supply, you shall discern the veracity of my words. First and foremost, do not attribute the predicament to our timepieces. Rather, consider it a matter of consumer preference. We cannot expect universal admiration, can we? Even in the realm of matrimony, tastes diverge. Some are enamored, while others are not." Li Feng endeavored to console Zhang Bin, who, to his credit, was somewhat receptive to the advice. "This is indeed commendable. It is far more troubling to encounter those who disregard counsel entirely. Very well. I place my trust in you. Let us proceed with advertising. Having already invested these funds, what difference does it make? I refuse to believe we cannot sell even a single piece." Zhang Bin emphatically slapped his thigh. That evening, Li Feng inquired after Brother Bai Ting, who reported that the stall had performed admirably, selling 4 units and earning around 70 to 80 yuan, a considerable sum indeed. "There remains an audience for our product. However, the simplicity of our watches and the lack of upscale packaging may have hindered initial appeal. Coupled with the novelty of the offering, such issues are to be expected. The following day, Feng sought out a young man skilled in videography and enlisted the help of 2 young employees from his company. He even penned the advertisement himself, Karo Sports Watch, a worthy possession. While it may seem rather unremarkable, in this era, it is quite commendable, particularly with the emphasis on the term sports watch. As anticipated, once the advertisement aired on television, the young man who had procured the watches immediately contacted Zhang Bin. Mr. Zhang, please send me 50 more. I sold out the 10 I had today. Initially, he had contemplated returning the merchandise, as days had passed with no interest. However, the advertisement sparked significant inquiries, and it became clear that only he had the stock. Consequently, his 10 pieces vanished within a day, earning him far more than any other product he had sold. Chapter 33. Regional Agency. Zhang Bin was instantly invigorated, at the very least. This signified a positive turn of events. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If there are buyers, we have achieved our first success. Very well, I shall arrange for delivery shortly. Initially, Zhang Bin intended to deliver the goods himself, but upon reflection, as the proprietor, he deemed it inappropriate to lower himself and casually mentioned arranging for someone else to do so. Please, Mr. Zhang, come deliver them yourself. I have a partnership proposal to discuss. The young man, experiencing a surge in sales, was eager to secure the agency for their marketplace. If someone were to approach him first, or if each vendor were to receive a share, his profits would diminish. In that case, I shall personally make the trip. After ending the call, Zhang Bin relayed the developments to Feng, who contemplated the situation and concluded that now was the time to pursue agency opportunities without delay. Old Zhang, take me with you. I wish to ascertain the young man's intentions regarding our collaboration. Feng sought to gauge the other party's sentiments. Splendid. Let us embark together, Zhang Bin replied. With that, the two set off in Zhang Bin's vehicle towards the Changlong shopping mall. Upon arrival, Zhang Bin opened the trunk to count the inventory. Do not count, simply grab the bag. You never know, we might sell even more. Feng ascended to the second floor without uttering a word, carrying his bag with purpose. The young man, named Lu Xiangyang, was merely in his 20s and had been engaged in the electrical appliance business. However, the second floor was saturated with competition in this field, while there was some profit to be made. It was not enough to amass great wealth. Upon encountering Zhang Bin, Lu Xiangyang hurried over. After briefly introducing Feng, he whispered, Brother, could you possibly lower the price for me? Zhang Bin hesitated, glancing at Feng. Ah, Lu, if you genuinely believe our watch is commendable, you could consider becoming a distributor. However, a mere 50 yuan for the agency won't suffice. We can refrain from supplying other stores in the Changlong shopping mall, but you would need to procure 100 watches. Of course, if you wish to take on regional distribution, you would need to acquire 300 units. We are just beginning and are seeking distributors across the city. Feng, ever adaptable, realized he could not rely solely on Zhang Bin for sales. The concept of distribution was essential, as it could foster the development of dealers beneath them. Lu Xiangyang pondered for a moment before inquiring, if I take on regional distribution, would I also be able to wholesale? Then, you would need to offer me a more favorable price. Certainly, if you acquire 300 units, we can reduce the price to 20 yuan. You could wholesale them for 25 or 30. Naturally, you can set a minimum purchase quantity. With more retailers, the stock will swiftly deplete. Feng's eloquence was unblemished, and Lu Xiangyang felt an immediate spark of interest. Acquiring 300 watches seemed manageable, especially since he intended to retail some as well. Could you possibly reduce it to less than 20 yuan? We'll need to reassess later. WeVE already granted a 10 yuan discount. If you perform well, further reductions could be arranged. Feng refrained from outright refusal, allowing Lu Xiangyang the space to envision possibilities. All right, I will take 300 and become a regional distributor, but I can only pay half up front. The remainder will need to be deferred. Being a young man, Lu Xiangyang did not deliberate extensively. Securing the regional distribution deal was his priority, especially since Feng's team was just starting out and thus in need of such individuals. That works. You can settle the balance when you are more financially comfortable. Feng agreed, and Zhang Bin remained silent, reassured that Lu Xiangyang would not abscond with the goods, given his establishment's presence in the vicinity. We should formalize the agreement with a contract, but we can print it out later for you to sign, Feng suggested, as he began to prepare the order for Lu Xiangyang. After finalizing the details, both men returned to the company. Brother, at this pace, we shall swiftly deplete our inventory. Zhang Bin expressed his elation. Rest assured, I have already launched the advertisement. Within a week, we shall see an influx of customers. Li Feng held a strong belief in his capabilities. Moreover, they had only produced 5,000 units, which was not an overwhelming quantity. Now, Li Feng needed to focus on registering the company and trademark. Although the duration was somewhat lengthy, it could not be prolonged excessively. That evening, upon returning home, Li Feng found no sign of Scumbag and Yiya. He promptly rode his bicycle to the kindergarten in search of them, only to discover that Scumbag and her daughter had been intercepted by someone. As he squeezed into the crowd, he recognized the woman as the wife of the overweight man he had previously dealt with. Though the man was absent, the child was unmistakably his. "I have previously informed you that this matter is far from over," the woman declared, her ample figure accentuated by high heels that seemed precarious. Initially bewildered, Scumbag was soon enlightened by the kindergarten teacher. "I do not wish to engage in lengthy discourse with you, nor do I see the utility in your blocking my path. Should my husband arrive, it is likely that yours will face repercussions." Scumbag, whose temperament was somewhat timid, felt cornered. The financial struggles they had endured had shaped her character, yet now that their household had reached a modest affluence, she found herself unperturbed by the woman's intimidation. "Your child attends such a prestigious school. I presume it is funded by your dalliance with other men? Look at you, dressed in rags. How could you afford tuition at this kindergarten?" Initially, Li Feng had no desire to engage with the woman, but her words ignited his ire. He stepped forward, casting a cold glare at her. "Dare to utter another word?" he challenged. "What of it? Is it not possible to possess wealth while engaging with others?" With little hesitation, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to the woman, leaving her dazed. Her already ample face appeared even larger after the blows. "Return home and inform your husband, or I shall ensure he faces ruin," Li Feng declared before taking Scumbag's hand and departing. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by Li Feng's boldness. By the time the woman regained her composure, Li Feng had vanished. Tearfully, she rushed home to relay the incident to her husband, who had instigated the confrontation. Duan Zhengwo was incensed upon hearing the news. Having already suffered a beating, now his wife had been assaulted as well. How could he tolerate such indignity? As a businessman with numerous acquaintances, the prospect of such news spreading was unbearable. He resolved to investigate Li Feng's background. Chapter 34. Attracting attention. Scumbag felt deeply touched by Li Feng's defense of her. However, she also perceived his impulsiveness in striking the overweight woman. "You should not have resorted to violence. What if she reports you?" She expressed concern on their journey home. "And if she does, who would come to her aid? Do you believe the bystanders would testify on her behalf?" Indeed, the parents at the kindergarten had long grown weary of the Duan couple's bullying, and it was improbable they would support them. Although Duan Zhengwo was engaged in the motorcycle trade, in Li Feng's eyes, he was merely a petty trader. He is indeed wealthy, but to what extent? He cannot believe that Duan Zhengwo possesses greater strength than Zhongbin. In the future, please refrain from such impulsiveness. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Scumbag's reaction has diminished compared to before. In the past, whenever Li Feng made a move, she would become exceedingly furious. "By the way, when you return, please call your elder brother and inquire about how the recent sales are faring." Li Feng remains quite concerned about his business. Frankly speaking, in this society, without money, nothing can be accomplished. With wealth, one is the leader. Without it, one can only be bullied. All right, let us hasten our return. Upon arriving home, Scumbag first made a call to her parents. However, they informed her that her elder brother had already gone out to set up a stall, and the results over the past few days have been satisfactory. Knowing that the sales are doing well, Li Feng felt reassured. If this batch of goods can sell quickly, then their next production run will undoubtedly exceed 10,000. The only thing lacking at present is manpower, although initially, there were indeed fewer helping hands. He plans to recruit more individuals in the coming days, particularly salespeople for regional representation. Sales are critically important in any company. Suddenly, he thought of someone from his past acquaintances, a fellow named Dan. Although this chap lacks formal education, he is exceptionally articulate and always eager to make a quick buck. To his surprise, he actually manages to earn some money. If he could bring Dan on board for sales, it would likely prove to be quite formidable. Talent is never scarce in any era. It merely depends on whether it can be discovered. Li Feng intends to visit Dan after dinner, as he recalls that Dan should be playing billiards at the square. That fellow frequents the place and is relatively familiar with Li Feng. "Darling, I'm stepping out for a bit to meet someone." "Who are you meeting?" "It wouldn't be one of your dubious friends, would it?" Scumbag feels a twinge of concern that Li Feng might become arrogant after acquiring wealth and seek out his old companions for drinking and gambling. "No, our company is looking to hire, and I have arranged to meet someone. I'm going to see if I can bring him on board." As Li Feng spoke, he changed his attire and prepared to leave. Scumbag, not fully understanding these matters would not hinder him as long as he was engaged in legitimate business. Indeed, upon arriving, Li Feng spotted Erdan from a distance as he rode his bicycle. He parked his bike and approached Erdan. "Brother Feng, long time no see. What have you been up to lately?" Erdan set down his billiard cue and walked over to Li Feng. "I've been dabbling in a small business and came to check on you. Have you been making any money?" Upon hearing this, Erdan thought Li Feng was seeking to borrow money. "No, I haven't been working much lately, nor have I earned anything. Brother Feng, do you have any good business ventures to share?" Erdan grinned as he sat beside Li Feng. "I actually do have a job for you. Recently, I developed a watch, the one advertised on TV at night. Are you interested in joining me?" Erdan certainly recognized this watch. In fact, he had purchased one himself. It was purchased from Lu Xiangyang at the Changlong shopping mall. "Feng Ge, you're not referring to this, are you?" Erdan extended his arm, allowing Li Feng to observe the watch adorning his wrist. "You actually bought it?" "Yes, indeed, this is the one I acquired. Why not consider collaborating with me?" "Goodness, Feng Ge, you managed to procure this? How was I ever oblivious to your impressive capabilities? And you can handle such things? Pray, tell me how I might join you in this endeavor." This revelation completely shattered Erdan's preconceived notions. In his mind, Li Feng was merely a person fond of drinking and gambling. How did he suddenly become involved in watchmaking? Moreover, based on his understanding of Li Feng, he did not possess such substantial financial resources. "We are currently recruiting individuals to help us find regional agents, which means we will permit them to sell our products while we supply them wholesale. Each region requires only one chief representative, and they will manage distribution within their respective areas. We have provisionally decided to procure 300 watches to create regional agencies, with a unit price of around 20, totaling 6,000 yuan. Thus, you could earn 1,000 yuan from this venture. In truth, this commission is quite generous." At that time, there was no concept of a base salary plus commission, but Li Feng intended to implement it later. "Is the Changlong shopping mall one of your agencies?" "Indeed. We delivered 300 watches to them today. So what do you think? This is far more expedient than your previous endeavors." Li Feng continued to persuade Erdan. "However, isn't it contradictory? You have already advertised, expecting people to seek you out. Why then recruit such individuals? Doesn't that merely increase expenses?" Erdan found this somewhat perplexing, a sentiment shared by many. "Allow me to ask you this. Even if someone approaches me, wouldn't we still need to introduce them? Do you think I can manage all that? Currently, we are just 2 or 3 people." Li Feng's reasoning was sound, and Erdan seemed to grasp it. "Are you familiar with Tianyang Trade City? It's the new establishment in the North City. Coincidentally, I have a friend who conducts small business there. I'll go pay him a visit and secure his involvement." Erdan suddenly thought of someone. "No problem at all. As long as you can recruit a general agent for us, I'll reward you with 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, as he continues to restock, you will also earn profits, meaning that as long as he sells, you will have money to gain." Although Li Feng hadn't settled on the exact commission, he entertained such thoughts in his mind. "So, what you're implying is that whenever he comes to procure goods from you, I will earn money, correct?" Erdan was quite astute and caught on quickly. Li Feng nodded, giving him a thumbs up, signifying that he was indeed correct. "The critical question is, how will I know how much stock he acquires? The agents you recruit will determine how much stock they need, and then you will inform the company about the quantity required and the delivery location. Everything must pass through your hands." With this explanation, Erdan finally comprehended the situation entirely. Chapter 35, Salary Deductions. "If that's the case, perhaps I could earn a substantial sum in the future." Erdan had spent 50 yuan on this watch. Moreover, he was fortunate to have arrived early. Had he been any later, there would have been no stock available. "Brother Feng, how about I come to see you tomorrow? If it works out, I'll join you in your endeavors." Erdan is quite agile, yet he remains perplexed as to how Li Feng claims to have succeeded in business. Could it be that his previous poverty was all a facade? "Very well, let us settle this. I shall write you an address, and you can come to find me tomorrow." Li Feng retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, inscribed an address, and handed it to Erdan. If he could successfully bring Erdan back, he would no longer need to worry about sales. Furthermore, he had other ventures to attend to, such as electric shavers and mobile phones. Within the confines of the Shenchuan Grand Hotel, Duan Zhengwo was dining with an acquaintance, a shareholder from the Xiang Biding garment factory, with whom he shared a relatively amicable rapport. They had known each other for quite some time, both thriving in their respective businesses. "What brings you to me?" Su Liang inquired, taking a sip of his drink. "Is there a woman named Xiang Biding in your factory?" Duan Zhengwo, still unable to swallow his indignation, sought to approach the matter through Xiang Biding. Although he had not discerned what Li Feng was truly engaged in, he had discovered that Xiang Biding was indeed employed at the garment factory. "With so many employees in our factory, how am I to know?" Su Liang replied, acknowledging the multitude of workers, with Xiang Biding merely being an ordinary employee. As a shareholder, Su Liang rarely visited the factory and was understandably unaware. I need a favor from you. Please withhold her wages. Her husband is quite arrogant, and she is exceptionally beautiful. I've heard her husband is lazy and even resorts to violence against her. The latter part of Duan Zhangwo's statement was deliberately directed towards Su Liang, knowing full well of his lecherous nature. Many beautiful women had fallen victim to his advances, as he often resolved matters with mere monetary compensation. Why should I withhold her wages? Su Liang queried. Her daughter got into a scuffle with my son, and subsequently, her husband assaulted me. You know I pride myself on my composure. Had it come to blows, I certainly would have prevailed. I have no desire to stoop to the level of such a scoundrel. Therefore, I need your assistance in this matter. I want that fellow to come begging for my forgiveness. Besides, this would create an opportunity for you as well. Duan Zhangwo raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Su Liang chuckled, having encountered numerous women, yet he was unfamiliar with the beauty of Xiang Biding from the garment factory. His curiosity was piqued, pondering what kind of woman she might be. Moreover, helping Duan Zhangwo could certainly yield future benefits for himself. Very well, I shall visit tomorrow. If such a person truly exists, I can assist you. Su Liang declared, raising his glass. It's no wonder, President Su, that you are so forthright. Cheers. The following morning, as work commenced, Su Liang made his way to the garment factory. He inquired about Xiang Biding's whereabouts and feigned an inspection of the operations. Proceeding to the workshop, the moment he laid eyes on Xiang Biding, he was instantly captivated. Regardless of her figure or appearance, she effortlessly eclipsed all the women he had previously encountered. Most notably, Xiang Biding, unadorned by makeup, emanated an unparalleled purity. Su Liang immediately conceived a notion within his mind. He returned to his office and summoned the director. What is the work performance of that Xiang Biding? The director, perplexed by Su Liang's inquiry, relayed the situation truthfully. Ultimately, he also mentioned the recent leave of absence taken by Xiang Biding. Understood. Please summon the finance director to me, Su Liang instructed. Intending to withhold Xiang Biding's salary as per Duan Zhangwo's suggestion, citing her prolonged leave as the justification. Shortly thereafter, the finance director arrived. Are you aware of Xiang Biding's leave? Yes, Su Zong, I am aware. She informed both the workshop director and me at the time. The finance director responded earnestly. Deduct her salary. For such an extended period of absence, she must seek approval from above. Who informed me of this? Did someone relay it to Wu Zong? Su Liang referred to his partner, the boss known to Zhang Bin. The finance director hesitated, clearly anxious that Su Liang might vent his frustration upon him. If you decide to deduct her salary further, it could become troublesome. If Xiang Biding inquires, direct her to me, understood? Su Liang concluded, waving his hand to dismiss the finance director. Nodding, the finance director exited Su Liang's office. With only a few days until salary distribution, it was evident to the finance director that Xiang Biding had crossed someone. After work that afternoon, she pulled Xiang Biding aside. Biding, I need to inform you about something. Su Zong came by this morning and instructed me to withhold your entire salary for this month. The finance manager had a decent rapport with Xiang Biding. Hence she decided to give her a heads up. Why would my salary be deducted? Xiang Biding queried, bewildered. It's because your leave was excessively long, and you did not report to either Su Zong or Wu Zong. If you feel this is unjust, you can confront him directly, the finance manager explained. Xiang Biding felt a surge of displeasure. What is the meaning of this? I had already reported my leave to my superiors. Why is it that the boss is unaware? Furthermore, as an employee, why would I go to the boss to report my leave? Others take time off for 3 to 5 days, while I have been away for over 10 days. Sister, since we have a good relationship, I wanted to inform you in advance, fearing that when payday arrives, you might not receive your salary and blame me for not having notified you. I'm heading to the cafeteria now, the finance manager concluded, taking her lunchbox and departing. A storm of frustration brewed within Xiang Biding. She resolved to inquire with Su Liang that afternoon to clarify the situation. After her meal, upon spotting Su Liang about to leave the factory, she hurriedly pursued him. Su Zong, greetings. I am Xiang Biding from the factory. Su Liang came to a halt, gazing at the woman before him, a surge of hormones stirring within him. Was it about the salary? Get in the car, and I will explain, he said with a stern expression, heading towards the vehicle at the entrance. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Biding followed. After all, it concerned her monthly wages. Chapter 36. Once inside the car, Xiang Biding spoke directly. Mr. Su, I took leave because my daughter underwent surgery. It was unavoidable. I had also informed our workshop director at the time. Su Liang cast a serious glance at her and slowly inquired, are you aware of the factory's rules? I can understand your daughter's surgery, But you and your husband could have alternated. If you take leave like this, what about the others in the factory? Xiang Biding felt an intense anxiety, fearing her salary might indeed be deducted. Mr. Su, my husband is very busy too, and the factory didn't inform me. It seems rather unreasonable to deduct a month's wages. Besides, I have made up for the work afterward. Uncertain of Su Liang's intentions, she continued her explanation. Suddenly, Su Liang smiled faintly and patted her thigh. Your salary might not be deducted, depending on your performance. This frivolous gesture startled Xiang Biding, who quickly swatted his hand away and exited the car. She had heard rumors of Su Liang's lecherous nature, tales circulating throughout the factory for some time. The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. Observing her reaction, Su Liang rolled down the window and called out, if you want your salary, it would be wise to seek me out. Otherwise, you won't be far from dismissal. In the early 90s, a wave of layoffs swept through, with many losing their jobs. The populace had little else to rely on, scraping by on meager wages. Su Liang believed this tactic would surely ensnare Xiang Biding, as many women he had taken a liking to had succumbed to similar methods. As Xiang Biding exited his vehicle, numerous employees arriving for work witnessed the event. That very day, rumors spread throughout the factory, claiming Xiang Biding was involved with Su Liang, embellished tales that grew increasingly exaggerated. Meanwhile, Li Feng was engaged in discussions with Dan regarding work matters. Zhang Bin felt that relying solely on the two of them was exhausting. Despite the assistance from personnel at the printing company, it couldn't continue in this manner. While office staff could be transferred, there were no sales representatives available from that side. Dan posed several crucial questions, such as whether there would be a unified pricing system to prevent market disruption, and how much inventory would be required for provincial agents from other provinces. These inquiries laid a stable foundation for future considerations, and Li Feng recognized their importance. He was merely taken aback that Dan could conceive what many might overlook. With his astuteness, Dan had managed to thrive in Xinchuan for all these years. Li Feng addressed each question, and Dan appeared quite satisfied. Brother Feng, well, since that's the case, I'll follow your lead. I'm heading out now to gather some samples. Dan said, eager to go to the Tianyang Trade City in Beijing to recruit regional agents. Zhang Bin promptly handed Dan 10 watches, and with a cheerful smile, Dan left the company. After his departure, Zhang Bin inquired with a grin, where did you find such a little brother? He certainly knows how to talk. I've known him for a while. He is currently unemployed, so let us see what he can do, Li Feng replied. He felt that if Dan proved capable in this regard, he would have him accompany him long-term. In any product-oriented company, sales are paramount, an indispensable element of the organization. The young man's abilities remained uncertain, but his attitude was commendably proactive. Zhang Bin also appreciated Dan's enthusiasm, recognizing the necessity for such passionate youth in their current endeavors. Old Zhang, give Wu Qingwu a call. Our two companies are about to be registered. We can either head to Hangxing or have him come here to discuss when the next batch of goods will be ready. We may also need to consider areas for improvement. After all, Wu Qingwu has a better understanding of watches than we do. I must go pick up the children now. As Li Feng stood up, he reflected on the responsibilities and motivations that come with family. All right, I'll contact him. But I still have my doubts about when we'll sell through this batch. Zhang Bin expressed his uncertainty. Trust me, within a week, Li Feng reassured, patting his chest with a smile before departing the company. After picking up Yiya, he cheerfully asked, what did your teacher teach you today? We heard stories. Yiya replied, joyfully hugging Li Feng. As they walked out of the kindergarten, they encountered the plump woman whom Li Feng had confronted previously. She recognized him as well, casting him a disdainful glance, but refraining from saying anything. As Li Feng passed by, he glanced at her, causing her heart to race, fearing he might strike again. Once Li Feng had left, the plump woman emerged from her hiding place. Within the community, a group of women gathered, engaging in idle gossip. Have you heard? That Tingting on the second floor is rumored to be involved with their factory manager, one woman said. I wondered why her life has improved so much lately. She seems to have meat for every meal. Must be some rich man providing for her. Otherwise, how could she suddenly acquire wealth? This group, having nothing better to do after their meals, frequently indulged in such conversations. Li Feng entered just in time to overhear their chatter. He approached them slowly and sternly asked, Aunt Zhang, who told you that? Some things are better left unsaid. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in trouble. Upon hearing Li Feng's admonition, Aunt Zhang grew displeased. Known for her fiery temperament in the vicinity, she had no rival in the entire community. It was well understood that most preferred to avoid extended conversations with her. If you can't even manage your own wife, perhaps it's you who should be cautious. I suspect you've donned quite a few green hats yourself, she retorted, shaking her fan dismissively at Li Feng. Li Feng smiled, confident in his ability to handle such individuals. Upon my return, I heard that your daughter Feng had been taken under the wing of a man, a 50-year-old elder. Li Feng deliberately uttered these words to provoke Aunt Zhang. Indeed. Aunt Zhang immediately leapt from her chair, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Feng, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." As she advanced, Li Feng swiftly dodged, knowing that another false accusation could lead to dire consequences. "Do not touch me. Aren't you fond of gossip? Perhaps you should start with your own daughter's scandal. After all, Feng is still unmarried and has fallen into such a situation. I wonder what she was thinking." Li Feng remarked while cradling Yaya and making his way back home. Aunt Zhang, infuriated, attempted to pursue him but failed to catch up. Many neighbors nearby began to murmur among themselves. Chapter 37. Sold out in truth. Aunt Zhang's daughter Feng had been away for 1 or 2 years without returning. Upon hearing Li Feng's declaration, everyone assumed it to be true. "Do not listen to that boy's nonsense. My Feng is doing quite well." "Not at all as he described." "Now, please leave," Aunt Zhang insisted, ushering everyone away. However, she was seething with anger, plotting revenge against Li Feng. When Scumbag returned, Li Feng noticed her troubled expression and inquired with concern, "What is wrong? You appear quite unhappy. Has something happened?" Scumbag sighed and replied, "Our boss deducted my salary from last month, claiming I took too much leave." She hesitated, knowing that if Li Feng learned of Su Liang's inappropriate advances, he would surely be displeased. Li Feng, not being naive, recognized that something more serious lay beneath Scumbag's demeanor. "What is truly going on? Please, tell me." "Our boss, Su Liang, has been making unwelcome advances towards me, and now the factory is rife with rumors about an inappropriate relationship between us. I am at a loss as to how to face work tomorrow." Scumbag expressed her helplessness, having heard numerous rumors throughout the afternoon. Li Feng furrowed his brow. He could not tolerate his wife's mistreatment. "You need not return to work. We can forego your salary. I will manage to provide for you and Yaya." He had long wished for Scumbag to leave her job at the garment factory. "No, I can skip work, but I must reclaim my earnings. That money is the fruit of my labor. Why should he keep it from me?" Scumbag was quite indignant, though she considered not returning to work. The thought of losing her wages left her uneasy. "My dear, rest assured, I will certainly assist you in recovering your salary. Just give me a few days, for now. Refrain from working. The money I am currently earning is sufficient to support you and Yaya. But if I do not go to work, I may never get that money back." She hesitated. "I assure you, leave it to me. Isn't old Zhang acquainted with one of your bosses? I will seek him out tomorrow, and I am confident I can retrieve your wages." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Scumbag suddenly recalled an incident. Previously, due to accusations from the factory that she had damaged a machine, Zhang Bin had even gone to confront her. "All right, make sure to inquire about it tomorrow," she said. Her spirits slightly lifted. That night, as Li Feng lay in bed, he pondered extensively on how to deal with Su Liang. Soon, he thought of Zi. If this matter were entrusted to Zi and Hong Mao, it should be manageable. He promptly donned his clothes and prepared to seek them out. Just then, Scumbag emerged and, noticing Li Feng's departure, asked curiously, "Why are you going out so late?" "I'm just heading to the KTV. I forgot something." Li Feng replied with a simple excuse. Upon arriving at the KTV, he instructed the staff to summon Zi and Hong Mao. Currently, Zi and Hong Mao were powerless against Li Feng, especially since he held photos of Hong Mao, which deterred them from making any rash moves. Ever since Li Feng's KTV opened, their business had suffered significantly. Once in a private room, Zi and Hong Mao appeared puzzled. "Brother He, you're a few years older than me. Is it all right if I call you that?" Li Feng offered them a drink. "Just call me Zi. No need for the brother." Zi replied politely. "Let us stick with brother. I have something I'd like your assistance with. If it works out, we can put our grievances behind us. Your karaoke business seems to be struggling, doesn't it? If you're interested, we could partner up and expand the KTV business. In the future, the whole of Xinchuan could be our KTV empire," Li Feng proposed. This notion intrigued Zi, who had aspirations of running a KTV himself, yet felt hesitant. Moreover, their establishments were quite close to one another. "Really?" Zi and Hong Mao exchanged incredulous glances. "Of course, it's true. As you can see, I'm quite busy and can't manage this side of things. If possible, I'd leave it all to you to handle, and we could share the profits by the end of the year," Li Feng asserted, knowing what would entice Zi. However, his words also rang true. He and Zhang Bin couldn't oversee everything. "Little Li, what exactly do you need our help with?" Zi inquired. "Are you familiar with a boss named Su Liang from Xinguang Garment Factory?" Li Feng asked directly. "Yes, he used to come here to sing regularly. What's the matter? Do you have a grudge against him?" Zi responded, showing some cleverness as he deduced that Li Feng would seek him out without reason. I wish to teach him a lesson, and it would be best if you could figure out a way to lure him to your place so I can ask him a few questions, Li Feng admitted, realizing he had no preferable plans and would have to resort to forceful measures. But what reason will we use? With He Zi's identity, he may not agree to meet. He Zi pondered aloud. Li Feng contemplated for a moment. When he visits your place, just let me know, he instructed. All right, no problem. What about our partnership? He Zi asked with a shy smile. I'll send someone to discuss the details with you tomorrow, Li Feng replied. Sounds good, they concluded. After their conversation, Li Feng returned home. Individuals like Su Liang create a sense of discomfort for Li Feng if left unchecked. The following day, as he arrived at the office, he was taken aback when Lu Xiangyang called again requesting goods. It turned out that all 300 of his watches had been successfully distributed, yielding remarkable results. Zhang Bin promptly dispatched someone to deliver the merchandise, while Dan was also negotiating favorably, having secured 3 agents in just 2 days and supplying over 1,000 items. This further piqued Dan's interest. Indeed, as Li Feng had predicted, within a week, all the previous stock had been sold out. Moreover, they were approached by the district office, which praised Zhang Bin for his earlier success in selling printers and now for establishing a new brand. The head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Xia Yi, expressed his delight while seated in Li Feng's office. Your ideas are truly commendable. We need more enterprising young individuals like you, as the future looks very promising. Should you require assistance, we will provide unwavering support, Xia Yi declared, emphasizing that any successful project in his area would contribute to the economic development of the entire region. In the long run, tax matters would not be a concern. Rest assured, Director Xia, we will strive to achieve even greater success, Li Feng assured him. Chapter 38. Dinner invitation. Li Feng vividly recalled that if they could exert more effort at this juncture, the local Chamber of Commerce would offer substantial support. Even future loans would be considerably more accessible. Therefore, cultivating a good relationship with Xia Yi was imperative for their future endeavors. Excellent. We must indeed put forth our best effort, Xia Yi responded enthusiastically. Director Xia, let us dine together this evening at the Shunchuan Grand Hotel. It is our treat. Zhang Bin, ever diplomatic, recognized the importance of nurturing this connection and resolved to make a positive impression. That sounds wonderful. I happen to be free this evening, so I shall see you then. I must return to my office now, Xia Yi said cheerfully, patting Zhang Bin on the shoulder. Great. We shall await your arrival this evening. Once downstairs, Li Feng contemplated the possibility of using Xia Yi's influence to address Su Liang's conduct. The clothing factory also fell within this jurisdiction, undoubtedly under Xia Yi's oversight. Thus, he conceived a discreet plan to offer Xia Yi a small share in their venture. Old Zhang, we must cultivate a good relationship with Xia Yi. Perhaps we could allocate a portion of our profits to him in the future, Li Feng suggested. To which Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. He understood the significance of Xia Yi. Any promising project presented to the Chamber of Commerce would likely involve their consideration. This is entirely feasible. By the way, Wu Qinghua mentioned he would be coming over in a couple of days. We should commence production on the next batch, totaling 5,000 units. This time, we anticipate a profit of approximately 70 to 80,000, which is quite commendable. Quite commendable indeed. We should reinvest the earnings into the company. Let us refrain from dividing the profits for now, as we need to develop additional products. This will serve as our capital. Li Feng concluded. The swiftest means of generating wealth lies in making money work for you, a principle that Li Feng fully comprehends. Let me get you a mobile phone. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to stay in touch, Zhang Bin said generously. Indeed, while Li Feng had a landline at home, there were times when he was unreachable. All right, let us go for a more affordable option, as long as it serves its purpose, Li Feng replied casually, reflecting his easygoing nature. As long as they could communicate, he cared little for the specifics. Moreover, he intended to acquire a smartphone in the future, which was an essential for the times ahead. While they were conversing, He Zi contacted Li Feng, leaving a message urging him to hurry to the karaoke venue. Li Feng surmised that Su Liang and his companions were likely already there. He promptly mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards He Zi's location. Upon arrival, He Zi leaned in and whispered to Li Feng. Su Liang is in room 301 with a hefty fellow. Would you prefer to go alone or together? Li Feng waved his hand, signaling for He Zi and the others to remain behind, and he proceeded directly to room 301. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng pushed open the door. Su Liang and Duan Zhengwo looked at him in confusion, but Duan Zhengwo quickly recognized Li Feng and whispered to Su Liang, he is Xiang Baiting's husband. Su Liang smirked and inquired, who are you? What brings you here? Upon seeing the two of them, Li Feng understood that Su Liang was clearly summoned by Duan Zhengwo. Otherwise, why would Su Liang suddenly decide to withhold Xiang Biting's salary? So, you are the one who has deducted my wife's pay? I have also heard rumors of your inappropriate behavior towards her, Li Feng stated bluntly, fixing his gaze on Su Liang. Su Liang appeared indifferent, regarding Li Feng as nothing more than an insignificant nobody. He believed that dealing with Li Feng would be a trivial task. It seems you two are indeed colluding. Perhaps my previous lesson wasn't severe enough, prompting you to recruit this fool to unjustly withhold my wife's salary, Li Feng remarked, stepping closer to the two. In Hazy's presence, he had already dealt with them, and they had no recourse. I can deduct your wife's salary as I please. What can you do about it? Su Liang rose, glaring at Li Feng with a scowl. Li Feng chuckled before swiftly delivering a slap. Su Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Feng would dare to strike him here. He retaliated, but he was no match for Li Feng. Seeing this, Duan Zhangwo rushed in to assist, yet both of them were swiftly overpowered, lying defeated on the ground. Hazy entered with his group. Su Liang, rising from the floor, flung open the door and shouted outside. Misunderstanding the commotion, Hazy assumed it was Li Feng calling for help and swiftly brought his men over. Upon seeing Su Liang and Duan Zhangwo in a state of disarray, he realized Su Liang was the one who had called out. Hazy, apprehend him and take him to the police station, Su Liang commanded. Hazy shot him a glance, feigning ignorance as he asked, what has he done? Why should he be taken to the police station? Are you blind? Did you not see him strike us both? Su Liang exclaimed in frustration. I believe it is you two who have assaulted him, don't you think? Just look at your physiques compared to his. A discerning eye can easily discern the truth. How could he possibly overcome both of you? This is nothing short of a jest. Hazy cast a sidelong glance at Su Liang. Su Liang and Duan Zhangwo were not foolish. They quickly realized that Hazy was allied with Li Feng. After all, how else could Li Feng be aware of their presence here? Fine, just wait, Su Liang declared, rising to leave with Duan Zhangwo from Hazy's karaoke establishment. Hold on. You haven't settled the bill yet. Red-haired, go check how much it is. Su Liang had never paid a dime during his previous visits. However, circumstances had changed. Hazy understood that Li Feng had dared to confront them, indicating that there was someone backing him. Moreover, with Li Feng preparing to collaborate with Hazy, they were now essentially one family. This meant that opposing Li Feng also meant opposing Hazy. Red-haired dashed out and quickly returned, placing the bill before Su Liang. It amounted to several hundred yuan, and although the two could not voice any complaints, they begrudgingly settled the payment. After they departed, Hazy expressed his concern. I have a feeling these two will not simply let this go. You must be cautious. What if they attempt to undermine you from behind? In truth, Li Feng was not particularly worried about this. His primary concern lay with Xiang Biting. However, since Xiang Biting had ceased working at the factory, he anticipated that there would not be any significant issues. It's all right, don't worry. They cannot harm me, Li Feng reassured before departing from Hazy's karaoke. Upon returning home, he found Xiang Biting hastily preparing to leave. Wife, where are you going? Haven't you stopped working at the factory? Li Feng inquired. Puzzled by her urgent demeanor. The factory called me, asking me to come over urgently, Xiang Biting replied candidly. Li Feng instantly grasped the situation. Due to his altercation with Su Liang was now seeking revenge. Yet, he had not uncovered Li Feng's true identity. Instead, he chose to vent his frustration on Xiang Biting, intending not only to withhold her salary from last month, but also to demand the return of wages from previous months. I will accompany you. If they create difficulties for you, I can assist, Li Feng offered. After considering his words, Xiang Biting agreed, realizing the logic behind it. Who could predict what this phone call truly entailed? If it turned out to be another instance of Su Liang acting inappropriately, having Li Feng with her would likely deter Su Liang. Very well, let us go together, she finally consented. As Li Feng took her by the arm and led her towards the garment factory. Upon arrival, the couple proceeded to the finance office. Upon seeing Xiang Biting, the finance manager immediately pulled her aside. Xiang Biting, what on earth have you done to displease President Su? He instructed me to inform you that not only must you return last month's wages, but also the salaries previously disbursed to you. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to secure employment in Xinchuan. The finance manager's demeanor was grave, devoid of any semblance of jest. Xiang Biting was momentarily taken aback. As she had intended to seek a new job, if Su Liang had indeed said such a thing, there was a real possibility of it being true. I haven't done anything. I simply stayed home today, Xiang Biting explained with exasperation. At that moment, Li Feng approached, having overheard their exchange. You should convey to General Su that if he wishes to keep his factory operational, he must apologize to my wife. Otherwise, within 2 months, I will ensure his factory's closure. Li Feng's gaze radiated an unprecedented confidence. one that Scumbag had never witnessed before. After stating this, he took Scumbag by the hand and departed. The wages have already been disbursed. How could we possibly return them? Don't worry, my dear. He is merely trying to intimidate you. We have already received the money, and there is no rationale for returning it. He is simply withholding this month's salary from you. Trust me, in due time, he will come to deliver the money to our home. On their way back, Feng, concerned that Scumbag might be feeling disheartened, offered words of comfort. I'm not worried about that. My primary concern is what Su Liang might be saying outside. It could complicate my job search. Scumbag was not one to shy away from hard work. She still aspired to find a decent position, at the very least to secure an income. I have some good news to share. All our goods have been sold. This time, both Lao Zhang and I can expect a net profit of 70 to 80,000. However, we must reserve this money for further investments. Given the current circumstances, you need not fret about our livelihood. Feng understood Scumbag well. Her urgency to find employment stemmed from the insufficient funds for Ya's surgery, leading her to believe that it was wise to save up in case of an emergency. Really? We can earn that much? A single transaction netted us 70 to 80,000. Not everyone could achieve that in those days. Why would I deceive you? Besides, once my business expands, you will need to assist me. If you find a job, who will help me? Feng remarked, deliberately gazing at Scumbag. Well then, I suppose I will stay home for a few days. Finally, Scumbag acquiesced. In the evening, Feng and Zhang Bin awaited Xia Ye's arrival at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel. Before long, Xia Ye arrived, and the three of them booked a private room to discuss certain matters. Director Xia, this is our proposal. Moving forward, we would allocate 1/10 of our profits to you. What do you think? Zhang Bin said with a jovial smile directed at Xia Ye. We cannot proceed in this manner. If word of this gets out, how will I maintain my standing in the bureau? Xia Ye feigned seriousness. Lao Zhang, aren't you making things difficult for Director Xia? Director, if you have any needs, we are more than willing to accommodate them. However, that 1/10 is not for you personally, but rather to provide food for our families. You mentioned that you would assist us in the future, and during festive seasons, we ought to pay visits as a form of gift. Feng spoke with great tact. Such matters cannot be addressed directly. Young Li, you possess great potential for the future. Today, I bring you both good news. The land in the southern part of the city will soon be up for bidding. Are you interested in participating? Indeed. It is true that wealth can facilitate many endeavors. Had Feng and the others not mentioned this, they surely would have remained oblivious to such news. How much does this parcel of land cost? Feng inquired urgently. In the 1990s, acquiring a piece of land would cost at least several million. Moreover, the southern region is poised for remarkable development, whether for office buildings, residential complexes, or shopping centers. Profits are virtually guaranteed. The price is 20 million. But the Chamber of Commerce offers support, meaning loans and installment payments are available. The policies are very favorable, but it ultimately depends on your audacity. In truth, that was indeed the case back then, yet many regarded several million as an exorbitant sum. Even with loans from the Chamber of Commerce, they hesitated, fearing they could not repay. Feng recalled his father once telling him that, in those days, banks would actively seek out clients for loans. Even so, no one dared to take those loans. Had his father been bolder, their family's circumstances might have been vastly improved. Nevertheless, through his own efforts, Feng eventually built a commercial empire. What his father could not achieve, he would fulfill. This is quite promising. Do you believe we are qualified? Suddenly, Feng felt a surge of interest. Real estate is one of the most lucrative ventures for the future. In 10 years, property prices will soar. Your company is thriving. If the next batch of goods can enhance your reputation even slightly, my reports to the higher-ups would be all the more compelling, Summer explained clearly. Real estate requires a degree of strength and a guarantor. As long as Feng's presence indicates progress, Summer would readily assume the role of guarantor. Rest assured, our next batch should start at a minimum of 30,000 units. Besides us, who else in Xinchuan is interested in this project? Feng felt it was essential to know who his competitors were. Chapter 40. Feng's strength Su Liang and Wu Weiwei from Starlight Garment Factory. Though they were not my recommendations, another colleague from our bureau endorsed them. Upon hearing this, both Feng and his companion were taken aback. Feng never anticipated that Su Liang and his associates would possess such boldness, contemplating a bid for the land in the southern region. Feng smiled faintly before saying, Director Xia, to be candid, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. My wife previously worked at Su Liang's factory, but he unjustly withheld her salary for a month and even behaved inappropriately towards her. Might you be able to assist with this issue? Since Su Liang and his associates were not recommended by Summer, this matter should be more manageable. I have long heard of Su Liang's lecherous nature. but I never anticipated that he would dare to bully you. Fear not. I shall take care of this matter. Within 3 days, your wife's salary will be fully dispensed. Xia Yi, having fortuitously found such an opportunity, could hardly contain his delight. After all, the individual who recommended Su Liang and his associates is a leader within the bureau, and their positions are quite comparable. Naturally, whichever of the two secures this land will be poised for promotion. If Xia Yi were to inform the higher-ups about Su Liang's flirtations with Xiang biting, the person who recommended them would undoubtedly face reprimand. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, Director Xia. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor, Li Feng said, rising to grasp his wine cup. The 3 men joyfully feasted and drank together. The following day, while at work, Xia Yi summoned Sun Dong, the one who had recommended Su Liang, to his office. Sun Dong, do those two at Xinguang Garment Factory have sufficient funds to acquire this land? Xia Yi initially probed. In truth, I have been meaning to discuss this with you. Regardless of whether they can secure it, they will certainly be involved, and the government has loans available. How is your side progressing? Sun Dong inquired. You need not worry about my end. However, there is something I must bring to your attention. A friend of mine has a wife employed at Su Liang's factory, and he has been improper with her. If I were to disclose this to our superiors, how do you think they would respond? Upon hearing Xia Yi's words, Sun Dong was momentarily taken aback. If this information were relayed to the higher-ups, it could very well lead to the disqualification of Su Liang and his team from bidding. Is this credible? Indeed, it is credible. Rumors have already spread, and my friend's wife has explicitly stated that he has been inappropriate with her in the car. You may handle this as you see fit, Xia Yi stated with grave seriousness. In voicing this, he merely hinted at his position, making it clear to Sun Dong that he was not his rival. Moreover, he did not directly approach their superiors, but rather sought out Sun Dong first, indicating that he was willing to leave room for negotiation. After all, despite their competitive relationship, Xia Yi did not wish to sever ties completely. I will inquire further. Thank you, Xia Yi, Sun Dong replied before departing from the office. Xia Yi had delivered a well-placed warning. He understood that, given this situation, Sun Dong would likely refrain from competing for the land. Sun Dong promptly arranged to have lunch with Wu Weiwei and Su Liang. The two assumed there was promising news and cheerfully booked a private room at the Shinchuan Grand Hotel. Upon Sun Dong's arrival, Wu Weiwei, beaming with anticipation, eagerly asked, Director Sun, is there any news? When is the bidding for the land in the southern city likely to commence? Sun Dong's expression, however, was far from cheerful. Su Liang, may I ask if you have been inappropriate with a woman named Xiang biting at your factory? Sun Dong's inquiry startled Su Liang significantly. Could it be that Li Feng and Sun Dong share a close relationship? How else could he have learned of this? Wu Weiwei, puzzled, cast a glance at Su Liang, completely unaware of the situation at hand. Director Sun, is there something amiss? Su Liang inquired with a forced smile. I must inform you. Should our superiors become aware of your actions, your aspirations for the bidding on the land will be utterly dashed. It would be wise for you to return the owed wages to the individuals in question and offer an apology. Otherwise, you may as well abandon any hopes of competing for that land. Sun Dong expressed his dissatisfaction, leaving Wu Weiwei and Su Liang visibly shaken. Particularly, Wu Weiwei, with a stern tone, demanded, what is going on? Why have rumors surfaced about you and a woman in the factory? Surely your indiscretions should not extend to those closest to the workplace. It is not as you presume, Su Liang replied. The woman's husband assaulted me at a karaoke establishment, and out of discomfort, I contemplated deducting her wages. I was unaware of her connections to the bureau. Su Liang's expression was one of dismay. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Had he known of their relationship, he would never have aided Duan Jiangwo. I advise you to extend an apology promptly and ensure her wages are paid in full. Otherwise, you should relinquish your shares. I do not wish to delve too deeply into the circumstances. Wu Weiwei, being a major shareholder of Xinguang Garment Factory, had only a mere 30% stake alongside Su Liang. I have conducted a brief inquiry, he continued, and it appears that Xiang Biting's husband, in partnership with Zhang Bin, is involved in a lucrative watch business. Their current standing is noteworthy, with our superiors explicitly commending their efforts. Can we afford to cross them? Prior to this, Sun Dong had also conducted a cursory investigation into Li Feng and his associates. The watches produced by Li Feng's group were well known within the bureau, and it was clear that the project had garnered significant attention from higher authorities. I recall having met that individual once, when he visited our factory alongside Zhang Bin. Fortunately, I am acquainted with Zhang Bin. You must promptly apologize to his wife. Otherwise, this situation may spiral out of control. Once you've made your apologies, I will speak favorably of you to Zhang Bin, and we may resolve this matter. If they report to our superiors, Our chances in the land bidding will be completely obliterated. Wu Weiwei, anxious to avoid offending either Li Feng or Zhang Bin, recognized the gravity of the situation. Zhang Bin was a formidable figure. Even before their factory commenced operations, he had begun to thrive in business, amassing considerable wealth, far beyond their reach. Li Feng's association with him signified substantial influence. I understand. I shall go tomorrow, Su Liang replied with a wry smile. He felt utterly manipulated by Duan Zhangwo. To be asked for assistance without a proper understanding of the other party's background, and now to be compelled to apologize personally, was a bitter pill to swallow. Early the next morning, Zhang Bin arrived at Xiang Baiding's residence, carrying her wages from the previous month. Upon opening the door, Xiang Baiding was taken aback to find Su Liang standing before her. The unexpected visit from Su Liang filled her with unease. What could possibly be his intention in coming to her home? She could hardly recall having wronged him. Why was he so persistently fixated on her? Xiang Baiding, I sincerely apologize. It was my ignorance to deduct your salary. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Xiang Baiding felt a surge of trepidation. It was as if Su Liang had transformed entirely, coming to her home to personally offer his apology, a stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor. Su, what is the meaning of your visit? I do not require my salary, she hurriedly replied. Xiang Baiding, forgive me. You have misunderstood my intentions. I am here to deliver your salary, Su Liang explained as he placed the previous month's wages of Shao Qing at her doorstep. Xiang Baiding gazed at him in bewilderment, wondering if he had lost his senses by voluntarily delivering her wages. By the way, inform your husband that my previous actions were inappropriate. I assure you it will not happen again. With that, Su Liang turned and hastily departed. Only after exiting the community did he wipe the sweat from his brow, relieved that Li Feng was not home. Otherwise, he might have faced another beating. Xiang Baiding furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she picked up last month's salary and closed the door behind her. Later that evening, when Li Feng returned home, he recounted the events of the morning to her. Naturally, Li Feng was aware of the underlying reasons. It was undoubtedly old Xia who had intervened, for Su Liang could not have arrived so promptly with the money otherwise. You need not concern yourself. I predicted he would bring the money willingly. We have secured the funds and resigned from our jobs. For now, you should stay at home, Li Feng said, giving Xiang Baiding's shoulder an affectionate pat. Feeling a bit shy, Xiang Baiding's cheeks flushed slightly. Recently, she had noticed a significant change in Li Feng, and her feelings for him had grown stronger. Yet, as a woman, she felt hesitant to initiate the conversation. After finishing dinner that evening, as Li Feng prepared to take Yaya for a stroll, he received a call from Dai. Brother Feng, there has been an incident. We must meet urgently. Dai's tone was fraught with urgency, prompting Li Feng to question what could possibly have gone awry. Very well, meet me at the square, Li Feng replied, bringing Xiang Baiding and Yaya along. With Xiang Baiding tending to Yaya, she could also engage in conversation with Dai. Soon, Dai arrived on his motorcycle, a purchase he made after earning a considerable sum with Li Feng. Upon seeing Li Feng, he dashed over, breathless. Brother Feng, the agent in Beijing informed me that there has been a boycott of our goods recently, and Tianyang Commercial City has barred our products from entry. They even instructed our agents to refrain from operating in Tianyang if our goods are present. Dai gasped for air as he awaited Li Feng's response. Li Feng had not anticipated such an issue. Who possessed the influence to prevent their goods from being sold in Tianyang Commercial City? Furthermore, the fact that many in Beijing were now hesitant to accept their products posed a significant problem. Do you have any idea who is behind this? Li Feng inquired, perplexed. I heard from the agent at Tianyang Trading City that it was likely the notorious figure known as Old Ghost from North City who had given the orders. He is a local tough, and no one dares to provoke him. It is said that several prominent electronic watch dealers from Shunchuan sought out Old Ghost, likely targeting us primarily. After Erdan spoke, Li Feng found this entirely plausible. Their sports watches have effectively rendered many traditional mechanical watches obsolete in the market. At this juncture, it is inevitable that some malicious competition will arise, prompting them to band together in resistance. Regarding South City, we should still be able to operate there. However, to prevent them from encroaching upon South City, we must devise a strategy. Li Feng began to ponder how to resolve this issue. While collaborating with the agents is a feasible solution, the problem extends beyond mere agents. It potentially involves the owners. In truth, it is a coalition of several mechanical watch manufacturers who have approached Old Ghost. Their factories reside in the suburbs of North City, all under Old Ghost's protection, making their approach to him entirely reasonable. However, if this matter is left unaddressed, Li Feng and his team may face significant challenges in selling their watches in the future. I understand. Tomorrow, I will discuss this with General Zhang to see how we can resolve it. Is Old Ghost really that formidable? Li Feng inquired. The local toughs are reportedly quite arrogant in North City, but he should not dare to venture into South City. Dan was also uncertain about Old Ghost's background, suggesting that if he can control the market in North City, he likely does not dare to intrude into South City. Li Feng nodded, deep in thought as he returned home. If he were to confront them directly, he would certainly not fear the opposition, but that is not a sustainable approach. Conversely, a softer strategy currently lacks a suitable plan, especially considering that many manufacturers of mechanical watches are located in North City. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Feng. Why not establish their watch factory in Xinchuan? This would allow them to operate effectively in North City without needing to engage Old Ghost. The government would undoubtedly support this initiative, and there would be no available space for such a venture in South City. With this idea, Li Feng felt a renewed sense of confidence. The following day at work, he shared his thoughts with Zhongbin. Zhongbin appeared quite anxious, pacing restlessly in the office. The sales figures in North City are substantial. Currently, we have 4 regional agents, 3 of whom are in North City. If we lose our foothold there, it would result in a significant loss. Given that the entire Xinchuan is developing southward, North City, being an older district, has a larger population, while South City will require several years to develop. Indeed, we must find a way to collaborate with the government of North City. Otherwise, dealing with Old Ghost will be challenging, Li Feng remarked calmly. But how can we partner with the North City government? Zhongbin queried. Once Old Wu arrives, we can discuss with him the possibility of establishing a branch factory in the suburbs of North City if all goes well. The government would surely approve this. Li Feng suggested. It seems Old Ghost is intent on targeting us, but we need not fear, especially with government support backing us. Zhongbin nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Feng's words. Given the current circumstances, it appears that this is the only viable course of action. However, it does not address the pressing issues at hand. In other words, this solution is only applicable in the later stages, while the initial phase presents significant challenges. Chapter 42. Targeted establishing a factory is indeed a cumbersome endeavor. Even with governmental support, it would take several months, and time is of the essence. Zhongbin highlighted this difficulty. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Feng's mind. Since entry into Beicheng is obstructed, they could simply opt not to enter at all. All agents could be relocated to Nancheng, as some agents lack storefronts, and those with stores do not stock inventory. The proprietors of the mechanical watch businesses cannot possibly assign personnel to monitor their previous agents, can they? The plan would involve a delivery system. Individuals desiring to procure goods would inform the agents, who would then contact Li Feng and his team, resulting in the company dispatching the products directly. This effectively allows Li Feng to advance the concept of same-city delivery by several years. Let us adopt a local delivery approach, distributing promotional flyers to each agent, including our company's contact information. As soon as a call is made, we shall personally deliver the goods. Li Feng succinctly outlined his proposal. However, where shall we find sufficient personnel? This is easily resolved. Each individual can oversee a designated area. We can state that inventory is limited, encouraging them to pre-order, with deliveries occurring the following day. Li Feng even contemplated the strategy of scarcity marketing. Although computers cannot be utilized to secure stock, they can certainly make phone calls. If they call too late, the goods will be gone. Alternatively, they could directly contact the agents, and we would deliver to the agents, thereby resolving our entry into retail spaces. Li Feng believed that even in this era of underdeveloped transportation, the plan remains feasible. After all, watches are small and lightweight, easily transported by a bicycle. Are you suggesting that we incur additional expenses? How much do you intend to pay for the deliveries? Zhongbin posed a critical question. However, this issue is relatively simple to address. If our agents handle the deliveries personally, we can reduce the pricing. If our company employees manage the deliveries, we could offer them 2 yuan per delivery. Delivering 10 items in a day would yield 20 yuan, and the more deliveries made, the greater the earnings. In those times, 20 yuan held significant value, sufficient to cover a family's monthly expenses. Xiaoli, what kind of thinking is this? I suddenly feel that if this method proves effective, we may not need agents in the future. We could simply take orders directly and deliver them ourselves. Zhongbin's idea was quite astute. Yet agents must still play a role. That is not the point. Agents are essential. Otherwise, how could we manage the workload? What we seek is speed. As long as we distribute the goods to the agents, nearby individuals can simply collect their orders. If we were to handle everything ourselves, how far would those in the northernmost regions have to travel for their goods? Moreover, they all possess pagers. They could leave messages indicating when the goods arrive, allowing them to pick them up. How advantageous it would be if there were a group or some form of communication established at this moment. It is reasonable. Let us proceed thus. I have numerous acquaintances who are currently without work. They could come to deliver goods for us, which is certainly preferable to them staying at home. Is it not? Zhang Bin smiled broadly, although he sometimes found it difficult to comprehend Li Feng's thoughts. Nevertheless, Zhang Bin was obedient. Whatever Li Feng suggested, he would follow. This trait was Zhang Bin's greatest strength. That evening, Li Feng invited Dan to dinner to share his thoughts. Dan seemed momentarily taken aback. He looked at Li Feng and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I could find better agents? If I were to handle deliveries, would I also earn a bit more?" "Precisely," Li Feng affirmed, "but do not take the initiative to deliver, as I worry about the agents beneath you. Calculating the numbers daily would be quite troublesome, leaving you no time for deliveries." Li Feng was confident that this was essentially a courier service, akin to establishing it independently. "I have plenty of friends who could assist with deliveries. Since we are focusing on local areas, we need not be concerned about regional divisions." Dan was quite astute. Previously, there was a general agent for each district, but now, each district could be subdivided further. Each area would have its own agent, as this venture extended beyond mere watches. Next, Li Feng's electronic shaver would be launched, and in the future, even more electronic products would follow. It was as if the e-commerce strategy had been premeditated by Li Feng. Once he established this foundation, when the internet surged, their company would ascend rapidly without the need for a transitional phase. Indeed, just wait for the next batch of goods to arrive. There is no need to rush the remaining stock. Soon, we will advertise on the radio, and then it will be our advertisements that fill the airwaves," Li Feng said while patting Dan's shoulder. Dan beamed. It seemed that as long as he followed Li Feng, substantial profits were assured. Meanwhile, in a private room within the Shinchuan Grand Hotel, several prominent businessmen gathered. They were all watchmakers, primarily dealing in mechanical timepieces, with little engagement in electronic watches. Recently, the emergence of the Carlo brand had led to a significant decline in their sales. "Have you any good ideas?" inquired Wei Guodong, a heavyweight in the watch industry, who had always specialized in timepieces. Since the launch of Li Feng's Carlo brand, their sales had plummeted, and their stock had become entirely stagnant. "We have already driven them out of North City. Their presence has vanished," remarked one named Cui Ji, also a watchmaker. Previously, they had been competitors, but with the advent of Li Feng's brand, they had resolved to unite against a common foe. "Merely controlling North City is insufficient. We must also expand into South City, which will be the main battleground. If he occupies the South City market entirely, we will face considerable difficulties in the future." Wei Guodong was dissatisfied with the current situation. "Do you have any viable solutions, Wei?" Others asked. "Yes, we are uncertain how to proceed. After all, we cannot simply watch them thrive," another responded. "I have heard their new goods are arriving soon. We must take action." As the group deliberated, suggestions flowed freely. "I believe we should emulate him and create electronic watches that are identical to his, but we shall name ours differently. If he can do it, why can't we?" Wei Guodong conceived this rather dubious idea. Others nodded in agreement. In this era, there is little in the way of patent protection. Thus, even if they were to replicate Li Feng's watch, he would have no recourse. "Indeed, we shall follow their lead, and moreover, we can make improvements. Their watches are too large. We can make ours slightly smaller, which will surely sell better." These individuals have meticulously studied the Karoo watch. Chapter 43. Designer. Everyone nodded in consensus, united by a common goal, to oust Karoo from the entire Shinchuan market. If this trend continues, their factory would be on the brink of collapse. I doubt Zhang Bin possesses the intellect for such a notion. Who could have assisted him in formulating this idea? They were aware that Zhang Bin was in the printer business and were curious as to why he suddenly shifted to watches. Has the printer manufacturer now ventured into watches? If so, can we not also produce printers? That fellow is quite unscrupulous. He merely capitalized on the previous success of printers to gain some notoriety. The group harbored significant discontent towards Zhang Bin's actions. I heard he has a rather capable young associate. He must be the one behind this idea. Wei Guodong inquired into the matter rather thoroughly. Let us not concern ourselves with those irrelevant matters. We shall adhere to our own course. Our primary focus should be on producing the watches first. I refuse to believe that a mere printer manufacturer can outmatch us in watchmaking, declared Cui Ji with great confidence, bolstered by years of experience. Thus, we have now agreed that our objective in making watches is to drive them out of the watch industry. Therefore, we must transition from competitors to partners. Wei Guodong reiterated this point. Everyone nodded in agreement, subsequently raising their glasses in celebration. Of course, Li Feng and his associates were unaware of this development. They too were diligently planning for home delivery, ensuring that every detail was meticulously considered. We must avoid any unforeseen complications once advertisements are released. Wu Qinghua arrived in Xinchuan from Hangzhou on Wednesday, and as a shareholder, his participation in discussions was crucial. Zhang Bin first arranged for Wu Qinghua to dine at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel, where the three engaged in conversation over the meal. I believe our watches require some straightforward improvements, or perhaps we could add additional features. What do you think could be included? Wu Qinghua, having worked in the watch industry for many years, acknowledged that while this sports watch had sold well, there remained room for enhancement. In fact, Li Feng had contemplated this issue as well. Given the limitations of current technology, the only feasible additional feature would be a stopwatch. Stopwatches are primarily utilized in educational settings, particularly during physical education classes. Ultimately, it is uncertain how many individuals would actually utilize this feature, as its appeal is rather niche. Certainly, an additional feature would undoubtedly captivate attention. Currently, our sports watch caters primarily to a male demographic. Thus, we aim to develop a timepiece tailored for women. While the functionalities will remain consistent, the design will be more refined. I have considered various features, with the stopwatch being a prospective addition. However, no further concepts have emerged as of yet. Li Feng candidly expressed his suggestions, while Zhang Bin harbored little in the way of personal input, simply acquiescing to Li Feng's propositions. The notion of incorporating an alarm function strikes me as quite favorable. Imagine a timepiece that emits a gentle sound at a designated hour. Though the tone may be soft, it would be advantageous for many individuals in the workforce. Wu Qinghua found merit in this idea, especially considering that traditional alarm clocks are often cumbersome and audible to everyone in the household upon ringing. Li Feng contemplated the suggestion and deemed it plausible, noting that future watches would likely include alarm and time announcement features. However, given current technological limitations, they could only satisfy one or two conditions at this juncture. Thus, we agreed to integrate two features, an alarm and a stopwatch, while ensuring the aesthetics are more delicate. Do you have any suitable design personnel in mind? Although Li Feng is capable of drafting designs, he cannot perpetually undertake this task and must find someone to delegate it to in the future. At present, we do not have a dedicated designer. Previously, our work involved contract manufacturing, executing designs provided by others, hence the absence of a specialized designer, which we now find ourselves in dire need of. Wu Qinghua concurred on the significance of having a designer, as they are quite rare in this era and often lack formal training. I happen to know of one potential candidate, though I am uncertain of his willingness to collaborate. He is the proprietor of a watch repair shop and has experience assembling timepieces. I have seen his previous designs, which are quite impressive. Zhang Bin suddenly recalled this individual, recognizing that enlisting his expertise would be immensely beneficial. That sounds splendid. Shall we arrange a meeting? However, this individual is rather headstrong, making him difficult to approach. I suggest we visit his shop directly instead. I will accompany you in the coming days to see if we can persuade him to join us. Zhang Bin had previously sought repairs from him for his own watch, and there is no doubt regarding the quality of his craftsmanship, merely a matter of his stubbornness. This matter shall be entrusted to the two of you. My purpose in visiting today is twofold: to discuss improvements for our watch and to finalize our equity distribution. Wu Qinghua was forthright, as his factory has now been integrated into the company. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, we have already registered the company, and here are the details. As you can see, there are 3 shareholders, with you holding a 30% stake, Li Feng stated, producing the documentation from his bag. Wu Qinghua briefly reviewed the information and appeared quite content. Now, only one question remains. Should the company be established in Xinchuan or Hangqing? Where do you believe is the most suitable location for our enterprise? If we opt for Xinchuan, I propose that we seek out a more prestigious office building. After all, we are currently 3 partners, and continuing to utilize Jiaqing's company is not ideal. Wu Qinghua's perspective is fully endorsed by Li Feng. Presently, while Zhang Bin agrees to use Jiaqing's company, he does have a shareholder, their vice president Duan Kong. Though Duan Kong has not voiced any objections, it is likely that he harbors some discomfort regarding the situation. Despite Duan Kang's minor stake, Li Feng does not intend to continue with Jiaqing. I concur with General Manager Wu's suggestion. We should expedite the search for an office space, with the rent to be covered by our profits. For the time being, I believe it is prudent to establish the sales company in Xinchuan, given the substantial transient population there. The factory, however, shall remain in Hangqing. General Manager Wu, please provide us with a detailed account of the expenses. All costs will be borne by the company now that we have successfully merged. Chapter 44. The emergence of competitors. Li Feng perceives that Xinchuan's future development prospects far surpass those of Hangqing. Of course, Hangqing will also remain quite promising in the later stages. Very well, we shall proceed to establish the company in Xinchuan. Please expedite the drafting of the blueprints, as we must hasten the production of the second batch of goods. Wu Qinghua is quite anxious, as they cannot currently take on external business after partnering with Li Feng. Within 3 days, I will deliver the blueprints to Hangqing. If we cannot find anyone in the meantime, I will draft the necessary designs myself. Li Feng is quite confident in his drawing abilities. Moreover, who can ascertain if the craftsmen at the shop will be agreeable, should they decline? It would only delay their timeline. Upon reaching a unanimous agreement, Wu Qinghua returned to Hangqing. That evening, Li Feng sequestered himself in his room, dedicating 3 full hours to the blueprints. From the exterior to the interior, he overlooked no detail. Given the considerable volume of this shipment, perfection is imperative. Any issues could jeopardize their entire endeavor. Li Feng entrusted Zhang Bin with the task of locating an office building, as financial resources would facilitate the search. Soon enough, Zhang Bin found a commendable office space. Once arrangements were finalized, he called Li Feng, who was just about to leave. By the way, in a few days, I have a friend getting married, and you must accompany me. The ceremony will be held at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel. Xiang Biding recalled this matter and hurriedly reminded Li Feng. A wedding at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel suggests a family of considerable means, does it not? Li Feng inquired. Her father is the head of a state-owned enterprise. He is quite remarkable. They have already sent me an invitation, so it would be inappropriate not to attend. Very well. I will accompany you. Li Feng promptly arrived at the office building mentioned by Zhang Bin, which was relatively spacious. Furthermore, they intended to hire additional personnel, particularly in sales. Naturally, technical staff would also be necessary, though it may prove challenging to recruit them in the short term. In matters concerning finance and the like, human involvement is essential. Li Feng and Zhang Bin were engaged in a discussion regarding the company's future plans when Dan hurriedly burst into the room. Brother Feng, Brother Bin, we have a situation. The urgency in Dan's tone startled both men. Could anything be more serious than their earlier expulsion from Beicheng? Take your time. No need to rush, Li Feng said, pulling out a chair for Dan to sit down. The watchmakers in Beicheng have all begun to replicate our designs. Their products are already out, and many agents have gone to procure them. Meanwhile, our own goods have yet to be released, and they cannot afford to wait any longer. Early that morning, Dan had reached out to the agents, only to discover they already had watches in stock, precisely those imitated by Wei Guodong's team. After finishing his explanation, Dan laid the counterfeit watches on the table before Li Feng and Zhang Bin. They are strikingly similar, apart from the brand name. There is virtually no difference, and they are even slightly smaller than ours. His indignation was palpable. How dare they plagiarize like this? I will report them. Zhang Bin's anger flared, recognizing some familiar faces among the culprits. Even if we wanted to file a complaint, we lack a patent. Which means they are legally allowed to produce these as well, he continued. Such items cannot be effectively resisted unless we possess core technology. With a simple electronic product like a watch, core technology is virtually non-existent. Moreover, in this era, the level of technological advancement is quite limited, making it impossible to exert control. Do not fret, they are merely following trends. This means they will replicate whatever we produce. However, there is one aspect they cannot anticipate. They have no inkling of what innovations we will unveil next. Li Feng was unconcerned, believing that once their new product was launched, interest in these replicas would wane. But all those agents have flocked to them now. It's becoming difficult for us to recruit. Dan expressed his worries, as his income was directly linked to the situation. Do not fear, once our products hit the market, they will lose their edge, Li Feng reassured him, confident in their capabilities. After hearing Li Feng's calming words, Dan felt somewhat steadied. We must travel to Hangcheng tomorrow to deliver the blueprints. This matter is quite urgent. Li Feng recalled that in the 1990s, the courier industry was not well developed. The only way to expedite the delivery of the blueprints was for the two of them to drive there personally. All right, that is manageable. Dan, please tidy up here tomorrow and arrange for some tables and chairs. I will set aside 10,000 yuan for you. That should suffice. At this juncture, their company consisted solely of the three of them, with no one else to lend a hand. Dan was thrilled to be entrusted with such responsibility, nodding eagerly. Later that evening, upon returning home, Li Feng informed Xiang Biding about his impending trip to Hangcheng, having no intention of concealing the matter from her. When will you return? Don't let it interfere with my friend's wedding, she reminded him. I want tea. I'll go tomorrow and be back the same day. By the way, do you know any accountants? Our company is in need of an employee, and I must expedite the hiring process. Among the acquaintances known to Li Feng, none are suitable for the position. Moreover, Xiang Biding is a local from Xinchuan. She only met her companion after moving from her hometown. Surprisingly, I do know someone who fits the bill. She was a classmate of mine in high school. After not performing well on the college entrance examination, she attended night school and ultimately became an accountant, currently employed at a watch factory in Beijing. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's interest was piqued. You are attempting to plagiarize my efforts? Very well, I shall recruit your talent instead. If you lack integrity, do not blame me for my actions. This was Li Feng's rationale. Given that it was a watch factory, they undoubtedly required numerous skilled individuals. What is her monthly salary? I am not entirely certain. But the accountants in our factory earn around 200. Their compensation should be similar. Indeed, that was the wage level back then. A higher salary would reach 300 or more. However, the cost of living at that time was also significantly lower. Can you get in touch with her? I would like to speak with her. Li Feng was rather anxious regarding this matter. Her family resides in the same community as my mother. If you are keen to find her, we can head over after our meal. Scumbag was quite efficient. The girl she mentioned lived in the same courtyard. She had returned to Xinchuan only during high school, having previously stayed at her grandmother's in the village. It was only when their circumstances improved that her parents brought her back. All right then, let us eat quickly so we can chat with her afterward. After all, it is too hot in the evening, and people tend to stay up late. Chapter 45, Recruiting Talent After Dinner. The three of them headed towards Scumbag's parents' home. Once they dropped off Yaya, Scumbag took Li Feng to meet her classmate. Fortunately, her classmate was at home, and upon seeing Scumbag, she smiled and remarked, Xiaoting, how long has it been since we last met? You've become a mother now and are even more beautiful. This girl, named Cheng Yuan, was a year younger than Scumbag, and they had maintained a good relationship in the past. I am already a mother. How could I compare to you? This is my husband, Li Feng. He wishes to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She knew little of Li Feng, though she had heard some of her classmates speak of him, mentioning his fondness for drinking and instances of physical altercations with Scumbag. Suddenly being approached by him raised her curiosity. Hello, we operate a watch manufacturing company and are currently in need of several accountants. I would like to inquire if you are interested. Li Feng promptly stated his intention. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuan felt her previous apprehension dissipate. After all, she had studied accounting. Scumbag was aware of this as well, so it was reasonable for her to inquire. Is it similar to our factory? Which company are you with? Cheng Yuan asked, as it was only right for her to know the company she would potentially be introducing people to. Carlo, Li Feng replied. Immediately, Cheng Yuan was taken aback. Isn't that the company that they mimic at our factory? Carlo is quite impressive. What is your role there? Cheng Yuan could never have imagined that Li Feng was the founder. He certainly did not appear to be one. He was merely responsible for various chaotic tasks. What is your monthly salary at your factory? I earn 230, which isn't particularly high. How much do you plan to offer the accountant? In fact, the salary for accountants back then was considered relatively high, especially since they could work from home. They neither toiled like the laborers nor endured the sun and wind like the salesmen outside. It was quite a respectable job. We plan to offer 330. And in the future, it could rise to 400 or 500, Li Feng replied without hesitation. Nowadays, people would undoubtedly gravitate towards the highest paying opportunities. However, Li Feng could not directly suggest that she join his company, as that would be too obvious. Upon hearing that the salary was 330, Cheng Yuan realized it was a full 100 more than what she earned at her factory. 100 was no small sum. Back then, it could afford a splendid celebration for the new year. Is it really that high? Do you want me? She inquired. I am considering leaving my current factory. It's too far from home, located in the North City. It takes me an hour to return each day. Cheng Yuan was speaking the truth. Cycling from North City to South City indeed took an hour, and taking the bus required several transfers, making cycling the most common mode of transport. If you join our company, those with experience will enjoy excellent benefits. However, for the accountant position, we only need 2 or 3 people for now. Thereafter, we want to require more, Li Feng intentionally stated, hoping to prompt Cheng Yuan to expedite her resignation from her current job. All right, I'll see if I can recruit another couple of people for you. Their conversation was going quite well. On the way back, she curiously asked Scumbag, your company offers such high salaries? Perhaps I should also consider working there. Scumbag felt a twinge of envy. She did not wish to linger at home without earning anything. Although Li Feng's income was sufficient for both of them, staying at home felt stifling. You should refrain from that. Otherwise, people might gossip, especially since there are other partners involved. I'll try to find you a more relaxed job. Li Feng thought it best that his family members not work in the same company to avoid potential complications. All right then, make haste. The following day, Li Feng set out early with Zhang Bin towards Hangqing. By the way, didn't you say you were working on the electric shaver? When will that be ready? Zhang Bin inquired during their journey. Let us wait until this batch of goods is ready. I haven't finalized the designs yet. And the technical aspects need consideration as well. In truth, Li Feng was contemplating this matter. First, The internal blades required meticulous craftsmanship, and the outer mesh also needed to be exceptionally refined to prevent injuries. Constructing it would be more challenging than producing electronic watches, yet the profit should be significantly greater. All right, I'll be looking forward to it. Let me try it out first, Zhang Bin replied with a grin. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Watch Factory, Cheng Yuan was engaged in casual conversation with a few accountants from the finance department. The owner here was Wei Guodong, and it was considered a relatively large watch factory. Cheng Yuan, is what you said true or false? Why are you resigning? One of the accountants asked in a hushed tone. My home is too far away. I have to rise at 6 every morning. I plan to go to Carlo. Cheng Yuan, being quite pragmatic, spoke candidly. Isn't Carlo a competitor of ours? Aren't you worried that Mr. Wei will dock your pay? Another accountant expressed concern. What is there to fear? It's too far. Furthermore, Carlo offers a salary of 330. Even if he deducts some, I will have essentially earned it back in 2 months. Truly, a competent accountant, she calculated quite astutely. So hi, I also live in South City. Do they still need people over there? If so, I might consider going as well, at least it's closer to home. Chimed in a nearby young lady. You all talk as if I am urging you to resign. Anyway, I'll be meeting Mr. Wei shortly to sign. If you wish to leave, take your time and don't rush us all together. Cheng Yuan picked up a form from the table, preparing to seek Mr. Wei's signature. However, she first needed to obtain the financial manager's approval. Upon entering the financial manager's office, Cheng Yuan stated her intention to resign, which displeased the manager somewhat. Among these individuals, Cheng Yuan was quite capable and meticulous. Such an employee would surely be missed. Xiao Cheng. We are currently in a wave of layoffs. As you know, a number of our factory staff has already been let go. It will be challenging for you to find another job, the financial manager warned Cheng Yuan, attempting to intimidate her. In the past, such a tactic might have worked on her. But now, Li Feng had assured her of a salary of 330. With the office situated in an upscale building close to home, who wouldn't desire that? Manager, I have no other option. My home is simply too distant. If it rains, it takes me 2 hours to return. Therefore, I intend to start a small business near my residence. Cheng Yuan offered a reasonable excuse. The manager continued to speak, but seeing Cheng Yuan's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to sign. Mr. Wei, unfamiliar with Cheng Yuan, signed without hesitation. Chapter 46. New employees at the Hangqing Grand Hotel. Wu Qinghua took Li Feng and another person out for a meal. He held the drawings Li Feng had prepared and was quite satisfied. However, you must promptly find a designer. It is not sustainable for you to continue doing this alone. Wu Qinghua remarked, placing the drawings into a bag. We will expedite that upon our return. As the three dined, Li Feng overheard a conversation from a nearby table discussing matters related to the internet. Who are these people showing interest in the internet in this era? It's worth noting that the earliest versions of the internet only emerged around 97 or 98. During my recent trip to the United States, my horizons were broadened. You can accomplish so much with just a computer. It's quite remarkable. If we could establish something similar here in Hangqing, the future would be incredibly promising, said a young man who appeared to be of a similar age to Li Feng. It seemed this fellow had just returned from the United States. But in Li Feng's memory, the future is uncharted for this young man, who appears to be among the first to recognize its potential, yet has not acted upon it. It seems imperative for him to hasten his efforts, as the internet must be swiftly brought to fruition. Alternatively, he harbors no desire to venture into the United States. He possesses a clear understanding of how the internet will evolve. However, his immediate focus is on accruing wealth. The period from 1995 to 2000 marked a pivotal phase for the domestic internet, during which many significant companies began their journey. Therefore, seizing this opportunity is crucial. Did you hear what those at the back were saying? Li Feng inquired of Zhang Bin and Wu Qinghua. What? I didn't catch that, Zhang Bin replied, shaking his head. In the future, all shopping will occur online. A single computer or mobile phone will suffice, Li Feng expressed with delight. Yet, the two before him remained perplexed. I believe we should concentrate on perfecting this watch. As for the future, we can address that in a couple of years, Zhang Bin remarked, displaying little interest or foresight. The future's trajectory warrants observation. The pressing matter is to finalize their watch. Wu Qinghua's thoughts were similarly fixated on the timepiece. Li Feng recognized that no matter how clearly he explained, they would remain incredulous, so he opted for silence. That night, they returned to Xinchuan without delay. Upon arriving home, sleep eluded Li Feng as he pondered how to amass substantial wealth. The venture into the internet was undeniably costly. Relying solely on loans would not suffice. Although the watch might yield some profit, it likely wouldn't be significant. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Years ago, a health product called brain power had enjoyed nationwide popularity. and its owner had reaped immense profits. Why not create a similar product? With this thought, Li Feng leapt from his bed and began jotting down notes. He hardly slept that night, managing only 3 hours, yet his notebook was filled to the brim. First, he needed to locate a factory capable of packaging the health product. Secondly, he required a multitude of salespeople to distribute the product nationwide. Li Feng contemplated further. The watch could also be wholesaled across various provinces. Appointing a general agent in each province would greatly benefit the future sales of the health product. Due to his late-night endeavors, Li Feng did not awaken until noon the following day. Groggy, he stumbled towards the bathroom, oblivious to his surroundings. Xiang Bitian was in the midst of a shower when she noticed Li Feng rubbing his eyes as he entered. "Ah!" she exclaimed, startling him awake. "What are you doing? Get out!" she shouted, turning her back to him. Li Feng hurriedly retreated to his room, later reflecting on the fact that Xiang Bitian was his wife. Whether he had seen something or not, it mattered little. After she finished her shower, Li Feng entered. Upon her exit, Xiang Bitian looked at him bashfully and asked, "Were you doing that on purpose?" Li Feng chuckled wryly, teasing, "I don't understand. We're married, so what harm is there in a glance? You needn't pressure me. When Yaya falls asleep tonight, I shall stealthily slip into your bed." Upon hearing this, Xiang Biting's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. "You are such a rogue," she remarked, tossing this statement over her shoulder as she retreated to the room she shared with Yaya. At that moment, the phone rang, and Li Feng deliberately chose not to answer it, forcing Xiang Biting to emerge once more. She continued to say okay, without divulging much else. After hanging up, Xiang Biting, with a serious expression, said, "You must hurry to the company. Cheng Yuan has arrived and mentioned she hasn't seen you." Only a young man setting up the tables and chairs. Li Feng smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting about this matter. "I must say, your classmate is quite proactive. I shall make haste to the office," he declared, preparing to leave. Xiang Biting retrieved a bun from the pot and handed it to him. "You haven't eaten yet. Have a bun to tide you over. Later, I will buy you some ribs." Observing Li Feng's fatigue, her heart ached for him. "Thank you, my dear," he replied, swiftly pecking her on the cheek before dashing out. Xiang Biting touched her cheek, lost in contemplation. Riding his trusty bicycle, he soon arrived at the company. Dan was seated in the lobby, engaged in conversation with Cheng Yuan. They appeared to be of similar age. Cheng Yuan, possessing an attractive demeanor, likely piqued Dan's interest. "Brother Feng, you're here. This lovely lady is our newly hired accountant," Dan exclaimed, promptly rising. Cheng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement of Li Feng, who gestured for them to follow him. "This is the finance office. All accountants will work here. Dan, please take a moment to tidy up this room," Li Feng instructed. "Understood, Brother Feng," Dan replied, getting to work. Indeed, Cheng Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon her arrival. Although the company seemed sizable, it lacked personnel, leading her to initially feel deceived. It was only after Dan arrived and explained that they were just starting out that she cautiously awaited Li Feng. "Are there no other employees? When do I start working?" Cheng Yuan inquired. "You may commence tomorrow. Although our company is new, the previous accounts are rather disorganized, so we need you to sort them out. In a few days, we will be hiring many more people. The next batch of goods is scheduled to arrive in 7 days, as guaranteed by Wu Qinghua. Thus, we must recruit enough personnel within this time frame. Once the goods are available, we can immediately proceed to sales." "I see, that sounds good. What time should I come tomorrow?" she asked. 9 in the morning. "And the workday concludes at 5 in the afternoon," Li Feng specified, establishing the standard hours. Chapter 47. Aunt Zhang is assaulted. Cheng Yuan left in high spirits. And after her departure, Dan emerged. "Brother Feng, where did you find such a charming girl?" he asked, grinning foolishly. "Are you interested in her? I heard she is single. If you have feelings, act swiftly, lest someone else sweep her away," Li Feng teased, raising an eyebrow at Dan. "Really? What if the other party is unwilling?" Dan indeed acknowledged his affection for Cheng Yuan. "If she is unwilling, then there is nothing I can do. However, if you earn some money, she would surely change her mind. Enough of that. Let us focus on our work and establish the company first. If others come along, it will appear somewhat legitimate." Thus, the two began their busy endeavors. In a gesture of appreciation for Li Feng, Xiang Biting specially visited the market to purchase some ribs. As she passed through the neighborhood, she was spotted by Aunt Zhang. "Look at that, eating ribs every day without going to work. Where do you think all that money comes from?" Aunt Zhang continued her incessant gossiping. Although slightly displeased, Xiang Biting chose to ignore her. "It must be from those men she is fooling around with. Just look at her. She's clearly a seductress." Just as Xiang Biting was about to confront Aunt Zhang, she overheard her words and turned back immediately. "Aunt Zhang, why don't you mind your own business?" Although Xiang Biting was somewhat timid, She was not one to be bullied. What do you mean by that? Did I say anything about you? You're nothing but a shameless hussy. Don't talk to me. Aunt Zhang was known for her sharp tongue, leaving Xiang biting momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Li Feng returned on his bicycle. Upon witnessing the scene, he parked his bike and approached Aunt Zhang. Isn't what I said last time enough? I told you, your daughter is being kept by someone. You should go check on her. Li Feng's voice boomed, overpowering Aunt Zhang's. She stood up, pointing at him. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? My daughter is far better than your shameless hussy. Who do you think you are, blabbering about wild men? The whole factory has heard about it. In truth, Li Feng had no intention of resorting to violence, but Aunt Zhang's brazen demeanor incited his anger. He stepped closer and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Aunt Zhang, notorious for her unruly behavior, could not let this go unchallenged and immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing. The reason Aunt Zhang felt emboldened was that she had 3 sons, though they had all married and no longer lived with her. When Aunt Zhang's husband emerged and saw his wife being attacked by a younger man, he was immediately filled with rage. You little bastard, how dare you hit my wife? You must be itching for a fight. Lu Laopi picked up a nearby pole and swung it at Li Feng. In truth, Li Feng did not even know his real name. Everyone simply called him Lu Laopi. Just as Li Feng prepared to retaliate, Xiang biting pulled him away, urging him to flee home. Once inside, they locked the door behind them. Their daughter, Yia, was playing with her dolls and, noticing their arrival, curiously asked, Mommy, Daddy, what happened? It's nothing, Yia, just play for a while. With that, she led Li Feng into another room. Don't engage with Aunt Zhang. She has 3 sons. I've heard the second one is a little thug. And if they come looking for you, can you handle them alone? With a sense of helplessness, Xiang biting expressed to Li Feng that, despite everything else being satisfactory, he could not rid himself of the habit of resorting to violence. He has 5 sons, yet I fear not. Have you not seen how I subdued Hong Mao and his companions before? Once Li Feng's stubborn temper flares, he becomes oblivious to everything else. He would never tolerate bullying his wife. And what about Hong Mao and his crew? What if their second son arrives with a throng of followers? Would you still be able to fight then? Moreover, Aunt Zhang is merely that way. A few words would suffice, yet you insist on resorting to violence. Xiang biting gazed at Li Feng with a mix of exasperation and concern. The crux of the matter is that talking to her proved futile. I had mentioned it previously. Yet did you not see how she troubled you today? It must be eradicated. Can I allow my wife to be bullied? What sort of man would I be then? Li Feng's words warmed Xiang biting's heart. Promise me you will not lay a hand on Aunt Zhang again. Otherwise, I shall cease to acknowledge you. She tilted her head, feigning displeasure. All right. I shall refrain from violence henceforth. Is that satisfactory? To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall prepare dinner today. Stepping out of the room, Li Feng made his way to the kitchen. Xiang biting was taken aback. When had Li Feng acquired the ability to cook? It was known that upon his graduation, he often prepared meals for himself. Thus, he was well versed in many dishes, and his culinary skills were quite remarkable. Xiang biting joined him in the kitchen, and before long, a plate of exquisitely fragrant braised pork ribs emerged. Yaya could hardly contain her saliva at the sight. Xiang biting served Yaya 2 pieces before tasting one herself. Discovering it far surpassed her own cooking. Unable to resist, she indulged a bit more. Seeing his wife and daughter relish the meal brought Li Feng immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Laopi's household saw 3 sons return in a huff, especially the second son, adorned with a large gold chain and a dragon tattoo on his arm, exuding the aura of a small-time thug. Dad, who struck my mother? The second son inquired loudly. It was your mother's husband's doing. When I left, she was already on the ground, Lu Laopi added, embellishing the tale. If you do not intervene, I shall be beaten to death. Aunt Zhang lamented, dramatically clutching her leg. Damn it, we just moved here not long ago, and they are already so brazen. Let us go find them now. The second son rallied his older brother and younger sibling, heading towards Li Feng's residence. Xiang biting, noticing their approach from the window, quickly urged Li Feng, hide. The 3 sons from Aunt Zhang's house are here. If we do not answer the door, they will leave once they see no one is home. She pulled Li Feng back towards the interior. However, Li Feng was not one to cower before such individuals. He replied to Xiang biting, do not frighten Yaya. I will go out to see. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Aunt Zhang and her husband followed their sons, and many residents of the community gathered to witness the commotion. It was he who struck your mother, Lu Laopi exclaimed, pointing at Li Feng. Is it truly you? Do you wish to make a name for yourself? The second son threatened, brandishing a stick towards Li Feng. Li Feng smiled lightly and inquired, why don't you ask your mother why I struck her? Chapter 48. Conflict. Upon witnessing Li Feng's demeanor, the second brother was instantly incensed. Damn it! I must teach you a lesson today, he exclaimed, brandishing his club towards Li Feng. Startled, Xiang Biding covered her eyes at the window. In the next moment, Li Feng firmly grasped the swinging club, rendering it immobile. "Do you think you can hit me?" Li Feng declared sternly, then delivered a swift kick to the second brother's abdomen. The latter staggered back several steps before crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the eldest and third brothers rushed forward, wielding their clubs to strike Li Feng. With effortless agility, he evaded their attacks and seized the opportunity to land a punch on each of them. Soon, all three brothers lay sprawled on the ground. "Call more people if you wish. With just the three of you, do you truly believe you can take me on?" Li Feng scoffed mockingly. The second brother, taken aback by encountering such a formidable opponent, had always been a minor thug in the area, with no one daring to provoke him. "Just wait, I'll summon reinforcements." He seethed, pointing angrily at Li Feng. Initially, he had not anticipated that Li Feng would retaliate, let alone that his first strike would incapacitate all three of them. "Very well, I shall await your arrival. Hurry back and make the call. I'm eager to see how many you can summon," Li Feng replied, utterly unperturbed, as he took a seat on the steps beside the flower bed. "Fine, just wait for it," the second brother retorted as he picked himself up and retreated to his home to make the call. At that moment, Xiang Biding approached, tugging at Li Feng's sleeve, and whispered, "We should leave quickly. Do not provoke him further. This second brother is notorious as a local thug. If he brings his men, you won't stand a chance." Xiang Biding was genuinely concerned for Li Feng's safety. The onlookers began to chime in, urging him to retreat. "Young man, you should go home. If he brings more people, you won't be able to handle them. Indeed, you've already dealt with the three brothers. A wise man avoids unnecessary trouble. It's better to return home," they advised, knowing well the second brother's reputation for violence, even resorting to knives at times. Despite their well-meaning warnings, Li Feng remained indifferent. He wished to see whom the second brother could summon. "It's all right, you should return home. Even if we do go back, they could easily kick down our wooden door with a few swift blows," Li Feng remarked, acknowledging the frail nature of wooden doors in this era. Xiang Biding, feeling helpless, recognized the stubbornness of Li Feng's character. "What if you sprint out now? If they can't find you, they'll be powerless," she suggested, determined to prevent any harm from befalling him. "But we can't keep running, can we? If we flee this time, what about the next? It's better to resolve this issue once and for all," Li Feng retorted, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and smoking it leisurely. In truth, he has recently been smoking less frequently, except when he finds himself perplexed by certain matters. While the two were conversing, they were approached by a group led by the second brother, who was audaciously accompanied by none other than the red-haired man. Upon seeing Li Feng, the second brother became brazen. "Brother Hongmao, this is the one who not only laid hands on my mother, but also assaulted my three brothers. You must avenge me." With that, he arrogantly stepped closer to Li Feng. "Do you know who this is? Brother Hongmao, it would be wise for you to apologize to us today, allowing my brothers and me to give you a good beating. Your family is wealthy, isn't it? Just hand over 200 yuan, and we shall consider the matter settled." The second brother's thoughts were rather ambitious, as he not only intended for Li Feng to apologize, but also sought to extort some money. At that moment, Hongmao's expression soured. He had no inkling that Li Feng resided here. Had he known he was here to confront Li Feng, he would have certainly refrained from coming. Not only him, but even Haizi would have yielded to Li Feng. "Get lost. Is this the person you are referring to? Do you even know who he is? Not to mention myself." Even Brother Haizi would not dare to lay a finger on Brother Feng. As Hongmao spoke, he kicked the second brother. The latter was momentarily bewildered. Was Hongmao not supposed to be on his side? Yet, judging by his tone, Li Feng appeared to be quite formidable. "Brother Hongmao, he is merely a ne'er-do-well. Is he not? Have you mistaken him for someone else?" The second brother protested, somewhat unwilling to concede. "Step aside. His name is indeed Li Feng. He is my brother. The newly established KTV is his, and Brother He is currently his partner. If you dare to bully Brother Feng, I dare say you are courting disaster." Hongmao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Li Feng. "Is this person your subordinate? How have you raised him? I warn you, Hongmao, should I ever witness something like this again, you may find yourself unemployed at the KTV." Li Feng's icy gaze fixed upon Hongmao, who was taken aback. If Li Feng dismissed him, where would he find a means of making a living? Moreover, the KTV business had been thriving recently, and Hongmao had profited handsomely. Hongmao seized the second brother and thrust him before Li Feng. "Apologize to Brother Feng immediately, or I shall break one of your legs," he barked. The second brother had been following Hongmao, albeit not closely, and Hongmao had previously assisted him with troublesome matters. However, he had never anticipated that he would provoke Li Feng today. The second brother had already felt his legs weaken upon realizing that Li Feng was the owner of the KTV. It was well known throughout the area. and Heisey had shut down his own karaoke business to collaborate with this establishment, making it clear just what sort of person Li Feng was, far beyond the reach of the second brother and his ilk. Brother Feng, I was mistaken. I shall never dare again. I will return and inform my mother to refrain from speaking carelessly. The second brother lowered his head, feigning contrition. Meanwhile, his family stood to the side, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the previously aimless Li Feng was, in fact, the proprietor of the KTV. Do you truly believe I remain the same as before? I implore you not to underestimate others. It would be wise for your mother to silence her tongue, lest I be compelled to strike each time I cross her path. Upon concluding his statement, Li Feng waved his hand dismissively at Hong Mao and his companions, urging them to disperse swiftly. Let us go, brothers, retreat, commanded Hong Mao, leading his entourage away. The three sons of Aunt Zhang averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet Li Feng's eyes. Li Feng chose not to engage with them further and returned home. At that moment, Xiang Biting exhaled a sigh of relief and curiously inquired, when did you open a KTV? How was I unaware of this? Indeed, Li Feng had neglected to inform Xiang Biting of this development. Chapter 49. The new agents. I did not wish for you to disapprove upon discovering this. But as for old Zhang's substantial contributions, I, as a minor player, can still earn a modest profit, can I not? Li Feng wore a playful grin. As long as it is a legitimate business venture, how could I possibly criticize you? Well then, it is getting late. Let us seize the time to rest. With that, Xiang Biting took Iya and returned to their quarters. Li Feng shook his head. This matter seemed resolved, and it was likely that Aunt Zhang would refrain from any further indiscretions. The following day, Li Feng promptly made his way to the company. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Yuan arrived, and Li Feng handed her the disordered accounts, requesting her to organize them. Is there no one else in the company? Cheng Yuan inquired, perplexed. There are others. We are currently in the midst of recruitment. Our goods will not be ready for another 7 days, so once they arrive, the new hires will be ready to start. Li Feng offered a succinct explanation. Cheng Yuan nodded, choosing not to press further, as her primary concern was to ensure her own financial gain. Before long, Air Dan, accompanied by a sizable group, arrived. They were eager to follow Air Dan to partake in the delivery tasks previously mentioned by Li Feng. Moreover, the profit Li Feng had allocated was substantial. Should they deliver the goods themselves, the price of the watches could be reduced to 18 or even 17. The profit margin was considerable, especially now that Wu Qinghua had joined the venture, lowering their costs significantly. Presently, their greatest expense was likely only 3 to 5 yuan, which bode well for Li Feng and his associates. Li Feng quickly counted. There were 16 individuals, with Air Dan leading the group. Allow me to clarify, he began. Each of you will be responsible for a specific area. If the company receives a call pertaining to your designated zone, that order will be assigned to you. Whether the clients are those you have personally cultivated or those drawn in through the company's advertisements, as long as they fall within your jurisdiction, the earnings will be yours. This proposition was indeed enticing. Previously, Air Dan had only mentioned clients he had developed himself, without clarifying how clients acquired through company efforts would be treated. Typically, one might assume that if a client approached the company independently, they would not be credited to the individual. Li Feng's clarification only served to heighten their interest. When the goods are ready, we will provide you with a detailed price list. Additionally, there will be promotional materials where you can inscribe your contact numbers. If you do not possess a phone, a pager number will suffice. Should you lack both, simply provide your company's contact information. Regardless, as long as it pertains to that particular area, it will certainly be your order. We will place orders 1 day in advance, with delivery scheduled for the following day, so you must consider your timing accordingly. Li Feng decided to elaborate on the details, including future product training sessions that they would undoubtedly receive. Many nodded in agreement, and one individual raised their hand to inquire. If we proceed in this manner, will the payment still be required up front before receiving the goods? Is it possible for us to collect the products after we secure the orders? This inquiry was indeed crucial, as many agents currently lacked sufficient funds. If such an arrangement were possible, it would alleviate their financial concerns. The company intends to adopt this approach, being mindful of your financial constraints. As our partnership progresses, we may even consider allowing you to take the goods first and pay later, meaning you would settle the payment after making the sales. Li Feng displayed a commendable level of empathy, taking into account the challenges faced by the employees. However, uncertainty lingered about the daily delivery volume and the size of the orders. If there were none at all, it would render their efforts futile. This concern resonated with many, encapsulating the essence of their worries. Having distributed flyers without any tangible results, they were simply seeking assurance regarding their compensation. At present, no one could definitively predict this outcome. If everyone engaged in the same promotional efforts, some would excel, while others might falter, prompting a need for self-reflection. I assure you, once this watch is launched, no competitors in the entire Xinchuan city will match us. You are already aware that the previous sports watch was imitated, but this new model will boast even more advanced features. Li Feng aimed to instill confidence in them. Everyone nodded in agreement, resigned to await the results once the products were available. From Li Feng's perspective, he believed the situation was promising. After all, the aesthetics and functionality of this new watch significantly surpassed that of its predecessor. After everyone departed, Dan approached quietly and remarked, "Brother Feng, if we allow them to take the goods without upfront payment, could they potentially abscond? Indeed, in the 1990s, if someone fled, it would be nearly impossible to track them down. This situation relies on mutual trust. Those eager to earn substantial profits would not simply disappear. Even if someone absconded with 10 items, it would amount to only 5 or 600 yuan, hardly enough to ensure their prosperity." Li Feng considered this, recognizing that 500 was a considerable sum in that era. However, he felt confident that no one would be foolish enough to take such a risk. What if, after our goods are launched, others begin to imitate us? How should we respond? This was an uncontrollable variable. Dan, just remember that they will ultimately be copying us. And we will always be the pioneers in development. They lack the capacity to match our innovation. Li Feng patted Dan on the shoulder. Dan nodded, comprehending the truth of the matter, acknowledging that some things are beyond control. In the afternoon, Li Feng sat alone in the office, diligently sketching blueprints. While Zhang Bin had gone to seek out the watch repairman, Zhang Bin believed he could persuade the proprietor of the establishment. Upon meeting him, he greeted the owner with utmost courtesy. The watch repair shop's owner, Zhou Xian, was perpetually stern-faced, exuding an air of discontent. "What's the matter? Is your watch broken again?" Zhou Xian inquired. Zhang Bin, having visited several times before, was familiar to him. No, boss, I would like to invite you to our company," Zhang Bin responded. Zhou Xian looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You manufacture printers, and I repair watches. How could I possibly work at your company?" Zhou Xian resumed his work. "Actually, I have started an electronic watch company and am in need of someone to draft designs. I thought of you, if you are willing to join us." "The salary is negotiable," Zhang Bin assured him. Zhou Xian set down his work and fixed a steady gaze on Zhang Bin, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "Electronic watch? Is it the new one called Carlo?" "Yes, indeed, Carlo. We are in urgent need of a designer, and I believe you are the only one fit for the role. That's why I came to find you." Chapter 50. Classmates wedding. Zhou Xian, being a watch repairman, was aware of the emerging products once they were released. He regarded Zhang Bin for a moment and then shook his head in resignation. "You young people only think of speculative endeavors. Can an electronic watch possibly be as functional as a mechanical one? I will not go, no matter the offer. Even if you pay me a fortune, I refuse." Zhou Xian's refusal was resolute, his mindset rigid, and Zhang Bin lacked the subtlety to persuade him. Consequently, Zhou Xian harbored no favorable feelings towards Zhang Bin. He believed that devices such as watches must be mechanical to be effective, dismissing electronic watches as mere speculation, unaware that in a few years, mechanical watches would become obsolete. "Boss, please hear me out. Do not be hasty in your rejection. If the future is dominated by electronic watches, what will you repair? Society is advancing. And with so few people using mechanical watches, will you cling to your stall? Come work at my company. I can offer you a minimum salary of 500 yuan per month, which amounts to 6,000 yuan annually, more than you earn repairing watches here." Zhang Bin continued to expound on his reasoning, but for someone like Zhou Xian, such arguments fell on deaf ears. "Even if you offered me 5,000 yuan, I would still refuse. Now, please leave. I am busy." Zhou Xian waved him off, returning to his watch repairs. Defeated, Zhang Bin shook his head and returned to the company. Li Feng noticed his discontent and asked curiously, "Old Zhang, what's wrong? You seem a bit down." "That Zhou Xian is so stubborn. He claims we are engaging in speculation with electronic watches and refuses to join our company. I even offered him a salary of 500 yuan, and you know what he said? He wouldn't accept even if I offered him 5,000. It's infuriating," Zhang Bin exclaimed, grabbing a cup from the table and gulping down water in frustration. "Isn't this situation rather unusual? Let us plan to go together another day. I shall give it a try, and perhaps it will yield some results." Li Feng was well aware that Zhang Bin's method was fundamentally flawed, either being too direct for the other party to accept. "I believe it would be prudent to seek someone else. Pursuing him is proving to be quite arduous. The crux of the matter is that we currently lack suitable candidates. Even if we begin training someone now, it would take at least half a year. Once our new product is released, The watchmakers in Beijing will undoubtedly turn their attention towards us, necessitating that we secure him in a short span of time. Li Feng reasoned that since this individual is unwilling to join us, it indicates that he possesses some degree of capability. If you intend to go, then by all means do so. I shall not accompany you. Zhang Bin, resembling a petulant child, sulked in frustration. Do not be upset. It is getting late, and it is time to clock out. I must return home, Li Feng reassured him, patting Zhang Bin on the shoulder. I am heading home as well. By the way, the KTV has been quite profitable lately. I will settle the portion I promised you in the next couple of days. You should really consider replacing that old bicycle of yours with a motorcycle for greater efficiency. Zhang Bin descended the stairs alongside Li Feng, acknowledging that a motorcycle would indeed enhance productivity. Upon arriving home, Xiang Biding had prepared a meal, and Yaya had also returned. By the way, don't schedule anything for tomorrow afternoon. I mentioned my classmate's wedding last time, didn't I? We should attend together. Upon hearing this, Li Feng recalled the event. All right, but what about Yaya during lunch? Let my mother pick her up, he replied. Xiang Biding's relationship with her parents had improved significantly, especially since Li Feng's elder brother had earned quite a bit of money due to him. Furthermore, among the delivery personnel, his brother was included. All right, I shall head to the hotel around 11 tomorrow, but I will visit the company first in the morning. Let us meet at the hotel entrance. As the goods had yet to be released, Li Feng was not particularly busy lately. Meanwhile, Wei Guodong was enjoying drinks with several individuals, being the most formidable among them. See, I told you our strategy would yield results. His goods are currently stalled. If he dares to release another batch, we shall further undercut the prices and see where the agents choose to procure their supplies. Given that there had been no activity from Zhang Bin's side, they speculated that he had likely gone out of business. Zhang Bin, who initially specialized in printers, was entirely unfamiliar with this domain. He would undoubtedly revert to his printer business, abandoning watches altogether. I concur, he should focus on his printers. Why meddle in our affairs? Now, our sanctions have effectively rendered him non-existent. However, I heard that Zhang Bin has rented a rather large office. I can't shake the feeling that he hasn't given up yet. Several individuals were engaged in animated discussion. Wei Guodong chuckled, downing his drink confidently, and remarked, I actually hope he expedites the release of his second batch. That way, we can directly stifle his goods from reaching the market. At that point, he will have to come begging to us. Everyone was captivated by Wei Guodong's ideas, completely oblivious to the fact that the goods produced by Li Feng and his companions could not be replicated instantaneously. Regardless, we have successfully imposed sanctions on them recently, and in celebration of our triumph, let us raise a toast. The faces of several individuals were adorned with smiles, yet in a few days, they would surely be wearing expressions of distress. The Xinchuan Grand Hotel was bustling with activity today due to a wedding celebration. Xiang Biding had made a special effort to beautify herself, enhancing her already striking appearance. Upon arrival, she encountered numerous old classmates. Look, here comes Xiang Biding. I heard her husband does nothing but drink and even resorts to violence against her. I've heard the same. She seems to be the most unfortunate among us. What purpose does such a husband serve? If it were me, I would have divorced him long ago. A group of women began to gossip, particularly Fan Lily, who had always held a grudge against Xiang Biding since their school days. Her husband, now the director of the Xinchuan Textile Factory, a state-owned enterprise, was deemed quite accomplished among their peers. His name was Chao Mao, and upon his arrival, many greeted him warmly. Before long, Li Feng arrived at the entrance of the Xinchuan Grand Hotel, entering alongside Xiang Biding. Naturally, old classmates would sit together. Oh, isn't that Xiang Biding? What are you up to these days? It's been ages since we last met. Fan Lily remarked sarcastically. I just resigned and have yet to find a new job. Xiang Biding responded, unashamed of her current situation at home. Upon hearing that Xiang Biding was unemployed, Fan Lily felt a surge of satisfaction. Having envied Xiang Biding's beauty during their school years, she had never harbored fondness for her. Now, with the gossip suggesting Xiang Biding's misfortune, her delight was palpable. Such weddings often turned into competitions among attendees. Although Xiang Biding preferred to avoid their company, she felt compelled to join them when called upon. Your husband is unemployed too, right? Everyone knows about your situation, Xiang Biding. If he's interested, my husband has a boiler operation job available. Perhaps he would consider it? Fan Lily said, casting a pointed glance at Li Feng. Thank you, but my husband is currently employed, so there is no need for your assistance, Xiang Biding replied politely. Why are you being so courteous? Everyone knows what kind of person your husband is. It seems he lives off you. And now that you're both without jobs, how will you support your family? Fan Lily's comments grew increasingly offensive. Her husband glanced at Li Feng, chuckling. If he doesn't want to work, that's his choice. Offering you a job, and you still refuse? You deserve to be poor for life. Initially, Li Feng had no intention of speaking up, but Chow Mao's words provoked his displeasure. Such individuals, born with a sense of entitlement, were oblivious to the consequences of their arrogance. May I inquire where you work? My good sir, such bravado you carry. Li Feng regarded Chow Mao with a look of disdain. It was hardly an admirable position, merely a small director at a textile factory. Most would raise a toast upon hearing such a title, yet in Li Feng's eyes, it paled in comparison to his own standing. For him, the disparity was glaring. The founder of a company and a mere director represented entirely different realms. The textile factory, he mused, was likely to go bankrupt in a couple of years. Probably around 1998, if his intuition served him correctly. Li Feng uttered this thought nonchalantly. Chow Mao's expression shifted immediately. The implication of the factory's demise suggested his own impending unemployment. Don't speak nonsense. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. With your caliber, you'll be poor for life. Chow Mao retorted, his anger flaring. Whether you remain poor for life is not for you to decide. All I know is that you'll be jobless in 2 years. Congratulations in advance. Li Feng recalled that indeed, the textile factory had closed around 1998, the timing hardly deviating. As Chow Mao stood up, ready to unleash a tirade, another voice interjected. Chow director, what is all this fuss about? Is it meaningful to argue with someone who accomplishes nothing daily? This individual, Zheng Yang, was in the camera business, notably selling a popular model called Lita, which had garnered substantial success. Consequently, Zheng's business was flourishing, and he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. His wife, Li Mei, was a classmate of Xiang Biding and shared a close friendship with Fan Lily. Why are you quarreling with someone like Xiang Biding's husband? He is essentially an idle drifter. Is it really necessary to belittle him? Li Mei approached with a beaming smile directed at Xiang Biding. Ah, so it's Mr. Zheng who has arrived. Please, have a seat, she continued, her tone brimming with pride. Among their high school peers, her family's circumstances were notably superior, and it was said they had recently purchased a commendable residence. While property prices were not exorbitant at that time, being able to afford a home was still a significant achievement for them. I presume you must be Xiang Biding. My wife has spoken of you on several occasions. And indeed, you are quite beautiful. It's just unfortunate that you married poorly. Zheng Yang's words dripped with condescension. As the saying goes, men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women dread marrying the wrong man. Being stuck with someone like him is quite unfortunate. If you wish, I could introduce you to someone better. Such remarks from Zheng Yang were utterly distasteful, especially with her husband present. His blatant disregard for Li Feng was evident. Your worth is not determined by your words. Do you really believe that the Lita camera will always thrive? Who knows what the future holds? Thus, there is no need for your mockery. Our lives are not intertwined. Had today not been a wedding, I would have already knocked your teeth out and wouldn't be engaging in this conversation. Li Feng had never been one to mince words with people like them, especially those who were so brazenly opportunistic, which made them all the more detestable. Only those devoid of capability would resort to physical confrontation. With someone like you, how can you even speak of the future? Come, enlighten me, what fate awaits Lita? Zheng Yang, feeling rather irate, was understandably displeased to be addressed in such a manner. He was accustomed to having others acquiesce to his whims, and suddenly encountering resistance was something he could hardly tolerate. If you wish to hear, I shall share my insights, though I doubt you will comprehend them. Allow me to articulate it thus. A decade hence, Lita will cease to exist. The future of photography lies in digital cameras, capable of direct uploads to computers, eliminating the need for traditional printing. Film cameras will be rendered obsolete, as every camera will be equipped with memory cards, allowing for instantaneous transfer to computers, with prints made simply through a printer, thereby avoiding the current cumbersome process. Li Feng conveyed this with remarkable simplicity. Should he delve deeper, they would be utterly lost. It is indeed laughable. Digital camera printing? Are you familiar with the photography industry? Do you grasp its workings? Engaging in dialogue with uneducated individuals like this is hardly worthwhile. Zheng Yang scoffed at Li Feng. At that moment, Cheng Yuan approached. She was a classmate of the bride, and thus found it entirely fitting to attend the wedding. Mr. Li, you are here too. Cheng Yuan casually seated herself beside Bai Ting and inquired of Li Feng. Everyone at the table was taken aback. Why did Cheng Yuan suddenly address Li Feng in such a manner? Cheng Yuan, what did you just call him? Mr. Li? Have you mistaken him for someone else? He is merely an unemployed drifter, nothing more. Fan Lily interjected. He is the owner of our company. Surely you are aware of the new watch model, Carlo O, which was developed by Mr. Li. I am currently employed at his firm, Cheng Yuan declared, leaving everyone speechless. They gazed at Li Feng in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Carlo O was indeed his creation. Goodness, Has Chung Yuan been enlisted to perform for you? Bai Ting, aren't you concerned about your husband? If he develops a sense of vanity, who knows what he might do? Chapter 52. Yaya falls ill. Li Mei could scarcely believe that Li Feng was the proprietor of Carlo. Oh, truly, does he never tire of this charade? Fan Lily shot Li Feng a disdainful glance. Li Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. What manner of people are these? Must they derive joy from his misfortune? Am I merely entertaining you? This is inconsequential. Let it suffice that you refrain from discussing our family affairs in the future, lest I make you regret it. Li Feng perceived these individuals as no different from Aunt Zhang, inherently deserving of reprimand. At times, violence is the only solution, particularly with individuals like Zheng Yang and Xiao Mao. Reasoning with them is futile. A good thrashing would suffice. You threaten us with regret? Who do you think you are deceiving? Carlo O was developed by Zhang Bin. Do you believe we are unaware? If you are truly the owner of Carlo O, from now on, we shall call you brother whenever we meet, Xiao Mao asserted, pointing at Li Feng with unwavering conviction. Sometimes, circumstances align in the most fortuitous manner. Zhang Bin happened to bring his family to the Xinchuan Grand Hotel for a meal. Coincidentally, today marks his son's birthday, prompting him to contemplate a family lunch. He had informed Li Feng in advance, but Li Feng mentioned he had a wedding to attend. The Xinchuan Grand Hotel consists of 2 floors, and even for a wedding, the second floor would suffice to accommodate guests. Look, Zhang Bin has arrived. I shall call him over now. Li Feng stood up and waved to the newly arrived Zhang Bin. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Bin approached Li Feng, saying, "Why didn't you mention you were also at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel? I could have driven you here." "No need. My trusty bicycle serves me well." "Old Zhang, could you clarify for them whether I am indeed the owner of Carlo?" Zhang Bin was momentarily perplexed, as Li Feng had previously been reluctant to disclose his true identity. Now, posing the question to him, it was evident that the people at the table would find it hard to believe. "You hold 60 of the shares. If you are not the owner, then who is?" Upon this proclamation, astonishment swept over the gathering. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I just told them, but they wouldn't believe me." Chung Yuan expressed her exasperation. "What's so hard to believe? If you doubt it, our company is nearby. Why not visit after the meal?" "Oh, isn't that Zhang from Lida Cameras?" Zhang Bin recognized Zheng Yang. Although Zhang had a bit of wealth, he paled in comparison to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin drove a modestly priced Santana worth nearly 200,000, while Zheng's vehicle was a less than 100,000 model. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Have you been busy lately?" Zheng Yang, not daring to be dismissive, promptly stood to shake Zhang Bin's hand. "Enough of that. You all enjoy your meal. I'm heading upstairs." After Zhang Bin departed, Zheng Yang and Xiao Mao lowered their heads, uncertain of what to say next. Li Feng was determined to prolong the awkward atmosphere. "Come on, you two brothers. Didn't you say if it were true, you'd call me brother?" He gleefully mimicked their earlier banter. This feeling was exhilarating, especially in dealing with someone like Zheng Yang. "Darling, stop talking so much and eat quickly. You all need to head to the company soon," Xiang Biting urged in haste. The meal proceeded in a rather uncomfortable silence, but Li Feng remained unfazed. After dining, Li Feng and his companions left first. On their way back, Zheng Yang and Li Mei were met with a sullen expression from Li Mei. What could you possibly do? To be rendered speechless by Xiang Biting's husband is infuriating, she lamented. Li Mei had initially wished to impress Xiang Biting, but instead, she had become the subject of ridicule among their peers. "What is the big deal about a watch factory? I know another owner who specializes in watches. Since he disrespected me today, I could acquire shares and find a way to bring their factory down." Zheng Yang foolishly contemplated such actions. He indeed had acquaintance with Wei Guodong, who at one time sought his investment due to financial constraints, but he had declined. "You may handle it as you see fit. If he rides over us now, who knows how arrogant he will become in the future." Li Mei's anger had yet to subside. Upon returning to the company, Li Feng instructed Zhang Bin to inform him of Zhou Xian's whereabouts. He then mounted his bicycle and headed to Zhou Xian's location. Upon arrival, Zhou Xian glanced at him and inquired, "Young man, do you need a watch repaired?" Li Feng parked his bicycle and approached without hesitation, pulling out a chair to sit down. "Master, may I ask where you acquired these exquisite timepieces?" Li Feng had no intention of currying favor with Zhou Xian today. Rather, he sought to gather some basic information. "These are all collected pieces. Are you interested in buying, or something else?" Zhou Xian's demeanor softened slightly, as shared interests often lighten one's spirits. "I, too, appreciate such watches, but I have never had the opportunity to encounter them," Li Feng replied, engaging Zhou Xian in a casual conversation. Eventually, he rode back home. "How did it go? Did you manage to convince old Zhou?" Zhang Bin asked anxiously. "I didn't bring it up. I merely chatted with him." "This person is indeed as you described," Somewhat stubborn in his thinking, Li Feng reflected on his conversation with Zhou Xian. What shall we do now? Let's wait. I will return in a few days when our goods arrive. With no other options available, both men resolved to wait, as the merchandise would be released shortly. That evening, upon returning home, Li Feng noticed Xiang Biding looking particularly distressed. You finally returned. Yi has a fever, and I don't know what to do. Xiang Biding exclaimed in a flurry. Li Feng rushed into the room and immediately lifted Yi into his arms. To the hospital. Quickly, hold the child. I will ride the bicycle. He handed Yi to Xiang Biding and pedaled furiously. It seemed a motorcycle was now a necessity. It would prove useful in critical moments. Upon reaching the hospital, Yi was administered fever-reducing medication, and fortunately, her condition was not severe, though she required an 4 drip. They would need to remain at the hospital for a while longer. Li Feng felt a weight on his heart as he sat on the hospital steps, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, he spotted Zhou Xian's figure making his way toward the payment counter. Li Feng discarded his cigarette and immediately followed. It turned out Zhou Xian's wife was hospitalized, but he lacked sufficient funds for the fees. It appeared that he was short by about 1,000 yuan, which was no small sum at that time. Brother Zhou, what's the matter? Short on cash? Li Feng called out from behind. Zhou Xian turned around, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Feng. It's nothing. I will make up the difference in a couple of days. Chapter 53. A compulsion to go. Zhou Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. Having been seen by someone he knew while struggling to cover the expenses, it was a blow to his pride, especially since it was the owner of the repair shop. Mr. Zhou, if you require assistance, I can cover the cost for you now, and you can repay me later when you are able, Li Feng offered earnestly, looking at Zhou Xian with sincerity. For Zhou Xian, it was somewhat astonishing that a newly acquainted individual would request payment from him. Such trust seemed rather excessive. Li Feng, perceiving the confusion in Zhou Xian's eyes, promptly clarified, in truth, I am a shareholder of Carlo O and a partner of Zhongbin. I genuinely wish to invite you to our company. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Zhou Xian was understandably displeased. He harbored no fondness for Carlo O, and their persistent invitations to visit their company were unwelcome. I cannot possibly go to your company. Do not assume that such tactics will compel me to acquiesce, Zhou Xian declared before leaving Li Feng behind and heading to the hospital room. Li Feng shook his head. It appeared this individual would be rather challenging to persuade. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination. Once the 4 fluids for Yaya were completed, the family of 3 returned home. Yaya's fever had subsided, but the doctor indicated she would require another infusion the following day. After settling Yaya comfortably, Bai Ting expressed her distress, pondering why her child had fallen ill. It's quite normal for children. There's no need to overthink it. She will recover by tomorrow, Li Feng reassured her. Both of them, having been through quite a bit, felt a pang of hunger, so Li Feng casually prepared some noodles. The hospital was enveloped in a serene silence that night as Zhou Xian sat on the steps at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. His wife had just undergone surgery and required an additional 3,000 yuan for her medical expenses. To him, this amount was substantial, as all his savings had been depleted for her operation. If he could not provide the 3,000 yuan to the hospital within 3 days, his wife would have to discontinue her medication. The adage "a penny can be the downfall of a hero" epitomizes the harsh reality. Even the most resolute individuals find themselves powerless when faced with hunger. Dad, why are you still here? Zhou Xian's daughter, Zhou Tong, who was currently in university, was aware of the family's financial burdens. His wife had long struggled with health issues, and the entire family relied on him. Tong, may I ask you something? Zhou Xian inquired. Sure, Dad. Zhou Tong settled beside him. If someone wanted you to do something you did not like, but in return, they would cover your mother's hospital expenses, would you consider it? Zhou Xian's ambiguous question prompted Zhou Tong to ponder. It depends on the situation. If it's not too excessive, I suppose I could consider it. However, if it involved harming others, I would certainly refuse. As long as it's reasonable, I would likely agree. Zhou Tong was aware of her father's recent financial struggles. Dad, are they trying to buy our repair shop? This was the most significant possibility she could conceive. No, someone wants me to join their company. They manufacture watches, specifically electronic ones. I have no desire to work in that field. Yet they offer a monthly salary of 500 yuan, and I am uncertain about my choice. In the face of financial pressures, all individuals reveal their vulnerabilities. Had Zhou Xian not been dealing with his wife's hospitalization, he would have never considered Carlo O. He had exhausted all avenues for assistance and had previously attempted to borrow money, but to no avail. Even selling his repair shop would not yield a quick solution at this juncture. After all, such endeavors require skill, and not everyone possesses it. 500? Such a steep price? Father, with the abundance of electronic devices nowadays, I have long maintained that while traditional methods still hold merit, We must evolve with the times. I have an idea. You could inform them that you need not commute to the office. Rather, you can deliver what they require from your own establishment. The shop can continue its operations. This notion indeed holds promise. When Zhang Bin approached Zhou Xian, he articulated this concept quite clearly. They are currently in need of design blueprints for watches, particularly the internal mechanisms, a domain in which Zhou Xian excels. There is no necessity to visit the office. He can accomplish all tasks from his own shop. Nodding in agreement, he resolved to consult Zhang Bin the following day if circumstances permitted. Early the next morning, the couple returned to the hospital with Yiya, while Li Feng continued to stroll outside. He hoped to encounter Zhou Xian once more, as his wife was hospitalized, and he presumed Zhou would be present. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Zhou Xian returned from purchasing some food. Boss Zhou, it seems our paths cross again. May we converse? Li Feng inquired with a cheerful grin. Zhou Xian regarded Li Feng for a moment and replied, "Wait a moment. I must deliver this meal to my wife." It appeared that there was a glimmer of hope this time, as Zhou Xian's demeanor was not as frosty as the previous day. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhou Xian emerged from the ward. "Let us discuss this outside," he suggested. Leading the way, the hospital featured a small garden where they sat on a bench, and Li Feng offered him a cigarette. "Boss Zhou, we truly appreciate your capabilities, which is why we sought your assistance. However, if you remain unwilling, we shall reconsider our options." Li Feng was quite adept at conversation, recognizing that such matters could not be forced. "Youth, I have a request. If I join your company, could I refrain from working at the office?" "Of course. I assure you I will complete the tasks assigned to me. You need design personnel, and I can perform just as well from my shop. Additionally, my wife's hospital expenses still fall short by 3,000. Consider it a loan from you, to be deducted from my salary." Zhou Xian finally grasped the situation. To be honest, even without the latter condition, Li Feng would have offered assistance. However, should new products require collective discussion, it would necessitate your presence at the office, albeit not on a daily basis. Sometimes, it is essential for everyone to convene and deliberate. "That is agreeable. When shall I commence work?" Zhou Xian inquired further. "Our new products will be released shortly, and at that time, you must come to the office to review any newly developed features, as this is indeed very necessary." Li Feng spoke candidly, prefacing potential conflicts. Zhou Xian nodded in acquiescence. Li Feng promptly contacted Zhang Bin, requesting that he deliver 4,000 yuan, as 3,000 would cover Zhou Xian's wife's hospital expenses. They, too, have lives to lead. Providing a bit more now would ensure Zhou Xian's loyalty in the future. Upon hearing that Li Feng was at the hospital, Zhang Bin immediately became anxious. "Brother, what happened to you? Why are you at the hospital?" "The child is ill. Bring money quickly. I'll hang up." Chapter 54. The second batch of goods. After Zhang Bin hung up the phone, he drove his Santana towards the hospital, fearing that Li Feng's child had fallen gravely ill again, given the prior congenital heart condition. Upon arrival, he found Li Feng waiting for him at the entrance of the inpatient department. "What is going on? Is it again with Yaya?" Zhang Bin inquired with genuine concern. "It's not Yaya, it's Zhou Xian. His wife is hospitalized, but they cannot afford the medical expenses. I promised to cover it temporarily, and she has agreed to join our company," Li Feng explained, sharing the conditions Zhou Xian had proposed. "Not going to work at the company isn't ideal, is it? Besides, how much could he possibly earn from that little shop of his?" Zhang Bin remarked, as a successful businessman, knowing the reality of Zhou Xian's situation. "Regardless, I've already made a promise. For now, we have to go along with it. In time, he will have to join us. They don't have much work at present. And once we expand, he won't have a choice." Li Feng employed a strategy to placate Zhou Xian, believing that subsequent matters would fall into place. "Let us proceed as such then. Come, let us settle the payment." Zhou Xian felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing Zhang Bin. He sensed that by agreeing to Li Feng, he had not honored Zhang Bin's intentions. However, Zhang Bin was not petty. After all, it was his own company, and it mattered not who brought whom back. After settling the fees, Zhang Bin patted Zhou Xian's shoulder and said, "From now on, we are in this together. Do not hesitate to reach out if you encounter difficulties. While I cannot offer vast sums, we brothers will always support each other." Zhou Xian nodded appreciatively, relieved that his immediate concerns had been addressed. Once Li Feng and Zhang Bin concluded their matters with Zhou Xian, they discovered that Yaya had also finished her infusion. The group then returned together, with Zhang Bin driving them back in his Santana. Upon dropping off Yaya and her mother, Li Feng accompanied Zhang Bin back to the company. Cheng Yuan had already compiled all the accounts, presenting them in a thorough and comprehensible manner. "Indeed, you were right about Cheng Yuan. She is quite meticulous. By the way, Old Wu called. The goods will be ready tomorrow. He has arranged for delivery. So you need to inform Air Dan's team to come to the office, Li Feng said, surprised by Wu Qinghua's promptness, indicating that he had accelerated his efforts. You need not worry about that. I will notify them. Air Dan has become quite an asset to our company, and he is remarkably swift in recruiting. Li Feng expressed his hope that Air Dan would continue to maintain this pace and not falter after a few days. The following morning, Li Feng promptly informed Air Dan. In the afternoon, the delivery personnel parked their vehicle right in front of the office building, coinciding perfectly with everyone's arrival. Li Feng then instructed everyone to lend a hand in transporting all the goods inside. In the office, Li Feng first took out some merchandise and placed it on the table for everyone to inspect for any defects. This batch was slightly smaller than the last, appearing more refined. To everyone's surprise, it even featured a stopwatch function. I find this style even more appealing. I must purchase one for myself. The attendees expressed their admiration for the watches before them. Do not rush, everyone. If sales are strong, each of you will receive rewards in due course. Moreover, this watch also boasts a luminous feature. Cover it with your hand and take a look, Li Feng demonstrated, prompting everyone to follow suit. Indeed, as soon as the ambient light dimmed, a soft blue glow emanated from the watch's small screen. This revelation astounded everyone. Such a feature was exceedingly rare at the time. Having seen our merchandise, do you all feel confident? Zhang Bin inquired with pride. Yes, the group responded in unison. Now, each of you take some flyers back to distribute in your designated areas. If you have a pager or a telephone at home, jot that down to observe the effect. He continued. On the advertising front, we have both television and radio broadcasts, and the advertising fees are substantial, so everyone must put in extra effort. Zhang Bin excelled in this motivational aspect, and the crowd nodded in agreement. The enthusiastic individuals promptly took the flyers and departed, most of them owned bicycles, as it was common for families to have a sturdy 2/8 bicycle at that time. Once the group left, Li Feng and Zhang Bin sought out Zhou Xian. Lacking contact information, they could only visit the store. Fortunately, Zhou Xian was present, as he had entrusted his wife's care to their daughter at the hospital, allowing him to feel at ease. Boss Zhou, our goods have arrived. Take a look, Li Feng said, placing the newly returned items before Zhou Xian. Nodding, Zhou Xian examined the merchandise closely, scrutinizing its features. What you've produced is commendable, but what happens in the event of a power failure? Once purchased, how long can a battery last? I see you're using chip batteries, which are rarely sold. You must find a way to produce these components. If someone uses it and it runs out of power, they can't just discard it. Zhou Xian's suggestion was astute, a matter Li Feng and Zhang Bin had not previously considered. Currently, such chip batteries were non-existent in the market and were quite small. They had developed these themselves, and it appeared they would need to have Wu Qinghua manufacture a batch of such batteries. Truly, as an experienced craftsman, Zhou Xian quickly identified the crux of the issue. Any further suggestions you might have for us? Li Feng asked, giving a thumbs up. Let me hold on to this watch for a few days. I'll see if I can enhance it further based on its current design. I will sketch the blueprints for you, Zhou Xian remarked, demonstrating his considerable experience in this area, particularly in drafting plans. Excellent. We hope to receive more suggestions for even more practical improvements. After Li Feng finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Bin out of Zhou Xian's store. The advice he received this time was indeed quite commendable, and Li Feng could not fathom why he had overlooked the crucial issue of the Tianqi. Fortunately, Zhou Xian brought it up. Should this batch of goods be released and run out of power due to short usage, it would pose a significant problem. He hurried back to contact old Wu, urging him to manufacture a batch of chip batteries at all costs. This way, whenever they required batteries in the future, they would undoubtedly come back to purchase from them, thus creating another avenue for profit. They would return to further research and explore other potential profit sources, such as watch bands and various components. Chapter 55. Notable results. Upon their return, the pair began sketching ideas on paper. Although the company had a considerable number of employees, most were out in the field, leaving only the two of them with Cheng Yuan in the office. After studying for a while, Li Feng concluded that they needed to develop all the necessary components. Since they had chosen to venture into the watch industry, the parts were indeed critical. Their only advantage at present was possessing a factory. Wu Qinghua claimed that the factory could produce anything, as long as it pertained to electronic products. Just then, Wu Qinghua called Zhang Bin to inquire about the newly acquired watches. Li Feng took the call and replied with a smile, President Wu, the new products are quite impressive. However, we seem to have overlooked one issue, the batteries and other components. The batteries available in the market are exceedingly scarce, hence we need you to produce a batch. The same applies to the components. These items will be essential for us later. If customers encounter issues and require repairs, we can also assist with that. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Wu Qingwu realized that he too had overlooked this matter. Had you not mentioned it, I would have never recalled it. I understand now. I will have the workers expedite the processing in the next few days. Producing these components is relatively straightforward compared to the watches, and the processing can be completed swiftly. There isn't much else of great importance. We will only be able to gauge the overall effectiveness after distributing the flyers tomorrow. Li Feng and his team could only wait to see how many of this batch would sell. Later that evening, upon returning home, Li Feng turned on the radio. He had contemplated purchasing a color television, but had not gotten around to it lately. At around 8 o'clock, the radio aired their advertisement as scheduled. After confirming the presence of the advertisement on the radio, he also wanted to check whether the interstitial advertisements during the television dramas had gone live. Fortunately, it was summer, and there were not many households with televisions. Those who did would bring out their sets in the evening for communal viewing. Their neighborhood had several such small courtyards, with around 7 or 8 families residing in their courtyard alone. The entire complex boasted about a dozen similar courtyards, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Everyone gathered together. Watching the television drama, Li Feng stood at the back, as he seldom ventured out to watch television. Indeed, during the drama's intermission, an advertisement for Karo was aired. This watch had introduced a new feature, including a stopwatch. I find this Karo quite appealing. I should get one to wear someday. Last time, I intended to purchase but was unable to do so. This time, I am uncertain about the outcome, yet we shall see together. Li Feng did not anticipate that the advertising would yield unexpectedly fruitful results. Even his neighbors expressed interest in acquiring a piece to try. However, none of them were aware that Li Feng was the founder of Carlo, for had they known, their eyes would likely bulge in astonishment. Given such an outcome, Li Feng felt quite satisfied. The rest would depend on Dan and his associates. Furthermore, Li Feng understood that once his watch was launched, Wei Guodong and his team would undoubtedly seek to replicate it without delay. At that moment, in a private room at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel, Wei Guodong was enjoying drinks with Zheng Yang. This was prompted by Zheng Yang's previous humiliation before Li Feng, where he failed to hold his head high and became the target of ridicule from many of his wife's classmates. Therefore, he resolved to venture into the watch business himself, aiming to directly challenge Li Feng. Thus, he sought out Wei Guodong. Zheng, as the general agent for Lida cameras. What brings you to me regarding watches? Wei Guodong inquired, puzzled after sipping his drink. He had previously attempted to ally with Zheng Yang, but Zheng had declined. To be frank, I hold the founder of Carlo in low regard. My motivation lies in proving a point against him. I intend to pursue this endeavor, Wei. Let us set aside other matters. You need not worry about my financial capabilities. My plan is simple. I shall replicate everything he does, but at a lower price. I am eager to see how he will compete with me. Wei Guodong had presumed that Carlo was defunct, given the absence of stock for several days. However, today he was informed that Carlo's second batch of products had been released, although he had not yet obtained any samples. Wei Guodong's information was always timely, prompting him to join Zheng Yang for drinks to discuss the matter. Previously, all factories had been imitating Carlo, leading to diminished profits for everyone involved. He now envisioned establishing a new company with Wei Guodong, primarily focused on mirroring Carlo's offerings. There was no need to seek out new factories. They could operate from the existing ones. Zheng, I particularly admire your tenacity. I doubt Zhongbin possesses substantial knowledge of the watch industry, considering he specializes in printers. If we unite, we can certainly overcome them. I have factories ready. If you are willing, we can register a new company explicitly to rival Carlo. Wei Guodong's sentiments resonated deeply with Zheng Yang. Profit was irrelevant to Zheng, who was solely motivated by the desire to undermine Li Feng. Wei, I share your vision. Let us finalize our decision. What shall we name our new brand? I will arrange for the company registration tomorrow. The process is remarkably swift. With decisive action characteristic of Zheng Yang, he continued, since you represent Lida cameras, let us christen it Fengda watches. The name exudes a far more grandiose aura than theirs. And I assure you that if I see their products today, I can replicate them by the day after tomorrow. Wei Guodong felt confident in this regard, recalling how swiftly he had previously produced watches comparable to those of Li Feng and his team in just a day or two. Very well, let's call it Fengda. I will take care of the formalities tomorrow. You find a way to acquire their watches, and we shall commence, Zheng Yang remarked, lifting his glass for a toast. And the two friends cheerfully clinked their cups together. By midday the following day, the company received several calls inquiring about the watches. Just as he prepared to call Dan, the latter rushed back in a flurry. Brother Feng, quickly arrange for 100 pieces. I just finished distributing flyers this morning, and the agents contacted me this afternoon. I calculated that I need at least 100. I must distribute them promptly. Dan, undeterred by fatigue, was motivated by the commission he would earn from each watch sold. Go fetch them yourself. They are in that room. Just inform Chung Yuan how many you need. Li Feng instructed. No sooner had he spoken than Dan vanished in haste, arriving with fervor and departing with equal urgency. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that Dan returned to the office, his face radiant with joy. I never anticipated our watches would be so popular. We've already secured orders for tomorrow's stock, and the agents are performing remarkably well. Dan's spirits soared at the impressive sales figures, especially since many customers expressed delight at the home delivery service, sparing them the trip to the mall. Moreover, Li Feng's operation required no physical storefronts. This method proved highly efficient, especially in this age where word of mouth spread swiftly. Chapter 56. Making a decision. Dan, you need to recruit more personnel. Having just over a dozen agents is somewhat inadequate for a city like Xinchuan. Ideally, we should have at least 30 agents, with each selling around 20 watches daily. Although our current results are commendable, the pace of capital recovery may be somewhat sluggish. Previously, agents would pay up front for as many units as they wanted. Now it's a pay-as-you-sell model, which naturally slows down cash flow. However, the advantage lies in the ability to cast a wide net. Isn't there someone in Beijing who restricts access? This strategy elegantly addresses that challenge. While no storefront showcases the Carlo watches, if a customer calls, I will deliver right to their doorstep. I have already made contact. There are individuals in Beijing eager to collaborate. Tonight, I will discuss this further with them. If we expand fully into Beijing, we will have at least 30 agents. Dan remained confident in his abilities. Naturally adept in social interactions, he had cultivated a wide network of acquaintances. I believe in you. Once this batch of stock is sold out, I will treat everyone to a grand dinner. Li Feng promised, recognizing the importance of such gatherings within the company. All right then, workday's over. I will take my leave, Dan said hurriedly as Chung Yuan exited. Li Feng understood his intentions. With Chung Yuan off work, he would escort her home, allowing the two to foster their budding relationship. As the watches went on sale, Wei Guodong naturally acquired his inventory. Seated in his office, he scrutinized the new products released by Li Feng and his team. This young man has quite the ingenuity, even incorporating a stopwatch feature. He marveled at the Carlo watch he held, far exceeding his expectations. Although the probability of individuals utilizing a stopwatch is exceedingly low, it is precisely this feature that entices many to purchase it. Mr. Wei, I have completed all the necessary formalities today. When shall we proceed with the shipment? Zheng Yang is becoming rather impatient. I will arrange for it to be dispatched tomorrow, and it is likely that the goods will be ready the day after. Their price remains the same as last time, at 50 yuan, while we shall sell it for 45. However, I find it perplexing that they only distribute flyers with a contact number and lack an actual storefront. They claim to offer home delivery, but just observe. Such a venture cannot sustain itself for long. Delivering daily to numerous individuals will surely be exhausting. Wei Guodong holds a rather traditional view, believing that a counter is essential for sales. Even though the current performance of Carlo is satisfactory, I am certain that its efficacy will diminish in the long run. Meanwhile, within another watch factory, Cui Ji wore a solemn expression. Due to Wei Guodong's partnership with Zheng Yang, he has disregarded their team. Initially, Cui Ji hoped to capitalize on this opportunity to boost the factory's profits, only to suddenly discover that Wei Guodong had allied himself with others. Currently, the factory's profitability is subpar, and if this continues, losses are inevitable. He must devise a solution to this pressing issue. In my opinion, Wei Guodong is utterly untrustworthy. Akin to a cunning old fox, do you see? He has now abandoned them. Cui Ji's brother, Cui Liang, has always assisted him but possesses a far broader perspective. So what shall we do now? Are we to sit here and await our demise? Cui Ji lamented, his hair nearly turning gray from worry. I know Dan from Carlo. He is unaware that I am your brother. He previously attempted to recruit me to collaborate with him. Moreover, their business model does not necessitate a presence in Beijing. Anyone wishing to purchase simply makes a phone call, and the goods are delivered right to their doorstep. Would you prefer to buy at a counter or have it delivered to your home? Furthermore, counters do not sell such items. Save for the initial agent in Tianyang Trade City, Cui Liang has acquainted himself with various aspects of Carlo and finds their model exceptionally appealing. Many individuals are eager to engage in this enterprise but are hindered by the lack of a storefront, thus stalling their first step. Carlo's approach will undoubtedly attract many unemployed individuals to join their ranks. They require neither a counter nor the payment of rent, and they only pay after sales are made. Anyone would choose Carlo. Aside from the slight inconvenience of delivery, everything else is favorable. What do you imply? Shall we cease our endeavors? If their watches sell well, we shall soon be rendered irrelevant. Cui Ji is acutely aware of his predicament. His watch factory is quite small, and while it fared well a few years ago, its business has declined annually. I propose that we negotiate a partnership with Carlo. Henceforth, let us cease production of our own watches and instead process for them, earning a processing fee. Although they possess a factory in Hangzhou, if the demand truly escalates, that facility will undoubtedly be insufficient. We can simply collaborate with them. Cui Liang has been contemplating this matter for quite some time. He harbors a subtle conviction that Carlo will achieve remarkable success in the future, to the extent that a single factory will hardly suffice to meet their demands. If they could secure a partnership agreement in the early stages, it might just save their factory from peril. What you mean is that we would relinquish our current watch production to engage in theirs. Is that correct? Indeed. That is the essence of it. What significance remains in producing our watches? With the relentless emergence of electronic timepieces, if we fail to innovate, we will inevitably face obsolescence. Since research and development are not our strengths, why not offer our manufacturing services instead? It must be said that Cui Liang possesses far superior intellect compared to his brother. Had Cui Ji entertained such notions, the factory would not be teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon reflection, Cui Ji began to see the validity in his brother's words. However, he did not have any acquaintance with Zhang Bin. So how could they negotiate this collaboration? How shall we approach this? Perhaps you could initiate a conversation with one of their employees regarding this matter? A mere employee would not yield significant insights. We should directly approach the company and express our intent to seek a partnership. Would they really expel us? Cui Liang certainly had the audacity to do so. Very well. Since Wei Guodong has committed such inhumane acts, we shall not be polite. Brother, this time I shall heed your advice. We will seek them out tomorrow. Cui Ji finally made a decision. Cui Liang smiled. He had long held this perspective, yet his elder brother often acted unilaterally. Primarily, he held a strong belief in Carlo's avant-garde vision. This watch, both in aesthetics and functionality, can be regarded as exceptionally high-end. Cui Liang was aware that they would eventually release even more sophisticated products, indicating the founder's ideas are indeed pivotal. He recognized that neither he nor his brother possessed the requisite capabilities. Thus, the only course of action left was to embark on this venture. Chapter 57. Collaboration. The following morning, Air Dan returned for goods once again. The company's phone rang incessantly, and with no other staff present, Cheng Yuan had to take on the responsibility. This was not a sustainable solution, and Li Feng planned to hire an additional clerk specifically to manage phone calls and record inventory requests. Cheng Yuan was overwhelmed, juggling both accounting and phone duties. Cheng Yuan, if you know any girls seeking employment, please refer them to us for phone assistance, Li Feng casually remarked. You know, there is someone. She previously worked with me at a watch factory and is currently job hunting. I'll inquire with her tonight, she replied. All right, bring her in tomorrow morning for a trial. Just as Li Feng concluded his statement, he noticed the Cui brothers entering. Cui Ji was quite courteous, smiling as he inquired, Hello? May I ask where your person in charge is? We have a collaboration to discuss. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could they be interested in becoming the general agent? This way, please. You can share your concerns with me, he said, gesturing for them to follow. Cheng Yuan, please bring 2 cups of water. Li Feng then escorted the Cui brothers to his office. You are the person in charge here? I thought it was General Zhang, Cui Ji remarked, somewhat puzzled. He has not arrived today. I am his partner. May I inquire who you are? We represent the Jianjun Watch Factory and are considering a potential collaboration with you. Cui Liang, concerned that his brother might miscommunicate, quickly articulated their intentions. Li Feng nodded, recognizing that they were all in the watch industry and thus competitors. It was curious that they sought collaboration. How do you envision this partnership? Li Feng did not decline the proposal. We hold a favorable view of the Carlo watch and are contemplating whether we could process it in our factory for a nominal processing fee. Cui Liang candidly shared their thoughts. However, we do have a factory in Hangzhou, which is currently quite busy. Our facility there is substantial, and with Wu Qingguo personally overseeing operations, the quality is assured. We are aware of this, but in the future, your demand will undoubtedly increase, and our factory should be able to accommodate your processing needs without issue. Cui Liang continued to negotiate. Li Feng pondered for a moment. Collaboration seemed promising, especially since he had yet to seek a manufacturer for electric shavers. At present, all available options were manual. Producing watches should also extend to this product, shouldn't it? While it may not be feasible to make shavers, we do have another product in mind, though I'm uncertain if you can manufacture it. As he spoke, Li Feng retrieved his sketches from the drawer. The Cui brothers examined them closely, yet could not discern what they depicted. After conversing for a while, they realized they had not exchanged names. I am Cui Liang, and this is my brother Cui Ji. I am Li Feng. Can you comprehend what the drawings represent? Observing their expressions, Li Feng deduced they were confused. The brothers shook their heads, prompting Li Feng to smile and explain. This is a razor. We are about to commence production, but we have yet to find a manufacturer. Please take a look at these small components. Can your factory produce them? Li Feng handed over a detailed breakdown of the parts to Cui Liang. This is feasible. There are no issues with these components. Mr. Li, do you mean to say that when assembled, these parts will form a razor? Isn't this razor a bit large? Cui Liang asked, perplexed, as he had never seen such a sizable razor. This is an electric razor that requires batteries, so a larger size is normal. If you can manufacture it, we will entrust this task to you. Since we are all in Xinchuan, I feel reassured. I initially considered visiting Hangzhou. Li Feng spoke truthfully. He had indeed contemplated finding a razor manufacturer in Hangzhou. We absolutely can, no problem at all, Mr. Li. If we are to collaborate, should we formalize this with a contract? Regardless of feasibility, Cui Liang felt it prudent to secure the arrangement. This would ensure they had a foothold. The components posed no significant challenges, and the factory machinery could be adjusted as needed. That won't be an issue. Please come by tomorrow, and I will prepare the contract in advance for your review. If everything appears satisfactory, you may sign it then. Li Feng was not one to linger on decisions. Very well, Mr. Li. We shall return tomorrow. After the two brothers left Li Feng's company, Cuiji expressed his concerns, saying, how could you agree to this? What if we cannot produce anything? A razor and a watch are completely unrelated. Cui Liang, being the audacious one, replied, did you not hear him mention it? An electric razor. This individual is remarkably skilled. He was able to create a sports watch first, and now he aims to develop an electric razor. If we do not hasten to sign this agreement, we may find ourselves left out. Cui Liang firmly believed in the adage that fortune favors the bold, while misfortune befalls the timid. However, Cui Ji remained apprehensive, questioning what they would do if they failed to deliver. Did we not also initially develop the watch? The components are not vastly different. We merely need to adjust the machinery. I have a hunch that once the electric razor is released, it will sell even faster than the watch, he asserted. Cui Liang sensed an imminent boom for the electric razor. With a sigh, Cui Ji conceded that given the current circumstances, manufacturing the electric razor might indeed yield substantial profits. Zhang Bin arrived at noon, and after Li Feng relayed the news, he expressed his puzzlement. Isn't Cui Ji collaborating with Wei Guodong to replicate our watch? What prompted him to seek a partnership with us? Surely he is not attempting to extract our technology? Zhang Bin remained exceedingly cautious. If he manages to acquire our technology, that would be his own skill. Nevertheless, since the brothers agreed to process the electric razor, they will come tomorrow to formalize the agreement. Li Feng was uncertain whether his decision was prudent, but fortunately, the brothers lacked the ability to comprehend the schematics. Can they truly manage it? A watch factory and an electric razor operation are quite disparate. Let me investigate why Cui Ji is no longer following Wei Guodong. Zhang Bin, with his extensive connections, promptly departed. As the afternoon approached its end, Zhang Bin returned, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Do you know what transpired? Zheng Yang has partnered with Wei Guodong to establish a watch company and has cast aside Cui Ji. Zheng Yang, isn't he the one I encountered at my wife's classmate's wedding, the one involved with Lida cameras? Li Feng's memory was jogged. Yes, that's him. I suspect he is venturing into watchmaking solely to compete with you, Zhang Bin surmised. Li Feng chuckled, realizing that an intriguing spectacle was unfolding. As Zheng Yang sought to enter the watch market, let him proceed. It will be interesting to see how long they can sustain their endeavors. Li Feng remained unconcerned, his primary worry being that if their products resembled his and were offered at a lower price, many would undoubtedly turn to them for supplies. This was a tangible issue, as Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang were certainly capable of such maneuvers. They had already resolved to pursue this strategy. By minimizing costs, their quality would inevitably suffer, at most. They would sell for a limited time but would not endure for long. Li Feng was confident that in this era, consumers placed a premium on product quality. Should any issues arise, customers would not hesitate to turn away. In order to compete with Li Feng and his associates, aside from engaging in a price war, there are no other viable options. To celebrate the arrival of our new batch of goods, I would like to invite your family to dinner at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel this evening, along with my wife and child. Zhang Bin has long wished to dine with Li Feng's family, considering the collaboration they have maintained for such an extended period. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention to you. Could you assist my wife in finding a job? Li Feng suddenly recalled this matter. If he were to forget it again, he would surely have no way to explain upon returning home. Previously, Li Feng had mentioned to Zhang Bin that family members should not participate in their company, and he is aware of this situation. Perhaps he could work at my printing company? That wouldn't he do, regardless of the outcome. There would certainly be gossip from your side. Are there not any other suitable positions available? Li Feng was hesitant, knowing that Zhang Bin had a very close relationship with him, and it was inevitable that another shareholder might speak ill of it. Just then, I remembered that a friend of mine is opening a clothing factory. Why not send your wife there? She previously worked in a clothing factory, didn't she? He is just starting out and is in need of staff, plus promotions come swiftly there. Zhang Bin's connections are primarily in business. Thus, he would have to rely on him for the job search. All right, during dinner tonight, please mention it to my wife. The factory isn't far, right? Let us avoid North City. It would be a waste of time with the commute. Rest assured, his factory is located in South City. I want to introduce you to anyone in North City. Hurry and call your wife to let her know to head to the Shinchuan Grand Hotel. Li Feng quickly made a phone call home and then followed Zhang Bin to the hotel. Xiang Biding had just exited her community when she encountered Qin Pengfei approaching her. Since Xiang Biding had moved, Qin Pengfei had searched for her several times without success. When he inquired at the factory, others informed him that she had already resigned. He had fancied the possibility of a story between them and had heard about her current whereabouts. Biding, where are you headed? Qin Pengfei asked with a smile. My husband has invited us out for dinner, so I need to hurry over, Xiang Biding replied, slightly exasperated by Qin Pengfei's persistence, especially given her marital status. If Li Feng were to see this, it would undoubtedly cause him discomfort. Let me drive you, Qin Pengfei offered, opening his car door. The last time he saw Xiang Biding, he had encountered Li Feng. No need, I'll ride my bike. I must be going now, she said, mounting Li Feng's bicycle and heading toward the Shinchuan Grand Hotel. Qin Pengfei followed her for a short distance, feeling puzzled as she entered the hotel. He had heard from others that Xiang Biding had not been faring well in recent years and that her husband often mistreated her. After his last encounter with Li Feng, he suspected that Li Feng would likely repeat the same mistakes and considered pursuing Xiang Biding further. Yet, the colder she became towards him, the more intense his desire grew. Li Feng and Zhang Bin's families had already arrived at the hotel, waiting for Xiang Biding. Due to the bustling dinner crowd, they had not reserved a private room and were seated in the lobby. As the meal commenced, it was not long before Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang entered the scene. Upon spotting Li Feng and his companions, Zheng Yang pointed out, "Do you see that individual next to Zhang Bin? He is his partner. And all the ideas stem from that young man. Moreover, I've heard Zhang Bin mention that this fellow possesses 60% of the shares." Previously, Wei Guodong was not privy to such details. He had assumed that Zhang Bin was solely responsible for his endeavors. Noticing that Li Feng did not appear particularly formidable, Wei Guodong approached with Zheng Yang. Isn't this President Zhang? It seems your watch business has been quite profitable, leading you here for a meal. Wei Guodong remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. In Shinchuan, their standings were comparable. One operated in the North City, while the other thrived in the South City. Although they had previously known each other, their interactions had been minimal. President Wei, you seem quite pleased with your imitation watches, Zhang Bin retorted, refusing to back down. Let us not speak carelessly. Who is imitating whom? I've been in the watch industry for years, while you are merely starting out. Don't assume that selling a few products makes you formidable. I must inform you, this time you are doomed. Daring to oppose us will bring you nothing but misfortune. I am curious to see how you intend to compete with us. Wei Guodong's expression darkened. Li Feng, feeling displeased by the interruption of their meal, sensed provocation. This was a clear attempt to bully them, and he was not one to be easily intimidated. Having encountered various personalities, particularly those with the demeanor of Wei Guodong, he remained unfazed. Are you serious? You are with Zheng Yang, a person on the brink of obsolescence in the camera industry? I suspect your watch factory is nearing its end as well. It would be wise to cease your futile struggles. Li Feng cast a disdainful glance at the duo. Offering no kind words, Wei Guodong, taken aback by Li Feng's audacity, pondered how anyone in Shinchuan would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Aside from a few superior figures, you may be Zhang Bin's partner, but young man, be cautious with your words. You might not realize the consequences of your arrogance. Wei Guodong thought, determined to teach this insolent youth a lesson to preserve his own dignity. Is that so? I believe those words reflect your own situation. Isn't it just imitation of our watches? Would you like me to share the technology with you? I fear your factory is too small to produce anything worthwhile. Furthermore, kindly refrain from disrupting our meal. We are in good spirits and do not wish for two rodents to spoil our appetite. Li Feng showed no signs of retreat, resolutely asserting his stance against the two men. Otherwise, they might continue to overestimate their own significance. Just wait, Wei Guodong fumed, throwing down the remark before taking a seat at a nearby table with Zheng Yang. After Li Feng and his companions departed, Zheng Yang quietly inquired, President Wei, what shall we do now? They seem so arrogant. Will our goods be ready for tomorrow? Rest assured, the goods will undoubtedly be ready. However, this fellow is rather too complacent. I must find someone to teach him a lesson. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to old Gue. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle him. Wei Guodong is equally incensed and plans to seek old Gui's assistance in dealing with Li Feng. After Li Feng and his family returned home, he did not disclose to Bai Ting that Shen Pingfei had come looking for him, fearing that it might provoke unnecessary thoughts. Over the past few days, the sales of watches have been quite impressive, with many customers having embraced this new approach. Early in the morning, upon arriving at the company, Cheng Yuan was accompanied by her friend Wang Pingping. "Mr. Li, this is my friend I mentioned yesterday. She used to work as a clerk and is quite suited for our needs. Her name is Wang Pingping. Piping, this is Mr. Li, the husband of Xiang Baiting." Cheng Yuan introduced them, causing Wang Pingping to momentarily freeze. She had heard rumors about Xiang Baiting's husband indulging in drinking and gambling, neglecting his responsibilities. How is it that he has now established a company? Cheng Yuan, please instruct him on how to answer the phone and register calls. I suspect we will receive inquiries shortly. Li Feng explained that the company mandates a 9 a.m. start, and typically, no customers call before this hour. All right, I will teach him, Cheng Yuan replied. Once Li Feng returned to his office, he took out his sketches for an electric razor. Pondering whether Zhou Xin could bring such a device to fruition, he decided to find an opportunity to consult old Zhou regarding its feasibility. Before long, the Cui brothers arrived. After their departure yesterday, Li Feng had already printed the agreement. Each stipulation was meticulously detailed, encompassing the quality and timing of their shipments. "Please, come in. The agreement is prepared. Take a look," Li Feng said, presenting the document. The Cui brothers each took a copy and began to read attentively. "Mr. Li, may I inquire about the time frame for our shipments? What limit do you impose?" Cui Ji asked. As they were uncertain if they could produce the type of goods Li Feng required, they needed a few days to conduct further research. Any delay might result in Li Feng withholding payment. "We can discuss this further. First, ascertain whether you can produce such goods, or, if not, how many days of research you will need. This requires deliberation." Li Feng was not overly anxious about the electric razor, considering that the second batch of watches had just been released. It was essential to wait until the second batch sold out before embarking on the production of the electric razor. The agreement was not problematic. "Let us sign the contract first, and then you can return to study how to manufacture these components. It will likely take around 35 days, Cui Liang suggested, believing it prudent to finalize the contract. "Very well, let us proceed with the contract signing. However, let us shorten that to 1 week. At that time, bring the samples. If there are no significant issues, we can commence mass production immediately." Li Feng felt quite satisfied with the current timing. With a week to spare, he believed that selling out this batch of watches would pose no significant challenge. Cui Ji and his brother nodded in agreement and swiftly signed the contract. After the contract was finalized, Li Feng escorted the two of them out. That day, the sales of watches doubled once more, significantly boosting the confidence of both Li Feng and Zhang Bin. However, a minor issue arose on Erdan's end. Their wholesale price to the regional distributor was set at 20. If they delivered themselves, they could reduce it to 18. Among the agents, there was one named Wu Dong, who had been the most successful in this batch. He could sell 30 to 50 units daily, all while handling the deliveries himself. His profit per watch reached an impressive 32 yuan, making it a lucrative venture. That evening, Wu Dong invited Erdan out for a meal at a roadside stall. "Erdan, there's something I need to discuss with you. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer source from us." Erdan was taken aback upon hearing this. How could one abandon such a profitable business? "Wu Dong, your profit per watch is at least 30. Selling 30 units a day amounts to 900. Is there anything else more profitable?" Erdan was perplexed. The Xinguang watch factory has produced a batch identical to ours, but their wholesale price is only 15, and they don't require home delivery. They also sell for 50, which means if I source from them, my profit would be 35. Wu Dong had already been approached by someone from Wei Guodong's side for negotiations, and they had agreed upon a bottom price of 15, which presented a nearly 5 yuan disparity compared to Li Feng's pricing. Therefore, Wu Dong's choice to align with Wei Guodong was not without merit. Upon understanding this, Erdan realized it was a matter of industry competition. He chuckled and said, "Wu Dong, everyone in the company has high hopes for you. Of course, if you choose to make such a decision, we cannot hinder you. However, if you wish to withdraw, please settle your accounts with the company tomorrow." Since Li Feng's side operated on a pay-after-delivery basis, Wu Dong had considerable funds tied up. "No need to go to the company. I've brought all the money for my purchases. Here it is," he said, handing it over. "If I may suggest, Erdan, you don't need to linger here. We should pursue the most lucrative opportunities. You could join me at the Xinguang watch factory, where we can negotiate a price as low as 10. If we work together, we can secure this price and earn even more." Wu Dong began to persuade Erdan. However, Erdan was determined to stick with Li Feng's team, making it impossible for Wu Dong to sway him. "I won't be going with you. But let me make this clear. If you decide to return later, there will be no place for you. This region is the best for such business. If you abandon it, I will hand it over to Huzi. Huzi was another agent under Air Dan, but due to the sparsity of population in his area, he could only manage to sell 3 to 5 units a day. However, Huzi was already quite pleased. A single unit fetched around 30, and 3 units amounted to nearly 100. This was certainly a more advantageous endeavor than traditional employment, and offered a greater degree of flexibility. No worries, Erden. Feel free to proceed as you wish. I have no intention of continuing, and I wouldn't impose on anyone else either. Chapter 60. The beating of the old ghost. To be frank, Erden was not particularly fond of such individuals, especially if it were not for his acquaintance bringing Wu Dong along. Presently, Wu Dong remained an unemployed drifter, incapable of earning a substantial income. Erden was disheartened to realize that these people were disregarding brotherly bonds in the face of profit. Returning home, he found himself somewhat melancholic, sipping on liquor alone. He resolved to discuss this matter with Li Feng and Zhang Bin the following day at work. Moreover, he harbored an unsettling premonition that many of their agents would abandon them. After all, without contractual obligations, these individuals would undoubtedly flock to wherever the profits were greater. Due to the sweltering heat, Li Feng strolled outside after dinner, a solitary figure. Previously, he would have brought Yaya along, but she was still recovering from a recent cold and fever. Concerned about a potential relapse, he opted to venture out alone. He contemplated visiting the KTV, as he had not been there in a while, and was curious about its current state of business. Unbeknownst to him, a few individuals had begun to trail him, waiting nearby after observing his entrance into the KTV. These were associates of the old ghost. After Wei Guodong approached him, the old ghost promptly acquiesced. Their relationship was quite amicable, and Wei Guodong ensured he was compensated for his efforts, handing over 300 yuan. Once Li Feng entered, Haizi eagerly approached him. Brother, what brings you to our KTV today? Feeling down? Should I summon a few ladies to keep you company while you sing? Haizi was quite perceptive. No need. I merely came to see how things have been lately. How's business? Li Feng replied, settling into a chair in the lobby and surveying his surroundings. Not bad. Since we opened, many other karaoke venues have struggled to survive. Our establishment boasts a fresh environment and the latest song machines, so they will surely choose us, Haizi said, his eyes squinting with delight. Earning in a month here was far more lucrative than his previous half-year at a karaoke bar, considering the intense competition. There were at least 20 to 30 similar establishments in Nanjing alone. Moreover, with lower pricing, profits were modest. That's good to hear. Remember, steer clear of any illegal activities. Li Feng cautioned as he stood up, preparing to leave, when suddenly, the old ghost's men entered. Noticing Li Feng's prolonged absence, they decided to investigate. Upon entering the lobby, they spotted him immediately. Had the old ghost himself brought them, he might have recognized Haizi, but his subordinates were unfamiliar with him. The leader, named Gongzi, approached Li Feng and inquired, "Are you Li Feng?" Li Feng furrowed his brow and nodded in response. He was uncertain whether these individuals had come to sing or to seek something of their own. "Take him outside for me. Do you understand who you have offended?" With a wave of his hand, Gongzi instructed his followers to seize Li Feng and escort him out. Haizi was decidedly displeased. After all, this was his benefactor, and before him stood someone so audacious. "Who the hell are you? You think you can just take someone from me?" Haizi stepped forward, confronting the intruders with a boldness that seemed rather excessive for someone daring to disturb his territory. Upon hearing Haizi's shout, Hong Mao emerged from within, bringing his entourage along. They encircled everyone Gongzi had brought. Gongzi was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Li Feng was merely there to sing, not realizing they had been surrounded by the opposing faction. "I have never been bullied in Nanjing. This is my brother. Try touching him if you dare." Gongzi's group, being outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Naturally, they had heard of Haizi's formidable reputation. "We are sent by guides from Beijing to find this lad for a matter that does not concern you. It would be wise for you to keep your distance." Gathering his courage, Gongzi uttered these words. "So, you are indeed from the old ghost? I must inquire what business you have with him." Haizi was unfazed by the mention of the old ghost. If it came to blows, he was confident that his men could easily dispatch the opposition. "Guide sent us, and he did not specify the nature of our business. I suggest you relinquish him to us without further ado." At this juncture, Gongzi still held his ground. "Brother, hey, why waste time with him? Just give him a beating," Li Feng coldly remarked, his displeasure evident as he regarded Haizi. Naturally, Haizi heeded Li Feng's words, instructing Hong Mao, "Go ahead, just don't kill him." Hong Mao had longed for an opportunity to impress before Li Feng, and this was it. He and his followers dragged Gongzi's companions to the back courtyard and unleashed a brutal assault, leaving visible marks on their faces, with no chance for resistance. Once they had released these individuals, Haizi inquired with concern, "Brother, have you done something to provoke the old ghost?" Li Feng shook his head. He indeed had not interacted with this so-called old ghost. He was baffled as to why the old ghost had suddenly sought him out previously. It was the old ghost who had prevented them from selling watches in Beijing. Suddenly, Li Feng pondered a possibility. It was conceivable that Wei Guodong might be behind this. After all, the old ghost had no motive. Perhaps the previous restrictions on their watch sales were also instigated by Wei Guodong. It seemed likely that competitors in the watch industry had sent someone to confront him. Well then, I shall take my leave. You all carry on. Li Feng concluded before departing the KTV. Meanwhile, in a room at the Beijing karaoke, Wei Guodong was indeed sharing drinks with the old ghost. Rest assured, Mr. Wei. The individuals I dispatched will certainly bring you good news. Anyone who dares oppose Mr. Wei is challenging me, and they must be dealt with decisively. Old Guei exuded confidence. For many years, he had dealt with anyone he wished without ever tasting failure. It was also due to Old Guei that Wei Guodong managed to keep his watch factory thriving in Beijing until now. Once our watches turn a profit, I shall treat you to a delightful meal and arrange for your company with 2 lovely ladies. Wei Guodong chuckled as he gazed at Old Guei, fully aware of his companion's notorious lechery. I shall await that day. Just as the two clinked their glasses, Gongzi returned, his face marred with distress. Old Guei exchanged a puzzled glance with Wei Guodong, bewildered by Gongzi's sudden change. He had seemed fine before departing. Brother Guei, we were attacked by someone. It was that Black Z from Nancheng, Gongzi lamented. What? Black Z did this? I sent you to find that fellow Li Feng. What does that have to do with Black Z? Old Guei's temper flared. He could not fathom why Black Z would assault his men without provocation. Brother Guei, he and Li Feng are in cahoots. Li Feng happened to be at his KTV, and when we went in to apprehend him, we were set upon by Black Z. Gongzi confessed, unable to conceal the truth. Old Guei's astonishment deepened. He had not heard from Wei Guodong about any ties between Li Feng and Black Z. He turned his gaze to Wei Guodong, who quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I was unaware of their connection. This cannot be blamed on me. Having already handed Old Guei several hundred yuan, the lack of investigation was clearly Old Guei's oversight. That scoundrel Black Z seems intent on ruining himself by daring to lay a hand on my people. Did you not inform him that you are under my protection? Old Guei fumed, incensed that his men had been wronged. We did tell him we were your men, yet he still assaulted us. Brother Guei, you must avenge us. This beating cannot go unpunished. Gongzi, who had never encountered such humiliation before, was thoroughly schooled by this encounter. Here, take this 200 yuan and treat your brothers to some drinks, Wei Guodong generously said, producing the money from his pocket and handing it to Gongzi. Gongzi eagerly accepted it, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Brother Wei. Old Guei's countenance darkened. He silently vowed that he would not let Black Z go unpunished. The following day, Li Feng noticed a dwindling number of customers coming to procure goods. Though the phone rang, the supply from the other side was somewhat lacking. Just as he pondered this, Dan entered, looking utterly fatigued. He had spent the previous night drinking late and had not rested well. Brother Feng, there has been a situation. Let us discuss it in the office. Dan's tone was less than cheerful. Li Feng nodded and led Dan to his office. There, Dan informed him that Wu Dong had ceased his agency operations. Moreover, several other agents had also followed Wu Dong to the Xinguang watch factory to procure goods. So that's why there are fewer customers today? I see now. This issue has left you feeling vexed, Li Feng remarked with a smile. Brother, are you still able to smile amidst our sales plummeting by half? I am concerned about what Wu Dong might be scheming behind the scenes, potentially leading to the departure of our personnel. What shall we do then? Dan's mindset is certainly not as resilient as Li Feng's. Such occurrences are quite common. For Li Feng, they have long been a familiar ordeal. Even before his remarkable journey, he often encountered similar situations involving job changes. There is no need for alarm. These matters are inevitable. To avert such eventualities, we should establish a contract with our current team. Those who remain with us now are indeed commendable. We must adopt a different perspective on the issue. Fortunately, they are leaving now rather than during our peak performance, which would have inflicted far greater losses upon us. It is as if we have already filtered out a group of individuals, leaving behind those who are truly loyal. Li Feng's reasoning holds merit. Should we reach a critical juncture, the potential losses could be significantly greater than they are now. Dan, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Yet he had another pressing question. You mentioned that the Xinguang watch factory sells goods for 15 yuan. Do they still make a profit? Even if they do, the margin must be quite slim. Is their strategy solely aimed at undermining us? Dan pondered this question throughout the night. You are correct. Their price reduction is indeed a tactic against us. However, we cannot afford to lower our prices, as our quality remains impeccable. Should we reduce our prices, our previous customers would surely be dissatisfied. Even if we were to consider a price drop, now is not the time. Feng understands this principle better than anyone. As for those who have chosen to leave, you should start planning for our remaining personnel, provided they can handle the workload. However, with the disruption they have caused, it is likely that our volume will not be substantial in the coming days. Feng can easily anticipate this, and the quality of their imitations will likely be inferior. The last time they attempted to replicate Feng's products, he witnessed the abysmal quality firsthand. Dan nodded and departed, first seeking out Huzi, a diligent individual. While not particularly astute, his industriousness compensates for that. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Huzi on his way upstairs. "Brother, I've come to collect some goods. By the way, I heard Wudong has left. Can I take over his area?" Huzi's pretense of gathering goods was merely a guise. The matter he brought forth was genuine. "I was just about to discuss this with you. Since he has departed, you can take responsibility for his region. Can you manage it?" Dan felt assured, entrusting it to Huzi. "What is there to worry about? My brother is at home with nothing to do, so I'll have him assist with deliveries. The two of us will surely manage." Huzi was elated, as this arrangement would allow him to earn more money. "All right then. You shall take over all of his previous territory." This decision was within Dan's authority. Meanwhile, at the Xinguang watch factory, Wudong, accompanied by his associates, went to collect goods. However, he discovered a troubling issue. The factory does not extend credit. In other words, in order to procure the goods, one must pay in cash. At this juncture, Wudong had no choice but to comply, fortunate that he had previously earned a substantial sum with Feng and his associates. Thus, he was still able to afford the payment for the goods. Now that the merchandise was in their possession, how they chose to sell it was beyond his concern. They were free to act as they wished. Zhengyang, who spent each day at the watch factory, had become increasingly fixated on the idea of settling scores with Feng and his group, unable to swallow the indignation from earlier events. With the goods secured, they were ready to sell. Wudong, accompanied by his subordinates, departed from the factory. Suddenly, he was struck by a grave dilemma. Where would they sell the products? They had no storefront. While it was possible to set up a stall, with so many individuals selling together, each would only manage to sell a few pieces, which would hardly yield a profit. Should they opt for wholesale, the maximum price they could charge was 25, earning merely 10 yuan per piece. A stark contrast to Feng's pricing. Therefore, Wudong resolved to adopt the same strategy that Feng had previously employed, distributing flyers and offering door-to-door delivery. However, the cost of printing the flyers would have to be borne by them. Fortunately, the expense was not excessive, and after some discussion, they decided to proceed with the plan. Given that the prices at Xinguang Watch Factory were generally lower, coupled with the agents at Weigedong Mall selling at reduced rates, Feng's sales would undoubtedly be significantly affected. Chapter 62. New strategy. With a procurement price of 15 yuan, the agents at the counter had directly marked down prices to 40, prompting many customers to make purchases. Feng remained unperturbed, fully aware that quality was a pressing issue. Initially, not many customers would detect the flaws, but certainly, after a week, some would inevitably notice. Feng and his team continued selling as before. Although their sales volume was not as high as previously, there were still customers willing to buy. After all, the Karoo watch had garnered favorable feedback. However, their rate of turnover was somewhat sluggish, resulting in a slower influx of capital. While it was normal for them to be affected, the repercussions for Wudong and his group were far more severe. The same goods that could be delivered to one's door for 50 yuan were being sold at 40 yuan at the counter. Naturally, no one would prefer to pay 50. After 3 days, Wudong's stock remained unsold, causing a significant backlog. This exemplified the folly of being penny-wise and pound-foolish. They were left with hundreds of units that were not moving, leading to growing discontent among his team. "Wudong, you must provide us with an explanation. We followed you here from Karoo, and now we are stuck with all this inventory that we cannot sell. We were doing well over there, and you insisted on bringing us here. Now we have invested our money and cannot move the goods. I want to return this merchandise. I am no longer willing to follow you. The agents are selling at a retail price of 40. How are we supposed to compete with that?" The individuals were those whom Wudong had brought over, and he undoubtedly bore the primary responsibility for the situation. "Rest assured, I will find a solution for you all. I am going to speak with General Zheng right away." Initially, Wudong reached out to Zhengyang, who skillfully persuaded him to abandon Karoo and join his venture. Wudong swiftly cycled to the Xinguang watch factory, where Zhengyang was seated in his office. Upon entering, Wudong, visibly irritated, confronted him. "Zheng, what is the meaning of this? Your agents are selling at 40. How are we supposed to compete?" Zheng Yang briefly glanced up at Wu Dong, dismissively remarking, I previously mentioned that I would provide you with goods at 15. The price you choose to sell at is of no concern to the company. We cannot control what the agents charge. You confidently claimed you could sell our products. What has changed now? Wu Dong's frustration intensified upon hearing Zheng Yang's words. When I was with Karu, the profit per unit was at least 30. What has it dwindled to since joining you? If I sell at 40, my profit would only be 25. Why did I come here? Wu Dong began to calculate the figures for Zheng Yang, who remained indifferent. Having already received the payment for the goods, Karu is one entity, and we are another. You managed to sell 50 units at Karu. Why is that not the case now? It indicates a lack of ability on your part, Zheng Yang bluntly stated, leaving Wu Dong speechless. Indeed, Wu Dong bore some blame for not grasping the complete picture. He had only heard from Zheng Yang that the acquisition price was merely 15 and had naively calculated a higher profit, overlooking the fact that the existing agents at Xinguang had their own selling prices. Karu maintained a standardized price due to the absence of competing agents, whereas Xinguang had never established such uniformity. Despite his anger, Wu Dong felt powerless against Zheng Yang. Upon returning, his colleagues eagerly awaited news. What is the situation? Speak up, they urged. It was evident from his expression that the factory had not agreed. I should have disregarded your misguided words and sought alternative solutions for my products. Wu Dong retorted. Trust in Wu Dong had evaporated among his peers, compelling them to sell the product at a lower price. Internally, they faced issues leading to competition between the agents and Wu Dong's group. Wu Dong's team reduced the price to 35, prompting the agents to further drop theirs to 30. Thus ensued a fierce battle, ultimately resulting in the product from Xinguang being available for as low as 20. Dan was elated upon hearing that Wu Dong's team could only earn a meager 5 yuan per unit, and those he had brought along had turned against him. With prices plummeting, customers naturally flocked to the product, which sold rapidly. Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang were both quite pleased, as they had incurred no losses. Observing the silence from Li Feng and Zhang Bin's side, Wei Guodong cheerfully remarked, they are surely finished now. They must have all their stock trapped. Zheng Yang was elated, feeling as though he had delivered a resounding slap to Li Feng's face. Were they not so arrogant now? What was this nonsense about door-to-door delivery? It seemed they were simply overindulged. Zheng Yang was truly pleased. However, Li Feng, on the other hand, was in no rush. He had found another avenue for sales. During a conversation with Zhang Bin, Li Feng was asked about his hometown, which suddenly sparked an idea. His hometown was a northern city with a relatively underdeveloped economy. Such watches were certainly absent there. If he could secure a general distributor in his province, selling these goods would be a breeze. Thus, he resolved to return home. Do you genuinely believe these products will fare well in your hometown? Zhang Bin expressed some concern. These items are exclusive to Xinchuan. Are you not aware of our own inventory? Aside from Xinchuan, have you sold to anywhere else? To expand the watch business, it was essential to establish a nationwide presence. The capital of my province is a decent city, and I have a childhood friend who sells clothing there. As long as I can reach out to him upon my return, selling these watches should pose no significant challenge. Li Feng was brimming with confidence. He had not returned home in years and had lost touch with his family, who could not locate him. Now that he was doing well, it was time to visit his parents. All right, I trust you. I will accompany you back, Zhang Bin declared, placing his unwavering faith in Li Feng. Despite his reservations, he ultimately decided to follow Li Feng's lead. Great. Let us depart tomorrow then. My hometown is several hundred kilometers from Xinchuan. It will take a full day by car. Li Feng felt slightly guilty for always relying on Zhang Bin's vehicle. A day is but a day. Let us consider it a little adventure. Besides, I've never been to the north, so it will be a good opportunity to see. Zhang Bin was indifferent to such matters. Chapter 63. Returning home, Li Feng believed he must seize the moment to earn more money. He resolved that he would buy a car for himself in the future. It was becoming increasingly impractical to be without one. After their discussion, Li Feng mentioned his trip home to Scumbag, who offered no objections. After all, he had not returned in years, and his parents were still there. You should visit home. If it weren't for Yaya's schooling, I would accompany you, Scumbag remarked, providing Li Feng with a measure of comfort. There will be opportunities in the future. This time, my parents will surely be displeased. I'll need to appease them first. When the new year comes, we can return together. Li Feng gazed at his wife with a beaming smile. That evening, he prepared briefly and went to a department store to buy a few items for his parents. After so many years without a visit, it was time to show them some filial piety. In Li Feng's memory, he had an older sister, 5 years his senior. When he left, she was still unmarried, and he had no knowledge of her current situation. Early the next morning, Li Feng arose early to wash up. Zhang Bin was exceedingly proactive when it came to business matters. The two individuals drove towards Li Feng's hometown. Meanwhile, in Wei Guodong's office, Zheng Yang wore a broad smile. Over the past few days, their merchandise had undeniably put considerable pressure on Carlo. Moreover, from whispers of insider information, it seemed Carlo's sales had plummeted recently. It was predicted that Carlo could not sustain operations for much longer and might soon face bankruptcy. Zheng Yang, crossing his legs triumphantly, reveled in the outcome he had anticipated. They dared to contend with us, but ultimately, it would be their downfall. Wei was equally pleased. Initially, Carlo's sports watches had halved his sales figures. Now, having successfully imitated Carlo, Wei Guodong felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his achievements. This morning, I heard that Zhang Bin had gone out with Li Feng. Though their destination remained unknown, Zheng Yang had even dispatched someone to follow Zhang Bin, speculating that they were handling their goods. Where else could they possibly go? Wei Guodong, however, felt unconcerned, as nearly everyone in the city was purchasing his watches. In this era, with salaries not being particularly high, consumers naturally gravitated towards the more affordable option. Shouldn't we expedite the production of our second batch? Zheng Yang inquired with a grin. We should aim for at least 100,000 units. That would decisively cripple Carlo. Wei Guodong replied, his resolve firm, intent on leveraging the current situation to vanquish Li Feng and his associates. However, having grand ambitions could also be a double-edged sword. Producing 100,000 watches would require substantial capital, hundreds of thousands, in fact. Nevertheless, with Zheng Yang and Wei Guodong pooling their resources, they could manage to finance it. At this moment, Li Feng and his companion had already traversed halfway down the highway. If Wei Guodong continues to mimic our watches, it could spell trouble for us in the future. Zhang Bin expressed his concern. Let him imitate. Our watches are merely one facet of our business. We have other ventures as well. Trust me on this, especially regarding the land from the Chamber of Commerce. We must devise a strategy to acquire it. Investing in real estate in the 1990s was a mark of savvy foresight. While land prices were steep, the appreciation over a decade or so could be exponential, often increasing several hundredfold. Once the watches are completed, what do you plan to produce next? Electric shavers? Zhang Bin inquired, bombarding him with questions. Did I not inform you before? I intend to venture into the internet. However, that requires substantial investment. I am planning to develop a health supplement, which should be comparatively more feasible. Currently, there is a scarcity of health products in the market, and even beverages are quite limited. If Li Feng recalls correctly, there will be a certain oral solution that is poised to achieve nationwide popularity next year. Thus, it is imperative that I create our own health product by the year's end to overshadow next year's oral solution. What exactly is a health supplement? Is it a drink or a food? Zhang Bin remained somewhat perplexed. Do you know any experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? We may need their expertise for some medicinal formulas. Crafting a quality health supplement heavily relies on the formulation, and the ingredients are equally crucial. Finding an experienced practitioner is not a challenge, as I can certainly locate one for you. But the pressing issue remains. Establishing a factory requires significant financial resources. Indeed, building a factory demands a substantial investment. Even though Zhang Bin currently possesses a fair amount of money, it is likely insufficient. The profits from selling watches and electric shavers are promising. Zhang, trust in my words. You will undoubtedly earn a fortune by following my lead. Li Feng's confidence was convincing to Zhang Bin, who had indeed profited since partnering with Li Feng. Although the earnings were primarily reinvested into watches, the company's account reflected a genuine profit. As evening approached, Li Feng and Zhang Bin finally arrived in their provincial capital. They found a modest inn to stay for the night, planning to return home the following day. When we head back tomorrow, I will drive. If anyone inquires, simply say it is my car. Our family is not well off. Once they see my success, they will surely want to join us, Li Feng insisted. Knowing he had to put on a facade, it was essential to maintain appearances, as those around them often looked down on others. If Li Feng appeared unchanged, not only would they ridicule him, but they would also remain skeptical of his words. No problem. This is a minor detail. I will pretend to be your driver. Enhancing our act, Zhang Bin suggested. Given the circumstances, he believed they should amplify their charade for greater credibility. Agreed, it's settled then. The next day, the two rose early and grabbed a quick bite on the roadside. By the time they returned to Li Feng's village, it was already 11 a.m. In that era, the arrival of a Santana in the village was a rarity. Curious villagers gathered to see who was driving such a fine vehicle. Upon stepping out of the car, Li Feng quickly greeted everyone, offering cigarettes to the elders and young men nearby. Is that you, Xiao Feng? You've done well for yourself after all these years. You even have a car now. They exclaimed. What have you been doing these past 2 years? Is this car yours? It must cost around 200,000. How did you earn so much? They inquired, recognizing Li Feng and engaging in lively conversation. Li Feng waved his hand with a smile, appearing nonchalant. This isn't wealth. The people I know drive cars worth 4 to 500,000. Uncles, brothers, I won't linger. I need to return to see my parents, he said with a grin. Then got back in the car to drive towards his family home. Upon stepping out, he encountered his father returning from the fields. Dad, I'm back, Li Feng called out. His father paused momentarily, then glared with anger. You little rascal, after years away you don't even send a word home. Just wait until I break your legs, his father exclaimed, raising the hoe in his hand. Li Feng laughed while dodging his father's playful wrath. Upon hearing the commotion, the mother stepped outside to discover her son had returned, her eyes welling with tears of joy. Once they were home, she hurried to prepare a meal. It turned out that her elder daughter had already married. Though her husband hails from a nearby village and is not particularly affluent, yet possesses a commendable character. Xiaofeng, is that car at the entrance truly yours? How much did it cost? The mother inquired with curiosity. Of course it's mine. That car cost around 200,000. He replied. By the way, Mom, I brought you some gifts and here's 5,000 yuan for you to repair our house. Back then, 5,000 was a considerable sum. The mother was taken aback, astonished by her son's success. My dear, it's wonderful that you've done well, but remember, do not engage in any illicit activities, do you understand? She expressed her concern regarding the origins of his money. Rest assured, Mom, I'm in the watch business. I returned primarily to see you, and I thought we could install a telephone for easier communication, Xiaofeng reassured her. The mother nodded happily at his words. Before long, the elder sister arrived, accompanied by her husband, who indeed appeared to be a man of integrity. Sister, I wasn't able to return for your wedding due to some difficulties, so here's 500 yuan as a gift for you both. Xiaofeng generously presented crisp bills from his wallet. The sister persistently declined, yet he insisted on placing the money into her pocket. During the meal, Xiaofeng turned to his sister and brother-in-law and asked, would you both like to earn some money? He then produced one of his watches. Xiaofeng, is this a watch? It looks incredibly sophisticated, exclaimed the sister, taken aback by its elegance. This is a watch developed by our company. When you go to the market, you can sell it. I'll give it to you at a cost of just 10 yuan each, while it retails for 50 in Sichuan. You can sell it for 30. You'll earn 20 yuan on each sale. The prospect of earning 20 yuan per watch astonished not only his sister and brother-in-law, but also his parents. If you sell just 5 at the market, that's 100 yuan, more than enough to cover several months of expenses in the countryside. I can manage that. I go to the market every day to sell, the brother-in-law readily agreed, recognizing the opportunity. Given the potential of the rural market, should we consider developing a more affordable model specifically for that demographic, perhaps retailing at 10 yuan? Zhang Bin suddenly proposed. Xiaofeng found this notion feasible, acknowledging their capability to produce both high-end and low-end watches. If we can sell it for 10 yuan, that would certainly increase sales. Though sourcing the materials may pose a challenge, he admitted, noting his brother-in-law's concern. In business, it is essential to have someone as earnest as his brother-in-law, who is well regarded in the community, ensuring customers trust him not to deceive. Old Zhang, you might be onto something. Instead of 10, let us aim for around 15 yuan. That seems more appropriate, he concluded. If the rural market could truly be opened up, it would likely not lag behind urban sales. The primary issue lies in the lack of information in rural areas. The residents are largely unaware of the actual prices. Once a product is created, the selling price can be set as desired, provided it remains within an acceptable range for the farmers. Xiaofeng, why not reserve 100 for us this time? We'll pay you back once we sell them, said my sister, somewhat embarrassed. Whenever you want to pay is fine. You are my dear sister, not a stranger. I will set aside 100 for you. If sales go well on your end, just give me a call. Here is my company's phone number, Li Feng replied, producing a piece of paper on which he wrote down his contact information. Before finishing their meal, many villagers arrived, inquiring about Li Feng's business and how he managed to earn so much money. At this moment, it was prudent not to reveal that he dealt in watches, especially since he intended for his sister to sell them. If he disclosed this information, many would likely want to enter the same market, increasing competition. He merely stated that he was engaged in a small business without elaborating further. After their meal, Li Feng took Zhang Bin for a stroll in the mountains of his village. I must say, the mountains in your village are quite impressive. What is that red fruit? Is it edible? Zhang Bin pointed to a type of bush-bearing fruit. That's sea buckthorn. It's very sour. Give it a try, Li Feng said, offering a piece to Zhang Bin. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Feng's mind. Sea buckthorn juice. Prior to his time travel, this beverage had been quite popular. If their health products could incorporate sea buckthorn, would it not significantly boost sales? The mountains of their village were abundant with sea buckthorn, accessible to anyone. with no one overseeing its collection. This represented a zero-cost opportunity, something that would require no financial investment. Old Zhang, I've figured out what health product to create. Sea buckthorn health supplements. Li Feng exclaimed, filled with joy. The sea buckthorn was not yet fully ripe and would require another month or two. If during this period, he could enlist his father to gather a group in the village to harvest all the sea buckthorn and devise a way to transport it to Xinchuan for processing. They could promptly launch the health product and follow it up with an advertising campaign. This flavor is delightful. It's entirely feasible. Is there no one managing the area? Does that mean we won't need to spend any money? It's zero cost, completely viable. Zhang Bin was equally exhilarated. Such an opportunity must be seized quickly. Yes, we shall proceed with this plan. However, we need to converse with the village committee, as the sea buckthorn will require 1 to 2 months to mature. If we do not notify them in advance, our team might face opposition when it comes time to harvest. Their village was small, comprising only a few dozen households, each not particularly affluent, relying on the mountains for sustenance, yet there was little of value within. For wild fruits like sea buckthorn, no one knew how to harvest and sell them. The older generation held rather conservative views. I have observed a considerable number of sea buckthorns on the mountain. We must secure our claim in advance to prevent others from seizing this opportunity before us. Li Feng was entirely unconcerned about this issue, believing it unwise to discuss it with the village committee at this moment. It was imperative to return only when the sea buckthorns had ripened. If the matter were disclosed now, there was a risk that others might venture to capitalize on this business themselves. Furthermore, the village committee might demand exorbitant prices, complicating matters further. When the time approached for the harvest, they could return and offer a modest sum, which would likely be accepted, as the sea buckthorn would be gone after the season. The earlier they spoke of it, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Let us descend the mountain, for we must also make our way to the county town. As they conversed, the two returned home from the mountain. After bidding farewell to their parents and sister, Li Feng and his companion embarked on their journey to the provincial capital. Upon arrival, night had already fallen, and he lacked the contact information of his childhood friend, knowing only that he sold clothes in a shopping mall. The provincial capital, known as Luo City, was somewhat less developed at the time and offered little in the way of evening activities. The two could only lie in their hotel room, as Luo City lacked a night market. If there were a night market here, we could set up a stall and try our luck, Zhang Bin remarked, bored as he lay on the bed. Luo City is no match for Xinchuan. Let us retire early. Tomorrow, we shall visit the trade city to seek out my childhood friend. Remember our purpose. We are in search of a general agent. However, Li Feng had yet to contemplate the price aspect. In Xinchuan, the price stood at around 20. He was uncertain whether that would be acceptable here. I believe 20 would suffice, but we must factor in the shipping costs from Xinchuan, which is not a negligible distance, he mused. At that time, only a few were transporting goods, and the prices they charged were relatively high. Very well, let us tentatively agree on 20 and see what we can find tomorrow. At the break of dawn, Li Feng and his companion set out to locate his childhood friend. Fortune smiled upon Li Feng, as he indeed found his friend Liang Liang in the department store. My goodness, Xiao Feng, it's been years. What brings you back? Liang Liang exclaimed, astonished, as there were even rumors in the village suggesting that Li Feng had been involved in some misdeed and was imprisoned. I have been in Xinchuan for the past few years. I returned specifically to find you, Li Feng replied, patting Liang Liang's shoulder. Please, come inside. Let me fetch you some water. Liang Liang, being quite courteous, given their shared upbringing, insisted. No need to fuss, Liang Liang. Sit down. I have something to show you. As Li Feng spoke, he retrieved a watch from his bag. After placing the water down, Liang Liang took the watch and examined it closely, having never seen its like before. Where did you acquire this? It's quite impressive. How much did it cost? Liang Liang, being a businessman, immediately grasped the implications of Li Feng's visit with such items. This is a product developed in-house by our company, and we are seeking a general agent in our province. Do you happen to know anyone? Li Feng did not suggest that Liang Liang should take on this role. Rather, he asked him to make introductions, a cautionary measure to prevent any undue anxiety on Liang Liang's part. You have certainly made significant strides. I hear you are capable of independent development now? You must tell me the cost price and the selling price, he continued. Liang Liang was still able to probe into the crucial details. In Xinchuan, the retail price is 50, while the nationwide uniform procurement price stands at 20. We will cover the shipping costs, which implies a profit margin of 30. As for the specific pricing that the general agent offers to the retailers beneath them, that is beyond our purview. In the 1990s, it was impossible to manage such intricacies. We could only advise the general agent to set prices according to local market conditions. Liang Liang nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what is the initial order quantity? Surely, It must be at least 1,000 units. As the provincial general agent, he can distribute them to various districts, and there is no need to order just 100 units. I can assure you that our watches are currently unavailable in this region, at least for the time being. Li Feng's words genuinely piqued Liang Liang's interest. At a procurement price of 20 per unit, 1,000 units would cost 20,000 yuan. However, he currently lacked such funds. Nevertheless, he knew someone who also sold watches, albeit not electronic ones, and thought it would be worth discussing. How about this? I'll introduce you to someone. He is just upstairs. The third floor primarily deals with electrical appliances and also sells watches. Let us see if he has any interest. Liang led Li Feng upstairs. The watch seller, known as Lao Gao, was in his 40s and considered one of the more senior figures among them. After a brief introduction, Lao Gao began examining the watches from Li Feng and Liang closely. This model was relatively novel in Luoqing and appeared quite upscale. Lao Gao was immediately intrigued, knowing that such merchandise would likely sell out quickly once introduced to the market. In those days, the scarcity of such items meant they sold rapidly. Lao Gao, my childhood friend, is looking for a general agent. This means that once we secure the agency, we can connect with our people across various districts. And this province will be solely our responsibility, with no one else allowed to enter. Liang persuaded Lao Gao from the side. The implication was clear. Once we obtained the agency, only we would have access to the Karoo watches in this province, correct? Lao Gao understood this principle well. Not only the Karoo watches, but also all products under our brand. We are about to produce a batch of electric shavers, which are not available nationwide. Therefore, this province will remain your domain as the general agent. Li Feng was unperturbed by their awareness of this, as electric shavers require a certain level of technical expertise. Not just anyone could manufacture them. Electric shavers? Can such a thing even be electric? Both Lao Gao and Liang expressed their bewilderment. You will see when it is ready. Why don't the two of you discuss this while I take a stroll downstairs with Liang? Li Feng was quite perceptive. Although Liang was his childhood friend, some matters needed to be approached with caution. Why don't you both visit my shop for some water while I discuss matters with Lao Gao? Li Feng suggested. The two nodded and descended the stairs. Can we truly trust your childhood friend? Let us not fall prey to deception, one voiced their concern. After all, it was the first encounter between Li Feng and Lao Gao. Skepticism was only natural. My childhood friend has always been clever, but he drives a Santana, and the watch is indeed here. How could he possibly deceive us? In Chapter 66, the red-haired one takes action. Liang's words ring true. Yet Lao Gao's primary concern remains whether the merchandise can be sold. What if we are unable to sell it? He voiced his doubts. Brother, your watch can certainly find buyers. This item is far superior. It will undoubtedly sell. Moreover, as general distributors, we are not retailing. We are wholesaling to small traders. Just consider the number of small vendors in Luoqing alone. If each takes 5, we can swiftly move 1,000 units. Being youthful, Liang firmly believed that fortune favors the bold. The calculations were straightforward, yet the real question was whether these individuals would indeed come to procure the goods. What if we negotiate for 500 units instead? That's just 10,000 yuan, 5,000 for each of us. What do you think? Lao Gao, seasoned in business, could manage such an investment. That sounds feasible. Let us inquire further. If 500 sells well, we can certainly increase our order next time. After all, he's your childhood friend. Negotiations should be straightforward. Lao Gao had consistently observed that whenever a new watch model was introduced, it sold rapidly. Let us give it a try. We have yet to see such watches, so perhaps they will sell quickly. Lao Gao seemed to concur with the plan. Upon reaching Liang's clothing store, he promptly addressed Li Feng, Feng. Let us not order 1,000 units. Instead, let us opt for 500, and if it works out, we can place our order now. Liang was quite efficient. No problem, but we need to sign a contract for future transactions. This way, both parties can feel secure. We will entrust the market to you. Li Feng smiled as he began retrieving the goods from his bag. If this sale goes well, perhaps we will visit your factory next time and order even more. Lao Gao believed that a personal visit would clarify whether they were genuine distributors or mere middlemen. You're always welcome. Our factory is in Hangzhou, and our company is in Xinchuan. When you come, the treat is on me. I will host you well. Zhang Bin added with a cheerful demeanor. After finalizing the order, both parties swiftly completed the transaction. Li Feng and his companion did not linger, exchanged contact information, and proceeded toward Xinchuan. Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang found it curious that Li Feng and Zhang Bin had not been seen lately. Mr. Wei, where do you think those two have gone? They have been absent for days, Zheng Yang inquired, puzzled. Who knows? They probably went to their factory in Hangzhou. If the goods aren't selling, they might be shifting the blame to the factory. Wei Guodong and his team have commenced production of their second batch of goods, which will be ready in a couple of days. This time, it is sufficient for them to enjoy a substantial advantage. And I am eager to observe just how long Li Feng and his associates can endure. Zheng Yang, driven by a desire for vengeance, has invested considerably. Yet, how much longer can they sustain this? At most, merely a week. Wei Guodong remains confident in his prospects, unaware that within the forthcoming month, he will face catastrophic losses. In the afternoon, when Xiang Biding went to pick up Yaya, she fortuitously encountered Li Mei. Li Mei cast a scornful glance at Xiang Biding and mockingly remarked, "Oh, look at you, riding a bicycle to fetch your child? My husband will soon arrive in the car to take us." She exhibited an air of smugness. Xiang Biding, disinclined to engage with her, deemed such individuals unworthy of her attention. Noticing Xiang Biding's indifference, Li Mei escalated her taunts. "Dress so well. Which man are you trying to entice? If your husband finds out, will he not beat you again?" Her words drew the gaze of many towards Xiang Biding. "What do you mean, Li Mei? I have neither provoked nor offended you. Why speak to me in this manner?" Xiang Biding felt a surge of anger. She seldom interacted with Li Mei, and there was no animosity between them. Such unfounded accusations would incite ire in anyone. "What? You dare not let me speak the truth? I shall speak of you today. What will you do about it?" Though infuriated, Xiang Biding understood that arguing with someone like her would lead nowhere. At that moment, Zheng Yang arrived in his car, also spotting Xiang Biding. He appeared dejected, believing his looks granted him superiority, and muttered derogatory remarks about her. Upon noticing her husband, Li Mei's language grew increasingly vile. "Dear, what are you discussing with her? Her husband will be bankrupt in a few days. What is there to say to such a person?" Zheng Yang added, casting a pointed glance at Xiao Qing. Coincidentally, Hong Mao arrived to pick up his nephew, as his sister was unavailable. Upon arrival, he overheard Li Mei's disparaging comments about Xiang Biding, someone he recognized. Hong Mao, eager to impress Li Feng, seized the opportunity. He approached Li Mei and Zheng Yang, stating coldly, "Try saying another word." Zheng Yang and his wife scrutinized Hong Mao, perceiving him as lacking wealth. "What will you do about it? Are you the man she is trying to seduce?" Li Mei retorted, crossing her arms with a smug demeanor. Hong Mao would not tolerate her arrogance. Despite her husband being present, he swung his hand, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Li Mei. Dazed, she spun around, feeling disoriented. With blood seeping from her mouth, Zheng Yang, witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless. "How dare you strike my wife? You must be seeking death." As he prepared to retaliate, Hong Mao swiftly kicked him to the ground. Red-haired man mounted on Zheng Yang, unleashing a relentless barrage upon him. The onlookers were utterly horrified. Yet none dared to report the incident. After all, Zheng Yang had a bit of wealth and was notorious for bullying others. Everyone was well aware of his character and secretly chuckled to themselves. After delivering a sound beating to Zheng Yang, the red-haired man seized Li Mei, demanding fiercely, still stubborn, Weren't you quite the tough one just now? Go on, hurl a few more insults if you dare." As he spoke, he struck her twice more. Li Mei, overwhelmed by the blows, burst into tears, her legs trembling in fear. It seemed she had learned her lesson. "Come forth and apologize to my sister-in-law, or I shall make you regret it today." The red-haired man dragged the couple before Xiang Biding, and upon their silence, he raised his hand once more. I'll do it, isn't that enough? Woe is me, I'm sorry, I'll never act this way again." Li Mei wailed loudly, yet not a soul felt pity for her. Chapter 67, Quality Issues. Those who are pitiable often possess their own faults, a truth universally acknowledged. She had unleashed her wrath upon others, and now she reaped the consequences. Serves her right. Always the bully, she finally encountered someone formidable and received a well-deserved thrashing. Keep your voices down, lest she hears and seeks revenge upon you. The surrounding parents, there to pick up their children, exchanged whispers, having long disapproved of Li Mei's behavior. Finally, someone had stepped up to avenge their grievances. "Let me tell you, if I ever see you bullying my sister-in-law again, I shall strike you down each time." The red-haired man, affiliated with Haizi, knew that even if Zheng Yang sought vengeance, he would find no allies in South City. Zheng Yang and his wife, trembling in fear, took a step back, anxious that the red-haired man might unleash his ire upon them once more. "Sister-in-law, do not be afraid. Brother Feng is away on a business trip these days, I am aware. Should anything arise, just reach out to me. Such individuals deserve to be dealt with." The red-haired man wore an expression of utmost respect, a stark contrast to the lascivious glances he had previously cast upon Xiang Biding. She understood that this transformation stemmed from Li Feng's influence. Nodding in acknowledgement, she chose not to comment further and returned to her daughter. Upon returning home, Li Mei, visibly upset, scolded, "What good are you? What use is all that money if you cannot protect me? Why do I need a man like you? Zheng Yang, equally discontent, retorted, if it weren't for you, I would have never been assaulted in the first place. Damn it. You were supposed to pick up the child, not hurl insults. Now we've both been beaten. Are you satisfied? With that, Zheng Yang stormed out, unable to swallow his indignation. He resolved to seek out Wei Guodong, who had a decent rapport with Lao Gui. He could only hope for assistance from Lao Gui, especially since he had ample funds. Upon arriving at Wei Guodong's place, Wei observed Zheng Yang's bruised visage and inquired, what happened to your face? Did you get into a spat with your wife? No. It was a young man who assaulted me right outside the kindergarten. You must devise a plan for me. I need to teach him a lesson. Zheng Yang recounted the truth of the matter. A young man? What is his name? Why would he strike you for no reason? Wei Guodong found it difficult to believe that there existed individuals who would strike another without provocation. Was it not his wife who had encountered a conflict with Li Feng's spouse at the kindergarten entrance? That man had emerged and slapped his wife twice, which prompted him to intervene, only to be met with a blow himself. Initially, Wei Guodong had no intention of getting involved, but upon hearing that Li Feng's wife was implicated, he reconsidered. This matter could only be addressed by Lao Gui. No one else would suffice. Let us seek out Lao Gui, he declared, and let him devise a plan to deal with the assailant. Do you recall his appearance? As he spoke, Wei Guodong rose, eager to escort Zheng Yang to find Lao Gui. He possesses a distinct feature. His hair is dyed red, I suspect. Zheng Yang, still dazed from the earlier incident, managed to remember this detail. The pair soon arrived at Lao Gui's location. Following recent events, Lao Gui harbored significant displeasure towards Haizi. After listening to Zheng Yang's account, he summoned Gongzi. Gongzi, I need you to head to the South City and locate a young man with red hair, likely in his 20s. He assaulted Zheng. Find a way to deal with this scoundrel. Upon hearing the description of the red-haired individual, Gongzi instantly recognized who it was. In those days, individuals with dyed red hair were quite rare. Perhaps there was only one in the entirety of Xinchuan. Red hair? That belongs to the red-haired fellow associated with Haizi. Last time, we were beaten by him. I dare not confront him again. Another encounter would surely result in further injury. Moreover, South City is Haizi's territory. We hold no advantage there. Gongzi's expression was one of resignation. Lao Gui was taken aback by Gongzi's words. Zheng, why provoke Haizi? We may not be able to assist. Who could rival Haizi in South City? Lao Gui outright declined, despite the monetary incentive from Zheng Yang. Having already incurred conflict with Haizi, he was wary of further losses on his side. Zheng Yang, upon realizing Haizi's involvement, was left without recourse and returned home feeling disheartened. By the time he arrived, Li Mei had already left with the child to visit her mother. Li Feng reached Xinchuan just before dawn the following day. The night journey had been slow, as he and Zhang Bin took turns driving, and they finally arrived after a long night. Upon entering his home, he found Xiang Bitong awake, dressing Yaya. You are back so soon? Xiang Bitong expressed her surprise, believing they would be away for at least a week. I missed the two of you dearly, which is why I drove through the night. Is everything well during my absence? Li Feng was concerned that someone might bully Xiang Bitong in his absence. Xiang Bitong refrained from mentioning the incident at the kindergarten, fearing that Li Feng might impulsively confront Zheng Yang. Everything is fine. All is well. Hurry and have some breakfast. You must rest after driving all night. It must be exhausting. After hearing her words, Li Feng nodded and stepped outside. After breakfast, he collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until 6 or 7 in the evening. With the general agent for Luoqing secured, there was no need for further concern. Subsequently, he planned to expand into several neighboring provinces. These responsibilities could be delegated to Erden, though it remained uncertain whether he had any acquaintances in those regions. If not, they would have to resort to advertising. Previously, their promotional efforts had been confined to local television stations in Xinchuan for recruiting general agents. But now they needed a nationwide campaign. After dinner that evening, Li Feng decided to take a stroll. Are you two going out? He inquired of Xiang Baiting. No. You can go by yourself. Come back early. Don't stay out too late, she replied, as she was assisting Yaya with her homework. All right, I'll take a short walk, he replied. Although he appeared to be merely wandering, he was actually surveying the market. Upon reaching the night market, he discovered vendors selling watches from the Xinguang factory at an astonishingly low price of merely 20 yuan. Li Feng chuckled to himself, curious to see how long this 20 yuan price point would sustain Wei Guodong. The following day, issues arose for Wei Guodong's team. Due to quality concerns, numerous customers reported that the watches they had purchased had malfunctioned within a few days. The screens either failed to display numbers, the straps broke, or the luminous function ceased to work. In a short span, many customers flocked to the vendors seeking redress. Experiencing such problems within 10 days was alarming. What would happen in the future? Chapter 68. Unsold goods. Wu Dong, accompanied by his team, made their way to the Xinguang watch factory. Initially, they had planned to sell off their stock and cease their association with Zhengyang. Yet, within mere days, quality issues arose. Zheng, many customers have returned. You ought to examine your watches. Are they even usable? Wu Dong presented several defective watches before Zhengyang. With Wei Guodong yet to arrive, Zhengyang found himself at a loss. Please remain calm. Let's wait for Wei to arrive to address this issue, he said. Feeling quite helpless as he had never encountered such a dilemma. Within less than half a month, the watches had failed, and a second batch was set to be released that afternoon. Who would dare purchase their watches now? Call Wei and urge him to come quickly. It's not just us who are impatient. Our customers demand refunds. What shall we do? Wu Dong's frustration mounted. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have left Carlo. There's no precedent for returning sold merchandise, and besides, the products had been in good condition when sold to them. If the watches were damaged after they received them, was it their fault? Zhengyang was certainly unwilling to refund Wu Dong and his team, as that would equate to a loss for them. You needn't say so much. The quality is evidently compromised. If you do not facilitate a return today, we shall not be polite, Wu Dong declared, harboring resentment towards Zhengyang for previously deceiving him into leaving Carlo. He had brought many people with him this time. If Zhengyang refused the return, Wu Dong was prepared to confront them decisively. Wu Dong, have you become quite formidable now? You dare to speak to me like this? Do not think I will show you any courtesy. I intend to be quite impolite myself. Zhengyang exhibited no signs of trepidation. Wu Dong, infuriated, was already in a foul mood due to his financial losses, and the recent severe issues with product quality only exacerbated his anger. Numerous customers who had purchased the watches were now demanding refunds, a burden he could not bear alone. Are you quite certain? You truly refuse to refund us? He challenged. Very well, I shall proclaim far and wide that your factory produces nothing but counterfeit goods, mere imitations of Karu's designs. I refuse to believe we cannot find a way to resolve this. Come, brothers, we shall depart. With that, Wu Dong and his entourage exited the Starlight Watch factory. Before long, Wei Guodong arrived. Manager Wei, we have a situation. Wu Dong just caused a ruckus, claiming our product quality has faltered, and many customers are exceedingly dissatisfied. Seeking refunds. Zhengyang feigned calm, though internally he was more anxious than anyone else. Even if they refused refunds, they had invested significantly in the next batch of products. If the distributors did not take their goods, retail sales alone would be insufficient. The prices are already low. What quality do they expect? This quality is quite commendable. You get what you pay for. Do they not understand that? Wei Guodong asserted confidently. But what will we do if no one purchases our upcoming stock? Zhengyang's concern was not for the previous shipment, but rather for the future. Regardless of the circumstances, their new products were about to be released, and it was increasingly unlikely that refunds could be processed. Therefore, he urged Wei Guodong not to dwell on the issue. Convinced that customers would indeed come forward to make purchases, Wei Guodong felt assured of his position, believing that the market had buyers for both high and low-priced items. Little did they anticipate that Wu Dong would manage to disrupt their sales entirely. In his frustration, Wu Dong took to the streets on his bicycle, vocally denouncing the Starlight Watch factory as a purveyor of defective products, warning the public to beware of being deceived. This was an unforeseen development for both Wei Guodong and Zhengyang. In this era, reputation is paramount. Once a quality issue arises, news spreads rapidly. Within a mere day, the city was abuzz with tales of the substandard products from Starlight Watch factory. In an office, Feng and Zhang Bin were discussing electric razors when Dan burst in, brimming with excitement. Brothers Feng and Bin, splendid news. The Starlight Watch factory has encountered quality issues, and Wu Dong has severed ties with them, proclaiming their products to be fakes. This should lead customers to choose our watches instead. They will certainly steer clear of those from Starlight. Sales had not been particularly strong lately, leaving Dan somewhat disheartened. But upon hearing this news, he was elated. Feng and Zhang Bin exchanged glances, surprised at how swiftly quality problems had emerged. From the outset, Feng had anticipated that quality issues would inevitably arise on their side. However, he never imagined that within a mere 10 days, extensive quality problems would emerge. This indicated that Wei Guodong and Zhengyang had deliberately compromised quality during production, aiming to reduce costs by lowering the price of raw materials. They truly deserved this outcome, and Feng was curious to see how they would handle the fallout. Zhang Bin felt a sense of pride. Nevertheless, it was indeed time to celebrate. While ordinary competition is understandable, resorting to such a strategy of undercutting prices with inferior quality is rather detrimental to all parties involved. They had released another batch of goods, seemingly around 100,000 units, which were likely to be difficult to sell. Even Dan had managed to glean this information. 100,000. Wei Guodong and Zhengyang certainly have audacity. The cost of a single watch is not negligible. Even if we estimate it at 3 yuan each, that amounts to 300,000 yuan. If they end up with all that inventory, it is likely that the two will face a substantial loss of 300,000 yuan. How many people can muster that much in this day and age? Zhengyang had accumulated that sum solely through his dealings with LiDA cameras, and Wei Guodong had painstakingly earned several 100,000 over the years, now risking an additional 150,000. Suddenly, Li Feng conceived a strategy that could be advantageous for them. Old Zhang, do you recall when we were at my hometown and I mentioned the intention to manufacture an affordable watch targeting the rural market? Li Feng had indeed said this before, but Zhang Bin assumed it was merely idle talk without any serious intent. Are you truly considering this? Zhang Bin was puzzled by Li Feng's statement. Isn't the opportunity already at hand? Think about it. Wei Guodong has 100,000 watches stuck in inventory. If we offer him just a couple of yuan each, do you think he would refuse? Li Feng's true motive lay here. Zhang Bin pondered, and it seemed logical. As the stock piled up, its value would diminish. Offering a couple of yuan could indeed persuade them to sell. However, the quality is an issue. What if we distribute them to rural areas and problems arise? Zhang Bin was still somewhat unfamiliar with the rural market. First, we must inspect the goods we acquire from them. Any items with significant defects should be rejected outright. Additionally, when selling, we must clearly inform customers that the lower price corresponds to inferior quality. We also have our higher quality offerings, the Karo watches, allowing customers to make an informed choice. This way, we set expectations up front, and they will not hold us accountable. Li Feng believed that seizing this opportunity could indeed yield a profit. With each watch yielding a couple of yuan, and with 100,000 watches from Wei Guodong's lot, that could amount to 200,000 yuan. Moreover, since Luoqing already had a general distributor, they merely needed to deliver the goods and wait for the payment. What you propose is indeed a viable strategy. It essentially means that Wei Guodong and Zhengyang have produced a batch of goods for us. Zhang Bin immediately recognized the feasibility of this plan. Pondered for a moment and then remarked, I believe my hometown could also be a viable option. I hail from a rural background as well. If I return there with some goods, I am certain they would be quite eager to acquire them. Li Feng chuckled softly, recognizing that this would indeed provide Wei Guodong with several more years of endeavor. Due to quality issues at the Xinguang watch factory, sales for Carlo were exceptionally robust. Moreover, Liang and his team contacted them 3 days later, informing them that the 5,000 units they had received were entirely distributed. They requested an additional 5,000 units, anticipating that demand would remain substantial in the future. After all, Luo City is a provincial capital, and selling tens of thousands of watches would be quite manageable. Li Feng promptly instructed Zhang Bin to reach out to the delivery personnel. Fortunately, the printing company was relatively unoccupied at the moment, allowing Zhang Bin to dispatch 2 staff members for the delivery. As long as Liang could establish a channel, it would signify a highly favorable development. They were also continuously airing advertisements on television, with prices remaining quite affordable, especially given the scarcity of entrepreneurs at the time. For several consecutive days, not a single agent from the Xinguang watch factory had come to procure goods. It was at this juncture that Wei Guodong and Zhengyang began to recognize the gravity of the situation. General Manager Wei, please, say something. What should we do in this predicament? Zhengyang exclaimed, pacing restlessly in the office like a cat on a hot tin roof. I wish I knew what to do. No one is coming to pick up the goods, and we cannot simply drag them here. We must wait a little longer. Besides, is not 150,000 yuan a significant sum for you? Wei Guodong found himself at a loss, having never encountered such an issue during his previous ventures in watchmaking. The quality concerns were genuine this time. His intention was not merely to sell a quantity of watches, but rather to undermine Li Feng and his associates. Their original strategy was flawed, as they had not adequately considered quality, leading to the current predicament. Are you suggesting that we simply wait indefinitely while the goods remain in the warehouse? Zhengyang was becoming increasingly displeased. Although it was Zhengyang who had initially sought out Wei Guodong for collaboration, he was now deeply dissatisfied with Wei Guodong's attitude in light of the current crisis. Then please, enlighten me with a reasonable solution. This is no longer merely a matter of finances. It is about the absence of agents. Do you understand? Do you think I am not anxious? This situation has already impacted my previous agents, who are now also refraining from procuring goods, leaving me utterly helpless. Wei Guodong's assertions were indeed accurate. for Wudong's commotion had made it widely known that the products from the Xinguang watch factory were plagued with quality issues. Agents would undoubtedly hesitate to procure goods. Should customers come seeking redress, it would spell trouble. The two men failed to reach a consensus and parted ways in discontent. On that day, Feng was engrossed in sketching designs for an electric razor when two individuals entered, briefcases in hand. "Good day. How may I assist you?" inquired the newly hired clerk with a smile. "We have traveled a great distance from a northern province. We heard you are seeking provincial agents and thought we would come to take a look." The two individuals displayed a commendable attitude. The clerk promptly escorted them to Feng's office, providing a brief introduction of both parties. Feng was taken aback by the rapid effectiveness of the television station's advertising. "We are from Luqing and have traveled a considerable distance to learn how your general agency operates after seeing your advertisement on television," stated a man named Lin Jianjun, who appeared to be around 40 years old and exuded the demeanor of a businessman. He was involved in the electrical appliance sector in Luqing and had specifically made the journey upon encountering the advertisement while watching television in the evening. Recognizing Lin as a fellow businessman, Feng decided to be forthright. "We are prepared to order 10,000 of our watches to establish the general agency in this province. We already have a general agency in Luocheng, but your province is currently unrepresented." Feng wasted no time in articulating his intentions for the agency. "Here are our latest watches. You may examine them. We are continuously developing them, and they will only become more refined in the future." He handed over 2 watches, which Lin Jianjun and his companion scrutinized closely. Such watches were indeed a rarity. "Should we not sign an agreement?" Lin suggested. "I would like to discuss with President Li the possibility of initially ordering 5,000. As a fellow businessman, you must understand our position." Feng comprehended this concern fully. Recognizing that as they were just starting out, it was reasonable to request a smaller quantity. "That is certainly feasible. I understand your perspective. If we can finalize the order now, I will instruct my staff to draft the contract. However, you may take your time to consider, as we are not in a rush. To be honest, our supply is somewhat limited at the moment." Feng demonstrated a keen understanding of their psychology, knowing that with such extensive advertising, they would likely claim limited stock. Lin Jianjun hesitated briefly, but then considered that since Feng's company was advertising across numerous television stations, they must possess significant strength. "President Li, to be candid, our purpose here is to secure your general agency. Let us proceed with signing the contract, and our province will be ours. Any future stock you have will be exclusively available to us, not just watches, but any innovative products we have not yet encountered." Lin Jianjun displayed remarkable foresight, as he was not limited to selling only watches. "Rest assured, this is entirely within your grasp. Additionally, we will soon release an electric shaver. And if you wish to become the general agent for that as well, it will still be yours," Feng reassured them. Upon hearing about the electric shaver, Lin Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. At that time, electric shavers were quite scarce in the market. "This is excellent. When will your products be available?" Lin inquired with newfound interest. "That is still under development, but we will notify you when it is ready for viewing," Feng replied. "You wouldn't want to miss inspecting the goods, would you?" Feng, with a cheerful demeanor, summoned the clerk to print a contract. By the time Zhang Bin arrived, Feng had already completed the signing of contracts with Lin Jianjun and the others. The opposing party was ready to collect their goods and leave, while Zhang Bin had been strangely busy these past few days, often arriving quite late. After Lin Jianjun departed, Zhang Bin wore a broad smile, having successfully sold 5,000 watches. At this rate, their current stock would soon be depleted. They had come in response to the advertisement, which evidently proved effective. After bidding farewell to Lin Jianjun and his associates, Zhang Bin felt a sense of satisfaction. "Old Zhang, what have you been busy with lately? Why do you come so late? Is there something going on at home?" Feng sensed an underlying unease, though he could not quite pinpoint the reason. "It's just a minor issue. I'll tell you later," Zhang Bin teased, maintaining an air of mystery. The two then descended to the dining area for a meal. In a quaint restaurant in Beicheng, Wu Dong called over Dan, inviting him to dine. Dan, I admit I was wrong earlier. Do you think I could return to Carlo?" Wu Dong implored earnestly. At this, Dan adopted a more assertive stance, first raising a glass and a toast. "Wu Dong, what did I tell you at the time? I said once you left, there would be no way back. Carlo is not a casual garden where you can come and go as you please." Dan's words were devoid of any compassion, a response to Wu Dong's former ruthlessness. "Brother, I'm here to apologize. Please, help me out. I promise to heed your advice from now on and will no longer wander aimlessly," Wu Dong expressed, his face brimming with dejection. He had initially hoped to profit alongside Zheng Yang, but instead found himself without earnings and a tarnished reputation. People were now claiming that the goods Wu Dong sold were counterfeit, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Even if you wanted to return, there's no territory available for you, as your former area has been assigned to Huzi, who is currently earning significantly more and is even contemplating purchasing a motorcycle. Dan provocatively remarked. His willingness to dine with Wu Dong indicated that Wu Dong still held some utility for him. Yet he felt the need to maintain a facade of reluctance in his response. Is there truly no other work available there? I'm willing to endure hardship for the sake of earning. Wu Dong, now somewhat anxious, glanced at the previous agents who were all making profits daily, while he remained stagnant, which was understandably distressing. Are you certain you can handle the toil? Dan questioned, eyeing Wu Dong with skepticism. Absolutely. Just look at my health. I'm capable of any task, Wu Dong assured, exuding determination. After a moment's contemplation, Dan replied, the company is currently looking to expand into markets in other provinces. If you are willing, you can accompany me, though it may involve some travel and exertion. Dan was primarily responsible for the agency sector. Hence his search for general agents in other provinces was part of his duties. Although the company had launched advertisements, not every province would have individuals proactively seeking out the business. I can handle that. As long as it yields profit, I am willing to pursue it. Dan holds a certain belief in this matter. The merits and flaws of Wu Dong are quite apparent. His strength lies in his ability to execute tasks as long as there is financial backing, while his weakness is his susceptibility to manipulation. If you possess the capability, I shall discuss this with General Manager Li and General Manager Zhang upon your return. However, whether they concur remains to be seen. Dan deliberately makes this statement, for he had previously consulted Li Feng, who advised him to make his own decisions. After all, Dan is a pivotal asset to their company. How could they retain him without granting him some authority? I am grateful to you, brother Dan. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor. As Wu Dong spoke, he lifted his glass. Days passed, yet there was no sign of movement from Old Wei's side. Not a single agent had come to procure goods. Zheng Yang was also feeling despondent, uncertain of the next steps. Li Feng sensed that the moment had arrived to dispatch someone to negotiate with Old Wei. However, it was imperative that Old Wei remained unaware of Li Feng's involvement. Otherwise, Old Wei would stubbornly withhold the goods. But who could they send? The people around him were not an option, as they were all too recognizable to Old Wei. What if we contacted Wu Qinghua and asked him to go? The only person Zhang Bin could think of was Wu Qinghua. The crucial question was whether Wu Qinghua would agree. He would have to travel from Hangqing, which could take some time. This was a lucrative business opportunity, part of their company's venture, and surely he would not refuse. They were aware of their factory in Hangqing, yet Wu Qinghua was an unfamiliar face to them. Zhang Bin presented a compelling argument. Li Feng considered the situation and nodded in agreement. Zhang Bin then called Wu Qinghua, who expressed keen interest and stated he would arrive the following day. As a businessman himself, Wu Qinghua was undoubtedly motivated by profit. He had previously dealt with goods trapped in factories, acquiring similar products at minimal prices to redistribute. With only a small margin to gain, he could potentially earn a considerable sum. Since Wu Qinghua had consented, they would wait for his arrival tomorrow. Li Feng still needed to pick up his daughter. Zhang Bin had recently introduced a job opportunity to Xiang Biding, who had just begun working. Therefore, Li Feng was left to collect Yaya. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, he encountered Zheng Yang. Li Feng was unaware of the previous incident where Zheng Yang and Li Mei had troubled Xiang Biding, ultimately leading to a confrontation with Hong Mao. However, upon seeing Li Feng, Zheng Yang exhibited a certain timidity, his gaze evasively shifting. Li Feng found this odd, as Zheng Yang usually carried himself with arrogance. Why was he now avoiding eye contact? Since you choose to shy away from me, I shall not retreat from you, Li Feng thought, moving closer to Zheng Yang. Isn't this the General Zheng who collaborates with Old Wei? How have you been lately? How many watches have you sold? I have heard of the quality issues that have arisen. This is quite serious. Emulating Zheng Yang's previous tone, Li Feng delivered his words with a hint of sarcasm. Zheng Yang cast a displeased glance at Li Feng and retorted, as if you are free from quality issues. Chapter 71. Wu Qinghua takes action. Despite any quality concerns we may have, they pale in comparison to the troubles faced by General Manager Zhang. After all, it hasn't even been 10 days. How many people have approached us? Have all their concerns been addressed? The smug grin on Li Feng's face only served to infuriate Zheng Yang further. Yet, at this moment, Zheng Yang found himself powerless against Li Feng, as their quality issues were a widely acknowledged fact. I can afford to compensate for a trifling sum, but I fear that when the time comes, you may not be able to afford the consequences. At such a juncture, Zheng Yang was still putting on a brave face. Very well, let us see what unfolds, Li Feng replied before heading home. Upon arriving, he found Xiang Biding had also returned. By the way, my second brother called. inquiring if there were any opportunities at your company. Scumbag's second brother held a starkly different view of Li Feng. Previously engaged in modest business ventures, he had always looked down on Li Feng. Even after Li Feng began to profit from watch sales, Scumbag's second brother still offered him nothing but scorn. Isn't his business thriving? Why the sudden interest in our company? Moreover, our company does not hire relatives. Li Feng harbored little fondness for this second brother, perceiving him as insincere and cunning, so unlike his elder brother. Li Feng felt compelled to assist his elder brother, who he believed lacked the cunning necessary for business. In contrast, he found no merit in his second brother's character. I am not certain, he simply mentioned it. Perhaps I should return his call and inform him that there are no vacancies. Scumbag was well aware of Li Feng's disdain for her second brother, especially since their company had made it abundantly clear that relatives were not welcome. Just relay the message. My elder brother's entry into the company was merely to sell goods. He sourced products from us and sold them outside, earning a modest profit through hard work. Surely this second brother, seeing the elder brother's success, believes he deserves a favor from you. Yet, he could never endure the hardships faced by the elder brother, who sells watches daily at street stalls. I doubt he could last 3 days, let alone earn any money. Understood, I will convey the message. To her surprise, after relaying this to her second brother, he erupted in anger. He accused Li Feng of neglecting his own kin now that they had begun to earn money, which further irritated Scumbag, prompting her to hang up on him. Meanwhile, at Scumbag's parents' home, her second brother continued to complain. Look at your daughter, finally earning some money. And now she doesn't even acknowledge me. Weren't you in business before? Why seek Scumbag now? Furthermore, the company has a clear policy against hiring relatives. We cannot compromise that for one individual. Before their parents could respond, her elder brother interjected. Elder brother, are you siding with outsiders? Why is it that you can enter while I cannot? This second brother truly cannot distinguish between right and wrong. When have I ever entered? I merely procure goods for sale. If you are capable, then you should also procure and sell, if you have the capital. I can provide you with 100 units to sell. Can you endure such hardship? The elder brother replied with irritation, and upon hearing this, the younger brother cast a scornful glance at him. Only you are capable of such a task. I would find it shameful. The younger brother was indeed inferior to the elder. Even their parents could see it clearly. I earn money without losing face, unlike you, who chooses to stay at home. If lying around at home is not shameful, then so be it. The elder brother, weary of the conversation, departed from their parents. Once the elder brother left, the younger brother found little amusement in staying behind and also took his leave, leaving their parents to sigh in resignation. Currently, it is evident that Bai Ting and Li Feng are in far better circumstances. Since Li Feng embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, he has not incurred any losses, consistently operating in profit. The following afternoon, Wu Qinghua arrived with a group of individuals. Upon entering the office, he cheerfully inquired about the recent sales. Rest assured, Wu General. Zhang Bin replied confidently. We now have 2 general agents from other provinces, and we are continuously recruiting. These goods will likely be gone in no time. You should prepare for the 3rd batch. Zhang Bin exuded confidence, noting that even one general agent would not take more than 10,000 units, and their few tens of thousands would hardly suffice. It seems you are thriving in your endeavors. By the way, you mentioned that I should come to acquire a factory's watches. Could you elaborate on the specifics? Wu Qinghua was indeed focused on this matter. Li Feng briefly explained the situation to Wu Qinghua, who smiled upon hearing it. I can confidently say that the factory in Hangzhou ranks among the best in the nation. The quality produced there is incomparable. Any attempt to rival you would be an unwise choice. Wu Qinghua recalled that the equipment was all imported from abroad at a considerable expense. The factory belonging to Wei Guodong is of an entirely different caliber. Observing their current ability to mimic products, it is likely that once upgrades are made, they will no longer be able to replicate them. Wu General, I have come to ask for your assistance in acquiring those watches. We are keen to penetrate the rural market, Li Feng stated with a smile. I understand. Please provide me with their address, and I will go and take a look. After Li Feng shared the address, Wu Qinghua and his team headed to the Xinguang watch factory. Wu Qinghua drove an impressive vehicle, and upon hearing that someone was coming to discuss collaboration, Wei Guodong was quite pleased. Upon meeting Wu Qinghua, Wei Guodong promptly invited him to his office. I hear you have a batch of goods that cannot be released. Is that correct? I have been informed that I specialize in acquiring such low-quality watches, which is why I came, Wu Qinghua stated without hesitation. Wei Guodong smiled somewhat awkwardly, surprised that his situation had reached such notoriety in Xinchuan City. I did not expect you, Wu General, to be so well informed. May I inquire what price you intend to offer? We have 100,000 units. Wei Guodong harbored some apprehension regarding Wu Qinghua's capabilities. You must first present the goods for my inspection, If they meet my standards, I would gladly acquire 100,000 units. Wu Qinghua's tone was quite audacious. A flicker of amusement crossed Wei Guodong's mind. Should he successfully sell all these goods, he would at least recoup his initial investment. He promptly summoned an assistant to bring forth 2 watches for Wu Qinghua's examination. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Wu Qinghua disdainfully placed the watches on the table. The materials you've utilized are rather subpar, are they not? I have yet to encounter such low-quality items. Now, inform me of your price, and I shall determine whether it is acceptable. Chapter 72. Acquisition at a low price. Wei Guodong had already contemplated a price in his mind. Mr. Wu, if you are interested, I can let them go for 5 yuan each. You may take them all. He was still hopeful that the watches could yield a profit. Upon hearing Wei Guodong's offer, Wu Qinghua burst into laughter. 5 yuan? Are you jesting? Since you lack sincerity, let this matter rest. With that, Wu Qinghua stood to depart. Wei Guodong, perceiving the urgency of the situation, quickly implored, Mr. Wu, if you find the price excessive, please propose an alternative. I can offer you a maximum of 1 yuan. I will not pay more. Discuss it amongst yourselves. Should any matters arise, you may contact me at this number. I intend to remain here for a couple of days and can be reached at any time. With that, Wu Qinghua jotted down a phone number and exited with his entourage. 1 yuan was indeed a meager offer for Wei Guodong, and he found it difficult to accept initially. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if these watches remained unsold, they would languish in the warehouse, irretrievable. Selling them for 1 yuan would enable them to recover 100,000 yuan in capital. Nevertheless, he decided to call Zheng Yang to gauge his thoughts on the matter. Upon learning that someone was interested in purchasing their watches, Zheng Yang was elated and promptly arrived at the Xinguang watch factory. What? 1 yuan? That is exceedingly low. Zheng Yang was somewhat discontented upon hearing the price. If you do not agree, we shall not sell them. However, you must consider this. These goods will remain in the warehouse indefinitely. Wei Guodong was indifferent. But Zheng Yang was growing anxious, as he had previously invested all his earnings into this venture. Is there an alternative? Perhaps we could sell them ourselves externally? Zheng Yang proposed. That could work, but who would buy from you? I would be outside proclaiming the inferior quality of our watches. Our brand has become tarnished. No one would be willing to pay even a few yuan. Wei Guodong's words rang true. Everyone was aware that following the revelation of quality issues, no matter the price, potential buyers were disinclined to purchase. Unexpectedly, this transaction had turned into a loss. You should contact Mr. Wu, if we must. Selling at 1 yuan would still allow us to split 50,000 yuan each. Zheng Yang felt quite helpless. Had I known it would come to this, I would have refrained from investing in the first place. Very well, return home. I will call him once I have concluded my thoughts. After Wei Guodong finished speaking, he busily returned to his work, while Zheng Yang shook his head and departed from the Starlight Watch factory. Shortly after Wu Qinghua arrived at the hotel, he received a call from Wei Guodong, who agreed to sell at the price of 1 yuan. Wu Qinghua shared this development with Li Feng and Zhang Bin, planning to go and collect the goods the following morning. Initially, Li Feng and Zhang Bin thought that acquiring them for 2 or 3 yuan would be quite satisfactory. But to their astonishment, Wu Qinghua managed to negotiate the price down to 1 yuan. It appears that the old fox, Jiang, still has his cunning. On the following morning, Wu Qinghua arrived with a sizable delivery truck. Upon meeting Wu Qinghua, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang were delighted and shook his hand. Mr. Wu, the price you offered is rather low. Could you possibly raise it by 50 cents? Wei Guodong attempted to negotiate a higher price. An increase is feasible. However, we must conduct a selection process. We can forego any with significant defects, but at 1 yuan, no selection is necessary, Wu Qinghua responded. This statement left Wei Guodong momentarily stunned, as he realized that if they were to screen the watches, likely half would be discarded. Wu Qinghua's rationale for purchasing at 1 yuan was that a simple repair in their factory could significantly enhance their selling price. Let us not raise the price. 1 yuan it is. Let us proceed with loading the goods, Wei Guodong quickly asserted. Loading 100,000 watches was a relatively swift process. Once Wu Qinghua settled the payment, he instructed his team to drive back. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Zhang Bin awaited Wu Qinghua's return at the company. Upon seeing Wu Qinghua's jubilant demeanor, they understood that the deal had been successfully executed. I have procured the goods for you. I shall not concern myself with the subsequent matters. If there are any major issues with the watches, find a way to get them to the factory for a simple repair, Wu Qinghua stated as he unloaded the disappointing watches into their warehouse. Rest assured, you need not worry about the sales. We will handle that, Li Feng assured him. That evening, Li Feng and Zhang Bin took Wu Qinghua to the Xinchuan Grand Hotel. As soon as they entered, they encountered Zheng Yang, who, upon seeing Wu Qingguo with Li Feng, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Wu, what is your relationship with them?" Zheng Yang inquired, puzzled. "I am their partner, primarily responsible for the production at the Hangqing factory," Wu Qingguo replied, leaving Zheng Yang utterly bewildered. It turned out that the decision to purchase the watches for 1 yuan had been orchestrated by Li Feng and his associates. Zheng Yang felt a surge of anger. He had always harbored a dislike for Li Feng, and now they had managed to acquire the watches at an astonishingly low price. "Mr. Wu, let us proceed to dine. These are our competitors, filled with malice. You must exercise caution in the future," Zhang Bin remarked disdainfully, glancing at Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang's face turned an ashen hue in anger, but he pondered a pressing question. Why had Li Feng and his associates chosen to acquire his watches? He promptly called Wei Guodong, and the two hurriedly arranged to meet. "Are you certain you weren't mistaken? That Wu Qingguo who bought our watches was with Li Feng?" Wei Guodong asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Such matters, why would I deceive you? You mentioned that Li Feng instructed him to collect our watches. What could be his intention? Is he attempting to pass off inferior goods as ours?" Zheng Yang can only ponder this for now. It seems improbable. As our watches bear reputable brands, they are unlikely to use ours. We should observe their actions closely over the next few days to discern their true purpose. I too harbor doubts about the rationale behind spending 100,000 yuan to acquire their watches. What could be their ultimate goal? Logically, since they cannot sell their watches, Li Feng and his associates should be pleased. They certainly cannot comprehend that Li Feng aims to profit from this venture. The day after sending Wu Qingguo away, Li Feng called home to contact his sister. To his surprise, the sales of watches on her end were quite promising, though many commented that the prices were somewhat steep. Consequently, Li Feng decided to return the current batch of goods and reached out to Liang Liang. Upon hearing about the low-quality watches available for merely 4 yuan each, Liang Liang was instantly thrilled. He requested that Li Feng send him 10,000 watches. Li Feng promptly contacted a shipping company, and soon the watches were in Liang Liang's possession. After discussing with Lao Gao, they discovered that these watches functioned similarly to the previous ones, albeit with slightly inferior quality. Chapter 73, Side Business Income of 30,000. However, such lower quality items, when priced more modestly, tend to sell significantly better than their pricier counterparts. Lao Gao, we should target the rural market. Placing some in a store in a town should yield great sales, Liang Liang remarked while flipping through the watches. I do know a few individuals who specialize in rural wholesale. Let me reach out and see. Having conducted business for many years, Lao Gao had built a modest network. After making a phone call, within approximately an hour, 4 to 5 individuals arrived. Their primary business involved trading such goods, earning small profit margins in the process. Liang Liang was astonished when each person introduced by Lao Gao took away 1,000 units of stock. This was remarkably swift, and the two planned to personally explore the rural areas. It was estimated that these goods would sell out in no time. For Li Feng and his team, having acquired Wei Guodong's goods at a low price alleviated any urgency to sell everything immediately. They would be content if they could sell all 100,000 watches within a month. If they succeeded in selling all of them, their profit could reach 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, coupled with their existing inventory. The total profit from this endeavor was expected to exceed 500,000 yuan. Additionally, production of the watches was ongoing, and after selling this batch, they planned to implement some straightforward improvements. Naturally, they would need to consult Zhou Xian regarding this. Recently, Zhou Xian had been delving into watch design. Despite not coming to work and remaining at his own shop, he had contemplated numerous issues. One day, Zhou Xian arrived at the company with his blueprints. Coincidentally, both Li Feng and Zhang Bin were present. Upon entering, Zhou Xian placed the blueprints on the table. This is a recent design I have created. Do you think its appearance is slightly better than our previous versions? Here is the interior. I believe it should not be overly complicated. At least there are minor issues that customers can resolve themselves. Zhou Xian's ideas remain exceptionally thoughtful. Li Feng carefully examined the drawings by Zhou Xian, and he was quite pleased. Each component was crafted with meticulous attention to detail, including many aspects that Li Feng had not even considered, all of which Zhou Xian had fully anticipated. I wonder if we could produce some waterproof variants in our next batch. This might enhance our marketability, suggested Zhou Xian. Li Feng exchanged glances with Zhang Bin. They had not contemplated this matter before. However, they were uncertain if Wu Qingguo's factory could achieve such technology. The technology for waterproof watches has matured considerably in the past decade, yet it seems we are still a bit behind in this era. This idea is indeed commendable, but the crux lies in whether the technology can meet the requirements. Li Feng harbored some concerns. If the technology were inadequate, customers might feel deceived. I will ponder over the waterproof aspect. As for the other functionalities, it appears that Zhou Xin has already covered all conceivable features. The watch includes a date display, a stopwatch, and an alarm, leaving little else to be desired. Certainly, in 2 or 3 decades, these watches will incorporate weather features. However, Feng did not intend to remain in the watch industry indefinitely, as mobile phones will inevitably carry the time, posing a challenge to the watch market. Unless they focus solely on high-end products, there seem to be no other viable options. Zhou Xin, what do you think of this? This is my latest invention, an electric shaver. Feng presented his designs to Zhou Xin. Others found it incomprehensible, yet Zhou Xin grasped its meaning after a brief glance. He looked at Feng with some puzzlement, as Feng's vision was indeed unique. Such an electric shaver, once launched, is likely to achieve impressive sales. What inspired this idea? Moreover, the drawings are exceptionally well executed. The key question is whether we can manufacture these electric shavers here. Zhou Xin's thoughts mirrored Feng's earlier considerations. However, Cui Liang had already responded, confirming that there were no issues. They had also presented the fabricated components to Feng, who was quite satisfied. I have secured a factory, and barring any unforeseen complications, we should be able to commence mass production shortly. Feng felt relatively confident. After all, entrepreneurship in this era faces relatively less competition. This idea is quite promising. Once the product is out, remember to show it to me. Zhou Xin also believed that this innovative electric shaver would be well received by many. Rest assured, you will definitely see it. After Zhou Xin departed, Zhang Bin placed 30,000 yuan in front of Feng. Feng was perplexed, wondering what this was all about. Upon observing Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Bin chuckled and remarked, "This is the money earned from KTV, along with profits from my childhood friend who specializes in aluminum alloy doors and windows." This statement jogged Feng's memory. They had previously approached Zhang Bin's friend for the production of aluminum alloy doors and windows. After a brief inquiry, they discovered the profitability of the venture, leading them to invest a total of 30,000 yuan. Now, after a month or two, it appears that profits have indeed been realized. The KTV has generated approximately 20,000 yuan over the past few months, while the remaining 10,000 comes from the aluminum alloy doors and windows. My friend is exceptionally grateful to me now, as he has secured numerous major clients and is poised to expand his operations. Feng was already aware that the aluminum alloy doors and windows posed no issues. In a few years, wooden doors and windows would likely be rendered obsolete. As long as you heed my advice, you will undoubtedly profit. This is merely the beginning. Once we sell all the watches, we can expect a net profit of at least several 100,000 yuan. By the way, do we have any updates from Chuandao? When will their goods be available? Feng had been quite concerned about this matter for months. They had been awaiting the arrival of the second batch of goods from their general agency. I've already made inquiries, and it is likely that the goods will arrive next month as they are currently in production. Once the Chuandao BP machines are released, we should anticipate greater profits here. Zhang Bin was in high spirits. After aligning himself with Feng, every project had proven to be lucrative. The amount of money was secondary. His intention was to continue collaborating with Feng. Are there any other profitable projects we can pursue? Since the watch venture is running smoothly and requires little of our concern, it would be splendid to find another lucrative opportunity. Chapter 74. Li Kai Razor's Zhang Bin was now considering abandoning the printer project due to its excessive risks. He preferred to accompany Feng in ventures that yield swift profits. Indeed, there's the sea buckthorn health product. Don't rush. Once the sea buckthorn is ripe, we can return to my hometown and surely establish it. However, we need to find a beverage processing factory initially. Feng's intention was to seek out contract manufacturing, planning to establish their own factory once the timing was right. I believe we should just set up our factory directly. If we outsource, they might discover our formula, and that would be troublesome, Zhang Bin argued. A point not without merit. Yet, establishing a factory required substantial funds, which they currently lacked, an issue that posed a significant challenge. We simply don't have enough capital unless you can secure a major investor for us. In truth, there were still many investors in this era, albeit difficult to locate. As long as your project is sound, they would certainly be willing to invest. I'll give it a try. Let us first see how much we can earn. What if our earnings suffice? Zhang Bin remained exceptionally optimistic. Feng smiled softly, choosing not to comment further. His aim in the health product sector was primarily to achieve a significant initial profit. His main focus lay in the realms of the internet and real estate. By the way, didn't the Chamber of Commerce mention bidding for the land? When is that happening? Have you inquired? Feng casually asked upon recalling the matter. It seems it will be next year. Currently, it appears to still be in the planning stages. We shouldn't rush this. Let us just wait and see, Zhang Bin replied. He had indeed asked once or twice, but the response was consistently that it would be next year. Let us not worry about this for now. It's getting late. Let us head home. Li Feng stood up, preparing to leave the company. He first went to pick up Yiya, and upon returning home, he placed 30,000 yuan in front of Xiaoting. Where did you get this 30,000 yuan from? It can't be from the watch sales, can it? Xiaoting questioned, somewhat puzzled, as Li Feng had previously informed her that all earnings were reinvested. Has the watch inventory already sold out? Was the outcome that favorable? This is the earnings from KTV and other side ventures. Just keep it safe. Once we save up 100,000 yuan, we can buy a house, Li Feng asserted, deeming it quite important. Given the current housing prices in Sichuan, which were around 700 to 800 yuan per square meter, approximately 100,000 yuan could secure a house of about 150 square meters. Then, you won't need to work. We can simply rent a place. Why buy a house? Our current living situation is perfectly fine. Houses are so expensive, Xiaoting replied, unaware of the impending market changes. People at that time could not foresee that housing prices would surge dramatically. In 10 or 20 years, the price per square meter could escalate to several thousand, even tens of thousands. It's prudent to purchase in advance. Otherwise, it will be too costly later, Li Feng explained. I find that hard to believe. It seems improbable. But having at least one house would be acceptable. At least we would have a place to stay. Li Feng shook his head, recognizing that Xiaoting couldn't truly grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Erdan was expanding their agency with Wudong outside the province. They first visited several nearby provincial capitals, achieving remarkable results, as trust among people at that time was still quite high. Soon, they secured a general agency in a neighboring province. Upon returning, Erdan joyfully rushed into the company, placing the contract before Li Feng. Brother, what do you think? Wudong and I have secured the provincial general agency. We're dispatching 8,000 units this time. Li Feng was taken aback by the efficiency with which Erdan operated. Within just a few days, he had managed to acquire a provincial agency. By the way, we can also offer them the subpar products we retrieved. I've discussed the pricing with them, and they are agreeable. Erdan demonstrated considerable savvy, not only securing the general agency, but also selling off a portion of the inventory acquired from Xinguang Watch Factory. Then go ahead and arrange for the shipment. From now on, you can make such decisions independently. Just ensure the payments are collected promptly, Li Feng instructed. Their company had already hired numerous employees, with the workforce now totaling around 50 to 60, indicating rapid growth. In contrast, Wei Guodong was making no headway whatsoever, and the previous mechanical watches were experiencing dismal sales. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of the next steps to take. Certainly, he is aware that the Cui brothers have now allied with Li Feng and have ceased their watch production, leaving their recent endeavors shrouded in mystery. Time has flown by, and the weather is gradually turning cooler. Li Feng and his associates have successfully sold all 100,000 watches acquired from Wei Guodong, netting them profits of approximately 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, bringing their total profits to over 500,000 yuan when combined with their own merchandise. Furthermore, the sales figures for Carlo's watches continue to rise steadily. The company now operates with minimal oversight from Li Feng, allowing him to focus on the development of electric shavers. One evening, Li Feng gathered the Cui brothers for a meal in a private room at the Sichuan Grand Hotel. Mr. Li, here are the samples we have produced. Please take a look, they said earnestly. The Cui brothers have entirely shifted their focus from watches to the electric shaver business. Li Feng and Zhang Bin each tested a prototype, finding the results quite satisfactory, aligning well with Li Feng's expectations. How about the cost? Have you calculated it? Approximately how much? Li Feng inquired, unsure of the exact expenses involved in the production. It should be between 3 to 5 yuan. The key factor will be our selling price, Cui Ji replied, aware of the costs but not having contemplated the retail price. I think around 50 yuan sounds reasonable, similar to the price of the watches. We can allocate a 5 yuan profit margin for you. What do you think? I plan to start with an initial production run of 10,000 units. In truth, the 5 yuan profit offered by Li Feng is quite generous, as typical processing margins are usually only 2 or 3 yuan. Thank you, Mr. Li and Mr. Zhang. When shall we commence production, and what shall we name the product? Cui Liang asked with a smile, knowing that a production of 10,000 units would yield them a profit of 50,000 yuan. Who wouldn't want to seize such a lucrative opportunity? We shall name it Lico Electric Shaver. Once produced, we will launch an advertising campaign. It is imperative to ensure the quality of the product, Li Feng emphasized. The success of the first batch of electric shavers hinges on quality assurance. Otherwise, their brand may struggle to gain traction in the market. Moreover, the electric shaver industry is not subject to significant disruption. Chapter 75. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. The electric shaver and watch industries are fundamentally distinct. In the future, as people increasingly rely on their mobile phones for timekeeping, traditional watches may become obsolete. However, one cannot wield a shaver from a phone. Thus, this venture holds greater longevity than watches. The conversation flowed with enthusiasm. And within a week, the electric shaver is set to hit the market. Feng, having amassed over 100,000 yuan, plans to accompany Scumbag to view potential properties the following day. He intends to purchase a newly developed apartment, priced at approximately 500 yuan per square meter. Although Feng has aspirations in real estate, he acknowledges the complications that may arise if land acquisition proves challenging. Upon returning home, Feng turned to Scumbag and said, "Tomorrow, since you have the day off, let us go house hunting. The price is 500 per square meter. So bring along 200,000. Upon hearing this, Scumbag felt a twinge of displeasure. Why bring so much? We only have a little over 200,000 at home. If we spend it all on a house, we won't have anything left. Can't we consider something smaller? Indeed, their savings amounted to just over 200,000. And investing the entirety in a house seemed unwise at that moment. Trust me, I have plans to earn more. I would never let you and Yaya suffer. Feng assured her, wrapping his arm around Scumbag's shoulders and planting a kiss on her cheek. This display of affection left Scumbag somewhat bewildered. Although their relationship was generally good, this sort of intimacy was a first. They had always slept in separate rooms, and with Feng preoccupied with his entrepreneurial endeavors, he had little time to nurture their romantic connection. This left Scumbag feeling slightly aggrieved, wishing that he, as a man, would take the initiative more often. She touched her cheek, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. The following morning, Feng rode his bicycle, an old-fashioned model, with Scumbag and Yaya towards the property-selling location. As they arrived, he heard someone calling his name and turned to find his ex-girlfriend, Tong, standing there. Before he met Scumbag, he had dated Tong for a few months. At that time, Feng, inexperienced in love, devoted himself to her, believing they had a future together. However, Tong eventually broke up with him, citing his lack of financial stability as a reason, claiming he could not provide the lifestyle she desired. It was rumored that she later married a wealthy businessman, but the details eluded Feng. Feng, what brings you here? Tong asked, eyeing the trio curiously. Typically, those buying property arrived by car, and Feng's bicycle suggested he might not be a serious buyer, but merely browsing. I'm here to buy a house. What else would I be doing here? He replied with a smile as he lifted Yaya down from the bicycle. This is your child and wife. I heard you haven't been doing much these past few years. When did you get married? In truth, Tong had divorced just 2 years after her marriage, but she had never divulged the reasons behind it to anyone. I've been married for a while now. My child is 4 or 5 years old. Do you work here? Feng asked, feigning casual interest. I don't work here. Why would I? You can afford a house. I find that hard to believe. Tong remarked, her tone laced with condescension. Well, I found a good wife who's well off, so here I am to buy a house, Feng replied, deliberately framing it to enhance Scumbag's reputation. So, you're living off your wife? I thought you were doing exceptionally well. But it seems you're just riding her coattails, Tong sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Feng before striding into the sales office in her high heels. Feng shook his head and led Scumbag inside. Who is she? Women are generally quite sensitive, and Scumbag was no exception. The pretentious woman he had known before, it was best to ignore her. After Feng spoke, Scumbag nodded, and the two began to examine the house. Shortly thereafter, a salesgirl approached, patiently explaining the details to Feng and his companion. At that time, such jobs were scarce and required a referral for entry. When Tong saw someone briefing Feng, she approached with a smile. Why are you explaining so thoroughly? He probably can't afford to buy anything. He's just here to look around. Initially, Feng had no intention of acknowledging Tong, but her words irked him. Whether we can afford it or not is none of your business. Besides, we aren't here just to browse. Feng shot a displeased glance at Tong, realizing that she had not changed a bit, remaining exactly as she was before. You're just a pauper. Who doesn't know that? You were the same when you were with me, and nothing has changed now. Tong bluntly revealed their past relationship, leaving Scumbag momentarily stunned before she glanced at Feng. Miss, let me tell you, don't be fooled by him. He is not a good person. You should divorce him quickly before he drains your family's resources. Tong persistently urged Scumbag. My husband is quite good. He was just joking with you. He earned this money himself. Scumbag, being very rational, undoubtedly stood united against external criticism at that moment. Tong Tong paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Who are you trying to fool? Someone like him? He couldn't possibly earn money. If he can afford to buy a house here, I'll quit my job right now. Li Feng chuckled, genuinely amused. He had always thought Tong Tong was materialistic, but he never expected her to be so dim-witted. All right, I shall see whether you can actually resign. After saying this, Li Feng took Scumbag to continue viewing the properties. Soon, they selected a favorable layout. Carrying his bag, Li Feng approached the counter. The one on the 7th floor, we'll take it. What are the procedures? Hearing Li Feng's words, Tong Tong was instantly dumbfounded. As Li Feng opened his wallet, she caught a glimpse of it being stuffed with cash, enough to purchase a house. Sir, this way please. The salesgirl who had approached earlier led Li Feng to a room and quickly processed the paperwork. Since it was a pre-sale, it would take a year or two to receive the keys. When Li Feng emerged, Tong Tong had already vanished. Originally, he had planned to mock her, but since she was absent, he decided against it. He and Scumbag rode their bicycle home. Tong Tong, hiding nearby, waited until Li Feng left before emerging. Chapter 76, A Future Celebrity. Witnessing Li Feng's newfound wealth as he effortlessly pulled out 200,000 to purchase a home sparked an idea in Tong Tong's mind. After Li Feng's family of 3 returned home, they first lulled Yi to sleep before making their way to Li Feng's room. You must honestly confess. Who was that woman back then? Tong Tong had already revealed everything, and even Su Baiting, despite her innocence, understood that the two of them had once been romantically involved. Well, let me tell you the truth. She was my ex-girlfriend, Li Feng replied, a playful grin on his face. So you bought the house to meet her? I wondered why you insisted on purchasing from that particular place. It turns out your old flame was there. Women, after all, are prone to jealousy. However, Li Feng was not angry. Rather, he felt a flicker of happiness within him. For it at least confirmed that Su Baiting held feelings for him. Are you jealous? He teased. I genuinely didn't know she was there. Besides, she is already married now, supposedly to a wealthy businessman. I don't know much more than that, Li Feng explained somewhat symbolically. Have you been fooling around with her before? I wondered why you returned home so late the other night. It seems it was related to this woman, Su Baiting said, still skeptical of Li Feng. Indeed. He had been returning home quite late recently. Not wishing to elaborate further, Li Feng stood up and suddenly embraced Su Baiting. Soon after, they began engaging in intimate actions. Initially, Su Baiting resisted, but gradually, she surrendered to the moment. This marked the first time they had shared such experiences since reconciling. The next day, as Li Feng arrived at work, he appeared radiant, prompting Zhang Bin to inquire, why are you so cheerful today? Isn't it because I bought a house yesterday? Li Feng replied, I advise you to purchase a few more. In a few years, property values will soar, he suggested. Zhang Bin frowned. I already own a house. Why would I buy more? It would be better to invest in these projects for greater returns. Given Zhang Bin's perspective, Li Feng refrained from further comment. After all, in this era, many people lacked a clear understanding of real estate investment. Not long after Li Feng settled into his office, the receptionist informed him that a woman was looking for him. Confused, he wondered who it could be, as he had no acquaintances in the female demographic. Nor had he engaged in any collaborations with women. Could it be someone seeking to partner with him? After all, the brand effect of Carlo is quite renowned. Let her in, Li Feng said nonchalantly. Dressed provocatively, Tong Tong entered Li Feng's office, guided by the receptionist. Upon recognizing her, Li Feng's curiosity deepened. What brings you here? How did you find out I was here? His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Isn't it easy to discover President Li's whereabouts? After all these years, I never imagined you would be doing so well. Now the owner of Carlo, Tong Tong remarked sarcastically. What do you want from me? Should there be nothing of importance? I must attend to my own affairs. You ought to leave promptly, Li Feng stated curtly, recalling the dismissive attitude he had encountered the previous day while selling his property. Li Feng, must you be so heartless? We did share a past, after all. How about I treat you to dinner this evening? Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with various insinuations. Regrettably, I have no time this evening. If you truly have no pressing matters, I insist you depart. Li Feng urged her once more. However, observing Tong Tong's demeanor, it was evident she had no intention of acquiescing easily. She approached him and draped her arm around his neck. What are you doing? If you persist, I shall summon security to escort you out. Li Feng felt no sentiment for Tong Tong. Her beauty paled in comparison to that of Scumbag, and her figure was even less commendable. Noticing the shift in Li Feng's expression, Tong Tong replied, somewhat displeased, I advise you to be more perceptive, otherwise, you shall come to regret it. What? Shall I have your wealthy husband deal with me? Let me be clear, I hold no interest in you now. Wherever you feel comfortable, you should remain. Li Feng regarded Tong Tong with indifference. I have long been divorced. We shall see how things unfold. With that, Tong Tong turned and exited Li Feng's office. Once she had departed, Zhang Bin entered and quietly inquired, "Who was that woman? She dresses quite stylishly." "My ex-girlfriend." "Who knows what she wanted?" Acting as if she were unwell, Li Feng replied with irritation. His previously good mood had been soured by Tong Tong's presence. "An ex-girlfriend? She likely came to entice you. Nevertheless, I have a serious matter to discuss. I recently made contact with a prominent businessman who specializes in soft drinks. Perhaps he could invest in us." Zhang Bin's connections appeared to be quite promising. "How did you come to contact him? Have you discussed this matter with him?" "Not yet, but I have arranged to dine with him this evening. If you have the time, we should join and briefly present our ideas. This way, we could establish our own factory." Zhang Bin remained focused on the factory project, yet Li Feng felt it was unnecessary. Since this individual was in the soft drink industry, it would likely be a matter of contract manufacturing, which should pose no significant issue. "I have no other commitments this evening, so I shall accompany you. We will assess the situation then." Li Feng surmised that meeting him would not be detrimental. Perhaps they could assist each other in the future. That evening, Li Feng and Zhang Bin arrived early at the Shun Chuan Grand Hotel. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered. Li Feng was taken aback. Was that not Feng Yulin, the owner of the renowned Redken herbal tea? It was known that his herbal tea would be fully launched next year, and within a few years, his wealth would surpass 6 billion. Li Feng immediately rose, grasped Feng Yulin's hands, and smiled. "Ah, Mr. Feng, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and I must say, it certainly lives up to its renown." Feng Yulin was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he was not particularly well known. "Do you know me?" Li Feng suddenly realized that he had spoken too hastily. "I've heard of you. You're in the soda business, right?" "It was Lao Zhang who told me." Li Feng quickly concocted an excuse. Indeed, I mentioned it to him," Zhang Bin quickly chimed in. Chapter 77. Founder of the Redken herbal tea. It was only then that Feng Yulin nodded. He had not been in the soda industry for long. Although his endeavors had been remarkably successful, he had not yet reached a level of fame that made him a household name. Upon meeting him, Li Feng began contemplating the prospect of collaboration. If he could partner with Feng Yulin, his own worth would surely rise to a comparable level. With this thought in mind, during their meal, Li Feng toasted Feng Yulin several times. "You too are looking to venture into health products, correct? Feel free to share your ideas with me." Feng Yulin was genuinely supportive of entrepreneurship, having traversed a similar path himself and empathizing with the mindset of fellow entrepreneurs. "Shall we? Why don't you explain to Mr. Feng how we plan to proceed?" Zhang Bin, uncertain about the specifics of marketing their sea buckthorn health product, had always followed Li Feng's lead. "All right, let me briefly outline my thoughts. In my hometown, the mountains are abundant with sea buckthorn. I envision processing these berries to create a health product. Then, we will conduct extensive advertising through television. Currently, the market for health products is quite sparse, and given that ours will be entirely wild and organic, I believe its efficacy will be exceptional." Li Feng succinctly articulated his vision. Upon hearing this, Lao Feng nodded thoughtfully. After all, he was in the soda business. And next year, he planned to launch a Redken herbal tea. The production costs for such health products, including the herbal tea he was developing, were relatively low. First, you need to define your target audience. Based on what you described, your health product seems aimed at middle-aged and elderly consumers. My concern is whether their purchasing power will suffice. Li Feng understood Feng Yulin's reservations. However, he had already contemplated this issue. Historically, the primary market for health products has been parents buying for their children, not the elderly purchasing for themselves. Our health product is designed as a gift, not for personal use. With the Spring Festival approaching, our advertising will highlight gift-giving during the holiday, thereby promoting our product. Once Li Feng finished his explanation, Feng Yulin considered the young man's idea to be quite viable. In earlier times, when visiting the older generation during the new year, people typically brought along pastries and similar treats. If they could launch a batch of health products, it would likely sell exceptionally well. That's a commendable idea. How much funding do you think you will require? Feng Yulin inquired directly. Initially, Li Feng believed that finding a contract manufacturer would suffice. However, after meeting Feng Yulin, his perspective shifted. If Feng was willing to invest, then establishing their own factory would be essential. At least 2 million, for once this factory is established. I intend to create a herbal tea next year. I have already conceived its packaging, which shall be adorned in red. And I have even settled upon the name, Lu Jiaobao. Li Feng spoke deliberately, aware that Feng Yulin would have fully developed the Redken herbal tea by next year. At this moment, his words were intended to convey to Feng Yulin that he was not alone in his aspirations. Although there could be adverse effects, should he encounter someone narrow-minded, this investment might be withheld. Feng Yulin was taken aback. His desire to create the Redken herbal tea had been a personal contemplation for some time, one he had not disclosed to anyone. How could this young man share such an idea? Did he possess a prophetic ability? Suddenly, Feng Yulin burst into laughter, genuinely delighted. The reason he had kept his intention to produce herbal tea under wraps was that he understood his current partners in the soda business would never agree. It could be said that Feng Yulin was in dire need of a partner with innovative ideas, and in this respect, Li Feng and Zhang Bin were perfectly aligned. Their consideration of health supplements was already quite avant-garde, and the fact that Li Feng shared his vision of a Redken herbal tea was astonishing. Zhang Bin was perplexed. Prior to their arrival, Li Feng had not mentioned any plans for the Redken herbal tea. However, Li Feng shot him a knowing glance. And although Zhang Bin did not comprehend the reason behind Li Feng's declaration, he remained silent. Young man, to be candid, I too have harbored such an idea. May I inquire what your promotional philosophy would be for the Redken herbal tea? Li Feng smiled, for he had traversed from the future. If he were unaware of the sales philosophy for the Redken herbal tea, he could not have spoken with such confidence. I've already devised the slogan. If you're prone to heat, choose Le Duo Bao. Essentially, my aim is to entice everyone to purchase it during the summer, primarily to cool down and alleviate heat. After Li Feng spoke, he regarded Feng Yulin, who seemed to resonate with this philosophy, as if they were kindred spirits who had met too late. Feng Yulin had been contemplating the idea of herbal tea for several months. Had he met Li Feng earlier, they might have already launched the product. Our thoughts truly align. Let us join forces. We can merge health supplements with herbal tea, and the three of us can partner. I will contribute the capital, while you manage the operations of the company. What do you say? In an instant, Feng Yulin was prepared to partner with Li Feng. Although the current profits from soda were substantial, they paled in comparison to the potential of herbal tea and health supplements. Mr. Feng, what shall we do about the soda business? I worry that one person may not be able to manage it all. Li Feng's intentions were straightforward. He desired Feng Yulin to withdraw his stake in the soda venture and fully commit to their new company. Of course, health supplements and watches would not be under the same umbrella. It's no problem. I can divest my shares. Moreover, it seems I can still recover a significant amount of money from this divestment. You may propose how the shares should be distributed. Feng Yulin was not one to dilly-dally. Once he made a decision, he was resolute. Since you are taking the lion's share, you may claim 40%, while the two of us will each take 30%. Li Feng was not greedy. He still intended to pursue a career in the internet sector. Therefore, whether it was health supplements or herbal tea, it was merely a transitional phase for him. As long as there was income, who could possibly complain about having too much money? Mr. Feng, I concur with this arrangement. It is acceptable for us to take a smaller share, but we will undoubtedly devote ourselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Moreover, our current investments no longer require our concern, allowing us ample time. Zhang Bin interjected, although he was not entirely clear on what herbal tea entailed. Given Li Feng's assertion, it was certain to be lucrative. This was the unwavering confidence that Li Feng exuded. Chapter 78. Supply and demand. Feng Yulin increasingly valued Li Feng's talents. Young Li, allow me to pose a question. Which projects do you believe hold promise for the future? This inquiry from Feng Yulin was rather sophisticated, yet it was a simple matter for Li Feng. I believe the future belongs to the internet. Currently, computer usage in our country is not widespread, but in a few years, it will be as ubiquitous as television, with every household having one. At that point, everyone will be able to shop online from the comfort of their homes, which is incredibly convenient. I wonder if Mr. Feng has considered this. Feng Yulin had indeed not contemplated this. At that time, the majority of entrepreneurs focused on tangible industries, viewing the internet as a distant prospect. I must admit, I have not thought of this. It's good for young people to dream, but one must remain grounded in reality. Feng Yulin felt that Li Feng's ideas were somewhat far-fetched, as if they were out of reach. I am merely speaking of the future, not the present. Otherwise, why would I still be engaged in health supplements? Our immediate priority is to launch our products quickly. After next year, we will face significant competition. Although the current era was abundant with opportunities, the emergence of any new product would inevitably attract numerous imitators. Since the reform and opening up, more and more people had ventured into business. Whatever one could create, others could easily replicate, potentially encroaching on market share. While it might not lead to the demise of one's factory, it would certainly have an impact. You are correct. Speed is essential in any endeavor. If an idea is not realized promptly, it may be preempted by others. Since you have also broached the topic of equity distribution, I believe it is manageable. Let us both take a few days to contemplate this matter. If agreeable, we can reconvene in a few days, and I will resign from the soda factory. Such a hasty decision seemed indeed inappropriate. It was wise for both parties to deliberate for a few days. This is not an issue. We shall take a few days to consider. Li Feng agreed. The remainder of the meal was enjoyed with great merriment. That evening, Feng Yulin returned to his residence and lay in bed, contemplating for an extended period. Encountering such a kindred spirit was exceedingly rare. Yet he was troubled by a concern. What if neither the health supplements nor the herbal tea were successful? At that time, he would be left utterly destitute. After all, Li Feng also had a watch industry, which meant that if he gambled everything and lost, he would have nothing left, while Li Feng's enterprise would still be profitable. He resolved that this matter must be discussed with Li Feng. Should failure occur, could he perhaps seek employment at Li Feng's watch factory? Or might he participate in other investment projects? The condition being he would not require a large sum of money, merely a small share would suffice. Upon returning home, Li Feng took out pen and paper. He aimed to instill maximum confidence in Feng Yulin, so he decided to sketch the outer packaging of the Hongguan Liang Cha, including the health products. When they next met, he would present this to Feng Yulin, who would likely be more inclined to partner with them. Xiang Biding entered and stood behind Li Feng, closely observing him as he drew. Isn't Yaya a bit like you? She has a great fondness for drawing. And she's quite talented at it, Xiang Biding remarked. This sparked an idea in Li Feng's mind. In this era, training classes were quite scarce. Why not send Yaya to learn drawing? Nurturing a hobby from a young age could prove invaluable in the future. Really? Why don't you go out and see if there are any drawing teachers available for Yaya to learn from? You speak as if it's a simple matter. Besides, wouldn't we need to pay the teacher? Our funds have already been allocated to buying a house. We don't have much left now, Xiang Biding expressed her reluctance. Li Feng understood that their finances were indeed tight at the moment. Then let's wait a bit longer. Once the next batch of goods is sold, we should be able to earn a few tens of thousands. We can sign her up then. As he spoke, Li Feng wrapped one arm around Xiang Biding's slender waist. Although her cheeks flushed slightly, she did not resist. After all, their relationship was quite harmonious, and such affectionate gestures were perfectly acceptable. The following day, as Li Feng arrived at the company, Dan rushed in with great urgency. Why are you in such a hurry? What has happened now? Li Feng inquired. Observing Dan's anxious demeanor, Brother Feng, we need to expedite the shipment from General Manager Wu's side. Several distributors are pressing for their orders. The demand for watches is simply insatiable. Recently, Dan had been experiencing considerable success, securing approximately a dozen provincial agents. All were exceedingly satisfied with the watches, and sales were brisk. Essentially, each provincial agent had run out of stock and awaited the next shipment. I've already spoken with General Manager Wu. Tell them not to rush. Sometimes, it's beneficial to let them feel a bit of urgency. Just explain that we are ensuring quality control, hence the slower pace of shipments. Li Feng was essentially employing a strategy akin to hunger marketing. Although General Manager Wu could produce 100,000 units at a time, Li Feng had insisted on limiting the release to only 50,000 units. The reason for this approach was to convey to the distributors that payment must be secured before any goods were dispatched. If you hesitate to make the payment, I regret to inform you that the goods will no longer be available. Consequently, the current distributors predominantly require upfront payment prior to shipment. Furthermore, the watches they have developed this time are waterproof, and after undergoing multiple rounds of testing, they have finally achieved this technology. It can be said that Li Feng's technology is several years ahead of its time. Dan, somewhat bewildered, nodded in understanding and dashed out once more. Inside the soda factory, a shareholders' meeting was underway, attended by 5 individuals. Our soda sales have been remarkably good lately, and we are considering developing new flavors. I invite any ideas you may have, the largest shareholder began. The others exchanged glances, finding themselves devoid of suggestions. Developing new flavors seemed straightforward enough. Well, I have a novel idea. I plan to create a red-can herbal tea, primarily aimed at alleviating heat and providing relief. What do you think? Feng Yulin felt it necessary to inform the shareholders, lest they accuse him of insincerity when profits materialized. What herbal tea in a red can? If people need relief from the heat, they can prepare it at home, came the retort. I believe this idea is not viable. There are already too many cooling products available, making it hard to sell. I also think your concept is overly simplistic. It differs from soda, so it's best not to pursue it. Chapter 79. Calculations. Hearing their remarks, Feng Yulin felt his guilt dissipate. This served as a notification to his partners. Since they were unwilling to proceed, they could not hinder his endeavors. After a brief contemplation, he declared, as you know, my personality dictates that once a decision is made, it must be executed. Since you are not inclined to participate, I shall undertake it myself. However, if I embark on the herbal tea venture, I may not have time to devote to our soda factory, so if anyone is interested in purchasing my shares, I am willing to sell at market value. In truth, the soda factory had consistently been profitable and was on an upward trajectory. Given this situation, divesting shares would be an ill-advised move. However, Feng Yulin was the type of person who found joy solely in pursuing endeavors he was passionate about, and after a day or two of reflection, he resolved to sell his shares. Feng Yulin, are you jesting, or do you genuinely believe this? The major shareholder inquired, furrowing his brow. After all, Feng Yulin had been a steadfast companion, and his capabilities were formidable. He did not wish to lose such a valuable ally. Nonetheless, Feng Yulin was not one to be directed by others. He aspired to be his own boss and expand his enterprise. Within the confines of the soda factory, he could not fulfill this ambition. Honestly, I am not joking. If anyone is interested, feel free to discuss it with me privately. As for future matters, I shall no longer be involved, Feng Yulin stated, rising to exit. Feng Yulin, wait. The factory will repurchase your shares, so you need not sell them to others. We can figure out the distribution later, came the response. The major shareholder is certainly unwilling to relinquish the shares held by Feng Yulin, especially given the envy surrounding the soda factory. Nonetheless, as long as you offer me a price based on market value, feel free to discuss the amount amongst yourselves. I shall not intrude. After resolving matters concerning the soda factory, Feng Yulin felt a profound sense of relief. He could finally let go and boldly pursue his aspirations. That very evening, he invited Li Feng and Zhang Bin to dinner. Upon their meeting, they exchanged pleasantries before swiftly delving into the main topic. Li Feng retrieved his meticulously crafted blueprints from his bag and placed them before Feng Yulin. Mr. Feng, please take a look at these designs I created over the past couple of days. They pertain to the packaging. What are your thoughts? Li Feng humbly inquired. Feng Yulin examined the drawings attentively, feeling quite satisfied with the precision of each detail. Impressive work. I hadn't anticipated you possessed such craftsmanship. What are your thoughts? Feng Yulin inquired, his eagerness palpable. We have no issues on our end. If possible, I can initiate the company registration tomorrow, Li Feng responded, eagerly awaiting Feng Yulin's approval. Then let us proceed with the registration. As for the factory, what do you think about a location in the southern suburbs? However, it may be challenging to obtain the necessary permits. Do either of you have connections in this area? Feng Yulin expressed, aware of his limited contacts in the southern city. As the soda factory had previously been established in the northern city. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Feng. I have confidence in navigating these challenges, Zhang Bin assured him. Very well, while you manage the factory arrangements, I will seek out funding and equipment. The trio delineated their responsibilities clearly. Although Li Feng and his associates had earned some modest profits, it was far from sufficient for establishing a factory. After parting ways, Li Feng turned to Zhang Bin. You truly have connections? Securing a location here is no easy feat. Li Feng expressed his skepticism, as he generally knew the same individuals as Zhang Bin. You seem to have forgotten someone. Do you recall Xia Yi from the Chamber of Commerce? He is responsible for matters in the southern city. Obtaining a plot of land should be straightforward for him, Zhang Bin remarked, prompting Li Feng to suddenly recollect. Xia Yi had also informed them about the upcoming land bidding next year. How could I have overlooked him? I entrust this matter to you. No problem. Just ensure the electric shaver is ready, Zhang Bin replied, acknowledging the urgency, as Li Feng was preoccupied with the imminent shipment of the electric shaver. Meanwhile, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang reconvened, as their watch factory was no longer sustainable. Their partnership had incurred significant losses, and a resolution was imperative. Wei, I heard that Li Feng has partnered with the Chui brothers to develop some electric shaver. I am uncertain of the specifics, Zheng Yang remarked. Still eager to compete with Li Feng, albeit in a temporary lull. I have already conducted my research. Is this the one you are referring to? Wei Guodong is exceptionally cunning, and given his prior acquaintance with Lao Chui, procuring a product from him was quite effortless. Zheng Yang examined the item in his hand, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, is this the electric razor they developed? Can it be sold? Zheng Yang harbored doubts about whether anyone would actually utilize such a product. I believe that for us to rise again, we must confront them directly. Our previous failure stemmed from inexperience. This time, I propose that we also create an electric razor, altering its design slightly to ensure it reflects our own innovation rather than mere imitation. Wei Guodong is indeed a person of considerable ideas, yet he lacks the necessary technical talent. Although he acquired the goods from Lao Chui, the process of actual production remains quite cumbersome. They must obtain the blueprints drawn by Li Feng to replicate a similar electric razor. Our own? Zheng Yang asked, struggling to grasp Wei Guodong's intention. With a knowing smile, Wei Guodong leaned closer to Zheng Yang and whispered, let's devise a way to persuade Lao Chui to provide us with the blueprints. He has a notable weakness, his fondness for women. If we could entice him with a couple of lovely companions for drinks and conversation, the task would likely be accomplished. Wei Guodong understood Lao Chui quite well, acknowledging that his penchant for women was indeed true. However, it had been quite some time since Lao Chui had sought female company, as he was preoccupied with factory matters and the pressing production of electric razors, leaving him little time to indulge. This approach seems promising. Should we arrange to meet Lao Chui first? Zheng Yang pondered, contemplating that perhaps this was indeed a viable strategy. There was a chance that Lao Chui might genuinely part with the blueprints. Let us hold on for a moment. We should wait for their goods to be released. These past few days, Chui Ji has been exceedingly busy, and even if we were to invite him, he would likely decline. Once their first batch is out, it will be far easier to arrange a meeting, Wei Guodong reasoned, aware that calling Chui Ji at this moment would likely result in a postponement. After all, Li Feng had provided Chui Ji with a fixed schedule, making it impossible for him to slack off during this critical time. Manufacturing electric razors is an entirely different endeavor than producing watches. Previously, Wei Guodong managed to replicate the sports watches created by Li Feng and his team because they had prior experience in watchmaking. The principle of specialization made that task relatively straightforward. However, the current challenge lay in the fact that they had never ventured into the realm of electric razors. A direct imitation might yield a product that diverged significantly from the original. 3 days later, the first batch of electric watches produced by Li Feng and his team was completed. The Chui brothers brought the goods to meet Li Feng. Mr. Li, are you satisfied with the quality of these products? Chui Ji expressed his confidence and satisfaction with their goods. Li Feng examined the item closely, inspecting it from various angles. He found it quite satisfactory. The battery is a standard AA type. In this era, opting for rechargeable options can be rather cumbersome, as the technology has not yet reached that level. Hence, gradual improvements are the only course of action, and at present, this product is indeed commendable. The quality is impeccable, and I have instructed our marketing director to disseminate it and gather customer feedback. This task will be entrusted to Erdan. Previously, when Erdan was recruiting provincial distributors, he mentioned to them that they were planning to launch an electric razor. The distributors were intrigued, as it was their first encounter with such a product. That very afternoon, Erdan dispatched a portion of the samples. Although the delivery at that time was exceedingly slow, no one seemed to mind excessively. Li Feng, accompanied by Cui Jiaxing and Zhang Bin, went to the Shunchuan Grand Hotel for dinner that evening. During the meal, Chui Ji candidly expressed, President Li, President Zhang, Wei Guodong called me. I am uncertain about the purpose of his call, but I am concerned he may be inquiring about our electric razor. Wei Guodong is quite well informed and had contacted Chui Ji earlier that morning. It was evident to Li Feng that Wei Guodong was likely contemplating the launch of his own electric razor, intending to undercut their pricing once again. The motive was straightforward, to compete directly with Li Feng and his associates. You don't need to guess. He is surely seeking information from you. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to attend the meeting and ascertain their inquiries. We can strategize our response later, Li Feng suggested. He felt assured that the Chui brothers were not the type to betray him. Even if Chui Ji were inclined, Chui Liang would not be. All right, I will have lunch with them tomorrow and assess the situation. I will report back to you afterward, Chui Ji replied. Afterward, Li Feng produced a bag containing 100,000 yuan, placing it before the Chui brothers with a smile. This payment is entirely for you. A perfect sum of 100,000. Please take a look. The brothers were elated. This amount surpassed their previous earnings from watch sales. No need to count. We trust you. I hope we can continue our collaboration, Chui Liang cheerfully remarked, setting the bag beside his feet. After parting ways that evening, the Chui brothers returned home. Brother, regardless of what Wei Guodong says tomorrow, do not waver. Remember to consult with me upon your return. He likely harbors ulterior motives. Chui Liang was resolutely committed to following Li Feng, appreciating the prompt payments and forward-thinking ideas. Rest assured, I will promptly inform you of any developments, Chui Ji assured him. Though Chui Ji may not possess the same acuity as Chui Liang, he was attentive to his brother's counsel, a quality that is commendable, unlike those who remain obstinately set in their ways. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhang Bin, Li Feng and he first visited their own KTV. They decided to celebrate the successful shipment of the electric razors simply, securing a private room to sing. What do you suppose Wei Guodong wants from Chui Ji? Moreover, can he truly manufacture electric shavers? Zhang Bin expressed his confusion. There exists a certain type of person in this world who cannot bear to see others thrive. And Wei Guodong epitomizes this. If my suspicions are correct, he is still in cahoots with Zheng Yang. It is precisely because he has never ventured into the realm of electric shavers that he seeks out Chui Ji, attempting to obtain our blueprints. Then he could indeed produce one. Could he not? Li Feng had already discerned Wei Guodong's intentions. As the two conversed, a young woman entered from outside. To Li Feng's astonishment, it was his former girlfriend, Tong Tong. He found it rather puzzling how she had discovered this place and its connection to him. Surprisingly, Tong Tong possessed such capabilities. Upon seeing her enter, Zhang Bin wisely excused himself from the room, claiming he needed to visit the restroom. Tong Tong promptly sat on Li Feng's lap, her actions filling him with revulsion. What are you doing? I've already told you that I am married now. Please refrain from this behavior. Li Feng forcefully pushed Tong Tong away. And what of your marriage? Did I not also marry before, only to part ways? Besides, am I not dressed so beautifully today for you? Tong Tong posed provocatively, clearly attempting to allure Li Feng. He remained entirely unresponsive, believing the woman before him had lost her sanity. Li Feng, I acknowledge my past wrongs. I have realized my mistakes. Cannot you grant me another chance? I do not even require you to marry me. We could simply be discreet companions, could we not? The audacity of this woman was astounding, implying her willingness to become Li Feng's mistress. Tong Tong, I do not wish to create a rift. My relationship with my wife is currently very harmonious, and I would prefer you not to interfere. Moreover, in terms of looks and figure, you cannot possibly compare to my wife. Li Feng had spoken with remarkable severity, yet Tong Tong remained undeterred. She smiled and gazed at Li Feng, saying, Do you believe your current success has rendered you above me? Even when I was with you, I never truly regarded you. It was merely a fleeting amusement, devoid of genuine emotion. Therefore, let us not squander each other's time. As Li Feng rose to depart, he declared, Li Feng, you are indeed formidable, yet I assure you, I will make you regret this. Tong Tong tossed this remark over her shoulder as she exited the room. Chapter 81. The false blueprints. Li Feng's previously buoyant mood was now in shambles due to Tong Tong's intrusion. He was perplexed as to how she had located this venue and summoned Hong Mao to come in. Do you know that woman who just left? Li Feng inquired, a hint of displeasure in his tone. I do not know her. She arrived claiming to be a close friend of yours, so we allowed her to stay. She has been here for several days, Hong Mao replied honestly. After all, since Tong Tong had introduced herself as Li Feng's friend, they were hesitant to provoke her. What if she truly was? Should she return? Do not permit her entry, understood? We are not friends, we are adversaries. Upon observing Li Feng's expression, Hong Mao nodded incessantly, as he was rather unclear about the situation. Since Li Feng had forbidden that woman from coming, he could simply expel her when they encountered each other in the future. After returning home from the KTV, Xiang Biding was seated on the sofa in the living room, awaiting Li Feng's arrival. Upon catching a whiff of alcohol on Li Feng, she expressed her displeasure, saying, Didn't you say you wouldn't drink anymore? Why have you done so? Li Feng leaned closer to Xiang Biding and planted a kiss on her lips, leaving her momentarily flustered. I'm just thrilled because we are on the verge of making a fortune, he said with a playful grin. All you think about is making money. Coming home so late. Do you not realize how worried I am about you? Xiang Biding chided playfully. Of course, I'm aware. I'll freshen up first, and then we can have some fun together, Li Feng replied, raising an eyebrow, which caused Xiang Biding's cheeks to flush crimson. The following day at noon, the scene shifted back to the Deep River Grand Hotel. Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang awaited Cui Ji in a private room. Soon enough, Cui Ji entered, a leather bag tucked under his arm. Gentlemen, my apologies for keeping you waiting. The factory has been quite busy, Cui Ji said with a smile of contrition. We are aware that you've been occupied, but we have an important matter to discuss today. Wei Guodong replied with a serious demeanor. It was worth noting that previously, Cui Ji had waited for Wei Guodong, but the roles had now reversed. While Wei Guodong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he refrained from voicing his grievances as he needed Cui Ji's assistance. Well, one must make a living. Pray tell, what brings you two esteemed gentlemen to me? Cui Ji inquired directly, placing his bag on the table. Since you have asked so candidly, I shall speak plainly. We've heard that your company is processing electric razors for Li Feng and his associates. Is that correct? We are here today regarding that matter. We too are looking to produce some electric razors, but we find ourselves lacking certain resources, Wei Guodong elucidated. Cui Ji smiled knowingly. He had a fair idea of what they were after. I am aware of your needs, but I cannot extend my assistance without a price, he replied, intentionally setting conditions to lower their guard. Cui Ji, to be honest, I've recently encountered several lovely ladies whose looks and figures are beyond compare. If you assist us with this, I would gladly introduce you to them next time, Wei Guodong said, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Cui Ji's interest was piqued. He had no particular hobbies aside from his proclivity for the fairer sex. Is that for real? I find it hard to believe, he remarked, skeptical. When have I ever deceived you? Wei Guodong countered, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from Cui Ji. Ultimately, the two were there to request schematics. and Cui Ji promised to mull it over. Upon returning home, Cui Ji shared the details of the meeting with Cui Liang. Cui Liang pondered for a moment and remarked, "This matter must certainly be communicated to General Manager Li. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to his company and see if he has any effective strategies to address it." Cui Ji nodded in agreement, fully aware that personal entanglements should not hinder his future financial prospects. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he would not have to worry about companionship. This notion was clear to Cui Ji. The following day, shortly after Li Feng commenced his workday, the two brothers, Cui Ji and Cui Liang, arrived. They candidly relayed to Li Feng everything that Wei Guodong had confided to them. Li Feng contemplated the situation, since Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang were intent on opposing him. He decided to grant them an opportunity, albeit one that would lead to their eventual downfall. "I am inclined to agree to this proposal, but I shall redraw the plans for you," Li Feng stated. The implication of his words was unmistakable. He intended to provide them with a set of counterfeit blueprints, which would not differ significantly from the original, save for a slightly enlarged compartment for the battery. This meant that the goods produced by Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang would be incompatible with the battery, rendering them useless. "This is an excellent idea. I believe I should entice them to produce more, allowing them to further oppose us, thereby teaching them a lesson," Cui Ji remarked, exhibiting a ruthlessness that even surpassed Li Feng's. After all, during their prior collaboration on watch manufacturing, Wei Guodong had greatly suppressed Cui Ji. "You may proceed as you see fit. Just wait a moment while I redraw it." Li Feng quickly retrieved the previous blueprints, made a few modifications, and handed them to Cui Ji. Upon reviewing them, both Cui Ji and Cui Liang gave Li Feng a thumbs up in approval. Once the brothers departed, Zhang Bin returned with an exuberant expression. "I just received a call from the logistics department on my way back. They informed me that their goods are ready for dispatch. We just need to decide when to collect them." Indeed, this was promising news. At last, the products had been delivered, and they were generating profits. Making payment for the goods a non-issue. The profit margin for BP machines was quite substantial, approximately 200 per unit. Moreover, Li Feng and his team were the exclusive distributors for the entire Sichuan region. "Let us arrange our tasks accordingly. We should go collect the goods in the next few days and find a vehicle for transport. We can drive it ourselves." In truth, this was a task Li Feng need not undertake personally. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with the logistics team by meeting them frequently. After all, from now until the turn of the millennium, the BP machine industry was thriving, at least from a profitability standpoint. "Shall we utilize the delivery vehicle from the printer department? Are we still going just the two of us?" he inquired. "Why not? We have no one else available. By the way, how did your conversation with Xia Yi go? Can we secure the factory in the suburban area of Nancheng?" Li Feng had not forgotten this matter. "I mentioned it. Xia Yi said he would look into it over the next couple of days and would call us. It shouldn't pose any significant issues." Xia Yi held a favorable view of Li Feng. Thus, he should be more than capable of fulfilling this request. Chapter 82. Worship if the venue can be approved. It would be splendid news for them. Presently, it can be said that Li Feng is surrounded by good tidings. There is news from the transmission side, and his collaboration with Feng Yulin in establishing a factory is making progress. Everything is proceeding remarkably smoothly. Therefore, let us procure the goods tomorrow. We must leave early as we need to return on the same day. Li Feng is intent on wasting not a single moment. Time equates to money. Let us first earn this batch of profits from the BP machines. "Very well, I shall drive to fetch you tomorrow." Upon returning home that evening, Li Feng found that Bai Ting had already prepared dinner. Bai Ting's new job is not overly demanding. She finishes work by 5 in the afternoon, allowing her ample time. Recently, she has not required Li Feng to pick up Yiya. She goes on her own. "By the way, my dear, I need to make a trip to Hangzhou tomorrow as the goods from the transmission side have arrived, and we need to collect them." "So soon? I heard from others that there were quality issues with the first batch. I wonder how the second batch will fare." "You have rashly taken on the general agency without fearing losses." Bai Ting had also heard about this in passing. Most BP machines on the market are now Motorola's. "Rest assured, there will be no losses. This time it is a guaranteed profit. Moreover, we plan to open a shop right next to that scoundrel who deceived me." Speaking of this matter, Bai Ting recalled how Li Feng's character had undergone significant changes after being swindled. "Have you found that person who tricked you?" "I was unaware of this." Li Feng had refrained from informing Bai Ting about it, fearing it would only cause her distress. "I encountered him by chance and discovered he is now in the BP machine business as well. He had previously approached Zhang Bin for collaboration, and coincidentally, I visited and outright rejected him." Thinking back on that incident fills Li Feng with regret. That was 30,000 yuan, all swindled away by that rascal. The most frustrating part is that he still refuses to acknowledge it. "Since you deny it, I shall usurp your business. This reflects Li Feng's true sentiments. Liang thinks he can compete with him, but he is sorely mistaken. Do not associate with him any longer. Our family was well off, and it was all due to him that we faced hardships. However, we have endured, so refrain from provoking such individuals. Bai Ting's primary concern is for Li Feng to not be deceived again. This will certainly not happen again. Experience teaches wisdom, and I am well aware of this principle. Li Feng chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Bai Ting's waist. Do not be so mischievous. The child is present and is quite perceptive now. Bai Ting swatted Li Feng's hand away. He chuckled softly and retreated to his room. In a private room of the Shunchuan Grand Hotel, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang, accompanied by two beautiful women, were awaiting Cui Ji. Cui Ji arrived, clutching a briefcase, and his eyes gleamed at the sight of the two beauties. General Manager Cui, you are exceedingly busy, always making us wait. Wei Guodong expressed his displeasure. What can I do? I must wait until everyone at the factory has departed before I can retrieve the blueprints for you. If someone else were to see them, and if Li Feng and his associates were to find out, I would be in dire straits. Wei Guodong deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation. So that is how it is. It seems I have misjudged President Cui. Please, take a seat, and allow me to introduce you to two lovely ladies. After Cui Ji took his seat, Wei Guodong succinctly introduced the two women, emphasizing Cui Ji's esteemed status. They had evidently seized upon Cui Ji's notorious indulgence, procuring two escort girls from an unknown source. Cui Ji, playing along, continually shared drinks with the beauties. President Cui, let us not solely indulge in libations. Perhaps you could allow us a glimpse of the blueprints? Wei Guodong finally voiced his impatience. The blueprints were already at hand, yet they had not been permitted to view them, which was understandably vexing. Here you go. Cui Ji retrieved 2 sheets of blueprints from his briefcase and tossed them to Wei Guodong. Both Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang scrutinized them earnestly, though in truth, they lacked comprehension. It was akin to a blind man reading a notice. However, visually, they appeared consistent with the goods currently produced by Li Feng and his team. You mustn't circulate these blueprints indiscriminately. They are confidential, Cui Ji cautioned. Rest assured, who could we possibly share them with? Now, let us hurry and continue our revelry. The group resumed their drinking. After Cui Ji had departed, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang huddled together once more. I believe there are no issues with these blueprints, Wei. You should expedite the production. If we miss this opportunity, it could spell our ruin, Zheng Yang urged, his urgency palpable, particularly given the substantial investment he had already made. If he failed to generate profit soon, his wife might well consider leaving him. I will instruct the factory to commence production tomorrow. You need not worry. Within 3 days our goods will be ready, though it merely requires a change of name. As for Wei Guodong, he seemed to possess a short memory. Previously, his opposition to Li Feng had resulted in a disastrous surplus of goods. Now, he dared to engage in conflict with Li Feng once more. After completing his task, Cui Ji had also enjoyed the company of 2 charming women. What is not to relish? Upon returning home, Cui Liang observed his brother's cheerful demeanor and inquired with a grin, Brother, how did it go? Did you hand over the blueprints? Did they notice any issues? What could these novices possibly uncover? Cui Ji pondered. Knowing Wei Guodong's character, I suspect the goods will be produced within a day or 2. Cui Ji felt a sense of pride. Should Wei Guodong and his team falter this time, their chances of recovery would be exceedingly slim. Let us continue to follow Li Feng. He possesses remarkable acumen, and I have heard he has secured the agency for Chuan Dao. A new batch of goods is on the horizon, and in the BP machine industry throughout Xinchuan, he is likely to emerge as the leader. Cui Liang's information remained impressively accurate, though the source remained a mystery. Wasn't he Chuan Dao struggling before? How has a second batch suddenly emerged? Cui Ji questioned, puzzled. He had previously considered entering this industry, intending to produce BP machines for Chuan Dao, but had retreated due to quality concerns. It has come to my attention that Chuan Dao has secured a substantial investor, with an initial investment of several $1 million. The company has now successfully transformed its precarious situation into one of stability and even growth. Consider this. Li Feng managed to acquire the general agency during Chuan Dao's most critical period. His foresight is indeed remarkable, and he did so at an exceptionally low cost. It is hardly an exaggeration to assert that Cui Liang is a fervent admirer of Li Feng. His admiration runs deep, evident in his choice of wristwatches, electric shavers, and even Chuan Dao's BP machines. These ventures are undeniably lucrative, capturing opportunities that others have overlooked. Chapter 83. The workshop of Chuan Dao. Cui Ji, in truth, possesses limited independent opinions. It was Cui Liang who proposed the collaboration with Li Feng. Consequently, he is now quite receptive to his brother's counsel. As long as profit can be achieved, The method matters little. What do you think he will pursue next? Cui Ji inquired. I am not entirely certain, but I have heard whispers of a foray into the beverage industry. Regardless of his endeavors, following his lead is prudent. The electric shaver is merely the initial step. Should our factory be unable to process his products in the future, we shall become general agents. Cui Liang's reasoning is quite astute. In the realm of health products, Li Feng and his associates are preparing to establish their own factory, which will likely eliminate the need for contract manufacturing. To align oneself with Li Feng and generate profits, there exists but one avenue: to become a general agent. Cui Ji nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The following morning, Zhang Bin arrived bright and early. The two did not linger, promptly setting off towards Hangzhou. They chose not to inform Wu Qingguo of their plans, as time was of the essence, and did not visit him. Upon their arrival at the company, Feng Tianhao greeted them with a beaming smile. At last you are here. Our goods are ready. Come. Let me show you around. Feng Tianhao had been eagerly awaiting Li Feng's arrival, as he had secured the general agency for Xinchuan. The potential for development in such a city is immeasurable. For every sale Li Feng makes, Feng Tianhao earns a commission. Upon reaching the production workshop, Li Feng's perception was utterly transformed. While Wu Qingguo's workshop was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of Chuan Dao. One was subterranean, the other celestial. The workshop was astonishingly expansive, equipped with state-of-the-art machinery. No wonder Chuan Dao aspired to venture into mobile phone production. Such a facility could easily accommodate that endeavor. General Manager Feng, what was the cost of establishing a factory like this? Li Feng mused, contemplating whether he possessed the capability to build a similar facility in the next year or two. This factory required an investment of over 10 million. And we are also in the process of constructing a branch, which will demand an even greater investment, estimated at 20 to 30 million. The investment for a mere BP machine is already substantial. One can only imagine the costs involved in mobile phone production. Truly impressive. Where are the goods? Let us take a look. After Li Feng's remark, Feng Tianhao led them to the storage area, which was filled with freshly produced BP machines. Feng Tianhao casually picked up two, handing them to Li Feng and Zhang Bin. The two individuals meticulously observed the situation and discovered that the features had indeed expanded this time. Previously, the devices only displayed numbers, but now they also included Chinese characters. This upgrade is impressively swift, suggesting that there should be no significant issues, so let us proceed with the loading without further ado. Although the BP machines do not occupy a vast area, their quantity is somewhat considerable. As the general distributor, it is essential to procure a sufficient amount. Back in the 1990s, BP machines were in high demand, requiring no promotion, as customers would come knocking at the door to purchase them. Before long, they had completed the loading. They had a simple meal at the cafeteria of the transmission company and then drove towards Shunchun's direction. Once we have accumulated sufficient wealth, we shall establish a factory of such grand scale. However, we shall not produce BP machines, but rather mobile phones. Li Feng harbored this aspiration fervently. Mobile phones do not conflict with the internet. In fact, they share a close relationship. It would not be until 2010 that smartphones became widespread, but the current year is 1995. Li Feng has ample time. It is merely a matter of how he will proceed to develop a practical and durable mobile phone. At that time, this was of utmost importance. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the two returned to Xinchuan. Li Feng took a few devices home and engaged in earnest research, intrigued. As Bai Ting had never encountered this type of BP machine before, she curiously leaned closer to observe. The date and time were all present. Relying on his memories, he recalled that from the latter half of the following year, the sales of BP machines might decline, as many foreign mobile phones would begin to enter China. The transmission company would not commence mobile phone production until around 2000, but Li Feng could not afford to wait that long. He aimed to create the first domestically produced mobile phone. He planned to set this endeavor in motion next year. The following day at work, Li Feng personally visited Ren Liang's store, which was performing reasonably well. Upon seeing Li Feng enter, Ren Liang smirked disdainfully. What brings you here? All the BP machines in my shop are imported. You can't afford them. Ren Liang looked down upon Li Feng. Perhaps you have forgotten that I am now the general distributor for transmission? I am here to inform you that I intend to rent a storefront nearby, with the simple purpose of competing against you. Li Feng gazed at Ren Liang without reservation. Of course, Ren Liang was well aware of this development. He had sought cooperation with Zhang Bin only to discover that Li Feng was Zhang Bin's partner. Now, it was common knowledge that Transmission's BP machines had been released, and many regretted not seizing the general distributorship earlier. In fact, the original distributor had even applied to withdraw from the arrangement, a decision they now deeply regretted. Just wait for the quality issues to arise, You can expect to go out of business, Rin Liang retorted defiantly. Li Feng chuckled. Individuals like him, who run their businesses on deceitful profits, truly deserved a reckoning. After exiting Ren Liang's store, he surveyed the surroundings. This area was relatively prosperous, and he noticed a storefront available for transfer, so he stepped inside. Wealth facilitates the execution of tasks with remarkable ease. After Li Feng negotiated a price with his employer, he resolved to finalize the contract the following day. Upon returning to the company, Dan exuberantly rushed into Li Feng's office. My goodness, I am nearly beside myself. We must expedite the release of the second batch of our electric shavers. The other regions have yet to receive any stock, and in our areas of Xinchuan, those agents are selling over a dozen units daily. If the agents from other provinces come to procure goods, we will certainly reap substantial profits. Brother Feng, please hasten the production of the second batch. The sales were under Dan's purview. The more he sold, the greater his earnings. Witnessing such promising results, how could he not be elated? This was all within Li Feng's expectations. To him, it was merely a trifling sum. In the future, he aspired to amass a fortune exceeding 100 billion. I will communicate this to brothers Cui Ji and Cui Liang. Ensure each province receives a portion of the goods. Our distribution is nationwide, not limited to Xinchuan, Li Feng remarked with a smile. Absolutely. I've already prepared to dispatch them within the next couple of days. Rest assured, I believe our shavers will sell even faster than watches. Dan indeed sensed this. A shaver is an indispensable item for every man, whereas a watch is merely an accessory. The two are fundamentally different. Chapter 84. The selection of the general manager. Li Feng once again summoned Cui Ji and Cui Liang, who arrived with palpable enthusiasm. We must promptly produce the second batch of electric shavers. This time we aim for 50,000 units, as our current stock is dwindling. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the brothers gaped in astonishment at the impressive results. They had previously believed it would take at least a month to sell out. However, the pace seemed astonishingly swift. Is it selling that well? Indeed, and the agents from outside the province have yet to collect their stock, so you must act quickly. Producing 50,000 units will yield a profit of 250,000. For brothers Cui Ji, this was a substantial sum. Previously, while Cui Ji had earned some money, it amounted to only a few tens of thousands over a year. Now, however, the production time had been reduced to a maximum of 1 week. They had already earned 50,000 from the last batch, and the prospect of earning 250,000 in such a short period was irresistible. Rest assured, General Li, this time I will ensure the workers put in overtime to expedite the production. Cui Ji pledged immediately. Is there anything else? Have you kept an eye on when Wei Guodong's shipment will be ready? Li Feng inquired. It should be in the next day or two. However, once the goods are ready, they won't be usable since there are no compatible batteries. They are likely to face significant losses this time. Should we consider acquiring their stock? Cui Liang suddenly recalled how Li Feng had previously purchased their watches for a mere 1 yuan. Such a price was an extraordinary bargain. This situation was markedly different from the watches. While those could be functional, a shaver without a battery would be rendered useless. We have no need for a batch of defective products, but if they are on the verge of bankruptcy, I suggest you brothers acquire their factory. As we have numerous endeavors ahead, it is imperative for your factory, being somewhat modest in scale, to expand. Acquiring them at minimal cost would indeed be quite advantageous. Following the launch of the electric razor, it is highly probable that Li Feng's next venture will be portable music players or similar devices. In the years following the turn of the millennium, these products enjoyed remarkable popularity. Prior to his time travel, Li Feng also experienced that era, where a standard portable music player was priced around 100. A more refined ultra-thin model, featuring automatic tape flipping, cost approximately 700. Subsequently, portable music players evolved into MP3s and MP4s, yet this trend did not endure for long before being supplanted by mobile phones. Rest assured, Mr. Li, we will adhere to your directives, Cui Liang affirmed. After departing from Li Feng's office, Cui Liang smiled at Cui Ji and remarked, "See, I was right. Following him will undoubtedly yield profits. This time, 50,000 units translate to 250,000 yuan. Perhaps next time it will be 100,000. Cui Ji, elated by his brother's words, envisioned their swift ascent to a fortune exceeding 1 million. Consequently, he thought it prudent to simply align himself with Li Feng, as he amassed great wealth while they reaped modest gains. Upon returning to the factory, the two brothers instructed the workers to prepare for the production of the next batch of goods. Meanwhile, Li Feng faced a significant dilemma. With the company's growth and increasing profits came the pressing issue of lacking a general manager. He could not remain on-site indefinitely and needed to find a capable individual to assume this role. Although Zhang Bin was competent, he frequently sought Li Feng's input. Li Feng desired someone who could make independent decisions, leading him to contemplate Feng Tianhao. Feng Tianhao was currently thriving at his company, and after 2 interactions, Li Feng discerned his character. Furthermore, according to the unfolding narrative, Feng Tianhao was destined to venture into the mobile phone industry. He had departed his previous company in the year 2000, and if Li Feng could recruit him now, half of the problem would be resolved. However, a question lingered. Given Feng Tianhao's future ambitions in mobile phones, would it be prudent to assign him to manage the current operations? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Feng's mind. In the future, a razor brand named Tianke would emerge, surpassing all competitors in the shaving market. Established in 1996, his current Ligay razor had already been in existence for a year longer. The success of Tianke could be attributed to its exceptional general manager, Cheng Cheng, who initially sold razors for others. If memory served him correctly, Cheng Cheng was still engaged in selling traditional razors. If Li Feng could locate this individual, he would have a worthy candidate for the general manager position. Li Feng surmised that since their electric razor had already been launched, Cheng Cheng would undoubtedly be eager to analyze and study it. In this manner, he could narrow the distance to locate Cheng Cheng, as Cheng Cheng's entrepreneurial journey also commenced from Sichuan. With this thought in mind, he called Zhang Bin, urging him to come to the company promptly. Zhang Bin had been entangled in issues concerning the printer recently, which had prevented him from divesting his shares. Upon arrival, Zhang Bin, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is there a problem? Why the urgency to summon me back?" "Nothing is amiss," Li Feng replied. "I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. You see, the two of us are currently managing quite a bit: watches, electric shavers, along with the conductive products, and the health supplements in collaboration with General Feng. If we continue to oversee everything ourselves, it will become overwhelming. I am considering appointing a general manager to specifically handle the electric shavers and watches, while we can focus on the beepers and health supplements. Hence, I wanted to consult you about this." As Li Feng articulated his thoughts, Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. Being an experienced businessman himself, he recognized the strain of managing too many facets at once. "Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" he asked. "Not at present," Li Feng admitted. "I had contemplated Air Duan, but while he possesses sales acumen, he may not be adept in corporate decision-making. As for Old Wu, I doubt he would be inclined to take on the role of general manager." Li Feng's assessment was astute. Old Wu had never expressed an interest in such a position. "Then what do you plan to do in light of the absence of a suitable candidate?" Zhang Bin queried, perplexed by Li Feng's discussion without having identified anyone yet. "We can search gradually. I merely want to gauge your agreement on this course of action. If you concur, I shall commence the search for a suitable individual. If not, we can revisit the matter. What could I possibly disagree with? You are free to make the decision. I feel that the company we registered previously is of little use now. We can only serve as the general distributor for the conductive products. Previously, the company registered by Li Feng and his team was named Tengyou, as Li Feng had aspirations to venture into the realms of the internet and gaming. Chapter 85. A return to one's roots. Do not fret. That company holds significant value, and you will understand its worth in due time. Tengyou will ultimately prove to be the most lucrative venture, Li Feng declared with a confident demeanor. Zhang Bin could not contest this. He held a firm belief in Li Feng's vision. "I have already negotiated with the shop selling beepers and will finalize the contract tomorrow. You need to recruit a salesperson, as I cannot attend to this matter," Li Feng instructed. "A store must have staff. Otherwise, who will be responsible?" Zhang Bin countered. "This is manageable. Have a young lady from the printer side assist, and also place some of our printers there, whether they sell or not. It suffices to have them displayed. Currently, Kong won't allow me to withdraw my shares, and I am uncertain how to navigate this predicament." Zhang Bin expressed his concerns, as he maintained a decent rapport with Duan Kong, with whom he had collaborated on the printer business. Now that Zhang Bin wished to divest his shares, Duan Kong was displeased, fearing that he could not sustain the business alone. "You need not withdraw your shares. Simply inform him that you will not be responsible for operations. If profits are made, we can distribute some dividends at year-end. If not, so be it. In any case, our endeavors should suffice for your earnings," Li Feng proposed to Zhang Bin. Upon reflection, Zhang Bin found this approach quite feasible. At worst, he could remain a shareholder. All matters concerning the company can be entrusted to Duan Kong. This is a commendable approach. I shall seek out Duan Kong to discuss this matter forthwith. You may proceed to sign the contract with the shop tomorrow. It seems I will be unable to attend, but I will send a young lady in my stead." After Zhang Bin concluded his remarks, he departed with his bag. Li Feng shook his head. Yet there remained one task he had yet to accomplish. A visit to his hometown was in order. The sea buckthorn on the mountain must have ripened by now, necessitating a swift return to consult with the village chief. After all, Once this season passes, the sea buckthorn will fall. However, he must first ensure that all affairs here are arranged smoothly before he can return. The matters concerning the shop proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Upon dispersing the funds, both parties affixed their signatures to the contract. He instructed Dan to transport all the goods to the store. Although the inventory was somewhat abundant, the shop possessed a small storage room that could accommodate it all. Once the tasks were completed, Dan remarked, "Brother, you ought to change the sign above the door. I can find someone to assist you with that. Just take care of it, and let me know the cost later. In any case, with no goods being released these days, I anticipate a young lady will arrive tomorrow to serve as a shop assistant. Please instruct her on how to introduce herself when customers arrive." Li Feng felt assured entrusting this responsibility to Dan, who was more than capable of handling such tasks. "Rest easy. Even if I cannot recruit anyone in the next couple of days, we have no goods to sell anyway. I merely wish to assist you for a couple of days." Since joining Li Feng, Dan had earned a considerable sum and even purchased a motorcycle for himself. That evening, Feng Yulin invited both of them to dinner. Li Feng and Zhang Bin arrived first, and Zhang Bin whispered, "What should we say if Mr. Feng inquires about when the factory approval will be finalized? Let us speak the truth. He used to work in the soda industry, so he must be aware," replied Li Feng, feeling that transparency was unnecessary given their partnership. Before long, Feng Yulin arrived, brimming with enthusiasm. After seating himself, he cheerfully inquired, "The issues regarding funding and equipment have been significantly alleviated. I have nearly finalized all contacts. How are preparations on your end progressing?" The two were taken aback by Feng Yulin's swiftness. Securing several million in such a short span was indeed remarkable. As for the factory, the Chamber of Commerce indicated that news would arrive in a couple of days, and there should be no substantial concerns. "I believe we should revisit my hometown regarding raw materials, as the sea buckthorn has fully matured. If we delay further, we may have to consider alternative methods." Li Feng's inclination towards sea buckthorn stemmed from its wild nature. Moreover, once dried, it could also serve medicinal purposes. "Then let us first return to your hometown. We can address the remaining matters upon our return. After all, raw materials are of paramount importance. My initial plan for the herbal tea was to commence after the new year, though if our health products prove exceptional, we may expedite the process." Feng Yulin has long harbored aspirations to produce the renowned red can herbal tea, yet he has yet to acquire the formula. Initially, he had intended to embark on this venture in 1996, but fortuitously crossed paths with Li Feng and his associates, which may have expedited the process. This delay is inconsequential, for the establishment of the factory will inevitably require at least 3 months. The health products must be launched before the new year, as our primary reliance will be on the Spring Festival. Whether we can achieve substantial sales hinges on this crucial period. Since Li Feng and his team are primarily focused on gifting, the first batch of products will undoubtedly be ready before the new year. The Spring Festival is of utmost importance. Therefore, let us set off for your hometown tomorrow. We must finalize this matter promptly, for further delays would be detrimental. Feng Yulin's character is quite akin to Li Feng's. Both are decisive and action-oriented. "Well, since you both concur, we shall depart tomorrow." Li Feng also agreed. For the shared goal of the three, they united their efforts. Upon returning, Li Feng turned to Xiang Biding and inquired, "Will you accompany me back to my hometown this time? My parents mentioned you last time. Perhaps you could take a few days off?" Xiang Biding had no desire to decline. To be candid, she was merely apprehensive about how to communicate with Li Feng's family. Nevertheless, returning home was inevitable. Was this trip a bit hasty? One must purchase some items upon returning, right? Taking leave is easily arranged. I can make a call tomorrow morning. There is no issue. We can purchase items there, as long as your work here remains unaffected. My concern lies with your work. Li Feng perceived a glimmer of hope. "Very well. Then let us return to visit your parents." Xiang Biding ultimately acquiesced. The following morning, Xiang Biding ventured to the department store to procure items. She dressed elegantly. And once Zhang Bin and Feng Yulin arrived, they all set off for Li Feng's hometown. After their departure, it was uncertain how Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang obtained the news. Their products were also ready by the afternoon of the same day. Were they not identical to ours? They are currently selling for 50, so we shall price ours at 40, directly competing with them. Zheng Yang scrutinized the razor in his hand. Was there truly no technical complexity involved? Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. We will not be vanquished so easily. Wei Guodong was quite confident. Chapter 86. Incompatible batteries this time. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat Li Feng and his team. Zheng Yang declared as he attempted to insert the battery into the razor. Suddenly, he realized that the battery would not fit. It seemed the compartment for the battery was slightly too large. "Bring me another one. Why can't I fit the battery in?" He assumed it was merely an isolated issue and requested another from the staff. The staff promptly provided another, yet Zhengyang discovered that the same problem persisted. To be honest, the battery compartment was only a centimeter off. This electronic device, if it cannot accommodate the battery, is rendered utterly useless. Although it is merely 1 centimeter, it simply cannot be installed. Moreover, it is so loose that it fails to secure the battery properly. After multiple attempts, Zhengyang finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Wei, we're in trouble. None of these batteries fit. If this batch is all like this, we are completely finished. Zhengyang's realization of the dire circumstances dawned upon him. Wei Guodong approached with a sense of disbelief, but when he discovered that every electric razor was similarly flawed, he nearly choked on his own frustration. How could this happen? We've produced tens of thousands. If none of them are functional, we are doomed. Wei Guodong gazed at Zhengyang, his heart sinking into despair. From their current predicament, it was evident that the batteries could not be fitted, and there were no compatible batteries available. Zhengyang suddenly recalled the possibility of an error in the blueprints. Wei Guodong hurriedly retrieved the documents from his drawer, only to confirm that indeed, the blueprints were at fault. It appeared that the designated area for battery installation was 1 centimeter larger than the actual specifications. In an instant, they shared a common objective. Cui Ji. Damn it. Cui Ji had the audacity to deceive us. This cannot go unaddressed. Let us confront him at his factory. Wei Guodong led Zhengyang towards Cui Ji's establishment, determined to seek accountability. They had produced tens of thousands of units, each electric razor costing 35 yuan, resulting in an investment exceeding hundreds of thousands. Upon their arrival, they found Cui Ji busily engaged at the factory, only to see Wei Guodong and Zhengyang storming in with ire. Cui Ji, what is the meaning of this? You provided us with fraudulent blueprints. Wei Guodong exclaimed, his voice raised in anger. Cui Ji, casting a casual glance at them, replied nonchalantly, when did I ever give you blueprints? Don't make baseless accusations. Such claims bear legal consequences. Hearing this, the duo exchanged puzzled glances, likely considering the implications of making such claims publicly. Wei Guodong forcefully pulled Cui Ji into his office. Cui Ji, what exactly do you mean by giving us false blueprints, resulting in our inability to sell merchandise worth hundreds of thousands? Wei Guodong lowered his voice. Have you no conscience? I provided you with the blueprints. It's astonishing that you were so inept as to produce faulty items. Now, tell me where the issue lies. Although Cui Ji was aware of the 1 centimeter discrepancy for battery installation, he had to maintain his charade convincingly. The battery installation is off by 1 centimeter, rendering the electric razors unusable, Wei Guodong stated directly. Cui Ji feigned surprise before responding with feigned resignation. Can't you see? I gave you the initial draft. After all these years of production, you didn't think to verify? Did you truly believe I could provide you with the unaltered final blueprints? You come here to blame me without conducting your own checks. Do you truly believe you have grounds for complaint? Cui Ji's assertion holds considerable merit. After all, although the blueprints were provided, one must inevitably conduct a thorough inspection to prevent any oversights. However, Wei Guodong and Zhengyang failed to perform any semblance of scrutiny before proceeding directly with production. Cui Ji's remarks served to absolve him of all responsibility. Are you deliberately attempting to frame us? Is that not so? Zhengyang harbored doubts regarding Cui Ji's statements, suspecting that he and Feng conspired to present them with counterfeit blueprints. Am I simply idling away my time for amusement? You two need not cause a commotion here. I still have to produce 100,000 goods, and I cannot afford to squander time on your antics. Upon hearing that Cui Ji intended to produce 100,000 goods, Wei Guodong and Zhengyang's anger intensified. Their own products had become unsellable, while Cui Ji's operation continued unabated. How could they not feel envious? The profits from those 100,000 goods amounted to several hundred thousand. This predicament was instigated by you, thus you must bear the consequences. Wei Guodong's behavior bordered on unreasonable. Understand that it was you who required the blueprints, not I who insisted on providing them. Now you demand compensation? What audacity! I warn you, if you do not leave, I shall summon security to expel you. With that, Cui Ji disregarded them entirely. Although Wei Guodong and Zhengyang were furious, they found themselves at an impasse. They departed from Cui Ji's factory, seething with frustration. Upon returning to their own premises, Wei Guodong exclaimed in exasperation, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow Cui Ji to bask in his triumph. We must devise a plan to deal with him. The critical question remains, what means do we possess to confront him? Have you not observed the arrogance he displays now that he is profiting? Zhengyang remained relatively composed, having learned from his previous misfortune. Are you suggesting we simply accept our fate? That is not my intention. I am contemplating a rational approach to rectify this situation. Although Zheng Yang pondered this, he remained uncertain about the appropriate course of action. Such matters are exceedingly difficult to navigate. They cannot publicly declare that the blueprints were provided by Cui Ji. Even if they did, how many would believe them? Furthermore, both were convinced that Cui Ji had deliberately presented them with faulty plans. If this was intentional, it implied that Li Feng was complicit, leaving them even more powerless. Perhaps we should consider ways to sabotage Cui Ji's factory. If we succeed, he would be unable to fulfill his next shipment. Wei Guodong suddenly conceived of this ill-fated idea. That is utterly unacceptable. Should we be discovered, both of us would face imprisonment. Besides, who would we enlist to disrupt his operations? Given the numerous security personnel, do you think this would be easy? At that moment, Zheng Yang remained the more level-headed of the two. At the very least, he understood which actions were prudent and which were reckless. Destroying a small shop might be feasible, but targeting such a large factory is far more complex. Chapter 87. The Sea Buckthorn of the Great Mountains. At this moment, Li Feng and his companions finally arrived at their provincial capital, Luocheng, just before dusk. They sought out a hotel to spend the night, planning to return to Li Feng's hometown the following day. Upon hearing of Li Feng's return, Liang Liang took them out for a meal. Recently, Liang Liang had acquired the general agency for Li Feng's products and had profited handsomely. Make sure to send back the electric shavers promptly. These will undoubtedly sell well. Far better than the watches, Liang Liang urged during dinner. Rest assured, the goods will be dispatched in a couple of days. Have you received any feedback on the watches recently? Li Feng expressed his primary concern regarding the batch of inferior quality watches, fearing that complaints might arise. Our watches are generally fine. It's just that later batch of low-quality ones you handled. Those were sent to rural towns, and we informed them beforehand that while the price was cheap, the quality was subpar. Not many have returned them. After all, what good can one expect at that price? Everyone understands, Liang Liang replied, noting his significant profit from that particular batch. I'm heading back to our village tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Li Feng inquired, considering their lifelong friendship. Are you returning for a specific reason? I think you should enjoy a few days in Luocheng instead. There's nothing in our village. So what is the point of going back? Liang Liang countered. Luocheng is indeed a wonderful place with many tourist attractions. Of course, I have matters to attend to. I need to discuss with the village committee about collecting all the sea buckthorn from our mountains, Li Feng explained, as Liang Liang would still need to act as his general agent for health products. What do you need that for? It's only useful when we go up the mountain occasionally, Liang Liang commented, unable to grasp Li Feng's intentions. We intend to use it as a raw material to launch a health product before the new year. You will have to be our general agent in Luocheng, Li Feng stated confidently. Health products? Are they easy to sell? Liang Liang had never heard of such items before. Just in time for the new year to gift to elders. Whether they sell well or not, if you wish to earn money, you should join me. If not, I'll find another general agent, Li Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, Liang Liang grinned widely. Of course, I will follow your lead. Given our relationship, you can trust me. When your products are ready, I will be the general agent. Having tasted success, Liang Liang now believed that everything Li Feng did would lead to profit. By the way, do you really need to negotiate with the village committee for the sea buckthorn? Isn't it something anyone can collect? He asked. Indeed, in the past, anyone could gather as much as they wished from the mountains. However, once the villagers learned that someone intended to use the sea buckthorn as a raw material for profit, they would likely flock to the mountains to gather it themselves. In that case, Li Feng would have no choice but to purchase it from them. Rather than that, it would be wiser to negotiate properly with Cui Yonghui, offering a sum to be shared among the villagers each year. Why not gather some more workers to help them? However, Li Feng knew this was not a straightforward matter, and he decided to refrain from elaborating further, as he understood that Liang Liang would struggle to comprehend. The following morning, Li Feng and his companions hurried to the village. By the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. Thanks to Li Feng's earlier phone call, his parents had prepared a feast. Upon seeing their son marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law and blessed with an adorable granddaughter, his mother beamed with joy, showering Yaya with delectable treats, all sourced from the mountains. Naturally, Yaya, being a child, was curious about her surroundings. Additionally, Li Feng's parents raised some livestock, which delighted Yaya immensely. Xiao Feng, you must treat her well. She is such a lovely girl, and it is your fortune to have her, his mother imparted earnestly, her rural sincerity shining through. Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of her, Li Feng replied, affectionately wrapping his arm around his mother's shoulders, smiling broadly. Witnessing her son's growth, newfound wealth, and marriage to a stunning daughter-in-law filled his mother with immense happiness. After their meal, Li Feng and the group ascended the mountain. He intended to show Feng Yulin the sea buckthorn growing in their mountainous region before convening with the village committee later that evening. Xiang Baiting and Yaya, having never encountered such vast mountains, eagerly followed along. Upon reaching the sea buckthorn, everyone sampled the fruit, which was delightfully tangy and sweet. Moreover, sea buckthorn is known for its high nutritional value, and within a decade or so, a highly popular sea buckthorn juice is expected to emerge. The taste was exceptional, immediately revealing its wild origins. Feng Yulin expressed great satisfaction with the sea buckthorn found in their area. Upon returning to the village, Li Feng asked his mother to prepare several dishes and personally invited the village chief and a few others over. Witnessing Li Feng's success over the years, they offered him numerous compliments. During the drinking session, Li Feng cheerfully announced, "Village chief, I gathered you all here today to discuss a matter that could greatly benefit our village. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Feng, who operates a significantly larger business than mine, primarily in the soda industry, and he has taken an interest in the sea buckthorn from our mountains." Li Feng deliberately refrained from mentioning his own involvement in the venture, fearing that envy might arise among the villagers. The village was rife with jealousy. Whenever they noticed another family thriving, it stirred discomfort within them. If they were to discover that Li Feng was behind this initiative, they might inflate the prices. Does our village's sea buckthorn even hold any value? The village chief and other committee members inquired incredulously. To you, it may seem worthless, but to me, it holds a modicum of worth. Therefore, I wish to purchase all the sea buckthorn from our mountains. How much do you think it would cost? Feng Yulin inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The village chief and others were unprepared and uncertain about the appropriate sum. They exchanged glances and then turned to Li Feng. "Xiao Feng, what do you think is a fair amount? None of us has dealt with this matter before. Offering money is a good deed, and the village chief would undoubtedly agree. It is just that we are unsure how to calculate the price. In my view, the mountain belongs to the entire village. Since Mr. Feng intends to purchase the sea buckthorn from the mountain, this money should certainly be distributed among the villagers. I believe having something is better than having nothing. Mr. Feng, please propose a price. If it is reasonable, we can finalize it with these uncles present." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the village chief and others nodded in agreement. Chapter 88. Lu Ming of the Chamber of Commerce and Truth. Li Feng had already discussed the price with Feng Yulin beforehand. A sum of a few hundred yuan would swiftly resolve the matter. I have been to the mountain, and we indeed have quite a lot of sea buckthorn. Therefore, I will offer 500 yuan for the sea buckthorn, and it will be mine. In that era, such a price was quite reasonable. Furthermore, the village committee had no other sources of income. Selling for 500 yuan was certainly better than nothing. The village chief immediately signaled to Li Feng, implying that a little more should be added. "Mr. Feng, while 500 yuan is acceptable, you will need to handle the logistics yourselves," Li Feng remarked. The 500 yuan was intended for the villagers, while the workers' wages would be calculated separately, meaning that as long as the villagers harvested the sea buckthorn from the mountain, they would receive payment per pound, though the exact amount was yet to be determined. This arrangement was quite favorable, as it would allow the villagers to earn some pocket money. I believe Mr. Feng's idea is rather good. With 500 yuan, we could repair our village roads without needing to distribute funds to each household. Additionally, Mr. Feng would provide further compensation for harvesting the sea buckthorn, which is excellent, as those with free time could earn some money. At this moment, the accountant spoke up. To be honest, the roads in Li Feng's village are indeed in poor condition. Li Feng was contemplating earning more money in the future to repair a road for the village. According to the accountant, 500 yuan could indeed suffice for repairs. I agree with Uncle Li. There is no need to distribute the funds. We should directly use it to repair the road. I believe this price is already quite fair. If you all agree, we can sign an agreement with Mr. Feng tomorrow and proceed accordingly. Li Feng quickly concurred. The village chief and others found this approach feasible and nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter was settled. However, Li Feng needed to remain in the village for a few more days to complete the harvesting of the sea buckthorn and transport it back to Xinchuan. Furthermore, all the sea buckthorn must be dried before being processed into health products. The following day, they signed a contract with the village committee, of course, in Feng Yulin's name. Feng Yulin promptly handed over the 500 yuan to the village committee, and upon hearing that they could earn money by harvesting sea buckthorn, villagers flocked to sign up. In no time, the mountain was bustling with people gathering sea buckthorn. That evening, Xiang Baiting and Li Feng shared a room. Yaya found herself sleeping alongside her grandparents. To her surprise, the picturesque locale where she spent her childhood brought her considerable joy during this visit. Xiang Baiting, having grown up in Xinchuan and seldom venturing far, shared in this happiness. As long as you are content, everything is well. In a few days, after we finish with the sea buckthorn, we shall return, Li Feng remarked. pulling Xiang biting closer. She nestled her head in the crook of his arm, savoring their intimate moment. In the countryside, where homes are predominantly self-built, there exists a multitude of residences. Feng Yulin and Zhang Bin also had their own accommodations, though the only drawback was the inconvenience of procuring groceries. After spending 5 days at Li Feng's hometown, they successfully harvested all the sea buckthorn. Upon returning to their city, Li Feng secured a delivery vehicle to transport their goods, and soon they set off for home. Approximately a day's journey later, they arrived back in Xinchuan. Feng Yulin found a storage facility to house the sea buckthorn, as the factory was yet to be established and the materials would only be utilized when production of health supplements commenced. The following day, upon arriving at the company, Li Feng was met by Cui Ji and Cui Liang. "Mr. Li, the goods are ready." Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang suffered significant losses this time. "They even came to the factory looking for me." Wei Guodong's tone was laced with satisfaction. Li Feng could easily envision the exasperation on Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang's faces. Initially, he feared they might uncover the underlying issues between them, but it seemed these two fools had noticed nothing amiss. "This is their own doing. Let us not concern ourselves with them." "How is the quality of this batch?" Li Feng inquired, prioritizing the electric shavers. "The quality is impeccable. All goods are now in our storage. Moving forward, we can dispatch them directly from our location," Chuiji informed him. Aware that Li Feng's side lacked storage, he noted that they had ample room available, and since the two had already established a partnership, it was of little consequence to store the items temporarily. "All right, I understand. I will instruct the finance team to process your payment shortly. By the way, remember what I mentioned. If Wei Guodong intends to sell the factory, ensure we acquire it at the lowest possible price," Li Feng advised the brothers. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, we will take care of that," they assured him. After the Cui brothers departed, Li Feng began to worry about the factory approval process. He decided to call Xia Yi, inviting him to dinner that evening. Xia Yi generously accepted the invitation. That night, Li Feng, Zhang Bin, and Xia Yi convened at the Xinchuan Grand Hotel. During dinner, Li Feng broached the subject. "To be frank, the individual responsible for this matter isn't me, but rather another member of our Chamber of Commerce named Lu Ming. And he is rather difficult to deal with," Xia Yi confessed with a sigh. Upon hearing this, both Li Feng and Zhang Bin felt a jolt of concern. If the factory approval were to fall through, they would be unable to commence production as scheduled, likely missing the peak season of the Spring Festival. Is this person truly that challenging to negotiate with? Is he preparing to hand over the place to someone else? Li Feng inquired urgently. "Not quite. It seems there are some minor issues at home, particularly regarding his wife's infidelity. However, he has yet to gather any evidence, which has left him rather troubled." Of course, Xia Yi had heard this from others. Does he hope to find evidence, or would he rather not? Zhang Bin posed a question. He has long contemplated divorcing his wife. So naturally, he desires to uncover proof. Yet, the absence of substantial evidence complicates the divorce process, Xia Yi replied candidly. As the matter regarding the West factory ultimately rested on Lu Ming's word, Li Feng could hardly recall when the policy of starting anew without assets was instituted. But he believed Lu Ming must have his reasons for such actions. If they can uncover evidence of Lu Ming's wife's infidelity, wouldn't that resolve the issue? I see. It appears we must consider alternative approaches. I appreciate your assistance recently, Li Feng expressed courteously to Xia Yi, and thereafter, the three refrained from further discussion on the topic. Once Xia Yi had departed, Li Feng took Zhang Bin to a KTV. Such matters required the expertise of He Zi. Ordinary individuals would struggle to manage them. Are you planning to have He Zi investigate? Zhang Bin, now quite familiar with Li Feng, anticipated his intentions. You're absolutely correct. We need He Zi to look into this. For without him, we lack a breakthrough. The pair made their way into the KTV. After leading He Zi to a room, he curiously asked, "You both look rather serious. Is there something troubling you? Please don't frighten me." Upon their entrance, He Zi sensed that something was amiss. "It's not our predicament. Rather, we need your assistance in investigating a certain individual's wife. It appears she may be unfaithful, and we require you to follow her discreetly, ideally obtaining tangible evidence." Li Feng stated plainly. "Goodness, I thought something dreadful had occurred. So, who shall I track?" He Zi displayed keen interest in the matter. "Lu Ming from the Chamber of Commerce. We haven't encountered his wife yet, so we need you to gather information, particularly on her recent whereabouts." Li Feng fixed a serious gaze on He Zi, understanding that success in this endeavor could expedite the opening of their factory. "No problem, leave it to me. And you can rest assured," He Zi pledged, thumping his chest. The following day, He Zi discovered the identity of Lu Ming's wife. Her name was Lu Mei, who engaged in small businesses and possessed a modest amount of wealth. That evening, He Zi personally followed Lu Mei, who was seen heading to a villa area on the outskirts, a locale with relatively few buyers. Upon entering, he found it challenging to maintain his surveillance. However, upon her exit, he noticed Lu Mei accompanied by a man, their interactions indicating a close familiarity. Hazy promptly captured photographic evidence. He subsequently followed the couple discreetly and discovered that they had entered a nearby hotel. Coincidentally, Lu Ming was away on a business trip and was not in Sichuan at the moment. The management of this hotel was rather lax, allowing Hazy to casually slip some money to the young woman at the front desk before proceeding inside. He concealed himself in a corner, waiting until the man and woman emerged, at which point he captured another photograph. There was no need for a scandalous confrontation. The evidence was sufficient to demonstrate the ambiguous relationship between the two. Hazy was surprised at how smoothly the stalking had gone and how easily he had obtained proof of Lu Ming's wife's infidelity. After returning, he sought out an acquaintance to develop the photographs. Li Feng was troubled about how to manage the factory when Hazy arrived at his office. Upon laying the photographs before Li Feng, he understood that their factory should be in relatively safe hands. I never anticipated you would secure the evidence so swiftly. This woman is indeed in a rush, cavorting with a man while her husband is away on business, Li Feng mused, unable to comprehend why Lu Mei would act so brazenly at such a critical juncture in their impending divorce. Once a woman falls for a man, she fears nothing, especially if he resides in a villa, suggesting he is quite affluent. Yet, I remain puzzled. If they are already in a villa, why venture to a hotel? Would it not be more prudent to go to his home? Hazy too found this conundrum perplexing, as the couple had emerged from the villa, indicating that the man was likely married as well, rendering his home an unsafe haven, necessitating the hotel. Li Feng speculated but could not deduce any other rationale. After Hazy departed, he summoned Zhang Bin, who was equally astonished upon viewing the photographs. He had not expected Hazy to act with such rapidity in procuring evidence. When shall we confront Lu Ming? I hear he is on a business trip, though I am unsure of his return. Zhang Bin was growing impatient. I shall call Xia to ascertain whether Lu Ming has returned. With that, Li Feng dialed, and as fortune would have it, Lu Ming had indeed returned from his trip today. Let us hurry. Lu Ming is currently at the business association. Xia mentioned that we could still meet him now, but if we delay, he will head home. Li Feng urged Zhang Bin, and they made their way toward the business association. As they arrived at the entrance, they spotted Lu Ming preparing to exit. Director Lu, greetings. We have a matter to discuss with you, if you would be so kind. Lu Ming regarded them with curiosity, unfamiliar with the two men before him. These are the individuals I mentioned last time, seeking to establish a factory in Nanxing, Xia interjected, rushing forward. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, recalling that Xia had indeed broached this topic previously. However, he had been preoccupied with family matters, leaving him little bandwidth to address such concerns. Let us revisit this matter later. I currently have pressing issues to attend to, Lu Ming stated, preparing to depart. Li Feng hurriedly positioned himself in front of him, smiling as he said, Director Lu, I have a few photographs I'd like to share with you, but this location is rather inconvenient. Could we perhaps find a more discreet place? Curiosity is a natural human trait, and Lu Ming was no exception. He was perplexed about what Li Feng wished to show him. Nonetheless, given Li Feng's insistence, it was clear he had his reasons. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming coolly replied, then follow me to my office. Once in the office, Li Feng swiftly retrieved several photographs from his bag and placed them before Lu Ming. Upon seeing the images, Lu Ming was taken aback. It is often said that family disgrace should not be aired publicly, and he was baffled as to how Li Feng had come to learn of the issues between him and his wife. How did he acquire such photographs? How did you capture these? Lu Ming inquired. Well, that is a complicated matter. Nevertheless, these should prove invaluable to you. Initially, I shouldn't have intervened in such affairs. But I've noticed that Director Lu seems troubled lately, Li Feng replied, leaving his statement unfinished. Lu Ming glanced at Li Feng a few times before collecting the photographs. All right, you may leave for now. I will notify you if there is any news. Summer will inform you. Thank you, Director Lu. I shall not intrude any further. Li Feng responded, feeling reassured that the factory issues were likely manageable. On the way back, Zhang Bin inquired, so, did Lu Ming agree? He merely told me to wait for news. I believe the situation should not be too problematic, though I wonder if our assistance has inadvertently complicated matters. If it has, we might be in trouble, Li Feng expressed, still concerned about the implications. If Lu Ming wished to keep this matter under wraps, the fact that Li Feng and his associates had evidence could lead to potential coercion, implying that if Lu Ming did not lend his support, the unsavory details of his private life could be exposed. However, Li Feng hoped that Lu Ming would not perceive it in that light. After all, if he truly thought that way, he wouldn't have mentioned waiting for news. Chapter 90. Factory approval at this moment. Lu Ming had returned home, and shortly thereafter, Lu Mei arrived. Have you given any thought to what I discussed with you earlier? Lu Ming asked, his expression dark. As I previously mentioned, I will agree to divorce you for 500,000. If you refuse, I have no intention of ending our marriage. Moreover, you've accused me of infidelity. Do you possess any evidence? Without proof, should this escalate to court, you must understand that your assets will be subject to division. Lu Mei retorted, the divorce saga having been ongoing for quite some time. Lu Mei, do you have any shame? Do you need me to throw the evidence in your face for you to acknowledge the truth? Do you take me for a fool? Lu Ming exclaimed, unabashedly raising his voice. I do not wish to argue with you. Since you disagree with my terms, let us not pursue a divorce. Lu Mei maintained her defiant demeanor. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a scornful laugh, retrieved the photographs from his bag, and threw them directly at Lu Mei's face. Pray, enlighten me. To whom do these intimate photographs belong? Do not dare suggest that your rendezvous at the hotel was merely for business discussions. At this moment, Lu Mei found herself utterly bewildered. Every image depicted her in a compromising situation with another man, an unforeseen betrayal during Lu Ming's business trip. How dare you brazenly demand 500,000 from me? Do you believe I will triumph in this lawsuit or face defeat? Lu Ming's gaze was frigid as he regarded Lu Mei. My dear husband, I have erred. Grant me another chance. I vow to amend my ways. Women often cling to hope until the very end. They seldom weep until the grave is acknowledged. Lu Mei knelt before Lu Ming, her face awash with tears and distress. Weren't you just resolute? You spoke of evidence. Now that it is presented, should we not proceed with divorce? Lu Ming showed no signs of compassion. Such a woman was not worth retaining. I implore you, do not seek a divorce. I am remorseful. I shall never repeat this transgression. You may strike or scold me as you wish, as long as you refrain from severing our bond. Lu Mei wept uncontrollably, and to an uninformed observer, it would appear as though Lu Ming was the oppressor. I cannot wed a woman who has betrayed me. I will offer you 10,000. If you consent, we can finalize an amicable divorce. Should you refuse, I shall be compelled to file a lawsuit. With that, Lu Ming released her hand and departed their home. He felt a heaviness in his heart as he sought solace in a KTV, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. This establishment was the sole KTV in town owned by He Zi, who immediately recognized Lu Ming upon his arrival. He Zi promptly dialed Li Feng's home phone. Hurry over. Lu Ming is here, drinking alone. Li Feng understood that Lu Ming must have revealed the evidence to his wife. I'll be there shortly. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him drink too much. Li Feng donned his attire, mounted his bicycle, and hastened to the KTV. Upon entering, He Zi urgently directed him, room 301. Go quickly. Li Feng opened the door to find Lu Ming brooding over his drink. What brings you here? To revel in my misfortune? Lu Ming's tone was unfriendly. This KTV is my establishment, Li Feng replied. At this revelation, Lu Ming's curiosity was piqued. Ah, so it is yours. Business appears to be thriving. Director Lu, if you are feeling downcast, allow me to join you for a few drinks. Li Feng poured himself a glass. Indeed, drinking alone bore a certain melancholy. And since Li Feng was already aware of the situation, sharing a few drinks was inconsequential. What would you do if faced with such a woman? Shouldn't divorce be the answer? Clearly, Lu Ming had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Director Lu, with your resources and capabilities, what manner of woman could you not attract? When a man possesses wealth, women are naturally drawn to him. Moreover, with your exceptional qualities, you are bound to find someone far superior in the future. Li Feng indeed harbored such thoughts. He could not possibly tolerate infidelity. Yet, in the realm of reality, many men find themselves unable to resist such circumstances. Shaoli, you are absolutely right. What purpose does such a woman serve? Who knows how many more affairs she will indulge in? With that, they raised their glasses and began to drink, alternating sips. Before long, Lu Ming was thoroughly inebriated. Li Feng had He Zi secure a room for Lu Ming, ensuring his comfort before he departed. Upon awakening the following day, Lu Ming recalled that it was Li Feng who had accompanied him for drinks the previous night. The events thereafter eluded his memory. However, it was evident that Li Feng had arranged for his well-being before taking his leave. This gesture endeared Li Feng to Lu Ming, who felt a deep sense of gratitude for the presence of someone during his most solitary moments. After departing from He Zi, Lu Ming first returned home. Upon his arrival, Lu Mei immediately began to weep, her eyes swollen from tears. Have you considered what we discussed yesterday? If you agree, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today. If not, I will file a lawsuit, she implored. Lu Ming was straightforward. He no longer felt any compassion for such a woman. I concur with your proposal, he replied. Lu Mei had no choice but to acquiesce. for at least Lu Ming was willing to provide her with 10,000 yuan. Should a lawsuit ensue, she might end up with nothing. Very well, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that time, the divorce proceedings were not overly complicated, and the couple swiftly completed the necessary paperwork. Lu Mei gathered her belongings and vacated the premises, as it was Lu Ming's property. Upon returning to the business association, Lu Ming examined a piece of land in the suburban area of Nancheng and summoned Xiaoyi. This location is quite satisfactory. Please inform Xiao Li and the others to allocate this land for their factory. Take this document to them so they can stamp it. I am feeling rather fatigued, so I shall refrain from attending. Once Lu Ming had signed, there would be no issues. All right, Director Lu, please take care of your health, Xiaoyi responded. Rest assured, it is nothing serious. A couple of days of rest will suffice. That evening, Xiaoyi arranged a dinner with Li Feng and Zhang Bin. Upon entering the private room, Xiaoyi placed the documents before Li Feng. Lu Ming has already signed. Simply affix your company's seal, and you may proceed to establish the factory without interference. Li Feng and Zhang Bin were instantly filled with excitement, examining the documents eagerly. With this in hand, we can immediately set our plans in motion. Director Xia, we will not forget your contribution to this endeavor, Zhang Bin beamed. Were it not for Xia Ye's guidance, they would not have acquired the documents so swiftly. As long as you all work diligently, that is all I ask. I seek nothing in return. If the group Xia Yi had brought along could achieve notable success, it would reflect well on him within the business association, which also offered substantial rewards. Xia Ju, rest assured, we shall see during the new year. Once our health products hit the market, they will undoubtedly be a sensation. Li Feng remains exceedingly confident, especially with a prominent figure like Feng Yulin backing him. Come, let us toast. I have great faith in your endeavors. Xiaoyi raised his glass. It remains a mystery how Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang became privy to Li Feng's plans for establishing a factory. The issues surrounding the watches and electric shavers have already cost the two a considerable sum. Upon hearing that Li Feng and his team are venturing into health products, they too have expressed a desire to enter this market. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in their dwindling finances. Establishing a factory is no simple feat. Even a modest setup would require millions, and this type of health product factory is unlike anything they have dealt with before. Will their venture prove profitable? Zheng Yang continues to question Wei Guodong, recalling that it was Wei Guodong who previously guided him through such endeavors, all of which ended in losses. Who can say what the future holds? If they proceed in this manner, they may well trample us underfoot, making our resurgence exceedingly difficult. Wei Guodong harbors concerns about this predicament. In truth, they have already lost the ability to compete with Li Feng. However, Wei Guodong and his associates remain oblivious to this reality, believing they can still stand against Li Feng. There exists a potential strategy that could thwart their factory's establishment, thereby preventing their health products from entering the market. Zheng Yang proposed this rather dubious idea. Share your thoughts. Let me assess their feasibility. Their factory is situated in Nancheng, adjacent to a village. It is unclear how they acquired the necessary documents. But if we were to enlist some local ruffians to cause a disturbance during the factory's construction, it could create significant complications for them. Upon hearing Zheng Yang's suggestion, Wei Guodong's eyes brightened, sensing that this plan might indeed hold merit. The saying goes that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If those individuals act upon this, what good are the documents to the factory? The Commerce Association holds no sway over such matters and can only offer limited assistance. Do you know any of the local ruffians? Wei Guodong admitted he did not know many. I know a couple. Don't worry, I can manage this. Zheng Yang was confident that this matter would pose no issue. A little monetary incentive would suffice to sway those ruffians. The following day, upon learning that they had secured the documents, Feng Yulin was quite pleased and made his way to the company to meet with Li Feng and his team. Li Feng handed over the documents to Feng Yulin, who praised them, saying, I thought it would take a while longer. I didn't expect you to work so quickly. I'll contact the construction team in the next couple of days to expedite the establishment of the factory. Feng Yulin was not one to procrastinate. He acted decisively. The remaining responsibilities rest with you. Zhang and I are not well versed in these matters. We can only focus on sales. Li Feng humbly replied, Rest assured, we will establish the factory as swiftly as possible. Feng Yulin was highly confident in this regard, recalling the considerable effort he had invested in establishing the soda factory. He was well acquainted with the necessary processes. After leaving the company, Li Feng headed directly to the pager shop. In recent days, with Erdan's assistance, the store's sales have been remarkably satisfactory. They have successfully recruited 2 young women, and upon Li Feng's arrival, he inquired briefly about their sales performance. Indeed, the pressure from Ren Liang's side has become somewhat uncomfortable. Ren Liang represents Motorola, which generally commands higher prices, whereas Chuandao, being a domestic brand, offers lower prices. Typically, most consumers opt for Chuandao, and as long as these products sell, Li Feng is poised to reap substantial profits. Recently, Ren Liang has been feeling a bit discontented, primarily due to Li Feng's stringent constraints on him. Once again, Li Feng entered Ren Liang's store and, upon seeing him, triumphantly declared, "Did you not previously deceive me out of 30,000 yuan and refuse to acknowledge it? I am now demanding that you repay that sum." If Ren Liang's inventory remains stagnant, he is bound to incur losses. Even if his goods do sell, the pace would be sluggish. Li Feng, I have always looked down upon you. Do you think I can regard you any differently now? Let me make it clear. I will undoubtedly be the general agent for Chuandao next year. It cannot possibly be you. Ren Liang exuded confidence, aware that Li Feng's contract with Chuandao was also for a year. In truth, Li Feng is quite capable, but he intends to focus on mobile phone development starting next year. The advent of mobile phones is poised to dismantle the pager industry, which had already begun its decline around 2005. However, Li Feng plans to expedite this timeline. He possesses both the capability and confidence that mobile phones will inevitably supplant pagers. I will not be seeking the general agency for Chuandao next year, so you should hasten to stock up on inventory. Do not find yourself in short supply later. Li Feng remarked before departing. He knew that in a year or two, Ren Liang would have no avenue for lamentation. Li Feng's electric shaver has become an overnight sensation. As for the managerial position, he has been contemplating it. He instructed Dan to compile a list to see if a certain Cheng Cheng was among the sellers. To his surprise, Li Feng indeed discovered Cheng Cheng's name. It was said that this individual sold products in a shopping mall, prompting Li Feng to seek him out. Upon arrival, he found Cheng Cheng seated at the counter, tinkering with an electric shaver. "May I inquire if you are Cheng Cheng?" Li Feng asked with a smile. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" "I am the owner of Liji Electric Shaver, and I wanted to discuss something with you." This statement left Cheng Cheng somewhat perplexed. Why would a prominent owner seek him out? Recently, Li Ku has been quite successful, and although Cheng Cheng had considered entering the electric shaver market, he had yet to solidify his plans, only to be preempted by Li Ku. Truthfully, this had somewhat undermined Cheng Cheng's confidence. "What brings you to me?" "Your company is thriving so well," Cheng Cheng remarked with a look of resignation. "I am here because I certainly have a matter to discuss. Would you be interested in joining our company? I sense you have aspirations in the electric shaver domain, and if I am not mistaken, your ideas may be even more avant-garde. Our company is in need of talents like you. Should you join us now, you would have the opportunity to establish the research and development department. How does that sound?" Chapter 92. After sales issues, Cheng Cheng was bewildered. He had never spoken of this matter to anyone, so how could Li Feng possibly know? This felt almost supernatural. The conditions proposed by Li Feng were undeniably enticing, and the prospect of organizing the R&D department was precisely what Cheng Cheng had aspired to. Lacking the funds to create his own brand, he had hoped to find an investor next year to pursue his dreams. Li Feng's arrival undoubtedly instilled in Cheng Cheng a newfound confidence. To put it simply, our company is newly founded, and as you are likely aware, we are in search of exceptional talents. If you have aspirations, you can fully realize them here. In due course, our company will launch numerous products. Any brilliant ideas you have are welcome, and we will establish various brands, including your own if you desire. Li Feng's words stirred Cheng Cheng's enthusiasm even further. He no longer felt the need to create his own brand. Merely being able to engage in the work he cherished was sufficient joy for him. However, he remained perplexed as to why Li Feng had sought him out. "Perhaps you have overlooked me. I have frequented this mall numerous times, and each time I found you engrossed in the study of razors. I surmised you must have such an inclination, as a small shop owner would not spend every day examining razors in detail." Li Feng fabricated a convenient excuse, hoping to entice Cheng Cheng to join their company, envisioning an unlimited future for the enterprise. Of course, Cheng Cheng was indeed dedicated to researching razors daily. One tends to delve into what they are passionate about. He nodded, finding Li Feng's rationale persuasive. "So, you mean your company currently lacks a research and development department, correct?" "Indeed. This is the first electric razor I developed myself, but I have many responsibilities to attend to, hence the necessity of finding someone to upgrade it." Li Feng spoke the truth. From what he knew of Cheng Cheng, his ideas were remarkably avant-garde. Furthermore, the brands Cheng Cheng would establish in the future were bound to be formidable, mostly comprising high-end products, which was precisely what Li Feng desired. "How much salary are you prepared to offer me?" Cheng Cheng suddenly posed this question. In truth, he was intentionally probing. What he sought was not merely a salary, but equity. "You will not receive a salary. If there is one, it will be minimal. However, if you perform well, I will offer you shares." I can promise you at least around 10%. Li Feng was well aware of Cheng Cheng's intentions. Before his time travel, when he had yet to achieve success, he had spent his days reading the stories of accomplished individuals, gradually motivating himself towards eventual triumph. Cheng Cheng smiled. The man before him seemed capable of discerning all his thoughts. When may I commence work? Tomorrow. You may come over with your fresh ideas. I shall await your arrival at the company. Here is my business card. Li Feng extracted a card from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Cheng. With a smile directed at Cheng Cheng, he departed from the mall. That night, Cheng Cheng found himself restless, his mind swirling with numerous issues regarding the razor. For instance, the excessive battery consumption was alarming. Within less than a month, the power would deplete, necessitating the purchase of new batteries for continued use. Such expenditure, frankly speaking, seemed rather exorbitant. Why not utilize rechargeable technology? With current advancements, it should be feasible. Even if it were not immediately realizable, they could certainly embark on its development. Another concern was the replacement of blades and the maintenance of the razor. These aspects were crucial. What if it broke suddenly without available repair services? Cheng Cheng pondered many such issues, including intricate details. Previously, he had meticulously noted these down, intending to avoid such pitfalls when establishing his own brand. Now that Li Feng had approached him, financial worries were no longer a concern. After all, Li Feng's factory and company were firmly established. He merely needed to report to work. Truth be told, it was impossible not to feel exhilarated. A 10 stake could translate to billions in the future. Of course, at this moment, Cheng Cheng remained unaware. Throughout the year, Fei Pu razors had reportedly sold hundreds of millions of electric shavers, yet fortunately, they had not penetrated the domestic market. This was a foreign company, primarily engaged in electronics, covering a vast array of products. It was only after Li Feng became aware of this that he decided to venture into electric shavers, as typically, once Fei Pu entered a market, it would swiftly dominate it. The following day, as Li Feng and Zhang Bin arrived at the company, Cheng Cheng appeared, notebook in hand. Upon seeing Cheng Cheng, Li Feng greeted him with genuine delight and escorted him to his office. This is the current state of our entire office building. By next year, we may find ourselves in need of a larger, more spacious environment to accommodate our growing number of employees. What do you think of our setup? Does it differ greatly from your expectations? Li Feng was indeed warm and welcoming. Such a talent would be a loss if not retained. In truth, I have minimal demands regarding the office environment. Did you not suggest yesterday that I share my recommendations, Mr. Li? I have documented them. Would you care to review them? Cheng Cheng extended his notebook, which Zhang Bin promptly accepted. I am aware you have penned numerous points. Could you simply inform me of the most pressing issue at hand? Li Feng did not open the notebook, but instead posed a direct inquiry. He understood that many challenges existed, yet these needed to be addressed systematically. He sought to identify which issues required immediate resolution. I believe the primary concerns are maintenance and battery life, Cheng Cheng confidently asserted. Why these two? Without proper maintenance, what would customers do if the product malfunctioned? Would they be inclined to spend another 50 yuan on a new one? Do you think they would? The matter of batteries is more easily elucidated. Upon my research, I found that a pair of batteries can last a maximum of 1 month. Have you calculated the cost of these batteries? Over the course of a year, how much would they spend on batteries? Batteries are certainly not inexpensive. Cheng Cheng's inquiries were astute, prompting a satisfied nod from Li Feng. How do you propose we address this issue? We must establish our own repair team and provide a warranty period when selling our electric shavers, which means repairs at our facility should be complimentary. Li Feng could not help but admire Cheng Cheng. No wonder he was destined to be a titan in the electric shaver industry. In the 1990s, he foresaw the importance of warranties, a notion undoubtedly ahead of its time by a decade. Chapter 93. Computer operations, but if we provide repairs, wouldn't that result in a loss? Zhang Bin appeared somewhat perplexed. His confusion was understandable. Li Feng was well acquainted with Zhang Bin's character. He chose not to elaborate extensively, but noted that there was already a qualified individual available for repairs, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's watch repairs had ceased to yield significant profits, but adding electric shavers to his repertoire might prove beneficial. Based on your suggestion, I believe a 3-month warranty would suffice. I have suitable candidates for our repair team. Are there any other concerns? Li Feng inquired further with Cheng Cheng. The remaining issues were not urgent. The priority was to resolve this matter. I propose that for our next production batch, we consider developing rechargeable models, though I am unsure if the technology can accommodate this. Cheng Cheng had contemplated this issue, but had yet to engage in production. It may be challenging to implement, perhaps not feasible until the following year. For now, we should proceed as planned. Should batteries prove costly, we can produce a batch, albeit with some inconvenience. Li Feng had previously pondered the battery dilemma. yet addressing it presently seemed somewhat daunting. Let us forego that for the time being. After all, I intend to position us in the high-end market, and our clientele should be willing to invest. You may commence work starting today. I shall leave the research and development team entirely in your capable hands, and I will ensure that the factory is well coordinated with you. Should any issues arise, converse with them directly. It is evident that Li Feng has fully entrusted Cheng Cheng with the RD domain. He refrained from appointing Cheng Cheng as general manager, fearing it might lead to his overconfidence. Do you trust me so implicitly? One should not doubt those they employ. Having confidence in your team is vital. Now, allow me to escort you to your office. Li Feng stood and guided Cheng Cheng away. The office was quite commendable. During this era, computers were not yet widespread. However, Li Feng planned to procure several for the company. In the 1990s, a computer typically cost around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, and the company would require at least 5. Zhang Bin's department had a printer. Soon, they would be entirely digitized. During lunch, Li Feng remarked to Zhang Bin, "The company requires several computers. Join me this afternoon to purchase them. We will be spending tens of thousands, so do not fret about the expense. I am not concerned about the money. My sole worry is whether they will know how to use them once we bring them back. This issue undeniably exists. If you cannot operate it, I shall teach you personally. When did you learn to use a computer? How come I was unaware?" Zhang Bin appeared utterly bewildered. "Did I not mention to you that I intended to venture into the internet? Without a computer, how could I possibly delve into the digital realm? The factory will require some time to establish itself, and I must utilize this period effectively. I shall first familiarize myself with the computer to see if we can create something worthwhile. Once our health products are launched, we can commence promotion, and when the time comes to sell, it will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success." Li Feng articulated these thoughts, though Zhang Bin remained perplexed. "Very well, I shall accompany you to purchase the computers. Leave the technicalities to you, for I am entirely inexperienced in this domain." After finishing their meal, the two proceeded to acquire several computers. Upon arrival, they discovered that it was insufficient. Computers were indeed a rare commodity at the time. Not everyone could possess one, and such items required prior reservations. Approximately 7 days later, they would receive their order. Although slightly delayed, Li Feng nonetheless secured the reservation. Once the computers were installed in the company, the staff expressed great curiosity. Li Feng also set one up in his office, though the visuals were rather rudimentary. The software was not particularly user-friendly. However, Li Feng managed to familiarize himself with it swiftly. He first instructed a few individuals from the finance department and subsequently taught Cheng Cheng. With the advent of computers, efficiency surged dramatically. Regardless of the volume of goods produced or the quantity taken by each distributor, errors became a thing of the past. Previously reliant on handwritten records, this was now entirely unnecessary. During that era, aside from the pre-installed games, there was little entertainment available on computers. In Li Feng's recollection, there was only one text-based game, though he could not recall its name. It consisted solely of text, devoid of any other elements, functioning as a type of adventure game. Of course, this game was not lucrative. Engaging in unprofitable ventures was not Li Feng's inclination. He planned to wait until 1998 or 1999. By that time, the internet would be more widespread, and he aimed to create the first domestic online game. However, the immediate priority was to establish a website for their company. Li Feng began to contemplate this, realizing that domain names were quite easy to obtain back then. He secured numerous domain names, anticipating future opportunities. Once the company website was developed, it contained only a simple introduction. Nevertheless, everyone in the company was quite satisfied upon viewing it. In this era of limited information dissemination, achieving such a feat was commendable. The factory on Feng Yulin's side had commenced operations, and Li Feng and Zhang Bin went over to take a look. When they arrived, the workers were still laying the foundation. "General Feng, how long do you think it will take to complete?" Li Feng inquired with a hint of urgency, especially since the first batch of health products was scheduled for release before the year end. "In truth, our factory is not particularly large. Our expenses are primarily attributed to the equipment. I believe 2 months should suffice. We will certainly be operational before the year concludes," Feng Yulin responded confidently, estimating the timeline in his mind. "The pace remains swift, so let us hasten. Our formula must be established, and it is certain that a few traditional Chinese herbs will be included in the health supplement. I shall return to ponder this matter." As for Li Feng, there is no need for deliberation. He can simply recall the information he has absorbed over time. He has extensively reviewed the profiles of those who create health products, and the ingredients are generally limited to a select few herbs. "Shaoli, you possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? I was unaware of this." Feng Yulin expressed with a hint of surprise. "I know much more than you realize. In due time, you shall discover it." Li Feng replied with a confident smile. Upon returning home that evening, he meticulously documented the formula in his notebook, adding a dash of sea buckthorn. The concoction he devised should possess a delightful flavor and be extraordinarily beneficial for the elderly. After completing his work, he noticed that Yiya had already fallen asleep. He quietly approached Xiang Biding and tenderly kissed her. Their relationship has blossomed remarkably well. Step outside. I wish to discuss something with you. Xiang Biding urged as she led Li Feng out of Yiya's room. Feel free to share. There is no need for hesitation, Li Feng replied playfully. My parents expressed a desire for us to have a second child. What are your thoughts on this? Xiang Biding asked, slightly embarrassed. A second child? Given the stringent family planning policies, perhaps we should wait a year or two. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Xiang Biding felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated that he would be elated by the idea of a second child, yet she was taken aback by his apparent lack of enthusiasm. The adage that wealth leads men astray seemed to resonate, and her expression dimmed. Do you believe that we, your mother and daughter, are a burden, and thus do not wish for another child? Or have you encountered a woman who captivates you elsewhere? If that is the case, please be honest with me. We can part amicably. Li Feng was astonished that his simple statement had prompted such extensive speculation from Xiang Biding. He embraced her shoulders and replied with exasperation. How could I possibly have another woman? I am currently focused on my entrepreneurial endeavors, and with the strict family planning policies, deviating from them would complicate my future endeavors. Indeed, during that time, the country was enforcing family planning rigorously. Many who had a second child did so secretly, sending the child back to their hometown for their parents to raise. If it were discovered that he had a second child, it would likely jeopardize the approval of his factory. You are not deceiving me, are you? Why would I deceive you? Besides, we can wait until Yiya is a bit older before considering a second child. The age gap is currently too small, which could lead to conflicts. Li Feng's explanation alleviated Xiang Biding's earlier concerns. In truth, he had not initially contemplated the idea of a second child. It was merely a suggestion from his parents that made him consider the potential benefits of having another child. Though Yiya was not her biological daughter, she had raised her as if she were her own, and the bond was indistinguishable from that of blood relations. Well, let's not overthink it. I could never abandon you. What worries me is that you might one day meet someone more exceptional and choose to follow them. Li Feng jested lightly. I am not that kind of person. Xiang Biding retorted with a sidelong glance. Then let us prepare for the prospect of a second child, Li Feng said, enveloping Xiang Biding in his embrace as they made their way to his room. Recently, Dan had been riding high on the success of his sales, becoming increasingly arrogant, even harboring a tinge of jealousy towards Cheng. After seeking out Li Feng, he expressed his discontent. Brother Feng, now that Cheng is here, he is already acting all high and mighty. Does that mean I'll be managed by him from now on? Li Feng scrutinized Dan with a serious gaze. This fellow was becoming insufferably arrogant and needed to be set straight. What has Cheng done to act superior? Tell me, can you handle his responsibilities? If not, perhaps you should consider stepping aside from sales and move to research and development? At this suggestion, Dan shook his head vigorously. I could never sit in an office all day developing razors. I simply feel it's inappropriate for him to lead the R&D department so soon after joining. What is inappropriate about it? You can't do it, and we have no other capable individuals in the company. If Cheng isn't brought in, then who should we turn to? Can you introduce someone? Li Feng replied candidly. Though Dan possessed considerable talent in sales, he occasionally needed a firm reminder to keep him grounded. I can't do it. He is always coming to me, telling me which features of the razor are viable and which are not. I've sold so many already. Surely I know as much as he does. Dan protested, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Listen to what he says, unless you can perform his duties. Otherwise, keep your opinions to yourself. Brother Feng, I actually came to discuss something with you. Are you familiar with Hanyuan batteries? Their owner recently got to know me and inquired about supplying goods to us. Since joining Li Feng, Dan had made considerable strides, becoming acquainted with many prominent figures. Their electric razors came packaged with a pair of batteries, prompting an interest in collaboration with Li Ji electric shavers. Let Cheng handle this. He is now the head of the R&D department. Only he can assess the quality of the batteries. Have the owner come directly to Cheng for discussions. If he agrees, there will be no issues, Li Feng suggested, relishing the thought of sending Dan to collaborate with someone he disliked. Must I really approach him? I would rather not. You came to me, therefore. You must go to him. Take company matters seriously. Don't prance around, thinking that good sales figures make you invincible, Li Feng admonished. Dan, despite his complaints, respected Li Feng greatly. Without him, could he have achieved such financial success? He had even bought a color television for his home, acquired a mobile phone, and a motorcycle. flaunting a greater presence than Li Feng himself. Understood. I will go find him, Dan acknowledged, displaying his commendable trait of listening to Li Feng. Upon arriving at Cheng's office, Dan succinctly recounted the details of the situation. How about this? You can bring it to our company tomorrow, and let him bring along their batteries for me to inspect, all right? If everything is satisfactory, then we can proceed with production, as we are certainly in search of a long-term partner. Cheng does not have any particular objections to Dan. He is simply more stringent regarding product quality. Nodding in agreement, Dan departed from Cheng's office. During his leisure, Li Feng visited Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's shop has now become their after-sales point for electric shavers, offering free repairs for any issues arising within 3 months. Naturally, the company compensates Zhou Xian for this service. However, after 3 months, Zhou Xian will charge fees based on the circumstances. How has it been lately? Are there many people coming in for shaver repairs? Li Feng inquired, having his own motives, wishing to evaluate the quality of the shavers. It's been manageable, not too many, but there are some. I've kept a detailed record for you, as you requested last time. Zhou Xian replied, producing a notebook and handing it to Li Feng. The entries were meticulous, noting the date and time of each visit, along with the specific issues encountered. How is your wife doing? Is her health improving? It is essential to inquire about Zhou Xian's family as well, beyond just work matters. Much better. Since her surgery, there have been no relapses. She can take care of herself now and even wants to come to the shop, but I don't allow her, Zhou Xian responded. By the way, Li, once she's fully recovered, could you help find her a job? She doesn't enjoy staying at home. It's quite dull for her on her own. This was something Zhou Xian's wife had urged him to address multiple times. He was merely waiting for her health to improve before discussing it with Li Feng. Today, as fate would have it, Li Feng visited, prompting him to casually bring it up. That can be arranged. Once your wife is better, she can work at my pager shop selling merchandise. We only have 2 young ladies there at the moment, so an extra pair of hands would certainly be welcome. They are quite overwhelmed. Chapter 95. An incident at the construction site. Li Feng's pager business is indeed thriving. He and Zhang Bin have earned hundreds of thousands in a short span. Furthermore, many items remain unsold. All right, I'll tell her. Or she will keep pestering me every day. Zhou Xian chuckled, visibly pleased. Zheng Yang happened to walk by the entrance of Li Feng's pager shop and, seeing the crowd inside, felt a twinge of jealousy once more. His Lita camera shop is also nearby. He decided to step into Ren Liang's store. Adhering to the adage that an enemy's friend is a friend, Zheng Yang surmised that Li Feng's success must be negatively impacting Ren Liang, likely inciting Ren Liang's resentment towards him. Upon Zheng Yang's arrival, Ren Liang was somewhat surprised. He recognized Zheng Yang as a fellow camera dealer. They were all acquainted in the vicinity. Unlike Li Feng, who seldom visited, other shop owners would occasionally drop by. Isn't this boss Zheng from the camera business? What brings you to my shop today? Ren Liang teased. Business has been tough lately, hasn't it? That shop next door selling pagers must be affecting your sales significantly, right? That fellow is certainly no good, Zheng Yang deliberately remarked. Upon hearing Zheng Yang's tone, Ren Liang immediately discerned that there must be some conflict with Li Feng. What? Have you worked with him before? Don't mention it. I've been set up by them several times. I no longer wish to discuss it. Can't you devise a plan to deal with him? Your business is thriving. Isn't this intentional? Zheng Yang's words carried a hint of incitement. However, Ren Liang's relationship with Li Feng was also strained. He had previously deceived Li Feng out of 30,000 yuan. How to handle this? I've pondered for quite some time. Yet no suitable plan arises. I've long found that fellow displeasing. It was only natural for Ren Liang to harbor animosity toward Li Feng, especially since he had snatched so much business from him. Why open a store here of all places, if not to oppose me directly? I'll tell you a method. Gather a few people to vandalize his store. Wouldn't that suffice? Zheng Yang lowered his voice. Truth be told, Ren Liang lacked the audacity for such an act. He had contemplated similar ideas before. However, given the multitude of beepers inside Li Feng's establishment, an eventual police report would lead to dire consequences. The merchandise alone was valued at over 1 million. Ren Liang would certainly not dare to proceed with such a plan. If it were anything else, I would have done it long ago, but the beepers are worth a fortune. Once he reports it, and they trace it back, my fate would be sealed. Zheng Yang contemplated this for a moment, finding it rather reasonable. He was fortunate to have refrained from such reckless actions. Had he destroyed Li Feng's store, it would have been disastrous. However, I have heard that this fellow has established a factory in the southern city, which is currently under construction. Perhaps something could be done there. In fact, Zheng Yang had initially intended to seek out someone. As their conversation progressed, he shared his thoughts. Building a factory requires a significant amount of capital. Where did he acquire such funds? Ren Liang expressed his confusion. as he believed Li Feng had become destitute after giving him 30,000 yuan. I am uncertain. Moreover, he is now involved in electric shavers. He must have earned quite a bit recently. Ren Liang remained oblivious to this development. Zheng Yang's words completely transformed his perception of Li Feng. Given the current popularity of electric shavers, it was reasonable to assume that Li Feng had indeed amassed considerable wealth. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Ren Liang. Enough of this. I won't burden you with more details. I must return to my store. Zheng Yang patted Ren Liang on the shoulder and departed. Ren Liang mulled over the situation for a long time, yet he could not conceive a strategy to counter Li Feng. At present, he was no match for him. That evening, Zheng Yang sought out a few local ruffians from a village near the outskirts of the southern city. The leader was called Ergo, and he had a rather dark appearance. Upon meeting Zheng Yang, he greeted him joyously. Brother Zheng, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't brought us along to earn some money. I came to find you because there's money to be made. Come, let us dine first and discuss as we eat. Zheng Yang led Ergo to a nearby small restaurant. As this is a suburban area, there are no large restaurants, so we can only find a small eatery to casually sip some drinks. While dining, Zheng Yang inquired, "Are you aware of the factory that has recently been established next to your village?" "Yes, it just commenced operations a few days ago. Though I am unaware of its purpose," Ergo replied nonchalantly. "I have a task for you. Assist us in resolving this matter, and I will reward you with 500 yuan. This sum was considered exceedingly generous at that time. Brother, tell me what needs to be done, and I assure you it will be handled impeccably." Zheng Yang, with a grave expression, instructed, "Devise a way to dismantle everything that has just been constructed at their site. In any case, we must prevent their project from proceeding smoothly. Can you manage that?" Ergo paused, his chopsticks stilled. Although he did not comprehend Zheng Yang's motivations, he recognized that executing this task would be quite simple. The workers typically left for the night, and no one resided at the construction site. It would be effortless to enlist some local friends for a bit of sabotage. "This is too easy. Are you certain about the 500? He queried. "If you perform well, there may even be a bonus. Just ensure they do not progress smoothly, understood?" Zheng Yang, ever since encountering Li Feng, had become almost fanatical, oblivious to the potential repercussions should Li Feng discover his schemes. Naturally, such considerations were far from his mind. "I'll handle it. Just watch over the next couple of days," Ergo declared, raising his glass in a toast. After detailing the plan, Zheng Yang hummed a tune as he returned home, in high spirits, as thwarting Li Feng was of paramount importance to him. 2 days later, Li Feng received a call from Feng Yulin, informing him that an incident had occurred at the construction site and urging them to hurry over. Upon arrival, Li Feng and Zhang Bin discovered that part of the freshly laid foundation had been vandalized. "Feng, do you know who did this?" Li Feng asked anxiously. "How would I know? I called you both over because I'm at a loss for what to do. I've never encountered such a situation," Feng Yulin replied, his face etched with frustration. To have such issues arise at the onset of construction is troubling. If this continues halfway through, the consequences could be far graver. "Isn't it obvious? This must be a deliberate act of sabotage. Perhaps we should notify the authorities," Zhang Bin suggested. "The police won't be able to assist, especially without any evidence. I too suspect this was intentional. Let us allow them to work another day and see what transpires tomorrow." Chapter 96. Collaboration with battery merchants. Li Feng, being quite experienced, recalled similar instances from his previous life when he encountered such challenges during construction, all instigated by competitors. Therefore, reporting to the police seemed futile. They needed to devise their own means to apprehend those responsible. "What should we do now? We cannot allow this to persist." Zhang Bin expressed his concerns. "Tomorrow, have the site repaired. I will personally visit in the evening to ascertain who is deliberately sabotaging our efforts. In order to ensure the smooth establishment of the factory, such matters must be handled personally, as others cannot assist. Everyone is left with no alternative but to proceed in this manner." After their departure, Ergo sauntered out and directly called Zheng Yang, informing him that matters had been largely resolved. "Let us dine together this evening. I will settle a portion of the accounts for you." Zheng Yang was well aware that Ergo's true intention was to request money. "All right, Brother Zheng, I shall await your arrival tonight." Upon hanging up, Wei Guodong inquired with a smile, "How did things turn out?" "Everything is essentially sorted, but their hopes of completing it on schedule seem highly improbable." Zheng Yang's blind confidence was puzzling. "Now I am eager to see if Li Feng remains as arrogant. The company we established together is faltering, and we must find a way to act swiftly, particularly concerning my factory. Otherwise, complications will surely arise later." Wei Guodong had already incurred losses amounting to hundreds of thousands, and if the factory continued to operate, the losses would only escalate. Nowadays, many no longer require mechanical watches. Electronic timepieces prevail. His watch factory had lost its viability. Initially, he had contemplated producing a batch of electric shavers, yet that venture too had resulted in substantial losses. However, should you decide to sell the factory, what do you intend to pursue next? Are you really considering entering the beverage industry like Li Feng and his associates? Zheng Yang's intellect appeared inferior to that of Wei Guodong. In recent days, Wei Guodong had contacted a significant entrepreneur who initially aimed to venture into snacks. However, through a few persuasive conversations, he had managed to pique the entrepreneur's interest in beverages. This businessman had previously worked in engineering and possessed some capital. It remained unclear how Wei Guodong had made the connection, but the entrepreneur now showed considerable interest in his proposal. Beverages can indeed be lucrative. Yet if we are to embark on this path, we must establish a factory, a matter that requires further contemplation. How can we surpass Li Feng and his group? Wei Guodong had learned from past experiences, having suffered defeats on 2 previous occasions. The disparity between imagination and reality is stark. Presently, he found himself with little money left, leading to thoughts of selling the factory for immediate cash. The crucial question is, how much can you sell your factory for? The profits you have made are insufficient to build a new beverage factory. Do you possess any fresh ideas? Zheng Yang struggled to comprehend Wei Guodong's mindset. Do you believe Li Feng and his team can afford to build a factory? They merely sought out a wealthy individual. Can we not do the same? Leave this matter to me. Should you wish to participate later, you may do so. If not, I shall not impose. The more Wei Guodong insisted, the more Zheng Yang felt there might be potential in this venture. If we can find a wealthy backer, I would certainly be inclined to pursue this. However, I am concerned about repeating past mistakes and incurring further losses. Zheng Yang was beginning to feel apprehensive. The beverage industry differs from our previous endeavors in watches and shavers. I believe that even if it does not yield profits, it is unlikely to result in losses. We shall see how things unfold. For now, I will focus on resolving the situation with my factory. Wei Guodong has essentially dismissed all his workers and has decided against continuing the production of watches, as profits have dwindled. During this time, he is contemplating selling the factory and settling into a more stable role working with a wealthy individual in the beverage industry. Such a shift may offer him a chance to thrive. Otherwise, he fears he may never see success. Meanwhile, in the office of Li Feng, Dan entered with the owner of Hanyuan Battery, a man named Zhang Hanyuan, who had named the company after himself. Over the past few years, his battery business has flourished, achieving a modest scale and considerable strength within the entirety of Xinchuan. However, he still falls short when compared to Li Feng's enterprise. After a brief introduction, Cheng Cheng posed a crucial question. How long can your batteries last when used in our shavers? This inquiry was pivotal. If their performance was on par with other brands, there would be little incentive for collaboration. Zhang Hanyuan confidently replied, I can assure you they will last at least 2 months. Additionally, we can manufacture a unique battery specifically for your company. Although it may be slightly more expensive, it will last a minimum of 3 months. His expertise in battery manufacturing, honed over several years, instilled in him a sense of assurance about durability. Very well, let's settle on 3 months then. Please share your pricing, Cheng Cheng responded. Recently, he had been delving into battery technology, recognizing that shavers tend to consume power rapidly. A price increase of 10% should be acceptable to you. You may produce some samples first, and we can make a decision thereafter. Zhang Hanyuan understood Cheng Cheng's concerns. Collaborating with Li Feng's company would be an exceptional opportunity, as it could significantly bolster his profits. All right, please produce some samples for me to review. If everything checks out, we can proceed to sign the contract. Cheng Cheng's efficiency was commendable. Initially, Dan had anticipated that Cheng Cheng might pose challenges to Zhang Hanyuan, but it appeared that was not the case. After escorting Zhang Hanyuan out, Dan remarked with a smile, Mr. Zhang, it seems we are nearing a decision. Please expedite the production of those samples. I must thank you for your assistance. Without your introduction, this would not have gone so smoothly. Rest assured, if this deal materializes, I will remember your contribution. Zhang Hanyuan patted Dan on the shoulder and winked, subtly indicating a kickback arrangement. Nonetheless, Li Feng had yet to consider this aspect. As their current partnerships were limited, they would address such matters post-contract signing, taking their time. After bidding farewell to Zhang Hanyuan, Dan returned to the office. Cheng Cheng, was it not somewhat hasty to negotiate cooperation with them so easily? He inquired deliberately, seeking to uncover Cheng Cheng's true sentiments. In truth, Cheng Cheng was straightforward. The company was in urgent need of a partner, particularly in the battery sector. Chapter 97. The local rascals discussing the intricacies of research and development with Dan was futile, for he lacked comprehension. and I had no desire to delve into lengthy explanations. Surely, given your extensive association with General Li, there can be no issues. Upon hearing Cheng Cheng's words, Dan felt a surge of delight. It was, in truth, his vanity at play, since Cheng Cheng had afforded him a measure of respect. He resolved to refrain from making things difficult for him in the future. Conversely, for Cheng Cheng, this was merely a facet of his professional duties. His sole obligation was to execute his work proficiently, leaving no room for unnecessary contemplation. In the afternoon, Li Feng first visited the KTV, aware that venturing out alone at night posed certain risks. Thus, he deemed it essential to have Hong Mao accompany him. Upon Li Feng's arrival, Hazy greeted him with great courtesy. Could you have Hong Mao take a few men with me to the construction site tonight? We encountered some vandalism at our newly established factory. At this, Hazy expressed his discontent. Who possesses such audacity to disturb the peace in our territory? Once apprehended, we shall deal with them ruthlessly. Such individuals deserve no sympathy. His voice was notably loud. Keep your voice down. We don't want to appear like a gang. Quickly summon Hong Mao. I have a few brief instructions to convey. Hazy nodded eagerly and went to fetch Hong Mao, rubbing his still sleepy eyes. Hong Mao's demeanor shifted entirely upon seeing Li Feng. Brother, what brings you here? You should have informed us in advance. You must accompany me to the construction site in Nancheng tonight. We need to arrive by around 9 p.m., and you can bring 5 or 6 men with you. Li Feng stated succinctly. Understood, brother. Has something happened? There has been some disruption at the site. It's a straightforward task. We need to capture those responsible tonight. Hong Mao nodded, eager to take on the task. After returning to the company, Li Feng asked Zhang Bin for the car keys, as his own bicycle was ill-suited for the journey to Nancheng. Even if it were feasible, it would take an hour. It was far more practical to drive Zhang Bin's vehicle. Are you certain you don't want me to accompany you tonight? Zhang Bin swiftly handed over the keys to Li Feng. At your age, what if a scuffle breaks out and you get hurt? It's best for you to rest at home. Li Feng teased with a smile. Don't underestimate me. Despite my age, my health is impeccable. I was quite formidable in my youth, Zhang Bin replied, thumping his chest. Just joking with you. Having too many people isn't ideal. I'll resolve this matter for you by tomorrow. With the keys in hand, Li Feng drove to the kindergarten to pick up Yi. Upon seeing Li Feng arrive in a car, Yi curiously inquired, Daddy, whose car are you driving? Uncle Zhang's, of course. What would you like to eat? Daddy will take you. Is Mommy still at work? Shouldn't we wait for her at home? Yi, ever perceptive, shared a close bond with Xiang Bitong, always considering her in matters of food. All right then, let us head home and wait. Upon returning home, Xiang Bitong found that the groceries had already been purchased. Originally, Li Feng had intended to take them out for a meal. However, since the ingredients were already in hand, dining at home seemed just as agreeable. Why did you bring back old Zhang's car? You don't have any plans for the evening, do you? Or are you off to pick up some young lady? Xiang Bitong provocatively inquired, seeking to gauge Li Feng's feelings for her. Ever since she had expressed her desire for a second child, only to be met with Li Feng's refusal, her confidence had waned. If I were to pick up a young lady, I certainly wouldn't be driving old Zhang's clunker. I have a few matters to attend to at the factory tonight. Riding our car would take too long, Li Feng replied with a smile, his gaze affectionate as it lingered on Xiang Bitong. Since arriving here, he had yet to encounter a woman more beautiful than her. Of course, it could be said that beauty is often perceived through the lens of love. Isn't the construction site deserted at night? What do you intend to do there? She probed. Just a minor issue. You need not worry, he reassured her, withholding further explanation to prevent her from overthinking. After dinner, Li Feng drove towards the construction site in the southern city. Meanwhile, at a nearby restaurant, Zheng Yang was engaged in conversation with Ergo. He had already given Ergo part of the payment, promising the remainder would be settled once all matters were resolved. Brother Zheng, just wait and see. They failed to repair what we had dug up today. However, tonight, I will have someone dig it out again. I am curious to see how many times they can fill it in. A single foundation is all they can handle. Do they really think they can build a factory? Such dreams. Ergo did not contemplate the consequences. As long as he was compensated, he would proceed with the plan. Zheng Yang was confident that as long as Ergo could delay their progress, he would be well rewarded. Zheng Yang poured more liquor for Ergo. For a ruffian like him, as long as one could keep him pleased, he would be willing to do anything. Li Feng met with Hong Mao at 9 p.m., and upon arriving near the construction site, their group concealed themselves. It was evident that those involved were local, who would travel from the city at such a late hour. Hong Mao understood this principle, and surely, Li Feng did as well. Keep a close watch. If anyone approaches, we will wait until they make their move before intervening. Li Feng cautioned, concerned that someone might act impulsively upon their arrival. It was essential to wait until the adversaries took action. Everyone heard that? When Brother Feng says to move, we move. If he says to stay put, we remain still, Hong Mao reiterated. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the freshly laid foundation. An hour passed before a group finally appeared, led by Ergo. He instructed his crew, hurry up. We need to get back soon. We have cards to play. The crew immediately set to work. Just then, several beams of flashlight illuminated their activities. Arrest them, Li Feng calmly remarked as Hong Mao and his men encircled Ergo and the others. Ergo was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he had no reason to fear on his own turf. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? This is my domain, he shouted defiantly. I am the owner of this construction site. It was you who caused this trouble yesterday, wasn't it? We deserve an explanation regarding our foundation, especially since you acted covertly. Li Feng approached Ergo, his icy gaze piercing through him. Ergo instinctively took 2 steps back, acutely aware of his own culpability in the situation. This is our village's land. I can do as I please. Did you obtain our consent to build a factory here? Ergo hastily seized upon this excuse, despite the fact that the land no longer belonged to their village. If it were still a village, Li Feng and his associates would not have needed to seek out the Merchants Association. Do you take us for fools, or are you the one deceived? This is the Merchants Association's territory, and we have the documentation to prove it. Who dares claim this is your village's land? One of the young men interjected. Look, you're young. It would be wise for you to come clean. If we take you to the police station, it will be the end for all of you. Given the strict enforcement of the law during that period, Ergo's heart sank at the prospect. His companions, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly pleaded. Please don't take us to the police station. It was Ergo who sent us to do this. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. He instructed us to handle the foundation, they urged. Ergo, please intercede for us. If we go to the police station, it's all over. Their fear was palpable. Li Feng pulled Ergo aside, having no intention of taking these individuals to the police. Recognizing Ergo as a local troublemaker, he realized he might prove useful in the future. Young man, it seems you are merely following orders. I do not know how much they offered you, but if our factory is established, we will require security personnel. It would be impractical to recruit from the city. Surely, we would hire from the nearby villages. And you could become the security chief. Li Feng's approach was calculated. He perceived Ergo as an unemployed drifter. Offering him money was less beneficial than providing him with a job. Given the proximity to their village and the promise of a position, it was a tempting offer, even for someone of limited intellect. Is what you say true? Ergo asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. If our factory is built here, we need to hire workers? Naturally, we would recruit from the nearby villages, who would venture from the city. With this realization, Ergo began to comprehend the logic. Factories typically sourced labor locally. It was impractical to look elsewhere. If I agree, will you refrain from sending us to the police station? Ergo pondered, his resolve wavering. I must ascertain who prompted you to act in such a manner. Even if it involves the police, the responsibility lies with him, not with you. Li Feng gradually entwined himself in Ergo's words. Allow me to inform you that it was Brother Zheng who instructed me to proceed in this way. He bestowed upon me a modest sum, and it is truly not my desire to act thus. Ergo expressed this with a hint of grievance. Such petty delinquents are the most easily manipulated. Indeed, Li Feng's assumptions were largely accurate. He chuckled, realizing that since Zheng Yang was so affluent, he would not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. Here's the plan. Tomorrow, when you meet Brother Zheng again, you should assert that the amount he provided is insufficient and demand 1,000 yuan, stating that without this sum, you are unwilling to take the risk. Once he hands over the money, you need not fulfill your end of the bargain. What can he do then? Just tell him that we have people watching tonight, and it's impossible to proceed. Li Feng offered his advice to Ergo. But what if he reports this to the police? Ergo was still preoccupied with the prospect of police involvement. If he does call the authorities, simply tell them that he coerced you into this action and that you did not comply. In that case, the police will seek him out, not you. They might even commend you for your honesty. Li Feng's capacity for persuasion was remarkably potent, and soon Ergo found himself convinced. After contemplating the situation, Ergo realized that if Zheng Yang dared not report him, that 1,000 yuan would indeed be a windfall for him, having done nothing to acquire it. Such fortunate opportunities are hard to come by. Brother, I understand now. I will tell him precisely that tomorrow, once the factory is established, you must appoint me as the head of security. Ergo did not forget this crucial detail. I am the owner of the factory. My word is final. Once it opens, you shall be our security chief. Li Feng reassured him, patting Ergo on the shoulder, effectively securing his allegiance. After Li Feng and his companions departed, Ergo boasted before his brothers, that boss just said that once the factory is up and running, I will be the head of security. And all of you can join as security personnel. Upon hearing this, the younger subordinates beamed with delight. They had no lucrative prospects and struggled to find decent work. Life in the village, tending to the fields, yielded scant income, so securing a stable job would be a remarkable stroke of fortune. The following day, upon starting work, Li Feng briefly shared the matter with Lao Feng and Zhang Bin. Lao Feng lauded Li Feng once more, as they had both been at their wits' end regarding how to resolve the situation. I believe Zheng Yang has lost his mind, attempting to orchestrate our downfall. It seems our previous measures against him were rather lenient, Zhang Bin remarked, his ire ignited at the mention of Zheng Yang. Now that the issue was resolved, they could deal with him later. There was no need for haste. In a day or two, once their health products hit the market, Zheng Yang and his associates would surely become anxious. During this time, Li Feng had come to understand the characters of Zheng Yang and Wei Guodong. It was clear that these two would not sit idly by. A confrontation was inevitable. By the way, I heard that Wei Guodong is preparing to sell his watch factory. Likely due to significant losses, Li Feng noted. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Bin felt a wave of joy. I had anticipated this matter long ago, and I have already informed Cui Ji that when the time comes for action, he should proceed directly and secure it at the lowest price. Indeed, this situation had been conveyed to Cui Ji by Li Feng from the very beginning. Cui Ji had been vigilant regarding this development, and he truly found himself waiting for the right moment. At this moment, Cui Ji was seated in Wei Guodong's office. Mr. Cui, I did not expect you to visit me. What brings you here? Wei Guodong inquired, somewhat smugly. I heard your factory is for sale, and I wish to discuss the matter with you. I am interested in purchasing your factory, Cui Ji stated with remarkable directness. For he was now in a position of financial capability. The pair had already earned hundreds of thousands from electric shavers alone, which had greatly satisfied them. Not to mention the potential future earnings. Haha, Mr. Cui, I never imagined you would want to buy my factory. I fear you may lack the means. Wei Guodong chuckled heartily. Just tell me what price you are asking for your factory. If I find it acceptable, I will proceed. If not, we can leave it at that. Cui Ji responded with a calm demeanor. My factory's equipment is all in excellent condition, and I am offering a firm price of 100,000. If you find that agreeable, we can proceed. If not, then that is that, Wei Guodong declared. How could Wei Guodong's factory possibly be worth 100,000? At this point, it was Cui Ji's turn to laugh heartily. Mr. Wei, I advise you to be more realistic. Do you believe anyone would pay 100,000 for your factory in Xinchuan? I'm the only one interested. The watch industry is simply not viable anymore, and yours are merely wind-up watches. Who would be foolish enough to spend 100,000 on this venture? Cui Ji found it somewhat amusing. He had previously thought Wei Guodong possessed some capability, but now it seemed entirely rooted in arrogance. Whether anyone will take over is irrelevant. I am sticking to this price, Wei Guodong insisted stubbornly. Then I wish you the best of luck selling it for 100,000. Should you find the price negotiable, I shall return, Cui Ji remarked as he stood up and turned to leave. He was no longer in the same position he once was. He was now considerably more affluent than Wei Guodong. Fortunately, there was Cui Liang. Otherwise, Cui Ji might have ended up partnering with Wei Guodong. Early that morning, Zheng Yang rushed to the construction site, only to find no activity, which left him quite irritated. He had no choice but to seek out Ergo in his village, as they had no other means of contact. He indeed managed to locate Ergo and, upon seeing him, pulled him aside. What is going on? Did you not say we would take action last night? Why do I see no signs of progress? The delay was of utmost importance to Zheng Yang. If Li Feng completed the factory on schedule, it would be quite difficult to contend with him afterward. Brother, I was just about to look for you. Let us discuss this inside, Ergo replied, leading Zheng Yang into his home. Both of his parents had already gone to work the fields, leaving the house relatively quiet. Brother, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, my companions have chosen to withdraw. I am uncertain who originated the rumor that should the police station uncover our activities, they would face dire consequences. Last night, I was unable to locate anyone. Ergo performed quite convincingly, displaying an expression of considerable distress. Zheng Yang gazed at Ergo in astonishment, seemingly acknowledging the validity of his concerns. Engaging in such endeavors entails significant risk if discovered by the police. A minimum of 2 weeks' detention would ensue. Having already compensated them, how could they simply refuse to proceed? Will there be future opportunities to enlist their services? They insist on additional remuneration. Our group of 7 or 8 brothers demands at least 1,000 yuan. And this is not merely a total, but an additional sum of 1,000 yuan. Ergo raised a finger, his expression revealing that he had long contemplated this situation. Are you attempting to extort money? I could easily find someone else for 1,000 yuan. Zheng Yang was immediately displeased, recognizing that this price was indeed exorbitant. In that case, seek out others. They have made their stance clear, and I cannot undertake this alone, Ergo lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Zheng Yang, frustrated, turned and left Ergo's quarters. Upon returning to Wei Guodong, he was met with a concerned expression. What troubles you? Has someone upset you? It cannot be Li Feng, can it? Wei Guodong speculated that only Li Feng could provoke such ire in Zheng Yang. It is not Li Feng. It is those ruffians who claim that their associates have withdrawn and now demand an additional 1,000 yuan. I do not know who spoke out of turn, suggesting that if the police discovered our activities, they would be apprehended. Zheng Yang plopped down on the sofa in Wei Guodong's office, expressing his discontent. Wei Guodong was equally taken aback by the audacity of these thugs demanding such a sum. 1,000 yuan? Do they truly have the audacity to ask for that? What are your thoughts? Shall we abandon this endeavor? Although the price seems inflated, Wei Guodong felt a sense of indignation at the prospect of yielding so easily. I have returned to discuss this matter with you. Do you intend to proceed, or shall we abandon it? Zheng Yang felt utterly drained, contemplating that he might be better off focusing on his camera work. After some reflection, Wei Guodong gritted his teeth. Is it merely 1,000 yuan? We can cover it, each contributing 500. Moreover, I have identified an investor willing to finance our beverage venture. Once our factory is established, we will undoubtedly compete with Li Feng and his associates, thus necessitating a delay in their progress. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yang felt a surge of confidence. With an investor on board, there would be no need for them to invest their own funds. Even in the event of loss, it would not come from their pockets. Is this truly the case? How much is the investor willing to contribute? Zheng Yang inquired eagerly. We have yet to negotiate, but I estimate several million should not pose a problem. Wei Guodong shared this assumption, having not yet engaged in detailed discussions with the investor. Several million? This seems promising. Since you have decided to allow Ergo and his group to proceed, I shall make another trip. Zheng Yang exited Wei Guodong's office once more, driving towards the southern city. Ergo was well aware that Zheng Yang would undoubtedly return, and he patiently awaited his arrival at home. Upon Zheng Yang's arrival, he spoke gravely to Ergo, saying, 1,000 it is, but let it be clear this time. If you fail to execute properly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. However, Ergo held no fear of him, especially since Li Feng had already conferred with him, which gave him even greater confidence. Brother, rest assured, I will distribute the money to them. Would they dare defy me? Just consider, if they do not receive their payment, would they willingly comply? Ergo wore a beaming smile. How could he not be joyful with 1,000 yuan soon in hand? Zheng Yang produced the cash from his bag and placed it upon the table in front of Ergo. Ergo nodded and reiterated, Brother, you may return now. Success is guaranteed tonight. With a heart full of confidence, Zheng Yang departed, believing that having provided the money, no further complications would arise. Later that evening, feeling somewhat bored, Li Feng decided to visit a KTV. While chatting with Heisey at the front desk, he spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't he that Fan Lily, a classmate of shouting? Fan Lily had always harbored a disdainful attitude towards shouting, though fortunately, their interactions had been minimal. Her husband was a director at a machinery factory, a state-owned enterprise. Accompanying Fan Lily was Zheng Yang's wife, Li Mei. The two women entered the KTV, giggling and linked arm in arm. Had they known this was Li Feng's establishment, they likely would have chosen not to enter. Previously, Hongmao had physically confronted Li Mei at the kindergarten entrance. Yet, Li Mei was oblivious to the fact that Hongmao worked at this KTV. Should she encounter him, she would probably turn and flee. Chapter 100. Refusing to acknowledge observing Li Feng's unwavering gaze at the two women, Heisey felt a twinge of curiosity. What is the matter? Are you taken with these two? I must warn you, the one in the red dress is no virtuous woman. She comes here with different men every time. Heisey, having spent every day in this place, had gleaned some knowledge about the patrons. The woman in red was indeed Li Mei. Could it be that Zheng Yang and Li Mei were experiencing some turbulence in their relationship? What could possibly compel Li Mei to visit a KTV at such a late hour? Li Mei's father was the vice president of the Urban Management Bureau, wielding a degree of influence. Zheng Yang's relationship with Li Mei had been facilitated by her father's standing. These insights had been relayed to Li Feng by Bai Ting, which accounted for Li Mei's haughty demeanor. I'll go take a look, Li Feng whispered to himself as he stealthily followed them and discovered they had entered room 201. The room was occupied, indicating that Li Mei and Fan Lily had come to meet someone. Peering through the glass at the door, Li Feng noted both men and women inside. It seemed merely a gathering. He did not dwell on it and continued outside. After a brief conversation with Heisey, Li Feng noticed that Fan Lily had left with some friends, yet Li Mei had not emerged, which aroused his suspicion. Heisey, could you check room 201? I know that woman, and I fear being discovered. Heisey nodded and proceeded towards room 201. Upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback. For Li Mei was seated upon a man's lap, their intimacy unmistakable. I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn, Heisey stammered as he quickly retreated. Upon returning to the front desk, he relayed this startling revelation to Li Feng. Initially, Li Feng had intended to head home early, but after hearing Heisey's account, he resolved to stay a while longer. He wished to discern who Li Mei would be leaving with. After approximately half an hour, Li Mei emerged, accompanied by a man whom Li Feng had never encountered before. This strongly suggested that Li Mei may have been unfaithful, with this man as her possible paramour. How remarkably composed Zheng Yang was. His wife had ventured to a KTV at such a late hour without a trace of suspicion. Once Li Mei departed, Li Feng left the KTV, returning home to find Bai Ting engrossed in the newly purchased computer. Although Bai Ting was not adept at using it, her curiosity led her to observe the screen intently. Darling, what is this device for? I find it utterly unhelpful, she said with a hint of exasperation, having struggled to grasp its function for several days. This may be beyond your understanding, but there are some simple games here for you to enjoy. Li Feng replied as he launched the pre-installed games. Bai Ting's interest was piqued, and she found the games quite entertaining. By the way, my love, may I ask you something? Is Li Mei seeing someone on the side? Upon hearing this, Bai Ting turned her head, looking at Li Feng with a puzzled expression. That shouldn't be the case, right? Though she did once date one of our classmates, who later went abroad. I heard he returned recently, and seems to be doing well in business, perhaps in stationery, she mused. Once their financial circumstances improved, many former classmates who had distanced themselves from Bai Ting began to reconnect with her. Such is human nature. When one lacks wealth, others keep their distance. But once affluence is attained, they flock to one's side. That classmate of yours is unlikely to be the one. When I visited the KTV earlier, I saw Fan Lily singing with Li Mei. Fan Lily left first, but Li Mei stayed behind. Heisey mentioned that Li Mei was sitting on that man's lap, even embracing his neck. Given the circumstances, there must be something amiss. Li Feng, at times, could also be quite the gossip. Is this really true? If Zheng Yang finds out, it would be disastrous for her. Bai Ting exclaimed, somewhat shocked. In her perception, Li Mei had always been somewhat assertive, but she never imagined she would cross the line into infidelity. Is this truly believable? The man appeared somewhat older, nearing 40, and wore thick black-rimmed glasses. Bai Ting continued. That must be my classmate. He has always looked older than his years, and he is not particularly tall, just slightly taller than Li Mei, she added, gesturing with her hands. Indeed, I find myself perplexed. Logically speaking, their family is quite well off. Why, then, would she choose to betray? Li Feng is genuinely at a loss. If you ask me, to whom should I direct such inquiries? However, I have heard from my classmates that Zheng Yang has incurred significant losses recently. Typically, Li Feng refrains from discussing company matters with Xiang Baiting. He usually returns home with money, handing it all over to her. Thus, Zheng Yang's conflicts with him remain unknown to her. According to Xiang Baiting, Zheng Yang has indeed suffered considerable losses lately, making Li Mei's infidelity a plausible scenario. Nonetheless, this is not our concern. Having encountered similar situations, shouldn't we focus on our own affairs? Li Feng gazed at Xiang Baiting with a sultry expression. Why do you constantly dwell on such lewd matters? It's utterly detestable, Xiang Baiting retorted with annoyance. Ignoring her protests, Li Feng unceremoniously lifted her and placed her onto the bed. The following day, Zheng Yang was once again bewildered, for the foundation of Li Feng's factory remained intact and unharmed. Not only had it not hindered their progress, but it seemed to have accelerated it. He sought out Ergo, exclaiming, Ergo, what do you mean by this? I've already given you 1,000 yuan. Can't you manage a single task? At that moment, Ergo showed no signs of cordiality, snapping back, you came looking for me, so I must inquire about your intentions. When we visited the construction site last night, they already had personnel monitoring the area, residing nearby. I learned that they are on a 24-hour shift. Do you expect us to go there now? If we get caught, who will take responsibility? Zheng Yang was left speechless, utterly unaware that Li Feng's site had security. Ergo's words rendered him at a loss for a suitable response. Thankfully, they had not been apprehended. Had they been, serious consequences would have ensued. I had no idea they would have guards. It's likely they secured someone right after your initial visit. Since they have a watchman, let it be. Please refund my money. Zheng Yang insisted, his desire to reclaim the funds bordering on folly. What money? When did you ever pay me? I suggest you leave promptly, or I shall not be so courteous, Ergo countered, his demeanor shifting sharply. This was a lesson from Li Feng. Never admit to receiving money from Zheng Yang. As there were no witnesses. Chapter 101. The father-in-law Zheng Yang's face turned an ashen green with fury, his eyes seemingly aflame. Ergo was being utterly unreasonable. There was no chance of retrieving that 1,000 yuan. He pointed a finger at Ergo, threateningly stating, "Ergo, you're ruthless. Just wait. I'll be waiting. Bring someone if you dare," Ergo retorted fearlessly. Fuming, Zheng Yang returned to Wei Guodong, who, upon observing his demeanor, let out a sigh. "Why do you always wear such a dejected expression? Is there trouble with Ergo again?" The moment Wei Guodong spoke, he immediately deduced the situation. "Speak. What has transpired?" "Damn it. Ergo deceived us out of 1,000 yuan, claiming that there were individuals guarding the construction site around the clock. It is likely that after the incident on the first day, they sought assistance. The remaining matters are unnecessary to elaborate on, as Weigedong is already aware that Ergo would never return the 1,000 yuan to Zheng Yang. Ergo refuses to refund your money, correct? I had already suspected as much. Why has our luck been so unfortunate lately? Is there no alternative? We could render their project unfeasible." Weigedong, however, maintained a remarkably serene demeanor, perhaps accustomed to such tribulations. "Do you believe the Urban Management Association can intervene in such matters? My father-in-law is the vice president of that association. I wonder if consulting him would be beneficial." Zheng Yang suddenly recalled this fact. Initially, he had contemplated it but dismissed the idea, reasoning that it likely fell outside their jurisdiction. Of course, they can intervene. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Isn't the Urban Management Association responsible for such affairs? If their construction is non-compliant, they can simply demolish it. Weigedong exhibited a clear understanding of the situation. "Is that genuine? Then I shall pay my father-in-law a visit tonight. Why wait until evening? Let us go now. Why must everything be postponed?" Weigedong urged Zheng Yang, and together they proceeded to the Urban Management Association. Upon arrival, they discovered that the father-in-law was not present. He had stepped out. Thus, they were left to wait. Coincidentally, Zhang Bin arrived to handle some paperwork, as there were still items to be coordinated with the Urban Management Association. Seeing Zhang Bin, Zheng Yang felt a surge of pride. "Isn't that General Manager Zhang? What brings you here? What does it concern you? Two foolish clowns. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" Zhang Bin offered them no friendly demeanor. "Enjoy your moment of pride. Do you know who my father-in-law is? Presently, do you truly believe your factory can proceed?" Zheng Yang, without a filter, blurted it out. From Zheng Yang's expression, Zhang Bin discerned that this matter might indeed hold some truth. The vice president here does indeed bear the surname Li. If Zheng Yang manages to have his father-in-law intervene, their factory could very well face significant obstacles. They then resumed their discussions with Zheng Yang and hastily proceeded with the paperwork. "Let us complete today's tasks first and address the rest later." After returning to the company, Zhang Bin summoned Li Feng to his office. "There may be further trouble at the construction site. When I visited the Urban Management Association today, I encountered Weigedong and Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang's father-in-law is the vice president of the association. What good could come from their visit?" Li Feng was unaware of this news, as he had not previously mentioned it to Bidin. If what Zhang Bin claims is true, this situation could become rather complicated. Even minor inconveniences imposed upon them would be unbearable. Suddenly, the image of Li Mei flashed in Li Feng's mind. Li Mei is now involved with another man. If he could uncover some leverage against her, she might indeed be a source of concern. "Hurry, let us go to KTV." Li Feng pulled Zhang Bin towards the exit. "What do you intend to do at KTV at this hour?" Zhang Bin felt somewhat bewildered. "You will understand once you arrive. Hurry up." The two men drove swiftly to the KTV. Li Feng first conveyed his thoughts to Zhang Bin, who excitedly clapped his hands. "This approach is brilliant. If we can seize leverage over Li Mei, her father will undoubtedly prevent this information from leaking, as it would adversely affect his career." Zhang Bin seemed to glimpse hope anew. "Hey Gu, keep an eye on that woman in the red dress from yesterday over the next few days. If she appears with another man again, be sure to capture photographs, especially if they are seen being affectionate. We must gather sufficient evidence to intimidate Li Mei." Li Feng believed that it was unnecessary to involve Li Mei's father. He could speak directly with her. "I will ensure this matter is handled efficiently, rest assured." Hazy is quite experienced in such affairs. Meanwhile, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang waited all day without encountering his father-in-law. Upon returning home that evening, Zheng Yang said to Li Mei, "Let us visit Dad tonight. I need to discuss something with him." Li Mei, seated at her vanity applying makeup, replied without turning, "You go if you want. I have plans tonight with some classmates to go to KTV." "Why do you go to KTV every day? Didn't we just go yesterday?" Zheng Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. "I told you I need to discuss business. It's not easy for that boss to come here. And if we don't seize the opportunity to negotiate, how will we earn money? Do you intend to lose money like you usually do?" Li Mei, who was doing well in the cosmetics business, sighed, "Forget it, I'll go alone." Zheng Yang then left, purchasing a few items for his father-in-law before heading straight over. Upon arrival, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were puzzled as to why Li Mei had not returned with him. "Where's Li Mei? Why didn't she come?" Zheng Yang replied. "She has something to attend to," said it was about business. "I came to discuss a matter with Dad." Zheng Yang smiled at his father-in-law. "Feel free to share what you need." His father-in-law, engrossed in his newspaper, replied without looking up. "Dad, are you aware of the new factory being established in Nanxing?" "Yes." "Why? Such a significant matter. As vice president of the Urban Management Association, how could I not be informed? That boss has a personal grudge against me. Could you find a way to impede him?" After Zheng Yang spoke, Li Xianghua turned, his expression serious. "What sort of grudge do you have with that boss?" "Dad, you have no idea. That boss has swindled me multiple times. I recently lost hundreds of thousands because of him, so I need your assistance with this." Zheng Yang dared not elaborate further, merely presenting himself as aggrieved. Li Xianghua neither particularly liked nor disliked his son-in-law. He was simply indifferent. However, losses for Zheng Yang would translate into losses for his daughter, and Li Xianghua was certainly not inclined to see anyone suffer financial setbacks. It would be quite simple for him to prevent that factory from proceeding. Chapter 102, The Secret Photograph. I understand. Over the next few days, I will keep an eye on the progress of the factory, Li Xianghua remarked casually, his gaze returning to the newspaper. "By the way, how is your relationship with Mimi these days?" he suddenly inquired. "Our relationship has been quite harmonious. We are even considering having a second child," Zheng Yang replied. "Perhaps it would be prudent to postpone the second child for now. With the strict family planning policies in place, we wouldn't want any complications to affect your business," Li Xianghua cautioned, clearly aware of the implications. "Dad, I understand. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you any further," Zheng Yang said. Feeling quite elated on his way home, knowing his father-in-law as support would render Li Feng powerless. Upon returning, he called Wei Guodong to briefly update him on the situation. At the KTV, Li Mei was singing with her ex-boyfriend, Wen Shi. The other classmates had already departed, leaving just the two of them. Wen Shi, who had yet to marry, had previously shared a relationship with Li Mei, but they had parted ways due to his overseas endeavors. Now, under the pretense of a class reunion, he was growing increasingly intimate with her. He inched closer, wrapping an arm around her waist, to which Li Mei did not object, instead casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. The last time, she had even perched herself on his lap, making their relationship quite evident. Suddenly, Wen Shi lifted her onto his lap once more, and they began kissing. Outside, Hazy had already witnessed this scene through the glass door. The two were remarkably indiscreet. They could at least have turned off the lights in the room. This was clearly an invitation for Hazy to capture the moment. He swiftly took several photographs before hurriedly departing. With this evidence in hand, Hazy understood well the purpose it would serve for Li Feng, primarily out of concern for potential issues that could arise during the establishment of the factory in Nanchang. Li Mei returned home late, and Zheng Yang, noticing her slightly intoxicated state, felt displeased. "Who have you been drinking with every night? Can you not go out anymore?" he asked, assisting her onto the sofa. "Do I need to report to you who I'm drinking with? You didn't feel the need to inform me when you were losing money," Li Mei retorted, leaving Zheng Yang momentarily speechless. "I visited my parents today, and they asked me to talk to you. They don't want you to keep going out with those people." Zheng Yang resorted to using Li Mei's father as an excuse. What man wishes for his partner to be out drinking every night? "Didn't you mention you had something to discuss with my dad? What is it?" Li Mei countered, redirecting the conversation. "Li Feng and the others are establishing a factory in Nanchang. I am asking Dad to find a way to hinder them. He has agreed to go check it out tomorrow," Zheng Yang explained. Li Mei, surprisingly, was in accord with this plan, as she had recently grown quite intolerant of xiang biting. Had it not been for Li Feng's substantial earnings, how could xiang biting possibly afford such fine attire? Previously, xiang biting was incomparable to her, and it was perplexing to witness the recent turn of events where Li Feng's ventures have consistently profited. Moreover, I have heard from other classmates that Xiang Biting has already purchased a new home. Despite Zheng Yang's commendable progress in recent years, he still has not managed to buy her a house. It is not that Zheng Yang lacks the means. He had some savings at one point. However, many fail to realize that simply owning a home is insufficient, and acquiring multiple properties is deemed unnecessary. I have heard that Xiang Biting has even sold her house. When will you manage to earn a little more? Li Mei began her complaints anew. Zheng Yang cast a helpless glance her way, acknowledging that he had indeed suffered significant losses recently. The following day, upon starting work, Li Xianghua inquired about the situation of his subordinates and succinctly stated, "The factory construction in Nanxing does not comply with regulations. Instruct them to halt operations for now." Upon hearing this, his subordinates hurriedly made their way to the construction site, just when they had managed to resolve Ergo's issues. Another problem arose from the Urban Construction Bureau. Feng Yulin felt equally exasperated. When he was building his factory, such complications were non-existent. Yet now there seemed to be issues on every front. He promptly called Li Feng and Zhang Bin to relay the situation honestly. "Director Feng, do not worry. I will resolve this matter within 3 days," Li Feng responded with his characteristic confidence. Feng Yulin had faith in him. After all, it was Li Feng who had addressed prior issues. Without Li Feng, they would likely still be entangled in Ergo's predicament. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng and Zhang Bin proceeded to a KTV. Perhaps fate was on Li Feng's side, as by sheer coincidence. Li Mei had been photographed by He Zi the previous night. When they arrived, He Zi had already developed all the photos. "I'll handle this. I will arrange to meet with that woman tonight. As for the Urban Construction Bureau, she can deal with her father, so we need not confront them directly," Li Feng said with a smile. "I never anticipated she would be like this. What do you think Zheng Yang will do upon discovering this?" Zhang Bin inquired, intrigued. "What can he do? At worst, they will divorce," He Zi remarked casually. "Their marital affairs are theirs to manage. Our priority is to resolve the current issues." After storing the photographs, Li Feng returned to the company. Cheng Cheng also informed him about matters concerning the battery supplier, and Li Feng maintained his previous stance, allowing Cheng Cheng to make decisions independently. After all, in Li Feng's eyes, Cheng Cheng was the future general manager. If he lacked authority in minor matters, how could he ever fulfill that role? In the afternoon, Li Feng took the initiative to pick up Yiya. His primary aim was to arrange a meeting with Li Mei to resolve the situation. As expected, when he arrived, Li Mei was already waiting at the kindergarten entrance. Li Feng approached directly, gazing at Li Mei as he spoke. "I encountered you at the KTV last night. If you wish to keep your affairs from being disclosed to others, I shall await you in room 301 this evening." Li Mei was momentarily taken aback. The thought of her situation with Wenxue being revealed to others was no trifling matter. By the time she gathered her thoughts, Li Feng had already moved to the opposite side. She suspected that Li Feng harbored inappropriate intentions towards her, considering she was indeed a beauty. Initially, she was reluctant to go, but the fear of Li Feng revealing this matter to Zheng Yang gnawed at her. After deliberation, she resolved to attend. Even if Li Feng attempted to take liberties, she felt indifferent to that prospect. Chapter 103. Negotiation. After all, Li Feng was quite handsome and had recently come into considerable wealth. The prospect of an encounter with him intrigued Li Mei. In the evening, she took a moment to enhance her appearance before setting off for the KTV. "Don't tell me you're going out for drinks again tonight. How long do you plan to indulge?" Zheng Yang could hardly contain his irritation. "This is the last time. I won't do this again." "Why must a grown man be so indecisive?" Li Mei retorted, somewhat displeased. Li Feng had been waiting at the KTV for quite some time, and Li Mei arrived punctually, entering the private room at the appointed hour. Upon seeing Li Feng, she smiled briefly. "Boss Li, what brings you here? Is your little Ting refusing to let you touch her?" Without hesitation, she settled beside him. This unexpected closeness took Li Feng aback, prompting him to shift slightly away. "I witnessed your encounter with that man last night. I came to you today because I need your assistance with a matter." Li Feng was forthright, avoiding any circumlocution. Li Mei's initial surprise faded as she chuckled. "Are you attempting to leverage this against me to get what you desire?" Men's thoughts are all the same. "Just tell me what you want, and I shall comply." Li Feng was taken aback by Li Mei's response. He had previously believed her to be strong-willed, but he had not anticipated her to be so morally flexible. It seemed his assumptions were misguided. If she could engage in indiscretions with one man, she could undoubtedly do so with others. "You misunderstand. I'm not interested in you. I have established a factory in Nanchang, but your husband approached your father and had our factory shut down. You need to help me resolve this issue," Li Feng stated earnestly, his expression serious. Li Mei paused, realizing that Li Feng sought her assistance for this matter. She had thought he was interested in her personally, and now it appeared she had misread the situation. "I cannot assist you. You should seek help elsewhere. If that is all, I shall take my leave." The capriciousness of a woman's disposition was indeed striking. "Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Take a look at these," Li Feng said, placing the developed photographs on the table. "If Zheng Yang or your father were to discover this, what do you think their reaction would be?" Li Mei took a glance at the photographs and was instantly frozen in place. Had only Li Feng seen them, she could have easily denied it. However, now that there were photos, particularly some rather intimate ones featuring her with Wenxue, there was no escaping the ramifications should this information leak. If Zheng Yang were to discover this, divorce would be the only avenue left for them. The repercussions from her father could be dire. He might even resort to physical violence, jeopardizing his political career. "Li Feng, your methods are excessively despicable," Li Mei seethed, her face flushed with anger. Is your husband's approach not equally vile? Or is it your indiscretion with that man that is beneath contempt? Regardless, I give you 3 days. If this matter remains unresolved, all these photographs will be made public, and by then, it will be too late for you to salvage your reputation. Li Feng, though not typically inclined to threats, found such measures necessary when dealing with someone like Zheng Yang. If I assist you in this matter, will you hand over the negatives? Li Mei glared at him. Her countenance darkened. Handing over the negatives? That is perilous. Your husband specializes in cameras. What if he comes across them? In your presence, I shall burn the negatives. Li Feng retorted. After this exchange, Li Mei grabbed her bag and stormed out. With only 3 days granted to her, she knew she needed to persuade her father promptly. Upon returning home, she refrained from mentioning anything about Li Feng's factory to Zheng Yang, fearing he might suspect some underlying connection between her and Li Feng. She resolved to confront her father the following day. Once Li Feng exited the private room, He Zi and Zhang Bin immediately approached him. So how did it go? Did she agree? Zhang Bin was visibly anxious. From her demeanor, she seems to have consented. There's no choice otherwise, considering we possess the evidence. Any woman in her position would acquiesce, unwilling to tarnish her reputation, Li Feng replied confidently. Moreover, while Li Mei was indeed assertive, her peers believed she was leading an enviable life. If the truth were to surface, the backlash would be overwhelming. That woman is rather attractive, yet she is terribly misguided. Engaging in such behavior behind her husband's back, what was she thinking? Zhang Bin remarked. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Please take me home. By the time Li Feng returned home, it was late, and both Qing Ting and Yiyo were already asleep. He settled before the computer, delving into the intricacies of the internet. The technology was still in its infancy, and computers were not widely accessible. He recalled that the first internet cafe would not emerge until the following year. By 1997, the proliferation of internet cafes would necessitate the development of instant messaging software. Creating games would also become viable post 1997. Although text-based online games existed beforehand, they were not profitable. Li Feng's objective was clear: to earn, and earn again. He had no interest in futile endeavors. Early the next morning, Li Mei awoke and immediately sought out her father. Coincidentally, Li Xianghua had not yet left for work. Upon seeing his daughter arrive so early, he inquired, "What brings you here at this hour? Did you have a quarrel with Zheng Yang?" "What quarrel?" "I came straight here after dropping off the kids." "Dad, I need to ask you something. Did Zheng Yang ask you to halt operations at the factory in Nanxing?" Li Xianghua was taken aback. Was it possible his daughter was unaware of this matter? "You don't know? A few days ago, he came to see me, mentioning that the owner over there had a minor conflict with him." Li Xianghua could only respond truthfully. "So he told you to stop, and you complied? Why do you listen to him so readily? Just brush him off? You can resume operations in a day or two. That owner is the husband of my classmate. And now it seems as though I'm intentionally harming her." Li Mei's reasoning was quite compelling. Besides, if he insists on opposing others and ends up incurring losses, can he blame anyone but himself? If you keep aiding him, how will he ever learn? He seems to believe that blocking others' paths will ensure his own success. Indeed, when Li Mei spoke of these matters, she had a well-structured argument. He didn't clarify much for me, just mentioned that the person had a grievance against him. I assumed you were aware. I'll discuss it with my colleagues at work later. Chapter 104. Resuming construction. Li Xianghua was certainly inclined to heed his daughter's counsel rather than Zheng Yang's. Do not resume operations immediately. Wait until tomorrow. If Zheng Yang comes looking for you, simply tell him it was a directive from above. If he finds out I advised you this way, he will likely confront me. Li Mei, anxious about her own predicament being exposed, had no choice but to acquiesce to her father's suggestion. Understood. You two children are hardly a source of peace. Once this matter was settled, Li Mei went directly to find Xiang Biding. Uncertain of Li Feng's whereabouts, she assumed he would have informed Xiang Biding of the situation. Knowing that Xiang Biding worked at a nearby clothing factory, she proceeded there. Upon encountering Li Mei, Xiang Biding felt somewhat awkward, recalling their previous unpleasant encounter at the kindergarten, where the red-haired girl had even struck Li Mei. "Biding, please convey to Li Feng that I have fulfilled the tasks he assigned me, and he must honor his commitments to me." Xiang Biding was bewildered, entirely unaware of the context. Her first thought was that Li Feng might be meeting with Li Mei behind her back. Did they have something going on? "I'm having trouble understanding you. Could you clarify?" "Just tell Li Feng, and he will know. I must take my leave now. I don't want to disrupt your work." Due to Li Mei's meeting with Xiang Biding, the latter found it difficult to focus on her work throughout the day. Women tend to be alike. When something weighs on their minds, it is uncomfortable until it is resolved. That evening, upon returning home, Xiang Biding immediately pulled Li Feng into her room. "You must be honest with me. What is your relationship with Li Mei?" She came to our factory today, saying that she had completed the tasks you assigned her and reminded you not to forget your promises to her. Upon gazing at the expression on Xiang Biting's face, Li Feng instantly discerned her jealousy. It was quite trivial. After all, Li Mei's father holds the position of vice president of the Urban Management Association. Zheng Yang had instructed him to halt our factory's operations, so I merely asked Li Mei to devise a solution for this predicament. It's as simple as that. Li Feng regarded Xiang Biting with a bittersweet smile. Wait a moment. Why would Li Mei assist you? If there were no connection between you two, would she even consider helping? Xiang Biting pressed further. I mentioned this to you previously. I caught her with that man, and I even took photographs. I can show them to you. Li Feng retrieved the clandestinely captured images from his bag and placed them before Xiang Biting. She was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. It was her classmate who dealt in stationery. I told Li Mei that if she refused to aid me, I would inform Zheng Yang and her father about her affair with that man, compelling her to assist me. At that moment, Xiang Biting finally believed. It turned out that Li Feng had threatened Li Mei. Given her nature, she would not have helped him otherwise. Meanwhile, Zheng Yang was enjoying drinks with Wei Guodong, relishing the lesson imparted to Li Feng and his associates, wondering if they would dare to be so audacious in the future. Zheng Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, finally having vented his frustration. If you had mentioned earlier that your father-in-law was involved with the Urban Management Association, they wouldn't have even managed to lay the foundation. Wei Guodong remarked, now allied with Zheng Yang, solely focused on exacting revenge on Li Feng, entirely disregarding profit. By the way, is there anyone interested in our factory? 10,000 yuan is indeed steep. Why not lower the price a bit? Zheng Yang mused, recognizing that 10,000 was excessive and unlikely to attract buyers. Wei Guodong had been busy with this matter recently, but upon hearing the price, everyone had walked away. Why would anyone spend 10,000 yuan on such a factory? The market for winding watches is scarce and unprofitable. Who would want to purchase a hollow shell? Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps someone will indeed show interest. Enough of this unpleasant topic. Let us drink, they decided. Just as they lifted their glasses, Zhang Bin emerged from outside, accompanied by two friends for a meal. In the city, only the Xinchuan Grand Hotel boasted a certain level of sophistication, making it the usual dining choice. Zhang Bin approached them with a broad grin. You two still find the time to drink, even after incurring such losses? He taunted. We have plenty of money. What do you care about our losses? Besides, your factory is closed. What face do you have to boast here? Wei Guodong retorted without courtesy. Do you genuinely believe we shut down our factory? Why don't you take a stroll around South City in the next few days and witness when we commence reconstruction? Given your meager abilities, you are far from capable, Zhang Bin declared before heading upstairs with his companions. Stubborn as a dead duck, Wei Guodong scoffed. I trust the matters handled by my father-in-law. I even visited the site today to confirm they had indeed halted operations. Although Zheng Yang expressed such sentiments, Wei Guodong remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, Zheng Yang had not instilled much confidence in him previously. To be prudent, let us visit tomorrow. We might as well go over a few more times in these days. Since we have little else to occupy our time, Wei Guodong remarked casually. Did you not mention knowing a businessman who intends to invest in our beverage project? Surely that cannot be a deception? Zheng Yang suddenly recalled this point. After all, he is yet to arrive. We must exercise patience. No need to rush. Let us enjoy a drink. A day later, Li Xianghua, as per Li Mei's instructions, sent personnel to find Old Feng, informing him that they could resume operations. Old Feng was overjoyed and immediately called Li Feng. Since Li Mei had fulfilled her obligations, he could not go back on his word. However, he preferred not to arrange another meeting with Li Mei. As for the matter of the negatives, they could discuss it whenever Li Mei approached him again. When Wei Guodong visited South City, he discovered that work had suddenly resumed, which incensed him. How could Zheng Yang accomplish nothing? His father-in-law, who was part of the city's management association, could not even handle this trivial matter. Upon returning to the company, he promptly called Zheng Yang to inform him that Li Feng's construction site was still operational. Zheng Yang, somewhat incredulous, personally made the trip to South City and confirmed Wei Guodong's assertions. He could not fathom why his father-in-law had changed his mind and decided to visit the City Management Association to clarify the situation. Upon meeting his father-in-law, Zheng Yang, visibly displeased, inquired, Father, what is the situation? Why have they resumed work over there? Did you not put a stop to them? Li Xianghua, having anticipated his son-in-law's visit, responded calmly, They have connections and sought out the president. I am powerless in this matter. Moreover, the board above has great confidence in this project. Chapter 105. Professional duties. Zheng Yang was at a loss for words. They had already approached the president, effectively undermining his father-in-law, leaving him with no options to assist. Is there truly no other recourse? Do not dwell on this matter. Focus on your camera work and refrain from getting involved in further complications. I have heard from Mei that you have incurred significant losses in other ventures. It is best for you to concentrate on your primary responsibilities and not concern yourself with anything else. After receiving this reprimand from his father-in-law, Zheng Yang exited the City Management Association, his expression one of dejection. Upon encountering Wei Guodong, he candidly stated, Li Feng and his team have contacted the president. I do not know the nature of their connections, thus my father-in-law finds himself unable to intervene. Wei Guodong sighed. He now understood that attempting to manipulate affairs at the construction site was nearly impossible. Let us not overthink this. We shall wait until their beverage is released. If necessary, I can leverage my own connections. Wei Guodong had a few acquaintances in this regard, though he was uncertain of their utility when the time came. As the afternoon neared the end of the workday, Cui Ji arrived once more. Recently, Cui Ji has been closely monitoring Wei Guodong's activities, fully aware that his factory would certainly struggle to sell at such inflated prices. What brings you here again? I have already made it clear that I will not sell to you. Wei Guodong's disdain for Cui Ji has been steadily increasing. In the entire Xinchuan, I am the only one interested in purchasing your factory. Allow me to present you with a calculation. If you continue to delay, within 10 days, you will have to lower your price. Cui Ji spoke the truth, and Wei Guodong understood it well. The price reduction is my concern. It has no bearing on you. Mr. Wei, since we are engaging in business, we should maintain cordiality to foster prosperity. I approach you with genuine intent to acquire your factory. Do not dismiss my offer outright. I am prepared to present you with 50,000. If you agree, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, I shall take my leave. Cui Ji felt a sense of urgency, as there was a burgeoning demand for electric razors from Li Feng's side. His previous factory was rather small, unable to meet the production needs. Establishing a new factory would entail tedious procedures and construction, which was cumbersome. Upon hearing the price of 50,000, Wei Guodong was genuinely tempted. Numerous individuals had visited and offered merely up to 40,000. Thus Cui Ji's offer exceeded it by 10,000. It would be foolish not to sell at this juncture. Continuing to hold out might mean that even 40,000 would no longer be attainable. Why do I find it so hard to believe your words? Would you truly be so generous as to offer me 50,000? Wei Guodong was somewhat incredulous, suspecting that Cui Ji might be jesting. Why would I deceive you? I have come here with 50,000 in cash, right in this bag. If you are agreeable, we can sign the contract immediately. Cui Ji confidently opened his bag to reveal the neatly arranged sum of 50,000. Wei Guodong exchanged a glance with Zheng Yang. It was improbable to resist such temptation. The factory held little value in their hands, yet selling it to Wei Guodong would yield them 50,000 in cash, allowing them to do something worthwhile. Mr. Wei, I believe Mr. Cui is quite sincere. Why not sell it to him? Zheng Yang interjected diplomatically. After a lengthy contemplation, Wei Guodong concluded that Cui Ji was unlikely to deceive him, especially with the money already in hand. Furthermore, Cui Ji had no motive to engage in deceit. Of course, he remained unaware of Cui Ji's intentions for the factory. However, such matters had become secondary. The primary concern was acquiring the 50,000. Since you have visited us repeatedly, we can agree. Now, let us discuss how to proceed with the contract. Cui Ji handed over the contract and stepped outside for a moment to smoke. After a brief examination, the two men found no significant issues and called Cui Ji back in to sign the contract. From this moment forth, the factory is mine, including everything in your office. Remember to take your personal belongings. We shall send personnel to commence operations tomorrow. Since the factory has already been purchased, Cui Ji no longer felt the need to be overly polite with them. After expressing his thoughts, he departed. Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang had also sold their factory, leaving them with no alternative but to seek another office space to rent. However, their investors had yet to materialize. If they were ultimately deceived, they would be responsible for the office rent themselves. In this era, entrepreneurship was relatively straightforward. If one possessed courage and attention to detail, profits were certainly attainable. For someone like Zheng Yang, creating his own cameras posed no challenge, yet he stubbornly opposed Li Feng for reasons unknown, as if blinded by ignorance. Once again, Li Feng went to pick up Yia. Li Mei approached him and whispered, "See you at the KTV at 9 tonight. You haven't shown me much yet." Li Feng nodded. Having agreed to her request, he felt obliged to follow through. When Li Mei arrived at the KTV that evening, she was even more beautiful than before. Her feelings for Li Feng intensified inexplicably. Upon seeing him, she shyly smiled. "The film is here. I hope you can keep your word. Don't burn it. Only to conspire against me with your husband later." Li Feng harbored concerns about this issue, knowing full well that Li Mei was capable of such actions. I will no longer oppose you, so rest assured. How about we share a few drinks tonight? Li Mei took the initiative, even placing her hand on Li Feng's thigh, hinting at seduction. Naturally, Li Feng did not wish to provoke her. At least until the factory was established, he intended to avoid significant conflict with her. He shifted slightly, smiling as he said, I actually have a favorable impression of you. I would prefer not to let your actions alter that perception. Having charmed numerous women in his previous life, he found this situation quite manageable. Indeed, Li Mei appeared somewhat flustered. What kind of woman do you perceive me to be? She inquired, hoping for compliments. Independent and assertive. These can be seen as both strengths and weaknesses. Nevertheless, I believe you will only improve in the future. As for Zheng Yang, if he did not oppose me, he likely wouldn't have incurred such losses. Li Feng observed Li Mei with sincerity. What he does is beyond my control. Regardless, I assure you that my father will no longer be involved in the factory matters. Chapter 106. Termination of cooperation with Li Mei's assurance. Li Feng felt a sense of relief. He no longer worried about the factory being intermittently halted. He took out his lighter, burned the film, and exited the KTV. Women, it seems, thrive on indifference. The less attention you pay them, the more intrigued they become. Li Mei was no exception. The more aloof Li Feng acted, the more he exuded masculine allure. She silently vowed to win him over, convinced that no man in this world was beyond temptation. The engineering matters have been resolved, and Shuiji has successfully acquired the factory owned by Wei Guodong and his associates, marking a smooth progression. On Sunday, Li Feng rode his bicycle, accompanied by Xiang Biding and Yiya, to indulge in some shopping. They visited a relatively upscale mall, where the garments were rather expensive, and Li Feng intended to purchase some items for both Yiya and Xiang Biding. In one of the shops, Xiang Biding tried on a particularly beautiful dress. However, upon inquiring about the price, the attendant informed her it was 500 yuan. Immediately, she recoiled and hastily removed the dress, hanging it back. If you like it, just buy it. Don't be afraid of the price. We have plenty of money, Li Feng noted, recognizing her fondness for the dress from her expression. At that moment, a fashionably dressed woman entered the store. She cast a glance at Xiang Biding and disdainfully remarked, It's obvious you can't afford such clothing. If you can't, don't even try it on. How disgusting. Li Feng was taken aback by the audacity of someone openly disparaging another, especially a stranger. How dare you speak like that? Do you even know how to talk? He retorted. The woman turned to look at him, her eyes flashing with contempt. Clearly a pauper, yet attempting to buy clothes here. Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror, she scoffed. Despite her unpleasant demeanor, the attendant treated her with utmost respect, indicating that she must be a frequent patron of the establishment. I'll take the dress we just tried on. Please wrap it up for me, Li Feng said coldly, as he had come specifically to purchase clothing. You didn't buy it earlier, now it's mine. The woman held the dress against her figure, but it was evident that her physique did not suit it at all. Excuse me, sir, but since this dress is quite expensive, we only have one piece available. The attendant replied, maintaining a polite demeanor. We tried it on first. In any situation, there should be a first-come, first-served basis, right? We're claiming this dress. Li Feng stood his ground, even as Xiang Biding tugged at him, trying to lead him away. You think I gave you face just now? Hurry up and leave. This dress belongs to me. The woman barked, her arrogance palpable as she began to hurl insults at Li Feng. He did not back down and swiftly slapped her. She covered her face and shouted, Bastard, just wait. When my husband arrives, he'll deal with you. Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, began to gather. Isn't that the wife of the owner of Hanyuan Battery Factory? Does this young man dare to provoke her? He's in trouble. She's wealthy and powerful. He must not realize it. Young man, you should leave quickly. When her husband arrives, you won't be able to escape, the crowd murmured amongst themselves. Honyuan Battery Factory? Isn't that the company we collaborate with? It turned out that this brazen woman was indeed the boss's wife. Li Feng was contemplating when a man walked in. The owner of Honyuan Battery Factory, Zhang Honyuan. Although Zhang had wished to meet Li Feng several times, he had never managed to do so, as Li Feng was often absent from the company. Each time, he dealt with Cheng Cheng, who was currently engaged in sample production. Who the hell are you? Daring to strike my wife? Do you not wish to continue existing? Zhang Honyuan exclaimed, preparing to confront Li Feng. With remarkable ease, Li Feng seized his arm, rendering Zhang motionless. Against someone like Zhang, Li Feng could easily handle multiple adversaries. Your wife deserves a beating, and I advise you to think carefully before proceeding with such actions, lest you find yourself regretting it later, Li Feng stated coldly, leaving Zhang perplexed by the implications of his words. However, as it stood, Zhang was at a disadvantage, having come alone. Li Feng released him with a dismissive gesture and instructed a waiter, "Please wrap up those clothes for us." The waiter hurriedly complied, and Li Feng efficiently settled the bill before departing with Xiang biting. This incident cast a shadow over their spirits, leading them to abandon their shopping plans in favor of seeking a meal with Yaya in tow. Upon reaching the mall entrance, they encountered Zhang Honyuan once more. Spotting Li Feng on his bicycle, Zhang arrogantly declared, "You'd better wait, for in Xinchuan, I will make you pay." "Very well, I shall wait. I should inform you that I work at like electric shaver company. If you have the capability, come find me." Li Feng replied nonchalantly as he rode away on his bicycle. Upon hearing Li Feng's association with like, Zhang felt a surge of satisfaction. Currently, he was collaborating with the company and assumed that Li Feng was merely a low-level employee. He believed that if he informed Dan, this individual would certainly be dismissed. With this thought, Zhang's mood lightened considerably. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Li Feng summoned Cheng to his office. "How is the collaboration with Honyuan Battery Factory progressing?" Li Feng inquired casually. "They are producing samples, and if there are no issues, we can sign the contract." Cheng replied truthfully. "Contact their owner and inform them that the collaboration is suspended. They need not continue with the samples. I met him yesterday, and he was exceedingly arrogant. I have no desire to partner with such a person." Li Feng succinctly articulated his rationale without delving into specifics. Cheng nodded in understanding and promptly called Honyuan Battery Factory. The other party was taken aback and immediately inquired about the reason. Cheng simply stated his disinterest in continuing the collaboration before hanging up. As an employee, Cheng was well aware of his responsibilities. The boss had declared an end to the partnership for his own reasons, and thus, there was no need for excessive explanation. Meanwhile, Zhang Honyuan was left in a state of agitation, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He promptly contacted Dan, who was bewildered by the situation. Upon arriving at Cheng's office, Dan exclaimed loudly, "Others have already begun producing samples, and you now declare that you will not cooperate?" Chapter 107. The accompanying listening device. Cheng gazed at Dan in confusion, as if he were the architect of this predicament. A flicker of irritation crossed Cheng's face. He scrutinized Dan and retorted with displeasure, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you receiving kickbacks?" Cheng, demonstrating his prowess, left Dan speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Dan hastily countered, "Do not make baseless accusations. Who is receiving kickbacks? There are no goods in circulation. What could I possibly receive?" His frustration palpable, he continued, "If you are upset, go speak to General Manager Li. It was he who instructed me to terminate the collaboration. As for the details, inquire with him." With that, Cheng dismissed Dan from his thoughts. Unable to cause a scene in the office, Dan made his way to Li Feng's office, where he maintained a cordial demeanor, inquiring about the reasons for the cessation of collaboration with Zhang Honyuan. Li Feng, candid as ever, recounted the events of the previous day. Given the character and arrogance of such a person, why would we wish to collaborate with him? Dan, how did you come to know someone like that? I am curious. Li Feng's displeasure was evident. Brother Feng, I was unaware of this matter, which is why I came to inquire. If he truly behaves in such a manner, then we have no need to engage in collaboration. Upon hearing Li Feng's account, Dan felt a surge of indignation. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. After exiting, Dan felt unsettled and directly called Zhang Honyuan. The two agreed to meet in a modest restaurant, as Dan feared encountering Li Feng and his associates in a larger establishment. Did you encounter a couple at the mall yesterday? And did you and your wife argue with them, claiming they could not afford the clothing? Did that happen? Dan fixed Zhang Honyuan with a serious gaze. Despite being a factory director, Zhang Honyuan was no match for Dan. Many matters necessitated his reliance on Dan. Li Feng's company primarily dealt in electrical appliances, with numerous future collaboration opportunities at stake. Offending Dan would jeopardize any potential partnership. Yes, that indeed occurred. What of it? Does it pertain to our current collaboration? Zhang Honyuan suddenly sensed that the situation was more complex than he had initially perceived. Of course it does. Do you know who that man was yesterday? He is the owner of our company. During your employment, our boss stated unequivocally that he would not collaborate with someone of such questionable character. The pricing is secondary. His arrogance is intolerable. Upon hearing Dan's words, Zhang Honyuan was utterly astonished. He had never met Li Feng before and was taken aback to realize that the man he had encountered yesterday was indeed Li Feng. To make matters worse, he had spoken quite forcefully, insisting that Li Feng wait. Now, it seemed that Li Feng was unwilling to pursue collaboration any further. I had no idea it was General Manager Li. What should I do now? I must go and apologize to him, and if necessary, I will bring my wife along. Zhang Honyuan lamented, his face a portrait of despair, uncertain of how to proceed. At present, Mr. Li is in a foul mood, making it exceedingly difficult for you to convey anything to him. I suggest that your wife first extend an apology to Mr. Li's spouse, and then, in a few days, once Mr. Li's temperament has improved, we can revisit this matter. Dan has put forth his suggestion, undoubtedly hoping to facilitate a resolution to this issue. Should the collaboration succeed, Zhang Honyuan would undoubtedly feel more grateful towards him. However, where does Mr. Li's wife work? I too am unaware. Zhang Honyuan can only heed Dan's advice, feeling utterly perplexed about how to proceed. While I do not know the specifics of her workplace, I am aware of where Mr. Li's daughter attends preschool. You should instruct your wife to wait at the preschool entrance and, upon encountering Mr. Li's wife, remember to hastily apologize. Sometimes, when Li Feng is particularly busy and Bai Ting has yet to finish her workday, he would ask Dan to pick up Yiya and bring her to the office. Thus Dan is well acquainted with the location of that preschool. Thank you, Mr. Tian. I will return home and discuss this with my wife immediately, Zhang Honyuan said. After rushing home, he found his wife at the vanity, applying her makeup. Frustration bubbled forth as he exclaimed, "All you ever do is focus on your appearance, and now we find ourselves in trouble." His wife turned to him, her expression one of discontent, and queried, "What trouble are you speaking of? Why the haste? Do you not realize? It is all due to the couple we encountered at the mall yesterday. The man is the owner of the Lico electric shaver company. I was in the midst of negotiating a partnership with him, and now, this morning, he informed me that the collaboration is off." Zhang Honyuan, filled with anger, sank onto the sofa. His wife stared at him in astonishment. He had previously mentioned that should the deal go through, they could earn a substantial sum of 100,000. With the partnership now off the table, that money would also slip from their grasp. I do not know him. I cannot be held accountable for this. But why are you back? Should you not be pleading our case? Zhang Hongyuan's wife, ever the opportunist, tended to avoid confrontation with the affluent while asserting her dominance over those less fortunate. Mr. Li is currently irate. Can I truly go? Listen, you must wait for his wife at the preschool today and, upon seeing her, promptly apologize. There may yet be a glimmer of hope for this situation. If you fail to apologize, I fear we shall never secure this deal. Zhang Honyuan, in a state of utter urgency akin to a frantic ant on a hot pan, felt the pressure mount as they were on the verge of signing a contract, only for this predicament to arise. What if they could not wait? Though his wife was reluctant, the prospect of profit compelled her to comply. Should we not arrive in time, continue to wait. Regardless, you must deliver this apology. Zhang Honyuan commanded resolutely. The couple sighed heavily at home, and after some contemplation, Zhang Honyuan realized that his wife could not handle this alone. He must accompany her. As fate would have it, a young man named Yang Hao arrived at the company that afternoon. He was also in the battery business, operating a modest factory and seeking to explore potential collaboration with Li Feng and his team. This also pertains to the early stages of entrepreneurship, where both the boss and the sales personnel are self-sufficient. Undoubtedly, Li Feng's company is remarkably humane. They warmly welcome anyone who comes to discuss potential collaborations. Originally, this matter was entrusted to Cheng Cheng, but since Li Feng found himself with some free time, he instructed the front desk staff to escort Yang Hao to his office. Upon meeting Yang Hao, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this the future magnate of portable music players? It is noteworthy that in the years following 2000, this individual's worth soared dramatically. He initially ventured into portable music players, subsequently moving on to MP3 and MP4 devices, quickly gaining renown in the industry. At that moment, Li Feng was struck with the desire to recruit such a talent for his own company. Having someone of Yang Hao's caliber would be invaluable. His expertise in portable music players, including the Wincuxing device, would essentially resolve many challenges. Chapter 108. Custom batteries. He hastily invited Yang Hao to take a seat and instructed the receptionist to pour a glass of water for him. Yang Hao, displaying humility, introduced himself and presented the products from his company for Li Feng's perusal. Li Feng feigned interest, as he was aware that Yang Hao would not remain in the battery business for long before transitioning to another venture. At that moment, the concept of a portable music player had already taken root in Yang Hao's mind. This battery seems quite compatible with our electric shavers. However, I am concerned that your pricing may be too steep. Please, enlighten me, Li Feng inquired, his interest not truly lying in the battery itself, but rather in the individual before him. Yang Hao promptly provided a quotation sheet to Li Feng. The prices were akin to those discussed previously by Zhang Honyuan, and the battery lifespan was comparable. Currently, most battery manufacturers produced similar products with little variation. By the way, Mr. Li, our company possesses a remarkable capability. We can produce custom batteries. If you provide us with your specifications, we can manufacture them accordingly. This technology is exclusive to our factory, Yang Hao stated. This remark prompted Li Feng to recall a situation involving a batch of electric shavers produced by Wei Guodong, which remained in storage due to incompatible batteries. With Cui Ji having acquired Wei Guodong's factory, Li Feng wondered if that inventory still existed. Is it truly possible? You are indeed quite advanced. By the way, can you manufacture batteries for portable music players? Li Feng inquired. Allow me to explain. A portable music player is akin to a recorder, but it does not have external speakers. It can only be listened to through headphones. Li Feng intentionally phrased it this way to gauge Yang Hao's reaction. As anticipated, Yang Hao looked at Li Feng with astonishment. How could Li Feng be aware of his own concept? Yang Hao had been studying this field for quite some time, having majored in electronics during his university years. The current small recorders typically featured external speakers, whereas he was preparing to develop a model akin to the overseas portable music players, which could only be listened to through headphones. This notion was remarkably ahead of its time, ultimately paving the way for Yang Hao to become a leading figure in the industry. The portable music player industry, including MP3 devices, has quietly faded away after more than a decade. Mr. Li, do you share this sentiment? I have contemplated this issue for quite some time and aspire to create such a product, though I find my technical capabilities somewhat limited. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Yang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is indeed rare to find like-minded individuals. What is your field of study that led you to consider this? We primarily focus on electrical appliances, and thus it was a collective idea. In truth, this concept originated solely from Li Feng, as others could not conceive of it. I studied electronics and have always been passionate about research during my academic years. Now that I have graduated, I feel compelled to venture into this field. Although my current capabilities are modest, I have merely established a small battery processing plant. The fact that you have managed to create such a facility is commendable, and I am curious about how Yang Hao amassed the necessary funds. Let us not dwell on other matters. Since we resonate so well, we will utilize your batteries in our future endeavors. As it happens, we have an electric shaver that requires a custom battery, and I will bring it over for you to examine. Li Feng readily acquiesced to Yang Hao's proposal for collaboration. Yang Hao could hardly believe that he would have the opportunity to work alongside Li Feng and his team, as their company is already quite substantial. He approached with a glimmer of hope and was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Subsequently, Li Feng introduced Yang Hao to Cheng Cheng, and they swiftly signed a simple contract. After Yang Hao departed, Li Feng promptly called Cui Ji to inquire about the shaver inventory. Cui Ji had forgotten about the matter and had not visited the warehouse. Mr. Li, do you have a market for these? Cui Ji asked, puzzled. Please reach out to Wei Guodong and ensure that we do not sell these goods only for him to come looking for them later. Haven't we already purchased the venue from him? Pretend to have him come collect the goods. If he refuses, simply state that you will handle it yourself. Li Feng was well aware of Wei Guodong's character. He certainly would not want these goods sitting in the warehouse. If he did, he would have taken them long ago. Understood, Mr. Li. He will be coming over shortly. I will have a chat with him. After hanging up, it was not long before Wei Guodong arrived. There were still many minor matters to settle, but Wei Guodong was delighted to receive 50,000 yuan. Although he was aware of the collaboration between Cui Ji and Li Feng, having money was certainly preferable to having none. He also understood that they could no longer prevent the ongoing construction at the site and would have to wait for the goods to be produced. By the way, Mr. Wei, do you still need those shavers piled up in your warehouse? You should retrieve them promptly. They are just taking up space and cannot be used. Cui Ji remarked deliberately. You can manage the disposal as you see fit. I sold you the factory, so everything inside is included, Wei Guodong replied. Too lazy to find someone to collect them, as he had no means to deal with them. But there are too many items. How am I supposed to manage that? Cui Ji feigned a hint of reluctance, stating, then I shall no longer concern myself with it. The factory is already sold to you, so it is up to you to find a way. Upon hearing this, Cui Ji's spirits lifted, as you no longer wish to be involved. How I choose to manage it is beyond your purview. The two of them swiftly completed the remaining procedures, and Wei Guodong departed. Cui Ji made his way to the warehouse, retrieved several razors, and dialed Li Feng. Li Feng requested that he send a few over, hoping to ascertain whether he could locate such batteries. Naturally, Cui Ji would not undertake this task without compensation. Should these 100,000 items sell, he would undoubtedly receive a share of the profits. Even selling them at a modest price of 20 yuan each would yield a total of 2 million yuan. They currently had ample agents on their side, with 7 or 8 provinces already procuring goods from them. Even at a wholesale price of 10 yuan, the cost of the batteries would only be around 1 or 2 yuan, allowing them to profit nearly 1 million yuan. Cui Ji arrived promptly at Li Feng's office. where Li Feng conducted a brief inspection. He surmised that Yang Hao should not encounter significant difficulties in producing such batteries, especially since the order was for 100,000 units. This represented a considerable income for Yang Hao's factory. Furthermore, it was imperative to produce not merely 100,000, as subsequent customers would require battery replacements, indicating a minimum order of 300,000 batteries. Chapter 109. Apology, Mr. Li. There should be no such batteries available on the market. If there were, Wei Guodong and his team would have certainly discovered them by now. Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang had indeed searched extensively, not only in Xinchuan, but also in other cities. However, such batteries were indeed non-existent. While finding them proved futile, we can certainly manufacture them. Rest assured, if this endeavor succeeds, I shall allocate you a full 10% of the profits. Li Feng was exceptionally generous, believing that one should fairly compensate for such small sums. Previously, when he purchased goods from Wei Guodong, he had partially reimbursed them. Now, it would be akin to receiving free merchandise. Is it not quite troublesome to produce such batteries? Chuizhi expressed his concerns. You need not worry. I have my own methods, Li Feng reassured him. After Chuizhi departed, Li Feng contemplated the matter of portable music players. He intended to launch them next year, coinciding perfectly with a time of burgeoning demand. However, he needed to consult with Xiao Yang in detail, as he was not well versed in the intricacies of the portable music player industry. He was aware that in this era, engaging in such endeavors was immensely profitable, but he lacked knowledge regarding the execution. Just as he prepared to leave, he received a call from Zhou Xian, who informed him that his wife had been assaulted in Li Feng's store. Li Feng was taken aback. Who would dare to act so brazenly within his establishment? He urged Zhou Xian to remain calm as he headed over to assess the situation. Accompanied by Air Dan, Li Feng arrived, finding Zhou Xian's wife, Guan Yiping, who had been working in Li Feng's paging store since recovering. Sister-in-law, what transpired? Who struck you? Li Feng inquired, observing the distress etched upon her face. He knew Guan Yiping to be a kind-hearted individual, certain that she was not at fault in this matter. Beside the shop that sells pagers, I was soliciting customers at the entrance when individuals from that establishment approached to collect their orders. The proprietor accused us of poaching his clientele. It was not a severe confrontation, merely a couple of pushes that led to my fall. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately deduced that it must have been that scoundrel, Ren Liang. Li Feng had yet to confront him, yet he dared to initiate trouble with Li Feng first. Sister-in-law, wait here for a moment. I shall seek justice for you, Li Feng declared, accompanied by Air Dan, as they made their way to Ren Liang's shop. Ren Liang, do you possess any sense of decency? A grown man bullying the employees of my establishment? Li Feng confronted him without reservation. She had it coming. If you dare to strike me, I shall ensure you face consequences, Ren Liang retorted defiantly. It was evident from Ren Liang's tone that he was acting deliberately. Unable to contend with Li Feng, he resorted to targeting his employees. Li Feng recognized that he could not retaliate at this moment. If Ren Liang were to report him, it could lead to grave complications. Of course, he had contemplated contacting the authorities immediately, but given that the incident had already transpired with scant evidence, it was likely that the police would merely arrive to investigate and then depart. Ren Liang, you are indeed ruthless. This matter is far from resolved. Just wait and see. Li Feng seethed as he exited Ren Liang's shop. A plan began to form in his mind. Since he had been assaulted, he would no longer hold back. Although the internet was not yet fully developed, print newspapers remained plentiful. The Xinchuan Daily had approached Li Feng's company several times and had featured numerous articles, interviewing Li Feng on multiple occasions, albeit without revealing his identity. Upon returning to his shop, Li Feng utilized the landline to contact the Xinchuan Daily. The moment they recognized his name, the reporters responded with great enthusiasm. Soon, they arrived at Li Feng's shop with cameras in tow. Mr. Li, have you developed a new product? The reporters inquired, already familiar with him. You cannot perpetually report on our products. My staff has been bullied, and I believe this matter warrants your attention, Li Feng asserted, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Such instances of malicious competition were precisely the type of stories that newspapers relished. They promptly interviewed Guan Yiping, and following her account, several reporters proceeded to Ren Liang's shop. Ren Liang was taken aback by their arrival, bewildered as to their intentions. Where are you from, and what do you want in my shop? He demanded. Sir, may we ask if you previously assaulted an employee at the pager store? What prompted such behavior? Is it due to competition for customers? Or perhaps you feel frustrated that your pagers are not selling? The reporters, true to their profession, bombarded him with questions, leaving Ren Liang speechless. Get out. Do not film recklessly in my shop. I warn you, or I shall take measures against you. Ren Liang's demeanor was exceedingly poor. and the reporters captured his attitude on camera, complete with video recordings. Rin Liang was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, perceiving the reporters merely as unreasonable troublemakers. By the time the journalists finished their tasks, Li Feng had already retreated to his office. He had also sent Guan Yiping home early. Although he had only nudged her slightly, she felt a sense of injustice within. As the kindergarten day drew to a close in the afternoon, Zhang Honyuan, accompanied by his wife, awaited the arrival of Xiang Biding at the entrance. Sure enough, it was not long before Xiang Biding arrived on her bicycle. The couple hurried over, eager to greet her. Upon closer inspection, they recognized her as the very woman they had quarreled with at the mall the previous day. Greetings. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. I had no idea you were Mr. Li's partner. We shall never behave so disrespectfully again. Please convey our apologies to Mr. Li. Zhang Honyuan said with a respectful demeanor. We truly regret our actions and hope you can forgive us. Should you ever require assistance, we would be more than willing to help. Xiang Biding found their sudden change in attitude perplexing. Why, just a day later, were they treating her in such a manner? Known for her kindness, she felt somewhat embarrassed under the watchful eyes of onlookers. It's quite all right. The children are being dismissed now. I must go pick them up. She replied hastily as she moved toward the entrance. Zhang Honyuan and his wife exchanged anxious glances, observing her reaction. After she had collected her daughter, Zhang Hongyuan's wife remarked with a smile, "Look how beautiful that child is. She resembles her mother so much." Indeed, Mr. Li and his partner possess remarkable genes. How could their child not be stunning? Zhang Honyuan chimed in. Xiang Biding was somewhat taken aback by their flattery. It was not something she was accustomed to. Please do not dwell on yesterday's events. I bear no ill will. Do go and collect your children, she said, believing their encounter to be entirely coincidental. We came specifically to apologize. Our child does not attend this kindergarten, but we hope you can speak favorably of us to Mr. Li. Zhang Honyuan continued, eager to ingratiate himself. Nearby, Li Mei observed the couple with curiosity, questioning their purpose for being there. However, upon hearing them mention Mr. Li, she deduced their connection to Li Feng. Indeed, Li Feng was flourishing and amassing wealth. If she could align herself with him, perhaps she could even rid herself of Zhang Yang. Very well, I shall inform him, Xiang Biding replied before hastily departing on her bicycle with her daughter, feeling overwhelmed by their incessant apologies. That evening, upon entering his home, Li Feng found Xiang Biding bustling in the kitchen. He approached her from behind and embraced her. Quickly wash your hands and prepare for dinner. By the way, something peculiar occurred today. The couple who quarreled with us at the mall suddenly apologized at the kindergarten, leaving me quite bewildered. Xiang Biding had been pondering this issue ever since she returned home, unable to comprehend the underlying reason. A battery factory intended to collaborate with our company, and today, I decisively terminated the partnership. To my astonishment, the couple sought you out. I remain unaware of who might have informed them. As Li Feng spoke, he proceeded to the restroom. It perplexed Xiang Biding. If we were not to collaborate, then why extend an apology? She struggled to grasp the situation, particularly as she was oblivious to the fact that Li Feng's current company had grown significantly. With our company withdrawing from the partnership, they would no longer profit from us. Moreover, our company is thriving. Who wouldn't desire to collaborate with us? They should be eager to curry favor, not the other way around. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, carrying Yaya out of the room. I find it hard to believe that your company has risen to such heights in such a short span. Xiang Biding chuckled joyfully, unaware of the scale of the company, yet cognizant of its profitability, as Li Feng often brought home substantial sums of money, often in the tens of thousands, rarely less than that. Initially, after purchasing a house, their finances were rather strained, but recently, Li Feng had returned with a bit more. The store and the company were yielding profits, and they were nearing a total of nearly 100,000 yuan again. Xiang Biding suspected he might be engaged in some illicit business, wondering how he could amass wealth so swiftly. Eventually, Li Feng provided her with a simple explanation, and she began to understand. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, instruct them to approach me directly. Li Feng, too, detested others disturbing Xiang Biding. After Zhang Honyuan apologized to his wife, he believed the matter was resolved and invited Dan to dinner that very evening. You must exercise caution in such matters to avoid further missteps. Tomorrow, I shall speak favorably of you to Mr. Li. Perhaps this collaboration can be rekindled. Dan did not guarantee anything to the couple, as he intended to first consult with Li Feng to gauge his stance. Many thanks to Manager Tian. The following day, Dan visited Li Feng in his office, advocating on behalf of Zhang Honyuan. Dan, enough of that. We have already secured a battery supplier. The contract was signed yesterday while you were absent from the company, Li Feng declared. At this revelation, Dan was momentarily taken aback. However, he could not voice any objections. Had it been Chung, he might have grumbled. But Li Feng was the boss, and his word was final. Which company is it? Have they approached us before? Dan could only inquire. Their owner visited our company yesterday, and I found their batteries quite impressive, so I signed the contract. By the way, he will be coming by shortly to discuss further matters. Just as Li Feng finished speaking, the receptionist ushered Yang Hao into the room. Dan, you may step out for a moment. I have some business to discuss with Mr. Yang. Li Feng addressed him as Mr. Yang, though the young man appeared quite youthful, leaving Dan perplexed as he exited the office. Li Feng placed an electric shaver before Yang Hao and smiled. Can your company produce this battery? If so, we would ideally need 300,000 units. Upon hearing this quantity, Yang Hao was instantly taken aback. From the inception of their factory until now, they have yet to receive such a substantial order. The profit from a single battery is modest, approximately 50 cents, which translates to a profit of 150,000. Mr. Li, why are you taking on so much? Aren't you concerned about sales? Yang Hao inquired, reminding Li Feng. This is not a concern. Rather, I worry about insufficient supply. We have 100,000 of these electric shavers. Just think about it. We need to provide accessories when we sell them. When the customer's batteries run out, they will need to purchase replacements. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao nodded continuously. The lifespan of an electric shaver is typically 1 to 2 years, and replacing the battery is a common occurrence. If there are no compatible batteries, what purpose does the shaver serve? For Li Feng, the quantity is not particularly large. In fact, there may be a need for future production. This caliber of battery should pose no issues. I will take it back to have our team assess it and determine how soon we can deliver, starting with a few samples to evaluate their performance. Yang Hao, being quite responsible, took this to heart. By the way, what do you think of the design I created for the portable cassette player packaging? Last night, Li Feng had sketched the packaging for the cassette player, a staple in his backpack during his previous life. Yang Hao attentively examined it, realizing that Li Feng's design exceeded his expectations. Mr. Li, you are truly talented. Your artwork is exceptional, far surpassing what I envisioned. When do you plan to produce this cassette player? Yang Hao finally queried, a question Li Feng had been anticipating. I plan to start next year. You mentioned wanting to collaborate, which would be splendid. How about we rent an office space on the floor above us? Li Feng stood tall, empowered by his financial resources. While Yang Hao could not yet be considered wealthy, he had invested significantly in the battery factory, most of which was borrowed capital. However, as you know, my current situation leaves me with limited funds. The cost of producing this cassette player is quite high, unlike the batteries or electric shavers. Yang Hao had previously calculated that the cost of producing a single cassette player would be at least 30. Thus, manufacturing 10,000 units would require an investment of 300,000, alongside the need to procure various equipment. Without an investment of 1 million, this endeavor is infeasible. However, I have also calculated that by next year, securing 1 million will be quite manageable, especially with the sales surge from health products before the year's end, which will certainly yield some profit. Additionally, there is that batch of goods from Wei Guodong that we could acquire, which would also amount to several 100,000. Chapter 111. Returns. That's perfectly fine. As long as you have the vision, I am willing to embark on this venture with you, even if you don't contribute financially. I appreciate ambitious young individuals, and I am willing to share equity when the time comes. Li Feng understood a crucial principle. Individuals like Yang Hao should not be allowed to venture out independently. Doing so would pose a potential risk for his future, as they could very well surpass him. The optimal strategy is to bring such talents under his wing, enabling them to work towards his goals. I find myself uncertain about my own capabilities. Yang Hao remains somewhat modest. I have faith in your abilities. Do not worry. Go back and produce this batch of batteries for me to review. Yang Hao nodded, knowing that completing this order would allow him to earn some money, and perhaps he could invest a little himself. Dan received yet another call from Zhang Hanyuan, inquiring about their collaboration. Unfortunately, General Manager Li has already signed a contract with others. It was finalized yesterday. Let's discuss this another time. This matter was almost settled, but due to the actions of you two, I can no longer assist you. After succinctly conveying this message, Dan hung up the phone. As a mere sales manager, he could only facilitate introductions regarding product connections. He lacked the authority to make decisions. At that moment, in the pager store, several employees held newspapers in their hands. The events from yesterday had been reported by journalists and featured prominently in the Xinchuan Daily. The headline read, "Malicious competition in the pager industry, a certain brand's owner resorting to violence." Such a title was undoubtedly eye-catching. He deserved to be dealt with. Now it has reached the newspapers. I predict that in a few days, they will face closure, especially with that owner's smug demeanor. Our boss is truly formidable. Capable of summoning reporters, that scoundrel is in for a rough ride. The employees on this side were quite pleased, while Rin Liang seethed with frustration. Nevertheless, the fact remains that he resorted to violence. Many local shopkeepers witnessed the incident, and once it was published, numerous previous customers approached Rin Liang seeking refunds. Rin Liang wore a sorrowful expression, unable to process the overwhelming requests for returns. Moreover, he had promised during the sale that any issues arising shortly thereafter would warrant a refund. He had effectively sealed his own fate, initially intending to deal with Li Feng, only to find himself ensnared instead. In the afternoon, Li Feng deliberately visited Ren Liang's store. There was no need to show him any courtesy. Manager Ren, weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? What has happened today? Have you wilted? Let me make it clear. The 30,000 yuan you scammed from me will require a 300,000 yuan compensation. This was merely Li Feng's initial step. Should Ren Liang be willing to negotiate and return the money, the matter could still be amicably resolved. However, Ren Liang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to regard Li Feng with disdain. Let me tell you, even if I were to abandon the pager business, I have plenty of other ventures. You have so many enemies outside. Aren't you afraid someone might take you out one day? Li Feng paid no heed to Ren Liang's words, fully aware that Ren Liang was in a state of desperation. And what about you? Having deceived so many, are you not afraid of facing the same fate? A simple statement from Li Feng could infuriate Ren Liang, as he indeed had swindled many individuals. Previously, Li Feng had refrained from confronting him due to the company's overwhelming responsibilities, but now that everything was running smoothly, he was ready to act. He is currently spending his time with Ren Liang, who has deceived several acquaintances, including a former friend named Huzi, from whom he swindled approximately 8,000 yuan. It remains uncertain whether Huzi is still in Shenchuan. He had been there recently, and the two had shared drinks while discussing this incident. Huzi expressed vehement disdain for Ren Liang, wishing fervently to capture him and exact a beating. Li Feng, don't you dare feel smug. You will come to understand your fate one day, Ren Liang vociferously cursed. Li Feng chuckled and exited his shop, intending to visit Huzi later that evening to check on his recent activities. After dining, Li Feng first ventured to a KTV, where he once again encountered Li Mei. This time, she was alone and, upon seeing him, smiled and said, "Come with me. I have something to discuss." Li Feng furrowed his brow, acknowledging that Li Mei had once aided him, and thus followed her to a private room. "Do you wish to know the recent thoughts of Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang?" Li Mei teased, her alluring eyes captivating Li Feng. He smiled, perplexed by her sudden interest in him, considering she had previously been involved with his classmate. "I'm indifferent to their affairs. I fear nothing. Aren't you and your classmate at odds now, perhaps discovered by Zheng Yang?" He candidly replied. Li Mei, accustomed to such matters, seemed unfazed. "I've recently taken a liking to you. I simply cannot comprehend why, with a beauty like me before you, you remain unmoved." Despite her self-awareness of not matching Xiang Biding's allure, she considered herself attractive and well-proportioned. Yet, Li Feng was impervious to her charms, a reaction that would typically ensnare any other man. Li Mei's capricious nature raised questions about how Zheng Yang would react upon discovering the truth. "Let me be frank. I am rather lukewarm in that regard. Do you not wonder why Xiang Biding and I chose to adopt Yaya?" Li Feng's revelation left Li Mei utterly astonished. The fact of Yaya's adoption was common knowledge, and prior gossip had suggested Xiang Biding's inability to conceive. Yet it turned out to be Li Feng's lack of interest that prompted the decision. In essence, he was sexually indifferent, explaining the choice to adopt a child. This realization brought some measure of equilibrium to Li Mei's mind. It was not that Li Feng found her unappealing, but rather that he possessed a deficiency in that aspect. "Are you not concerned that Xiang Biding might stray?" Li Mei inquired further. "Do you believe she would? A person of my temperament would ensure that if I discovered infidelity, they would leave with nothing. Would you dare to do the same?" Li Feng's final remark was deliberately directed at Li Mei, implying that if Zheng Yang were to discover the truth one day, she would likely be left with nothing. However, Li Mei displayed no surprise, instead offering a faint smile. "There is a reason for my actions. Zheng Yang was the one who wronged me first. He has been keeping a mistress, thinking I was unaware, but I have known for quite some time." Li Feng was taken aback. It seemed that both husband and wife were entangled in such affairs. No wonder Li Mei often went out drinking late. Zheng Yang seemed indifferent while maintaining a mistress himself. If this matter were to be exposed by Li Mei, Zheng Yang would have no defense. In this era, reputation held significant weight, should any misconduct be revealed. Pursuing entrepreneurial endeavors would become nearly impossible. "You didn't bring me here to tell me tales, did you? I have no interest in your marital issues." Li Feng remarked coldly, as he intended to have Hong Mao investigate the whereabouts of the monkey. His visit was not merely for idle conversation with Li Mei. Let me inform you, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang are conspiring to hinder your product launch. How you choose to respond is beyond my concern. I shall take my leave now. With that, Li Mei exited the private room, and Li Feng followed suit. Even without her revelations, he could have surmised the circumstances. Upon seeing Li Feng and Li Mei emerge, He Zi and Hong Mao exchanged mischievous glances. Once Li Mei departed, they approached Li Feng, grinning. You didn't end up entangled with that woman, did you? You've been in there for quite a while. What are you two imagining? With her appearance, she could hardly compare to my wife, Li Feng retorted, casting a glance at the pair. Indeed, who in the entire Xinchuan could rival my sister-in-law's beauty? Hong Mao chimed in, eager to flatter. I have a question for you. Where has the monkey been lately? I haven't seen him around, Li Feng inquired. Prioritizing information about the monkey. He's driving a bus. His father got him a job. I believe it's on Route 3. What do you need him for? Hong Mao was well acquainted with the situation. I certainly have matters to discuss with him. At this late hour, he should have finished work by now. Take me to his home, Li Feng insisted, needing to inform the monkey about Ren Liang's situation. There were many things he could not accomplish, but the monkey could. All right, I'll take you there now. Under Hong Mao's guidance, Li Feng soon found himself at the monkey's residence. Upon seeing Li Feng, the monkey greeted him with a broad smile, clapping him on the shoulder. Brother Feng, where are you currently making waves? Brother Feng is doing exceptionally well. Have you heard of the popular Lico electric razor? That's owned by Brother Feng, who is now a bona fide wealthy man. Hong Mao boisterously interjected before Li Feng could speak. Wow, Brother Feng is doing so impressively. Could you help me find a job? I have no desire to drive a bus anymore, the monkey exclaimed, expressing his discontent with his current occupation. However, the salary and benefits are quite commendable, ensuring a steady income. These matters are trivial. Have you managed to retrieve the 8,000 yuan that Ren Liang deceitfully took from you? Li Feng directly addressed the issue. Retrieve what? That rascal has vanished without a trace, and I have no idea where he has gone. It is evident that this fool rarely reads the newspaper. Had he glanced at today's Xinchuan Daily, he would not have spoken so naively. In my opinion, you brought this upon yourself. Come, take a look at today's paper. Li Feng produced a newspaper from his bag and handed it to the fool. After reading it, the fool exclaimed loudly, that scoundrel. I shall go find him this very moment. What time is it? He is long gone from the shop now. His establishment is not far from mine. I came to discuss with you how we might deal with him, as he has swindled me out of 30,000 yuan. Li Feng restrained the fool, urging him to sit on the curb. You did not seek him out near your shop? I did, but he denied it, claiming no one could attest to my words. I suspect your efforts would yield the same result. Li Feng's mind was already concocting a plan to have the fool gather a few people to give this rogue a thorough beating. Although the money may never be recovered, one's dignity must not be compromised. If he refuses to admit it, what recourse do we have? Shall we simply beat him? The fool harbored similar thoughts. Then that is the only course of action. Tonight, while he is unobservant, you should gather a group and give that scoundrel a good thrashing. The following day, if he still refuses to acknowledge it, you can simply take his merchandise. Li Feng devised this strategy, as he could not engage directly in such actions without inciting trouble for himself in the competitive industry. Yet, the fool faced no such issues. Even if the authorities were involved, he could assert that Ren Liang owed him money. Let us do this. I shall go tomorrow to gauge his attitude. If he repays the money, all will be well. If not, I will not hold back. This was the fool's intention. That seems reasonable, though I doubt he will concede. If he were to admit to one debt, he would have to admit to all, which is unlikely. Ren Liang's true character had already been revealed, and Li Feng understood that he would never confess. Very well, it is settled then. Upon returning home, it was already quite late. Xiang Biding had not yet gone to bed. She was engrossed in playing games on the computer, indulging in the few pre-installed mini-games. Where have you been wandering off to at this late hour? Xiang Biding queried with a hint of displeasure. I just took a stroll. Hurry and sleep. Don't linger over the games. Recently, Xiang Biding had begun sharing a room with Li Feng, and their relationship was gradually deepening in the rhythm of daily life. The next day, as Ren Liang arrived at the shop, the fool stormed in, brimming with indignation. Upon seeing the fool, Ren Liang was momentarily taken aback. Ren Liang, how do you intend to settle the 8,000 yuan you owe me? It seems you still have funds to operate your shop. Hand over the 8,000 yuan immediately. The fool reprimanded without reservation. Who owes you money? Do you have a witness to corroborate your claim? Who can attest that I received 8,000 yuan from you? Indeed, Ren Liang's tone mirrored that of Li Feng, as if they were two sides of the same coin. Damn it! Are you so impatient with life that you dare to deceive me out of my money? The monkey seized Run Liang's shirt, ready to strike. Come on, try hitting me. I'll call the police immediately. If they don't take you away, then I'll consider myself defeated. Ren Liang's tone was resolute. The monkey paused for a moment, released his grip, and pointed at Ren Liang with a smirk. Just don't regret it. Wait for me. With that, the monkey swiftly exited Ren Liang's store. He knew he couldn't act openly. He had to follow Li Feng's advice and find a few people to covertly abduct this fellow with a sack before teaching him a lesson. Chapter 113. A brutal beating for Xiao Liang. After leaving Ren Liang's store, the monkey sought out Li Feng. The day before, Li Feng had provided him with the address of his company. Upon arrival, the monkey was surprised to find the company quite large. He was aware that like electric shavers had recently gained immense popularity, but he hadn't anticipated such a bustling workforce. Li Feng's company had grown from just a handful of individuals to dozens. Sir, whom are you looking for? The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. I'm looking for Brother Feng. Where is he? The monkey glanced around. You're looking for General Manager Li? Please follow me. The receptionist escorted the monkey to Li Feng's office. Upon seeing Li Feng, the monkey exclaimed, Brother Feng, you're doing exceptionally well. Could you possibly help me secure a job at your company? The monkey, once one of Li Feng's former companions, had recently been coerced by his father into working at the bus company. Isn't working at the bus company fine? That's a state-owned enterprise. While I run a private business, Li Feng chuckled as he regarded the monkey. Don't even mention it. What is so good about a state-owned enterprise? It's just driving a bus every day. It's utterly exhausting. Brother Feng, do you have any job openings? Were it not for his parents' incessant complaints, the monkey wouldn't have endured such a lengthy tenure at the bus company. Actually, we do need someone to manage the warehouse, Li Feng revealed. He had yet to find a suitable candidate, and currently, Dan was handling shipments, but often found himself overwhelmed. Occasionally, he and Zhang Bin had to lend a hand. The current output was substantial, with the simultaneous production of watches and electric shavers necessitating a responsible individual. I can do it. You can count on me, Brother Feng. I'll ensure it's all organized and clear. What is the salary? The monkey grinned. The salary for the warehouse manager was set at 400. But there would be raises in the future. That's already quite generous, Li Feng noted. That's far more than what I make driving a bus. I'll head home to discuss it with my parents. You know how they are, always crying, causing a scene, and threatening to hang themselves if I don't comply. The monkey's parents were indeed as Li Feng had previously learned. It's all for your own good. By the way, did you visit Ren Liang's store? The two nearly forgot their primary objective. He truly does not acknowledge his wrongdoings, just as you mentioned. We must teach him a lesson and ensure he compensates us for our losses. The thought of this infuriates the monkey. Their previous trust in Ren Liang was misplaced. They handed over a substantial sum of money with the hope of engaging in a joint venture. Little did they know, this scoundrel absconded with their funds and returned brazenly to open his establishment. Who wouldn't he be enraged? Didn't I tell you yesterday? There's no way he would confess. We need to ascertain his current residence in order to devise a plan of action. Although Li Feng has ascended to the status of a significant entrepreneur, he harbors no compassion for someone like Ren Liang. Brother Feng, I will investigate today. This scoundrel cannot be allowed to thrive. While the monkey's 8,000 yuan pales in comparison to Li Feng's 30,000, it represents his hard-earned savings, supplemented by funds borrowed from his family. Just the thought of this situation incites reprimands from his parents whenever it crosses their minds. All right, once you've gathered the information, be sure to inform me. Here is my home number. Make a note of it. You can also jot down the company's number. Just make sure you can reach me through one of them. Li Feng is exceptionally invested in dealing with Ren Liang. Understood, Brother Feng. After parting ways with Li Feng, the monkey swiftly uncovered Ren Liang's address. His connections proved to be quite extensive, consisting largely of dubious acquaintances, making the investigation remarkably straightforward. Upon confirmation, he called Li Feng to discuss their plans for the evening. Li Feng instructed him to wait at the KTV, and after dining, he rode his bicycle there. Such matters demand discretion, as his current status is far removed from what it once was. If discovered, complications could arise. The monkey arrived early at the KTV and was familiar with Hong Mao. Once Li Feng arrived, he summoned both the monkey and Hong Mao to a private room. I believe 3 of us will suffice. We should devise a way to follow Ren Liang, ideally locating a route he frequents. This was Li Feng's intention, though he was uncertain of the time Ren Liang would return. If it were too early, they would be unable to act. The task was simple. Ren Liang resided in a rather secluded area, akin to a suburb. Traveling there would consume some time. We need to find a motorcycle. That area is sparsely populated, allowing us to wait directly at his doorstep. The monkey had exerted considerable effort merely to ascertain Ren Liang's location. Discovering that he lived in the suburbs brought them some joy. The more remote, the better for their plans. No need for that. I'll find a way to borrow old Zhang's car. Remember, when we act, utter not a word, lest he suspects anything. After speaking, Li Feng approached the KTV front desk and called old Zhang. Zhang Bin soon arrived with the vehicle. Perplexed, he inquired of Li Feng, "Why do you need a car at this late hour? I hope you're not planning anything illegal. What illicit activities might I engage in? Just a brief borrowing. I shall return you shortly, and tomorrow I will drive directly to the company." Li Feng and his two companions, after escorting Zhang Bin back, ventured towards the outskirts. The reason for Ren Liang's residence in such a remote location remained a mystery. Upon arrival, they settled in a corner, biding their time for Ren Liang's return. Previously, Ren Liang had made a modest profit selling pagers, and his nightly pursuits consisted of dining and drinking with friends, occasionally indulging in a game of cards. As fate would have it, around 10 o'clock, they spotted Ren Liang, slightly inebriated, returning alone. "Monkey, look quickly, isn't that Ren Liang?" Li Feng pointed at an approaching figure. The monkey scrutinized closely and confirmed, "Indeed, it is he. I would recognize him even in ashes. Let us wait until he draws nearer before we act. Patience is key." As Ren Liang approached, humming a little tune, he was suddenly enveloped by a sack. Just as he was about to shout, Li Feng and his companions pounced, delivering a fierce beating. The shock of the assault jolted Ren Liang awake from his stupor. He could only shield his head, knowing no one would hear his cries. Following the altercation, Li Feng signaled, and the trio swiftly made their escape. Chapter 114. Li Feng's strategy for someone like Ren Liang. Even a single beating would not suffice to satiate Li Feng and his friends' thirst for retribution. Once Ren Liang wriggled free from the sack, he sought to identify his assailants, but found only emptiness. His face was swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. Had he not protected his head during the assault, the damage would have been far worse. Contemplating calling the police, he realized there were no cameras in that era, and even if law enforcement arrived, they would uncover no leads. However, he soon cast suspicion upon the monkey, as he had indeed sought Ren Liang out that day, albeit without resorting to violence. Meanwhile, Li Feng and his companions returned to the KTV, securing a private room to sing. Ren Liang would undoubtedly report the incident to the authorities. Thus, they devised a plan to claim they had been singing at the KTV, ensuring an alibi. Li Feng had already surmised that, given Ren Liang's temperament, he would not refrain from involving the police. "Brother Feng, rest assured, everyone at the KTV can vouch for us." As anticipated, the following morning, Ren Liang made his way to the police station, claiming he had been assaulted the previous night, though he could not identify his attackers. However, he harbored suspicions, believing it could either be the monkey or Li Feng. While Li Feng was at work, several police officers arrived, requesting he accompany them to the station. "Officer, have I committed an offense?" Li Feng feigned ignorance, fully aware that Ren Liang had reported him. "We have reason to believe you were involved in an altercation last night. We simply need to clarify the situation." The officers of that time were notably diligent. Li Feng nodded and followed the police to the station. Upon arrival, he discovered that the monkey was also present. He had just arrived at the bus company when the police came. Reluctantly, he followed the officers to the precinct. "Just like Li Feng, where were you last night around 11? The police officer asked with a stern demeanor. "I was singing at the KTV with several friends." "You may inquire with anyone there," Li Feng replied, maintaining a calm demeanor that suggested he was not lying. "Officer, the person who reported me deceived me out of 3 yuan and then denied it. Do you intend to address this? Why did he claim that I had someone attack him? This indicates his inner guilt, knowing he owes me money," Li Feng added. The officer explained, "Debt issues fall under civil responsibility. If you have evidence, you can sue him. We cannot handle such matters here. Typically, personal loans are beyond police jurisdiction and pertain to civil litigation." Li Feng's intent was clear. Ren Liang had offended many, and the individual who assaulted him may not necessarily be him. The police posed a few straightforward questions, all of which Li Feng answered truthfully. His account aligned perfectly with what the monkey had said, and subsequently, the officers allowed both men to leave. "You may go as well. Think if there are any other suspects. These two were singing at the KTV last night around 11. Our investigation confirms it," the officer informed Ren Liang. Just as Ren Liang was about to protest, the officer interrupted, advising him to return only with sufficient evidence to file a report. Li Feng chose not to return to the company, but instead went directly to his store. Due to the previous incident, their beeper sales were thriving. In contrast, Ren Liang's business was suffering greatly. Once Ren Liang returned, Li Feng visited his store again, this time with the intention of acquiring it. If Ren Liang could not sustain his business, he would inevitably have to sell. By taking over, Li Feng could control at least half of the beeper industry. Ren Liang had secured foreign agency rights, while Li Feng represented the top domestic company. A merger of their ventures could yield substantial profits in the future. Ren Liang, unable to sell his goods, faced a cash flow crisis, with inventory weighing him down, leading to inevitable losses. How could you think I would be the one to strike you? If I intended to harm you, I would have acted long ago, not waited until now. Li Feng remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he observed Ren Liang's bruised face. Li Feng, don't think I'm unaware. It must be either you or the monkey, Ren Liang insisted, still convinced of his theory. Do you have any evidence? Just as you question us about owing you money. Who can testify that we assaulted you? Do not slander us without basis, Li Feng retorted, raising his hands in exasperation. Ren Liang was filled with frustration, unsure of where to direct his anger. He could not resort to violence, for if he were to strike Li Feng, he would bear the consequences. Did you come to my store to gloat? If that was your intention, you have already succeeded. Now, kindly leave. Upon witnessing Li Feng's smug demeanor, Ren Liang was filled with indignation. Your shop is failing. What purpose does it serve to keep it? You should swiftly transfer it. At least you can recover some of your costs. As Li Feng departed, he left behind this remark. After careful contemplation, Ren Liang acknowledged the validity of Li Feng's words. His merchandise was simply not selling. If he were to relinquish the shop, he could at least recoup some expenses, thereby avoiding a total loss. Upon further reflection, this approach seemed feasible, and he resolved to give it a try. That evening, Li Feng dined with Zhang Bin and Feng Yulin, firmly believing in his strategy and confident that Ren Liang would indeed transfer the shop. Although unaware of the exact inventory Ren Liang possessed, he was certain that finances would not pose an issue for any potential buyers. Feng, has everything been proceeding smoothly at the construction site lately? Li Feng inquired with concern. Following the previous incident, operations had been progressing remarkably well. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their factory would be established by next month, allowing them to produce their first batch of sea buckthorn health products. Feng Yulin was elated, finally engaging in endeavors he was passionate about. When do you plan to launch the Red Can herbal tea? Li Feng sought to gauge Feng Yulin's thoughts on the matter. We must wait until after the spring festival. The peak sales season for the Red Can herbal tea is summer. By March, when the weather warms, will be the optimal time for sales. If we produce it now and cannot sell it, there is a significant risk of expiration. Feng Yulin, astute as ever, had thoroughly considered this project, having researched it extensively. Feng, you are indeed impressive. You have anticipated all these factors, which I had overlooked. Let us aim for next year to release the Red Can herbal tea. Do you have the formula ready? In the future, the formula for the Red Can herbal tea would be immensely valuable, as numerous enterprises were eager to acquire it. However, Feng Yulin had refrained from selling it. In his previous life, Li Feng had dedicated time to studying Feng Yulin, thus possessing profound insights into the Red Can herbal tea. Chapter 115. Smooth Progress Herbal Tea. It is primarily a summer beverage. While it is occasionally consumed in winter, it is rather infrequent. I believe this year will certainly be a peak sales season for our health products, and we must seize this opportunity. Additionally, I need to inform you that you must devise a way to create the health product formula yourselves, as I am not yet well versed in this area, including aspects of promotion. In truth, Li Feng had influenced many of Feng Yulin's ideas. He planned to advertise on television, aiming for nationwide coverage, utilizing highly professional filming techniques to produce a short commercial. He had already conceived a name for the health product, Brain Power, with the slogan Gift Brain Power. Though succinct, he was confident it would yield remarkable results. Mr. Feng, we would like to handle this matter, but there is something that requires your assistance. Recently, a young man representing a foreign pager agency in Sichuan has been struggling to keep his shop afloat and is likely to transfer it. You will need to speak with him, but it is imperative that he does not know it is for me. We must devise a way to acquire his shop and the general agency. Upon hearing this, Feng Yulin immediately grasped the implication. He had seen the newspaper last time and recognized that the only competitor of Li Feng in the pager business was Ren Liang. If my conjecture is correct, is he the same fellow who made headlines previously? The one who assaulted your staff? Feng Yulin smiled at Li Feng. Indeed. That rascal previously deceived me out of 30,000 yuan and then denied it. If we manage to secure his general agency and shop, our situation will be much more manageable. If we can accomplish this, Li Feng will undoubtedly become the largest player in the pager market in Sichuan. I must assist with this endeavor. As long as that young man agrees, I will certainly go and negotiate with him. Feng Yulin readily consented, confident that with his experience, Ren Liang would likely be amenable. Upon returning home that evening, Li Feng began contemplating the portable music player. If he were to entice Yang Hao to join him, He needed to be vigilant to prevent the young man from backing out midway. He succinctly outlined all the functionalities, including features like automatic rewinding and fast-forwarding. Furthermore, he planned to develop an ultra-thin portable music player, albeit at a higher price point. At that time, several renowned foreign ultra-thin models were priced around 700 to 1,000 yuan, making them accessible only to the affluent elite. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was deliberating whether to partner with Li Feng. Although they had already collaborated on battery production, he was uncertain about Li Feng's future trajectory. While he had contemplated entering the portable music player industry, he felt that, in terms of capability, he could not currently compete with Li Feng. Moreover, developing such a device was an exceedingly complicated endeavor. After several days of careful consideration, he concluded that joining forces with Li Feng would be the more prudent choice. Additionally, he lacked a suitable office space, while Li Feng had agreed to lease an entire floor for their operations. The following day, Yang Hao arrived early at the company, eagerly awaiting Li Feng. Upon bringing Yang Hao to his office, Yang Hao produced 2 custom batteries from his bag. "Mr. Li, here are the customized batteries you requested. Please test their performance. If there are no significant issues, we can commence mass production." Li Feng nodded, attaching a battery to an electric razor. There was no need for extensive testing. As long as it had power, it would suffice. Although the quality of the electric razors produced by Wei Guodong and his team was not on par with Li Feng's, they were still functional, having been modeled after them. "No issues here. Let's proceed with production. I intend to have this electric razor ready for sale in 7 days." Li Feng was eagerly anticipating the profits from this batch of electric shavers. "Understood, Mr. Li. I shall return and urge them to expedite production. It should take no more than 3 to 5 days." Although Yang Hao's battery factory was modest in size, it was commendable in terms of efficiency. This was largely influenced by their order volume. With too many orders, they would inevitably be overwhelmed. As a relatively small battery manufacturer with limited orders, Yang Hao's factory was somewhat dwarfed by Li Feng's, compelling them to prioritize Li Feng's needs. "By the way, here are some features I have designed for the portable music player. There are 2 models, a low-end and a high-end version. We should produce more of the high-end model and fewer of the low-end," Li Feng remarked as he handed his blueprints to Yang Hao. After reviewing them, Yang Hao was utterly astonished. While he had contemplated certain features, they paled in comparison to Li Feng's ingenuity. It dawned upon him that Li Feng might indeed be a genius, particularly in the realm of portable music devices. The comprehensive nature of the features was remarkable, yet Yang Hao harbored concerns regarding the feasibility of production with current technology. All these functionalities must be realized by any means necessary, as they would be obsolete in a couple of years, Li Feng stated, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yang Hao. The evolution from portable music players to MP3s, and subsequently to smartphones, was evident. Once smartphones incorporated these features, MP3s would likely vanish from the market. Why would they become obsolete? Yang Hao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Technology advances rapidly, especially in the coming decade, but there's no need to rush. We can take our time, Li Feng reassured him. Yang Hao understood this perspective, recalling how manual razors had given way to electric ones, yet he couldn't fathom what the future might hold. One thing he was certain of was that Li Feng's capacity for innovation surpassed his own, and arguably, that of many others. Once Yang Hao departed, Li Feng began pondering other lucrative ventures, though he struggled to conceive alternatives beyond health supplements. He dismissed ventures in clothing and dining, as his aspirations were firmly rooted in the digital realm. Developing an e-commerce platform would attract numerous businesses seeking collaboration, rendering pursuits in fashion unnecessary. The internet and mobile technology were paramount, including the land they intended to bid on next year. Real estate promised substantial value in the future, warranting further contemplation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Xinchuan Grand Hotel, Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang awaited the arrival of an individual referred to by Wei Guodong as the boss. After approximately half an hour, a portly man with a prominent belly entered. "Mr. Guo, we have awaited your arrival," Wei Guodong greeted him with an expression of flattery. This man was Guo Wenkong, a wealthy individual who had made his fortune in the mining business during his earlier years. In the past 2 years, he contemplated switching industries. Although he still possesses mineral resources, he has been exceedingly busy, while the 2 of you have shown considerable enthusiasm. Last time, didn't you mention something about beverages? I believe it could be a viable option, though I'm uncertain about the amount of capital you require. Guo Wenkong, upon first glance, exudes a sense of generosity. The beverage market is notoriously competitive. We have calculated the costs involved. Thus, in order to collaborate with General Guo, I sold my factory. Wei Guodong, eager to please Guo Wenkong, presented the sale of his factory as a selfless act. Even if Guo Wenkang were to decline collaboration, Wei would still proceed with the sale. It appears that General Wei harbors aspirations in the beverage sector. Let us be direct, state your financial needs, and I will see what I can do. General Guo, preferring brevity, inquired directly. I shall be candid then. Establishing the factory and the associated development and promotion would necessitate at least 3 to 5 million. Upon hearing Wei Guodong's estimate, Guo Wenkang exhibited no reaction. To him, this sum was merely a drop in the ocean. Individuals engaged in the mining industry during the 1990s amassed considerable wealth, largely due to exorbitant profits. The monetary aspect is not the crux of the matter. The key question is what type of beverage we intend to produce and whether we face competition in the market. Despite Guo Wenkang's rough exterior, he possesses a degree of insight into such matters. According to Xin Chuan, there is indeed a competitor already constructing a factory in South City. If we dilly-dally, we may find ourselves unable to catch up. Zheng Yang also began persuading Guo Wenkang, referring to the factory mentioned earlier, which belongs to Li Feng and his associates. So, others have already embarked on this venture? That complicates matters. Entering the market with competitors from the outset will inevitably lead to challenges. Guo Wenkang's perspective holds merit. Therefore, we must act swiftly. If we delay further, we risk missing our opportunity in this market. Indeed, General Guo, much like our previous ventures in watchmaking, there will invariably be others who follow suit. However, if we hesitate from the beginning, we may miss out on subsequent opportunities. Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang exchanged words, attempting to convince Guo Wenkang. Guo Wenkang nodded. From this viewpoint, it seems feasible to pursue this business. In South City, can you secure a location? ISNT, there already a company occupying that area? Guo Wenkang continued. General Guo, that's inconsequential. Just because they are in South City doesn't mean we must be there. We should go wherever we can obtain a suitable site. In this regard, Wei Guodong exhibited considerable understanding. Moreover, he was entirely correct. Very well, I shall reflect on this further. If feasible, let us sign the contract next week. We must establish the factory before the year's end. Guo Wenkang was quite decisive, being financially capable and unconcerned about such matters. It is true that the beverage industry was lucrative in the 1990s, but the success hinges on operational strategies. That evening, upon returning home, Zheng Yang wore an expression of unbridled joy. Today, we struck another lucrative deal, and soon we will have investors on board. This owner is extraordinarily wealthy. To him, 3 to 5 million is but a trifling sum. Zheng Yang put on a show in front of Li Mei, inquiring about their intentions for such a significant amount of money. Li Mei, somewhat perplexed, questioned, aren't Li Feng and the others in the beverage business? Zheng Yang responded, we too shall venture into beverages, but this time, we shall not follow their model. We have our own approach. Wei Guodong had also conferred with Zheng Yang about creating a nitrogen-infused beverage, akin to cola. While cola is dark, they plan to develop a red variant. The domestic cola market is currently thriving, and aside from cola, there is no widely appealing beverage available. At best, each provincial capital has a local soda, typically bottled in glass. I suggest you focus on your camera business. This is not your forte. What if you incur losses again? Our family cannot afford such setbacks. Li Mei expressed her concerns for Zheng Yang's capabilities. Will you always doubt me? I do not wish to elaborate further. Simply manage your own business, Zheng Yang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Li Mei before heading off to shower. Li Mei's business had indeed been flourishing recently, as she was engaged in cosmetics and had secured several significant clients with the assistance of Wenshur. Although she harbored ambitions to win over Li Feng, he continually rebuffed her advances. Moreover, he had previously stated his lack of sexual interest, which diminished her enthusiasm. After pondering for 3 days, Ren Liang ultimately decided to sell his shop due to the aftermath of the incident where he had assaulted someone, which had severely diminished his customer base. Fearing a substantial loss if this trend continued, he posted a notice outside his shop announcing its availability for transfer. Upon seeing this, the staff in Li Feng's store quickly alerted him, as he had anticipated Ren Liang would eventually seek to relinquish the shop. Without delay, he called Feng Yulin, who, upon learning of the situation, drove to Ren Liang's storefront. Upon entering the shop, Feng Yulin inquired with a smile, "May I ask who the owner is? Is this shop indeed for transfer?" Ren Liang, noticing the inquiry, greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hello, I am the owner of this establishment. Are you interested in acquiring it? If the price is reasonable, I would certainly be interested. May I ask if you are also transferring the rights to the products, or just the shop itself?" Feng Yulin asked, his tone reflecting a degree of professionalism. Ren Liang, however, was certain that the rights would be included in the transfer. He understood that as long as he remained the brand's distributor, the products would be difficult to remove. He was aware that the previous incident had been orchestrated by Li Feng, and he pondered what the next turn of events might be. Of course, the distribution rights will be included. If you are genuinely interested, we can discuss the details inside, he replied. Feng Yulin nodded and followed Ren Liang into the office at the back. Ren Liang laid out all his contracts, noting that he had just over a year remaining on his contract with this brand. Should he abruptly cease operations midway, he would incur a penalty for breach of contract. However, the general agency rights were transferable, as stipulated in the contract. I possess a fair understanding of the pager industry. It has come to my attention that your sales performance is rather lackluster. How many units do you currently have in stock? Feng Yulin's inquiry was remarkably professional. Chapter 117. The transfer of the small shop. Upon hearing Feng Yulin's question regarding stock levels, Ren Liang's mind began to stir. Unable to sustain his shop, he contemplated the possibility of selling it, perhaps even introducing some counterfeit pagers to profit modestly during the transfer. Well, my sales have been poor, so I have an excessive inventory. I will organize it today and provide you with a precise figure. Had it not been for Li Feng's prior warning to Feng Yulin, Ren Liang's earnest demeanor might have deceived him. That is acceptable, but I require that all your inventory consists of authorized goods. If you attempt to substitute inferior products, you shall not hold me accountable for any refusal. Having navigated the business world for many years, Feng Yulin could still muster an air of authority. Rest assured, I would never resort to such tactics. Though Ren Liang felt a twinge of uncertainty, his character would not allow him to forfeit such a golden opportunity. After bidding farewell to Feng Yulin, Ren Liang proceeded to the storeroom to assess his inventory. Recently, the shop's sales had stagnated, and cash flow was tight, which deterred him from restocking. The remaining inventory was scant. However, Ren Liang considered this a fortuitous circumstance. There were numerous sales yet to be recorded, and he could conveniently incorporate some counterfeit items to fill the gaps. The low cost of these replicas would allow him to generate a small income and mitigate some of his recent losses. Ren Liang acted swiftly and decisively. He was well acquainted with the pager market in Xinchuan City and quickly acquired 30 counterfeit units, identical in appearance, although subtle differences would be apparent upon closer inspection. Li Feng knew Ren Liang too well and estimated that he would not easily relinquish his shop, prompting him to have keep an eye on Ren Liang. As anticipated by Li Feng, Ren Liang soon returned to his shop with the counterfeit units and began to modify them. The price differential for each unit exceeded 200, and Ren Liang was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He aimed to recoup some of his losses. Having affixed the trademarks, Ren Liang displayed the 30 counterfeit units alongside his authorized products, harboring a glimmer of hope that the new owner might overlook the discrepancy, thereby securing the 6,000 yuan. Feng Yulin had allotted Ren Liang 2 days to organize his affairs, and true to his word, he appeared punctually at the shop on the appointed day. Boss, I have completed the inventory assessment. Here are the accounts for my shop and the stock records. If all is in order, we can proceed with the transaction today. Payment exchange for the shop. In the storeroom, 30 defective machines lay in wait, and Ren Liang was eager to secure his funds promptly, planning to reopen another shop thereafter. Let us inventory the stock in the warehouse, he suggested. A few days prior, Feng Yulin had demonstrated remarkable professionalism, and Ren Liang dared not be careless. In truth, the inventory was quite evident and minimal. Ren Liang hoped that Feng Yulin would not be overly meticulous. The machines in the warehouse were neatly arranged, and their quantity was easily discernible. However, Li Feng had previously cautioned Feng Yulin, who was not easily swayed by Ren Liang's assurances. Look at these packaging boxes. They all seem to have been opened. Although Feng Yulin lacked expertise in pagers, his business acumen was astute. Oh, these machines were all inspected when I procured them, Ren Liang fabricated. Who doesn't open the packaging upon receipt? Feng Yulin countered. Is that so? Since the packaging has been opened, I shall take a look. He opened one box that had been unsealed and compared it with another that remained intact. Sir, this packaging hasn't been opened, so there is no need to unseal it. It wouldn't present well during sales. Ren Liang, accustomed to deceiving others, feared being exposed by Feng Yulin on the spot. Indeed, unsealed packaging is difficult to sell. Since you have opened the packaging on all 30 machines, I cannot accept them. You must consider your options. I will retain all the others that remain sealed. Ren Liang was taken aback by this turn of events, realizing he had shot himself in the foot. No, the shop has already been transferred to you. Where am I to sell the remaining machines? You must take all of them. Ren Liang felt particularly unfortunate lately, as nothing seemed to go his way, and he could no longer contain his frustration. Ren Liang, this is nothing short of coercive buying. You initially stated that opened packaging hinders sales, so I cannot accept those that have been unsealed. Feng Yulin remained unperturbed, for Li Feng had already informed him of Ren Liang's eagerness to relinquish his small shop, and not just anyone could run a shop selling electronic products. You are taking advantage of my predicament. Knowing full well that I intend to transfer my shop to you, you refuse my goods. This is unacceptable. Ren Liang suppressed his anger, hoping to make a final appeal. How about this? I will deduct 50 yuan from each of the open machines, ensuring you still profit. A reduction of 50 yuan would still leave Ren Liang with a margin. No, I will not accept any of the open machines. Feng Yulin was not a gullible fool. He had discerned Ren Liang's ulterior motives. It was evident that Ren Liang was desperate to leave those 30 open machines to him. Observing Feng Yulin's stubborn demeanor, Ren Liang's frustration continued to mount. Then tell me, how much do you intend to pay for these machines? I have nowhere else to sell them. I might as well give them to you at half price. At this point, Ren Liang was no longer focused on making a profit. He merely sought to offload those counterfeit machines to Feng Yulin at the original price, ensuring he would not incur a loss. Mr. Run, let us engage in fair commerce. Would you truly want these hard-to-sell pagers? Feng Yulin resolutely refused to accept those 30 machines, willing to forego the acquisition of the small shop business entirely. Feng Yulin's perspective was markedly different from Ren Liang's. The latter was on the verge of rent due, and as the general agent, he was acutely aware that failing to meet sales targets would jeopardize his previously deposited funds. Strapped for cash and burdened by the daily losses of his small shop, Ren Liang found himself in a precarious position. After a protracted battle, the 30 machines ultimately returned to Ren Liang's possession, leaving him both furious and frustrated. Following the completion of all necessary formalities at the business administration department, Ren Liang departed the small shop, dejected, with only the counterfeit goods he had procured. In celebration of their successful acquisition, Li Feng took Feng Yulin to a KTV. After several drinks, Feng Yulin became more loquacious. Li Feng, I have never engaged in the business of counterfeit products before. I genuinely fear it may lead to complications. However, I trust your expertise. As you have thrived in the marketplace, the likes of Ren Liang are mere clowns in comparison. Chapter 118. Mother is exhausted from Feng Yulin's account. Li Feng quickly discerned that Ren Liang was still contemplating a scheme to deceive them with inferior goods. Feng, do you suspect there are any hidden issues with those unpackaged pagers Ren Liang possesses? Perhaps they were returned due to defects. Feng Yulin had long believed that Ren Liang's pagers were flawed, which was why they had been unwrapped and stored away. You are mistaken, Feng. I suspect those devices are not even the pagers Ren Liang is supposed to be representing. If there were issues with the pagers he was supposed to distribute, he could easily return them to mitigate his losses. As Li Feng listened to Feng Yulin recount his contest with Ren Liang, he was reminded of numerous counterfeit and infringement cases from the future. Are you suggesting Ren Liang is attempting to swindle us with products that merely resemble the authorized pagers? Feng Yulin, focusing all his energy on developing the red can herbal tea, had not given much thought to the intricacies of the marketplace. Indeed, whenever quality products are introduced, opportunists will invariably seek shortcuts to profit. He was not naive. He quickly considered the beverages they had diligently invested in. Li Feng, we have invested significantly in beverages. I believe those products will carve out their own niche. Do you think others might resort to similar shortcuts? Such a possibility certainly exists, Li Feng replied. However, he understood the importance of not prematurely revealing future events. What course of action should we take? Feng Yulin was adept at research and development, but when it came to addressing these matters, he felt overwhelmed. While it is impossible to eliminate all risks, we can proactively register our trademarks. This will deter those who might attempt to replicate our products from openly selling them in the market. Initially, Feng Yulin had been distressed at the thought of others capitalizing on their hard work, but Li Feng's words provided clarity. You are correct. If we dominate most of the national market, the impact of those imitating our products in rural or remote areas will be minimal. While such occurrences could not be entirely prevented, Li Feng recalled that even before his reincarnation, the government's efforts to combat such issues were significant. Yet individuals still chose to take risks. The beverages have yet to be launched, but soon Feng Yulin cast aside his worries, focusing instead on the construction of the factory and the installation of equipment. Li Feng and Feng Yulin discussed the matters concerning the factory. However, being in a KTV, Li Feng was reluctant to delve into anything too sensitive. Li Feng had secured the pager agency for Ren Liang, and with Feng Yulin, an outsider, saving him a considerable sum, he felt genuinely elated, perhaps indulging a bit too much in drink. Upon returning home astride his sturdy bicycle, he found Yaya already asleep. Although Xiang Biding had grown accustomed to Li Feng's absences, she still couldn't resist sitting in front of the television, waiting for his return. Oh dear, what is the matter with you? In truth, Li Feng was not intoxicated, but upon entering the house and seeing Xiang Biding clad in pajamas, her fair arms and long legs exposed. He felt as if he were quite inebriated. I told you to drink less, yet you remain unyielding, Scumbag chided, assisting Li Feng to the sofa. If you keep this up, what will become of your stomach? Lifting his feet, she removed his leather shoes and replaced them with comfortable slippers. Sit tight. I'll brew you some hangover soup to spare you a headache in the morning. Scumbag increasingly embodied the qualities of a devoted wife, having forgotten the times when Li Feng would return home inebriated and lash out at her. No, I refuse to drink any hangover soup. I only desire you. With his business horizons expanding, Li Feng was genuinely thrilled and wished to convey his exhilaration to Scumbag. Thus, he overwhelmed her on the sofa, declaring his intentions. Stop. What do you think you're doing? While Li Feng's wits were somewhat muddled, Scumbag remained clear-headed. Aware that Yaya had just fallen asleep, she pondered the potential consequences of their antics on the sofa, waking the child. Li Feng, what if Yaya sees us here? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, embarrassment flushing her cheeks. Very well, since my lady has such a request, I shall oblige. Suddenly invigorated, Li Feng rose, cradling Scumbag in his arms and carrying her into their bedroom. You're insufferable. You were merely pretending to be drunk. Scumbag felt as though they had settled into a routine akin to that of an old married couple. Yet, recently, she sensed a transformation in Li Feng, who not only demonstrated concern for her, but also occasionally uttered endearing words. This dynamic was unprecedented, even in their early days of marriage. Li Feng's night of indulgence caused Scumbag to awaken late the following morning. Mom, why are you still in bed? Are you unwell? Yaya, dressed in her little skirt, knocked on the door, feeling a twinge of anxiety over her mother's tardiness. Hearing Yaya's voice, Scumbag glanced at her own state and, feeling embarrassed, pulled the blanket up higher. I'm fine, Yaya. You go wash your face first. I'll get up shortly to prepare breakfast. After the previous night's revelry, her voice was slightly hoarse. The morning light had gently seeped through the curtains, casting a soft glow upon their bed. Li Feng beheld the shy visage of Scumbag, and his heart momentarily darkened. You need not rush to rise. I shall take Yaya out for breakfast, and then drop her off at kindergarten. Upon hearing that Li Feng would escort Yaya to school, Scumbag felt a wave of relief wash over her. Feeling a bit shy at the thought of facing Yaya, she peacefully drifted back into slumber. Yaya, have you washed your little hands? Li Feng exhibited an unexpected patience when addressing the little girl. This child had endured numerous hardships since birth and following a recent surgery. Her leukemia was finally under control. Observing the fragile Yaya, Li Feng felt an overwhelming desire to present her with the finest offerings. Daddy, look, my hands are all clean and fragrant. Yaya proudly displayed her chubby little hands before him. You are such a good girl. Today, Daddy will take you to enjoy delicious food, and then we shall head to your kindergarten. What about Mommy? She must be hungry too. Unsurprisingly, Yaya, raised under Scumbag's nurturing care, thought of her mother even before tasting any treats herself. Mommy was very tired last night, so let her rest today. Daddy will bring her something tasty later. The prospect of her mother enjoying a delightful meal filled Yaya with joy. Li Feng, do not let Yaya eat anything inappropriate, Scumbag admonished wearily. I am well aware of all the foods that Yaya must avoid. Reassured by Li Feng's words, Scumbag surrendered to slumber once again. Understanding Yaya's delicate health, Li Feng opted against taking her to a typical breakfast stall. Instead, he led her to a tea house for a proper breakfast. Concerned for Yaya's well-being, Scumbag had meticulously regulated her diet, but today, Li Feng had decided to treat her to an array of novel delicacies she had never experienced. Throughout the morning, Yaya brimmed with joy as she savored various congee and pastries, her little belly swelling with satisfaction. Yaya, are you full? If so, we shall proceed to kindergarten. Daddy, my tummy is full and round, Yaya exclaimed, patting her small belly, which elicited a chuckle from Li Feng. On a bicycle, the father and daughter basked in the gentle morning breeze. Daddy, I need to tell you something, but please do not get angry. Suddenly, Yaya's laughter ceased, and she solemnly presented her request. What is it, my dear? Even if you have done something wrong, Daddy will not be upset. Li Feng was aware of her mischievous antics at kindergarten and sensed that she was seizing the moment to make a request. Daddy, Yaya hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. Li Feng remained patient, waiting for her to speak. Could you please refrain from drinking alcohol in the future, so that every day can be as joyful as today? Yaya spoke cautiously, glancing back at Li Feng. Hearing her heartfelt plea, a sudden weight pressed upon Li Feng's chest. What a scoundrel, he inwardly cursed himself. From now on, our home will be filled with happiness every day. Yaya will be strong and healthy, and Daddy will buy her delicious treats daily. Really, Daddy? Yaya's bright eyes sparkled, reflecting Li Feng's smiling face. Naturally, in the future, her father would make an effort to play with her, and her mother would prepare delicious meals for her. Li Feng's promises filled Yiya with joy throughout the day, and even when a classmate pulled her hair at kindergarten, she remained unperturbed. Li Feng comforted his daughter, not neglecting his wife at home. Upon returning home with bags in hand after a long day, he remarked, "Bai Ting, you were exhausted last night. Perhaps you should take the day off work." Though he spoke without a hint of flirtation, Bai Ting found it hard to bear. "What nonsense are you saying in broad daylight? You mustn't speak like that in front of Yiya." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at Li Feng with watery eyes. Since Li Feng had traversed into this world, opportunities for daylight companionship with Bai Ting had been scarce, especially given the gradual deepening of their relationship. Seeing Bai Ting brought a sweetness to his heart, akin to a young lad savoring the taste of first love. "What's wrong? I'm merely speaking the truth," he replied, setting down his belongings and wrapping his arms around her waist. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight. You're becoming increasingly unrestrained," she responded, feeling slightly embarrassed by her own words. "Where's the impropriety? We are husband and wife after all." As he spoke, Li Feng pressed his lips against Bai Ting's rosy ones. Recently, several business ventures had begun to flourish, unfolding precisely as Li Feng had envisioned. Seizing the opportunity after acquiring Ren Liang's small shop and before liaising with suppliers, he decided to grant himself a half-day off. "Bai Ting, I have some free time today. You should take the day off work as well. I'll take you to explore Xinchuan City." Upon hearing Li Feng's intention to take her out, her eyes gleamed with excitement. "Li Feng, shall we go hiking today? How about the Elephant Trunk Mountain to the south?" Although Bai Ting was a local of Xinchuan City, her upbringing was modest, and she was rather timid. Prior to marriage, her family had kept a tight rein on her, and she dared not venture out alone. After marrying, she found herself with a husband like Li Feng, whose gambling habits often left their finances strained, extinguishing her desire to hike. Elephant Trunk Mountain? Sounds great. Though Li Feng had no knowledge of the mountain's location, he was reluctant to show any hesitation in front of Bai Ting. The thought of needing to ask numerous people for directions made him sigh. Reflecting on the conveniences of his past life, location services, navigation, and the ease of having everything managed with a smartphone in hand. "Bai Ting, shall we buy some food and have a picnic on Elephant Trunk Mountain?" In truth, whether in his previous life or the present, Li Feng was not inherently romantic. However, with the pleasant weather and his cheerful mood, he suggested the picnic. "That sounds wonderful. We don't need to buy anything. I can prepare something to pack in a lunchbox." Despite Li Feng's recent financial success, Bai Ting had developed a habit of frugality. Believing that while they would incur travel expenses to Elephant Trunk Mountain, they could forego spending on food. "Do not move a muscle today. Simply indulge," Li Feng insisted. "All right. Now that you're making money, I'll heed your wishes." Xiang Baiting rolled her eyes at Li Feng, yet he could discern her delight. To accommodate Xiang Baiting's desire for an outing, Li Feng made a phone call to Zhang Bin. "Brother Zhang, are you occupied today?" "Not really. Everything has fallen into place, and I can finally take a breather." "Good. I wish to take your car for a short trip." "Sure, what do you need? Do you require my assistance?" As soon as Li Feng requested to borrow the car, Zhang Bin readily agreed. "No need for your help today. I'm simply taking my wife to Shangbi Mountain for some leisure. Public transport seems inconvenient, hence my request." Li Feng, even when enjoying a day out, felt justified. "Shangbi Mountain? Have you sniffed out a business opportunity? Come off it. Do you believe I am an electronic nose that can detect commerce at every turn?" Li Feng suddenly recalled something. Shangbi Mountain, in 2 or 3 decades, will it not become a sanctuary for leisure and vacation in Xinchuan City? "Brother Zhang, you truly possess insight. You can even sense opportunities at Shangbi Mountain." "Wait, little brother, is there genuinely a business opportunity at Shangbi Mountain?" Zhang Bin now held an inexplicable confidence in Li Feng. "I do not wish to discuss it further. Brother Zhang, please come personally to pick us up." Li Feng had no knowledge of the current state of Shangbi Mountain. He had merely heard of a luxurious club within it, one not accessible to the ordinary person. He wished for Zhang Bin to witness this potential firsthand, all while remembering his promise to Xiang Baiting. Upon hearing of a lucrative opportunity, Zhang Bin felt no hesitation in responding to Li Feng's call and promptly drove over to pick up the couple. Chapter 120. Discovering the hot springs. Zhang Bin arrived swiftly, while Xiang Baiting had yet to finish packing her belongings. Li Feng was particularly accommodating toward her, and Zhang Bin, too, was a person devoid of pretensions. "Sister-in-law, there's no rush. Take your time." Li Feng found it somewhat amusing. Xiang Baiting's items were a haphazard assortment that might not even be useful at Shangbi Mountain. "Baiting, you really don't need to pack so much. It seems you're preparing for an extended stay, and Yiya is still in kindergarten." Upon hearing this, Xiang Baiting realized her anxiety was unwarranted. Given Yiya's health concerns, she often overpacked, fearing she might not have what she needed when out. Watching the cheerful expressions on Li Feng and Zhang Bin's faces, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Accustomed to such habits, she instinctively thought of all the essentials whenever venturing out. Sister-in-law, you are truly diligent and considerate of the family, Zhang Bin remarked. Feeling that Li Feng was indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful wife, free from the bad habits often associated with affluent women. Even after Li Feng's reminder, Xiang Biding still packed 2 bags. Li Feng, I have been to Xiangbi Mountain a few times. It is quite desolate. What business opportunities could possibly exist there? Could there be wild sea buckthorn or other fruits suitable for beverage production? Throughout the journey, Zhang Bin drove while engaging in conversation with Li Feng. Old Zhang, your impetuous nature remains unchanged, and I must admit, I appreciate it. I have little fondness for procrastination. Li Feng refrained from divulging the true nature of Elephant Trunk Hill, instead subtly conveying that he shared a similar temperament with Zhang Bin. You know I am quite impatient. As they neared the outskirts of the city, Zhang Bin's curiosity intensified. Old Zhang, to uncover business opportunities, one must personally visit Elephant Trunk Hill. I cannot articulate the specifics. Li Feng was not concealing information. In his previous life, he had heard of a renowned club at Elephant Trunk Hill, a lavish sanctuary likened to paradise. Among the successful, the ability to retreat there was a point of pride. Fondly referred to as heaven on earth in private discussions, Li Feng possessed a keen acumen for business opportunities, having never erred in his judgments, which left Zhang Bin bewildered by his remarks today. In truth, it was not Li Feng's intention to tease. He had never visited that club in his past life, primarily due to lack of time and his aversion to such an environment. Upon leaving the urban sprawl, they finally arrived at the base of the mountain. Zhang Bin's vehicle jolted along the rugged path, causing discomfort not only for passengers Li Feng and Xiang Biding, but also for Zhang Bin himself, who felt as though his insides were in disarray. Damn it, what potential for development can there be on such a poor road? This was precisely what Li Feng thought. In the era he was familiar with, highways connected the nation. Even remote villages were linked by concrete roads, unlike this path that was impassable for vehicles. Old Zhang, it was a mistake to have you drive. I'd prefer to walk at this point. Li Feng felt no need to conceal his thoughts from Zhang Bin. A mistake indeed. We should have ridden motorcycles instead. At least we could make some progress. Li Feng underestimated the unpaved roads of the undeveloped mountains, inadvertently subjecting Xiang Biding to the same ordeal. Let us park here. In such a desolate place, there is little risk of anyone vandalizing your vehicle. Zhang Bin was not a miser, and Li Feng's words were intended to alleviate his guilt. Habitually, Xiang Biding shouldered 2 bags, leading the way up the mountain. Leave it. With 2 strong men here, how could we allow you, a woman, to carry the bags? Despite the transformation Li Feng had undergone, habits formed over years are not easily cast aside. Li Feng and Zhang Bin each carried a bag, while Xiang Biding followed with empty hands. The trio took a shortcut, but it wasn't long before Zhang Bin began to grumble. Damn it. It seems my body has grown soft. In the past, when creditors pursued me at Jiaqing Company, I carried heavy loads and sprinted several blocks, yet they could not catch me. Now, after such a short distance, look at me, drenched in sweat as if I were in a sauna. Zhang Bin panted, shaking the beads of sweat from his forehead. Old Zhang, are you feeling the heat? Indeed. Shouldn't it be cooler in the mountains? Why do we feel increasingly warm as we ascend? Although Zhang Bin complained verbally, he did not falter in his steps. The trio had not walked long before their flushed faces revealed the heat. Even the typically frail and sweat-averse Xiang Biding was beaded with perspiration. It was unbearably hot here. I could hear the sound of water ahead. Let us wash ourselves by the water's edge, suggested Xiang Biding, who detested the sticky sensation of sweat since entering the forest. While Li Feng also felt the heat, his attention remained captivated by the enchanting atmosphere above the treetops. We are nearing our destination. Li Feng's words successfully piqued Zhang Bin's interest. Are you implying that opportunities lie within this wooded area? Zhang Bin glanced around, surveying the surroundings, yet could only see ordinary trees. Moreover, these trees were not robust enough to be of much use even if illegally felled. Old Zhang, do you not find this heat particularly oppressive? Indeed, it is stifling. Zhang Bin felt perplexed. How could this heat be considered an opportunity? Li Feng, undeterred, quickened his pace. Emerging from the woods, they soon found a small hollow in the hill, from which the sound of water emanated. A veil of white mist hovered above the hollow, obscuring what lay beyond. Li Feng, that must be a hot spring. Zhang Bin removed his backpack and, while running, began to shed his clothing. Thankfully, he remembered Xiang Biding was present. He merely took off his shirt and dashed to the water's edge to splash himself. Li Feng, the water here is warm and exceptionally soothing. You should join me. Having washed his upper body, Zhang Bin finally felt relief from the heat. and his mind began to clear. Li Feng, is this what you referred to as an opportunity? Indeed. How do you find the environment here? Li Feng, youthful and physically fit, did not suffer as Zhang Bin did. He sat beside him, admiring the surrounding mountains and the lush greenery. It is a splendid place. The air is fresh, and the environment is serene, an ideal spot for rest and rejuvenation. Old Zhang, I knew you had an eye for such things. Li Feng sincerely praised him, recognizing that Zhang Bin's unwavering trust in him was due to his discernment. What can be done with this hot spring, especially with such difficult access? Chapter 121. The discovery of wild fruits. Old Zhang, the path here is challenging, yet this mountainous region presents our opportunity. In a bustling city, we would be overshadowed by wealthier individuals and those with greater connections. Li Feng's words prompted Zhang Bin to reflect deeply. You are correct, Li Feng. Our unintentional discovery of this place, despite its unfavorable conditions, is indeed an opportunity we can seize. As the two discussed by the spring, Xiang biting, who typically refrained from their deliberations, soaked her handkerchief in the water and refreshed her skin. Li Feng, the water truly is delightful. You should cleanse yourself as well. It must be said that Xiang biting's attentiveness proved invaluable. Her provisions and supplies ensured that the three of them were well prepared in this desolate mountain setting. In accordance with Li Feng's consistent mindset, as long as one possesses wealth, they can procure whatever they desire, regardless of location. Alas, we have yet to reach such an era. The stillness here raises the question of whether wild creatures might be present. Zhang Bin sampled a few pieces of homemade cookies brought by Ting, only to find them somewhat dry. What's the matter, old Zhang? Are you still keen on hunting? Are you planning to set traps, or are you hoping to catch a wolf with bare hands? Li Feng chuckled at the thought of Zhang Bin, with his clumsy physique, attempting to contend with creatures that thrived in the wilderness. Brother, in my youth, I could outrun a rabbit. When danger approached, not many could catch me. As he reminisced about the days when their company in Jiaqing faced bankruptcy and they had to evade capture, Zhang Bin felt no embarrassment. Rather, it became a point of pride for him. Old Zhang, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. If I hadn't seen you sneaking around, I wouldn't have been able to catch you either. With that, both men burst into hearty laughter, recalling a time they found far more amusement than they do now. Bai Ting sought a flat area near the hot springs and laid out the 2 sheets she had brought from her bag. Brother Zhang, the sheet isn't very large, but it's enough for you to lie down on. How can I accept this? You all came here to enjoy yourselves, and now you have no place to rest. Zhang Bin replied honestly, noting the similar size of the sheets owned by Li Feng and his wife. It's all right, we can cuddle a bit tighter. Li Feng remarked with a knowing glance at the two. You've lost your mind, Bai Ting retorted, unable to bear Li Feng's words in front of others. And she stepped forward a few paces. I'll go ahead and see if there are any wild fruits or flowers. As she turned, she left the 2 men admiring her graceful silhouette, provoking another round of laughter from them. Li Feng, your wife is truly wonderful. I've heard that during your less fortunate days, she stood by you unwaveringly. Zhang Bin reflected after their laughter subsided. Indeed, Li Feng replied, though a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. Bai Ting's unwavering loyalty was not directed at him, but rather at the deceased Li Feng from another time. Rarely did Bai Ting have the opportunity to enjoy leisure, and despite their lengthy trek, she felt no fatigue. The mountains were adorned with wildflowers, and as she walked, she trampled upon them, soon gathering a vibrant bouquet in her hands. The terrain became increasingly steep, and the flora began to dwindle, replaced by stunted trees. Suddenly, she spotted clusters of small red fruits in the distance, each one glistening enticingly on the branches. Reluctant to part with her freshly picked wildflowers, yet eager to gather the mountain fruits, she called out for Li Feng. After discussing their plans and considering their future path, Li Feng and Zhang Bin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them and reclined on the sheets, drifting into a light slumber. At the sound of Bai Ting's first call, Li Feng was instantly roused from his slumber. He sprang to his feet, believing that Xiang biting was in peril. Without a moment's hesitation to rouse Zhang Bin, he dashed towards her. Xiang biting, what troubles you? Remain still. A profound fear gripped Li Feng's heart in the face of the inexplicable danger. His cries awakened Zhang Bin, who hurriedly joined him. Observing the 2 men rushing towards her in a state of alarm, Xiang biting realized her actions were inappropriate. I merely discovered some wild fruits. I did not intend to frighten you, she said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Feng's expression darkened, while Zhang Bin attempted to ease the tension. As long as there are no real issues, it is merely a curiosity. Having been stirred from his slumber, Li Feng remained silent for a moment, the initial shock dissipating gradually. Li Feng, look at these wild fruits. They are ripening beautifully. Surely they are delightful, Xiang biting remarked. Sensing her earlier misstep and quickly shifting the conversation, her tone laced with a hint of charm. Li Feng's temper flared swiftly but subsided just as quickly upon seeing Scumbag's longing gaze at the luscious fruits. He sought a secure perch to climb. The slope of Elephant Trunk Mountain was not exceedingly steep, yet its surface lacked protrusions, making footing treacherous. These fruits were wild cherries, now fully ripe and exceptionally delicious. In this untainted wilderness, Li Feng plucked one, brushed off the dust, and popped it into his mouth. Li Feng, gather more. Upon hearing his praise for the wild fruits, Scumbag felt compelled to take some home. How can I gather them? I have but 2 hands. I can carry only so much. Hurry and fetch a bag, and I shall fill it for you. Upon hearing Li Feng's offer, Scumbag disregarded the wildflowers in her hands, tossing them aside as she rushed back to their resting spot. Although they had nearly consumed the provisions she brought, many items remained scattered on the ground. Without concern, she handed both bags to Li Feng, urging him to fill them with fruit. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her greed. You are rather avaricious, aren't you? With so many wild fruits, how heavy do you think those bags will be? Do you truly believe you can carry them down the mountain? Very well. If you cannot manage, I shall carry them. With a woman's insistence, what could the 2 men do? Li Feng carefully picked all the fruits from a tree, gradually moving higher until he had finally filled both bags Scumbag had brought. The bags were laden, so heavy that she struggled to lift them with both hands. With the bounty of wild fruits in tow, Scumbag lost interest in further exploration. After hastily gathering her belongings, the 3 of them began their descent. My dear, those fruits must be quite heavy, she remarked. Chapter 122, Dissenting Opinions. Scumbag recognized her impulsiveness. However, the thought of such delicious fruits made it difficult for her to part with them. Such delectable treats must cost a pretty penny. Even though Li Feng's income was decent now, she still wished to save whenever possible. Zhongbin drove the couple home, and feeling a pang of guilt, Scumbag gifted him a bag of wild cherries. Sister-in-law, I cannot consume such wild fruits. Currently, cherries remain a rarity, and the common folk are unfamiliar with them. Even Zhongbin is not interested. After Zhongbin's repeated insistence, Scumbag retrieved a small bag and filled it generously for him. After a day of climbing mountains and trees, Li Feng was too exhausted to utter a word. In contrast, Scumbag was brimming with excitement. She washed a large platter of cherries and tidied the house. When she noticed the time, she hurried to pick up Yiya from kindergarten. Having spent a delightful day, Scumbag was in high spirits, a sentiment that even Yiya could sense. Mom, are you particularly happy today? Yiya inquired, perched at the front of the bicycle, her fine hair dancing in the breeze. Indeed, my dear, I am quite joyful today, and I have brought you some delicious fruits. Onlookers occasionally cast envious glances at the charming mother-daughter duo, their feelings mingling with a hint of jealousy. Yiya's good mood persisted until they arrived home, where her smile faded upon seeing her father. Mom, is Dad not working today? Recently, Yiya had seldom seen Li Feng at home during the day, and his presence stirred up unsettling memories. Mom, is it possible that Dad has lost his job again? Her little face scrunched up like a steamed bun, revealing her concern. Not at all, my dear. Why would you think such a thing? Scumbag responded, feeling a tinge of worry seep into her day of happiness. Li Feng had been gradually improving, a fact evident to all, and it was rare for him to accompany her on an outing. Mom, I'm afraid that if Dad loses his job, he will start drinking again every day. That will not happen. You have seen it for yourself. Dad has changed for the better. The old, troublesome version of him will never return. However, upon hearing Yiya's worried voice, the smile on Scumbag's face slowly faded, replaced by a bitter expression. Indeed, both Scumbag and Yiya had lived in fear for several years, terrified that Li Feng would leave home to gamble. Yet even when he was home, his temper often caused them distress. Yiya, that will never happen again. Look, Dad even brought you some delicious fruits. These cherries are particularly sweet. You must try one. The sweet, juicy cherries swiftly alleviated Yiya's fears regarding Li Feng. Mom, are these really from Dad for me? Of course. There are plenty more, and you can take some to share with your friends at kindergarten tomorrow. The mere thought of sharing such delightful fruits with her friends made Yiya forget her worries entirely. After a trek up Elephant Nose Mountain, Li Feng, though somewhat fatigued, found his mind racing with thoughts. He replayed the unique features of the mountain repeatedly in his head, ultimately fixating on how to secure the development rights for it. Li Feng was a man of decisive action, and he immediately sought to translate his thoughts into concrete steps. Biting, I need to step out for a while. I may return late tonight, so don't wait up for me, he announced, already dressed in a suit and tie. Scumbag understood this was the prelude to Li Feng's intention to host a gathering. At noon, you did not eat properly. In the evening, It would be wise to consume less alcohol. Be sure to have something to eat before drinking, otherwise, your stomach may not withstand it. Scumbag is aware that Li Feng has social engagements requiring him to drink, and he has developed self-control in this regard. He will no longer indulge to the point of inebriation. Understood. Please reserve some kanji for me at dinner, as I may wish to have some upon my return. For the sake of Yaya's health, Scumbag has learned to prepare various types of kanji, which, in Li Feng's view, surpasses even the culinary delights he experienced in his previous life. Very well, I understand, but do remember to drink sparingly. If you become excessively intoxicated, Yaya will be worried about you. This has become a customary admonition from Scumbag. Li Feng managed a bitter smile, reflecting on how the previous version of himself had indeed left an indelible mark on others, lingering in their memories long after. The development plans for Elephant Trunk Hill replayed in Li Feng's mind, and he subsequently called Zhang Bin, requesting a meeting at Heizi's KTV. In the early 1990s, when the national tourism industry was just beginning to blossom, many people's outings were organized by their workplaces, regarded as a form of employee benefit. As for personal expenditures, the newly emerged citizens escaping poverty had neither the inclination nor the financial capability. Li Feng and Zhang Bin had discussed the Elephant Trunk Hill development project at length, and Zhang Bin recognized its potential. However, he did not regard it as an immediate priority. In his view, pursuing such an idea could wait 5 or even 10 years. What? You wish to connect with individuals in the land development sector? Zhang Bin, having just taken a sip of his drink, nearly choked upon hearing Li Feng's suggestion, resulting in a fit of violent coughing. Brotherly, are you perhaps being too hasty? You speak as if the wind were merely a storm. Li Feng, somewhat flustered, rushed to assist Zhang Bin until he finally ceased coughing. Old Zhang, today you observed Elephant Trunk Hill. Aside from its picturesque scenery, the paths are poorly maintained, and foot traffic is minimal. You don't seem particularly enthusiastic about it, Li Feng stated bluntly. Indeed, Mr. Li, I wholeheartedly support your decisions, but this time, I feel you might be acting impulsively. The scenery of Elephant Trunk Hill is indeed charming, and there exists a small hot spring. Yet the three of us encountered hardly anyone in the vicinity. You proposed to develop Elephant Trunk Hill, but who would come there for leisure? It lies quite a distance from the city, essentially in the suburbs of Xinchuan, an area that is largely uninhabited. Since partnering with Li Feng, Zhang Bin had become familiar with the projects proposed by him, understanding the technical aspects involved, of which he had little knowledge. Therefore, he recognized Li Feng's authority in making decisions. Having considered the Elephant Trunk Hill development project from various angles, Zhang Bin could not envision a promising future. Previously, he had offered unwavering support to Li Feng, but this time he unexpectedly voiced his dissent. Old Zhang, are you questioning my decision-making abilities? Li Feng did not wish to coerce Zhang Bin into agreement. He filled Zhang Bin's glass to the brim, pouring the remainder into his own. Li Feng, I have always supported your endeavors wholeheartedly, but this time, I find myself somewhat hesitant. Chapter 123. The nature of the mind. Zhang Bin finished the wine in his glass in one gulp. Li Feng, while we have recently earned some profits, you are aware that all of that money has been invested in development projects. The construction of Elephant Nose Mountain is essentially a financial endeavor. The modest sum we possess is unlikely to make even a whisper in such a colossal venture. After speaking, Zhang Bin fell silent and resumed drinking. Old Zhang, I have already contemplated these matters at home, Li Feng replied. I am fully aware of the challenges and uncertainties you mentioned. However, since we are partners, I assure you I will not deceive you. As for the funding for the Elephant Nose Mountain project, I have deliberated extensively on it. Li Feng paused, gauging Zhang Bin's expression to ascertain whether he was still willing to collaborate on the development of Elephant Nose Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin remained unresponsive, fixated on the glass in his hand. Old Zhang, even if you are disinclined to develop Elephant Nose Mountain, I must share my thoughts with you to prevent any future grievances regarding my honesty. At this, Zhang Bin looked up in surprise. Li Feng's intention was clear. Even if Zhang Bin opted out of the collaboration, he, Li Feng, would proceed independently. Developing the Elephant Nose Mountain project requires support from relevant authorities. This support must extend beyond mere policy. I intend to collaborate with those departments to secure some financial backing as well. The second source of funding will come from investors. There are numerous affluent individuals currently seeking to diversify their investments. For instance, in a beverage project developed by Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang, there exists an investor who previously operated in mining, but now fears the risks of putting all his eggs in one basket. Of course, I will need to raise some capital myself, albeit a modest amount, which will merely signify my commitment to the development of Elephant Nose Mountain. Li Feng spoke eloquently, not to persuade Zhang Bin, but to articulate his thoughts clearly, thus avoiding any potential rifts over this investment project in the future. Zhang Bin slowly set down his glass, his gaze wavering. Li Feng, allow me to reflect on this further. I shall respond in a couple of days. Very well, old Zhang. Take your time to ponder. And feel free to consult your family for their input. While the development of Elephant Nose Mountain is indeed crucial, a few days will suffice. After solidifying this agreement with Zhang Bin, Li Feng redirected his focus towards the construction of the beverage factory. The factory building had been completed, adhering to international standards. Li Feng was determined that his newly established beverage factory would not lag behind global benchmarks, thus opting for the most advanced equipment, even if it required additional investment. General Manager Feng, the equipment in the beverage factory is essentially all installed. We are now only awaiting the initial trial production. I wonder if General Manager Feng has finalized the formula for the red herbal tea. Li Feng was preparing to embark on the development of the next project, as there was an urgent need to introduce new products to the market. The herbal tea formula was already settled, but the formula for sea buckthorn juice presented some challenging issues that remained unresolved. At the mention of sea buckthorn juice, Feng Yulin's brow furrowed in concern. The sea buckthorn juice, after being filtered several times, inevitably contained some sediment. Increasing the filtration frequency would compromise the taste of the juice. In his previous life, Li Feng had tasted sea buckthorn juice, which also had sediment. He had always believed that it was due to additives in the beverage, only to discover that it was the fruit flesh of the sea buckthorn itself. Have someone conduct a test. If the sediment is harmless to humans, we can devise a clever advertising slogan, he suggested. Devise a clever advertising slogan? Feng Yulin pondered. He was momentarily perplexed. Could they really claim that the sediment in the sea buckthorn juice was what made it authentic? It would require consumer belief. Reflecting on his own advertising slogans, Feng Yulin couldn't help but chuckle. Transforming a flaw into a virtue was no simple feat, Mr. Li. We have conducted tests on this matter more than once or twice. The sediment is completely harmless. It is merely the flesh of the sea buckthorn. Is that so? Li Feng propped his chin in thought for a long while before finally proposing, Feng, why not consult with the sales strategist to see if we can convey the truth to consumers? We can tell them that our sea buckthorn juice contains visible fruit flesh, not synthetic ingredients. Feng Yulin regarded Li Feng thoughtfully, mulling over the suggestion until he found himself in complete agreement. Mr. Li, I truly feel fortunate to collaborate with you. Sometimes I wonder how your mind works. Such ideas flow from you effortlessly. Feng Yulin held Li Feng in high esteem. Li Feng, of course, would not disclose that many advertising slogans in the future would be crafted in such a manner. He wished to maintain an air of mystery among these collaborators. The dilemma that had troubled Feng Yulin for days was resolved with ease by Li Feng, and soon their sea buckthorn juice was ready for production. The red herbal tea also began small-scale production. That evening, Yi was particularly excited. In the morning, as she headed to kindergarten, her mother brought her some sweet cherries. At kindergarten, Yi shared the sweet cherries with a few close friends. Naturally, those who did not receive any were envious and hoped Yi would bring some for them the next day. Daddy, the cherries you picked are delicious. All the kids love them. Can I bring some more tomorrow? Li Feng understood that cherries were not easy to preserve. Only fresh cherries were truly delightful. Of course, Yi can also tell her friends that these sweet cherries are called cherries and are very nutritious. Previously, Yi had fallen ill frequently, causing her attendance at kindergarten to be sporadic. Li Feng hoped that through her sharing of cherries, Yi would make more friends. Thank you, Daddy. I love you the most. Yi suddenly declared her affection, which made Li Feng's heart ache and his eyes moist. Finally, someone in this world had expressed love for him. Content. Yi went to bed early, eager to rise the next day with the washed cherries prepared by her mother to share with her friends. The next day, Yi joyfully went to kindergarten. However, when Bai Ting went to pick her up in the evening, she noticed Yi's eyes were red, unmistakably indicating that she had been crying. Yaya, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? In the past, Yaya's health had been fragile, which had caused Xiang Baiting to worry that she might not be able to attend kindergarten. Yaya shook her head, remaining silent. Yaya, if something is wrong, you must tell Mommy. Do not frighten me. Upon witnessing Yaya's demeanor, Xiang Baiting felt a surge of panic. Mommy, I'm fine. I feel perfectly well. Despite Yaya's reassurances, the tears she was suppressing in her eyes filled Xiang Baiting with deep concern. Chapter 124. Yaya is not biologically related. Despite Xiang Baiting's persistent inquiries, Yaya remained tight-lipped. Growing increasingly anxious, Xiang Baiting contemplated seeking a teacher to inquire if Yaya had been injured at school. However, Yaya clung tightly to her, refusing to let her enter the kindergarten. Yaya, you must not hide anything from Mommy. Mommy, I'm fine. Let's go home. Seeing Yaya on the verge of tears, Xiang Baiting's heart ached. and she placed Yaya on her bicycle. Yaya, do not cry. Mommy will take you home. An acquaintance girl, noticing Yaya's distress, could not refrain from sharing what had transpired at the kindergarten. A child said today that Li Zhuruo is not her biological parent's child. Li Zhuruo cried at school. Nonsense. I am my mommy and daddy's biological child, Yaya exclaimed, startling the little girl into near tears. It wasn't me who said it. It was Wu Chirui. The girl quickly clarified. Observing Yaya's agitation, the girl's parent hurriedly led her away. As the children began to leave the kindergarten, Xiang Biding was taken aback by the revelation. Uncertain how to address the situation with Yaya. That evening, when Li Feng returned home, the atmosphere was laden with gloom. Yaya sat motionless on the sofa, and Xiang Biding gazed at her daughter with great concern. Yaya, why do you seem so listless today? Are you feeling ill? Just last night, Yaya had been delighted to bring cherries for her friends, yet today she appeared despondent, prompting Li Feng to wonder if something was amiss with her health. Daddy, Yaya softly called out, her voice filled with a sense of grievance, and she fell silent. Seeing Yaya's troubled expression, Li Feng sensed that something deeper was troubling her. Yaya, if something is bothering you, please tell Daddy. He picked her up and cradled her in his arms. Daddy, is Yaya not your biological child? Perhaps due to the sense of security Li Feng had provided recently, Yaya, who had remained silent all night, suddenly spoke up. Yaya, why bring this up now? Do you feel that mommy and daddy are unkind to you? With the topic now raised, Li Feng realized he needed to contemplate how to respond appropriately. No. It was Wu Chirui who said that, Yaya murmured, her head bowed. Li Feng quickly exchanged a glance with Xiang Biding, who gave a subtle nod. Clearly, this matter warranted serious attention. Why would Wu Chirui say such a thing? Li Feng felt the necessity to gain a comprehensive understanding in order to provide Yaya with a satisfactory answer. Today, I brought cherries to the kindergarten. I have little fondness for Wu Chirui, hence I did not share the cherries with him. Now, Yaya is quite articulate. She recounted the day's events to Li Feng and Xiang Biding with clarity. It turns out that the previous day, when Yaya brought cherries for her friends, Wu Chirui also desired some, but Yaya had brought only a few, so he restrained himself. This morning, Yaya brought a box of cherries, and several more children enjoyed the fruit, yet Yaya did not offer a single cherry to Wu Chirui, which infuriated him. Typically, Wu Chirui's mother is quite gossipy and does not shy away from disparaging remarks about others, claiming that Yaya's parents are attractive, while Yaya herself has a small nose and small eyes, making her appear not to be their biological child. Although Wu Chirui's mother's words were trivial, they inadvertently struck a chord of truth. Wu Chirui overheard his mother's comments and, feeling neglected by Yaya, echoed her words in the kindergarten. Yaya had already shed tears at school, fearing that if Wu Chirui's words held any truth, her parents might abandon her. Upon hearing of Yaya's distress at kindergarten, Li Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Although he had not raised Yaya himself, her recent attachment to him made it unbearable for him to see her hurt. He was so incensed that he nearly went to Wu Chirui's home that very night. Li Feng, must you act impulsively again? What can you possibly say to a child? Xiang Biding intervened, torn between not wanting to deceive Yaya with falsehoods and not wishing to reveal the harsh truth. Yaya, are you not the most cherished treasure of your mommy and daddy? Yaya, with her big eyes, nodded in affirmation. If Yaya is indeed her parents' beloved, why did Wu Chirui's words provoke such anger in her? Yaya is still quite young, and Li Feng had yet to devise a way to explain this to her. After pondering for a moment, Yaya lifted her head. Mommy and daddy, I understand now. Today, Wu Chirui was upset because he didn't get to eat cherries. So he spoke carelessly. My dear, look at how clever our Yaya is, Li Feng exclaimed. Yaya, if someone claims you are not your mommy and daddy's biological child in the future, how will you respond? He seized the moment to teach Yaya how to handle such situations. If someone says that again, Yaya will tell them she is the most cherished treasure of her mommy and daddy. Yaya proudly lifted her head, her little chest puffed out with pride. Clever girl. Our Yaya is truly intelligent. Xiang Biding joyfully embraced both Yaya and Li Feng. The matter was resolved in a vague manner. Yet Li Feng harbored intentions of confronting Wu Chirui's mother. The following morning, he brought a box brimming with cherries for Yaya. Being so young, Yaya was unaffected by the previous night's turmoil and cheerfully set off for kindergarten. Upon entering, she eagerly shared with her friends that her parents had declared her their treasure. Wu Chirui arrived a bit late, and Li Feng cornered his mother at the school gate. Are you Wu Chirui's mother? Yes, may I ask who you are? Wu Chirui's mother, known for her penchant for showing off, felt a sense of elation at the attention of such a handsome man. I am Li Ziru's father, and I would appreciate it if you refrain from gossiping. Other people's children are none of your concern. Mind your own business. Li Feng had not mastered the art of politeness, particularly when it came to such gossip mongers. At the kindergarten entrance, surrounded by many parents dropping off their children, Wu Qirui's mother initially felt a thrill, but upon hearing Li Feng's words, her demeanor faltered. How can you speak to me like that? Do I know you? I have no desire to know someone like you. But if you continue to prattle on, I would not mind helping you change that habit. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Feng's lips, and Wu Qirui's mother sensed a glint of menace in his eyes. Oh, are you really going to hit me, you big man? Chapter 125. The hero of my daughter accustomed to being unruly. Wu Qirui's mother felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Li Feng, yet she was unwilling to lose face in front of the crowd. Whether I hit you depends on whether you provoke me. If your tongue continues to run wild, I might just oblige. Li Feng's left hand clenched into a fist. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously. Wu Qirui's mother, relying only on her verbal bravado, was taken aback when she saw him approach with a clenched fist, causing her to retreat and sit down abruptly. Sitting on the ground, she began to wail dramatically. Oh no, he's going to kill me. Help! Li Feng remained stationary. Yet the woman on the ground was screaming as if he had assaulted her. Wu Qirui's mother rolled about at the kindergarten entrance, her cries startling not only the other parents, but also drawing the attention of teachers and children inside. Wu Qirui's mother, what has happened to you? Some of the other parents, having witnessed her fiery temperament before, discreetly stepped back. This incident unfolded at the kindergarten entrance, making it impossible for the teachers inside to ignore. He hit me. As the crowd grew, Wu Qirui's mother felt emboldened rather than embarrassed, sitting on the ground and pointing at Li Feng, as if ready to charge at him in a frenzy. He is going to kill me. Look at him, such a large man attacking a woman. Li Feng stood several meters away from the unruly woman, his expression not particularly pleasant, yet he exuded an air of detached composure. He was certainly not the type to strike a woman. As Li Feng's business flourished, he had shed much of his former impulsiveness. Had he been confronted by a burly man today, that individual would have certainly felt the weight of Li Feng's fist. Wu Qirui's mother, who exactly struck you? The kindergarten's principal, a young woman who had long harbored a dislike for Wu Qirui's mother, felt constrained by her role as an educator and could not intervene too heavily. It was him, he hit me. With so many witnesses now present, Wu Qirui's mother found her courage, remaining seated and pointing accusatorily at Li Feng, ready to pounce upon him in a fit of rage. Which eye of yours witnessed me striking you? Look at the multitude around us. Who among them has seen me lay a hand on you? Li Feng, now the epitome of sophistication and success, donned a sharp suit and tie, unmistakably a paragon of societal elite, certainly not one to resort to violence. When has this man ever struck anyone? I have been here all along. He merely addressed a concern regarding the child, and you seized the opportunity to create a scene. This behavior is rather unbecoming. An elderly woman stepped forward, clearly the child's grandmother or perhaps a maternal figure. Having witnessed such unruly behavior, she could not remain silent. Li Feng cast a grateful glance her way, which only emboldened her further. I overheard your remarks. Your words are excessively harsh. How much do you truly know about another family's affairs? To let a child speak so recklessly in kindergarten? Indeed, are you not aware that children's hearts are fragile? If your words are taken to heart, the trajectory of their lives could be irrevocably altered. A woman with glasses, clearly an educator, echoed the grandmother's sentiments. What did I say? I merely remarked that the child bears no resemblance to her parents. Where's the error in that? Do you see any resemblance between the child and her mother and father? Faced with the growing chorus of condemnation, Wu Qirui's mother, undeterred, retorted. You are the mother of that chubby child. I fail to see any resemblance there either. Is your child adopted as well? The crowd could no longer contain their discontent, rising in collective reproach against her. The commotion at the kindergarten entrance escalated, prompting the teachers to intervene. Unsupervised, the children in the classroom peeked out, their curiosity piqued. Wu Qirui, your mother is rolling on the ground. Getting her clothes dirty is not what a good child does. Classmates informed Wu Qirui of the scene, though he had already observed his mother's antics. Despite his tender age, he possessed a budding sense of pride, and witnessing her behavior filled him with dismay. Wu Qirui, your mother has spoken wrongly. Why does she not apologize? That's nonsense. My mother is right. Wu Qirui's face flushed crimson, tears welling in his eyes. Your mother is mistaken. How can she assert that Li Ziru is not her biological child? Was she there to see it with her own eyes? As the children grew more agitated, a resolution became imperative. Wu Qirui, on the verge of tears, faced staunch opposition from his peers. Let us cease the clamor. We should assist Wu Qirui in helping his mother to her feet. The ground is too filthy. A little girl in a white princess dress, particularly fastidious, initiated the shift in focus. Thus, the children ceased their quarrel and gathered around Wu Qirui's mother. Mother, please rise. Terrified, Wu Chirue had long been alarmed by her behavior. Ultimately, with the teachers and children urging her, Wu Chirue's mother finally stood, though she remained cautious, keeping her distance from Li Feng, fearful that he might indeed retaliate. This warning was issued to Li Feng, who feared that Yiya might lose face. He refrained from taking real action. However, he had already thoroughly ascertained Wu Chirue's home address. Should Wu Chirue's mother dare to speak ill of Yiya again, he would ensure she would be too ashamed to show her face in public thereafter. Wu Chirue's mother was reprimanded, and he no longer bullied his peers at kindergarten, becoming meek as a quail. Whenever boys and girls approached him, he would involuntarily tremble. Li Feng stood up for Yiya at the kindergarten, and the other children greeted her with warmth. Even the local ruffian brought snacks for her. "Daddy, the children think you're very handsome, just like the great heroes in the movies." Yiya's little face blossomed with joy. Is this what makes one a great hero? Li Feng felt a twinge of guilt. He had merely fulfilled his responsibilities as a parent, yet in his daughter's eyes, he had become a hero. It seemed that the previous Li Feng had been woefully inadequate. It had been several days since Zhang Bin had seen Li Feng, and he had also refrained from visiting the office. The Xiangbi Mountain project felt like a mere bone without meat. To abandon it entirely seemed implausible given Li Feng's persistence, and Zhang Bin still held a degree of trust in him. However, to continue investing seemed ill-advised. As the endeavor was no small feat, Zhang Bin was deeply conflicted. Yet he could not discuss the project with anyone else. In just 3 days, blisters had formed on his lips. Li Feng, I truly find myself unable to make a decision this time. Li Feng recognized Zhang Bin's hesitation regarding the investment. Old Zhang, how about this? Let the development of Xiangbi Mountain be considered my personal project. Since partnering with Li Feng, all projects had originated from his proposals, with Zhang Bin and others merely following suit. Now that Li Feng claimed this project as his own, Zhang Bin felt an unsettling discomfort. Old Zhang, I will seek the investment, and I will navigate the intermediary processes. However, my focus may shift towards this project, so please do not hold that against me. Rest assured, I will not neglect our collaborative endeavors. The message was clear, and after some contemplation, Zhang Bin felt a sense of relief. Very well, Mr. Li, from now on, you will be the sole leader. However, our brotherhood remains intact. Do not hesitate to express your needs. Zhang Bin's declaration reassured Li Feng that he harbored no ulterior motives, which was precisely what Li Feng sought. Indeed, in Xinchuan City, many matters still rely on you, old Zhang. What are you saying? You are being too formal. Next time you go out to confront someone, I, old Zhang, will still support you. Zhang Bin and Li Feng exchanged a smile, and the budding rift between them vanished in an instant. The factory for the beverage production had been completed, and the imported production line was installed. Everything was prepared, and even the trial production of sea buckthorn juice had been sent for inspection to the relevant authorities. All results came back satisfactory, with certification from an authoritative department, allowing Li Feng to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The sea buckthorn acquired from his hometown would soon be exhausted, prompting Li Feng to consider potential collaborations with neighboring counties and cities. Mr. Li, we can no longer bring our sea buckthorn juice to market. Early in the morning, as Li Feng settled into his office, a call from Feng Yulin came in, filled with agitation. Without preamble, Feng exclaimed, Li Feng, something's gone awry. What is it? General Manager Feng? Please, do not fret, replied Li Feng. The distributors who are to sign the sales agreement with us have arrived to collect their goods. Upon seeing our sea buckthorn juice, they flatly refused to take it, claiming that the same packaged sea buckthorn juice has already begun selling at their location, and at a price 30% lower than ours. What? The same packaging for the sea buckthorn juice? At Feng Yulin's revelation, Li Feng recalled what Li Mei had mentioned previously about Zheng Yang venturing into the beverage industry. General Manager Feng, let us refrain from moving our sea buckthorn juice for the moment. Please, go investigate the sea buckthorn juice being sold outside. Li Feng recognized that Feng Yulin possessed greater expertise in beverage quality than he did. Feng Yulin was understandably anxious, witnessing his factory's product being overshadowed by a counterfeit, arriving ahead of them in the market. Soon, a bottle of the identical packaged sea buckthorn juice was placed on Li Feng's desk. Li, take a look at this brand of sea buckthorn juice. It must have been produced by a small workshop. Feng Yulin pointed out the label to Li Feng. What do you think, General Manager? Li Feng, known for his collaborative approach, especially valued the insights of professionals. Look at these bottles. Their quality is questionable. The bottles exhibit uneven bubbles, indicating they are subpar. Li Feng scrutinized the bottle of sea buckthorn juice against the sunlight, and indeed noticed some bubbles, albeit not easily discernible at first glance. The most critical aspect is the beverage itself. Observe its transparency and the sediment within. One can almost be certain it is handcrafted. Feng Yulin laid the counterfeit sea buckthorn juice alongside their own production, revealing a stark contrast between the two. The counterfeit's color was a dull yellow, with an excess of floating pulp, some even entirely saturating the juice. In contrast, their own product shimmered with a golden clarity, containing only slight sediment without evident sea buckthorn particles. These sea buckthorn berries must have been produced by hand, resulting in a lack of precision in many details. I suspect the microbial count within could be excessive. While they had thoroughly analyzed the counterfeit sea buckthorn juice, the dilemma remained: how to persuade consumers to choose their genuine product. General Manager Feng: look, their drink showcases visible fruit pulp. Our advertising seems to be promoting their product. Li Feng remarked lightly, sensing Feng Yulin's mounting frustration. You speak the truth, Feng Yulin replied with a wry smile. With the emergence of this counterfeit product, it became imperative for their own offerings to be meticulously considered prior to production and sale. General Manager Feng, please convene a meeting with the sales department. We must pool our ideas to confront this imposter. Time is indeed money. Initially, Li Feng and Feng Yulin's strategy was to seize the market. Yet an unforeseen counterfeit had emerged. Li Feng contemplated the future sales of the Red Can iced tea, as their beverage factory had recently hired over a dozen sales personnel. A phone call from Feng Yulin summoned the sales personnel stationed at the beverage factory to promptly arrive at Li Feng's office. All present were members of the beverage factory sales team, and although our product had not yet hit the shelves, counterfeit versions had already emerged. Let us consider our options. Feng suggested. Perhaps we should lower our prices. At the same rate, consumers would surely choose our product. One sales representative, having pre-ordered stock, remarked that the counterfeit goods were circulating in his sales territory. No, Li Feng swiftly dismissed the proposition. While our beverage maintains a reasonable profit margin, should the cost of raw materials rise, will we continue this venture? Li Feng firmly rejected the notion. Feng, Li, I believe the counterfeit products will not endure for long. It appears the bottles are defective goods from our collaborating manufacturer. This critical information captured the attention of both Li Feng and Feng Yulin. The owner of the bottle manufacturing company had previously brought defective bottles to our factory while Feng was absent. The supervisor on duty refused to accept them, prompting the owner to grumble. Yet due to our substantial order, he ultimately acquiesced. Identifying the source of the counterfeit bottles is the first step. Now, how shall we proceed? Li Feng inquired. Since we know where the bottles originated, we can question the owner to ascertain to whom he sold those defective items. Although the quantity of counterfeit beverages may be limited, we must not allow them to be sold effortlessly. Otherwise, we shall suffer a financial loss. Li Feng was resolute in preventing the illicit sale of the sea buckthorn juice. Feng, you might consider contacting the health department. If necessary, I could liaise with a television station to orchestrate a public crackdown on the fakes. Li Feng's suggestion captivated the sales team, their eyes fixated on him. We can arrange for a reporter to closely monitor the health department's inspection. Chapter 127. The Counterfeit Campaign. Li, your strategy is commendable. We shall deliver the counterfeit products into their hands, accompanied by a reporter, ensuring they cannot ignore the issue. Even if someone wishes to conceal this matter, they would dare not show their face publicly. Feng Yulin departed with his team, while Li Feng found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his former team. His previous group possessed an array of elite talents, including a specialized public relations team, allowing him, as the owner, to remain unscathed in crises. Li Feng silently resolved that upon encountering suitable individuals, whether domestic or overseas, he would undoubtedly recruit them. Feng Yulin's initiative proved effective, swiftly uncovering the workshop responsible for producing the counterfeit sea buckthorn juice. As Feng had surmised, the juice indeed originated from a small workshop hidden within a makeshift housing area for laborers. The hygiene conditions within the workshop were appalling. Flies swarmed around, and cockroaches occasionally surfaced amidst the manually processed sea buckthorn juice. The health department personnel, witnessing such unsanitary production conditions, nearly succumbed to nausea. The radio journalist was finally granted the opportunity to showcase his skills, capturing the small workshop in its entirety with his camera. He documented the grime on the equipment used for bottling sea buckthorn juice, along with the flies floating atop the juice. That very evening, this report became the highlight of the news broadcast. The television host energetically aired the footage shot by the reporter, accentuating the beverage's brand and the unsightly particles within it. The influence of the television station was immense. Some counterfeit sea buckthorn juice had already been sold, prompting buyers not only to demand refunds, but also to insist that the manufacturer cover their medical examinations. The issue of counterfeit sea buckthorn juice swiftly became a focal point for local authorities, with the health department receiving commendations from higher-ups for their discovery. Mr. Li, This is Director Qiao from the health department. Li Feng instructed Feng Yulin to escort the health department personnel to his KTV establishment. This time, Feng Yulin was succinct and efficient, and he became acquainted with their supervisor, Qiao Yoning. Director Qiao, a promising young talent, had performed a commendable service for the citizens of Xinchuan, ensuring they had access to safe and hygienic beverages. Having been in his position for 3 years, the once sharp edges of his demeanor had softened considerably. Both Mr. Li and Mr. Feng were also accomplished young entrepreneurs. Previously, Feng Yulin had considered himself a successful young innovator. But upon comparing ages with Li Feng, he felt somewhat dwarfed. Director Qiao, please do not say that. With you and our Mr. Li here, I am merely a man of little achievement, Feng Yulin remarked. As he interacted with more individuals, his humor flourished. Mr. Feng, you are taking advantage of us. With your spirited demeanor, you are hardly an old man, at most a big brother. From now on, I shall call you Brother Feng, he jested. Throughout the investigation into the counterfeit sea buckthorn beverages, Li Feng had ensured that Feng Yulin gifted Qiao Yongning numerous products: electric shavers, compact tape recorders, electronic watches, and, of course, dozens of boxes of sea buckthorn juice. When presenting these items, Feng Yulin claimed they were to facilitate random inspections. However, Qiao Yongning, recognizing the gesture, accepted the bounty graciously, distributing the beverages among his subordinates. The promotional efforts for Li Feng's beverage factory commenced with the health department. As counterfeit sea buckthorn drinks were swiftly removed from the market, Feng Yulin began to promote their genuine sea buckthorn juice. The advertisements for Li Feng's sea buckthorn beverage proliferated throughout Xinchuan, to the extent that even children playing in the mud could recite the slogan. Li Feng, your strategy for the sea buckthorn beverage has been quite commendable, Zhang Bin remarked, personally pouring a drink for Li Feng in the KTV booth. Old Zhang, I can only indulge in this one glass. My family is quite strict now. If my daughter catches a whiff of alcohol, my ears will be ringing all night. Li Feng replied. Indeed, that little darling is not easily offended. Zhang Bin, having met Yaya, was aware of her fragile health and genuinely felt sympathy for the little girl. Indeed, a little guardian has taken residence in my home. Each day upon my return, she eagerly sniffs for the scent of alcohol on me. More vigilant than even my wife. When it comes to speaking of daughters, 2 grown men cannot help but exhibit a touch of tenderness. You are fortunate, in my household. I find myself besieged by creditors. The mere thought of my son's daily antics fills Zhang Bin with exasperation. Old Zhang, your son must be quite grown up by now, perhaps in middle school? Li Feng, please, spare me the mention of that boy. He is already a high school student. More preoccupied with donning eccentric attire than with his studies, perpetually at the bottom of his class. When the school holds parent-teacher meetings, I am too embarrassed to attend, leaving it to his mother. As Zhang Bin brooded over his son, he downed another glass of wine. What university do you plan for him? University? With his grades, he wouldn't even qualify for a vocational school. With a few more drinks, Zhang Bin's grievances against his son deepened. Old Zhang, have you ever considered sending your son abroad for studies? Abroad? With his academic performance, he wouldn't even make it out the front door. Li Feng reflected on the current trend of studying overseas. Old Zhang, we now deal with foreigners. Perhaps they can shed light on the admission criteria for foreign schools. If there is an opportunity to send your son to learn a language, once he masters it, he could enroll in a school abroad. Upon his return, he would be a returnee, and you need not worry about his future. Zhang Bin had only recently found success, and was perplexed by Li Feng's suggestions. The idea of his son studying abroad seemed utterly fantastical. Brotherly, you're not trying to pull my leg, are you? Old Zhang, would I deceive you? We may not know much about education, but you should inquire further. Li Feng was well aware of the study abroad process, but refrained from elaborating too much. Brotherly, I take your words to heart. If my son truly manages to study abroad, you shall be his second father. Old Zhang, that is a bit much. If I were to become your son's father, I'd also have to find him a wife, and I lack the means for that. Their laughter echoed, leaving the red-haired fellow outside bewildered by their exchange. Recently, matters had been progressing smoothly. Feng Yulin traced the origins of a small workshop back to Wei Guodong and Zhengyang. The beverage factory they had invested in was still under construction. Yet they learned that Li Feng's factory had already commenced operations, thus orchestrating their little scheme. Chapter 128. Red-haired fellow's girlfriend. Upon discovering this, Feng Yulin sought revenge against Wei Guodong. Given Li Feng's impulsive nature in the past, this incident could not simply be left unresolved. However, since Li Feng began developing the Elephant Nose Mountain project single-handedly, his former calm demeanor gradually returned, while the impulsive and irascible traits of his original self were being corrected. Feng Yulin contemplated discreetly taking action against Wei Guodong and Zhengyang, aiming not to leave them severely injured, but to ensure they felt too ashamed to show their faces in Xinchuan City for some time. All right, Mr. Feng. In the past, I believed that such crude thoughts were exclusive to individuals like myself. I was taken aback to discover that the refined Mr. Feng also felt compelled to take a harsh stance against them. If Wei Guodong and Zheng Yang were to openly challenge him, I might regard them with a modicum of respect. Alas, they only engage in such underhanded tactics behind closed doors. Observing the furious expression on Feng Youlin's face, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, given their nefarious nature, we shall confront them with the light of transparency. Once we have decisively bested them, we will discreetly deliver a final blow. As Li Feng spoke, a shadow crossed his gaze. Indeed, Mr. Li is a man of great ambition, possessing a flair for pretense. Presently, I find myself under considerable pressure, which makes it difficult to maintain composure in challenging situations. When anger surges, we resort to drinking. Once the alcohol flows, all burdensome thoughts dissipate. Recently, Li Feng and his associates have been indulging in frequent libations. This is not indicative of alcoholism, but rather a response to the increasing pressures from their expanding investments. Faced with stress, men often resort to smoking or drinking as a means of relief. Their preferred venue for such indulgences has always been KTV, a domain where Li Feng feels secure and where post-drunkenness matters are handled adeptly. Upon arriving at KTV, he found Hong Mao waiting at the entrance. "Boss, you're here. My brother mentioned that you were coming to drink," Hong Mao exclaimed, glancing nervously at Li Feng. "If you have something to say, just spit it out. I can tell what you're up to just by the way you fidget," Li Feng stated. Feeling no need for pretense with Hong Mao and Haizi. Hong Mao rubbed his hands together, managing a few awkward chuckles. "If you have something to discuss, hurry up. Once I start drinking, I won't have time to deal with your trivialities." "I truly do have a matter to address," Hong Mao replied, his humor fading as he became serious. "I once had a neighbor whose daughter, now in her 20s, remains unemployed and stays at home all day. I was hoping to ask the boss if he could help her find a safe and manageable job." Li Feng noticed Hong Mao's face turning increasingly red, his demeanor anxious as he fiddled with his fingers. "You little rascal, are you developing ill intentions towards her?" Since KTV was relatively empty, Li Feng decided to tease Hong Mao to pass the time. "No, I'm not," Hong Mao hastily denied, which only intensified Li Feng's desire to play pranks. "Hong Mao, if you don't speak the truth, I cannot assist you. Who knows the character of the person you are introducing?" Having entered the private room, Li Feng took a seat while Hong Mao eagerly poured him a drink. "Boss, Taoji is a good girl. It's just that her family is large and impoverished, which prevented her from attending university." As soon as Taoji was mentioned, the usual nonchalance vanished from Hong Mao's face, his complexion shifting from a ruddy hue to a pale pallor. Hong Mao recounted to Li Feng that Taoji's family lived next door, and she was the eldest child, with 2 younger sisters and a brother beneath her. The family was so destitute that they could scarcely afford meals for the younger brother. Peach Branch's parents toil from dawn till dusk to earn a living, leaving their children and household duties unattended. Consequently, Peach Branch's father compelled her to drop out of school just as she entered middle school, relegating her to the role of caretaker for her younger siblings and the household, seldom venturing outside. As her siblings matured, some pursued education while others sought employment. Yet Peach Branch remained largely confined to her home, developing an aversion to engaging with the outside world. When Hong Mao spoke of Peach Branch, his countenance was laden with melancholy. "Hong Mao, do you harbor feelings for Peach Branch?" Li Feng interjected, catching him off guard as he was lost in his reverie. "Of course not," Hong Mao stammered, quickly dismissing the notion. "Boss, we know what kind of people we are. A girl like Peach Branch is beyond my reach." Li Feng, observing Hong Mao's lack of ambition, felt a twinge of disdain. What kind of person is Peach Branch? After all, her family is impoverished, and she lacks the courage to secure employment. Aside from Hong Mao, it seemed that no one else would regard her with any esteem. "Hong Mao, if you truly like her, you should pursue her openly. Even if her family looks down upon you, at least you would have made an effort for your unspoken affection." Li Feng prodded, inciting Hong Mao to take action. Li Feng, despite his many flaws, was fiercely loyal to his friends, always finding excuses to defend them, regardless of their shortcomings. Hong Mao's self-deprecation, coupled with his idealization of Peach Branch as a goddess, was something Li Feng could not abide. "Mr. Li, what kind of person am I that I could possibly deserve Peach Branch?" Hong Mao lamented, feeling despondent before he even began. "What kind of person do you think is worthy of Peach Branch? Those donned in suits, driving cars, or the eloquent speakers standing on podiums?" Li Feng queried, momentarily pausing to reflect. Hong Mao hesitated, pondering whether the individuals Li Feng mentioned truly matched Peach Branch's essence. "Hong Mao, in seeking a partner, One must find someone who genuinely cares for them. Consider those around you. Who could possibly be more devoted to Peach Branch than you? Li Feng's words ignited a newfound conviction within Hong Mao. Indeed, among all of Peach Branch's acquaintances, including her parents, none demonstrated the same level of care as he did. You are right. I am the one who truly cherishes Peach Branch. Tomorrow, I shall visit her home, and even if her parents oppose me, I will not relent. Now that's the spirit. You should not belittle yourself, as it brings shame upon me, Li Feng teased, lifting Hong Mao's spirits. Suddenly, Hong Mao felt emboldened, shedding his previous despondency. As for the events at KTV, Li Feng regarded them as mere jest. He believed that Hong Mao, with his distinctive hair in Xinchuan City, would likely be met with hostility from Peach Branch's family. However, in an unexpected turn of events, a few days later, Hong Mao indeed arrived at Li Feng's office accompanied by a girl. The girl appeared pale, her eyes wide with fear, and her petite frame resembled that of a mere child. Mr. Li, this is Peach Branch. Do you have any suitable work for her? Despite the trepidation that Hong Mao felt toward Li Feng, he endeavored to present a facade of camaraderie in front of his girlfriend. Hong Mao, is she truly your girlfriend? She appears quite youthful. Is she of legal age? Observing the schoolgirl-like figure before him, Li Feng experienced a twinge of regret for having encouraged Hong Mao to pursue her. I am 25, the girl softly interjected, her voice barely above a whisper. Is it truly 25 and not 15? Li Feng found it hard to believe. In his previous life, countless celebrities and beauty-obsessed girls sought to appear younger, yet stripped of their makeup. Their true ages were revealed. Some even appeared older due to excessive cosmetic use. Mr. Li, Taiji is indeed 25. Otherwise, how could I? Hong Mao made a knowing gesture, while Taiji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As long as you are genuinely 25, I hope your parents do not come to accuse me of abducting a minor. Recently, Hong Mao had been behaving commendably, and Li Feng, not wishing to diminish his standing, invited the couple into his office. Hong Mao closely guarded Taiji, who fidgeted nervously with the hem of her clothing, trailing closely behind him. Taiji, what skills do you possess? Li Feng could distinctly sense her anxiety. I can do laundry, cook, and clean, she replied, her gaze fixed firmly on the floor, lacking the courage to meet Li Feng's eyes. Li Feng momentarily struggled to conceive of any role for Taiji. Laundry, cooking, and cleaning were not services their company required. What else can you do? Taiji, on the verge of tears from embarrassment, received a timely reprieve from Hong Mao. Taiji, aside from cooking and cleaning, what do you do at home? I also read books and write, Taiji mumbled, her voice barely audible amidst the silence, her lips moving without much sound. Reading and writing. It seems you are quite the diligent learner. Upon hearing Taiji express her love for learning, an idea struck Li Feng. Taiji, would you write something for me? Though feeling awkward, she took the pen Li Feng offered and inscribed a renowned poem by Li Bai on the paper. Beautiful. Hong Mao, Taiji's handwriting is truly exquisite. Indeed, Taiji is the best student in our class. Hearing Li Feng praise Taiji's script, Hong Mao beamed with pride, as if Li Feng were extolling his own virtues. Since Taiji's handwriting is so impressive, we are in need of someone in the office to assist with telephone documentation. Having never encountered Li Feng's other ventures, Hong Mao was perplexed. He did not understand the nature of this role. Mr. Li, is this position significant? Can Taiji handle it? Do you think I am a fool for suggesting a job for Taiji? If she were incapable, would I offer it to her? Li Feng was increasingly frustrated with Hong Mao's lack of understanding. Conversing with the uneducated was particularly tiresome. Yes, Mr. Li, your considerations are thorough. I, Hong Mao, am but a small-time thug. How could I comprehend your profound foresight? Depart, for this is merely an ordinary job, devoid of any profound foresight. Hong Mao returned home with Taiji, who is to commence work tomorrow. Hong Mao intends to purchase several outfits for her. Old Zhang, I have a particularly suitable candidate here. The phones in our office ring incessantly each day, and I cannot remain tethered to the telephone. General Manager Li, you may handle these matters as you see fit. There is no need to call me. Zhang Bin, with a carefree attitude, deemed the presence of someone to answer the phone as inconsequential. Old Zhang, the office phone is not solely for work-related matters. It also receives calls from family. I remind you out of concern that should a family member attempt to reach you, misunderstandings may arise. General Manager Li, what do you imply? Zhang Bin could not fathom how answering the phone could lead to any misinterpretation. General Manager Li, I understand now. Recently, Zhang Bin has been preoccupied with matters at Jiaqing Company, working tirelessly alongside the vice president to mitigate issues, thus leaving little time for meetings with Li Feng. Jiaqing Company enjoyed a surge in printer sales during the typhoon season, yet lately, inexplicably, customers have been lodging complaints, with brand new printers malfunctioning within days of purchase. Currently, Zhang Bin's primary business is no longer with Jiaqing, yet it remains his labor of love, despite the diminished profits. It is where he has nurtured his growth step by step. Zhang Bin is reluctant to let go. Today's meeting is convened to discuss the recent customer complaints, with the vice president tasked to provide an overview of the situation. Zhang Bin, suppressing a torrent of frustration, sat at the head of the conference table, casting a cold gaze upon the employees across from him. The affairs of Jiaqing are primarily managed by the vice president, as Zhang Bin seldom visits, spending most of his time with Li Feng. Although the recent printer issues have not escalated into widespread complaints, the management has recognized the gravity of the situation. The vice president's countenance was grim. Most attendees in the conference room were long-standing employees who had contributed to the establishment of Jiaqing. It is plausible that the issues stem from the upstream suppliers, and we bear a degree of responsibility for our oversight. As soon as the vice president concluded his remarks, the head of the sales department was the first to voice his opinion. Upon hearing the sales manager's words, Zhang Bin could not help but frown. The sales manager believed that the primary culpability lay with the upstream suppliers, prompting Zhang Bin to inquire about the measures taken in response. Given the recent surge in printer complaints, we promptly communicated with the company. However, it did not garner the attention of the relevant personnel. The sales manager's expression was long and drawn, as the increased complaints had indeed affected their performance. What do you mean by that? Who did you report the issue to? Hearing the sales manager nearly resort to accusations, the manager could no longer remain silent. I personally reported the increase in complaints to you, yet you have not conducted any investigations. Consequently, the printers we sell remain from the same manufacturer. The sales manager, quick-witted and pragmatic, typically adopts a mindset of either taking action or retreating swiftly. Though this cautious approach may lack pioneering spirit, it does not inflict substantial losses upon the company. The printers currently sold by the company are from our long-standing partner, with whom we have consistently maintained impeccable quality. However, after you were advised to contact the manufacturer directly, issues began to surface. As the head of the sales department, shouldn't you conduct a thorough investigation? Chapter 130. The regular meeting of Jiaqing Company. The manager felt a loss of face and was somewhat irate. Disregarding the presence of General Zhang and the vice president seated behind the conference table. Nonsense. How can you, as the manager, cast blame upon us? The head of sales could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and bypassed the seats of Zhang Bin and the vice president, striding directly towards the manager. What do you intend to do? The manager, a cultured man wearing glasses, had spoken in anger moments before, but typically he was strategic in his approach. You slander me, and now you expect me to play the fool? The head of sales stood before the manager, appearing ready to take action if the manager dared to utter another word. This outburst from the head of sales was somewhat opportunistic. Jiaqing Company had previously been a small entity where General Zhang made all the decisions, leaving little room for dissent. However, since Li Feng's unexpected arrival, what many believed would be a failing company had surprisingly flourished. Initially, everyone assumed the head of sales would take Li Feng's position. But ultimately, Li Feng not only did not join Jiaqing Company, but also partnered with General Zhang to establish other enterprises. This development was ostensibly beneficial for the head of sales, who managed to retain his position, and the growing company attracted business from even smaller firms. For a time, the head of sales felt he was riding high within the company, living in a state of blissful euphoria. However, following a seemingly innocuous morning meeting, his outlook began to shift. The morning meetings were typically presided over by the vice president, who commended the sales department for its recent outstanding performance, noting that the company's results had multiplied several times over. While all present acknowledged the hard work of the sales department, the head of sales, despite feeling elated internally, chose to remain modest. After the meeting, those department leaders who had been reprimanded by the vice president, as well as those who had not received praise, found themselves congregating, sharing their grievances. Their complaints stemmed from a perceived bias within the company. They regarded the head of sales merely as a beneficiary of the groundwork laid by his predecessors, believing that anyone with basic competence could fulfill his role. Implicit in their remarks was the notion that the head of sales lacked capability. If he were truly competent, how could he have nearly led the company to ruin? As envy grew among the leaders of various departments towards the head of sales, what troubled him most was that the manager had been present at that meeting and had neither intervened to stop the disparaging remarks nor expressed any dissent, merely smiling at the other leaders without offering a response. From that morning meeting onward, the head of sales felt all malice directed at him was tacitly endorsed by the manager, leading to a covert conflict between the two. With the increase in complaints, the company focused its scrutiny on the sales department, leaving the head of sales understandably infuriated. The attendees of this meeting included not only leaders from various departments, but also all the directors from Jiaqing Company. The head of sales was present, and it was needless to say that even Zhang Bin, who rarely exhibited anger, was incensed. So, do you intend to resolve issues through force? If so, let us see who can best demonstrate their prowess today. The last one standing will have the authority. The head of sales initially sought to seize the moment, but he overstepped, forgetting that the meeting was presided over by General Manager Zhang. I apologize, Zhang. It is my failure to manage my emotions. The head of sales, having navigated the company's dynamics for some time, recognized Zhang's fury and promptly chose to apologize to him rather than the manager. Zhang Bin was already feeling irritable. Any disturbance within the company agitated him immensely. In the past, when the company was smaller and struggled with performance, everyone worked together harmoniously. Now that the company was on an upward trajectory, expanding significantly, the long-standing employees began to undermine one another. I will overlook your outburst this time. But let it be known that anyone who seeks to ascend by suppressing others will be shown the door. Our establishment is too modest to harbor those with ulterior motives. Zhang's words resonated throughout the room, stirring a ripple of contemplation among the department heads regarding whom his remarks were directed towards. The atmosphere was heavily charged, as if the meeting room had fallen silent. Not even a single cough could be heard. An issue had arisen, yet no one dared to speak, prompting the vice president to intervene. As seasoned employees of the company, they recalled the times of hardship when personal gains were set aside for the greater good. Today, Jiaqing stood as a prominent entity in Xinchuan, yet now they were engaging in petty rivalries. Was this what the elders meant by only thriving together in adversity, and failing to foster the company's growth collectively? The vice president's lengthy discourse provided the department heads with a reprieve. There were numerous personal relationships within Jiaqing, and Zhang Bin envisioned a transformative opportunity. He proposed that crucial positions be filled through public recruitment, allowing truly capable individuals to step forward. However, the vice president, accustomed to the company's traditional operations, opposed Zhang's suggestion, though he refrained from voicing his dissent. Everyone understood the implications of the vice president's words. They realized that failing to adopt the correct attitude today could result in their dismissal by Zhang. This complaint incident is my responsibility. The head of sales had mentioned it to me a few days ago, but I dismissed it as an isolated case and underestimated its significance. I will immediately initiate an investigation to clarify the matter today, and we will address it accordingly, without favoritism. The manager, astute as he was, grasped the underlying message from the vice president. He recognized Zhang Bin's intentions to potentially replace them. With the manager's declaration, the other departments quickly fell in line. Even the sales supervisor sensed the shifting winds and repeatedly expressed his apologies, exhibiting a commendable attitude. The company's restructuring meeting unfolded in such a manner that Zhang Bin could only chuckle bitterly within himself. The entire organization of Jiaqing was seemingly placating him, and he had recently shifted his focus away from Jiaqing, which made the actions of those there rather understandable. While they continued their meeting, feedback from the investigation began to surface. Mr. Zhang, Vice President, the report regarding this complaint incident has been released. Upon seeing the investigation report, the manager's composure noticeably faltered. Chapter 131. The turmoil at Jiaqing. The report did not linger long in the hands of the Vice President, who promptly passed it to Zhang Bin. The report was succinct and devoid of bureaucratic jargon, succinctly clarifying the matter in just a few sentences. The issue originated from the procurement department, and the department head was a relative of Zhang Bin. Upon reading the report, Zhang Bin could no longer contain his fury and indiscriminately called out the name of the procurement department head. Zhang Goxing, have you been living too lavishly of late? Hearing his nickname called by Zhang Bin sent a shiver down Zhang Ligong's spine. Cousin, what is the matter? What is going on? Take a look for yourself. Zhang Ligong was seated close to Zhang Bin, who extended his hand and slapped the report onto Zhang Ligong's face. The report fell from Zhang Ligong's face onto the table, and he hastily picked it up to read. The investigation report has been released. Let us adjourn for now and reconvene once the matter has been clarified. The Vice President, wishing to spare Zhang Ligong some embarrassment, attempted to ease the situation, allowing Zhang Bin a graceful exit. However, they underestimated Zhang Bin's wrath. Just as the Vice President was about to dismiss everyone, Zhang Bin coldly commanded them to remain seated. No one leaves until this matter is resolved. Anyone daring to depart shall not return. The mid-level leaders of Jiaqing exchanged glances, quietly returning to their seats. How do we intend to resolve this issue? Everyone looked to the Vice President, hoping for guidance. Mr. Zhang, this incident arose due to Zhang Ligong's error. We should hold him accountable for rectification. The vice president understood the familial tensions surrounding Zhang Bin, as Zhang Ligong was his nephew. Is that so? Zhang Ligong, how do you propose to handle this incident? Zhang Ligong glanced at his uncle, feeling a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Uncle, the issue with the printer was primarily due to my failure to oversee the procurement process adequately. As he offered his self-criticism, he furtively observed his uncle's expression. Zhang Bin grunted. Zhang Ligong was unable to decipher his uncle's sentiments and continued with his self-reproach. I failed to exercise proper oversight and was too lenient with my subordinates. I will strengthen my approach in this regard moving forward. Zhang Bin closed his eyes, listening to his nephew's unproductive self-critique, his teacup spinning in his hands. Due to my negligence, I have inflicted a negative impact on Jiaqing. In the future, I will strive to work diligently to establish Jiaqing as a premier enterprise. Zhang Bin took several deep breaths, watching Zhang Ligong continue his fruitless self-criticism. Is this your understanding? If there are any shortcomings in my conduct, I hope everyone will point them out. Zhang Ligong truly finds little to say. In his view, Jiaqing is their family enterprise. Despite his inadequacies, he has already faced public humiliation, and even his uncle can forgive him. Having completed his self-critique, the others remained perplexed by Zhang's intentions, bowing their heads and feigning busyness. Zhang Ligong, do you not recognize the key figures who have contributed to Jiaqing's journey thus far? It is undoubtedly his uncle. This is a company. Address me as General Manager Zhang, not uncle. Very well, General Manager Zhang. Pray, share your thoughts on who has played a pivotal role in Jiaqing's progress. General Manager Zhang. Both the General Manager and the Deputy General Manager. The collective effort of all employees. A middle-level leader in the conference room voiced this, leaving Zhang Bin utterly disheartened. During Jiaqing's tumultuous times, it was the emergence of Li Feng that revived them. Today, as you sit here exchanging platitudes, it appears you have forgotten one crucial individual, General Li Feng. Upon mentioning Li Feng, the atmosphere shifted among Jiaqing's employees. Since his arrival, Li Feng has harnessed the opportunities brought forth by the typhoon, reviving Jiaqing. Yet, as Jiaqing began to flourish, General Li decisively abandoned the enterprise. The attendees in the conference room were taken aback. It was Li Feng who had forsaken Jiaqing, not the other way around. When Li Feng departed, he offered me a piece of advice, stating that for Jiaqing to thrive, it must relinquish familial management. Zhang Bin sighed deeply. I grasped General Li's meaning. Yet I have been reluctant to sever our ties, hoping that you would sincerely contemplate Jiaqing's future. Regrettably, you have disappointed me and brought me shame. The others in the conference room gazed at Zhang Bin, uncertain of his true intentions. The Deputy General Manager appeared increasingly uncomfortable. General Zhang, given the multitude of issues plaguing Jiaqing, I bear the greatest responsibility. While you are overwhelmed with various matters, I have failed to manage Jiaqing adequately. Deputy General Manager, do not shoulder all the blame alone. Let each person bear their own consequences. Zhang Ligong, you are aware of the issues that arose during the procurement phase. Effective immediately, you are to leave Jiaqing. Pursue whatever direction you desire. From this point forth, you shall have no further association with Jiaqing. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. The manager who had been prepared for self-criticism now rendered speechless by fear. I shall never dare again. Uncle, grant me another chance. Zhang Bin's decision took Zhang Ligong completely by surprise. He had anticipated that his uncle would be furious, perhaps even chastising himself in solitude. But he never imagined his uncle would expel him from Jiaqing. General Zhang, should we not consider granting another opportunity? This time, it is not merely the Deputy General Manager seeking to extend a favor. Zhang Bin's decision will undoubtedly stir significant upheaval within the Zhang family. A fact the Deputy General Manager understands all too well. You need not say anything further. This time, Zhang Ligong must depart. The other members of the Zhang family should reflect upon themselves, for any wrongdoing will lead to a loss of opportunity. Initially, Zhang Ligong was flushed with excitement. But as he observed his uncle's unwavering stance, he resignedly sat down. Zhang Ligong, gather your belongings and leave, but ensure there are no hidden agendas. With these words spoken, Zhang Ligong rose and turned to exit. Uncle, I hope you will heed my grandmother's counsel. This statement carried an implicit threat for within the Zhang family. Zhang Bin's mother is regarded as a matriarch, having long presided over the household. The current situation of Jiaqing is significantly attributed to her influence. I shall not heed anyone's opinion this time. If anyone cannot tolerate this, I would rather shutter Jiaqing permanently. Zhang Bin's expression darkened, and the individuals in the conference room were left in stunned silence, realizing that their president was indeed serious this time. Just as uncertainty enveloped the room, Zhang Bin abruptly stood and exited Jiaqing. Chapter 132. This path I invest in. With Zhang Bin's departure, chaos erupted at Jiaqing. Deputy General, Is it true that Jiaqing will close down? Surely, President Zhang wouldn't be so heartless? Everyone, remain calm. Proceed with your tasks. The deputy general, usually of a placid demeanor, was taken aback by Zhang Bin's sudden announcement of dissolving Jiaqing. Feeling perturbed, he dismissed everyone and retreated to his office to ponder his future. Although Zhang Bin felt disheartened after leaving Jiaqing, he finally asserted his authority over the Zhang family, releasing the pent-up frustration that had long festered within him. President Li, do you have a moment? I would like to share a drink and converse. Li Feng understood Zhang Bin's temperament better than anyone, and he rarely witnessed Zhang Bin displaying such vulnerability as he did today. Sure, old Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Well, it's a mixed bag of emotions today. Since there are both joys and sorrows, let us meet at our usual spot. I have a gift for you. In truth, Li Feng had business to discuss with Zhang Bin, and this was the perfect opportunity to convey his thoughts. In the KTV private room, Li Feng had already arranged several bottles of fine imported liquor. President Li, what gift do you intend to present? Do reveal it soon, lest I become inebriated and forget its value. Without hesitation, Zhang Bin downed a glass of liquor. Old Zhang, take a look at this. As Li Feng spoke, he slid a piece of paper across the table. This is a check. Li Feng, what do you mean by this? Zhang Bin was bewildered by the unsolicited check, fearing Li Feng might be in a similar state of disarray as he was today. Old Zhang, this is your share of the profits. Take it quickly, or I will regret it. Upon hearing it was their company's profit share, Zhang Bin examined the check with newfound seriousness. 350,000? Where did such a substantial profit come from? It was no wonder Zhang Bin was astonished. Since the company's inception, it had consistently invested heavily with minimal returns. In this era, possessing 350,000 is nearly tantamount to being among the elite of Shenkawa City. This sum derives from the profits of the beverage factory, which has recently seen a remarkable surge in sales of sea buckthorn juice, alongside a commendable performance from the red can herbal tea. Initially, these funds were meant for reinvestment, but I find myself in urgent need of cash. Thus, I took the liberty of distributing a portion of the profits. What? This is merely a fraction of the earnings? I thought you had sold the beverage factory and divided the proceeds. Old Zhang, how could I bear to part with the hen that lays the golden eggs? We can merely afford a few eggs at most. Upon hearing that the laying hen remained, Zhang Bin's last vestige of frustration dissipated. Brotherly, how fortunate I am to have encountered you. Not only has Jiaqing flourished, but we now possess a golden hen as well. Old Zhang, to be candid, our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Without the printers from Jiaqing back in the day, I would still be destitute, and my daughter, Ya, would remain without funds for her medical treatment. Let us refrain from further flattery. With wealth now in hand, our future endeavors will only prosper. After a few drinks, Li Feng finally broached an old topic. Old Zhang, do you truly have no intentions regarding Shuangbi Mountain? It is a prospect that you, General Li, seem to have your eye on. I believe its future holds promise. However, every business requires investment, and I have already expended too much with little return in sight, which does not pique my interest. Very well, I respect your perspective. Let us not discuss Shuangbi Mountain today, but rather focus on the matters at hand. Indeed, let us confine our conversation to the present. Thus, while drinking, Zhang Bin recounted the happenings at Jiaqing to Li Feng. Li Feng, I genuinely envy your foresight. Jiaqing is indeed facing difficulties. My nephew has imported inferior printers from elsewhere, masquerading them as imported goods, and now consumer sentiment towards Jiaqing is quite negative. Fortunately, my nephew's mischief is still in its infancy, and the situation has not yet spiraled out of control. Old Zhang, how do you intend to resolve this matter? I have expelled my nephew from Jiaqing. Any member of the Zhang family found at fault shall be dismissed without exception, leaving no room for pride. Do you think this matter can remain concealed from your elder matriarch? She will inevitably create chaos, so you must devise a solution. Li Feng's words struck a nerve with Zhang Bin. I have yet to consider that. The mere thought of the matriarch gives me a headache, and I find myself lacking the courage to return home. Very well, take your time to ponder this. Your matriarch is far too involved in family affairs for anything to remain hidden. After a while longer of drinking, Zhang Bin suddenly appeared to awaken to a realization. What am I to do with all this money? Items cannot be hidden in my household. Observing Zhang Bin's distressed demeanor, Li Feng's mind sparked with an idea. Old Zhang, if this money serves no significant purpose, shall I assist you in placing it somewhere? A 3% interest, guaranteed safe. Li Feng, have you discovered a new avenue for profit? Li Feng thought of the many scams that plagued future generations and wished to keep Zhang Bin from falling victim to such schemes. It is not merely a matter of opportunity. Rather, a friend of mine is in urgent need of funds for business turnover. He intends to borrow money at high interest rates, promising to repay once his business stabilizes. Is it truly such a fortunate circumstance, with his venture seemingly guaranteed against loss? At present, Zhang Bin is reluctant to invest further in Jiaqing. Upon suddenly acquiring this sum, he finds merit in what Li Feng has proposed. I can assure you, should he default, I shall cover his debts with dividends from the beverage factory. Fine, fine, I still find it hard to place my trust in you. As the evening of revelry progressed, Li Feng found himself in possession of a check, while Zhang Bin held an IOU. In truth, this money was intended for Li Feng himself, as he was preparing to negotiate with relevant authorities to secure an investment in the Xiangbi Mountain project. Li Feng's ideas were quite avant-garde, and while the managing department of Xiangbi Mountain felt tempted, they also regarded the endeavor as perilous. Director Ma, has the decision to construct the road near Xiangbi Mountain received approval from above? Those from the 90s were still relatively innocent, unlike later generations who viewed bribery as merely a matter of large sums. Li Feng arrived at Director Ma's residence, bearing newly launched electric shavers and several boxes of sea buckthorn juice. Mr. Li, the road to Xiangbi Mountain is indeed treacherous. The superior departments have previously indicated the need for road construction, but such projects require substantial funding, hence the delays year after year. Li Feng believed Director Ma's words were sincere, yet he sought to leverage the very difficulties faced by the Xiangbi Mountain management. Director Ma, I empathize with the challenges your department faces. If feasible, I am willing to invest in the road. Chapter 133, a bride price of 600. Li Feng's proposal startled Director Ma. Mr. Li, the road to Xiangbi Mountain is extensive, requiring funds not in the tens of thousands, but rather in the millions. Even the most adept at Tai Chi, Director Ma, widened his eyes in surprise. This was precisely the reaction Li Feng sought. If he could not sway Director Ma, how could he hope to acquire Xiangbi Mountain without justification? I am aware of this. I once visited Xiangbi Mountain with my wife. The region is abundant in resources, yet the treacherous roads hinder access. Indeed, we have been contemplating solutions. Director Ma, if that is the case, why not consider a collaboration? You can construct the road, and I will also reap some benefits. After much contemplation, Director Ma did not perceive any disadvantage in this proposition and proceeded to inquire further. What incentive do you have to fund the road construction? Director Ma, my vision is one of mutual benefit. I will assist in paving the road to Xiangbi Mountain. And in return, you grant me a 50-year unchanging right to utilize the hot springs located there. This way, you incur no losses. And the development of Xiangbi Mountain will also reflect positively on your administration. However, we are not providing any financial support for the development of Xiangbi Mountain. Hearing this, Li Feng felt a surge of delight. Director Ma, if I construct the road, why would I require your investment to access the hot springs for 50 years? After considerable deliberation, Director Ma finally articulated his true thoughts. I support your approach. However, it is imperative that we seek approval from our superiors. Our role is merely to report your proposal to them, and what transpires thereafter lies beyond our jurisdiction. At that moment, a glimmer of hope illuminated Li Feng's mind. He was determined not to squander this opportunity. Given that Director Ma found merit in my suggestion, should any obstacles arise at higher levels, I would kindly ask Director Ma to advocate on my behalf. If necessary, an introduction to your superiors would also suffice. The task of persuading them can be entrusted to me. As he spoke, Li Feng produced an envelope from his pocket. Although it was not customary to present red envelopes at this time, the sight of a bulging envelope was hard for anyone to overlook. Li, you truly possess audacity. I shall relay the matter regarding Elephant Trunk Mountain to you. If it proves challenging, I can facilitate a meeting with a relevant leader, as I share a cordial rapport with them. With the resolution of this matter, Li Feng was confident that the rights to develop Elephant Trunk Mountain would soon be bestowed upon him. Recently, Tao Ji had completed her training, and Li Feng had assigned her to his office. In those days, mobile phones were non-existent, let alone smartphones. Li Feng required a constant presence by the phone. Fearing he might miss any messages from Director Ma, Tao Ji, known for her diligence, had impressed Li Feng with her meticulousness, surpassing even Dan, who had previously been overseeing her tasks. Daily work notes accumulated on Li Feng's desk, organized by Tao Ji according to urgency, significantly facilitating his workflow. Red hair. Tao Ji is truly exceptional. It seems you have some trustworthy qualities after all. As Red Hair harbored intentions of courting Tao Ji, Li Feng graciously afforded him the opportunity to commend her. Moreover, he was keenly aware of the need to avoid any semblance of favoritism. Li, is Tao Ji truly capable of fulfilling her duties? Absolutely. Tao Ji is far more reliable than you. You must put in more effort, otherwise she may be swept away by someone else. Red Hair had long recognized Tao Ji's excellence, which had deterred him from taking action. However, after receiving encouragement from Li Feng, He found himself emboldened to express his feelings. Each morning, Red Hair would ride his motorcycle to fetch Tao Ji, and after work, he would ensure she returned home safely. As their interactions grew, Tao Ji's parents became aware of Red Hair's pursuit of their daughter. One morning, as Tao Ji prepared for work, her mother called her over. "Tao Ji, what does that Red Hair mean by picking you up every day? Is he not concerned about what the neighbors might say?" In truth, Tao Ji's mother had long harbored hopes of seeing her daughter married. With her children now grown, she felt compelled to find a suitable match for Tao Ji, who had been unemployed and contributing nothing to the household. Unfortunately, rumors of their family's preference for sons had spread, coupled with Tao Ji's prolonged stay at home, resulting in a lack of suitors. "Mother, he was the one who helped me secure my current job, and the commute is quite lengthy. If I take the bus, I must leave early to avoid being late." Tao Ji was reluctant to define her relationship with Red Hair, thus offering her parents a polite excuse. What kind of person is Red Hair? Would you truly trust him enough to ride in his vehicle? Tao Ji's mother harbored reservations about Red Hair, as she remained concerned for her daughter's happiness. Whether or not to take a car is of little consequence. If he wishes to marry you, let him prepare a dowry of 6,600 yuan. Upon hearing her father's demand, Tao Ji's face flushed crimson. "Father, we have nothing between us. How can you expect me to accept such conditions?" Since starting her job, Tao Ji has interacted with more people and gained a deeper understanding of the world, leading her to believe that her parents' demands are excessive. "What? Do you wish to follow Hong Mao without a care? Let me tell you, abandon such hopes. Without 6,600, no one will marry you." Tao Ji's father, lacking in education, could only sell his physical labor, earning merely around 500 yuan a month. Thus, he envisioned Tao Ji finding a partner and using the dowry to secure a bride for her younger brother. "Father, are you planning to sell me?" Tao Ji protested. Who nowadays can afford 6,600? Apart from wealthy individuals, ordinary families might not even have 600. Those capable of offering such a sum would hardly regard her as worthy. "I do not care whether you sell or not. If you dare to elope, I shall break your legs." Despite his harsh words, Tao Ji's father allowed her to work, recognizing the additional income she brought in. "Then I shall not marry, to spare myself from the scorn of others." Hearing her father's declaration, Tao Ji felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Once a diligent student, she had sacrificed her education for the sake of her younger siblings, and now her father sought to extract her final worth. "You have no say in this. If someone offers 6,600, I will immediately hand you over." Tears welled in Tao Ji's eyes at her parents' unreasonable stance. "Then I shall quit my job. No matter how much I earn, it amounts to nothing for me. Why should I endure such suffering?" In truth, Tao Ji was rebelling against her parents. She cherished her current job and was unwilling to give it up. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a motorcycle horn echoed outside her home. Hearing it, Tao Ji hurriedly tidied her hair in front of the mirror and applied a touch of moisturizer to her face. "Mom and Dad, I'm off to work." Her father, watching his daughter hastily depart, shouted, "I don't care who he is. Unless he has 6,600, he shall not marry my daughter." His voice was well known in the neighborhood, and his proclamation reached Hong Mao, who had been waiting outside. Hong Mao had long harbored intentions of marrying Tao Ji, but had previously felt unworthy, suppressing his feelings. Now, emboldened by Li Feng's revelations, he felt a sense of hope. "Tao Ji, has your family found you a partner?" he inquired as he rode his motorcycle. "No, why do you ask?" Tao Ji responded, her feelings toward Hong Mao tangled and complicated. He had a notorious reputation in their community. As a child, he had been mischievous, and as an adult, he had failed to secure a respectable job. Neighbors viewed him as someone who spent his days in KTVs and karaoke halls, hardly a model citizen. "How can I not inquire? If you have found someone, that person allows me to pick you up from work every day." After receiving guidance from Li Feng, Hong Mao began to speak in a more roundabout manner. "What nonsense are you saying? If I were to be with someone, how could I possibly still be with you? I'd be drowned in spittle." Tao Ji seldom ventured outside. Even her current job was secured through Hong Mao's assistance. Thus, even if she did not acknowledge Hong Mao as her boyfriend, she had no intention of seeking someone else. "What does your father mean by 6,006? The wind from the motorcycle was loud, prompting Hong Mao to raise his voice. "What are you shouting about? That's just my father's idle talk. Who would spend 6,006 to marry me?" The mere thought of 6,006 cast a shadow over Tao Ji's mood. Even for someone like Hong Mao, who had daily interactions with the wealthy, parting with 6,006 was no trivial matter. "Tao Ji, if someone truly offered 6,006, would you marry him?" The mention of 6,006 sparked a new idea in Hong Mao's pursuit of Tao Ji. However, the essence of his words transformed in Tao Ji's ears. "What do you take me for? Do you think my eyes are only on money?" Angered, Tao Ji insisted that Hong Mao stop the motorcycle. declaring her intention to walk to work. Initially, Hong Mao was perplexed, unsure of how he had offended her, but upon reflection, he realized that Tao Ji had misunderstood his statement. Good Tao Ji, please don't be upset. What I meant was, if I could manage to come up with 6,006, would you consider marrying me? Hong Mao parked the motorcycle by the roadside and turned to face Tao Ji directly. What are you saying? 6,006 is no small amount. Do you think your boss would easily lend you that much? And how would you repay him later? Tao Ji spoke with frankness, and Hong Mao felt a wave of discouragement, though a flicker of determination remained. Regardless of what the future holds, if I can marry you, I will have no regrets in this life. Stop with the nonsense. Life is still long ahead. Tao Ji understood that only Hong Mao was genuinely willing to offer 6,006 to marry her. It had always been Hong Mao who was willing to help her. As she pondered this, her heart began to lean in his favor. After dropping Tao Ji off at work, Hong Mao lingered near Li Feng's office. Li Feng had playfully suggested that Hong Mao pursue Tao Ji, but in Hong Mao's heart, he wished to discuss matters concerning Tao Ji with Li Feng. Hong Mao, is someone causing you trouble at the KTV? What are you doing hiding here? Li Feng was always meticulous in his work, and it was rare for Hong Mao and Haizi to appear in his formal office space. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Mao finally spoke. Mr. Li, do you have a moment? I have something I would like to consult you about. The rarity of Hong Mao using the word consult piqued Li Feng's interest. There isn't much time, but it's rare to see you so eager to improve. I would like to hear what you wish to inquire about. Consequently, Hong Mao recounted the words of Tao Ji's father. Tao Ji's father demanded 6,006 as a bride price for his daughter, seemingly indifferent to whether the suitor truly cared for her. This indicated that Tao Ji's father did not regard her with the seriousness she deserved. The 6,006 was merely a transactional figure, and Tao Ji would receive no dowry whatsoever. If there is no dowry, so be it. If I can marry Tao Ji, it would be a blessing from my ancestors. Hong Mao has modest expectations. In his mind, as long as he can bring Tao Ji home, he is willing to pay any price. Yet, you speak foolishly. If you marry Tao Ji and accumulate a mountain of debt, will she truly find happiness following you, or will it be a life of hardship and suffering? Hong Mao's mind is simple, and upon hearing Li Feng's words, he realizes that this matter requires careful consideration. So, Li, do think of a way for me. I do not wish to watch helplessly as someone takes Tao Ji away with 6,600. In truth, 6,600 is not a significant sum. As long as one behaves sensibly, it can be quickly earned back. However, the question lies in whether parting with this amount brings comfort. Li, what do you mean? I, Hong Mao, am simple-minded. This 6,600 from Tao Ji's family will eventually be for her younger brother. If he appreciates his sister's sacrifices, then it is only right for you, as her brother-in-law, to contribute that amount. Otherwise, if the implication is made clear and Hong Mao remains oblivious, he would indeed be foolish. Tao Ji's younger siblings are quite easy to inquire about. Her sister, Tao Rui, is more fortunate than her, due to her sister's efforts. She can attend nursing school and is nearing graduation, with a job already lined up. Tao Ji's brother, Tao Jin, is a different story. He did not succeed in the college entrance examination last year. Their father, undeterred, encourages Tao Jin to study for another year, hoping he can gain admission to a university and change their fortune. Although Tao Rui's academic performance does not match her sister's, she is quite aware of her family's situation. While at school, she worked part-time and saved a little money, secretly building a small fund of over 500 in pocket money. Tao Jin was sent to school by their father, but perhaps he is simply not cut out for academics. He struggles to sit still in class and often skips school to play games at the arcade. The arcade, a novel establishment, is somewhat misunderstood by many. Yet a group of high school students has already begun to frequent it. After investigating for several days, Hong Mao finally grasped the dynamics of Tao Ji's family, and Li's advice turned out to be prophetic. Her family shows little consideration for Tao Ji's future. Chapter 135. The Path of a Loving Husband Feeling Despondent. Hong Mao sought out Li Feng, in dire need of his insights. Li Feng was preparing to meet with Director Ma to discuss matters with the higher management. When Hong Mao approached, Li Feng advised him to take some time to reflect deeply on how to engage with Tao Ji's family. With a head full of worries, Hong Mao returned home, while Li Feng adjusted his suit, brimming with confidence as he prepared for a challenging encounter. He drove Zhang Bin's car to pick up Director Ma. Although the Xiangbi Mountain Management Office had its own vehicles, Li Feng felt he lacked the stature to ride in theirs. Upon arriving at the management office, he warmly greeted Director Ma. Director Ma, let us take a detour to my beverage factory to pick up some drinks. After years of hard work, Director Ma had risen to his position, and he understood Li Feng's intentions perfectly. Mr. Li, there is no need for such formality, Director Ma remarked, his tone steeped in politeness. This is no mere courtesy, Director Ma. Our company's beverages have recently gained immense popularity, particularly suitable for alleviating the summer heat. During today's negotiations, tensions may rise. Therefore, I have brought extra supplies to help everyone cool down. Li Feng's vehicle was filled to the brim with numerous boxes of sea buckthorn beverage, in addition to a few boxes of the newly produced red can herbal tea for Director Ma. Mr. Li, your generosity is truly overwhelming, Director Ma expressed, genuinely touched by Li Feng's sincerity. Director Ma, nothing else matters as long as we achieve success in this endeavor. The connection between them was fostered by Director Lu, who, despite being younger than Director Ma, possessed an agile mind and remarkable adaptability. Director Lu, allow me to introduce Mr. Li Feng, who has expressed a desire to invest in our Elephant Trunk Hill project and assist in its development. Those involved in such ventures often spoke with great eloquence. Director Ma subtly hinted at Li Feng's future plans for the Elephant Trunk Hill. Mr. Li embodies noble ideals, striving to benefit the people of Elephant Trunk Hill. Director Lu lauded, placing an imaginary crown upon Li Feng's head. Although Li Feng appeared youthful, he possessed wisdom beyond his years. Thus, Lu's flattery did not lead him to become overly complacent. Director Lu, my intention to pave the way for Elephant Trunk Hill does hold a degree of personal ambition. Li Feng confessed. At the mention of personal motives, Director Lu's expression shifted momentarily. I recently accompanied my wife to Elephant Trunk Hill, where she was enchanted by the scenery, particularly a quaint little hot spring that captivated her heart. Fearing that Li Feng might make exorbitant demands, Director Lu's demeanor gradually brightened upon hearing his words. My wife envisions establishing a bathhouse there, a place to indulge in the hot springs during our leisure time. Li Feng, with a touch of discretion, had referred to his ambitious project as merely a bathhouse. Mr. Li, you are truly a model husband, willing to invest in a road for your wife's sake, Director Ma remarked, having benefited greatly from Li Feng's generosity. Well, one must cherish what they love. Li Feng replied with a humble smile. Mr. Li, you are indeed willing to go to great lengths for your wife. Director Lu, a man of traditional masculinity, had never contemplated such gestures for his own spouse. A bathhouse is not overly time-consuming. When my wife isn't using it, guests could also take advantage of it. Li Feng's proposition sparked a glimmer of interest in Director Lu's eyes. Your idea is quite innovative, Mr. Li. It could serve as a reference for other departments. With this acknowledgement, Li Feng sensed that the negotiations were progressing favorably. Originally, I was merely in the beverage business, often away from home, leaving my wife feeling neglected. Now that she has taken a liking to that area, I wish to invest in the development of Elephant Trunk Hill, benefiting the local community while also winning my wife's affection. Gradually, Li Feng unveiled his vision, transforming the simple notion of a hot spring into a grand development plan for Elephant Trunk Hill. Director Lu's thoughts were entirely consumed by the bathhouse, and he only half listened to Li Feng's subsequent remarks regarding the Elephant Nose Mountain Development Project. Mr. Li's ideas were commendable. We could initially draft an agreement and entrust Director Ma with the specific execution. Li Feng preferred to seize the moment, generously offering the beverages he had brought to Director Lu. Director Lu, these are our trial production drinks, which we are preparing to launch into the market. I'd like to present you with a few boxes for your tasting and feedback. Mr. Li, this is too kind of you. I am not an expert on beverages. It is only the children at home who enjoy them. Director Lu's mood visibly brightened, even breaking into a smile at Li Feng. Director Lu, our drinks are aimed at the general public, so your input is invaluable. Laughter erupted in the room, dispelling the earlier gloom. The higher authorities had outlined a broad framework for Director Ma, leaving the details to him. Thus, the Elephant Nose Mountain Development Project was set, with Li Feng in charge of the timeline. Upon receiving the formal approval, Li Feng gradually solidified his plans for constructing the road to Elephant Nose Mountain. Mr. Li, have you truly secured the Elephant Nose Mountain Development Project? The call was from Zhang Bin, his voice slightly hurried. Old Zhang, I had already settled the development for Elephant Nose Mountain long ago. Why are you only just inquiring now? I know about that project. But now the entire Xinchuan city is aware that you, Li Feng, are building a road to Elephant Nose Mountain. Recently, Li Feng had been wholly engrossed in the project, often neglecting to return home for several days. Consequently, Xiang Biding had expressed some discontent, suspecting that Li Feng was reverting to his old ways. Had it been the former Li Feng, he would have chastised Xiang Biding. However, the current Li Feng cherished her as his beloved wife. Li Feng was so absorbed in the project that he remained oblivious to the external murmurs. You were unaware? The entire Xinchuan city is abuzz. It's all about Mr. Li building a road out of love, and the road to Elephant Nose Mountain has been named Wife's Road. What Wife's Road? Li Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment. Old Zhang, where did this originate? You know my character better than anyone. Zhang Bin laughed heartily over the phone. Mr. Li, I've seen how well you treat your wife. That road is a testament to your devotion. At this point, Zhang Bin could no longer contain his laughter. Li Feng, feeling flustered, abruptly disconnected the office line. The commotion surrounding wife's road had become common knowledge throughout Xinchuan City, and Hong Mao's admiration for Li Feng only grew stronger. Mr. Li, what should I do about my situation with Tao Ji? With Li Feng as a mentor, Hong Mao entrusted his marital matters to him. Chapter 136. The marriage transaction. After much inquiry, Hong Mao discovered that none of Tao Ji's family members had any plans for her future, fueling his frustration to the point where he contemplated barging into her home to confront her family. What are your thoughts? I wish to marry Tao Ji, but I do not intend to give her family a single penny. Hong Mao indeed harbored such thoughts, yet he dared not express them to Tao Ji just yet. Do you believe Tao Ji is not worth 6,006? Certainly not. It is her family that lacks merit, as they seem only to consider their own interests. Despite Tao Ji's considerable sacrifices for her family, not a single one of them has ever contemplated her well-being. Li Feng, having discerned Hong Mao's sentiments, flashed a cryptic smile. Tao Ji's parents demand money. Without it, one cannot hope to marry her, yet those funds are not simply a windfall. Li Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Mao. Mr. Li, I understand, Hong Mao exclaimed, almost leaping with excitement. However, his joy was short-lived, and soon his expression fell. Mr. Li, I do not possess much money. How could I possibly gather 6,006? Li Feng, observing Hong Mao's pitiful demeanor, playfully tapped him on the back of his head. Is 6,006 truly a challenge for you? In the past, you had ample funds. Did the thought of marrying not cross your mind then? Hong Mao, taking the slap in good faith, replied with a grimace. Mr. Li, I genuinely never considered marriage. Who would ever look upon someone like us? Li Feng, tempted to deliver another playful slap, ultimately refrained. He then retrieved a stack of money from his drawer and tossed it onto the desk. Here, take 10,000. After marrying Tao Ji, return 7,000 to me. The remaining 3,000 shall be considered my gift to you. Mr. Li, this, Hong Mao stammered, his eyes glistening with emotion, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Having secured the 10,000, that very evening he accompanied Tao Ji home. Father-in-law, here is 6,600. I will choose an auspicious day to obtain our marriage certificate with Tao Ji. Today, Tao Ji's family had all gathered. Yet her father noticed nothing beyond the 6,006 in Hong Mao's hands. Tao Ji's mother regarded him with a slight, disdainful curl of her lips. Even if you can present 6,006, who knows how you acquired this money? It could be stolen or ill-gotten. The origins of your funds are dubious, and our daughter might suffer for it. As a mother and woman, Tao Ji's mother had her own criteria for selecting a son-in-law. Old woman, what do you know? I only care for the money, not its source, Tao Ji's father thought, eager to pocket the cash, yet Hong Mao held onto it tightly. Jiale, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I would marry you? Tao Ji blushed, realizing that Hong Mao's insistence on accompanying her home was, in fact, a proposal. Whether you marry or not is of no concern to me, but I am determined to secure that 6,006, her father resolved. Having spotted the money just a meter or two away, unable to relinquish it. Tao Ji, you are well aware of my intentions. Do you truly not wish to marry me? Hong Mao's voice quivered with a sense of grievance. Upon hearing Tao Ji's response, he felt that his heartfelt considerations for her should compel her to accept his proposal. You, who had previously said nothing, today suddenly demand money to marry me. Such an unexpected turn of events that anyone would find overwhelming. Tao Ji's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, almost tempting enough to bite into. Just a few days ago, it was your father, my father-in-law, who declared that with 6,600, you could be married off. I assumed you wished to marry me, which is why I endeavored to gather that sum. Where did you acquire 6,600? Borrowing such a considerable amount, how shall we sustain ourselves thereafter? Your father's eyes were fixated on that sum, and it seemed impossible for Tao Ji to reclaim any portion of it. Upon hearing Tao Ji's words, Hong Mao was nearly elated enough to leap from his seat. You need not fret about finances. I shall work diligently to earn enough to support you. With tender affection, Hong Mao grasped Tao Ji's frail hand. Such a paltry sum is insufficient. Father, you wish for me to attend tutoring classes, and I aspire to attend university. What will that little amount suffice for? Tao Jin had just returned from the arcade, having squandered all his pocket money. Indeed, it is unreasonable. Raising a daughter to the age of 25 only to part with her for a mere 6,600 is a grave injustice. In truth, Tao Rui has already begun her internship, yet she is acutely aware of the family's considerable expenses, especially with her brother Tao Gen's future financial needs. Thus, she wishes for her father and Taoji to demand a larger sum, alleviating some of her burden. Taoji's family expressed such sentiments, and her flushed cheeks gradually paled. How can you treat me this way? For the sake of my younger siblings' education, I sacrificed my own studies, and yet today, you still wish for me to sell myself? Tears brimmed in Taoji's eyes, as if she were on the brink of a heart-wrenching sob. We are not asking you to sell yourself. Since the brother-in-law is affluent, what harm is there in requesting a bit more for our family? Tao Zhen, spoiled by the family, now only considers his own interests, disregarding others. What grievance does my sister have? Over the years, you have remained at home without contributing much to the family. Tao Rui, too, was self-serving, fully aware of their family circumstances. If her sister could contribute a little more, she herself would need to offer less in the future. The way Taoji's family treated her filled Hong Mao with profound sorrow, yet he recognized that it was not yet the time to confront Taoji's family. Father-in-law, if your family continues to raise the price, it is unlikely anyone will be able to produce any additional funds. Hong Mao adopted a demeanor usually reserved for protective fees, causing Taoji's father to feel a prickling unease. I, as a man of my word, said 6,600, and not a penny more shall I ask of you. Very well, then. Father-in-law, tomorrow I shall accompany Taoji to register our marriage. At that time, we shall exchange money for the household registration book. This time, Hong Mao was prudent. Given Taoji's family, if things were not as they were, the money might not safely reach her father. Taoji's father was indeed envious of that money, even inviting Hong Mao to stay the night at their residence. Treated this way by her own kin, Taoji felt utterly desolate. Jialei, tomorrow we shall register. But you must understand, marrying me comes with not a single penny in dowry, nor even a decent garment. Taoji's heart sank deeply before her family. She felt compelled to extract a promise from Hong Mao. Peach Branch, rest assured, as long as you marry me, I will sacrifice my own comforts to ensure you never suffer. Chapter 137. The red-haired man obtains the certificate upon hearing the earnest declaration from the red-haired man. Peach Branch, who had been holding back her tears, collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The members of Peach Branch's family displayed a myriad of expressions upon witnessing the red-haired man's sincere confession. Having resolved to obtain a marriage certificate, Peach Branch retreated to her room to gather her belongings. In truth, she possessed little to pack. Her actions were merely a gesture to signify her hopes that her family would remember her virtues. Branch, do you truly intend to marry someone like the red-haired man? Apart from Peach Branch's mother, who exhibited a modicum of concern, the others were solely preoccupied with monetary matters. Mother, you may think poorly of Jialei, but is there truly anyone more suitable for me than him? As tears streamed down her face, Peach Branch collected her tattered clothing. Branch, you must live well with the red-haired man. The family cannot support you. You have suffered enough at home. Upon hearing her mother's words, Peach Branch felt a pang of sorrow swelling within her heart. Mother, I promise to live well in the future. As long as you remember a shred of my goodness, I will be content. With a small bundle in her arms, Peach Branch turned to leave her home alongside the waiting red-haired man. Father, are you truly allowing her to leave like this? Peach Root watched as her sister's fiancé took her away without even a token gift or pocket money. What else could be done? Their father had become soft-hearted towards the eldest daughter, blinded by the prospect of the 6,600 yuan. Peach Blossom felt the injustice as well. Someone like the red-haired man should at least be offering some financial support. If only their father had demanded a bit more. The red-haired man would surely comply. As Peach Branch departed with the red-haired man, he, who had been residing at a KTV, was at a loss regarding where to accommodate her. Peach Branch, shall I take you to a hotel? Alone? Although I am stronger now than before, my underlying timidity is resurfacing. I am afraid. Perhaps you could accompany me? In the 1990s, hotel regulations were strict. A man and woman could not share a room without presenting a marriage certificate. Since Peach Branch and the red-haired man were not yet wed, they were unable to stay together. Why not stay with me at the KTV? Though it may not be ideal, at least we can rest for the night. Yes. From now on, wherever you go, I shall follow. Just the thought of living together with the red-haired man made Peach Branch shy, lowering her gaze. Upon entering the KTV, the staff noticed the red-haired man holding a girl's hand and began to whistle in admiration. Red-haired brother, is this your sister-in-law? Peach Branch, feeling embarrassed, hid behind the red-haired man's back. Come, let me introduce you all. This is your sister-in-law. From now on, you must be courteous when you meet her. Observing Peach Branch's discomfort, the red-haired man promptly led her back to his dormitory. The noise of the KTV kept Peach Branch from resting well throughout the night. Early the next morning, the red-haired man requested a day off for her, eager to act swiftly before Peach Branch's father could change his mind. Hongmao had meticulously considered his marriage. However, when he returned home with Taoji to retrieve the household registration book, Taoji's father began to waver. Hongmao, I have raised my daughter for 25 years. Is 6,600 yuan truly sufficient? Father-in-law, one must adhere to principles. Just yesterday, you made your stance clear. And now, less than a day later, you are retracting your words. Initially, Hongmao was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating his impending marriage, but the sudden change left him unsettled. Last night, I was indeed taken in by your assurances. Upon reflection, given our circumstances, this offer is quite inadequate. What? Are you truly having second thoughts? Hongmao, incensed, slammed his palm down on the dining table in Taoji's home. With the subpar furniture, his strike shattered the table into fragments. Are you really going to resort to violence? Taoji's father appeared somewhat intimidated. Father-in-law, I would never harm you. However, should anyone come seeking trouble in the future, please refrain from mentioning me as your son-in-law. In his frustration, Hongmao inadvertently let slip a threatening remark typical of his trade. The atmosphere in Taoji's household fell silent. Even Taoji's sister, who had been urging their father to demand more money, dared not speak. Very well, let us proceed as such. Present the money, and you may go and obtain the marriage certificate. Hongmao was known as a rogue, and Taoji's father was well aware of this. Recognizing Hongmao's rising temper, he opted to avoid further complications, leading to the swift union of Taoji and Hongmao. In the ensuing years, Hongmao proved to be a disappointment, severing ties with his family. Thus, even upon marrying, he found himself without a single family member to celebrate with. When they finally obtained their marriage certificate, both Hongmao and Taoji were at a loss as to whom to inform. Taoji, from this moment onward, we are a family, and it is just the two of us. Jiale, I understand your parents do not regard you favorably, and you have lost contact with them. However, since we are now married, we should find a time to inform them. Taoji was a good-hearted girl. She recognized that Hongmao's family might not readily accept her, yet felt that such a significant event deserved to be conveyed to Hongmao's parents. Yes, we shall go together. Even if my parents do not accept us, we must fulfill our responsibility. Recently, Feng had been quite busy, but he soon learned of Hongmao and Taoji residing in a KTV establishment. Hongmao, with money in your possession, why not rent an apartment instead of living in a KTV? Do you not think Taoji deserves better? Hongmao took Feng's words to heart, and upon learning that Feng had assisted in securing his wife, he was also presented with a generous red envelope. Boss Li, I would like to rent an apartment, but the people we know are similar to me. The places they find seem rather unreliable. Hongmao spoke without a hint of embarrassment, belittling his own standing without a second thought. Ah, it seems you possess a sense of self-awareness and recognize your shortcomings. Boss Li, I meant that they are unreliable. I consider Taoji's well-being and would not act hastily. Seeing the transformation in Hongmao, Feng found the situation amusing. Understood. Acknowledging his own unreliability, I enlisted the help of Heir Dan, who is well-connected. If he manages to find you a suitable place, a simple treat of a meal would suffice as gratitude. Thank you, General Li. Hongmao, in an unexpected display of excitement, even bowed to Feng. The house was found by Heir Dan, so there is no need for such formal thanks. The transformation of Hongmao has been evident to all. He, who once disregarded money, has surprisingly learned the value of saving. Boss, Hongmao has lost his mind. He actually woke up early to compete with a group of elderly women for bargains. The employees at the KTV, during their quiet morning hours, mostly ventured out for breakfast before returning to rest. Thus, they encountered Hongmao at the morning market. In Chapter 138, Road Construction Encountering Obstacles, the KTV staff stumbled upon Hongmao, who was squeezed among a throng of ladies, eagerly vying for freshly discounted vegetables, leaving everyone utterly astonished. News of Hongmao's antics spread throughout the KTV, and soon enough, Feng heard about it. He found it amusing and realized that one should not judge solely by the past. With motivation, anyone can change. Recently, Feng faced a troubling situation. He had already signed a development agreement with the management of Elephant Trunk Hill, with the paramount condition being road construction. Since he proposed this plan, he was committed to its execution. However, the supervisors sent by the management proved to be quite obstinate. The roads of Elephant Trunk Hill had always been rudimentary, formed by foot traffic, riddled with potholes, and utterly impassable during rain. Constructing a road on such an unstable foundation would require substantial funds, which Feng currently lacked. Apart from a high-interest check from Zhang Bin, he had only 500,000 at his disposal. While repairing the road would cost around 850,000, an impossibility for anyone with a modicum of understanding. In an effort to economize, Feng devised a plan to utilize the abundant stones on Elephant Trunk Hill. He intended to crush these stones to create a solid foundation for the road. Initially, his approach seemed reasonable, considering the area he aimed to develop was strewn with rocks. This would not only clear the debris, but also serve a dual purpose of road construction. However, the supervisor dispatched from Elephant Trunk Hill proved inflexible, insisting that Li Feng must complete the road before he could touch the flora and stones on the hill. In light of this frustrating predicament, Li Feng found himself increasingly anxious and agitated, ultimately succumbing to illness. His family, particularly Bai Ting, typically refrained from inquiring about his affairs, merely aware that he had embarked on a more righteous path recently. When Li Feng withdrew money for family use, Bai Ting would simply remind him of the remaining balance. Otherwise, she would offer only cursory reminders of their finances. This bout of stress caused by the supervisor's obstinacy had taken a toll on Li Feng, leaving him with a cracked corner of his mouth and a hoarse voice. Li Feng, have you been facing some troubles? You look significantly thinner. Is your health all right? Bai Ting, who dreaded illness after her father's recent health scare, expressed her concern. Li Feng, preoccupied with strategies to handle the supervisor, offered her only perfunctory replies. It is nothing. What could possibly be wrong? I merely caught a chill and caught a cold. As Bai Ting observed Li Feng's nonchalance towards her, she could only let out a deep sigh, secretly wishing that Li Feng would not revert to his previous self. Otherwise, the household would be doomed. Taking advantage of his illness, Li Feng chose to remain at home for several days. However, despite his physical confinement, his mind was incessantly at work. Red Hair. Take 2 individuals and follow someone, including his family. Recently, Red Hair had been basking in happiness, and he had not forgotten the ideas that Li Feng had provided him. Very well, Li General. Shall we simply continue the surveillance? Is there nothing more we need to do? Red Hair was eager to demonstrate his capabilities before Li Feng. There's no need for anything additional. Just keep a close watch on him, noting whom he interacts with daily and what he engages in. Record all of this meticulously. Li Feng possessed the foresight from his previous life, and when dealing with the personnel at the Elephant Trunk Mountain Management Office, he was reluctant to employ drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. That individual was not akin to Ren Fei. Red Hair was elated to receive the assignment, thrilled to finally assist Li Feng in a meaningful way. He diligently investigated even the breed of the dog at the person's residence. Each day, Red Hair reported his findings directly to Li Feng, who sifted through the information to extract what was valuable. After 3 days, Li Feng's health had improved significantly, and he felt it was time to take action. The person Red Hair was tasked to follow was named Mi Shanda, an ordinary temporary worker at Elephant Trunk Mountain. However, this individual was quite adept at ingratiating himself. Shortly after starting at the management office, he managed to establish a connection with the deputy director. This deputy director, known for his miserly nature, was determined to extract some profit from the barren mountain. Mi Shanda had spent considerable sums to secure a permanent position at the management office. Now, as Li Feng had directly aligned himself with Director Ma, not only was the deputy director displeased, but Mi Shanda also found himself in a convoluted predicament. The road at Elephant Trunk Mountain was ideally suited for the local stone. However, Mi Shanda, driven by personal interests, insisted on adhering to the agreement and delayed permitting Li Feng to commence work at Elephant Trunk Mountain. Upon discerning this internal relationship, Li Feng began to strategize against Mi Shanda. Captain Mi, I have been preparing for this project at Elephant Trunk Mountain for quite some time. When do you believe we should commence construction? Li Feng casually offered a box of cigarettes during their conversation. Li General, with your generous finances, we can commence construction whenever you wish, as long as we adhere to the agreement. We could start right now, Mi Shanda replied, accepting the cigarettes but unwilling to yield an inch. Very well, perhaps I shall initiate the work tomorrow, thus ensuring that the road is finished before winter sets in. Li Feng noticed Mi Shanda's dual intentions of receiving benefits while creating obstacles, which displeased him. Mi Shanda, with his triangular eyes, sensed Li Feng's growing irritation and felt the stirrings of his official temper. Li General, we may commence, but if the road is not constructed properly, not a single blade of grass shall be disturbed on Elephant Trunk Mountain. Mi Shanda's tone soured, and Li Feng's countenance darkened in response. Captain Mi, the Elephant Trunk Hill will eventually be developed by me. Every blade of grass and every tree on this mountain has been mine for the past 50 years. The discarded stones up there will have no place to be disposed of once the road is repaired. So what is wrong with me utilizing them for the road in advance? Li Feng's gaze was piercing, his voice imbued with a chilling undertone. I am merely acting in accordance with the agreement. Although Mi Shanda felt uncertain, he was reluctant to concede so easily. Mi Shanda, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Li Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his body leaning forward. What do you intend to do? Mi Shanda involuntarily took a step back. I would not sully my hands by striking you. but you should weigh your own options. Li Feng had no intention of resorting to violence, considering Mi Shanda's position in the management office. Mi Shanda pondered whether Li Feng was merely attempting to intimidate him, yet he still wished to resist. I am a person of principle. I shall not compromise my integrity for personal gain. Mi Shanda feigned calmness, his voice inadvertently rising in pitch. Li Feng cast a glance at Mi Shanda before turning away and departing. Chapter 139. The exorbitant bill with Li Feng gone. Mi Shanda's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Li Feng might return to take action. He fretted for several days, but when nothing transpired, he began to dismiss his concerns. Unfortunately, his peace of mind was short-lived, as trouble soon befell his household. Mi Shanda's son, now 15, was attending middle school. As an ordinary student, his primary responsibility should have been his studies. However, Mi Shanda and his wife indulged their son excessively, providing him with a weekly allowance of over 10 yuan. In the 1990s, such an amount represented a significant sum. With newfound wealth, Mi Shanda's son frequently gathered friends, exploring various dining establishments throughout Xinchuan City. Today, he once again brought friends to a restaurant and, upon entering, promptly ordered an array of dishes. Today, I shall treat you all. Bring forth whatever delicacies you have. Despite his youth, Mi Shanda's son made quite a spectacle. A group of adolescents feasted heartily, the table strewn with remnants of the meal. Waiter, bring the bill. Mi Shanda's son lounged in his chair, awaiting the arrival of the check. When the waiter presented the bill, he finally reached into his pocket. As he fumbled, his expression changed dramatically. Hey, has anyone seen my wallet? The bill amounted to over 100 yuan, and none of his companions could possibly cover such an expense. No, it was still in your pocket just a moment ago. Indeed, I saw it as well. Mi Shanda's son, unable to produce any money, caused his friends to panic. Such a hefty sum was beyond their means. How can you speak like this? I am treating you all to a meal. Surely you don't think I would swindle you. Mi Shanda's son had never encountered such indignation. When someone dared to question him, his anger surged. Hurry up and pay. We are quite busy here. Mi Shanda's son, already in a foul mood, erupted at the waiter's words. When have I ever owed you anything? You simply look down on me. Mayamada's son, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table, lunging forward with the intent to strike. The waitress, already irked, failed to notice his approach and was caught off guard. Receiving a solid slap, the restaurant, bustling with patrons, was not one to tolerate disturbances. After being struck, the waitress, undeterred, retaliated by grabbing Mayamada's son by the face. You foul creature, how dare you hit me? Unaccustomed to defeat, Mayamada's son, now marked with scratches, was infuriated and attempted to retaliate. Quickly, someone come. There's a ruckus. The waitress shouted, prompting a flurry of customers to rush over. Chaos erupted in the establishment. Tables were overturned and dishes shattered upon the floor. Witnessing the escalating situation, Mayamada's friends discreetly slipped away, leaving him battered and bruised. Though Mayamada's son suffered greatly, the restaurant also faced considerable losses. They could not simply allow him to leave. Hurry and call your parents. Unless you compensate us for the damages, you shan't leave this place. Accustomed to a life of arrogance, Mayamada's son now cowered in a corner, sobbing like a forlorn child. Father, please come to the restaurant. They are holding me here. Despite his penchant for trouble, he had never failed to return home at night. As the hour grew late and he remained absent, his parents grew increasingly anxious. Just as they contemplated contacting the authorities, their son's call came through. Having landed himself in trouble, they hastily drove to the restaurant. Where's my son? Why won't you let him return home? Mayamada's wife, ever the domineering figure, raised her voice sharply, her son being her most cherished treasure. Upon entering the disarrayed restaurant, Mayamada sensed the gravity of the situation. What has transpired here? He inquired, adopting the authoritative demeanor befitting his position as the captain of the Xiangxi management office. Ah, so you are the child's guardian? He has dined here without payment and caused damage to our property. We demand compensation, or we shall call the police. Although Mayamada had cultivated connections with the deputy director of the management office, he knew that involving the authorities would leave him powerless. He could not bear to see his son suffer. What has he broken? Speak, and we shall compensate you. Resolute in avoiding immediate conflict, he thought it prudent not to appear weak. It is merely a table of ceramic dishes, custom-made from Jingdezhen, which cost us a considerable sum. Before the restaurant staff could reveal the cost, Mayamada realized that this matter would not be easily resolved. It was highly unusual for an establishment of this caliber to utilize Jingdezhen porcelain. What value do your broken plates hold? Look at what you have done to my son. Who will compensate us for this? Mayamada's wife, having located her son, was distraught upon seeing his face swollen and bruised like that of a pig. Madam, your tone is rather audacious. Are our plates and bowls truly in such disarray? Do you have any idea of the expense we incurred for those dishes? Your son received his just deserts. After all, he was the one who assaulted our server. Our young lady has been left so traumatized by your son's actions that she can hardly face anyone. The patrons of the establishment have remarked that your son, in fear of retribution, dares not voice a word in protest. Can a child as small as my son truly inflict harm upon your server? Mrs. Mayanada remains unconvinced. Is he still a child? Such a towering figure. While our server is exceedingly petite, how could she withstand the blows from your son? The establishment's staff stood firm, and Mayanada, wishing to avoid further conflict, considered that perhaps financial compensation could avert disaster. Pray tell, how much would suffice to resolve this matter? Upon receiving a phone call, Mayanada thought it prudent to bring some money along. Here lies your son's bill. We shall not demand much for the broken dishes. Yet there are also the medical expenses for the server. Altogether, if you could provide 1,000, we would consider the matter settled. No sooner had the staff's words left their lips than Mrs. Mayanada erupted in indignation. Are you attempting to extort us? For a mere handful of broken dishes and a few ruined vegetables, you demand 1,000? The staff cast a disdainful glance at Mrs. Mayanada before shifting their focus back to Mayanada. She may be overly verbose, but we shall not engage with her. As a man, you must decide how to proceed. Mayanada was taken aback by the bill presented by the establishment. In an effort to resolve his son's predicament, he had stowed away 500 in his pocket, believing that no issue was insurmountable with that amount. Chapter 140. Such actions bring no benefit to anyone. The restaurant demanded 1,000, and instinctively, Mayanada sought to negotiate. My son erred, yet he is still but a child. Might you not consider this and reduce the amount? Mayanada, astute in his observations, sensed something amiss upon entering the establishment. The absence of patrons during the midday hours hinted at a premeditated scheme to exploit him. No, his strength during his outburst was considerable. He hardly resembled a mere child. Are you attempting to coerce my son? Mayanada uttered a few conciliatory remarks, but upon realizing that the staff remained unyielding, he too adopted a more resolute stance. Let us not speak so. We harbor no intentions of extortion. We merely seek recompense. The staff's tone was laced with sarcasm, their disdain unmistakable. Allow me to inform you that I am a person of some repute in this city. My civility is a courtesy, for otherwise, you would find yourselves in dire straits. Mayanada was torn between urgency and the desire to turn the tables. Unexpectedly, the staff's demeanor shifted from intimidation to indignation. Let me make it clear, we are not easily intimidated. Should you fail to produce the funds today, not even a deity could save you. The staff clenched their fists, advancing menacingly toward Mayanada. What do you intend? Do not presume that your numbers intimidate me, Mayanada shouted, though his pallid complexion betrayed his fear. Just then, the door of the restaurant swung open. Why is it so eerily quiet here today? A deep, resonant male voice. Yet in Miss Shanda's ears, it surpassed all celestial melodies. Mr. Li, are you dining with friends? The person who pushed open the restaurant door was none other than Li Feng, who had come here to share a meal with companions. Ah, it is Captain Mi. Since we fortuitously meet today, shall we dine together? Recently, Li Feng and Miss Shanda had experienced a tinge of discord. Truth be told, Li Feng was not inclined to encounter Miss Shanda at all. No, I've already dined, Miss Shanda retorted, disdainful of Li Feng's lack of perceptiveness. As the place was in disarray, yet he still extended an invitation. Oh, so Captain Mi is leaving? Allow me to see you out, Li Feng insisted, firmly pulling Miss Shanda towards the exit. Miss Shanda found himself unable to advance or retreat, tightly held by Li Feng. Ah, it is Mr. Li. This guest cannot leave. His son has dined without settling the bill. At this proclamation, Miss Shanda's face flushed with embarrassment. Nonsense. You are extorting me. I do not possess such funds. Feeling humiliated, Miss Shanda decided to abandon his pride. Our exquisite porcelain from Jingdajun was shattered by your son, and you dare say it is costly? Are you aware of the regulations in the catering industry? The penalty for breaking tableware is tenfold compensation. We are merely requesting the original price in recompense. And yet you complain. The restaurant staff bowed and scraped to Li Feng while addressing Miss Shanda with urgency and harshness. I have no money. Do as you wish. Miss Shanda, stripped of dignity, recalled how he had previously tormented Li Feng, now exposed to the whole scene. Fine, since you choose to play the rogue. We shall call the police. Should your job be affected by this report, do not blame us. With that, someone moved towards the telephone. Ah, Captain Mi. Is it worth jeopardizing your future over such a trifling sum? Li Feng interjected, halting the call. Miss Shanda found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he wished to resolve the issue, yet on the other, he felt that relinquishing Li Feng over this minor debt was too great a loss. Mr. Li, consider this sum a loan from me. I shall repay you by tomorrow. Captain Me, you are too courteous. Such a trivial amount. I would be more than willing to accommodate your request, Li Feng responded, though Mi Shanda felt a slight discomfort at his words. Nevertheless, the pressing situation allowed no time for contemplation. Very well, I shall accept this money for now, but I shall not be beholden to you again. Mi Shanda's words were fragmented, the entire affair already documented, albeit selectively favoring Li Feng. 1,000 yuan was handed over to the restaurant, and without further ado, Mi Shanda departed with his wife and child. Li Feng achieved all he desired, and then presented a stack of bills to the restaurant owner. Thank you. With this, I shall not fear further harassment from him tomorrow. The restaurant owner insisted on refusing the money. Mr. Li is a friend of Mr. Zhang. How could I possibly accept your funds? Accustomed to generosity, Li Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude. Boss, that scoundrel Mi Shanda has made my life difficult. Today, we have collaborated to set this trap. Henceforth, I shall no longer fear his machinations. Such a significant advantage warrants my gratitude. How could I not acknowledge your assistance? In the end, Li Feng's money was tucked away by his boss, and they sat together, indulging in several drinks. With the resources he acquired, Li Feng swiftly completed a full tape recording. The following day, he led the road construction team to commence work. Although Mi Yanda was temporarily relieved by Li Feng's 1,000 yuan, his treacherous nature remained unchanged. Thus, just as the workers were about to start, he re-emerged to obstruct them. Li, how can you rush into the mountains when the road is not yet completed? Li Feng gazed at Mi Yanda, whose greedy eyes gleamed with insidious intent. If Mi Yanda had returned the borrowed money first, Li Feng would have regarded him with a hint of respect and found another way to resolve their issues. However, it was appalling that Mi Yanda, having benefited from his generosity, acted as if nothing had transpired. Captain Me, I can halt construction, but I would like you to listen to a segment of this recording first. Li Feng maintained his composure, while Mi Yanda was left bewildered, unaware of Li Feng's intentions. Li Feng possessed an abundance of small tape recorders, having gifted them as tokens of goodwill. Today, he presented Mi Yanda with one, accompanied by a tape. I have accepted this money, and from now on, I have recorded the quality of our work. The audio quality was rudimentary, yet the clarity of Mi Yanda's voice acknowledging receipt of the funds was unmistakable. Upon hearing this recording, Mi Yanda's eyes widened in shock. You are slandering and framing me. Mi Yanda stumbled over his words. Li Feng chuckled coldly. Captain Me, which part of this recording is not your own voice? Point it out to me. Li Feng's assertion left Mi Yanda speechless. Indeed, every word was his own. Yet, Li Feng had artfully edited the content, transforming it into undeniable evidence of bribery. Li, this approach benefits no one. Mi Yanda gritted his teeth, venom lacing his words. Chapter 141. The masks are torn off. Li Feng regarded Mi Yanda with a gaze full of mockery. You may say whatever you wish, but I believe your superiors would prefer to see tangible evidence. Mi Yanda found himself momentarily at a loss, filled with regret for having succumbed to the temptation of that 1,000 yuan. I will return that 1,000 yuan immediately. Do not resort to despicable acts. Upon hearing Mi Yanda's desperate defense, Li Feng's spirits remarkably lifted. Mi Yanda, you are more familiar with the content of the Elephant Nose Mountain Development Agreement than I am. Do you truly believe it appropriate to wield trivial threats to hinder our progress? With the facade now stripped away, Mi Yanda abandoned all pretenses. Li, you are willing to construct a 10-kilometer road for your wife, yet you are miserly as a miserly rooster when it comes to us. You think a few boxes of drinks and a couple of electric razors will suffice to make us work for you? How audacious. At that moment, Li Feng finally comprehended why Mi Yanda had been so relentless in his efforts to obstruct him. In the 1990s, an electric razor was considered a fashionable and cutting-edge product, and Mi Yanda's disdain for it revealed the extent of his avarice. Upon reflecting on these matters, Li Feng was resolutely determined to conduct a thorough investigation into Mi Shanda. My efforts to repair the road for my wife are a testament to my profound love for her. What audacity do you possess to demand something of me? Mi Shanda shamelessly voiced his demands, and Li Feng retorted without hesitation. I will never allow you to commence work. Mi Shanda, in a fit of obstinacy, began to act like a petulant child, firmly believing that Li Feng would not dare to present the recorded evidence to his superiors. Today, I must commence work. Try to obstruct me if you dare. Li Feng waved his hand, and the excavators and bulldozers behind him roared to life. Who among you dares to move? Should you do so, you will have to go over me. In defiance, Mi Shanda sprawled out on the uneven roadway. One could hardly believe that a grown man would stoop to such depths. Li Feng could not help but admire his audacity, which rivaled that of ancient city walls. Red hair, teach him a lesson, but refrained from marking his face. Under Li Feng's guidance, Red Hair and his subordinates executed their task with precision, inflicting whatever injuries were deemed necessary. Mr. Li, we understand. Red Hair approached Mi Shanda with a grin. Brothers, let us not disappoint Mr. Li. Upon seeing Red Hair and his crew emerge behind Li Feng, Mi Shanda recoiled in fear. Li Feng's strategy proved astute. Red Hair did not even need to lay a hand on him, yet Mi Shanda was already howling in pain. Let go of me. I am from the management office. Red Hair's men were indifferent to his title. Within mere minutes, Mi Shanda had collapsed to the ground, unable to move, his trousers soaked. Wah. How dare you hit me? Mi Shanda, disregarding his dignity, began to sob inconsolably. Mi Shanda, you are merely refusing to acknowledge the kindness extended to you. I have repeatedly offered you an olive branch, yet you persist in your obstinacy. Initially, I believed you to be an upright individual, but it seems you are an insatiable glutton. Li Feng sneered, and Mi Shanda was so frightened that he ceased his cries. This is merely the beginning. What follows will be your utter ruin. Having said this, Li Feng dialed Director Ma's number. Director Ma, my brother here is facing an obstacle. The supervisor sent by your office has insatiable demands that I cannot meet. I have a recording I would like to share with you. Upon hearing Li Feng's call, Mi Shanda's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Li Feng truly dared to hand over the recording to Director Ma. Mr. Li, if you indeed possess evidence, we at the management office will take this matter seriously. Very well, I shall have the recording delivered to the office immediately. After hanging up, Li Feng's expression hardened. It was all over for Mi Shanda, who lay there in utter exhaustion. Red Hair and his accomplices dragged him away, leaving him by the side of the road. As the bulldozer and excavator thundered past. Subsequently, Red Hair delivered the recording to Director Ma, and the management office promptly dispatched a new supervisor. Work on the road leading to Elephant Nose Mountain commenced on schedule, allowing for a steady stream of stones to be transported down the mountain, ultimately saving Li Feng a substantial sum. As the construction of Elephant Nose Mountain commenced, Li Feng's spirits lifted considerably, a change that did not escape the notice of Xiang Biting. Li Feng, have you something joyful to share? Just a few days ago, you were rather taciturn, concealing something in your heart. Li Feng gazed at Xiang Biting in astonishment. Despite the evident improvement in their relationship, he had never anticipated her concern for him. Indeed, I have delightful news today. The Elephant Nose Mountain project has begun, and the development of the hot springs is just around the corner. When did you conceive the idea of developing the hot springs at Elephant Nose Mountain? Xiang Biting inquired. During our last visit to Elephant Nose Mountain, you mentioned that the hot springs were quite splendid, so I decided to initiate the development, allowing you to visit whenever you wish. Li Feng's words, akin to sweet nothings, rendered Xiang Biting blushing. She had never heard such sentiments from him even during their romantic phase. Did you truly take my casual remark to heart? Such a monumental undertaking must require a substantial investment. Their eyes locked, an awkward silence enveloped them. Well, since today bears good tidings, let us celebrate with a sumptuous meal. It had been quite a while since Li Feng returned home so early, and Yaya, their daughter, missed her father dearly. This suggestion brought joy to the entire family. Great. Daddy, all my friends at kindergarten have had hamburgers, but I haven't. The mere thought of being mocked by her peers for never having tasted a hamburger caused Yaya to pout in discontent. Our daughter is unhappy. I will take you for a delicious meal today. Hearing her father's promise, Yaya's face lit up with joy. To share in her daughter's happiness, Xiang Biting donned a lovely light yellow dress. As Li Feng admired the beautiful mother-daughter duo, he felt a sense of fulfillment, believing himself to be far more fortunate in this life than in the previous one. On a bicycle, with Yaya nestled in his embrace while his wife rested against his back, they pedaled toward the bustling city center. Daddy, the restaurant is right there, Yaya exclaimed, excitedly tapping Li Feng's arm and directing him toward their destination. The restaurant Yaya had chosen was teeming with patrons, many parents waiting in line with their children. In his previous life, Li Feng had been a disciplined man. He instinctively fell to the back of the queue, cradling Yaya. Chapter 142. The bear and her cub. The line was lengthy, inching forward slowly. To prevent anyone from cutting in, Li Feng remained closely aligned with the queue. Mommy, I want to eat a hamburger. A child's voice suddenly erupted near Li Feng's ear. All right, dear, I know you're hungry. We'll have hamburgers soon, a woman responded, pressing against Li Feng's side, her ample bosom nearly resting on his back. Hey, could you please not push against me? I cannot bear it, Li Feng protested. The woman seemed utterly unconcerned about her invasion of personal space, while Li Feng found her cheap perfume quite repugnant. What is your issue? I am not pushing you. It is perfectly normal to be close in a crowd like this, the stout woman retorted, her chest still pressed against Li Feng's back. The portly woman, disregarding her son at her side, clearly harbored intentions to encroach upon Li Feng's territory. You should keep your distance, woman. My husband detests those who cling to him and seek to usurp his affections. When her spouse faced such unwarranted advances, Bai Ting was not one to remain passive. What nonsense are you spouting? I have not sought your husband's affections in the slightest. The overweight woman, reluctant to part with the rare sight of a handsome man, huffed disdainfully and retreated a fraction. As more patrons filled the establishment, Li Feng's family finally drew closer to the counter. Daddy, I want a large bag of fries and a cup of cola. Of course, my dear Yaya, your father will procure whatever you desire. Although Li Feng was hesitant for Yaya to indulge in such fast food, he resolved to allow her a taste of each item, as she had never encountered such fare before, intending to limit her consumption in the future. When it was finally their turn, the rotund mother and son resumed their antics. Mom, I want to go first. It turned out that the chubby boy had long harbored a desire to tug at Yaya's hair, but was deterred by fear of Li Feng. Upon witnessing Yaya reach for the food, his pent-up resentment erupted. I want fries, he declared, as his grimy hand lunged for the fries in Yaya's grasp. Daddy, startled by the filthy hand, Yaya cried out, clutching the fries to her chest. I want them. The boy, quicker in reflex, managed to grasp Yaya's hair instead of the fries as Li Feng lifted her into his arms. Yaya yelped in pain, tears streaming down her face. Why did you pull my hair? Feeling aggrieved, she clung to Bai Ting, who promptly moved to separate the boy from Yaya. Why are you harming my child? While the boy had tugged on Yaya's hair, the overweight woman feigned ignorance. Yet now, upon witnessing Bai Ting's intervention, she shrieked indignantly. When did I strike your child? Your son harmed my daughter while you were blind to it. Bai Ting, already distressed over her daughter's ordeal, found her patience wearing thin. The audacity of the boy's mother to confront her was infuriating. My son pulling your daughter's hair is merely innocent play. You, an adult, grabbing my son is a different matter entirely. The woman asserted, her voice rising to be heard throughout the shop. So by your reasoning, my daughter deserves to be bullied by your son, and we should merely stand by and watch. Bai Ting, having endured hardship for far too long, felt her temper fraying. Children play, what harm is there? The woman retorted, smug in her defense. Those are your words. Should anything transpire, do not hold me accountable. Bai Ting, having spoken her mind, turned to Li Feng to lift Yaya. Yaya, go on, give that boy who struck you a slap, so he knows what it feels like to bully others. Amidst the squabble between the women, Li Feng chose to refrain from involvement. Though Bai Ting's words resonated in his ears, Li Feng lifted Yaya to the height of the boy, instructing her to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before bullying others again. Despite her parents' encouragement, Yaya found it difficult to strike. Upon hearing that both Li Feng and Scumbag urged her to retaliate, the boy burst into tears, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you all bullying my son?" The plump woman, initially confident in her child's resilience, succumbed to panic at the sound of his cries, resorting to a tantrum. How have we bullied your son? Did we hit him or scold him? Scumbag, aware of Yaya's gentle nature, had merely intended to intimidate the unreasonable mother and son duo. You are indeed bullying me. You allowed your daughter to hit me. The boy, accustomed to tormenting others, was unaccustomed to facing consequences. Li Feng and Scumbag perceived him as a troublesome child, and, as adults, they had no desire to escalate matters. Indeed, you two adults are inciting your child to strike my son. What sort of people are you? The plump woman, neglecting her own child, retaliated with accusations. What of us adults? We are not supporting our child while he is the one bullying others. Scumbag, infuriated by this unruly mother and son, could hardly contain her disdain. Humph, you are such a vile woman. It's no wonder your daughter deserves to be punished. Having already been deeply pained by her daughter's plight, Scumbag could not tolerate the plump woman's remark that her daughter deserved to be struck. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the woman's smug face. You are the one who truly deserves to be struck. The impact momentarily stunned the woman, but she quickly regained her composure, launching herself at Scumbag with a shriek. How dare you hit me? Do you think I can be easily bullied? As she lunged towards Scumbag's beautiful visage, she hurled insults, claiming, this woman is merely leveraging her looks to entice men and assert dominance before me. You've chosen the wrong opponent. The plump woman, twice the size of Scumbag, posed a formidable presence, yet Li Feng was unwilling to allow Scumbag to suffer. With a deft side kick, before anyone could comprehend the situation, the woman tumbled several times. Onlookers, who had previously disapproved of her unreasonable behavior, now found themselves reluctant to approach, fearing for their own children's exposure to such a woman. However, with the woman rolling about, it was too late for some to retreat. Please do not touch me. We wish to avoid any confrontation with you. Several parents clutched their children tightly, wary of her antics. Get lost. The woman bellowed, her pride unscathed despite her disheveled state. Chapter 143, The Unwelcome Individual. As the crowd heard her vile outburst, parents hastily covered their children's ears. How can you speak so filthily? No wonder you raised such a child. Many parents, fearing for the purity of their own and their children's ears, hurriedly made their way out with snacks in hand. Yaya has always been timid. Although Li Feng has recently taken her out to play, helping her emerge from her shadow, she remains somewhat reserved. Daddy, Mommy, let us go home. I will never eat hamburgers again. Yaya has developed an aversion to those too, and consequently, to hamburgers as well. Upon hearing that Yaya and the others were about to leave, the plump woman, who had been feigning death on the ground, promptly scrambled to her feet. Her sights now set on Yaya. You troublesome little girl, my son merely tugged at your hair. Yet look at your guardians, they seem ready to devour someone. Yaya, having never encountered such hostility, was frightened and buried her face in Li Feng's embrace, too terrified to even lift her head. Vile woman, I had no intention of engaging with you further, yet you obstruct our path. What are you planning? Upon witnessing Yaya's fear, Li Feng's anger surged. He has never subscribed to the notion that a man should never lay a hand on a woman. In the past, he had not hesitated to confront unreasonable individuals. Today, however, he refrained from retaliating against this woman, largely to spare Yaya further fright. The oblivious woman, seeing that she could not reach Yaya, redirected her aggression towards Scumbag. Li Feng swiftly placed Yaya into Scumbag's arms and escorted the mother and daughter out of the store. With his wife absent from view, Li Feng's fury intensified. So, you still wish to strike? It seems you are accustomed to being brazen, believing that everyone ought to cower before you. The fat woman, confronted by Li Feng's piercing gaze, instinctively recoiled. Although she quivered in fear, her son, emboldened by ignorance, lunged at Li Feng, biting his leg. This mother and son duo persistently tested Li Feng's patience, prompting him to finally lose restraint. He stamped his foot, causing the chubby boy to tumble to the ground, sliding 2 meters away. Such an unexpected turn of events left the small boy terrified, his mouth agape, unable to cry out. Oh, my son, what has happened to you? The plump woman, noticing her son's dazed expression, instinctively scooped him into her arms. Wow, the child felt the warmth of his mother's embrace and gradually calmed down. Mommy, my bottom hurts so much. I must be bleeding. The boy cried loudly, yet he no longer dared to glance in Li Feng's direction. In the future, you too should refrain from bullying those who are weaker than you, for traversing dark paths may ultimately lead you to encounters with ghosts. Seeing the mother and son subdued, Li Feng brushed away the marks left by the boy's grasp and turned to leave. Are you truly just going to let him walk away? He struck my son and threw me to the ground. And is there no one here to intervene? The plump woman watched helplessly as Li Feng exited the store. Her voice raised, hoping that the onlookers would come to her aid. However, despite Li Feng's distance increasing, not a single person stepped forward to assist her. You two have caused such a ruckus that we couldn't even enjoy a meal in peace. And now, you still expect our help? Perhaps it would be best for you to reflect on your actions. Someone, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, shot the plump woman a few disdainful glances. The store manager, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, stepped forward after Li Feng departed. Our establishment prides itself on civility and order. Since your arrival, you mother and son have caused nothing but trouble. Henceforth, I declare you unwelcome in our store, and I advise you not to return. Amidst the surrounding disapproval and the store's rejection, the son continued to wail about his sore backside, ultimately prompting the overweight woman to leave in disgrace with her child. As Li Feng's family exited the hamburger joint, what was meant to be a celebratory outing turned into a somber affair. Dad, I don't want to eat hamburgers anymore. Let's go home, the son lamented. Scumbag, adorned in a new dress, was disheartened as the boy's grimy hands had sullied it multiple times. Very well. Let us return home to change into something clean. This has truly dampened our spirits. The enthusiasm had faded from Scumbag's demeanor. Seeing his family's discontent, Li Feng was determined to transform what should have been a joyous day into something better. Yaya has been wrong today. I shall ensure she finds joy. Let us buy Mommy a new outfit, and then take Yaya to the amusement park. Will that make you happy, Yaya? Upon hearing the words amusement park, Yaya's earlier troubles dissipated. Dad, I want to ride the pirate ship. Despite the unfortunate incident, Li Feng decided to take them to the most expensive boutique in Sichuan City, which had recently opened its doors. The store offered a range of high-end, imported apparel, yet the locals found the prices exorbitant, resulting in a desolate atmosphere. Biting. Today we shall shop here. Choose whatever you desire, and it shall be yours. In truth, ever since the construction on the Elephant Trunk Mountain Road commenced. Li Feng had invested nearly all his finances into that project, even borrowing some money at high interest. However, he was not one to be stingy. He relished the joy of spending on his family. Li Feng, have you lost your mind? The prices here are outrageous. I cannot bear to spend so much. Xiang Biding recalled the gossip from her friends, who claimed that shopping here felt akin to theft. 500 for a mere dress, and even higher for a blouse. Sometimes reaching 1 or 2,000. Fear not, I have not lost my senses. I simply wish for you to become the envy of others, particularly your older sister. The mention of her sister, Xiang Bifeng, elicited a twinge of discomfort in Xiang Biding. Recently, as the family discussed the upcoming celebration of their father's 60th birthday, the atmosphere was marred when Bifeng, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Sister, I hear your husband is doing quite well. Surely, he will prepare a surprise gift for our father's birthday?" Xiang Biding recognized this comment was instigated by her brother-in-law, Qi Cheng, who, despite his modest business success, never considered assisting the Xiang family. Whenever Qi Cheng visited, he merely boasted without delivering any tangible support. Once, in the Xiang family, there was a son-in-law named Li Feng, who was deemed unambitious and languished at the bottom. Conversely, Qi Cheng had become the favored son-in-law of the Xiang family. However, as Li Feng's fortunes began to rise, he helped his unemployed brother-in-law generate a considerable income, leading to a shift in the Xiang family's perception of him. Chapter 144. The old master Xiang's birthday approaches. With the change in the Xiang family's view of Li Feng, Qi Cheng's incessant boasting became unwelcome, and thus, Xiang Bifeng's flattery of Qi Cheng found no audience. No one paid the couple the same attention as before, and their attitudes shifted, prompting them to frequently mock Xiang Biding, which in turn diminished their fondness for Li Feng. Today, Li Feng proposed to purchase the finest clothing for Xiang Biding, intending to make her elder sister think twice before ridiculing their family. Having harbored feelings of guilt towards her maternal family due to Li Feng's previous lack of ambition, Xiang Biding felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness that she believed could never be repaid. Despite her hardships, Xiang Bifeng offered no assistance to her sister. With such sentiments, Xiang Biding merely furrowed her brow in silence whenever Xiang Bifeng criticized her and her spouse. Rest assured, we will arrive early for the old man's 60th birthday celebration and remind your elder brother-in-law, lest he forget. Li Feng expressed his impatience towards dealing with Qi Cheng and Xiang Bifeng, who were always calculating. Previously, when the old master fell ill, Li Feng had almost gambled away their household funds, yet Xiang Biding still managed to scrape together 3,000 yuan to send back to her maternal family. Meanwhile, the self-important couple of Xiang Bifeng had contrived a busy excuse, failing to contribute a single cent, and brazenly claimed to have forgotten about the occasion. Though the Xiang family was displeased with such a pathetic excuse, they reluctantly accepted it. This time, Li Feng aimed to subtly remind Xiang Bifeng to prevent the couple from concocting excuses. Let it be. My elder sister is simply that way, and her husband merely talks big. If you push this, they will surely resent me in the future. Xiang Biding thought of avoiding the Xiang family whenever possible. That won't do. Over the years, they've treated you abysmally, and not a single one has offered genuine assistance. This time, I must vindicate you. Recently, Xiang Biding increasingly felt Li Feng's assertiveness, though it was not the kind of domineering attitude from before. I simply fear it might affect my father's mood. Considering it is the old master's 60th birthday, she expressed her concern. Have faith. Do you still doubt me? I will ensure that couple admits defeat, leaving your parents overjoyed. Li Feng reassured her, uncertain of Li Feng's intentions but recognizing the significance of her father's birthday. Xiang Biding reluctantly accompanied him into an upscale boutique. The prices in this store were indeed among the highest in Sichuan City. Upon spotting a short dress that barely reached her knees, priced at 900 yuan, she immediately tugged at Li Feng to leave, whispering urgently, "Li Feng, we should hurry and get out of here. These dresses are exorbitantly priced." For a long time, Li Feng had aspired to transform Xiang Biding into a woman envied by all. The exquisite garments that adorned the women of Sichuan City were beyond their means. Yet he was determined to have Xiang Biding don such attire while strolling down the streets. What if the clothes were expensive? Did that imply a doubt in my capabilities? A fear that I could not afford them for you? Upon hearing Li Feng's declaration, the sales staff recognized him as a man of considerable wealth, prompting them to offer various recommendations and lavish praises. "Sir, your wife would look absolutely stunning in this pink dress. She hardly resembles a mother of such a grown daughter. At first glance, she seems like a youthful maiden," one attendant exclaimed, her words tinged with hyperbole. Nevertheless, the pink dress indeed enhanced Xiang Biding's beauty, rendering her more enchanting. "Very well, I shall take this dress, along with that skirt, Li Feng decided, his spirits buoyed by the purchase. Meanwhile, Scumbag felt a pang of regret over the expenditure. However, she ultimately succumbed to Li Feng's insistence and the allure of the skirt, spending over 2,000 yuan. Laden with bags as they exited the store. Not only did Li Feng wish to please his wife, but he also aimed to bring joy to their daughter. The family spent a delightful day at Shunchuan City's largest amusement park, enjoying themselves until Yaya was nearly too tired to keep her eyes open, at which point they returned home happily. The construction of Xiangnose Hill had officially commenced, leaving Li Feng busier than ever. With his father's birthday approaching, Scumbag could not help but remind him not to forget about preparing a gift. Despite his hectic schedule, Li Feng was determined not to miss the opportunity to bring honor to Scumbag. Rest assured, Biding, I have already prepared the birthday gift. On your father-in-law's special day, I will ensure you shine with pride, he assured her. Though skeptical, Scumbag wished to believe in Li Feng's promises. Soon, the momentous occasion of Old Master Xiang's 60th birthday arrived. As it was a significant milestone, numerous close relatives returned to celebrate with him. The Xiang family, though not affluent, had invited a chef to prepare the feast, yet many tasks such as washing vegetables and assisting in the kitchen still fell to the family members. Scumbag had taken leave in advance and spent the previous day assisting her family, and with the help of her sister-in-law, they managed to prepare for the banquet, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. On the day of the celebration, a throng of relatives descended upon the Xiang household. Given that the Xiang residence was modest, accommodating so many guests proved a challenge. There was scarcely room for them to sit, let alone dine properly, leading the family to set up tables in the alleyway. Why have so many relatives come today? Many of them have not visited in ages. What are we to do? Old Madame Xiang fretted, her anxiety spilling over to her children. Mother, isn't it a good thing that so many guests have arrived? It signifies that they hold our family in high regard. Her second son remarked. However, his wife and he were not particularly dependable, and with so many guests, they showed little consideration for what would be served, merely preoccupied with their own appearances. Sister-in-law, with this many visitors, they must have come to see our family's esteemed reputation. Perhaps they hope to strengthen familial ties. They mused. Feng, with great reluctance, bit her lip and purchased a garment costing over 200 yuan. It was her father's birthday, and how could she refrain from showcasing herself? Scumbag was not fond of their opinions, with so many guests arriving at their home. He feared embarrassment should anyone be left without a seat at the table. They had originally prepared 3 tables of dishes, but with the unexpected influx of guests, it seemed they would need to arrange 5 tables instead. What could be done? Perhaps they should prepare a bit more themselves. Managing to assemble 5 tables of food wouldn't be too difficult. Recently, Scumbag had lost his job, but thanks to Li Feng's support, he had recently seen some income. However, Scumbag had grown fearful of spending too much. No one was willing to accept her suggestion. Xiang's second daughter-in-law was the first to excuse herself. Sister-in-law, with so many guests today, the second has already arranged for me to receive them. I have no time to cook in the kitchen. With that, she sashayed out, her ample figure swaying. Feng had never stepped into the kitchen during her time in the Xiang household, praised for her beauty from a young age. Her family had always spared her from the drudgery of kitchen work to protect her delicate hands. Chi Chung had long informed her to ensure his friends were well entertained, lest they lose face. Brushing the dust off her 200 yuan dress, Feng left, lost in her own thoughts. Recently, Scumbag had benefited greatly from Li Feng. Even their daughter Tong had earned over 100 yuan in pocket money. Sister, what shall we do? Scumbag was greatly troubled. She considered asking Scumbag to assist her, but feared it might upset Li Feng and jeopardize their family's financial support. With the sudden influx of guests, Scumbag had not anticipated the situation. Now with her sister-in-law seeking help, she felt genuinely distressed. Sister-in-law, today Li Feng insisted I wear this dress, which cost over 1,000 yuan. If I ruin it, he will be displeased. Although Scumbag had not intended to mention the price of the dress, it was her first time wearing it, and she feared staining it in the kitchen. What? Your dress costs over 1,000? For such a small amount of fabric? It's more expensive than our 5 tables of food combined? Scumbag's voice rose in shock, startling the entire Xiang family. Who has a dress that costs over 1,000? Just then, Ma, who had been greeting guests, reached the doorway and overheard her daughter-in-law's exclamation about the dress's price. Mother, this is outrageous. Our little sister has a dress that costs over 1,000 yuan. Scumbag was about to express her disapproval of her sister-in-law's extravagance, but upon catching sight of Li Feng, she refrained from speaking further. Feng, having stepped out not far, also heard the commotion caused by Scumbag's loud voice. leaving her momentarily stunned. Initially, she had gritted her teeth to wear her modest 200 yuan outfit with the intention of showing off at the banquet. However, upon hearing that Xiang Baiting's dress cost over 1,000, jealousy stirred within her, soon followed by suspicion. Although Li Feng has recently acquired some items, there have been no reports of him striking it rich. How could he possibly afford such an expensive dress for his sister? Upon this reflection, Xiang Bifeng returned to the room. Sister, your dress costs over 1,000. Let me see if you've been deceived. Xiang Bifeng's large hand caressed Xiang Baiting's dress repeatedly. The fabric of this dress was indeed exquisite, and no matter how much Xiang Bifeng stroked it, there was not a single crease to be found. Is it truly worth over 1,000? Xiang Bifeng remained unconvinced. Xiang Bifeng's loud voice had already attracted the female relatives from outside into the room, encircling Xiang Baiting, who felt a tad embarrassed. Well, this dress is indeed exorbitant. At first, I insisted that I wouldn't accept it, questioning the need for such an extravagant expenditure. However, Li Feng insisted on buying it for me, and since he had already paid, I had no choice but to accept it. Although Xiang Baiting attributed the purchase of the dress to Li Feng, those present could still sense her underlying pride. Oh dear, little sister is truly fortunate. Your brother-in-law is willing to buy you such an expensive dress. Upon hearing this, Xiang Erseo returned as well and reached out her rough hands, eager to feel Xiang Baiting's dress. Erseo, what is there to feel? Look how high you've lifted it. I can see beneath. Xiang Baiting was anxious that her sister-in-law's hands, as coarse as tree bark, might snag her dress. Xiang Erseo was known for her greedy nature, indulging in every delicacy that crossed her path. Yet she neglected her own appearance, merely rinsing her hands with cold water. Thus, her grasp was rougher than the bark of a tree. Oh, look at our little sister. Now that she has something fine, she turns her nose up at Erseo, refusing even a gentle touch. Xiang Baiting forced a smile, but quickly secured her dress, preventing her sister-in-law from reaching out. Aunt, this dress is truly beautiful. It's a world-renowned brand. Look at this magazine. The model on the cover is wearing the same dress. Yet I believe she pales in comparison to you. Recently, Tong Tong from the elder brother's family had earned some pocket money, and she had become envious of the garments worn by the models in the magazine. Xiang Baiting's dress caught Tong Tong's attention for quite some time, and she resolved to earn substantial money in the future to purchase the outfits featured in the magazine. The women present passed around the magazine. Though they were unfamiliar with the concept of a world-renowned brand, they were captivated by the numerous poses of the model, especially the prominent printed price beside her. My goodness, this dress costs over 1,600. Today has truly opened my eyes. One of the wives, upon seeing the price listed in the magazine, exclaimed in astonishment. Over 1,600 for a dress? This is too much for me to comprehend. Xiang Ma's vision blurred at the thought of such an extravagant expenditure. What on earth is this, daughter? Just because you have a bit of money now, you go on a spending spree? Faced with her daughter, Xiang Ma felt compelled to remind her of the hardships Xiang Baiting had endured not long ago. Mother-in-law, I purchased this dress myself. Please do not blame Baiting. Li Feng happened to overhear the comments regarding Xiang Baiting's dress, and thus entered to defend her. I believe Baiting looks exceptionally beautiful in this dress, which is why I purchased it for her, he stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather rather than a garment worth 1,600 yuan. Oh, son-in-law, now that you have some surplus funds, you should exercise restraint. A dress is only worn for a limited time, and over 1,000 yuan will vanish in no time. Don't you feel any regret? Although his mother-in-law intended to lecture Li Feng, she could not help but feel a growing respect for him. Dear mother-in-law, I earn money precisely to ensure that Baiting and Yi live well. That dress looks particularly splendid on her, so I feel no remorse in purchasing it. Around them, gasps of admiration and jealousy filled the air, as they regarded Xiang Baiting with envious eyes. Indeed, the youngest daughter of the Xiang family was fortunate. Just look at how her husband dotes on her. Because of a single dress, Xiang Dasa also abandoned her plan to cook. Chapter 146. A late arrival. The guests at the Xiang family home continued to multiply, and finally, the eldest son-in-law, Qi Cheng, made his tardy entrance. Ah, father-in-law, so many guests have arrived today. I initially thought we could simply celebrate the birthday of our family joyfully, but upon hearing that it is your esteemed birthday, some insisted on coming to offer their congratulations, he remarked, his voice barely above a whisper, betraying his uncertainty about many of the attendees he had never met. Son-in-law, why must you announce my birthday to the world? The elder Xiang replied, though the joy in his voice was palpable. He had always held Qi Cheng in high regard, despite the latter's previous reluctance to assist him during his illness, not even offering a modest gift of nourishment. Father-in-law, today marks your 60th birthday. Having so many guests celebrate with you is indeed a joyous occasion, isn't it? Chi-chung leaned closer to his father-in-law, a smile stretching across his face. Li Feng was disinclined to engage with Chi-chung, and the latter's words merely elicited a sardonic smile from him. Eldest brother-in-law, you certainly know many people. No wonder your business is thriving. Xiang Ergo flattered as he sidled up to Chi-chung, showering him with compliments as if they were free. Indeed. You possess a keen eye, Chi-chung replied, his cheeks subtly flushed, basking in the praise. Given your capabilities, when might you lend a hand to your younger brother? This time, Xiang Ergi's flattery was sincere, as he genuinely hoped Chi-chung could assist him in finding a lucrative and less demanding job. Second brother, what can you achieve? You neither aspire to significant tasks at the factory nor desire to undertake smaller ones. Individuals like you seldom accomplish anything worthwhile. With the Xiang household now teeming with guests, Chi-chung spoke without regard for Xiang Ergi's feelings, positioning himself as the family's savior. Xiang Ergi's face reddened. Despite his usual lack of shame, how could he not feel indignant when Chi-chung belittled him in front of so many? Dear brother-in-law, I find it quite challenging to achieve any notable accomplishments. You are undoubtedly the most capable within the family. Today marks the birthday of our esteemed elder, and I am curious as to what gift you have brought for him. As for second brother, he is merely idle, occasionally harboring little schemes. Though he is not lacking in intelligence. Today, Chi-chung publicly embarrassed him. And second brother is keen to witness what our usually stingy brother-in-law has chosen for father's birthday gift. However, second brother has astutely pointed out that after preparing the birthday surprise, Chi-chung is eager to showcase it before everyone. For the elder's birthday, I have, of course, made meticulous preparations. Please behold this exquisite two-tiered cake, which I have specially ordered. Chi-chung is brimming with pride, for these cakes are not something one typically encounters. Upon seeing Chi-chung's thoughtful gift, second brother felt a deep sense of disappointment. Had Chi-chung failed to prepare anything, he might have had the opportunity to redeem himself. On such an occasion, it is only fitting for us, as younger generations, to present gifts to our elder, wouldn't you agree? With a smug smile, Chi-chung turned his face towards Li Feng and Xiang Biding. Xiang Biding is well aware of the kind of person her brother-in-law is. She chooses to ignore his provocative remarks. Father, today is your birthday. I wish you boundless happiness and longevity. Happy birthday, Dad. This is a sweater I knitted for you myself. Would you like to try it on and see if it fits? With a sense of pride, Xiang Biding produced a large package containing a thick, navy blue sweater. Given the sweltering summer heat, her father's expression soured at the suggestion of trying on the sweater. Yet out of consideration for the guests in the room, he reluctantly replied that he would try it later. Second sister, I just heard that Li Feng spent $1,600 on a dress for you. On your father-in-law's birthday, why would you give him such a commonplace sweater? Chi-chung seized the opportunity to undermine Li Feng in front of Xiang Biding. This sweater is hand-knitted by me. It represents my heartfelt intentions. Xiang Biding felt wronged. Was her lovingly crafted sweater truly so insignificant? Li Feng spent so much on a piece of clothing for you. Can't he spare a little for his father-in-law? Since Chi-chung learned of the modesty of Xiang Biding's gift, he felt emboldened. Today, the banquet prepared by the Xiang family was lacking, and it was rumored that Li Feng had provided the funds to cover the shortage. Someone interjected. Upon hearing that Li Feng had contributed to the Xiang family's banquet, Chi-chung felt provoked. Li Feng buying food and drinks for his father-in-law. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps he is merely saving face. Chi-chung insisted stubbornly. No need to worry. It is my duty to ensure that the banquet is complete, he said while disparaging Li Feng. Just then, Li Feng entered from outside. Humph. Easier said than done, Chi-chung muttered under his breath, believing no one could hear him, but Li Feng caught every word distinctly. Chi-chung, those provisions were my gift to the Xiang family. The main present for the elder will arrive shortly, so there is no need for you to be so anxious. Li Feng has always held a disdainful view of Chi-chung. Even the true essence of Li Feng never regarded Chi-chung with any esteem. Especially now that Li Feng has undergone a significant transformation within. Brother-in-law, there's no need to rush out and purchase a gift if you haven't prepared one. A thoughtless present will surely fail to impress the father-in-law. Chi-chung, seizing the moment when the gift was not present, sought to undermine Li Feng's dignity. I did not bring this gift with me due to its considerable size. Considerable size? Is your gift crafted from papier-mâché? In Chi-chung's mind, only items made of paper could possibly be large. Li Feng cast a scornful glance at Chi-chung, the eldest son-in-law of the Xiang family, who remained consistently arrogant and devoid of taste. Just as Chi-chung was basking in his self-satisfaction, a sudden cacophony of car horns erupted outside the Xiang residence. This is indeed the place Mr. Li mentioned. Let us hasten to deliver the items. Old Master Xiang, there is a delivery for your family. The atmosphere outside the Xiang household erupted with excitement as voices clamored. Whose grand gesture is this, to present such a large color television to the Xiang family? In the 1990s, color televisions were just gaining popularity, yet most families could only afford smaller screens, typically around 18 inches. At the entrance of the Xiang residence, two robust men collaborated to carry a 25-inch color television. Father, is that color television for us? Chapter 147. The Xiang family's birthday celebration. Xiang Erseo's voice was characteristically loud. They are about to bring it inside. Father, where do you intend to place it? Xiang Erseo was as exuberant as a child. Such a large television would be conspicuous no matter where it was placed. Given the modest size of the elder Xiang couple's home, such a sizable television would undoubtedly appear out of place. Father, if it doesn't fit, we can temporarily place it in my room. Xiang Erseo's suggestion left the Xiang relatives astounded. Her audacity was remarkable. Brother-in-law is indeed generous. This grand television must have cost a fortune. Xiang Dajia, looking down upon Erseo's stinginess, swiftly changed the subject. Indeed, brother-in-law is quite the philanthropist, gifting thousands without a second thought. This television will always remind the family of him. Xiang Urge, having just been humiliated by Dajia and Qi Cheng, could not let this opportunity slip away. Qi Cheng, who had just reveled in the large cake, turned pale upon seeing the television gifted by Li Feng. Where did this television come from, brother-in-law? You haven't gone into debt for the sake of appearances, have you? Qi Cheng could not allow Li Feng to shine in front of so many people. In his view, Li Feng was still the image of a hopeless gambler. Rest assured, Qi Cheng, regardless of how I acquired this television, you will not be responsible for its cost. Li Feng consistently looked down on Qi Cheng, even addressing him by his name. Who knows how this television came to be? Perhaps it will be returned once everyone departs. Such a thought could only originate from Qi Cheng. Upon hearing her brother-in-law's slander against Li Feng, Xiang Biding could no longer remain silent. Brother-in-law, do not be so bitter. Li Feng is willing to buy me a dress worth 1,600. What is a television for our parents in comparison? This time, I truly take pride in Bai Ting. Li Feng's birthday gift is something she has never questioned. Today, it not only surprised her parents, but also astonished her. Qi Cheng's expression was dim. With so many relatives present, he could hardly concede easily. It was rare for the brother-in-law to show such thoughtfulness, leaving the elder brother at a disadvantage, as he had never neglected any responsibilities in the past. This time, Qi Cheng fell significantly behind Li Feng, prompting him to reminisce about past events that the family was well aware of. Although Li Feng had many flaws in the past, he has never failed to support my parents. Last time my father fell ill, Li Feng specifically arranged for me to deliver 3,000 yuan, remarked the eldest sister. Li Feng has undergone a remarkable transformation, and Bai Ting had no intention of publicly undermining him. Indeed, during my father's illness, our family was in dire need of funds. Thankfully, my brother-in-law had my sister send back 3,000 yuan. Otherwise, the surgery would have been impossible. Second brother Xiang, adhering to the principle that an enemy's enemy is a friend, seized the opportunity to undermine elder brother Qi Cheng. Oh, that incident was due to Qi Cheng's overwhelming business commitments. He was not even in Xinchuan City, which left my parents anxious. I later inquired, and they assured me that my father's health had improved, and there were even surplus funds for medical expenses. Eldest sister Xiang Baifeng conveyed this to inform everyone that their family did not wish to withhold financial support. Rather, Qi Cheng's absence had caused them to miss the opportunity to assist during their father's illness. It turned out that the elder brother was away, and the eldest sister had no money to offer. She had not even seen the elder sister provide any financial aid to their parents. Sister-in-law Xiang could not tolerate the eldest sister's incessant boasting, which lacked substance. Although the relatives of the Xiang family were not present during those events, they were well aware of the underlying circumstances. What are you all discussing? That was so long ago. What is the point of bringing it up now? Seeing her eldest daughter and son-in-law's faces turn a shade of purple, Xiang mother quickly interjected. Indeed, such discussions are pointless. Today is my father's birthday, and I never expected so many relatives to come and celebrate. The provisions we prepared are somewhat insufficient. Thankfully, my brother-in-law arranged for the hotel to deliver food and wine. Everyone must enjoy themselves today. Eldest brother Xiang tossed another stone into the fray, leaving both Xiang Baifeng and Qi Cheng baffled. Yes, let's all indulge in the drinks. The old man appreciates the goodwill of all the relatives. This time, Qi Cheng dared not speak further, fearing comparisons between their couple and Li Feng and his wife. Bai Ting shone at the birthday banquet, and the women present were envious of her fortune. Bai Ting, you truly are fortunate. Look at how you've married such a good son-in-law, who can present such grand gifts even to your father-in-law. You see, Li Feng has always stated that my parents are his parents as well. Now that we have some financial means, it is only right to honor our parents. Bai Ting replied, smiling graciously, devoid of any hint of seeking praise. The birthday celebration for the elder was exceptionally successful, and as relatives departed, they made a special point to greet Li Feng, hoping to familiarize themselves with him during this occasion, perhaps to meet again in the future. The guests have departed, and the members of the Xiang family have collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, particularly the eldest brother, Xiang. The sudden influx of numerous visitors overwhelmed their preparations of food and drink. Had it not been for Li Feng's timely assistance, he, as the eldest son of the Xiang family, would have faced considerable embarrassment. Li Feng, I truly appreciate your help this time. I must admit, it was my own lack of preparation. I never anticipated that so many distant relatives, who had not visited in years, would come all at once. You may not be aware, but they were all drawn here upon hearing about my brother-in-law's new business ventures, especially since it seems he is involved in constructing a road leading to Elephant Nose Mountain. Consequently, those distant relatives were eager to make his acquaintance. Once the birthday banquet commenced, many guests approached the second brother of the Xiang family to inquire about Li Feng. In truth, Li Feng had always considered the second brother to be somewhat unreliable, which is why he had not shared any details about his endeavors with him. Apart from Xiang Bidin, none of the other family members were privy to the news regarding the road construction at Elephant Nose Mountain. Is that so? Just a few days ago, I visited the vicinity of Elephant Nose Mountain, and the local villagers mentioned that a devoted husband was repairing the road solely for his wife to enjoy the hot springs there. Recently, the eldest brother of the Xiang family had been busy selling electronic products and believed that the remote location of Elephant Nose Mountain would deter any potential vendors, prompting him to make several trips there. His remarks sparked a wave of incredulity among the Xiang family, akin to water splashing into boiling oil. Brother-in-law, how much could it possibly cost to build such a road? Surely, the expenses would be exorbitant enough to bury a person. The second sister-in-law, with a rather ample figure, squeezed her way to Xiang Bidin's side. You are truly fortunate. Just look at me. I barely possess $50. Alas, one cannot compare oneself to others. As she praised Xiang Bidin's good fortune, she lamented her own misfortunes. Bidin, you truly are quite demanding. It is not easy for Li Feng to earn money. How could you possibly expect him to act in such a manner? The matriarch of the Xiang family, oblivious to the nuances of investment, felt a mixture of pride and reluctance upon learning that Li Feng's road construction was for her daughter. Though the road's construction is indeed linked to Bidin, I assure you that the money spent will be recouped, Li Feng professed to the Xiang family, who were left astounded by his declaration. The eldest sister and Qi Cheng quietly departed from the Xiang residence, while Li Feng strolled leisurely back home with his wife and child, enjoying the evening breeze. Li Feng, I never imagined you would lavish such an expensive gift upon my father. Today, I finally feel proud within my own family. This sentiment encapsulated Xiang Bidin's true feelings. In the past, due to her decision to marry Li Feng against her family's wishes, she had often felt belittled, even to the point where her parents forbade her from returning home. Now, with a single gift from Li Feng, the entire Xiang family was taken aback, and she couldn't help but wonder who would dare to underestimate her henceforth. Bidin, the past is not to be revisited. You have endured much, and I vow to make you the happiest woman in Shunchuan City from this day forward. This heartfelt declaration from Li Feng marked one of his most sincere confessions in recent years, causing a rosy blush to bloom on Xiang Bidin's cheeks as she sat in the back seat. I believe in you. Our family will surely thrive in the future. Bitingly, she leaned her face against Li Feng's back, and he felt a surge of warmth ripple through his chest. Undoubtedly, our future will continue to improve. The progress on the Elephant Trunk Mountain Road was remarkably swift, entirely surpassing Li Feng's expectations. Old Zhang, the project at Elephant Trunk Mountain has commenced. Are you truly uninterested in this venture? Li Feng, facing a shortage of funds for the road construction, repeatedly inquired with Zhang Bin. For they had collaborated for an extended period, and it would seem remiss to leave Zhang Bin behind should the project yield profits in the future. Li Feng, I comprehend your sentiments. Since you have already begun, I shall refrain from participating. Zhang Bin had also heard about the rapid advancement of the Elephant Trunk Mountain Road, but remained steadfast in his previous decision to abstain from involvement. Mr. Li, we have made significant progress with the mobile phone we are developing. While Li Feng was engaged in conversation with Zhang Bin over the phone, Feng Tianhao barged into his office. Oh dear, I am so thrilled that I forgot to knock. Please do not take offense, Mr. Li. Feng Tianhao, a quintessential engineer, often overlooked the subtleties of social etiquette. No worries, your exuberance today suggests that there has been a breakthrough in the project. Indeed, our team has successfully conquered the chip integration for the mobile phone, and we are confident that miniaturization will be achieved. The news Feng Tianhao brought sent a jolt through Li Feng. In his previous life, the miniaturization of phones had commenced with a foreign brand, as no such announcement had yet emerged from international brands, if they could produce it first. The claim to the leading position in the market would no longer belong to American brands. Very well, since you have overcome the obstacles, let us commence production. This time, we must stay ahead of foreign products. Mr. Li, while overcoming the technical hurdles makes production straightforward, we must determine the pricing strategy for our phones and negotiate collaboration with domestic telecommunications operators. Indeed, you are correct. However, this collaboration with the telecommunications companies transcends mere corporate partnerships. It represents a collaboration between our enterprise and the nation. A newfound determination illuminated Li Feng's countenance. Should the mobile phone succeed, they would embark on a pathway to global prominence. With numerous projects advancing concurrently, Li Feng found himself exceedingly busy, scarcely having time to return home. Although Xiang Bidding understood his dedication, she could not condone his neglect of health. Li Feng, I have heard that you have been holed up in the office for days, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours when fatigue strikes. Just look at how gaunt you have become. If this continues, I shall lock you in at home. Few in Li Feng's office were acquainted with Xiang Bidding, and despite the considerable profits Li Feng had generated for her, she remained unaccustomed to the role of a full-time housewife. Having not seen Li Feng for several days, Xiang Bidding took it upon herself to gather a few of his garments and personally delivered them to his office. Bidding, I am not thin. I merely have not had the time to tend to my hair recently, which may give you that impression. Recently, Li Feng has been so preoccupied that he scarcely has time to eat, indeed losing over 10 pounds. However, upon seeing Xiang Bidding's concern for him, he hastily concocted an excuse for himself. You've lost weight, haven't you? Just look at these pants. They've become quite loose. How can you say you haven't slimmed down? With a tender gesture, Xiang Bidding adjusted Li Feng's trousers, noting the looseness at the waist and the slight reduction of his abdominal muscles. A warm atmosphere enveloped the couple, and Li Feng seized the opportunity to rest a while, wishing to spend more time with Xiang Bidding, who had made a rare visit to his office. What are you doing? Our President Li cannot abide women like you. Suddenly, a sharp female voice shattered their intimate moment. Xiang Bidding promptly dismissed the source of the voice with a wave. Presently, it was my oversight. I failed to notice a stranger had entered. The woman, having been pushed aside by Xiang Bidding, hurried to Li Feng's side, even attempting to smooth the wrinkles in his clothing caused by Xiang Bidding's earlier tug. Who is she? Xiang Bidding struggled to steady herself, fury bubbling within her. This is my office's secretary, Yuna, Li Feng explained, reaching for Xiang Bidding's hand. She instinctively recoiled, leaving his outstretched hand grasping at air. Secretary Yuna? Xiang Bidding echoed, taking in the sight of Yuna in her large-collared uniform jacket paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated her curves. No wonder you've been scarce at home lately. It seems a vixen has ensnared your soul. Incensed, Xiang Bidding hurled the neatly folded clothes onto the floor before storming out of Li Feng's office. Tears streamed down her face as she left. Ever since the incident when Li Feng had injured himself while intoxicated, he had gradually changed, and their lives had improved. Xiang Bidding felt she had finally found a sense of security, with Li Feng genuinely taking on family responsibilities. She had envisioned this life as her future, only to discover that their recently improved relationship had reverted to its former state. No, the current Li Feng was even less dependable than before. While he may have lacked responsibility in the past, he had never entertained other women. Chapter 149. The Leak of the Red Can Herbal Tea Formula with Reddened Eyes. Xiang Bidding returned home, where Yi had not seen her father in some time and longed to hear news of him from her mother. Mom, has Dad been especially busy lately? He hasn't been home for 2 weeks. I have so many little red flowers from kindergarten, and he hasn't seen them. Dressed in a princess gown, Yi pouted, fiddling with the small red flowers she had received. Xiang Bidding, already feeling disheartened, suppressed her tears upon witnessing Yi's disappointment and gently reassured her. Yes, Dad has indeed been very busy. I promise he will come to see you when he has some free time. You cherish those little red flowers so much. Let me help you keep them safe, all right? Struggling against her own discomfort, Xiang Bidding forced a smile as she looked at Yi. Very well. I shall place these little red flowers into the box adorned with flowers that my father gifted me. Upon opening it, my father will instantly recognize that those little red flowers belong to Yaya. Yaya, in her joyful busyness, filled my heart with a tumultuous ache akin to a knife twisting within. Indeed, our Yaya is the best, having received such an abundance of little red flowers. That evening, Xiang Bidding squeezed into Yaya's bed, no longer wishing to return to their own. Li Feng had landed himself in considerable trouble. He had intended to return home to explain things to Scumbag, but fate intervened. Just as he was about to leave the office, a call came from Feng. His tone was grave as he delivered distressing news. The formula for their beverage factory's red can herbal tea appeared to have been leaked. With such a significant issue at hand, Feng hurried to address it as a priority. The beverage factory was located some distance from his office, and he pedaled furiously on his bicycle. By the time he arrived, half an hour had elapsed, leaving him breathless and resolute in his desire to purchase a car. Director Li, had it not been for this urgent matter, I would not have disturbed you at this hour, Feng stated, ushering Feng into his office and offering him a glass of water. Please, drink while I recount today's events. Feng elaborated on the recent developments. The production situation at the beverage factory had been quite favorable, with the red can herbal tea now in production. Major newspapers and radio stations in Sichuan City had secured prime-time slots for advertising. They were merely awaiting a press conference, anticipating a sweeping promotional campaign throughout the city, and they had even engaged with national radio and television stations for broader reach once the advertisements launched. Enthralled by the factory's promising trajectory, Feng found himself nearly sleepless, often remaining in the office merely to witness his aspirations materialize. Earlier that afternoon, he had inspected the workshop and, to thoroughly assess the quality of the red can herbal tea, he had visited the laboratory. All data from the laboratory complied with national standards, prompting him to take out his notebook to record the recent measurements. He even commended the clarity of data and the diligent responsibility of the staff. In his elation, however, he inadvertently left his notebook behind in the laboratory. It was only upon preparing to head home that he realized it was missing. The notebook should have been easy to locate. He distinctly remembered last using it in the laboratory. Thus, he made his way back, hoping to recover it before everyone departed. To his surprise, the laboratory was brightly lit, despite having officially closed for the day. Upon entering, he found only the team leader still at work. The unwavering dedication of the laboratory team leader deeply moved Feng. If every employee at the beverage factory could exhibit such selfless commitment, their establishment would undoubtedly surpass its counterparts, emerging as the largest beverage manufacturer in the nation. Just as Feng was poised to commend the diligent team leader, the latter abruptly reacted as if startled, hastily concealing a bottle of sample beverage behind him. This action aroused Feng's suspicions, disregarding all else. He seized the bottle for examination. The analytical data of the beverage closely matched that of their own, albeit with several parameters exceeding acceptable limits. Such an uncanny resemblance was implausible, especially considering that the red can herbal tea represented years of toil by Feng and his team. How could other manufacturers possibly possess such a similar formula? After recounting the situation, Feng's colleague, Feng, grew increasingly anxious. He inquired about the origin of the beverage from the laboratory leader, who appeared pale and, despite Feng's persistent questioning, remained reticent. Realizing that the formula for the red can herbal tea had likely been compromised, Feng deduced that if it had been leaked by the RD personnel, they would never have brought the beverage back for testing. Mr. Feng, quickly instruct the security at the factory to monitor the vicinity of the laboratory. I am going to confront the team leader immediately, Feng urged, his urgency evident as he loosened the buttons of his shirt. The laboratory was enveloped in an unsettling silence, leading Feng to speculate that the team leader had already been dismissed. Upon entering, he found 5 or 6 men seated, most of whom wore glasses, rendering it difficult for Feng to identify the team leader. Who is the laboratory leader here? He inquired, rolling up his sleeves as he strode purposefully, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The room remained still until 5 men eventually stood, while one remained seated with his head bowed. Are you the laboratory leader? Feng's impatience was palpable, causing his tone to rise. The team leader continued to avert his gaze. Everyone not involved in this matter, please exit. Feng managed to temper his frustration, pulling a chair with a loud thud in front of him. The 5 standing men exchanged glances filled with pity before hastily retreating from the laboratory. Now, let us discuss the matter of the leaked formula. What is the current situation? Do not assume that your silence will absolve you of consequences, Feng pressed, striving to control his temper while yearning to ascertain which manufacturer had obtained their formula and from what time frame. The sound of the chair hitting the floor startled the team leader, prompting him to briefly meet Feng's gaze before once more lowering his head. Chapter 150. The Secrets Behind the Formula Leak. Feng chuckled coldly. So you intend to resist, do you? Do you think I will be as lenient as Mr. Feng? Although the laboratory leader remained silent, he subtly nodded, a gesture Feng keenly observed. You must be a member of General Feng's research team, and within your thoughts, you likely believe that your contributions to the formulation of the red can herbal tea are significant, which emboldens you to recklessly sell the formula to others. Li Feng's eyes simmered with intensity as he coldly regarded the head of the laboratory. The lab director silently raised his head, yet defiance flickered in his gaze. Today, you must divulge the truth. To what extent has the formula been compromised? Otherwise, I shall promptly send you to prison. The formula was developed collaboratively with General Feng's team, and I possess the authority to dictate its use. Is that so? It appears you shall not weep until you see the coffin. I can swiftly escort you to jail. Li Feng sought to extinguish any flicker of hope in the lab director, turning resolutely towards the door. General Feng, please call the authorities. Feng Yulin had been waiting outside, wishing to resolve the matter amicably, considering the lab director's long-standing service. Director Li, is there truly no room for negotiation? Li Feng sensed Feng Yulin's inner turmoil. Initially, I wished to grant him an opportunity, but given his attitude, do you also believe our company owes him? Merely participating in the development does not entitle him to claim ownership of the results. Feng Yulin hastily expressed his dissent. No, Director Li. Let us not invoke the laws of our nation. Even by the standards of a common person, a team's work cannot rightfully belong to an individual. Li Feng and Feng Yulin did not wish to escalate matters to such extremes. They needed to ascertain the extent of the other party's knowledge regarding the beverage and its development as swiftly as possible. Since he refuses to speak, let the police handle the ensuing matters. Our primary task now is to strategize early publicity to suppress any potential resurgence from the opposing side. Li Feng and Feng Yulin discussed their next steps without evading the lab director. Observing their unreserved conversation, the lab director felt despondent, realizing he had become expendable to both parties. General Feng, although my actions were misguided, you sold the beverage formula to Director Li, an act that mirrors my own transgressions. Thus, the crux of the issue lies here. Li Feng was unaware of the intense animosity Feng Yulin's team harbored towards him. It is regrettable that you consider yourselves societal elites. Collaboration and betrayal are not synonymous. Currently, our relationship is one of financial investment on my part and intellectual contribution from you, as we collectively strive to create a novel beverage and capture the domestic market. By selling the formula for the red can herbal tea, you have also betrayed the achievements of your team. The lab director opened his mouth several times, yet ultimately uttered nothing. Xiao Feng, this is your final opportunity. After all, you have been by my side for several years, and I would rather not see you imprisoned. Feng Yulin felt genuine sorrow. He had chosen these individuals, and, through years of effort, they had achieved this level of success. General Feng, I lament for your plight. Had we developed the formula ourselves, you could have solidified your dominance in the industry. Xiao Feng, you are merely seeking justification for your crime. Li Feng remained unfazed by Xiao Feng's provocations. He understood Feng Yulin's true character all too well, a titan of the beverage industry, impervious to such trivial remarks. Xiao Feng, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I merely wish to ascertain which segment of the formula you have sold to another party. Should you be inclined to divulge your reasoning, I am truly eager to assist you. Feng Yulin recognized that Xiao Feng's modest capabilities were utterly inadequate in the presence of Li Feng, prompting him to express his thoughts candidly. Mr. Feng, I shall confide in you alone regarding this matter. The laboratory head, Xiao Feng, suddenly turned his gaze towards Feng Yulin. Very well, if you have any difficulties, now is the time to present them. No, I must disagree. If your words are measured and respectful, I may grant you leniency today. However, I cannot acquiesce to a private audience between you and Mr. Feng. Just as Feng Yulin and Xiao Feng were preparing to enter their laboratory for a detailed discussion, Li Feng intervened, grasping Feng Yulin's arm. Mr. Li, what troubles you? Feng Yulin gazed at Li Feng, puzzled, as they desperately needed to elicit a response from Xiao Feng. Speak openly before everyone, for lurking in the shadows serves no purpose. Li Feng harbored a profound intuition. He could not permit Feng Yulin to be alone with Xiao Feng. Li, what does my matter with Feng Yulin have to do with you? Xiao Feng, who had previously chosen silence as his defense, now contorted his face in anger. He attempted to approach Feng Yulin, but Li Feng, quick to react, kicked Xiao Feng to the ground, sending his glasses flying. Feng Yulin, I have followed you for many years. The success of the red can herbal tea formula has demanded my utmost dedication. Yet today, you treat me with disdain, relegating me from the research team to the laboratory. I, Feng Wenqing, am not someone you can manipulate. Feng Wenqing absent-mindedly searched for his glasses, but finding none, he resorted to using his soiled hands to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let me inform you. I have sold the red can herbal tea formula at a premium to Zhengyang. Their beverage factory will soon produce a drink identical to ours. Just wait and see how your red can herbal tea fares. Feng Wenqing's voice rose in a desperate crescendo, his previously fragile demeanor transformed before the assembled crowd. Oh, so you are indeed a traitor. When we established the research team, many remarked upon your eccentric behavior and narrow-mindedness. Yet, I valued your talent, and despite opposition, brought you into the team. Once the formula succeeded, production became paramount. I chose to trust you and assigned you to the critical position in the laboratory, hoping you would safeguard our interests. Little did I realize you harbored such treacherous thoughts. Mr. Li, let us handle this matter with professionalism. I have consistently considered his interests, but it seems unnecessary now. Feng Wenqing, sprawled on the floor, gazed blankly at Feng Yulin. The words of Feng Yulin suddenly awakened him from his stupor. Mr. Feng, the research team has been outside all this time. They have heard Feng Wenqing's declarations clearly. Xiao Feng, how could you conceive such a notion? Mr. Feng has held you in such high regard. The group fell silent, unable to continue. Feng Wenqing looked at his teammates before finally collapsing, utterly defeated.